Chapter 1. The God of War Reborn. 30,000 miles urgent. 30,000 miles urgent. A young eunuch was hastening towards the imperial palace at an astonishing speed, his right hand elevated, clutching a jade tablet with unwavering steadiness despite his rapid pace. As he approached, the guard stationed along the city walls, upon hearing the phrase 30,000 miles urgent, hastily cleared the way before him, casting respectful glances at the jade tablet in his possession. 30,000 miles away, their guardian deity, Yi Shantian, was expanding their territories with valor. Within the resplendent palace, a middle-aged man adorned in a golden dragon robe sat majestically upon a grand dragon throne. Your Majesty, the invincible god of war has achieved a resounding victory in the decisive battle at the Snow Wolf Valley, located 30,000 miles away. The Snow Wolf Kingdom has completely surrendered to our heavenly empire. The god of war will commence his return to court today. Ha ha ha, splendid. Yi Shantian truly deserves the title of our empire's invincible god of war. Immediately dispatch envoys to present him with 10,000 taels of gold and 100 varieties of rare, celestial herbs at his residence. The man on the throne laughed heartily, his hands sweeping through the air with grandiosity. We congratulate your Majesty and extend our heartfelt wishes. The courtiers, both civil and military, knelt before the emperor in reverence. My esteemed ministers, there is no need for such formalities. Prepare a grand feast at once. I wish to personally welcome the god of war upon his return. Your command shall be obeyed, your Majesty. Carriages laden with gold, silver, jewels, and various rare herbs were dispatched from the royal treasury, all destined for a singular location, the Yi residence, adjacent to the palace. The Yi family had been steadfast protectors of the dynasty for generations, enjoying a close relationship with the royal family. It was said that the national guardian generals and the reigning sovereign had grown up together, donning the same breeches in their youth. Though the Yi residence may not rival the palace in grandeur, it stood as one of the most iconic structures within the capital, second only to the imperial palace. Each generation of the Yi family head was typically a national general, safeguarding the realm. The current general, revered as the invincible god of war, had participated in over 300 battles, emerging victorious each time. He had once led 1,000,000 valiant warriors into desolate lands, thoroughly vanquishing the invading barbarian tribes. In the capital today, the streets were adorned with lights and decorations, filled with chatter and excitement as the invincible god of war returned with yet another monumental victory. At the entrance of the Yi residence, carriages escorted by the emperor's personal guards arrived. Please inform the lady. The general has secured another great triumph. These are His Majesty's rewards for the Yi family. Yes, I shall convey the message at once. The guard at the entrance, with an expression of calm indifference, leisurely proceeded inside, clearly accustomed to such occurrences. Within the grand hall of the Yi residence, a regal and stunningly beautiful woman shook her head upon hearing the servant's report. How many times had this happened this year? The fourth or perhaps the fifth? So many items have been delivered once again. The treasury of the Yi residence is overflowing. It was just expanded last year. A woman, her pregnancy evident, leisurely made her way to the front gate. This scene startled the soldiers on guard. Why has our matriarch appeared in person? Madam, please take utmost care of your health. The child within is of utmost importance. Indeed, madam, should anything go awry, we would bear the brunt. Observing the flustered soldiers, the elegant woman chuckled softly, covering her face. Look at how frightened you all are. Just bring these items inside and place them in the courtyard. As you command. One soldier, captivated by the exquisite woman, took a deep breath as he entered the grand hall. The leading soldier wiped the cold sweat from his brow and gestured for his comrades to carry the items inside. Who does not know that this woman is currently the most precious existence in the entire nation? The child she carries may very well be the next great general safeguarding the country. If something were to happen, it would not be long before General Yi arrived to punish them. The emperor himself might come to exact vengeance, flaying them alive and feeding them to the dogs. At that moment, the beautiful woman felt a movement within her Yetotake-formed child. Joy surged in her enchanting eyes at the sensation. The baby is moving. Once again, the translucent fetus stirred within her. Where am I? Could it be that I have traversed realms? Yichin struggled to open his eyes, only to realize that something was amiss. He could not feel his own eyes. Surrounding him was an eternal darkness, yet it was extraordinarily warm. Yi Chun felt bewildered. He had merely consumed too much alcohol. Waking up here? Yet it seemed he was still an unborn fetus. Yi Chun was flooded with emotions. In his previous life, he was merely a corporate drone, toiling day in and day out. Could it be that he has been reborn? He found it hard to believe that such a trope from novels could truly manifest in his life. Regardless of the world, he would carve out a path using his modern memories. Yi Chun reached out, his notary-formed small hand brushing against something soft. He froze. Instantly. Was there another? Twins? No, there's another. Triplets? Let us hope his parents are wealthier. The modest household of his previous life could hardly support three. 3 months passed in a blink. Xia Xinyu, her prominent belly evident, stood by the pavilion, admiring the rain. Madam, be cautious lest you catch a chill. Autumn has arrived. A middle-aged man with a scruffy face draped a fine robe over Xia Xinyu. It's fine, my husband. Look how beautifully the rain falls. It possesses a unique charm. Suddenly, Xia Xinyu exclaimed. The middle-aged man rushed to steady her in alarm. Nearby, several maidservants hurriedly brought a stool for Xia Xinyu to sit down. Behold, the child is kicking me again. Xia Xinyu gently caressed her belly, a maternal glow illuminating her face. This little rascal. Just wait until he is born. I shall teach him a lesson. Xia Xinyu cast a delicate glare at the man beside her. If you dare to strike him, I shall not hesitate to strike you. Hee, am I not merely concerned for my beloved wife? You all, quickly assist the lady to rest. Several maids hurriedly supported Xia Xinyu, leading her away to rest. The man chuckled softly. The divine physician had long diagnosed that his wife was expecting triplets. Previously, due to his absence, those hidden scoundrels had resorted to foul play, resulting in the loss of their first child. This time, he vowed to protect both mother and children with unwavering resolve. Inside her womb, Yi Chun observed his unruly sisters with a look of exasperation. What if Mom gets upset with you too for being so restless? These two rascals have been anything but calm since the moment they developed the limbs. Perhaps having 3 fetuses cramped within a single womb was indeed a tad overwhelming. Without further hesitation, Yi Chun delivered 2 resounding slaps to the bottoms of his siblings. Chapter 2. The Sister Pit System. The other 2 fetuses instantly became subdued. Ouyang Qingfeng and Su Yun were profoundly astonished. How could they have been captured in such a compromising position? One of them, in a previous life, was the celestial goddess of the 9 heavens, while the other was the female demon emperor from the realm of magic. Both were the pinnacle of existence in the realms of gods and demons. Typically, whether they encountered mighty deities or exceptional talents, they would command respect and obedience. They strode confidently through the realms of divinity and demonhood. Yet now, the demon empress Ouyang Qingfeng was engulfed in furious indignation. How could she, of all beings, have been spanked by an infant? Just wait. Once I am born, I shall be the first to eliminate you. And you, the 9 heavens goddess, shall follow. Su Yun, the 9 heavens goddess, maintained a semblance of calm compared to Ouyang Qingfeng. After all, this was not her first encounter. The Demoness reactions were always so exaggerated, rendering them somewhat comical. Both were currently in the state of infants. Though they schemed to eliminate one another, they feared the potential damage to their maternal bodies. Should they perish before birth, it would be a loss for both. Thus, they reached a tacit agreement to temporarily cease hostilities. Once born, it would be a matter of either your demise or mine. The space was limited, and as Yi Chun was a male fetus, he occupied more room than the 2 female fetuses, compelling the 2 women to embrace one another. Yi Chun gazed at the 2 slumbering figures and extended his chubby hands to hold them close. I shall protect my sisters. The 2 women silently nestled against Yi Chun as they slept. Such a scenario was previously unfathomable. As the 9 heavens goddess and the demon emperor, Su Yun and Ouyang Qingfeng had never even entertained the thought of having a husband. After billions of years, they remained unwed. My lady, it is time for your medicine. A maid approached with a vial of calming tonic for Xia Xinyu. Just as Xia Xinyu took the medicine to drink, the void suddenly rippled. A surge of power struck, knocking the medicine from her grasp. Instantly, a thick white mist enveloped the area. Xia Xinyu was taken aback. In that moment, a middle-aged man burst in. The maid. sensing impending doom, revealed a slender silver needle between her fingers. She swiftly launched it towards Xia Xinyu. A hand emerged from the void, seizing the needle. Yet it was too late. A small portion of the needle had already pierced into her abdomen. It was poisoned. A voice echoed through the void. The middle-aged man was instantly consumed by rage, seizing the maid and shattering her limbs. He cast her aside without a second thought, regardless of her fate. I must pry her mouth open. The middle-aged man rushed towards Xia Xinyu. Observing her anguished expression, he bellowed, "Quickly summon all the physicians. If we are even a moment too late, I shall annihilate her entire family." Xia Xinyu clutched the middle-aged man's hand tightly. "Sheng Tian, I am so sorry. I have failed again." Yi Sheng Tian grasped Xia Xinyu's delicate hand, his voice choked with emotion. "My lady, it will be all right. The child is gone, yet another can be had. You must not come to harm." Within, Yi Chen furrowed his brow. As he shielded the two women at the moment the silver needle pierced him, he was struck directly, though merely a slender silver needle, at that moment. Much of Yi Chen's body had turned a deep black. The two women beside him watched anxiously. In his past life, such a level of poison would have been dispelled with a mere wave of the hand. Yet now, both women were in an infantile state, utterly devoid of any means to counteract it. The fierce toxin even caused Xia Xinyu to faint, undoubtedly a fatal blow to Yi Chen, still within the womb. Just as he endured the torment of the venom, a voice resonated from the depths of his soul. Ding! Detecting host under threat. Before Yi Chen could comprehend, he fainted. Upon awakening, he found himself unharmed. The once darkened majority of his body had returned to its fair complexion. The two women had also succumbed to a deep slumber against his shoulder. Suddenly, a memory surged into Yi Chen's mind. He felt the sudden influx of recollection. After a while, he realized he was situated in a moderately ranked fantasy world. There existed formidable beings at the pinnacle of this world capable of soaring through the skies, shattering mountains with a punch, and cleaving rivers with a sword. Some could even grasp the sun and moon, plucking stars from the heavens. In simpler terms, this was a congregation of human-shaped nuclear bombs. Could he truly stand tall in this realm? The system he awakened was called the Crazy Sister Trapping System. Ah well, even before birth, his position as the younger brother was predetermined. Truly, the quintessential younger brother. As for the usage of the system, it was quite straightforward. One merely needed to trap the sister. Each successful trap would grant a chance to draw a prize. By continuously ensnaring his sister, he could amass a multitude of drawing opportunities. The frequency of draws would correlate with the severity of the traps. The more severe the entrapment, the greater the number of chances. Haha. My apologies, dear sisters. Yi Chen adjusted his position, causing the two sisters sleeping against him to stir. The abruptly awakened women were clearly displeased, yet they made no further movements, resuming their slumber. Ding! Sister trap successful, rewarded with 2 drawing opportunities. Upon hearing the system's prompt, Yi Chen was instantly invigorated. He began to fidget once more. Ultimately, after the two women became thoroughly enraged, Yi Chen dared not move. He obediently remained nestled between them, serving as their cushion. Yi Chen counted the drawing opportunities within the system. 1, 2, 3, 17, 18. A total of 22 chances. This also indicated that while the two women slept, he had ensnared them a total of 11 times. Congratulations, General. Congratulations, Madam. The fetus is unharmed. However, there has been a slight disturbance, requiring a period of careful recuperation. An elderly man, his hair white as snow, wiped the beads of sweat from his forehead. As a renowned physician of his generation, he found himself unexpectedly pale with fear before the imposing presence of the general. Upon hearing this, Yi Xingtian's previously ashen countenance softened slightly. Summer Xinyu, who had been in a state of heightened tension, exhaled in relief upon hearing the words and promptly succumbed to slumber. The elderly physician, with his silver hair, cast several glances at Yi Xingtian, seemingly on the verge of speaking, yet refrained at the last moment. What is there to hesitate about? Yi Xingtian observed the awkward physician with a cold gaze. The silver needle had been identified by the old man as a rare poison exclusive to the royal family of the Qishu kingdom, known as the heavenly evil soul severing powder. Thank you for your guidance, and I am also grateful for your treatment of my wife. Please accept these offerings. With a grand gesture, Yi Xingtian commanded the servants to bring forth a substantial array of gold, silver, and jewels, along with an abundance of rare medicinal herbs. The elderly physician's eyes momentarily glimmered with greed at the sight of these precious herbs, but they quickly regained their clarity. Shaking his head, he turned away. I cannot accept these offerings. This poison is beyond my capability to resolve. It is the child within the lady's womb that has absorbed this toxicity, ensuring the safety of both mother and child. What? What does this mean? Chapter 3. Upgrading from the womb. This signifies that among the 3 children, one possesses an invulnerability to toxins. Even in the womb, such immense power is evident. Upon birth, our dynasty is likely to gain an unparalleled warrior. Perhaps this child will lead our dynasty to unprecedented heights. Bring the divine physician back. Take these items, for I possess an abundance. Yi Xingtian observed his sleeping wife, a smile gracing his lips. Truly my offspring. Rest assured, your father and your imperial uncle are here. No one can harm you. At that moment, a eunuch, cradling an imperial edict, arrived at the gates of Yi Manor. Upon seeing Yi Xingtian emerge, he commenced the proclamation. By the will of heaven, the emperor decrees, the Qishu kingdom has invaded our borders, attempting to harm the wife and children of our national protector. Today, I hereby appoint General Yi Xingtian to muster an army of 600,000 to annihilate the Qishu kingdom. I accept the decree. Yi Xingtian knelt on one knee to receive the edict. Rising, he glanced toward the imperial city. Indeed, you understand me. I thank you, my brother. Returning to the courtyard, Yi Xingtian announced, I shall be away for approximately half a month. During this time, ensure the safety of my wife. The silence that followed was only disturbed by ripples in the air. That night, Yi Xingtian swiftly assembled his 600,000 troops, marching grandly toward the Qishu kingdom. Along the way, countless smaller nations trembled while the great powers observed in trepidation. Which nation has once again provoked this harbinger of doom? Unbeknownst to the unborn Yi Chun, his father was poised to eradicate a nation due to a near calamity. System lottery, 22 draws, all completed. Ding. Congratulations, host, for enhancing your charisma. Ding. Congratulations, host, for acquiring 20 tons of gold. Ding. Congratulations, host, for obtaining a celestial-grade cultivation method, the primordial supreme technique. Ding. Congratulations, host, for receiving a primordial spiritual treasure, the Yuan 2 sword. Yi Chen's heartbeat quickened. Merely the first 10 draws had yielded 2 supreme treasures. What wonders might still lie ahead? Ding. Congratulations, host, for acquiring the chaotic holy evil body, grade unknown. Yi Chun was momentarily stunned by the system's notification. The chaotic holy evil body. To receive such a thing after only 12 draws. It certainly sounded impressive. A torrent of memories surged into his mind. The chaotic holy evil body. A mysterious constitution that transcends comprehension. Presently, it is known to possess both extreme holiness and extreme wickedness. The nature of this duality remains shrouded in mystery. Logically, such opposing forces should not coexist, yet this constitution achieves a delicate balance. It is not merely a naturally holy body, but also a naturally demonic form. As Yi Chen's body underwent transformation, the 2 women, still slumbering beside him, awoke, startled by the overwhelming aura emanating from him. The coexistence of divinity and demonhood? No. Both forces have transcended the ordinary realms of gods and demons. Even the 2 women, who have lived for an indeterminate duration, were momentarily taken aback by this aura. Their large, glistening eyes fixated on Yi Chun. Could it be the reincarnation of a celestial being from above? Or perhaps the rebirth of a nefarious entity? In an instant, they offered their conjectures. Yet, the races of celestial beings and demons had long since vanished in the distant epochs of antiquity. If they were to exist, the dominion of this world would not belong to gods and demons. Their understanding of these matters in the higher realms remained nebulous. How could such entities exist in the mundane realm? Perhaps it was indeed the reincarnation of a being embodying both celestial and demonic traits. Otherwise, who else would have the privilege to reincarnate alongside this emperor, and even in the same womb? Nevertheless, it is a boon to have an additional companion on the arduous path of cultivation. Su Yiyun gazed at Yi Chun, murmuring softly. Ouyang Qingfeng made no attempt to conceal her thoughts. Little darling, once you emerge, I shall train you diligently. Ouyang Qingfeng, being the demon empress, thrived on chaos. Now, with the addition of such an extraordinary younger brother, She was determined to mold him into her own. How could she allow this nine heavens mystic maiden to claim him? In an instant, Yi Chun became the coveted prize between the two women. They simultaneously resolved to train this brother of theirs. Consequently, their glances towards one another grew increasingly hostile. Meanwhile, Yi Chun succumbed to slumber. Amidst a haze, he sensed two extreme forces within his being. It felt as though his essence traversed between heaven and hell. The intensity of these extremes nearly pushed Yi Chun to the brink of collapse. At that moment, a vague silhouette emerged from the depths of his soul. The realm where this figure resided was entirely foreign to him. He had neither seen nor even heard of it. Even the memories bestowed by the system bore no record of it. An ancient and mysterious aura enveloped him, reminiscent of an ephemeral dream, seemingly existent yet utterly intangible. In the mist, Yi Chun could faintly discern the figure, standing atop a lotus blossom, with an unknown object hovering above its head, wielding a colossal axe. Unyielding against the encroaching foes, it showed no mercy. With each swing of the mighty axe, a formidable adversary would inevitably fall. Time elapsed, though it felt eternal. All enemies lay vanquished. The man stood resolutely atop a mountain of corpses, suddenly turning to gaze at him. Yi Chun was startled. "I await you here." Following this, with a sweeping gesture, the mysterious man made the scene before Yi Chun vanish in an instant. A green lotus mark began to materialize upon Yi Chun's forehead. Subsequently, a memory surfaced in his mind. It was the recollection of the primordial Great Luo art. The entirety of the primordial Great Luo art seemed etched into the very fabric of Yi Chun's consciousness. The profundity of this martial art transcends his current understanding, leaving him only able to grasp its rudimentary aspects. Yet, even this modest comprehension suffices to place him years ahead of his peers in the womb. Another month has passed, and as Xia Xinyu lies in bed gazing at the gentle patter of rain outside, a fleeting expression of anguish crosses her face. Soon, however, her countenance softens, and with a smile radiating the warmth of maternal love, she tenderly caresses her prominently rounded belly. Even in her condition, her unparalleled grace remains undeniable, akin to a pristine blue lotus, admired from afar yet untouched. "My lady, according to the divine physician's assessment, the children shall soon make their entrance into the world. Shall they not?" Yi Xingtian gently takes Xia Xinyu's delicate hand, his face alight with excitement. Xia Xinyu responds with a gentle nod, her smile reflecting her anticipation. For these three children, she has waited an eternity. During this period, Yi Xingtian has felt stifled. His wife is pregnant, yet he dares not frequent the brothel. The only solution lies in his own hands. Once these little ones arrive, he is determined to release his pent-up emotions. Yi Xingtian feigns a fierce demeanor, playfully glaring at Xia Xinyu's belly. "Do you dare?" Xia Xinyu exclaims, pushing Yi Xingtian away, her almond-shaped eyes wide with resolute protectiveness. Chapter 4. Distribution of Rewards. Yi Xingtian awkwardly touched the tip of his nose, realizing he had merely made a jest. For reasons unknown, he harbored an inexplicable feeling that upon the birth of the child, his familial standing would plummet dramatically. After a brief period, Xia Xinyu and Yi Xingtian reconciled, both gazing at the prominently rounded belly, their hearts echoing a shared sentiment. It had not been an easy journey. During her pregnancy, Xia Xinyu had faced assassination attempts a staggering 43 times and endured poisoning 206 times, not to mention countless other perilous methods. Yet, under Yi Xingtian's meticulous care and the royal family's special protection, each time she had miraculously escaped danger. In recent times, he had vanquished a total of 13 nations, his hands stained with the blood of many. Nearly a third of the court's ministers had perished under his wrath. The current emperor had grown up alongside Yi Xingtian, having shared their childhood in carefree days, studied together in the same prestigious academy, and even fought side by side on the battlefield, a bond forged in blood and brotherhood. The reigning emperor, originally the second son with no claim to the throne, had ascended to power solely through Yi Xingtian's unwavering support. Anyone daring to provoke them, or even harboring such thoughts, would find themselves swiftly dealt with. Before Yi Xingtian could even respond, the emperor would issue a decree for total annihilation. The child within Xia Xinyu's womb was seen as a beacon of hope for both Yi Xingtian and the royal family. Even before its arrival, the emperor was already contemplating a betrothal, seeking to solidify ties between the royal family and the Yi household. Unbeknownst to Yi Chun, each time his father became excited, he would unhesitatingly agree. There were already 3 betrothals with the royal family alone, not to mention the countless daughters of generals and ministers who sought to secure a match with Yi Xingtian. Essentially, any family with a daughter who resembled a beauty was eager to propose a betrothal to Yi Xingtian. As for his 2 sisters, that was out of the question. They could never part with them. Whenever someone attempted to propose a match with Yi Chen's sisters, they were promptly expelled from the Yi residence. A veritable avalanche of deposits filled the family's treasury to overflowing. Even after Xia Xinyu decided to add 3 more treasuries, a substantial portion still remained outside. Yi Xingtian found himself overwhelmed by the situation, ultimately deciding to toss the excess directly into the emperor's treasury. This delighted the emperor immensely, who then informed Yi Xingtian that the national treasury was now akin to his own, allowing him to take as much as he desired, considered merely an allowance for his son-in-law. Years later, the emperor would come to regret this hasty decision. Within Xia Xinyu's womb, Ouyang Qingfeng and Su Yiyun engaged in yet another round of spirited contention. Exhausted, they collapsed onto Yi Chen's shoulder, drifting into slumber. Had he not given each of them a playful smack on the behind, the skirmish might have persisted indefinitely. Yi Chen couldn't help but feel a rush of exasperation. It was evident that both sisters possessed memories of their past lives, and their enmity seemed rather profound. Even in infancy, they had begun to squabble. Had these 2 previously met their demise together? Thus, they have simultaneously reincarnated into a single womb. Yi Chun gazed at the 2 women, and only after they had fallen into a deep slumber did he feel at ease to activate the system. Upon noticing the accumulated 30 consecutive draws, he was elated. During this period, he had certainly caused quite a stir with his 2 elder sisters. However, they bore him no ill will, for they understood that they must first secure Yi Chun before vanquishing the troublesome adversary. The system continued to draw. 30 draws, and I wish for none to be spared, Yi Chun declared with a flourish, embodying the extravagant spirit of his father. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have drawn a century's worth of cultivation. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the 3 Ding 6 Jia demon-slaying sword array. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a set of Shura armor. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have received 10,000 years of cultivation. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have attained a sacred level physique. After the 30 draws, Yi Chen found himself in possession of a wealth of extraordinary items. In an instant, his physical form reached the peak of muscular strength, rivaling even that of a saintly body. The immense cultivation surged into Yi Chun like a tidal wave. Remarkably, even before his birth, his physical prowess was nearly on par with his 2 elder sisters. With the Shura armor and the sword array in hand, Yi Chen exclaimed in admiration for the system's prowess. The power of the Shura armor is inherently drawn from both righteous and malevolent energies, and its strength knows no bounds. Its potential is solely dependent on the intensity of the energy possessed. For Yi Chun, who bears the chaotic sacred evil body, it is a perfect match. Both the righteous and malevolent energies within him are at their utmost zenith. September 9th marks the grandest festival of the entire dynasty. The number 9 symbolizes extremity. Early in the morning, the capital was abuzz with excitement. Streets were thronged with small vendors, nearly filling every avenue of the royal city. The towering city gates were adorned with colorful decorations, evoking the festive atmosphere akin to a New Year celebration in the real world. Numerous travelers and merchants from foreign lands gazed in awe at the bustling capital of the dynasty. The Yi residence was alive with unparalleled merriment. An array of gifts towered in the backyard like little mountains. The front of the Yi residence was a riot of flowers, all sent by the residents of the capital. All the maids and guard soldiers donned brand new garments and splendid armor, which had been procured at the wave of Yi Xingtian's hand, without a hint of reluctance to spend. Even a common maid's attire rivaled that of the wealthy. The vibrant, lively atmosphere was further enhanced by the presence of numerous carriages in front of the Yi residence, with a diverse assortment of 8-litter palanquins. Among them, a golden carriage stood out most prominently, accompanied by several yellow carriages. These belonged to the current emperor, along with the queen and various princes and princesses. Madam, today belongs to you and the young master. Let joy abound. The eldest young lady is destined to grow into an icy beauty. Without tears or laughter, the second young lady oscillated between crying and laughing, creating quite a commotion, while the young master remained a source of delight, perpetually smiling. Accompanied by the sound of conversation, several maidens approached, each cradling a delicate, exquisitely crafted doll. Yichen leaned forward, his eyes filled with curiosity as he surveyed his surroundings. From the moment of his birth, he sensed that his family was anything but ordinary. Now, he was truly witnessing the extraordinary. A beauty, seemingly stepped from the pages of a painting, gracefully approached. It was Xia Xinyu. After glancing at the maidens, Xia Xinyu smiled warmly and extended her hand. "Bring the young master to me." "Yes, madam." The maidens promptly and cautiously handed the infant Yichen over. Meanwhile, Su Yiyun and Ouyang Qingfeng observed with a hint of jealousy. One was a celestial goddess, and the other, an empress of the demon realm, each a figure of reverence. Yet, in this reincarnation, they found themselves overshadowed by a mere child. Chapter 5. The gift. Xia Xinyu gently nudged Yichen. "My dear son, today marks our most significant festival, and it is also the birthday of you three siblings. Many illustrious figures have come to celebrate with you." At that moment, a man clad in a dragon robe approached, extending his finger in an attempt to playfully tease Yichen. To his surprise, Yichen seized the man's finger and bit down decisively. "Who are you to provoke me?" The man continued to amuse himself with Yichen, then chuckled. "This child is truly delightful. No wonder he has caught my attention. Your Majesty, you flatter me." Xia Xinyu modestly acknowledged. Yichen, momentarily taken aback, realized he had just bitten the emperor himself. The emperor laughed, then unfastened the purple dragon-shaped jade pendant from his waist and placed it in Yichen's arms. "This is far too precious. Chener cannot accept this," Xia Xinyu exclaimed, astonished by the emperor's generous gesture. Even those present were equally astounded at the sight of the jade pendant in the emperor's hand. The emperor was willing to part with such a treasure? Should I perhaps ingratiate myself with this child? All eyes in the room were fixated on Yichen, oblivious to the dark expressions on several princes' faces. They had all previously attempted to request such an item from their father, only to be met with severe reprimands. "No worries. I bestow it upon him. He is indeed worthy of receiving it. My dear sister-in-law, there is no need for such modesty." Xia Xinyu beamed as she accepted it on behalf of her son. Yichen, perplexed, examined the purple dragon-shaped jade pendant, wondering what it was. Observing the reactions of those around him, it seemed to be a remarkable treasure. "Your Majesty, you may not be aware, but my son could call out for his parents the moment he was born." Yi Xingtian approached, pride radiating from him as he spoke to the emperor. "Oh, really?" The emperor's interest was piqued, and he began to playfully engage with Yichen. "Little one, call me godfather." The room erupted in shock at this proclamation. When had the emperor taken such a young child as a godson? Yichen thought to himself, "This is my chance. The moment to cling to a powerful ally has arrived." Thus, in a sweet, childlike voice, he called out, "Godfather." "Excellent. Remember, my dear godson, if anyone dares to bully you, simply invoke my name. You are too kind. With you and his father watching over him, not even 10 others would dare to provoke him." Xia Xinyu replied with a smile. The emperor chuckled heartily before being whisked away by Yi Xingtian for drinks. Those present were all influential figures from the political realm or titans of the business world. There were even elders and leaders from prestigious sects among them. Having just called out for a godfather, Yichen's mind raced with realization. A prodigy, a born prodigy. Not only was he the son of the contemporary national protector and general, but he was also favored by the royal family. The emperor was willing to part with such a treasure. In that instant, countless nobles, tycoons, and powerful cultivators vied for the opportunity to embrace this child. Numerous sect leaders and elders have expressed their desire to take Yichen as their disciple. However, each request has been graciously declined by Xia Xinyu. To take her son under their wing, one prerequisite must be met. They must first defeat his father. A group of gentlemen engages in a drinking contest, while Xia Xinyu, cradling Yichen, shares laughter and jovial conversation with the queen and several princesses nearby. Meanwhile, Ouyang Qingfeng and Su Yiyun, held by their maidservants, are consumed by jealousy. Feeling utterly overlooked, the demon emperor, Ouyang Qingfeng, could no longer contain her discontent and began to weep inconsolably. Ultimately, it was the queen who took Yichen into her arms, allowing Xia Xinyu to embrace Ouyang Qingfeng, which finally quelled her tears. Ouyang Qingfeng's mood shifted with remarkable swiftness, transforming from tears to a melodious laughter akin to that of a lark. The queen, witnessing this transformation, exclaimed in wonder. Su Yun, feeling rather isolated, was taken aback. Could such a feat be possible? Should she attempt it herself? No, she thought. She would merely be mocked by this formidable woman. Eventually, the eldest princess, seeing Su Yun's forlorn demeanor, took her into her embrace. Yi Shengtian, the emperor, and several nobles drank heartily, and in a moment of exuberance. The emperor rose and declared, "These two young ladies shall henceforth be titled Princess Annal and Princess Qingfeng, while Yi Chen shall be bestowed the title of Young Master of Tianyang." Yi Shengtian praised the emperor's fairness, and the nobles echoed his sentiments, lauding the emperor's wisdom. Yi Chen, attentively absorbing every word, beamed with joy, his heart swelling with elation. He felt he had made a fortuitous alliance today. He, too, had been elevated to the status of a young master. Ouyang Qingfeng and Su Yun, however, remained remarkably composed. Viewing a mere small nation with a population of only a few billion as unworthy of their excitement. Observing Yi Chen's exuberance, the queen remarked on the child's remarkable spirit. After a while, the time came to announce the gifts presented by the esteemed guests. From the Leaf family of Tianshu City, 2 millennium-old ginseng roots were offered. A stout middle-aged man rose, waving his hand dismissively, a mere token of respect. Ordinary guests gasped at the sight of the rare ginseng, a treasure they could scarcely fathom parting with. From the Su family of Bailiang, 100 pounds of 10,000-year-old cold iron ore were presented, eliciting further astonishment. The previously confident middle-aged man now appeared somewhat deflated, promptly taking his seat. The Tianjin sect contributed 10 exquisite spirit swords, while the Shengdan Hall offered 3 jade dew cleansing pills. Each gift surpassed the last in opulence, leaving ordinary attendees in awe, lamenting the escalating standards of gift-giving. Finally, the moment of climax arrived. The royal family presented a single Qinglong egg. At this announcement, a wave of astonishment swept through the crowd, and the gazes directed at the current emperor brimmed with envy, tinged with a hint of greed. The Qinglong, after all, was a sacred beast. Once a Qinglong egg hatches and successfully recognizes its master, it becomes a formidable force. Regardless of its own inherent power, with the assistance of this dragon, one can dominate the realm and establish a position of supremacy. How generous the emperor is. As the emperor sipped his wine, an air of disdain curled at the corners of his mouth, listening to the raucous chatter around him. Who among them could possibly compare to me? Is there anyone present worthy? Yi Shengtian was also slightly taken aback. The adult Qinglong is no less powerful than himself. Chapter 6. Someone awaits you. As the guests departed, the courtyard of the Yi residence was transformed into a veritable mountain of boxes filled with various treasures and rare artifacts. With the addition of such an abundance, it seemed inevitable that the treasury of the Yi family would soon require expansion. Xia Xinyu sighed, cradling Yi Chen in her arms. Yi Shengtian, with a grand flourish, declared, "Expand. The Yi residence is vast, and these treasures will serve as a foundation for our children in the future." In his embrace, Yi Chen giggled, reveling in the prospect of immense wealth, eagerly wishing to grow up swiftly. The little one pointed excitedly towards the distant Qinglong egg, babbling with delight. Truly, Yi Chen possessed a remarkable intuition. Among all the treasures, the Qinglong egg was undoubtedly the most precious. Xia Xinyu marveled at her son, her face alight with joy. Such a perceptive little rascal, even at this tender age. Just imagine what he'll be like when he grows up. Yi Shengtian laughed heartily. Xia Xinyu shot Yi Shengtian a playful glance, her every expression radiating a gentle charm. With graceful steps, she moved closer to the Qinglong egg, crouching down beside it. "My dear son, do you wish for this? This is the Qinglong egg. It can hatch into a little Qinglong in the future." Ding. Detection of the Qinglong egg confirmed. Upon hatching, it will yield the sacred beast Qinglong, with a remaining incubation period of 83 days. Yi Chen felt a stir within. Truly, the system was remarkable, even capable of tracking the remaining days until hatching. However, possessing such a system, the question of whether to keep the Qinglong was of little consequence. What truly mattered was that the 2 elder sisters, despite their esteemed status as empresses, were still but helpless little children. While Yi Chen had already mastered a few phrases, they could only manage to wail. With sparkling eyes, Yi Chun turned his gaze towards Su Yun and Ouyang Qingfeng. Are you considering giving the Qinglong egg to your two sisters? Yi Shangtian observed the two little girls in his arms, astonished. Yi Chun erupted into laughter, his chubby hands clapping joyfully, bringing a smile to the faces of his parents. Such compassion for your sisters at such a young age. Truly, you are my son, Yi Xingtian exclaimed, moving closer, yet Su Yun and Ouyang Qingfeng maintained a serene demeanor. While they appreciated Yi Chen's gesture, they were unfazed. As an empress, I have encountered countless extraordinary beings. Why would I concern myself with a mere sacred beast? Yi Chen couldn't help but chuckle inwardly, fully aware of the hidden meaning in their gazes. After all, this egg was a gift from his godfather. Who were they to look down upon it? As the four gathered closely together, Yi Chen suddenly reached out, playfully poking each sister. What are you doing, my dear son? How can you bully your sisters? Xia Xinyu quickly grasped Yi Chen's tiny hand. Yi Xingtian was at a loss for words. He had realized that this mischievous child would surely grow into a formidable force. Ding! Sisterly teasing successful. Reward: 2 lottery chances. Cackling with delight, Yi Chen burst into laughter. Still laughing? Yi Xingtian glared, his eyes wide. You little rascal, if you don't behave, I will surely teach you a lesson. Go ahead and try. Xia Xinyu interjected, her expression dark. It's all in jest. Yi Xingtian managed a wry smile, his heart heavy with concern. My position in this family is precariously fragile. What to do? I await your guidance, urgently. That night, moonlight streamed through the window, gently illuminating a corner of the crib. The crib appeared quite spacious, as it housed 3 little ones at that moment. System: execute all lottery draws. Ding! A total of 24 draws have commenced. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have won 100,000 spirit crystals. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have won 10 tons of gold. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have received 2 bottles of first-grade spirit enhancement liquid. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have gained an enhancement in appearance. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have acquired the celestial skill, Great Wilderness Demon Palm. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have attained a century of cultivation. At present, although Yi Chun remained filled with anticipation, he had grown considerably more composed compared to the initial excitement. If there were anything that stirred his emotions, it would undoubtedly be the enhancement in appearance. Indeed, that was quite delightful. As for the century of cultivation, that was merely routine, was it not? Listening to the system's incessant announcements, Yi Chun nodded with a hint of indifference. With over 20 successive draws, alongside a collection of miscellaneous items, there were indeed several treasures among them. Yet, the most intriguing to Yi Chun was undoubtedly the Great Wilderness Demon Palm. He could sense that this skill was anything but ordinary. In a daze, Yi Chun felt his consciousness waver, suddenly plunging into another realm. The sky was dim, and the earth barren, with countless figures flitting about. Though shielded by the system, Yi Chun could still faintly perceive the terrifying pressure lurking within the void. Such an aura was far beyond Yi Shengtian's comprehension. At that moment, radiant holy light suddenly illuminated the higher skies, and a majestic figure emerged, descending toward the earth with a crushing force. With but a thought, one can ascend to immortality. With another, one can embrace demonic power. Throughout the ages, only I, the Great Wilderness, endure. The Great Wilderness Demon Palm. An ancient and desolate aura surged forth, accompanied by an overwhelming pressure that Yi Chun felt distinctly. Within that palm print, there existed half celestial light and half demonic energy. What a formidable Great Wilderness Demon Palm. Amidst the swirling tempest, that towering figure seemed to sense something, its gaze suddenly locking onto Yi Chun. What? Yi Chun's heart raced with shock. He can see me. It is essential to note that, although this was merely an illusion invoked by the skill, it was a skill drawn forth by the system. What kind of being is this? Just as Yi Chun pondered this, the imposing figure spoke, its thunderous voice resonating through the heavens. Someone awaits you there. In the blink of an eye, the illusion swiftly dissipated. With a sharp intake of breath, Yi Chun suddenly regained his senses, unable to suppress a gasp of astonishment. The Great Wilderness Celestial Demonic Hand possessed such formidable power. The most formidable being Yi Chun was aware of was his father, Yi Xingtian. Yet, he sensed, albeit vaguely, that even Yi Xingtian could not possibly reach such a terrifying level. However, Yi Chen quickly regained his composure as the last words echoed in his mind. Someone is waiting for you there. Almost instinctively, Yi Chen recalled the illusion triggered by the chaotic, saintly, evil body. That man, I am here waiting for you. A powerful intuition surged within Yi Chen, suggesting a profound connection between them. What was the true nature of this situation? Who was he? Where was that place? A chill ran through Yi Chen's heart as he grappled with these questions, unable to discern a clear answer. Although he had gained some understanding of this world through the system, it was evidently still insufficient. Faintly, Yi Chen sensed an obscure premonition. Perhaps this world was far more intricate than he had previously imagined. Chapter 7. Dual Breakthroughs. A thought to ascend, a thought to descend into darkness. Though the great wilderness celestial demon palm possesses an air of mystery, it resonates profoundly with the chaotic sacred evil body. Yi Chen regained his composure, scrutinizing the great wilderness celestial demon palm while deep in contemplation. That magnificent entity, perhaps unaware of the countless epochs that have passed, is undoubtedly beyond reach in the present. Given this, why expend such effort? Although this young master is accompanied by a system, he is still merely an infant. With the system at his disposal, celestial-grade spiritual techniques are no longer rare. However, achieving compatibility with them remains a formidable challenge. This recent lottery draw has proven to be exceptionally worthwhile. Enlightened by this realization, Yi Chen felt a wave of elation. The fruits of the system are indeed exquisite. Though it resembles a crib, it is by no means small. Rather, it is surrounded by delicately gilded railings to prevent the infants within from accidentally falling. Su Yiyun and Ouyang Qing Feng, sleeping sweetly on either side, appear like two exquisite dolls. Their naturally fair and delicate features accentuated in slumber. After pondering for a moment, Yi Chen conjured two miniature pills in his hands. His small, chubby fingers appeared somewhat clumsy, yet he gently pried open the mouths of Su Yiyun and Ouyang Qing Feng, administering a tiny pill to each. The Grade 1 Micro Ascension Pill, a product of the system, is accompanied by a corresponding ascension liquid. Both serve identical purposes. The essence of the pill lies in its ability to elevate spiritual power to a certain degree while also promoting a modest advancement in cultivation. Due to its origin in the system, this remedy exhibits no risk of resistance and bears no adverse effects on innate potential. Although it is merely Grade 1, it far surpasses the spiritual elixirs found in this realm. In essence, this is a divine remedy that can be consumed indefinitely. Yi Chen had already administered this treasure to them several times, always in secret while they slept soundly. Observing his two sisters in peaceful slumber, their bodies faintly aglow with a barely perceptible luminescence, indicative of the pill's effects, Yi Chen silently breathed a sigh of relief. Currently, they are still too young to endure the full potency of a Grade 1 Ascension pill. Thus, this micro version has been specially refined by the system, being both diminutive in size and significantly less potent. A standard Ascension pill can be divided into two Micro Ascension pills. Ah, my dear sisters, I have gone to great lengths for you. Yi Chen mused, his gaze drifting to the corner of the crib. There, nestled quietly, was an egg larger than himself. The azure dragon egg, true to its name, radiated a soft azure hue, adorned with subtle patterns that imparted an air of opulent magnificence. Cautiously glancing at his two sisters, Yi Chen stealthily approached the grand egg. Recently, the system had yielded a reward known as the ancestral dragon essence. Leaning against the magnificent egg, Yi Chen produced a small vial containing a faint golden liquid. Though seemingly unremarkable at first glance, when placed outside, it could undoubtedly summon extraordinary phenomena, attracting a multitude of dragons. The nature of this object remains unknown, yet its benefits to the dragon egg are unquestionable. Do not inquire further. Simply acknowledge that it is a product of the system, an absolute masterpiece. Having just acquired the dragon egg today, the system promptly extracted a fragment of ancestral dragon essence. Could it be that the system's lottery is somehow connected to my experiences in reality? Yi Chen mused quietly as he poured the ancestral dragon essence onto the dragon egg. Drop by drop, the essence appeared crystalline and translucent, resembling a delicate golden liquid, yet upon contact with the dragon egg, it vanished as if it were a droplet absorbed into the soil. No matter how one viewed it, the absorption was instantaneous. You are quite astute. Recognizing this as a precious item, Yi Chen thought with a subtle smile, subsequently resting beside the dragon egg. Although he appeared as a mere child, Yi Qin's cultivation was sufficient to astonish the entire dynasty. The numerous rewards of centuries of cultivation were no trifling matter. It was solely due to the system's power concealing his aura that he remained undisturbed. Just as he pondered, Ouyang Qingfeng suddenly opened her eyes wide and sat up abruptly. A wave of spiritual energy emanated from her, causing a gentle breeze to ripple through the air. Yi Qin instinctively opened his eyes and beheld Ouyang Qingfeng sitting upright to the best of her ability, and soon after, a more potent aura began to radiate from her. Was she breaking through? Mid-stage of the spirit-gathering realm? For practitioners, one must first perceive the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, draw it into their body, and refine their essence, which constitutes the spirit-gathering realm. Beyond this realm lies the spirit sea realm, where spiritual energy converges into a vast ocean, forming spiritual vortices. Above the spirit sea, there exist numerous stages such as spirit pill, spirit infant, spirit wheel, spirit radiance, and spirit transformation, a long and arduous path of cultivation. As deep as the ocean itself, the rapid breakthrough of Ouyang Qingfeng, merely an infant, was undoubtedly enough to astonish the world. Indeed, Yi Qin silently nodded, affirming that the efforts behind the spirit-enhancing pills had not been in vain. Beside him, Su Yun had also awakened, her small gaze reflecting a hint of coolness, yet also a sense of unwavering determination. Yi Qin could not help but chuckle inwardly. The two sisters seemed to engage in a perpetual rivalry, even in their cultivation. As he contemplated this, Ouyang Qingfeng opened her phoenix-like eyes, her gaze instinctively landing on Su Yun. The sisters exchanged glances, and Ouyang Qingfeng could not help but grin, raising her chubby little arms in a playful display. Yi Qin couldn't help but laugh. Although he did not comprehend her words, it was evident that she was brimming with excitement. Even though it's merely the spirit-gathering realm, I currently hold the upper hand. This time, I am the victor. Su Yun maintained her cool demeanor, though her small face betrayed a hint of stubbornness in her eyes. As Yi Qin observed from the side, he suddenly found these two sisters quite intriguing. However, Su Yun's expression abruptly changed, and a smile unexpectedly graced her face. In an instant, she sat up with a start, and a wave of instability swept through her. Another breakthrough. Remarkably, both sisters had simultaneously entered the mid-stage of the spirit-nurturing realm. Witnessing this spectacle, Yi Qin couldn't help but smile with satisfaction, his arms crossed, leaning against the dragon egg behind him. Anyone observing from a distance might easily mistake these two newly advanced girls as his disciples. Ouyang Qingfeng, on the other hand, felt her expression falter. Could it be a mere coincidence? She was well aware that she couldn't suppress Su Yun for long, but this was perhaps a tad too swift. With only a couple of minutes separating their breakthroughs, suddenly, Ouyang Qingfeng inadvertently caught a glimpse of Yi Qin, and seeing his expression sparked a wave of doubt within her. What on earth was that brat thinking? Chapter 8. Sister, you too? Why does it feel as though we have both transcended? And this young man appears to be quite pleased? There is an unsettling impression that something is amiss with him. Ouyang Qingfeng suddenly recalled a surge in her spiritual energy that had occurred previously. A surge so profound that the essence within her had transformed in a manner that was indescribably exquisite. If one were to articulate it, it would resemble sublimation. The sensation was ineffably delightful. Yet, why would such a phenomenon occur without cause? Moreover, it had transpired more than once. As the Empress, Ouyang Qingfeng possessed an acute sensitivity to her own body, and she could not dismiss the notion that her thoughts were unfounded. Could it be that this young man is the source of it all? Gazing at Yi Qin with an expression akin to that of a mentor observing a disciple, Ouyang Qingfeng felt increasingly perturbed. Regardless of whether he was indeed the culprit, he undeniably harbored secrets. Although Yi Qin had ascended to remarkable heights through the system's guidance, this did not justify becoming a mere laborer. In his previous life, he had toiled endlessly. In this life, he would not continue as a wage slave. He resolutely refused to act as a henchman. Otherwise, what purpose would his sister serve? Unless these two younger sisters could not withstand it. Lost in contemplation, he was suddenly struck by an eerie gaze. Instinctively, Yi Qin turned to see Ouyang Qingfeng's unabashed scrutiny. Why did it feel somewhat malicious? A chill ran down his spine. This individual was the Demon Emperor. That gaze, was she plotting to bully me? With Su Yun's breakthrough seemingly hopeless, did she intend to target me instead? Without hesitation, Yi Qin scurried over, His chubby little hand lifted, and he playfully slapped her soft cheek. Ouyang Qingfeng, perplexed. What are you doing? Let you leap. Let you covet me. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have earned a lottery draw. Hearty laughter erupted from Yichun. This is delightful. Yichun leapt onto the bed, rolling around with the two little ones, embodying the essence of mischievous children. Once Su Yun completed her breakthrough and opened her eyes, she was engulfed in profound skepticism. Is this truly the act of a dignified demon emperor, frolicking with a mere child? This empress is utterly ashamed to associate with you. Ouyang Qingfeng, having a moment of leisure, noticed that Su Yun had completed her breakthrough and unexpectedly pulled her into the fray. Su Yun, bewildered. How crude. Truly, how vulgar. This is a disgrace. Yichun laughed heartily, as if he could see countless lottery opportunities beckoning him. Those who understand me, my second sister as well. In the blink of an eye, 7 or 8 days had passed. During this time, the Yi residence was bustling with activity. As a long-standing war god, having established camaraderie with His Majesty, the civil and military officials flocked to the Yi residence with great fervor. Not only the court officials, but even the common folk held Yi Xingtian in the highest regard. In this vast realm, who was unaware of the illustrious name of the long-standing war god? Since the arrival of the three little ones, guests have seldom ceased to visit the Yi residence. In the garden, a delicate figure cradles Yi Chun, exuding grace and warmth. Embodying poetry itself, she is none other than Xia Xinyu. Yi Xingtian, holding one sister in each arm, wears a beaming smile. It seems to me that these two precious daughters will soon break through to the late stage of spirit nurturing. Truly, they are worthy daughters of Yi Xingtian. Xia Xinyu casts him a sidelong glance, her charm undeniable. The children are still young, and all you can think about is their cultivation. Haha. Yi Xingtian, feeling a bit embarrassed, scratches his head, claiming, I am merely overjoyed. Yet, this lad, Chen appears so astute, yet remains utterly still. Yi Chun wears a sullen expression. Astute? Is that a compliment? Besides, it's merely the spirit-nurturing stage. I fear I might frighten you. You're the one who is astute. Xia Xinyu, equally displeased, gently pats Yi Chun's head, asserting, Our Chun is simply wise and adorable. Don't speak nonsense. Yi Xingtian, feeling a twinge of unease, suddenly contemplates the implications. With Xia Xinyu doting on Yi Chun, what chaos might ensue as he grows? Surely, she would shield him from any repercussions. What? You suggest confronting him directly? Yi Xingtian winces, apologizing. I'm afraid I dare not. At that moment, a guard approaches, reporting, Master, General Li seeks an audience with his children. Oh. Yi Xingtian's eyes brighten. What brings that fellow here? He promptly commands, bring them to the garden. Before long, amid the vibrant blossoms, two figures, one tall and one short, approach. General Li, whose full name is Li Jinting, is Yi Xingtian's chief general, celebrated for his recent victorious campaign. As they draw near, Li Jinting suddenly kneels on one knee, clasping his fists, and declares, I pay my respects to the war god, my sister-in-law, His Highness, and the two princesses. Beside him, a young boy of around 6 or 7 mirrors Li Jinting's actions, kneeling as well and saying, I greet the war god, my lady, His Highness. And the two princesses. Oh. Yi Xingtian, unable to extend his arms while holding the two little ones, speaks up. There is no need for such formalities at home. Please rise quickly. Though renowned as the war god, his demeanor is unpretentious towards his subordinates. Yi Chun, intrigued, peeks out curiously. So I am indeed a young lord. Now, whenever others see me, they must respectfully address me as His Highness. Yet I am still but a child. Yi Chun cannot help but chuckle joyfully, drawing laughter from everyone around. Truly, His Highness is adorable. If my little one were similarly charming, I would likely wake from dreams with laughter. Yi Xingtian smiles broadly, casting a glance at the 6 or 7-year-old boy beside him. If I am not mistaken, is Qingji not now at the late stage of spirit nurturing? With such diligence, how can you still be dissatisfied? Upon hearing the words, General Li's face revealed a touch of pride and satisfaction. This year, Qingji is 7 years old. Although his progress in the late stage of spirit gathering cannot be deemed rapid, it is still commendable. As long as he can surpass me, his father, in the future, I shall be content. Just as Yi Xingtian was about to speak, he suddenly paused, lowering his gaze towards Ouyang Qingfeng. General Li, Xia Xinyu. and others nearby were equally astonished. A wave of spiritual energy unexpectedly emanated from Ouyang Qingfeng. This aura is unmistakably also that of the late stage of spirit gathering. Yichun was momentarily taken aback, then could not help but smile. My second sister truly deserves the title of Demon Emperor. Her timing for a breakthrough is simply exquisite. General Li, continue to take pride, carry on. Resume the music, resume the dance. Yi Xingtian appeared quite awkward, hastily placing Ouyang Qingfeng back on the ground. Initially filled with joy, yet as General Li is one of his top generals, he found himself at a loss on whether to laugh or not. Brotherly, I hadn't intended to laugh, but I couldn't help myself. Before he could catch his breath, Yi Xingtian was suddenly stunned. An aura of breakthrough also manifested from Su Yun. Yichun was left dumbfounded. Sister, you too? Su Yun looked bewildered. I assure you, I did not intend this. Do you believe me? Chapter 9. A moment of consolation. Despite feeling somewhat bewildered, Su Yun quickly regained her composure, freeing herself from Yi Xingtian's embrace and settling cross-legged onto the ground. Observing the two young girls, Li Jinting's expression froze in disbelief. Yi Xingtian was caught in a dilemma, unsure whether to laugh or not, while Li Jinting was left torn between laughter and tears. As for Li Jinting's son, he stared blankly at the two princesses, utterly dumbfounded. Though cultivators typically begin honing their foundations around the age of 6 or 7, these two princesses had already achieved such remarkable prowess upon birth. The little boy's head drooped in realization. Accompanying them today seemed to have been a grave mistake. Li Jinting had intended for him to bond with the young prince, perhaps with a hint of showing off, but now, this little child was feeling so awkward he might as well have been buried under a mountain of embarrassment. Yi Xingtian scratched his head, feeling quite uncomfortable. After all, this was one of his subordinates, and it seemed rather unkind to dampen their spirits. Yet, this was not his fault. Sighing, he decided that as an old subordinate, he ought to offer some words of comfort. He pondered seriously. Li General, your timing is impeccable. Before long, Li Jinting and his son departed. Yichun watched their retreating figures, sensing an air of defeat. Nonetheless, he felt a deep sense of satisfaction at his sister's breakthroughs. The imperial demeanor of his sisters, their innate talent, needed no further elaboration. Yet, regardless of their prodigious gifts, time was still a crucial factor, and accelerating their progress would require the system's assistance. Witnessing his sisters simultaneously achieve their breakthroughs felt akin to seeing the trees he had planted blossom and bear fruit. It was an immensely gratifying experience. You, boy, stop grinning like a fool and learn from your sisters. Though you are the younger sibling, you are still a man, and you must protect your sisters in the future. Yi Xingtian's expression was one of exasperation, as Yichen's demeanor struck him as quite peculiar. The boy's expression suggested that the achievements of the two girls were somehow attributable to him. The joy shared by the couple was understandable. However, Yichen's delight seemed out of place. Ignoring his father's grumbling, he nestled comfortably in Xia Xinyu's arms, beaming with satisfaction at his sisters, which made Xia Xinyu chuckle in amusement. Once the two sisters had completed their breakthroughs, they each settled into Yi Xingtian's embrace. Su Yun remained relatively unfazed, her small face gazing around with a calm demeanor. In contrast, Ouyang Qingfeng's beautiful eyes were fixed intently on Yichun, increasingly convinced that something was amiss with him. This boy, the more she observed, the more peculiar he appeared. He must surely harbor secrets. She recalled how, while still in the womb, her little brother had intercepted that poisonous needle and somehow managed to recover on his own, a mystery that still perplexed her. And what of the singular instance when that aura of divinity and demonhood had manifested? How could such a force coexist within a single individual? The situation exudes an unmistakable air of the uncanny. The more Ouyang Qingfeng contemplated, the more she sensed that her younger brother was anything but ordinary. What could be the true identity of this seemingly simple sibling? Regardless of the circumstances, he surely could not be an average child. Otherwise, how could he coexist with us in the same womb? The brother of an empress is indeed blessed with a fortune not granted to many. Moreover, he is the brother to not one, but two empresses. In the stillness of the night, she mused, my dear husband, do you think among our two daughters and one son, which one is inherently immune to all poisons? Nestled beneath the covers, the delicate curtains enveloped them in a subtle aura of intimacy. Xianyin Yu pondered deeply, while Yi Xingtian, beside her, recalled the harrowing experience of the assassination attempt. Yet, he soon broke into a smile. Our eldest daughter possesses a serene demeanor, while the second is more vivacious. As for that mischievous boy, he may appear like a simpleton, but I sense he is anything but. In fact, he is quite astute. Xianyin Yu playfully pinched his chest, feigning indignation. Is this how you speak of our son? I truly wonder what displeases you about our precious boy. Yi Xingtian chuckled heartily. A boy cannot be pampered like a girl. He must face some hardships to mature. However, it is indeed difficult to ascertain who was behind that incident. Xianyin Yu nodded in agreement. Perhaps as they grow a bit older, we may discern some clues. Yet, I must say, the talents of our daughters are truly astonishing, and they seem to be progressing at an impressive pace. At this, Yi Xingtian couldn't help but exhibit a glimmer of joy. Indeed, it was an unexpected delight, but ultimately a positive development. There was much to celebrate. He had heard that the star origin trials would commence soon, and if one calculated the timing, it was likely that the two girls would be learning to walk by then. With a moment's hesitation, Yi Xingtian remarked, I intend to have someone take the children to broaden their horizons. Excuse me? Xianyin Yu gasped. Have you lost your mind? They are still so young. Yi Xingtian shook his head, laughing. Why the panic? I did not suggest that they go on their own, merely that they gain some experience. His face lit with anticipation as he continued. You are aware of the caliber of those children participating in the trials. By that time, our daughters will likely have achieved full mastery and will be in no danger. However, all right, Yi Xingtian interjected, drawing closer. I only have a thought. There is still ample time for that. Should we not attend to the matters at hand? Xianyin Yu rolled her eyes in response. Countless enchanting moments and myriad charms are hardly suited for the ears of outsiders. Meanwhile, Yi Chun stirred from his slumber, the world still cloaked in darkness. The moonlight faintly illuminating the window. Beside him, Su Yun and Ouyang Qingfeng remained soundly asleep, while the maidens in the distance had long succumbed to slumber. As Yi Chun gradually awakened, he pondered for a moment before voicing his thoughts. System, initiate all lottery draws. Ding. This lottery comprises a total of 28 chances. Commencing the draw. Ding. Congratulations, you have obtained a first-grade spirit-enhancing pill. Ding. Congratulations on acquiring the complete set of the Dual Sun's Word. Ding. Congratulations on obtaining a spiritual enhancement card. Ding. Congratulations on receiving a drop of Nirvana Essence. Ding. Congratulations on acquiring a first-class spirit elevation pill. A long string of notifications rang out incessantly, overwhelming Yi Chun. After a considerable moment, he finally regained his composure and began to tally his gains. Perhaps due to the numerous lottery draws, he had surprisingly amassed quite a collection of valuable items this time. Naturally, the most abundant were the spirit elevation pills and golden spiritual stones. Yi Chun now felt that the pills and currency merely served to fill out the trophies. In his mind's eye, a simple yet unadorned card floated quietly, resembling a playing card. Of course, only Yi Chun could perceive it. The spiritual enhancement card. While its name seemed straightforward, surely the system's creation would not be so simplistic. This was Yi Chun's first encounter with such an item, and he silently pondered, System, could you provide a detailed explanation? Chapter 10, Assassination Ding. Spirit Power Elevation Card, exclusively for the host's use, can be stacked, fundamentally enhancing the level of spirit power. Ding. A reminder to the host. Reaching 10 uses will trigger the first mutation. Yi Chun's eyes widened slightly. How intriguing. It is indeed not merely a simple elevation of spirit power. What does fundamentally imply? Ding. As a cultivator's cultivation level increases, both the intensity and total amount of spirit power will likewise enhance. The effects of the spirit power elevation card will not conflict with postnatal enhancements. After pondering for a moment, Yi Chun comprehended. In simpler terms, at the same realm and with the same techniques, they would be significantly stronger in his hands, which is the influence of spirit power intensity. Yi Chun glanced at his two sisters and then unhesitatingly utilized the spirit power elevation card. No disturbance was caused, yet he could distinctly feel the restlessness within his body. His spirit power seemed to be ablaze. However, the commotion was fleeting, and Yi Chun soon calmed down. With the system's power cloaked, he did not disturb anyone. After surveying the other enticing rewards, a wave of satisfaction washed over him. Naturally, it was inevitable that Yi Chun's cultivation level surged once more. Although, for him at this moment, such an enhancement was hardly noticeable. Nevertheless, it was better than nothing. After a moment, Yi Chun rose, stealthily administered pills to his two sisters, and then drifted back into a delightful slumber. Time flew by in the blink of an eye. In what seemed like no time, several days had passed. On this day, with a gentle breeze, the afternoon sun felt less oppressive. The three little ones, each possessing their own cultivation abilities, were certainly not so fragile as to be disturbed by a mere breeze. The crib had been moved to the courtyard, where Yi Chun lay, basking in the sun and feeling drowsy. Yi Xingtian had gone out for errands, leaving only Xia Xinyu and a group of maidservants in the courtyard. Of course, there were also Yi Chen's two sisters. Ouyang Qingfeng was cradled in someone's arms, while a maid approached from the opposite side, carrying a tray laden with several bowls, the contents unknown. "Madam, the soup is ready." Xia Xinyu's eyes sparkled with anticipation, finally cooked to perfection. Eager to let the children taste it, she turned to look back, oblivious to what lay within the bowls, but her benevolent demeanor suggested satisfaction. In the crib, Su Yun watched with curiosity, while Yi Chun remained lazily sprawled, finding the afternoon sun remarkably comfortable. Enjoying the warmth of the sun was always a delight. Unbeknownst to Su Yun, as everyone was captivated by the bowls of soup, the maid closest to them stealthily approached. A small dagger, glistening with a ghostly blue hue, swiftly lunged toward Yi Chun. "Ah, Your Highness!" A scream erupted suddenly. The other maidservants, witnessing this scene, turned pale in an instant. Xia Xinyu's complexion changed dramatically as she spun around, only to find the ominous blue dagger pressed against Yi Chun. "Chinner!" Xia Xinyu's face drained of color. In that very instant, a profound pressure emanated from the void, indicating that a mysterious presence was rapidly approaching. Yet, at that moment, with a sharp crack, the dagger pierced through, only to shatter completely. What? The maid stood frozen, her mind momentarily blank. What just happened? The dagger, broken? This was a spiritual weapon. How could it possibly break? Not only was the assailant made in a daze, but those surrounding her were equally stunned into silence. Even the approaching presence in the void fell silent. The entire scene was enveloped in utter stillness. Yi Chun, caught in a hazy state between sleep and wakefulness, felt a sudden pressure against his chest. What was that? Blinking awake, he noticed the maid beside him, her face ashen and resembling a ghost. What was going on? Yi Chun sat up in confusion, questioning her actions. Suddenly, he noticed the broken blade in her hand. Stunned, he leaned over the edge of the bed to glance at the floor. The other half of the shattered blade lay there. Yi Chun, initially thinking it was something harmless that had nudged him, he was astonished to realize it was a knife. The shocking part was that she had stabbed him, only for the blade to break. "Yi Chun, are you serious?" The maid, casting a glance at the broken blade, Yi Chun's expression turned grave. The color on that knife was abnormal, evidently smeared with some bizarre substance. If this had struck him, he feared that Su Yun and Ouyang Qingfeng would not have survived a single blow. Such incidents had occurred far too often. Yi Chun was unaware of how many assassination attempts transpired before his birth, without alerting him in the womb. But he was certain that the number he was aware of exceeded 10. These scoundrels were relentless, haunting him endlessly. Were it not for the system by his side, he and his siblings would have likely suffocated in the womb without ever seeing the light of day. As those around began to react, Xia Xinyu rushed over, her face pale as she embraced Yi Chun, inspecting him closely. The fabric of his shirt had been pierced. However, it was merely his clothing that was penetrated. Yi Chun's body remained unscathed. As a being of sanctified physique, he would not be harmed by such trivial assaults. Yet, Xia Xinyu's expression darkened ominously as she swept her hand, unleashing a surge of spiritual energy that sent the young maid flying several meters away. "Scoundrel! Capture her!" commanded Xia Xinyu. The nearby maid sprang into action, while guards from the Yi residence rushed in. Yet Yi Chun wriggled free from her embrace, unsteadily fixing his gaze on the maid in the distance, who was now spitting blood. Even in slumber, one can be betrayed. How dare you, a mere servant, exhibit such audacity? This young master has faced assassination attempts countless times, and yet you brandish a pitiful dagger as if it were worthy. Who do you look down upon? Bah! To engage in conversation with an imbecile such as yourself diminishes my stature. With a dismissive wave of his hand, disdain etched across his youthful visage, Yi Chun commanded, "Remove her." His tender voice lingered in the air, leaving the assembly of the Yi household in stunned silence. Xia Xinyu covered her mouth. Her initial trepidation transformed into uncontainable joy as laughter escaped her lips. "Oh, my dear son, how can you be so endearing? Come here for a hug. My sweet boy has grown into a little adult." Witnessing this display, the surrounding attendants and guards erupted into laughter, as if they had narrowly escaped calamity. Meanwhile, Su Yun and Ouyang Qingfeng exchanged glances, their expressions mirroring a shared astonishment. Could this brother truly be theirs? Not only did he speak before them, but his intellect matched their own, and that audacious act of shielding himself from a blade. What was that all about? Chapter 11. If it were not for your impending battle. This turmoil would have ultimately proven to be a mere false alarm. However, the atmosphere within the Yi residence has evidently grown tense once more. The once peaceful abode has reverted to a state of stern vigilance, accompanied by a thorough search conducted throughout the premises. Every corner of the Yi household has been turned upside down, as if they were even willing to excavate ancestral graves in their quest for answers. Yet, such matters clearly lie beyond Yi Chen's concerns. At this moment, Yi Chen finds himself surrounded by Xia Xinyu. A few days prior, Yi Chen had already begun to speak fluently, no longer limited to uttering mere fragments, but capable of engaging in smooth conversation. He could even manage to take a few unsteady steps. His body is still developing, and these accomplishments are largely attributable to the influence of his cultivation and the sacred body. Nevertheless, Yi Chen senses that the day when he can walk freely is not far off. Currently, Xia Xinyu gazes at Yi Chen with astonishment. The torn clothing has been replaced with a fresh set, and during the change, Xia Xinyu paid meticulous attention. Yi Chen's chest bore not a single mark. The deadly poison on the blade had evidently left no trace. Xia Xinyu has now come to realize that the child impervious to all toxins must indeed be Yi Chen. "Chenner, tell your mother, what exactly is the matter with your body? How is it that you can withstand a blade at such a tender age?" Yi Chen, clutching a milk bottle, gazes at Xia Xinyu's bright, phoenix-like eyes, engrossed in drinking. After waiting for a considerable time without receiving a response from Yi Chen, Xia Xinyu's expression shifts to one of mild annoyance. "You mischievous child, you have secrets even from your mother." Yi Chen blinks his large eyes and releases the nipple. "I perhaps saved the world in my past life." Uft. Xia Xinyu bursts into laughter. "Save the world, you say? Why don't you claim to be a reincarnated deity?" Yi Chen finds himself at a loss for words, discreetly glancing at Su Yun and Ouyang Qingfeng. Reincarnated deity. That I truly am not. Yet while I am not, there are others nearby who are. It's a pity you cannot see them. Reincarnation of a deity, let alone you. Mother, I hardly believe it myself. With that, Yi Chen blinks his large eyes again. How about letting mother take a look at my two elder sisters? Huh. Su Yun and Ouyang Qingfeng's hearts skip a beat. What is he trying to do? Mischievous little brother. You are playing with fire. Ding. Successfully tricked my sisters. Reward, 2 chances for a drawing. Hee hee hee. Yi Chen laughs joyfully. That evening, Yi Xingtian returned, undoubtedly in a furious rage. However, upon hearing that Yi Chen was unharmed and even exhibiting astonishing feats, he hurriedly rushed to see Yi Chen. Also that night, the little maid finally revealed the mastermind behind the chaos. The Wanfeng dynasty. The Qian Yuan dynasty is vast and shares borders with several other dynasties. The Wanfeng dynasty is precisely the neighboring nation of the Qian Yuan dynasty. Yi Chen finds himself perplexed by this revelation. Before this, his father had eliminated several neighboring small nations. How could the Wanfeng dynasty dare to continue with the assassination? There was something decidedly off about this situation. Unusual occurrences often conceal sinister motives. However, regardless of the lurking dangers, Yi Chen felt little worry while residing in the Yi residence. Even if a few foolish assassins dared to approach, they were hardly worthy of concern. Yet, the following day, the emperor's decree arrived. By the mandate of heaven, the emperor proclaimed, the Wanfeng dynasty has dispatched assassins to attempt to kill our heir, a crime of the gravest nature, commanding the undefeated war god to lead troops against the Wanfeng dynasty in 7 days. Thus it is decreed. Upon receiving the edict, Yi Xingtian's eyes gleamed with a hint of murderous intent. Although Yi Chen was fortunate, Yi Xingtian's heart simmered with anger. They dared to assassinate my wife when she was pregnant, and now they target my son? By heavens, I shall have your heads. With such thoughts, Yi Xingtian cast a distant gaze towards the imperial palace, a smile inadvertently creeping onto his face. No matter the circumstances, brothers always stand by one another. He decided to visit General Li's residence to inform him of the expedition in 7 days, ensuring there would be no mistakes. Yes, Yi Xingtian retracted his gaze, suppressing his fury, and turned to walk deeper into the courtyard. Inside the room, Yi Chun had already heard the commotion outside. His father was going to war. At this moment, Yi Chun hesitated, pondering whether to send his father a parting gift. If he did, the origin of such a treasure would be difficult to explain. Yet, if he didn't, he would feel unsettled. After much contemplation, Yi Chun finally rose and called for his father. A nearby maid swiftly departed. Sui Yun and Ouyang Qingfeng exchanged puzzled glances at Yi Chun. He had always been cheerful and solitary. What was troubling him this time? While Sui Yun was merely curious, Ouyang Qingfeng blinked, as if harboring some suspicions. Before long, Yi Xingtian arrived in a flurry. The little rascal seems to miss his father? Without hesitation, Yi Xingtian scooped Yi Chun into his arms, calling him a little brat, though his eyes radiated warmth. Yi Chun pushed against his father's face with his small hand, exclaiming, "I don't want to be held. Release me, the heir." "Hey, you little rascal." Yi Xingtian set Yi Chun down, observing him closely, trying to discern what the boy was up to. Yi Chun looked around, then back at Yi Xingtian. Yi Xingtian paused, a thought flashing through his mind. Could it be that this child understands so much? After a brief contemplation, Yi Xingtian surveyed the room, instructing, "You may all leave." The maidens promptly exited. "Is this what you meant, you little rascal?" Yi Chun smiled. "Father, you are clever." "Huh." Yi Xingtian couldn't help but chuckle. "What are you being so mysterious about? Speak. What is it?" Yi Chun pondered for a moment, then announced that he had something to present. Yi Xingtian was taken aback, inquiring what it could possibly be, jesting that it wasn't a pacifier he had previously used. Yi Chun's expression darkened as he suddenly produced a small elixir vial, struggling to extract it from behind him. The vial appeared somewhat cumbersome for Yi Chun's petite hands. Yi Xingtian's smile abruptly froze. Just where did this child procure such a large vial? Not only Yi Xingtian, but Su Yiyun and Ouyang Qingfeng also widened their eyes in astonishment. Leaning closer, Yi Xingtian asked, "Chun'er, how did you conjure this vial, and what does it contain?" Yi Chun chuckled mischievously. "Father, let me make one thing clear. This matter pertains to my secret. You must not disclose that I gifted it to you, or it could frighten the world." Yi Xingtian couldn't suppress his laughter. "Is it really that grave? Then tell me, what treasure is contained within this vial?" Yi Chun's demeanor turned serious. "If it weren't for your impending battle, I would never reveal this at such a young age. The vial contains Nirvana essence blood." Yi Xingtian's eyes widened noticeably in disbelief. What? Chapter 12. Variables and Hope. Although the Emperor gifted Yi Chun a Qinglong egg, this does not imply that sacred beasts are commonplace. On the contrary, even items merely related to sacred beasts are exceedingly rare. The Nirvana essence, derived from the sacred beast Zhuke, is a marvel even more elusive than Zhuke itself. This is because it is the essence of Nirvana. Such a remarkable treasure is encountered only during the Zhuchue's rebirth. Truly a gem that is more likely to be sought than found. Yi Chun casually held a pill bottle containing this extraordinary substance, leaving him utterly astounded. Not only was Yi Xingtian taken aback, but even Su Yun and Ouyang Qingfeng beside him displayed expressions of astonishment. How could a mere child like Yi Chun possess such a fortuitous opportunity? Yi Chun, seemingly anticipating their reaction, feigned nonchalance and waved his hand, saying, "This is all I have for now. Otherwise, I would have brought you more." Upon hearing this, Yi Xingtian could not help but swallow hard, finally managing to utter, "Are you serious?" Yi Chun was momentarily taken aback, his small hand retreating behind him as he jested. "Do you wish for me to be jesting?" "Of course. I genuinely hope this is true," Yi Xingtian exclaimed, picking up the pill bottle. After hesitating, he cautiously opened it just a crack. Boom. In an instant, a wave of heat surged forth, distorting the very air around them like ripples in a pond. In that fleeting moment, the surrounding spiritual energy became significantly denser. Yi Xingtian's gaze sharpened, and he hastily sealed the bottle, unable to conceal his astonishment. It is indeed real. Just this small vial might be worth as much as that Qinglong egg, considering the latter can hatch into the sacred beast Qinglong. And this is due to the Nirvana essence, the power of rebirth that can revive the dead. Yi Chun, however, maintained a calm demeanor, retrieving his hand from behind him to reveal yet another peculiar object, a golden orb. This is for you as well. With these 2 items, given your strength, you should be well protected against any looming crisis. Yi Xingtian, taken aback, inquired, what is this? This item is called the Qianshan Lingzhu, a one-time consumable. In a critical moment, shattering it will conjure an all-encompassing shield. Once the shield is summoned, it is as if you are surrounded by 1,000 mountains. Upon hearing this, Yi Xingtian fell silent. After several breaths, he finally accepted the pill bottle and the spirit orb, his expression reflecting a newfound complexity. You, a mere child, harbor such secrets that even your father cannot decipher, he remarked, shaking his head with a smile. Well, it is indeed a good thing for you to have your own opportunities. Observing your cleverness, I shall refrain from further inquiries, as long as you do not play with fire. Yi Chen smirked. I can't help but feel that the recent actions of the Wanfeng dynasty are rather foolish. Things may not be as simple as they seem. Yi Xingtian's gaze sharpened momentarily before he couldn't help but burst into laughter. This young lad truly is a prodigy. He has undoubtedly anticipated these matters. Although the title of the invincible war god was earned through sheer combat prowess, it does not imply that Yi Xingtian is merely a brute. What genuinely astonishes him, however, is Yi Chun, while Sui Yun and Ouyang Qingfeng occasionally break through their limits, leaving the entire Yi manor in awe. It is this seemingly unremarkable son who may very well be the true variable. Often, such variables symbolize hope. Take this assassination attempt for instance. Yi Xingtian is acutely aware that neither of the 2 maidens would have been able to withstand it. Yi Xingtian extended his arms, drawing the 2 sisters close, saying, You little rascal, though you are the younger brother, as a man, you must protect your 2 elder sisters in your father's absence. Upon hearing this, Sui Yun and Ouyang Qingfeng simultaneously turned their faces away, thinking, does His Majesty really require protection from him? Yi Chen couldn't help but chuckle at their reactions. I wish my sisters could protect me too, but alas, they can barely speak, let alone do anything else. Sighing, Yi Chen's face was a picture of melancholy. It seemed that if anything were to happen, it would fall upon him to take action. Yi Xingtian erupted into hearty laughter upon seeing this. Su Yun wore a perplexed expression, seemingly troubled by her younger brother's lack of faith in her. This won't do. I must strive to cultivate and return to my peak. Meanwhile, Ouyang Qingfeng's eyes sparkled with mischief, her mind racing. I knew there was something off about this lad. Today he has revealed everything. He certainly harbors a great secret. Yet, this revelation seems no different from remaining silent. Even now, she could not discern where Yi Chun had conjured those treasures from. Spatial spirit tools? Nonsense. Those things radiate spiritual energy, and Ouyang Qingfeng felt nothing. The more she pondered, the more her curiosity grew. Just what is this brother of mine about? 7 days swiftly passed. Yi Chun was now able to walk, albeit primarily relying on his cultivation. Nevertheless, he was exhilarated. While his 2 sisters could barely utter a word, he had already mastered walking. The thought of their monster-like expressions brought a smile to his face. Surely, my mother, the Empress, must be a fake. In the crib, Yi Chen stood unsteadily before his 2 sisters before suddenly turning around and wiggling his little backside at them. Ouyang Qingfeng. Sui Yun. You cheeky little brother. Sui Yun's face flushed with embarrassment and irritation. Ouyang Qingfeng, however, was less restrained, suddenly lunging forward. Yi Chen laughed heartily, channeling his spiritual energy to evade her grasp effortlessly. Thud. Ouyang Qingfeng landed directly on the bed. Hee. Yi Chen laughed heartily, and even Su Yun couldn't help but cover her mouth, stifling a giggle. However, with that small hand pressed against her mouth, it only added to her charm. Just then, Xia Xinyu approached, wearing a look of exasperation. All right, dear son, please refrain from showing off in front of your sisters. It's been several days. Yi Chen chuckled. Mother, I want to wear my shoes. Xia Xinyu obliged, helping him into his shoes. You may play, but don't wander too far. Understood, mother. Yi Chen appeared exceedingly well-behaved. Ouyang Qingfeng couldn't help but curl her lips. He certainly put on quite the act, though she knew this little one was full of cunning. Dressed in adorable, whimsical attire with an imperial jade pendant dangling from his waist, Yi Chen wobbled his way out the door. These recent days had left him feeling quite stifled. After all, he possessed the soul of an adult and could hardly endure such constraints. Yet, now transformed into a child, Yi Chen found a certain amusement in the experience. Life within the Yi residence was devoid of any stress. save for a few inconsequential assassination attempts. It was a life akin to that of a celestial being. One must admit, the world of children evokes a sense of envy. Chapter 13. I can speak since Yi Shengtian's departure. The guards at the Yi Manor have become significantly more vigilant, with a palpable aura of depth enveloping the premises. This is clearly the result of Yi Shengtian's careful arrangements. Without his presence, despite the manor's proximity to the imperial palace, complacency is utterly out of the question during such a sensitive period. It appears that Yi Shengtian has given serious consideration to Yi Chen's words, a fact that brings Yi Chen a sense of comfort. The Yi Manor is quite expansive, and as a mere child, Yi Chen soon grew weary from wandering its halls and retreated to sleep, his small frame still not fully developed. Before long, the night deepened. In the stillness of the night, Yi Chen awoke groggily, surrounded by a profound silence. A glance at his two elder sisters revealed they were deeply asleep, prompting Yi Chen to sit up. System, all accumulated lottery draws have been executed. Ding. A total of 27 draws have been conducted. The lottery commences. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have acquired 100,000 spirit crystals. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a bottle of first-grade spirit ascension liquid. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have received a detailed explanation of formation essentials. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have gained the essence of the Azure Dragon. Congratulations, host. Your total lottery draws have reached 100. You are awarded an additional supreme draw. Would you like to proceed with this draw now? Yi Chen's eyes sparkled with excitement. To receive an additional draw after 100 consecutive ones was unexpected. He knew instinctively that the so-called supreme draw promised something extraordinary. Supreme draw. Ding. The supreme draw begins. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the first-grade space essence. Instantly, a torrent of information surged into Yi Chen's mind, causing his gaze to sharpen. He promptly closed his eyes to assimilate the knowledge. Time slipped away quietly. This meditative state persisted for a full hour. After this hour had elapsed, Yi Chen opened his eyes, a flicker of excitement evident within them. The space essence pertains to the mastery of spatial power. The intricacies of space are profound and ever-changing. Many formidable cultivators, despite their immense prowess, may never have the opportunity to delve into such arcane matters. To obtain such a divine artifact through a supreme draw is undoubtedly an unexpected delight. In just an hour, Yi Chen had begun to grasp the fundamentals of this space essence. He could distinctly sense that what he had acquired was merely a fragment of the whole. The first-grade essence surely suggests the existence of second and third grades to follow. Nonetheless, even at this nascent stage, Yi Chen was acutely aware of the complexity of spatial power. After an hour of contemplation, he had merely scratched the surface of understanding. True mastery would necessitate continuous insight and refinement. A quiet thrill coursed through Yi Chen, with the space essence in his possession. There would be no corner of the world beyond his reach. Everything awaits my growth. Suppressing his excitement, Yi Chen glanced at his two elder sisters and cautiously administered a micro-spirit ascension pill to them. Before his attention shifted to the Azure Dragon egg resting on the bed. Having gathered the treasures just drawn, Yi Chen was already aware that two items could significantly enhance the Qinglong egg, the Qinglong essence and the Supreme Spirit liquid. This little Qinglong, once hatched, would be a gift for his two sisters, and Yi Chen naturally felt no reluctance. Quietly, he produced a pill bottle, and instantly, the power of the system enveloped him, rendering everything around him seemingly still. A nearly transparent, colorless liquid cascaded over the Qinglong egg, shrouded by the system's force. Yi Chen could not fathom the extent of its terrifying potency, yet he witnessed the egg eagerly absorb it. Observing this little creature, it appeared to be quite fond of it. Yi Chen pondered briefly before applying a piece of Azure Dragon scale. This was indeed the Qinglong essence. Nourished by such rare treasures, it was certain that the Qinglong's bloodline would experience a substantial enhancement, and the hatching time would be markedly reduced. Upon checking the hatching duration, he noted that only a little over 20 days remained. Yi Chen felt a surge of satisfaction, then closed his eyes and settled into a meditative posture. The mysteries of spatial principles were distinct from other spiritual techniques, while Yi Chen could effortlessly grasp other skills as if he had practiced them countless times. Understanding this principle required personal comprehension. It was indeed a lofty expectation to think Yi Chen could simply grasp such profundities at will. Fortunately, He did not need to cultivate or practice other techniques, allowing him to focus solely on this principle. Time slipped by quietly. In the blink of an eye, 3 or 4 days had passed. That day, as Yi-chun languidly basked in the sun, he was actually delving into the nuances of spatial principles in his mind. Suddenly, he was startled by a distinct surge of spiritual energy nearby. Yi-chun quickly regained focus and saw Ouyang Qingfeng. Her small face bewildered as she stared at her own body. What was happening? Had she broken through again? In just a few days? How could her talent be so extraordinary after a rebirth? Yi-chun couldn't help but chuckle at her dazed expression. Why was she standing there in shock? She was on the verge of a breakthrough. Xia Xinyu approached from outside, her face brimming with delight. Yes, dear daughter, you are about to break through. Quickly, sit down and concentrate. Ouyang Qingfeng turned her head in a daze, seemingly unable to believe it, but after a moment, she hurriedly sat down to focus on her breakthrough. Yi-chun smiled with appreciation. This time, it must be the pinnacle of the spirit-gathering realm. The spirit-body realm was not far off. Instinctively, Yi-chun glanced at Sui Yun, who also wore a face of astonishment. How could it be that such a short time had passed, and she had also broken through? Did this mean she too? Sui Yun instinctively checked her own state, and indeed found herself at the threshold. Yet the sensation of breaking through had yet to arrive. Xia Xinyu gazed at Ouyang Qingfeng with joy when suddenly, she heard a series of incoherent sounds. She turned to see Sui Yun staring at Yi-chun, gesticulating animatedly, babbling. Yi-chun, speak plainly. Sui Yun. Summer Xinyu chuckled, quickly approaching. My dear daughter, do not worry. Both you and your sister are exceptionally talented children. I believe your time to shine is not distant. Yi-chun nodded earnestly. In comparison to your cultivation, I think you should be more anxious about when you will learn to speak. Summer Xinyu couldn't help but chuckle, turning to give Yi-chun a playful glare. You little rascal, how can you speak to your sister like that? Just wait until I grow up and give you a good whacking. A whack on my backside? Yi-chun laughed. I wonder who will end up hitting whom then. Sui Yun immediately widened her eyes, and Summer Xinyu swiftly embraced her. You little brat, do you really think you can hit your sister? If you do, mother will spank you. Meanwhile, Ouyang Qingfeng's aura quickly stabilized, and Summer Xinyu's eyes brightened. Did it succeed? Ouyang Qingfeng instinctively nodded, surprised by the breakthrough. I didn't expect it to happen so quickly. Wait, am I able to speak now? Chapter 14. A sudden outburst. Ouyang Qingfeng's beautiful eyes widened slightly, and the entire family wore expressions of astonishment. Xia Xinyu was particularly overjoyed, exclaiming, Heavens! My daughter, you can suddenly speak. Quickly, call me mother. Ouyang Qingfeng stood momentarily stunned, as if grappling with the unfamiliarity of the moment, and tentatively uttered, Mother? Alas! Xia Xinyu could not help but embrace her, tears glistening in her eyes. That very afternoon, Sui Yun followed in Ouyang Qingfeng's footsteps. Though her words seemed somewhat incongruous, she too had achieved the pinnacle of spiritual awakening and was now capable of speech. Yi-chun remarked, At last, no more babbling in Martian language. This is truly delightful. As night descended, Yi-chun, as was his custom, produced a miniature spirit elevation pill and stealthily offered it to his sister. Just as the pill approached Sui Yun's lips, a voice suddenly emerged. Chunno? Startled, Yi-chun nearly leaped up, his eyes wide with disbelief. You have returned from the dead, he exclaimed, struggling to contain the overwhelming energy within him. Upon saying this, Yi-chun felt a jolt in his heart and turned to glance at Ouyang Qingfeng and the maid beside her, raising a finger towards Sui Yun. Shoo! With a light laugh, Sui Yun observed as Yi-chun sighed in relief. Why are you not asleep at this late hour? She inquired, raising an eyebrow. How dare you ask me that? Yi-chun replied, nearly revealing his true identity. Yi-chun's expression shifted, his mind rapidly calming. It seemed the truth was on the verge of surfacing. Seeing Yi-chun silent, Sui Yun straightened up. The moonlight cascaded down, draping the scene in a delicate veil. Although she still possessed the body of an infant, Yi-chun felt an unprecedented sense of pressure emanating from her. So this is the aura of an empress? Yi-chun mused, his curiosity piqued. Sui Yun, maintaining her composure, inquired. Now, what are you scheming in the dead of night? Yi-chun smirked. What? You fear I might do something nefarious, despite being born from the same womb? Sui Yun pondered for a moment before extending her hand. Show me. Yi-chun instinctively reached out before retracting his hand. Do you think I'll just hand it over? Sui Yun's gaze sharpened, her aura suddenly intensifying. Yichen was taken aback. He had never perceived this side of her before. It was as if she had transformed upon acquiring the ability to speak. Is this the legendary demeanor of an empress? Unexpectedly, Su Yun smiled. You must be quite vexed. Well, I was born just a tad earlier than you. So regardless of your status, you must address me as sister. Now come, show it to me. Yichen's heart raced. What am I, a deity? How am I to know? Noticing Su Yun maintaining her facade of authority, despite her evident curiosity, Yichen suddenly broke into a mischievous grin and lunged towards her. Ah, you. The two dolls have tumbled together. Su Yun nearly exclaimed, her small face flushed with a mix of embarrassment and anger as she glared at the little figure atop her. You little rascal. I had intended to care for you well in the future, yet you behave so brazenly. Yichen was taken aback. Care for me well in the future? He touched his nose. If that is the case, why not say so earlier? Rising to his feet, he tossed the miniature elixir over. Su Yun caught it, her expression dark as she adjusted her collar before finally looking down at the trinket in her hand. An elixir? Yichen nodded. It is a spirit ascension pill, in miniature form. The full-sized version is too large for you to swallow, and your body cannot endure it. A spirit ascension pill? What is its purpose? Yichen regarded her as if she were a fool. Feeding you every night, and you still do not understand its use? As he spoke, he cast a sidelong glance at Ouyang Qingfeng, that foolish child, thinking herself exceptionally gifted. She had already reached the pinnacle of spirit attraction within a month of birth. Even the Empress could not boast of such an achievement. Su Yun's beautiful eyes flickered slightly. She held no doubt about Yi Chen's words. Although she had not shown any signs, how could she be oblivious to her own body? Her heart was as clear as a mirror, though she chose not to reveal it. After pondering for a moment, Su Yun looked up again. Where did this elixir come from? Yi Chen smirked. Perhaps. I concocted it. Su Yun's expression darkened. Surely, one could not deceive a child so blatantly. Yi Chen's eyes darted. Then it must be something that escaped during my flatulence. Get lost. Of course, Yi Chen would not disclose the existence of the system. Even to his closest family, he had no intention of revealing a hint, including his identity as a transmigrator. These remained secrets buried deep within him. The Empress's status was certainly astonishing, yet when compared to him, it paled in significance. Rebirth and reincarnation. At least she was a person of this world. He was not even one of them. The next morning, Yi Chen groggily awoke to find Ouyang Qingfeng staring at him. He jolted. What are you looking at? I am still a child. Ouyang Qingfeng pouted, her expression akin to having consumed something ominous, hastily turning her face away. Yi Chen scrutinized her for a moment, perplexed by the child's thoughts, then turned to see Su Yun actually practicing her cultivation. A sudden jolt of alarm struck Yi Chen. Could it be that Su Yun would sell him out? By midday, news suddenly spread through the palace that the Empress had summoned them. Surely the old lady missed the three of them, Yi Chen mused. In the bustling streets, the clamor of voices filled the air. Although it was the Yi family's procession that was departing, it did not clear the streets entirely. Leading the carriage were two magnificent white steeds. Though they resembled horses, each bore a pure white horn atop their heads, entirely unlike the horses from Yi Chen's past life. The unicorn, a domesticated spirit beast, is inherently gentle and arguably the most common draft spirit beast. Inside the carriage, Yi Chen curiously lifted the curtain to gaze outside. Since his birth, Yi Chen had scarcely departed from the Yi residence, making this his first vivid examination of the world beyond. As he cast his eyes outward, he beheld a myriad of pavilions and towers, exquisite palaces, for they were situated adjacent to the imperial palace, merely requiring him to traverse a single street. At the street corner, as the carriage made a turn, Yi Chen, filled with curiosity, was peering down the thoroughfare when suddenly a resounding crash echoed violently. A jolt of alarm shot through Yi Chen, swiftly followed by an overwhelming sensation of weightlessness. The carriage had overturned. In utter disbelief, Yi Chen grasped the edge of the window with one hand, while the other instinctively encircled Su Yun's form beside him. In that moment, the power of Yi Chen's sacred body was nearly fully unleashed. When the carriage finally stabilized, one could see Yi Chen's hand firmly gripping the window. Looking down, he noticed Su Yun's expression was one of perplexity as she gazed up at him intently. Yi Chen could not help but feel a shiver traverse his spine. Chapter 15. Chaos. The moment the deafening noise erupted, Su Yun instinctively reacted. Unfortunately, Her small frame rendered her ill-prepared for the sudden upheaval of the carriage. Despite her efforts to summon her spiritual energy, she felt utterly powerless and unable to move as swiftly as she envisioned. In the next heartbeat, she found herself lifted into the air. A jolt of surprise coursed through her. In this dire situation, she, an empress, was being cradled in someone's arms. Gazing at Yi Chun, who was precariously hanging from the carriage window, Su Yun's mind momentarily drifted. This was no longer her former era. Now, she was merely a defenseless infant. Having such a brother felt rather pleasant. Before Su Yun could regain her composure, Yi Chun suddenly shouted, "What are you dawdling for? You're heavy." His expression darkened as he wondered what this foolish woman was lost in thought about. Was she not concerned with the imminent danger? Yi Chun was almost certain this was the onset of a new assassination attempt. Startled by his yell, Su Yun snapped back to reality, glancing downward to see Xia Xinyu stabilizing Ouyang Qingfeng. Without hesitation, Su Yun leaped down. With their cultivation, none would sustain injuries. However, Xia Xinyu's countenance was notably grim as she instinctively caught Su Yun, urging, "Quick, let us crawl out." Outside, flames suddenly erupted from the ground, accompanied by a powerful surge of spiritual energy. Despite the palace's proximity, the Yi residence had its guards on standby, reacting swiftly to the unexpected chaos. The guards swiftly encircled the carriage within a mere few breaths. At that same moment, figures emerged from the crowd, all converging upon the overturned carriage. "Stay calm. Protect the matriarch," commanded the leader of the Yi guards, instantly rallying the others. "Forward. Safeguard the matriarch. Protect the three princes. Engage." In a matter of moments, the two factions clashed violently. Emerging from the wreckage of the carriage, Yi Chun and Xia Xinyu were met with a scene of utter chaos and bloodshed. Yi Chun could only shake his head in disbelief. The status of a prince seemed to attract a level of danger ordinary individuals could scarcely comprehend. Beneath the palace, these assailants dared to engage in open conflict. Xia Xinyu's expression darkened as she instinctively glanced skyward, sensing a profound aura. No, not just one, but another presence. A sinister laughter echoed from the void, revealing a figure cloaked in black robes, casting a gaze down upon Yi Chun. Old fool, with the war god of Jiuxing absent. The lineage of the Yi family should meet its end here. At these words, Yi Chun's heart raced. This was no ordinary assassination attempt. If the previous acts of poisoning and ambush were mere child's play, this time, it is undeniably serious. The figure in the heavens possesses unfathomable prowess. Both Su Yun and Ouyang Qingfeng furrowed their brows, clearly sensing the ominous shift. Ouyang Qingfeng gritted her silver teeth, her countenance brimming with fury. "Cursed be it. If it were not for the fact that this emperor has yet to mature, these insignificant wretches would not suffice to even fill the gaps between my teeth." At that moment, a figure suddenly emerged from atop the overturned carriage. Clad in a gray robe, the figure appeared somewhat gaunt, with strands of white hair at the temples. Yet, in such a moment, the elder stood tall and straight. "Madame Xia, the old servant is departing." With those words, the elder shot into the sky, an overwhelming aura surging forth. This was indeed the elusive and powerful being. Yi Chun mused silently, yet he felt no semblance of relaxation. He had sensed this presence long ago. On several previous occasions, the figure had shown signs of making a move. However, the current situation indicated that the adversary had come well prepared. Suddenly, a tumultuous collision echoed through the sky, a wave of oppressive force cascading down, creating sweeping gusts. At that instant, a voice emerged from the rooftop of the opposite building. The world knows the formidable reputation of the undefeated war god. Yet few are aware that Madame Xia is also a formidable master of the spirit wheel realm. Xia Xinyu and her companions could not help but pale. Indeed, they had made the most thorough preparations. Xia Xinyu glanced at the three diminutive figures. Unsure of why, her gaze ultimately settled upon Yi Chun. "Chinner, I entrust your two sisters to you. Await my return." Yi Chun's heart stirred. He perceived a hint of unwavering resolve in Xia Xinyu's gaze, as if she were prepared to face death. How could this be? Could it be that something dire awaited at the palace? A sudden premonition gripped Yi Chun's heart, and after a moment's contemplation, a silver ring appeared in his hand. This ring appeared unremarkable, but only Yi Chun knew the treasures it concealed. "Mother, do not say I did not give this to you." He grasped Xia Xinyu's hand and placed the ring in her palm. Xia Xinyu was momentarily taken aback, but said nothing further, rising to soar into the heavens. Now, Yi Chun and his two siblings were left without any guardians. Just as Xia Xinyu departed, a cloaked assassin broke through the blockade, charging forward. "Protect the young prince." A guard nearby roared as he rushed forward, only to be ambushed from behind, his head severed in one swift motion. Blood gushed forth, splattering the street, while Su Yun and Ouyang Qingfeng remained composed. Yi Chun, however, could not suppress the turmoil in his stomach. After all, this was the first time he had witnessed such a gruesome scene, and it commenced with the severing of a head. As the figure clad in black charged forward, Su Yun and Ouyang Qingfeng both emitted a disdainful snort. In this moment, even Ouyang Qingfeng suppressed her playful demeanor, exuding an unprecedented aura of terrifying murderous intent. Wisps of dark violet light began to envelop her petite form, and in the blink of an eye, she appeared somewhat ethereal. "In the name of the Nine Nether," a childlike voice echoed, carrying a hint of coldness. Yet the amalgamation of such elements felt surprisingly harmonious. Yi Chun observed quietly from the side and beheld the emergence of a deep violet crystalline blade before the vibrant Ouyang Qingfeng. With a commanding shout, the blade was unleashed, darting forth with lethal precision towards the approaching figure in black. Upon witnessing the young girl's reaction, the black-clad man was taken aback. Yet his astonishment quickly morphed into disdain. Can the aura of the spirit realm truly defy fate? Today, you three are undoubtedly doomed. Chapter 16. It is time for me to take action. The flickering purple blade gleamed with an astonishing swiftness, and in the blink of an eye, it had already swept past the figure of the man in black. Though he continued to run, the man's body began to stiffen, his eyes widening in disbelief. Filled with shock. How is this possible? What kind of technique is this, capable of such strangeness? Suddenly, Ouyang Qingfeng swayed, and Yi Chun hurriedly stepped forward to support her. Only then did Ouyang Qingfeng regain her composure. Beside them, Su Yun chuckled softly. The reputation of the Nine Nether Demon Emperor is indeed well-deserved. Ouyang Qingfeng's face was strikingly pale, as if her very essence had been drained away. The man in black had been at the late stage of the spirit body realm. To instantly slay an opponent spanning such vast realms was certainly astonishing, yet the toll on her was evidently significant. Ouyang Qingfeng smiled faintly and waved her hand. The Nine Heavens mystical maiden is overly complimentary. It is said that a single thought can traverse the nine heavens, and your renown is not inferior to mine. I have exhausted considerable energy. I leave the rest to you. Su Yu nodded gently and stepped forward quietly. In the distance, amidst the chaos of battle, many had witnessed Ouyang Qingfeng's decisive strike against the man in black, immediately stirring a great uproar. Ouyang Qingfeng is still but an infant. How can this woman possess such extraordinary talent? Quickly, we must ensure that those three little brats do not survive today. Yi Chun observed quietly from the side, lacking any desire to seek the limelight. If his two sisters were capable fighters, he had no inclination to intervene. It felt quite satisfactory to remain as a supporting player. Did they not see how the men in black were eager to eliminate Ouyang Qingfeng at once? If possible, Yi Chun preferred to remain in the shadows. With a slight movement of his mind, a thumb-sized pill materialized in Yi Chun's hand. "Sister, hold on. You rest for a moment." Ouyang Qingfeng paused, surprised. "A pill? Where did this come from?" Yi Chun waved his hand dismissively. "No need to concern yourself with that. Your little brother would never harm you." Ouyang Qingfeng's small eyes darted around, contemplating this reasoning, and she decided not to ponder further, lifting her hand to swallow the pill. Before them, the battle was chaotic, and it was apparent that the guards of the Yi family were at a disadvantage overall. However, the Yi family must have received word by now. Reinforcements would likely arrive shortly. This meant that if they could endure a little longer, the situation would soon clarify. Yet, could they truly hold on until then? Not far away, several men in black had dispatched the guards of the Yi family. These foes were exceptionally well prepared, undoubtedly aware of the Yi family's combat capabilities. Most alarming was the timing they had chosen. Just as the Empress Dowager had issued her decree, they had already launched their attack. The chilling truth behind this was deeply unsettling. Suddenly, a buzzing sound emerged, and Yi Chun snapped back to attention as a pure, milky white radiance began to emanate from Su Yun. The grand radiance enveloped an extensive area, with the halo before it thickening to an almost tangible essence. A celestial realm. Though the voice was soft and tender, It unmistakably carried an undertone of chilling clarity. Suddenly, Suyun raised her hand and swept it vigorously, causing the brilliance to surge forth as a colossal wave that swept across the space. Like a titanic surge, it swept nearly dozens of meters in an instant. Indeed, it was a sweeping force. The approaching figures clad in black were flung away with force. Such a spectacle evoked astonishment in countless hearts. This girl possessed such formidable power. Merely an infant, yet already wielding such might. What would she become when she matured? It was unexpected that after the indomitable god of war, Yi Xingtian's two daughters would surpass their predecessors. Consequently, the murderous intent in the eyes of the distant figures in black grew even more intense. The more extraordinary the talent, the less they could be spared. The brilliance emanating from Suyun quickly began to fade, her delicate face turning pale as a result. Clearly, being merely at the spirit connection realm, she could not endure such overwhelming techniques. Ultimately, her cultivation was still too weak. Suddenly, a tremor resonated from afar, erupting into a whirlwind of spiritual energy that sent a dozen individuals flying. Yichen narrowed his eyes involuntarily. Self-detonation. They were prepared to perish together. Alas! Yichen sighed softly. Ouyang Qingfeng turned in surprise. What troubles you? Yichen shook his head, realizing that it was time for him to intervene. Ouyang Qingfeng paused, memories of past events surfacing in her mind. The aura of the divine and demonic realms felt vivid even to this day. Suddenly, a sense of anticipation stirred within her. This enigmatic brother always conjured peculiar wonders. Yet, to this day, no one truly knew the extent of Yi Chun's cultivation. Could Yi Chun possibly lack cultivation? Ouyang Qingfeng did not believe it. This boy harbored numerous secrets. As her thoughts wandered, Yi Chun suddenly turned to glance behind him. Those incessant flies. Unbeknownst to Yi Chun, the intensity of his gaze bore an immense power, akin to a deity surveying mortals, imbued with infinite indifference. In an instant, Yi Chun's figure vanished. A shadow that had stealthily approached from over 10 meters away suddenly stiffened, eyes wide as if they were copper bells. What was happening? At that moment, the black-clad figure found themselves encased in a frozen state, bound by overwhelming pressure from all directions. Even the air surrounding them twisted violently. Suddenly, Yi Chun's diminutive form materialized in midair, floating effortlessly. In his hand, a pale blue spiritual energy coalesced into a slender blade that pierced through the throat of the black-clad figure. Not far away, Ouyang Qingfeng's eyes widened in shock as she instinctively covered her mouth in disbelief. At that moment, Suyun, sensing the disturbance, returned to her senses just in time to witness the scene unfold before her. Her gaze froze in astonishment, and she narrowed her eyes slightly. The power of space. Ouyang Qingfeng took a deep breath, certain that he had grasped the essence of spatial mysteries. Suyun, taken aback, nodded in disbelief. How could this young child, barely a month old, have achieved such a feat? Ouyang Qingfeng, resonating with her thoughts, nodded in agreement. Could it be that this troublesome younger brother is the reincarnation of some great emperor? It seems that we, the two empresses, are merely impostors. While the two women were engulfed in shock, Yi Chun was struggling to suppress the discomfort in his stomach. It was his first experience of taking a life. Moreover, the manner of death was quite gruesome. The blade had unleashed a ferocious surge of energy, leaving the victim's head nearly resembling a wasp's nest. With blood splattering all over Yi Chun, the acrid scent of blood assaulted his senses, and it took him a while to regain his composure, his eyes narrowing slightly. Chapter 17. The cost. This is a fantastical realm, a world where man devours man. Yi Chun incessantly reminded himself that in such a world, ruthlessness is not a sin. Harboring kindness is the true folly. As Yi Chun regained his composure, despite his fair visage being splattered with blood, he licked his lips. This is the taste of blood. He must remember this flavor. Not far away, Suyun and Ouyang Qingfeng were both filled with trepidation. Yi Chun's current expression was indeed somewhat terrifying. The brother who once wore a perpetual smile now revealed an unprecedented side of himself. Suddenly, Yi Chun's figure flickered and vanished once more. Behind Suyun, a figure clad in black had stealthily approached, a bloodied long knife in hand. In the blink of an eye, Yi Chun reappeared, casually waving his hand as spiritual energy coalesced, unleashing a vast tempest of spiritual power. Boom! A ferocious pressure descended, causing the black-clad figure to turn pale, stumbling as he was crushed to the ground. Goodness, this pressure. Is this truly a mere infant? This must be a monster. Such a level of pressure must be above the spirit infant realm. Who would believe that an infant less than half a year old could possess such power? Before the black-clad man could react, an ethereal long spear came crashing down, piercing through his skull. Yi-Chun waved his small hand, though it appeared adorable. It emanated an innate and formidable aura. You insignificant wretches, do you not understand that one man can hold back thousands? Today, this young noble stands here. I shall see who dares to harm a hair on my sister. His tender voice rang out, yet the tremors it caused were palpable. In the distance, numerous black-clad figures involuntarily turned somber, their murderous intent surging forth, while the powerful figures of the Yi family appeared invigorated, as if they had been infused with vigor. The young noble is magnificent, truly worthy of his title. Many among the Yi family warriors could not help but cheer. Yi-Chen's gaze was sharp, yet inwardly he chuckled. These servants were quite amusing. Suddenly, sensing something, Yi-Chen instinctively glanced toward the street and gracefully retreated to his sister's side. Reinforcements from the Yi family have arrived. These riffraff shall not stir up any more trouble. Su Yiyun watched Yi-Chen's retreating figure, her eyes betraying her astonishment. Ouyang Qingfeng, after a brief moment of stunned silence, approached and exclaimed, "Little Chun, how could you possess such formidable cultivation and not tell your sister?" Yi-Chen was taken aback. "You never asked." Ouyang Qingfeng's beautiful eyes twinkled as she suddenly changed her tone, playfully asking, "Now that your sister is asking, could you share it with me?" Yi-Chen's lips twitched. This girl is destined to be a little enchantress when she grows up. Absolutely not. You, Ouyang Qingfeng took a deep breath. "Stinky brother. Had I known you were so strong, I wouldn't have intervened, which nearly drained my little body." Yi-Chun felt a sudden flutter in his eyelids. "What? My heavens! Who could possibly drain you?" Ouyang Qingfeng exclaimed, her delicate face flushing crimson. "Why has the atmosphere shifted so abruptly? You are not adhering to the principles of martial ethics." Su Yun rolled her eyes and turned to survey the surroundings. Indeed, reinforcements from the Yi residence had arrived, swiftly encircling the assailants clad in black. However, the battle in the skies continued unabated, clearly not something that would conclude in a short while. Yi-Chun understood this well, and then cast his gaze towards the palace. Worry etched in his expression. The emperor, who had bestowed upon him the jade pendant, and the benevolent empress resurfaced in his mind. Moments later, the traitors on the battlefield were dispatched. Yi-Chun raised his hand and commanded, "Everyone from the Yi residence, proceed immediately to the palace for support." One of the administrators hesitated, approaching him cautiously. "Your Highness, this." Yi-Chen cut him off with a wave, "Rather than concern for my safety, it is imperative to head to the palace. This is an order." Despite Yi-Chen's youthful appearance, the commander could not ignore the subtle authority in his gaze. It was indeed somewhat astonishing, yet undeniably present. The commander felt a surge of respect and immediately clasped his fists, declaring, "Your subordinate obeys the command." With that, the commander turned and shouted, "His Highness has issued an order to assist the palace. Everyone, follow me." Watching the troops depart in a flurry, Ouyang Qingfeng regarded Yi-Chun with astonishment. Well, Chen, it seems you truly possess the demeanor of a prince." Yi-Chen merely shrugged and stepped aside to lean against a wall, retching. After a while, Su Yun, with a hint of concern, observed him from behind. While Ouyang Qingfeng approached again. "What is the matter? Were you injured earlier?" Yi-Chen took a moment to catch his breath before replying. "It's my first time killing someone, and under such intense circumstances, I'm a bit overwhelmed." Ouyang Qingfeng's eyes widened. "No way. Is this really your first time? You appeared so composed just now." Yi-Chen straightened his posture, looking at her as if she were foolish. "Do you think everyone is like you? The Nine-Nether Demon Emperor? I've only just been born." Ouyang Qingfeng was taken aback, while Su Yun regarded him with suspicion. "So what is your cultivation level exactly?" Yi-Chen met her gaze defiantly. "Why should I tell you?" Su Yun retorted with equal firmness. "Because you are my brother." Yi-Chen chuckled. "What kind of reasoning is that? Are you being childish?" Ouyang Qingfeng burst into laughter. "Chen, look at yourself. How can you accuse others of being immature?" "Ha ha ha." Yi-Chen stared down at himself in confusion. Am I just a baby? Who says babies must be immature? Besides, aren't both of you just as foolish?" With a huff, Su Yun quickly regained her composure and asked, "So, how can we uncover your secrets?" Upon hearing this, Yi Chen's eyes gleamed mischievously. It's simple. I can reveal my cultivation level, but it comes at a price. Su Yun's lips curled into a smile, and Ouyang Qing's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Then pray tell, what do you envision for us two empresses? The tone was unexpectedly teasing. Yi Chen observed Su Yun's demeanor, feeling an inexplicable surge of irritation. The price is you. In the future, when faced with any challenges, you, as the elder sister, must be the first to step forward. Unless you wish to perish, I shall not intervene. Su Yun paused, taken aback. You wish for this empress to serve as your enforcer? Yi Chen nearly burst into laughter. You? An enforcer? This young master merely finds it tiresome to intervene. Otherwise, would I require your assistance? Su Yun's delicate face stiffened. Was she being looked down upon? This empress, the celestial maiden of the 9 heavens, was indeed regarded with contempt by her younger brother? It was evident that her chest rose and fell with agitation. You wait. My cultivation will undoubtedly return, and by then, you shall see. I will pin you to the ground and spank you. Chapter 18. Guess what? Ouyang Qingfeng's beautiful eyes sparkled as she said, Isn't it just a fight? I've already agreed on her behalf. Now, may I inquire about your cultivation level? Upon hearing this, Yi Chen cast a sidelong glance at Su Yun, observing her frosty expression. Yet, he ultimately refrained from uttering any words of refutation, eliciting a smile from Yi Chen. How about, you take a guess? Ouyang Qingfeng's eyes brightened, recalling the subtle fluctuations emanating from Yi Chen moments ago. With a hint of uncertainty, she ventured, Is it the spirit infant realm? Without the slightest hesitation, Yi Chen confirmed, Indeed, you hit the nail on the head. Ouyang Qingfeng's eyes widened in astonishment. Could it truly be the spirit infant realm? Yi Chen nodded solemnly, feigning seriousness while secretly chuckling within. Spirit infant is just spirit infant. Whatever you say goes. Reveal his true self? Yi Chen had no intention of doing so. Su Yun regarded Yi Chen with a hint of suspicion, feeling that this lad was hardly being truthful. His demeanor seemed utterly dismissive. At that moment, a presence rapidly approached from the heavens. Yi Chen instinctively looked up and saw it was Xia Xinyu. Mother! Yi Chen couldn't help but exclaim. Xia Xinyu gracefully descended, her aura slightly unstable, and nodded at Yi Chen. Those 2 ruffians have been driven away. One of them is significantly injured, and they won't be causing any trouble for a while. Just as she spoke, an elderly figure in a gray robe followed closely behind, though his complexion appeared somewhat pale, with a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. Seeing this, Yi Chen felt a surge of concern and tossed a medicinal pill towards the elder. The elder was momentarily taken aback, but instinctively caught it, glancing down in confusion. Yi Chen waved his hand, signaling that there was no need for questions or formalities. Just take it, senior. The elder's face suddenly displayed a look of trepidation. Your Highness, you flatter me. I am but a humble servant, unworthy of being called senior. However, Yi Chen shook his head. Ever since my siblings and I were born, you have been silently protecting us. If this young master claims you are worthy, then you are indeed worthy. The elder was moved by these words, turning to glance at Xia Xinyu, who wore an expression of reassurance, though a hint of doubt lingered in her eyes. Seeing this, the elder wasted no time and promptly consumed the medicinal pill. In the blink of an eye, his chaotic aura began to stabilize rapidly, and his complexion regained a healthy hue. The elder's face was filled with astonishment. This pill, Yi Chen secretly smiled. Produced by the system, it is no ordinary item, of course, except for those spirit crystals and gold. Xia Xinyu did not linger on this topic and surveyed the surroundings. Let us go. We must head to the palace. The group made their way directly to the royal palace. Within the palace city, a palpable sense of turmoil could be felt, as none present were ordinary individuals. It was clear that the palace was under siege by assassins, aiming to delay reinforcements for the royal family. Xia Xinyu's countenance appeared somewhat darkened, as if perturbed by the presence of these ruffians, who seemed intent on ensuring the extinction of the Yi family. Yi Chen grasped Xia Xinyu's hand, acknowledging the enemy's thorough preparations. However, despite such adversities, we have all managed to survive, which is indeed a stroke of fortune amidst the misfortune. Xia Xinyu's gaze was complex as she remarked, Speaking of this, Chener, your cultivation truly astonishes me. I had thought my 2 daughters were exceptionally gifted, yet it seems you, my son, have quietly surpassed expectations. Her words trailed off, but the implication was unmistakably clear. Yi Chen smiled faintly. Without such circumstances, How could we have transformed peril into safety? As the saying goes, knowing oneself and one's adversary ensures victory in countless battles. If our trump cards were laid bare before them, survival for us siblings would have been even more arduous. Ouyang Qingfeng and Su Yun exchanged glances, their eyes flickering. The notion of feigning ignorance while concealing one's true strength sounded deceptively simple, yet it bore a semblance of profound wisdom. Xia Xinyu's expression grew considerably heavier. Rest assured, dear child, your mother and father shall ensure your safety. In a moment of reflection, her gaze drifted into the distance. It had been a while since Sheng Tian set forth on his expedition, and no news had returned. Uncertainty about the state of the battle weighed heavily on her heart. Yichen noticed the subtle worry etched upon Xia Xinyu's face. Do not fret, mother, father will be unharmed. Before his departure, I provided him with 2 secret weapons. Xia Xinyu's eyes sharpened as she recalled the spatial ring Yichun had discreetly given her earlier. Inside, astonishingly, were earthly-grade spiritual artifacts. Spirit artifacts are classified by the elemental essence of the world, with each tier further divided into 9 ranks. Although Yichun had only provided an earthly-grade first-rank artifact, it was still of great significance. Currently, the entire Yi family's treasury held no more than 3 earthly-grade artifacts. Xia Xinyu could not help but feel astonished. Where on earth did this child acquire such treasures? What secrets might be concealed within him? Within the palace, although the spiritual energies of the realm were somewhat disordered, the battle inside had concluded. Scattered pits and the remnants of the imperial guards and assassins lay strewn about. It appeared that the discord here had also reached its end. The group continued deeper into the palace. In the imperial garden, the empress adorned in her phoenix robe exuded an air of authority, yet upon seeing the trio of children, her expression softened instantly with warmth. It was evident that the empress had a fondness for children. In truth, it was not solely the empress who adored them. Throughout the Yi household, every member cherished the 3 little ones as if they were divine ancestors, utterly enamored by their cuteness. Despite the recent turmoil, it was fortunate that the 3 children remained unscathed. Otherwise, the empress would have been plagued by guilt. Xia Xinyu, standing by, could not help but feel her expression soften. Indeed, the 3 little ones were blessed with fate, and with the 2 obedient daughters possessing cultivation, they had successfully evaded calamity. The empress smiled radiantly, seemingly more pleased with each passing moment. This palace had long heard of the rapid advancement in the cultivation of the 2 young princesses, and witnessing it today was truly remarkable. In just a few days apart, both little ones had already reached the late stage of spirit summoning. Such talent is indeed a rarity, occurring only once in a century. Yichun remained silent at the side, quietly observing the harmonious gathering, feeling somewhat like a mere shadow. Whenever the conversation shifted to him, he deftly redirected it back to his 2 sisters. Their moment in the spotlight was more than sufficient. Yichun preferred to remain unobtrusive, finding solace in tranquility. As night fell, the 3 little ones returned to their chamber. Xia Xinyu retired to rest, leaving only a few maidservants who were already beginning to feel drowsy. Before long, Yichun rose, noticing that his 2 sisters immediately opened their eyes and sat up. Chapter 19. The essence of celestial and demonic beings, this fellow, lurking about and disrupting our sleep. What scheme could he possibly be concocting? Ouyang Qingfeng gazed at Yichun with curiosity, eagerly awaiting his next words. Meanwhile, Su Yun remained composed, as if she had already gleaned some insight into the matter. Yichun rose, noting the expectant gazes of his 2 sisters, and he couldn't help but smile to himself. Although both of you have made remarkable progress, I believe there is still much room for improvement. Ouyang Qingfeng's eyes brightened slightly, and as she recalled Yichun's elusive techniques, she began to sense something. With a casual wave of his hand, Yichun produced 2 elixir bottles. Within these are miniature spirit elevation pills, 10 in each, corresponding to your current cultivation levels. Ouyang Qingfeng's eyes finally sparkled with delight as she whispered, "Is my little brother truly so kind?" Yichun chuckled, "If I weren't kind, how would you 2 swiftly grow stronger? Take them." Su Yun naturally accepted the pills, inquiring, "Do you have many of these elixirs?" "What?" Ouyang Qingfeng exclaimed in surprise. "You've been secretly feeding us?" A realization dawned on her, and she flushed at the thought of her earlier bravado. "So, it was my little brother who had enhanced his abilities through these pills." Yichun waved his hand dismissively. "These elixirs won't affect your foundations. Such treasures are likely unattainable elsewhere." With a brother like me, you ought to relish the advantage. Su Yun promptly swallowed one of the pills, seemingly oblivious to its significance, and settled into a meditative posture to begin her cultivation. Ouyang Qingfeng furrowed her brow at the sight. So calm. Could she have known all along? She, on the other hand, remained in the dark. Frustrated, Ouyang Qingfeng grudgingly retrieved a pill and swallowed it as well, entering a state of cultivation. Yi Chen nodded in satisfaction. At last, you're beginning to take cultivation seriously. It was about time. While the two of them diligently immersed themselves in their training, Yi Chen simply indulged in restful slumber. Ah, this is the life Yi Chen ought to lead, blissful and serene. Before long, Yi Chen's steady breathing filled the air. The two female emperors remained steadfast in their practice. Once they commenced their training, they displayed no signs of slackening, as esteemed figures at their level. This was to be expected. However, by morning, witnessing Yi Chen soundly asleep, both female emperors found their breaths momentarily disrupted. How had they not noticed before? This troublesome little brother. Ding. Successfully pranked. Reward, 2 lottery draws. Yi Chen, still in a haze, rolled over as if caught in a delightful dream. His cherubic face adorned with a gentle smile, prompting Su Yun's expression to soften unexpectedly. Days swiftly passed. One day, under the warm sunlight, Yi Chen languidly basked in its embrace. It appeared as though Yi Chen was on the verge of slumber. However, his mind was deeply engrossed in comprehending the profound mysteries of spatial principles. The extraordinary speed and elusive movements he exhibited during the previous assassination were solely attributed to this very understanding of space. Presently, within a certain range, Yi Chen had already mastered the art of instantaneous movement. This was a teleportation that transcended mere spatial displacement. At that moment, Yi Chen suddenly opened his eyes, as if sensing something, and gazed towards the distance. On the other side, within the baby crib, Su Yun, who was meditating, was suddenly enveloped by a tumultuous surge of spiritual energy. Had she achieved a breakthrough? Yi Chen's eyes narrowed slightly, and a smile crept upon his lips. It seemed that her progress was quite commendable. Soon, Xia Xinyu hurried over, and upon witnessing Su Yun's breakthrough, a radiant joy illuminated her face. This girl truly was full of surprises. Her speed was rather astonishing. Before she could finish her thoughts, an erratic wave of energy emanated from Ouyang Qingfeng as well. Another breakthrough. Heaven! Was this a case of good fortune coming in pairs? Xia Xinyu could hardly contain her excitement, her expression brimming with delight. Yi Chen, however, remained composed, having already diverted his gaze to resume his feigned slumber beneath the sun. The realm of space was indeed vast and profound. Days passed, and the weather gradually turned cooler, marking the swift arrival of autumn. Outside the window, a gentle drizzle fell as both sisters diligently practiced their cultivation. Yi Chen, feeling somewhat aimless, suddenly recalled that it had been a while since he had engaged in a lottery draw. System, initiate the lottery, all draws. Ding. This lottery consists of 39 draws. Let the drawing commence. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have obtained a first-grade spirit-enhancing pill. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have acquired the Heavenly Thunder Secret Technique. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have received 100,000 spirit crystals. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the source energy of immortal demons. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have received. After a considerable interval, the announcements ceased. Aside from a plethora of miscellaneous items, the only acquisition that piqued Yi Chen's interest was the source energy of immortal demons. System. What is the function of the source energy of immortal demons? Ding. The source energy of immortal demons is a fragment of the primordial essence of the chaotic sacred evil body. For a typical celestial being, half for subduing demons. Even an ordinary person who possesses it can defy fate and alter their bloodline. Yi Chen pondered for a moment. Did this mean it was tailor-made for him? If I refined this primordial energy, could my chaotic sacred evil body grow stronger? Ding. The host's chaotic sacred evil body has reached its pinnacle. It cannot further strengthen unless combined with other special bloodlines for transformation. After contemplating for a brief period, Yi Chen grasped the implication. In essence, this item was of no use to him. His gaze inadvertently fell upon Su Yun and Ouyang Qingfeng. One was the 9 Heavens mysterious maiden, and the other was the 9 Nether Demon Emperor. Neither of these sisters was to be trifled with. Merely, The source of celestial and demonic energy possesses both righteousness and malevolence, seemingly rendering it unsuitable for either of the two. Yi Chen shook his head, internally dismissing these two candidates. Suddenly, his attention was drawn to the azure dragon egg in his peripheral vision. System. Is the source of celestial and demonic energy applicable to the azure dragon egg? Ding. The system predicts that the fusion of celestial and demonic energy will yield a 99% probability of the sacred beast azure dragon egg undergoing a bloodline transformation. So formidable. Yi Chen felt a surge of astonishment within. The azure dragon egg is a sacred beast, and merely a wisp of celestial and demonic energy could forcibly alter its bloodline, elevating the probability to 99. Yi Chen abruptly realized that his understanding of this constitution seemed woefully inadequate. Recalling his thoughts, Yi Chen rose and approached the azure dragon egg. At present, the egg retained its pale azure hue, yet the patterns upon it appeared significantly more resplendent, subtly enveloped by a golden aura, exuding an otherworldly aura. Yi Chen extended his hand, and suddenly, a wisp of ethereal celestial energy materialized in his grasp. This celestial energy was half white and half black, coiling together in a manner reminiscent of the Taiji symbol. Chapter 20. The Chaotic Celestial Demon Dragon. The celestial and demonic energy in my hand enveloped the azure dragon egg, and in the blink of an eye, this energy was completely absorbed. The originally pale blue hue of the egg swiftly transformed. One moment it was pitch black, the next it was milky white, and then a soft gold, its aura becoming increasingly tumultuous. Yi Chen watched in astonishment. System, what is happening? What is going on? Ding. The azure dragon egg is undergoing metamorphosis. Its bloodline is evolving. Ding. The incubation time of the azure dragon egg is drastically decreasing. Ding. Please retreat. The azure dragon egg has completed its metamorphosis. The new bloodline is named Chaotic Celestial Demon Dragon. Ding. Please retreat. The Chaotic Celestial Demon Dragon is about to be born. What the heck? This is happening too quickly. With a thought, Yi Chen transformed his body into an afterimage. His true form already hidden between Su Yun and Ouyang Qingfeng. Wake up quickly, the egg is about to crack. Both women instinctively opened their eyes, and their gaze was immediately drawn to the egg not far away. The egg retained its usual size, yet its color was astonishingly half white and half black. What is happening? How did the azure dragon egg become like this? Ouyang Qingfeng exclaimed in shock. Su Yun furrowed her brows. This did not resemble the azure dragon egg at all. This little one must have undergone a mutation in its bloodline. Chinner, what have you done to it? Yi Chen's lips twitched. What do you mean? What have I done to it? You're making me sound like a beast. He thought to himself, stay back. This creature is about to emerge. Suddenly, he recalled Xia Xinyu and shouted at the top of his lungs, Mother, hurry. The azure dragon egg has come to life. This unruly egg is scaring the children. Su Yun, Ouyang Qingfeng. Within moments, Xia Xinyu rushed in, only to find the three little ones huddled in a corner. The azure dragon egg stood on the bed, radiating a soft glow of black and white. Could it be? It's about to hatch? The timing feels off, and the coloration is unusual. A flurry of thoughts flashed through Xia Xinyu's mind. But the next moment, a smile broke out on her face as she swiftly approached the trio. Look at how frightened you all are. The azure dragon egg is merely hatching. Once this little one emerges, it will grow alongside you and become your mount. Observing the smile on Xia Xinyu's face, Yi Chen's eyes darted about, and he instinctively retracted his neck. No. This creature is quite terrifying. It's better suited for the two older sisters. Xia Xinyu was both amused and exasperated, about to say something when a distinct cracking sound echoed through the air. The four of them widened their eyes in unison. The black and white egg was indeed cracking, the fissures spreading at an astonishing speed, rapidly engulfing the entire egg. In the next moment, with a crack, a little grayish creature poked its head out, appearing to have a foot. This is far too ugly. Ouyang Qingfeng's face twitched. Xia Xinyu could not help but chuckle softly. The little creature had just been born, and she anticipated how it would thrive as it matured. However, she wondered what form the mutated azure dragon bloodline would take. Yi Chen, unfazed, assured her that the bloodline had undoubtedly ascended, far surpassing the ordinary azure dragon. Do you know? Xia Xinyu inquired, her expression filled with astonishment. Yi Chen nodded. It is the Chaos Celestial Demon Dragon. The Chaos Celestial Demon Dragon? What is that? Xia Xinyu asked, skepticism etched on her face. Yi Chen shook his head with a soft sigh, seemingly musing to himself. It is half celestial, half demon. A truly remarkable entity. At this juncture, Yi Chen cast a meaningful glance at his two sisters. The crux of the matter was that the entire bloodline should be quite compatible with them. Su Yun's eyes sparkled with intrigue, while Ouyang Qingfeng's face lit up with surprise. Is that so? If even you say so, I suddenly find myself quite eager. Gradually, the chaos celestial demon dragon revealed its full form. To their amazement, the little creature possessed two heads, a two-headed dragon. One head was snow white, while the other was a deep purple, aptly reflecting its celestial and demonic names. As it devoured the eggshell, the little one visibly grew, even displaying faint scales upon its body. Yi Chen smiled, producing 2 vials of spirit elevation liquid for his sisters. Go on, each of you feed one head, don't mix them up. Su Yun's eyes brightened, clearly grasping Yi Chen's intent. Meanwhile, Ouyang Qingfeng's gaze shifted thoughtfully. Do you think these 2 heads possess independent thoughts or share a singular consciousness? Yi Chen's lips twitched. How would I know? I am not its father. Xia Xinyu erupted in laughter at this. After the 2 vials of spirit elevation liquid were consumed, the little creature appeared to grow even more, with the white head becoming more affectionate towards Su Yun, while the purple head favored Ouyang Qingfeng. Suddenly, Su Yun spoke up. This little one still lacks a name. What shall we call it? Yi Chen pondered for a moment. How about Little Celestial Demon? Little Celestial Demon? That seems quite fitting. Ouyang Qingfeng's eyes sparkled. Su Yun chuckled. Then it settled. Little Celestial Demon. The little creature, seemingly possessing a fair degree of intelligence, glanced at Yi Chen with both heads before the white had affectionately licked Su Yun's small hand. With the arrival of Little Celestial Demon, the atmosphere in the Yi residence became more vibrant. However, this also meant that Yi Chen's resources were depleting at an accelerated pace. He provided spirit elevation pills for his sisters and spirit elevation liquid for Little Celestial Demon. It was fortunate that Yi Chen's family was affluent and had a continuous supply, or sustaining these 3 voracious consumers would have been impossible. Moreover, Little Celestial Demon had an astonishing appetite. Besides the spirit elevation liquid, it could also consume various heavenly treasures with remarkable ease. Consequently, the entire Yi residence became aware of the new gold-devouring beast, yet Xia Xinyu showed no signs of regret, often offering this little creature delightful treats. Thankfully, despite the astonishing consumption, the growth of Little Celestial Demon was equally impressive, which greatly pleased Yi Chen. Time flowed by quietly. In the blink of an eye, the weather outside has turned a touch cooler. Yi Chen has donned a new set of attire, slightly thicker trousers and a coat, complemented by a small fox fur draped elegantly over his shoulders. The moment he adorned the fur, his entire demeanor transformed, exuding the aura of an aristocratic young master. Yet, his habitual manner remained somewhat nonchalant, a gentle smile frequently gracing his face, reminiscent of a refined gentleman. However, those who had witnessed Yi Chen's bloodshed on that fateful day, the 2 sisters, were acutely aware that beneath his seemingly tranquil exterior lay a heart capable of tremendous ferocity, dormant until provoked. Of course, only the 2 sisters possessed this knowledge. At this juncture, a month had elapsed since Yi Shengtian's departure. It was not until a month and a half had passed that the Yi residents finally received news of Yi Shengtian's return. Yi Shengtian has come back. Chapter 21. Breaking the deadlock. The news of Yi Shengtian's return spread like wildfire, quickly circulating throughout the city. However, Yi Shengtian did not immediately return to the Yi residence. Instead, he first made his way to the imperial court. The emperor treated Yi Shengtian as a beloved brother, and Yi Shengtian clearly understood the intricacies of human relationships. Perhaps his majesty was indifferent to the minutiae, yet Yi Shengtian's actions were undoubtedly rooted in reason. The emperor might overlook such details, but Yi Shengtian could not overstep his bounds. No matter how close they were, a brother remains a subject to a sovereign. In a small courtyard, Yi Chen stood quietly, gazing at the gray, overcast sky, the fox fur behind him gently swaying. A storm was brewing. Behind him, Xia Xinyu approached, her eyes lighting up with affection at the sight of Yi Chen's mature demeanor. However, upon hearing Yi Chen's sigh, a hint of concern mingled with her fondness. What troubles you, Chener? Do you sense something amiss? With his hands tucked in his pockets, Yi Chen's small face revealed little emotion. His father had never taken this long on a campaign, and if I am not mistaken, the provisions I prepared for him should have been fully utilized by now. Xia Xinyu sighed at his words, then couldn't help but smile. With such a serious expression, do indulge me with your analysis of this situation. Yi Chen turned and offered a faint smile. Since mother conceived, my father has embarked on several campaigns, vanquishing numerous nations. That is one aspect. Before this ambush, although I was not widely known, my two sisters certainly made no effort to remain inconspicuous. That is the second aspect. With this, Yi Chen once again gazed at the dim sky. Under these circumstances, it was evident that both my father and our household were facing trouble simultaneously, which could only arise from two possibilities. Seeing Yi Chen articulate his thoughts with such rationale, Xia Xinyu's interest piqued, and her expression grew serious. So what do you deduce? Yi Chen smiled. Either there are other formidable forces intervening, at least as powerful as our Qinyuan dynasty, or the remaining smaller nations can no longer remain passive and have opted to unite. Regardless of the scenario, neither outcome bodes well for us. Our Qinyuan dynasty, while strong, is not invincible. Throughout the dynasty, although there are many capable individuals, most still rely on my father to bear the brunt of all pressures. Xia Xinyu's face turned pale with shock. You rascal! If you weren't my flesh and blood, I would certainly suspect you were a monster in disguise. At such a tender age, not only is your cultivation astonishing, but your intellect is equally exceptional. With a peculiar expression, Xia Xinyu continued, Chener, are you truly my biological child? Yi Chen hesitated. Well, that's a rather complicated matter. Yes, but not entirely. If Chener were not my own, then that would imply my sisters are not either. Mother, what nonsense are you thinking? At that moment, Ouyang Qingfeng approached, and upon hearing her words, Xia Xinyu smiled with gratitude, kneeling before Ouyang Qingfeng and embracing her. Ouyang Qingfeng then looked at Yi Chen and asked, in such a predicament, where lies the solution to break the deadlock? Yi Chen was momentarily taken aback, then with a smile that was both amused and enigmatic, he remarked, surely, you must have already contemplated a method to break the stalemate. Ouyang Qingfeng curled her lips disdainfully. If you don't say it, I will. Although the current situation is fraught with imperial strife, at our core, we are cultivators. All it takes is one individual to disrupt the balance, and everything will naturally fall into place. In our Qinyuan dynasty, we have two pillars. One is His Majesty, and the other is my father. Since His Majesty cannot be considered due to his position in the capital, the hope clearly rests upon my father. Xia Xinyu, with a hint of skepticism, inquired, so, are you suggesting that we need to rely on Tian to break through? But your father has been stuck at the peak of the spirit radiance realm for 3 years. While the notion of spiritual transformation sounds simple, the reality of achieving a breakthrough is exceedingly arduous. As her words faded, Xia Xinyu furrowed her brows and suddenly turned her gaze toward Yi Chen. Could it be? Chen, do you possess a solution? Yi Chen responded with a faint smile. Indeed, you are correct. This is a viable method to resolve the situation. However, it is not the only avenue available. There exists another point of breakthrough, and that is none other than me, Yi Chen. Although the sisters speculated that Yi Chen had reached the spirit infant realm, the truth was that his cultivation was far more profound than that. Yet, Yi Chen had no intention of pursuing that course of action. Unless absolutely necessary, he would refrain from taking such a step. The world is vast, and as an exceptional powerhouse under 6 months of age, Yi Chen feared that he would soon be buried if he were to flaunt his abilities. Before long, Yi Xingtian returned to the Yi residence. The circumstances surrounding his experiences outside had finally come to light. We were ambushed. Several major dynasties joined forces to assault us. Half of our soldiers perished at the borders. Were it not for Chen, had I not deliberately kept a backup plan, standing alone against the 4 major spirit radiance realm attacks, our soldiers would have likely faced total annihilation. Xia Xinyu interjected suddenly. That backup plan, it was given to you by Chen, wasn't it? Yi Xingtian was taken aback. How did you know? Could it be that Chen informed you? He cast a glance at Yi Chen. Yi Chen, sitting calmly to the side, maintained a neutral expression. Indeed, father, you ought to have realized that shortly after your departure, we too encountered an ambush, and as a result, some of my secrets have come to light to mother and my sisters. Yi Xingtian fell silent for a moment. Although he said nothing, his eyes darkened with unmistakable fury. Clearly, he was seething with rage. While he was obstructing the palace, They had the audacity to besiege the Yi residence. Such audacity was indeed remarkable. Yi Chun pondered for a moment, then raised his hand to produce a pill vial, placing it upon the table. This is for you, father. Take one every 3 days. And after 7 doses, I will have a method to facilitate your breakthrough. Yi Shintan was momentarily stunned, but the next instant, his eyes widened in astonishment, mingled with exhilaration. You little rascal, are you speaking the truth? Yi Chun leapt down from his stool and headed outside. Of course, this matter is no trifling matter. Beside him, Ouyang Qingfeng exhibited an expression of as expected, while Su Yun's eyes sparkled with curiosity. Only Yi Xingtian and his wife were enveloped in joyous surprise. Yi Chun strolled leisurely to the small courtyard, where outside, the little fairy demon lay curled in a corner, fast asleep. Yi Chun paused in front of her. As the days passed, the little celestial demon grew at an astonishing rate, reaching nearly 7 or 8 meters in length, nearly matching Yi Chun's height while lying on the ground. The scales adorning the little celestial demon had developed significantly, displaying an exquisite pattern of alternating black and white. Upon closer inspection, these shades were not merely pure black and white. Instead, they subtly incorporated a hint of pale gold, resulting in a delicate interplay of black gold and white gold that appeared remarkably splendid from a distance. Yi Chun nodded in satisfaction, considering the physiques of Su Yun and Ouyang Qingfeng. The little celestial demon was now ready to serve as a competent steed. However, it still needed to continue its growth. Faster would be better. With this thought, Yi Chun concentrated, and 2 strange orbs materialized before him. Chapter 22, as the saying goes, these 2 peculiar entities appeared remarkably soft, resembling 2 colossal jelly-like formations. Yet within these jellies lay an astonishing spectacle of twinkling starlight. The spinal marrow of a celestial beast. The system truly exaggerates. The name celestial beast alone is remarkable, and the marrow is excessively beautiful. One wonders where the system procured such wonders. The little celestial demon seemed to sense something, suddenly opening its eyes and lunging toward the 2 large jellies before it. Yi Chun couldn't help but chuckle. This little creature wasn't foolish, recognizing the value of such treasures. To utter an incredulous statement, the worth of these 2 pieces of marrow could surpass the total worth of the entire Qianyuan dynasty. However, the current state of the little celestial demon seemed to render the term little one somewhat inappropriate. Yi Chun glanced down at his still youthful form, feeling rather exasperated. In the depths of the starry expanse, amidst an infinite, resplendent river of stars, a distant, haunting roar suddenly echoed. From afar, a colossal creature opened its gaping maw. Its enormous, starry eyes filled with intense indignation. Who dares disturb this beast's long slumber? Just moments ago, the celestial beast had been sleeping soundly when it suddenly sensed a void within its being. The oversized celestial jellies were devoured by the little celestial demon, each head indulging for quite some time until nothing remained. As the jellies vanished, the 2 heads of the celestial demon leaned in, affectionately licking Yi Chun's hand. Their enormous tongues were larger than Yi Chun's face. He recoiled, exclaiming, "Roll away. You are of the dragon lineage. How can you act like a mere dog? With my small stature, how can you shamelessly extend your tongues?" The little celestial demon quickly scampered off to sleep again. Yi Chun understood that when these 2 little creatures slumbered, they were refining and absorbing the energy within. With Yi Chun present, they had indulged in excessive treasures. Otherwise, how could they grow so rapidly? Watching the little celestial demon retreat to slumber, he smirked and sauntered over to a nearby lounge chair, rocking back and forth. Though the sun was absent, it did not deter Yi Chun from reclining. Before long, the aura surrounding Yi Chun subtly transformed into an enigmatic essence. The profundities of spatial laws were indeed remarkably intricate. Time flowed by in the blink of an eye. A few days later, while Yi Chun was reclining leisurely, he suddenly sensed footsteps approaching. He kept his eyes closed and heard a voice exclaim, "You little rascal, when will you work as diligently as your 2 elder sisters?" Yi Chun opened his eyes and turned his head to see Yi Xingtian. "How did the elixir refining go?" Yi Xingtian's eyes flickered as he replied, "The results are splendid. Father's foundation can actually be further solidified. The items you provided are always astonishing." Yi Chun maintained a calm expression, stating, "This is only the initial phase. The effects will become less pronounced as you progress, yet this signifies a more perfect foundation." Yi Xingtian's eyes shimmered with an unusual brilliance. Sometimes, I truly suspect that you have been possessed by some ancient specter. You are indeed small yet mighty. An ancient specter? Could any such entity possess talents that rival those of this noble heir? Yi Chun retorted, a smirk playing on his lips. Pray tell, what brings you here personally? I refuse to believe you have come merely for idle chatter. With a smile, Yi Xingtian refrained from engaging in banter. The time for the star origin trial is upon us. I intend to allow you 3 siblings to broaden your horizons. Yi Chen sat up, confusion etched on his face. The star origin trial? Are you serious? I'm still practically an infant. Yi Xingtian chuckled. Why the haste? I did not suggest you engage in combat with those youngsters. You need not participate as formal members. Merely accompany them to witness the vigor of the younger generation in the imperial capital. Upon hearing this, Yi Chen's expression shifted to understanding. He had initially thought his father had lost his senses. As it turned out, experiencing the world of cultivators was indeed an enticing prospect. Had it not been for his desire to comprehend the intricacies of spatial principles, he would have been suffocated by the confines of the Yi estate. However, regarding his elder sisters, 2 empresses, would they truly be interested in such trifles? After a moment of contemplation, Yi Chun turned back and reclined. I have no objections. Go seek out my sisters. Let us see if you can persuade them. With a grin, Yi Xingtian replied, Very well, I shall do just that. He rose and departed. Yi Chen opened his eyes and cast a glance at his father's retreating figure, pondering that his father might just face a cold reception. Those 2 sisters might not stir much trouble before him, but they were not so easily swayed by others, not even by their father. After a considerable wait, footsteps approached once more. Yi Chen lifted his gaze to find Yi Xingtian wearing a stern expression. He could not help but chuckle inwardly. It appeared his father had indeed been met with a rebuff. Yi Xingtian shot Yi Chen a glare. You little rascal, did you predict this outcome? You seem quite familiar with those 2 girls. Yi Chen laughed. We 3 are triplets born from the same womb, having spent far more time together than you and mother. While we may not share a telepathic bond, our understanding is certainly profound. Yi Xingtian waved his hand dismissively. You have a point. Very well, let this matter rest. After all, you are still young. If they choose not to go, so be it. Yi Chen smiled lightly. Wait a moment. What is this? If my sisters want to attend, I shall go alone. Yi Xingtian was taken aback. You intend to go by yourself? Are you serious? Yi Chen closed his eyes. Since I am not a formal participant, merely observing is preferable to remaining cooped up in the Yi estate. I have scarcely ventured beyond these walls. I shall request old Master Luo to accompany me. Yi Xingtian regarded him with some skepticism. However, upon hearing Yi Chen's reasoning, he found no flaws in it. Observing Yi Chun lounging lazily in the recliner, he couldn't help but marvel. This boy, so indolent, was actually contemplating a journey? Could it be that he was truly stifled? How peculiar. A few days later, a sudden surge of spiritual energy rippled through the room, coalescing into a substantial vortex that stirred the atmosphere with an exhilarating turbulence. Yi Chun sensed this phenomenon, his eyes fluttering open, a barely perceptible smile gracing his lips. This fluctuation was unmistakably a sign of a breakthrough into the spirit-body realm. It remained a mystery which of his sisters had achieved this milestone. Yet, it mattered little. Their cultivation had always progressed in tandem. If one had surpassed her limits today, it was certain that the other would soon follow suit. As anticipated, before nightfall, the aura of another breakthrough manifested. Thus, both sisters had successfully ascended to the spirit-body realm. As dusk descended, the horizon was ablaze with fiery hues, casting a rosy glow upon Yi Chun's fair visage. You little rascal, can you guess why I'm here again? Yi Chun was left speechless, replying, If I knew, I would not be your son, but rather, you would be mine. Indeed, as the saying goes, no one knows a child better than their father. Chapter 23. The Star Element Trial. Yi Tiandao's footsteps came to an abrupt halt, a wry smile breaking across his face. You little rascal, do you fancy becoming my father? Do you believe your grandfather would emerge to teach you a lesson? Yi Chen couldn't help but chuckle. Pray tell, what has stirred you to such excitement? Recalling the incident, Yi Tiandao's joy was palpable. Just moments ago, the second girl came to find me, declaring that they too wished to partake in the trial. Yi Chen was taken aback. Did they not say they would not go? How has this changed? At this, Yi Tiandao's expression stiffened, revealing a hint of embarrassment. She said it was because you are going. Yi Chen was stunned. Because I am going? They are following me simply because I am attending? Oh dear. With a sigh, he lamented, have they truly attached themselves to me? Yi Tiandao grinned widely. You ungrateful boy, when I went to seek them out, they hardly gave me the time of day, and yet, you are the one they dote upon. With a look of disdain, Yi Chun retorted, grateful? I am exceedingly grateful. If it pleases you, shall I encourage them to cling to you instead? Surely not. Yi Tiandao's expression tightened. The eldest is demanding, and the second girl behaves like a mischievous imp, always causing trouble. Yi Chun nearly burst into laughter, calling out, second sister, father has labeled you a rascal. Yi Tiandao grimaced, grumbling as he turned to leave. A few days later, 3 diminutive figures accompanied an elder as they ventured forth. The elder, of course, was Elder Luo, the one who had been discreetly safeguarding Yi Chun and his siblings. The 3 little ones were none other than Yi Chun and his companions. Su Hyun donned a petite white robe, her hair neatly tied back, her delicate visage emanating an ethereal grace akin to a refined gentleman. In contrast, Ouyang Qingfeng wore a charming purple dress, her captivating eyes flitting towards Yi Chun, hinting at some playful mischief brewing in her mind. Yi Chun himself, clad in white attire with a small fox fur draped over his shoulders, exuded the aura of a gallant young nobleman. As they emerged from the Yi residence, the passers-by on the street immediately regarded the trio with a newfound reverence. These 3 were the cherished jewels of the Yi family, having been conferred titles of princess and heir by the current emperor while still under a year old. Their extraordinary status was thus evident. They had already reached the pinnacle of the Qianyuan dynasty. Su Yiyun and Ouyang Qingfeng, as figures of imperial stature, naturally carried an aura of distinction, their expressions remaining composed under the collective gaze of the crowd. In contrast, Yi Chun, adorned in his fox fur, radiated a warm and inviting presence, his gentle smile eliciting a sense of familiarity and affection. It was only as the group gradually disappeared around the street corner that the onlookers returned to their normalcy. Oh, those are the 3 precious children of the Yi family. How enviable. While envy lingered in the air, it was clear that none of the 3 were ordinary. Their mere presence commanded an impressive aura that set them apart from the rest. Indeed, what a splendid affair. This indicates that the Yi family has a promising successor, and the illustrious name of the war god will undoubtedly continue through their 3 children, which is a splendid development. However, such discussions did not reach the ears of Yi Chun and his companions. On the streets, Yi Chun gazed at the antiquated scenery, his heart brimming with curiosity. Although several months had passed, everything before him still felt somewhat surreal, as if separated by another world. It was hard to believe that the dazzling urban landscapes, ablaze with lights and vibrant neon, had abruptly been extracted from his life, leaving him to behold only the elegant pavilions and exquisite towers that surrounded him. Yi Chun's gaze gradually became unfocused. Everything here possessed a unique charm, yet it undeniably lacked some essence. Would he ever return to Blue Star? Yi Chun finally came to a realization. Despite the allure of the imperial capital, he felt little sense of belonging. He couldn't help but let out a soft sigh. Suddenly, a small hand grasped his, causing Yi Chun to be momentarily startled. Turning in astonishment, he found Su Yiyun staring straight ahead, lost in thought. She looked so distracted. Yi Chun found himself in a daze for a moment before he couldn't help but chuckle softly. Su Yiyun turned her head, her little face flushed with annoyance. What are you laughing at? Yi Chun remained silent, diverting his gaze elsewhere, though a faint smile still lingered on his lips. Indeed, this place was different from Blue Star. Yet it held his sister, although she could be a bit prideful. Su Yiyun huffed lightly, yet after Yi Chun turned away, her expression softened. Beside them, Ouyang Qingfeng promptly seized Yi Chun's other hand, her little face brimming with mischief. Sister says you seem distracted. Tell me, which young lady are you thinking about? Yi Chun's eyes sparkled with amusement. Do I even need to say? Naturally, I'm thinking of the eldest sister. Su Yiyun froze. Ouyang Qingfeng laughed even more joyfully. Her gaze suddenly filled with affection. My dear brother, how can you only have eyes for the eldest sister? What is wrong with the second sister? Lord Luo, trailing behind, felt his face twitch uncontrollably. Such children nowadays. Have they become so bold? The Star Element Trial is a grand event held every 3 years in the imperial capital. All participants are young talents from within the capital. Though still young, these children are quite mature in this realm of cultivation, with even 7- or 8-year-olds displaying remarkable growth. Though named a trial, It also serves the purpose of fostering connections among the children. Therefore, the royal family offers enticing rewards every 3 years for the victors, aiming to encourage participation. Naturally, the news that Yi Chun and his 2 companions would be observing this trial had long been communicated. With 2 princesses and a young heir present, this trial is sure to be filled with more amusement. After all, the status of Yi Chun and his siblings among the current generation has firmly placed them at the pinnacle. Outside the city, before the vast forest, Yi Chun gazed curiously at the scene before him. Before them lay an extraordinarily lush forest. In his previous life, Yi Chun had visited the forest parks of Blue Star, yet they paled in comparison to the grandeur of the woodland before him. Even at the periphery, the trees visible to the eye towered over 100 meters in height. In this realm brimming with spiritual energy, the very dimensions of the trees had escalated significantly. This was indeed the Star Origin Forest. Yi Chun marveled slightly, when suddenly a thought struck him, prompting him to turn and address the venerable Luo beside him. Senior Luo, I have heard that although the forest has undergone a royal cleansing, there still remain some lesser beasts within? Old Luo nodded, affirming, indeed, this is part of the trial's essence. While the sparring among the younger generation holds importance, the experience gained from encountering the beasts is equally indispensable. Yi Chun chuckled. Senior Luo, once we venture inside, please refrain from intervening at every turn. The minor creatures can be handled by my 2 sisters. At this, Su Yiyun and Ouyang Qingfeng cast simultaneous glances at Yi Chun, their expressions far from amiable. Chapter 24. The death of friends does not mean the death of the wayfarer. The rules of the Star Element trial remain somewhat ambiguous. For instance, the age requirements for participants are not clearly defined. However, since the trial consistently takes place within the imperial capital, the populace has gradually accustomed itself to certain unwritten customs that have been passed down through the years. There are 2 prevalent conventions regarding the Star Element trial. Firstly, participants must be under the age of 10 and possess cultivation below the spirit body realm. Secondly, each child may only partake in the trial once. Most individuals commence their cultivation journey at the age of 7, resulting in the majority of children participating at around 8 or 9 years old. While one cannot claim absolute fairness, it is indeed a rare opportunity for the children within the imperial capital to experience such an event. After all, this trial is typically devoid of any significant danger. Deep within the forest, Yi Chun and his companions have ventured further into the thicket. Although Su Yiyun and Ouyang Qingfeng regard Yi Chun's strategies with disdain, they ultimately refrain from voicing their criticisms. It has become apparent to them that Yi Chun is not a pushover. Rather, he embodies a spirit of quietude, only resorting to action when absolutely necessary. Ouyang Qingfeng finds his demeanor somewhat intriguing, while Su Yiyun's curiosity about Yi Chun seems to deepen with each passing moment. What thoughts occupy his mind? He certainly does not exhibit the typical behavior of a youth. Before long, a howling sound resonates through the air. Su Yiyun and Ouyang Qingfeng position themselves slightly ahead of Yi Chun. Without a moment's hesitation, Ouyang Qingfeng executes a swift hand strike, slicing through the air. Whoosh! A flash of dark violet light streaks past. In the distance, a shriek is heard, followed by the heavy thud of a creature collapsing to the ground. Upon investigation, they discover a squirrel-like demon beast, an azurite squirrel. It appears that, due to the influence of spiritual energy, even squirrels have transformed drastically upon becoming ferocious beasts. This particular creature is carnivorous. Yi Chun cannot help but click his tongue, momentarily withdrawing his gaze, feeling a loss of interest. This world is indeed fascinating, yet perilous. If even squirrels have turned to carnivorism, one wonders if rabbits or sheep have also forsaken their herbivorous diets. The first trial consists of these peripheral demon beasts. Although their strength is relatively weak, they pose a challenge for the children. Consequently, numerous human experts lie hidden within this outer realm. Only when they reach the true depths of the forest will they encounter the second phase of the trial. According to the information provided, there exists a water source within the forest, resembling a lake. A sizable pavilion has been erected above the waters, marking the venue for the second stage of the trial. Here, the essence of martial camaraderie and competition will unfold. As the 4 of them advance, Yi Chun initially finds himself captivated by the appearing demon beasts. However, as Su Yiyun and Ouyang Qingfeng effortlessly dispatch these creatures, his interest wanes. It is not until the previously silent system suddenly emits a sound that Yi Chun regains his focus. Ding! A system alert sounded, warning the host of imminent danger. Urging caution, the initial languor on Yi Chun's face abruptly solidified. Danger! His eyes gleamed with newfound intensity. Where was the peril? Yi Chun surveyed his surroundings in bewilderment, yet found nothing amiss. The forest appeared as it always had, devoid of any signs of threat. Maintaining his composure, Yi Chun silently pondered, "System, what is happening?" However, after a prolonged wait, there was still no response from the system, causing a heaviness to settle in his heart. Something was amiss, given the system's nature. It had remained silent even during previous assassination attempts, including the recent journey to the palace. Yet now, it had chosen to issue a warning, which felt profoundly unsettling. Could it be inferred that those assassination attempts were trivial in the system's eyes? This suggested that the current situation was far more perilous than any he had previously encountered. A sense of foreboding washed over Yi Chun, prompting him to halt his steps. Noticing his sudden stop, the two sisters and old Luo turned their gazes towards him. "Chinner, what's wrong?" Ouyang Qing Feng inquired, unable to suppress her curiosity. Yi Chun's demeanor had lost its usual nonchalance, and swiftly, Su Yun sensed the tension in the air. "Chinner, what has transpired?" Yi Chun furrowed his brow, contemplating how to articulate his thoughts. How could he explain? "I feel as though death is approaching." It seemed impossible to convey. After a moment of reflection, he spoke solemnly. "You may find it hard to believe, but I possess a certain sensitivity to foretell my own fate." The group fell silent in astonishment. A sensitivity to one's own fortune and misfortune? Was this not akin to a form of foresight? Ouyang Qingfeng's typically spirited demeanor abruptly subdued, her expression growing serious as she sensed the gravity of the situation. Old Luo furrowed his brow. "Your Highness, do you mean to say there is danger here?" Yi Chun's tone was unusually grave. Not just danger, but extreme peril. Old Luo instinctively surveyed their surroundings, feeling nothing unusual. "Your Highness, although this forest appears unremarkable, it conceals many formidable beings. Given my presence, you still sense danger?" Yi Chun sighed inwardly, responding with resignation. "If your intervention could resolve the situation, then we wouldn't be speaking of danger at all." Old Luo's eyes widened in disbelief. "Even my intervention would be futile?" Yi Chun nodded, casting a glance at his two sisters, a decision forming in his mind. "Old Luo, please escort my sisters back. Once you return, have my father come to retrieve me, while the others remain outside until the situation clarifies." Old Luo's expression shifted. "Your Highness, is the situation truly that dire?" A displeased expression emerged on Yi Chun's face, his gaze taking on a hint of severity. "Old Luo, have I not encountered numerous assassination attempts since my emergence into this world? When have you ever witnessed me take matters so earnestly?" Old Luo was momentarily taken aback, and a solemnity finally flickered in his eyes. Though Yi Chun appeared to be merely a child, Old Luo instinctively felt that he was overreacting. However, upon reflection, he suddenly realized that this seemingly youthful individual had indeed weathered his share of storms. Yi Chun never spoke without purpose. Suddenly, Su Yun interjected, "What will you do then?" Yi Chun waved his hand dismissively. "You all should withdraw. I shall be fine." With a smile, he added, "As the saying goes, a friend's death does not concern the Taoist. I have only just assumed my position as heir. I do not wish to meet an untimely end so soon. Rest assured, I shall not perish." Su Yun wished to say more, but Yi Chun had already gestured for silence, casting a glance at Old Luo that was imbued with unmistakable authority. Observing this, Old Luo let out a soft sigh. He found himself in a predicament. Chapter 25. The Earthly Spirit Pearl. Old Luo indeed faces a dilemma. He returns with two children to convey the message, leaving Yi Chun behind. If he were to return alone, Yi Tian would surely flay him alive. Yet, the determination reflected in Yi Chun's gaze is unmistakable. Alas, this predicament proves quite challenging. Ultimately, Old Luo departs with the two sisters, disregarding the children's willingness. Regardless, when Yi Chun is earnest, Old Luo cannot harbor any rebellious thoughts. Watching the three retreating figures, Yi Chun squints slightly, his previously unassuming demeanor now beginning to exude an enigmatic aura. With the three of them remaining here, I feel somewhat constrained. Now, humph. Yi Chun quietly chuckles to himself before vanishing from his spot. What kind of peril lurks within the star element forest? Yi Chun has a vague sense that the level of danger is at least on par with his own strength. After all, it was enough to astonish even the system. A few minutes later, high upon a tree branch, Yi Chun has undergone a remarkable transformation. The original fox fur cloak has been put away, replaced by a white mantle that complements his white garments splendidly. The cloud concealment cloak, produced by the system, possesses only a modicum of defensive capability. Its primary function is invisibility. This invisibility is merely visual. Cultivators, attuned to spiritual energy, can still sense fluctuations in it. Nevertheless, even so, Yi Chun has achieved his objective. Perched on the branch, he gazes into the distance, spotting a sizable lake not far off. Surrounding the lake is a sprawling array of continuous pavilions, encircling the largest water platform at its center. This must be the ultimate battlefield, the very arena for the final contest of this trial. Among the pavilions, numerous children can be seen wandering about, their laughter echoing far and wide. Everything appears quite ordinary, yet the unease within Yi Chun's heart remains unabated. It feels akin to the calm before a storm. Ren brother, it won't be long before the arena competition begins. Who do you think will emerge victorious this time? Within one of the pavilions sits a youthful boy in a blue robe, his posture poised, speaking with the gravity of an adult. His name is Du Shenghui, the sole heir of the Du family, who, at the tender age of 8, has already reached the mid-stage of the spiritual body realm, displaying considerable talent. Opposite him sits the boy referred to as Ren brother, who, despite his slight stature, exudes an air of tranquility, wholly unconcerned with the typical playfulness of children. He is Ren Jingfeng, a scion of the Ren Guamarquiate. While many children frolic and laugh outside in the long pavilion, the two of them remain somewhat isolated, appearing out of sync with the gaiety surrounding them. Ren Jingfeng shook his head, expressing uncertainty about others, but having full knowledge of his brother's prowess. He had already reached the pinnacle of the spirit-body realm, and unless something unexpected occurred, the upcoming star origin trial would hold little intrigue. What? The pinnacle of the spirit-body realm? Du Shenghui exclaimed in astonishment. He had initially thought Ren was exceptionally talented, but was taken aback to learn that Jing Tian had achieved the limits of the trial. With a smile, Ren Jingfeng seemed unconcerned. When it came to excitement, he had heard that the 3 princes from the Yi family were coming to observe, yet he wondered why they had not yet made an appearance. He had heard that these princes were extraordinary individuals, and his curiosity about them was piqued. Du Shenghui sighed, filled with admiration. He had heard that the 2 princesses had reached the great perfection of spirit summoning merely a month after their birth, leaving him in awe of their prodigious talents. Ren Jingfeng shrugged, dismissing such rumors as mere gossip. The truth was that the young lord was the true marvel. But he was still too young to be privy to more information, leaving him immensely curious. Look over there at those 3 individuals. They seem unfamiliar. Du Shenghui suddenly remarked, glancing at a spot not far away. Ren Jingfeng followed his gaze and frowned slightly. The 3 figures, cloaked in black robes, appeared to be children. Yet they seemed to be at least 10 years old, exuding an overwhelming aura of strength. They were all at the pinnacle of the spirit-body realm. Something felt off. There was something amiss about these 3 individuals. Ren Jingfeng furrowed his brow. Du Shenghui narrowed his eyes. To achieve the pinnacle of the spirit-body realm at such a young age in the imperial capital was no small feat, yet he had never encountered these 3 before, especially since they concealed their faces. Taking a deep breath, Ren Jingfeng urged, "Let us retreat and keep our distance. If things seem wrong, we should flee immediately." The appearance of the 3 black-robed children soon captured the attention of the other youngsters. A child approached them, asking, "Hey, which family do you 3 belong to? We've never seen you before." The 3 black-robed children remained silent, merely gazing intently at the crowd. Before long, Yi Chun's figure appeared unexpectedly by the lakeside pavilion. From a distance, he sensed something unusual about the 3 little ones. Their black robes practically screamed, "We are the villains." However, clad in his concealment attire, outsiders could not discern their presence. Gradually, more children gathered around, and the time finally arrived. According to the rules, the final trial would commence at noon. The 3 black-robed figures glanced up at the sky, exchanged knowing looks, and nodded subtly. Yi Chun felt his attention drawn to them. He had been lurking in the shadows, closely monitoring these 3 little rascals. There was something sneaky about them, leading him to suspect they were up to no good. In the midst of his watch, the central figure among the 3 produced a translucent orb, roughly the size of an adult's fist. Yichun couldn't help but wonder, what is this? Although Yichun has been in this world for a while, there remains much that he is oblivious to, such as the orb before him. Suddenly, a gasp erupted from the crowd. My goodness, is that the violent spirit pearl? This revelation sent ripples through the assembly of children, all of whom were instantly captivated. A violent spirit pearl? How could that be possible? This is a trial. How could someone bring such a thing here, risking their life? Wait, what? Is that really the violent spirit pearl? It's enormous. I can't be dreaming. I've seen a third-grade mystic-level violent spirit pearl, and it wasn't even half the size of this one. What did you say? A third-grade mystic level, and it's not even half this size? Then this must be a creature of the earth level. What on earth is happening here? This is madness. Amidst the multitude of astonished exclamations, 3 figures cloaked in black remained unmoved, with the one in the center, holding the violent spirit pearl, unexpectedly breaking into laughter. Who would have thought that there were some perceptive youngsters among the scions of the Qian Yuan dynasty? Chapter 26. Nuclear bomb. The innocent laughter carried an unsettling undertone. Yet, what of it? Since the esteemed dynasty has bestowed upon us the grand event of the star origin trial, it is only fitting to present a magnificent gift to all. Alas, the figure cloaked in black appeared somewhat regretful, lamenting the absence of the legendary 3 princes. Earth-grade violent spirit pearl, dance to your heart's content. As the words fell, the orb in the black-clad man's hand suddenly emitted a blinding white light. What on earth? This lunatic has detonated that thing. This is disastrous. I'm only 8 years old. Where did this person come from? He intends to drag the princes into this mess. We must flee. Panic erupted, chaos ensued. Not far away, Yi Chen's expression darkened. Is this the culprit? The scoundrel has brazenly named himself and his 2 sisters as targets, clearly indicating that his intentions extend beyond these children. They are the primary focus. But what purpose does the violent spirit pearl serve? The dazzling white light rapidly expanded, and in an instant, Yi Chun's eyes filled with alarm. He sensed a violent surge of spiritual energy, which skyrocketed several-fold in mere moments. That white light is perilously dangerous. As he observed the light continuing to spread, an ominous thought flickered through Yi Chen's mind. This scene, it bears a striking resemblance to a nuclear bomb? No way. Can it be? I've hardly been here long, and already someone is attempting to obliterate us with a nuclear bomb. And it's an Earth-grade one. If this detonates, what will become of us? Yet now, it is evident that this thing has already begun to explode. How can it be stopped? A jolt of realization struck Yi Chun. There are these little ones. These children embody the finest talents of the younger generation in the imperial capital. Should anything happen to them, chaos will surely ensue. Curse it. These 3 rascals, wherever they hail from, have become assassins at such a tender age, their plots so insidious. While scheming against the Yi family, they are also plotting against the entire imperial capital. A single Earth-grade violent spirit pearl, what a grand scheme. Yi Chen took a deep breath. With the situation reaching this critical juncture, there was no alternative. Then let us act. Suddenly, Yi Chen extended his hands. Life and death, the yin and yang. Chaos, sacred evil, grant me passage. A staggering surge of spiritual energy erupted from Yi Chen, shooting skyward. Before the naked eye, a pillar of black and white spiritual energy ascended, an unimaginable horror of spiritual pressure radiating outward in an instant. In the blink of an eye, Yi Chen's presence had ascended to the spirit transformation realm. Indeed, Yi Chen's true cultivation level has reached the spirit transformation realm. The ferocious wave of spiritual energy, catalyzed by the chaos sacred evil physique, seemed to undergo a qualitative change, intensifying beyond measure. With wide-open eyes, Yi Chen suddenly thrust his hands forward. Spatial principles, spatial barrier. Hold firm. A series of distorted, transparent barriers of air suddenly descended with a thunderous crash from the void. These barriers, seamlessly stitched together, encircled the location of the violent spirit orb, isolating the multitude of children behind them. In the next moment, a blinding white light quietly engulfed all sight. In the blink of an eye, Yi Chen could not help but emit a muffled groan, overwhelmed by an immense sense of pressure, akin to a tidal wave rendering one breathless. It was the ferocious spiritual energy of the violent spirit orb colliding with the barrier. To protect these little ones, Yi Chen had erected a considerable barrier, and as a result, the pressure on him was extraordinarily great. With a singular effort, He faced the Earth-level violent spirit orb head-on. Several seconds passed before the piercing light gradually dimmed. When the children could once again discern the scene before them, their eyes widened in astonishment. Before them, the ground extended for dozens of meters before abruptly ending. Further in the distance, the ground seemed to plunge downward, revealing an immense, semicircular pit. This is a blockade. It appeared that an unknown force had intercepted the explosion of the violent spirit orb, with the edge of the flat ground serving as a boundary. Heaven! This is indeed an Earth-level violent spirit orb. Who could possess such power? I just sensed an extraordinarily terrifying spiritual pressure. Waves of awe rippled through the children, each bearing the expression of having survived a calamity. Not far away, Yi-Chen's face appeared slightly pale as he chuckled inwardly at their astonished expressions. Thankfully, I am here. Otherwise, you little ones would have been eradicated. Yi-Chen retrieved a restorative elixir from the system space and began to survey his surroundings. The Earth-level violent spirit orb was indeed formidable, and after this encounter, Yi-Chen had come to understand this entity. It was uncertain which genius had devised such a thing. It was clearly an otherworldly version of a nuclear bomb. With Yi-Chen's cultivation at the spiritual transformation stage, even in the state of his chaotic, sacred evil body, he found it to be a struggle. Of course, this was primarily because Yi-Chen's main objective was to safeguard these little ones. Had the orb aimed to detonate solely at him, it would have been utterly futile. At the Yi residence, old Luo returned in a whirlwind, eliciting countless gasps along the way. Upon reaching the Yi residence, he bellowed, "Master, a grave situation has arisen." Yi Xingtian swiftly emerged, his expression darkening at the sight of old Luo cradling a child in his arms. "What has happened?" Old Luo, not daring to delay, hurriedly explained, "It is the prince. He indicated there is danger that even I cannot handle, and he instructed me to bring the two young ladies back." Yi Xingtian furrowed his brow. Was it Yi-Chen's command? Instinctively recalling Yi-Chen's various extraordinary feats, Yi Xingtian grew increasingly solemn. If this young man had reacted in such a manner, something truly monumental must have occurred. Did Chen convey any further instructions? Lao Luo forcefully composed himself, recalling the prince's instruction for the family head to personally venture in for assistance, while the others were to await at the forest's periphery. Yi Xingtian's pupils constricted sharply. Yi-Chen had left such a message. Damn it, Chen is in danger. Boom. A formidable aura suddenly surged from Yi Xingtian, propelling him skyward with fervor. I entrust the household to you all. Act according to Chen-er's directives. Meanwhile, the tumultuous energy emanating from Yi-Chen had notably diminished. The young ones, having seemingly passed through their initial shock, now appeared steadied. Yet, Yi-Chen's presence lingered, which deterred them from becoming overly reckless. One by one, they retreated towards the outskirts. The once serene lake had evaporated completely due to the explosion of the violent spirit pearl, leaving behind only the pavilions and structures shielded by the spatial barrier. Beyond that, everything had been reduced to ashes, leaving a vast, gaping chasm in its wake. Yi-Chen cast a glance back at them, subtly approving their retreat. However, his expression soon shifted once more. An aura was rising. What was happening? Was the crisis not yet over? Was the Earth-level violent spirit pearl insufficient? Chapter 27. The 9 Calamities of the Spirit Path. Recalling the system's alert, Yi-Chen suddenly came to a realization. No wonder. Although the earthly spirit orb was somewhat challenging to withstand, it was certainly not perilous to any significant extent. This meant that the source of the impending crisis was not the spirit orb at all. To think that a nuclear bomb was merely an appetizer. An air of vigilance began to blossom within Yi-Chen. What was to come next would undoubtedly eclipse even the nuclear bomb. Gradually, Yi-Chen's gaze locked onto the depths of the pit. More specifically, it was the abyss beneath, the very earth itself. The source of the rising aura unmistakably emanated from below. What lay buried beneath the ground? The oppressive sensation grew increasingly intense, and faintly, the air seemed to resonate with the deep, resonant roar of a mystical beast. In the distance, those younglings had long since turned pale with fright, retreating hastily to a safer distance. A crimson mist began to swirl ominously within the pit, swiftly enveloping its entirety. Such an eerie spectacle caused Yi-Chen to hesitate in his actions. With this display and this overwhelming pressure, it was evident that the entity's origin was far from simple. What on earth lay beneath? Yi-Chen murmured to himself, his expression grave. Ding! The creature below is the remains of a great savage beast. Yichen could not help but be astonished. Could a corpse really rise again? Ding. This great savage beast has been buried here for millennia. Its physical form may have perished long ago, yet a fragment of its beast spirit remains, barely preserved within its beast core. After thousands of years of nurturing, this great savage beast had regained some of its strength, roused by the earlier explosion of the spirit orb. Damn it! Yichen cursed inwardly. Those three little rascals not only came to seek their doom, but also awakened such a monster. Wait, weren't you previously reluctant to divulge any information? Why the sudden change now? Ding. The crisis has already occurred. Basic information is provided to the host and does not violate system rules. Yichen was at a loss for words. It seemed that had he not been on the verge of confrontation, the system would have revealed not a single hint. In the brief moment spent communicating with the system, the pit below had already begun to tremble violently. The earth rolled beneath him, waves of pressure emanating outward, the intensity surging to an unprecedented height. Within mere breaths, an enormous head suddenly emerged from the swirling crimson mist. So massive, Yichen's eyelids fluttered. Having traversed from Blue Star, Yichen had not yet encountered much in this world. Thus, the sight of such an exaggerated creature left him utterly astonished. Just the sight of this head could rival a 3-story villa. No wonder it was called a great savage beast. Anything bearing the title of great was certainly no trivial matter. Yichen felt a sense of foreboding rise within him. As the colossal head emerged, its skeletal structure, although starkly white, exuded an overwhelming aura of intimidation. As the creature finally rose from the abyss, Yichen beheld its full form with astonishment. Its height was likely nearing 100 meters. For immensely robust skeletal limbs supported its frame, and it even boasted 2 colossal bony wings on its back. Though it appeared incapable of flight at present, how could one expect a mere skeleton to soar? Yichen noted that within the creature's skull, a blood-red orb pulsated, emanating a misty aura, while 2 gaping eye sockets glowed with crimson light. This orb was presumably the so-called spirit of the beast. Would extinguishing that orb render the skeletal form nothing more than a mere pile of bones? With this thought, Yichen steeled himself with a sweeping gesture. Potent spatial fluctuations permeated the air. The essence of spatial manipulation, separation. A resounding crack echoed as a rift seemingly materialized in the creature's neck, cleaving it in two. In an instant, the beast's head tumbled down from its lofty perch, and its massive skeletal body disintegrated into a rain of bones. Initial tests appeared to be exceedingly successful. Yet Yichen's complexion paled. It was astonishingly formidable. With that single act, he had expended a significant portion of his spiritual energy. Typically, with Yichen's current mastery over spatial arts, such separations were effortlessly managed. A mere thought could yield countless divisions. If a living being existed within the severed spatial realm, it would be cleaved along with its corporeal form, split in twain. Such a method, while undeniably fearsome in effect, correspondingly multiplied the energy consumption for Yichen. Generally, the more powerful the creature being severed, the more terrifying the expenditure incurred by Yichen. Yet, this skeletal frame had consumed nearly half of his spiritual energy. It is well known that Yichen possessed the chaotic saintly evil body, endowing him with a strength and quality of spiritual energy far superior to that of ordinary beings. Further enhanced by the elevation of his energy through a refinement process that had undergone 8 transformations. Under these circumstances, the outcome remained as daunting as it was now. Yichen felt a flicker of relief. Had he attempted to sever the beast's spirit directly, he might have exhausted his energy without achieving the task, leading to dire consequences. Hastily, he retrieved a recovery elixir and swallowed it. In a moment of crisis, one must utilize whatever remedies are at hand. As the spiritual energy surged within him, he barely had a moment to exhale when an overwhelming sense of pressure descended upon him. The air twisted violently, as if space had transformed into a sealed container. This was spatial confinement. With his profound understanding of spatial arts, Yichen immediately grasped the unfolding situation. What manner of monster was this system? A chill ran down his spine. The spatial blockade, unless one possesses an extraordinary mastery of spatial powers, is unattainable for ordinary beings. Unless, of course, one is an unparalleled ancient entity of extraordinary cultivation. This savage beast of the wilderness possesses such a caliber. Ding. In its lifetime, this savage beast had attained the 9th tribulation of the spirit path. Although it has yet to recover its peak strength, it is not without means at its disposal. Yi Chen almost cursed. The transformation of the spirit is but the first step in life, while the ninth tribulation of the spirit path signifies death. Presently, Yi Chen stands at the initial stage of spiritual transformation, and only upon reaching this point does he truly comprehend the arduous nature of the path ahead. Who would have anticipated that this savage beast was of such a high realm? Trouble looms. Before Yi Chen could suppress his shock, an overwhelming heat surged forth amidst the terrifying pressure. Within the twisted confines of space, a wave of crimson blood rushed towards him, akin to an unstoppable tidal wave. Within that scarlet mist, an extreme heat blazed fiercely. Chapter 28. Have I become all-powerful? Yi Chen finally comprehended why even the system had chosen to intervene with a prompt. The 9 calamities of the spirit path, though seemingly just a step above the 7 steps of spiritual transformation, revealed to Yi Chen, who had reached this juncture, that this was not merely a single tier, but rather encompassed at least 7 or 8 distinct levels. The 7 steps of spiritual transformation required one to traverse a formidable chasm with each step. In contrast, the 9 calamities of the spirit path entailed a soul lost with every calamity. This delineated an immense disparity, a chasm that was insurmountable. At this moment, confronted with a spatial blockade of such magnitude, Yi Chen, despite his profound mastery of spatial manipulation, found himself unable to escape. Unless he were to resort to brute force to break through, yet the approaching wave of danger rendered him devoid of time. Gritting his silver teeth, Yi Chen produced an icy blue sphere from his possession. This was a product of the system, an Earth-grade spiritual artifact, the Xianbing Pearl. The cerulean orb levitated above him, radiating a brilliant blue light, and a shimmering barrier descended, enveloping him like a golden bell. In the next instant, a crimson mist engulfed everything. Within the protective barrier, Yi Chen sensed the spiritual energy contained within the Xianbing Pearl was depleting at an alarming rate, causing his gaze to flicker. The energy of the Xianbing Pearl was not infinite, and its current strength was far from restored. Otherwise, Yi Chen would not have so easily severed the head of the beast. However, it was evident that the true essence of that formidable beast lay within the spirit of the creature. Even more apparent was that this entity was not easily vanquished. Suddenly, from within the blood mist, a shadow surged forward, startling Yi Chen as he witnessed the colossal head of the beast hurtling toward him. His pupils constricted sharply as a violent shockwave erupted. Even through the Xianbing barrier, he felt the terrifying force. The barrier rippled violently, threatening to shatter at any moment. The beast's massive head was momentarily pushed back by the impact, but it quickly opened its gaping maw. Yi Chen beheld a searing crimson light barreling toward him. A sense of peril washed over him. The scarlet beam approached with thunderous force, dispersing the blood mist for several meters, creating an instant void before him. The Xianbing barrier valiantly withstood the onslaught of the crimson light, enduring heavy strikes, but ultimately, after several breaths, it shattered explosively. Yi Chen swiftly waved his hand, conjuring a crescent-shaped strike of black and white light that surged forth. This dual-hued strike boldly confronted the beam, cutting through it with unstoppable momentum. The beast, sensing danger, hastily closed its maw and took flight, narrowly evading the reach of the crescent. The strike traversed 1,000 meters through the blood mist, crashing violently against the barrier of spatial confinement, causing a fierce commotion in the fabric of space. Yi Chen seized the opportunity to recall the Xianbing Pearl and once again retrieved a Bailuan Pearl. The green orb ascended to the same position, casting down a layer of verdant light. The Azure Peak Pearl, in its current state, evidently pales in comparison to the Ice Crystal Pearl, which harbors the formidable power of ice, making it far more suitable for countering the searing blood mist. However, with energy depleted, the Ice Crystal Pearl must be retracted for automatic recharging. Although the Azure Peak Pearl lacks the prowess of ice, its serene and enduring strength resembles the seemingly endless mountain ranges, proving to be effective in its own right. A bitter sentiment welled up within Yi Chen. The chaotic sacred evil body, primarily offensive in nature, indeed boasts exaggerated attacking capabilities, as evidenced by the earlier casual strike. Yet, the enveloping crimson mist strikes omnidirectionally. And the moment the ice barrier shattered, Yi Chen felt an overwhelming heat that his robust physique could scarcely endure, leaving him drenched in sweat. Damn it! What he once believed to be formidable now seems insufficient, with glaring weaknesses akin to that of a frail chicken. Yichen cautiously sensed his surroundings, pondering how to break the current impasse. System, initiate a lottery. All of it. Ding. The system lottery commences, with a cumulative draw count of 22. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a Spirit Power Enhancement card. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained another Spirit Power Enhancement card. A surge of joy filled Yichen's heart. 2 consecutive draws. This could be a game changer. He recalled that accumulating 10 Spirit Power enhancements would yield an additional spiritual attribute. Although the exact utility of this attribute remained uncertain, the requirement to accumulate 10 times indicated it was far from trivial. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have acquired a primary spirit elevation pill. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 100,000 spirit crystals. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have received a body enhancement card. Ding. Congratulations, host. Your fortune has peaked, granting you the supreme physique, the Devourer body. Ding. Congratulations, host. Your fortune has peaked, bestowing upon you the extraordinary physique, the primordial star body. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have acquired a Grade 1 Earth-tier spirit weapon, the Azura Battle Blade. After a series of notifications, Yichen felt as though his mind had short-circuited. Was this a twist of fate in the face of despair? Though 21 consecutive draws may not seem excessive, the rewards were astonishingly generous. Throughout this time, Yichen had possessed only one physique, yet now, he had manifested 2 in a single instance. The power of the system concealed all anomalies. Yet Yichen could distinctly feel an arcane energy surging within him. In a moment of clarity, it seemed that his eyes underwent a subtle transformation. Those eyes appeared to contain boundless galaxies, dazzling enough to captivate one's gaze. What extraordinary eyes they were. This was the primordial star body. The primordial star body converges the power of countless stars throughout the body, transforming the wielder into a sovereign of the starry expanse in battle, with physical strength multiplying several-fold. The Devourer body, with its unparalleled devouring power, absorbs all things, rendering nothing unconsumed or unrefined, allowing the wielder to perpetually devour everything around them during combat, including the assaults of their adversaries. Certainly, such consumption has its limits. It is inconceivable to devour everything in an instant. However, achieving a significant degree of diminishment is evidently not an issue. The crux lies in Yichen's acute awareness of the formidable regenerative capabilities bestowed by the Swallowing Heaven Battle Body, a truly extraordinary constitution for sustained combat. The Chaos Saint Evil Body specializes in offense. The Ancient Star Body excels in defense, while the Swallowing Heaven Battle Body focuses on recovery. With such a formidable combination, it seems I am becoming omnipotent. Yichen felt somewhat dazed, for the emergence of these 2 dominant physiques was instigating earth-shattering transformations within him. His meridians were expanding, his spiritual vortex was enlarging, and the intensity of his spiritual power was correspondingly increasing. And let us not forget the spiritual power elevation cards. Along with that attribute of spiritual power, Yichen could not help but feel exhilarated. System, activate 2 spiritual power elevation cards. Ding. The activation of the spiritual power elevation cards was successful. Ding. Detection indicates that the host's spiritual power elevation has accumulated 10 times. Additional attributes are currently awakening. Chapter 29. If it were not for my son here, ding. The awakening of additional attributes was successful. This time, the awakened attribute is ice. Host, please continue your efforts. Achieving 20 accumulative enhancements will unlock the next additional attribute. Yichen let out a long sigh. He could already sense the transformation in his spiritual power. Now, every movement he made was imbued with the essence of ice. Suddenly, an idea struck Yichen. The previous series of draws had also yielded a ground-level spiritual technique, Thunder Descends. Unlike profound arts, ordinary spiritual techniques would automatically be inscribed into Yichen's mind the moment they were drawn. Now, Yichen had mastered this ground-level technique. It felt rather impressive, a rare area of effect skill. With a mere thought, Yichen's gaze fell upon the distant great wilderness beast. In the void, there were no dark clouds present. However, a stout pillar of lightning descended from the heavens. Boom! In an instant, the beast's massive head went rigid, and numerous cracks appeared in its skull. More remarkably, As the thunder dissipated, a layer of frost formed upon its head. Boom! Blood mist surged dramatically, dispelling the frost. A faint smile crept onto Yi Chen's lips. He wondered how effective the ancient star body would be. He casually retracted the Bailuan pearl. The blood mist surrounding him was a sensation he had experienced personally. Even a few breaths had been overwhelming. Yet now, a faint blue-violet starlight enveloped his body, though its range was limited, merely shimmering on the surface of his skin. Strangely enough, the terrifying heat he had felt earlier seemed to have diminished. He only felt a slight warmth, akin to a sauna. Yi Chen nearly laughed. The blood mist, upon nearing his body, vanished mysteriously as the devouring heaven battle body voraciously consumed it. Spiritual power surged within him, and Yi Chen crossed his arms. The great wilderness beast had seemed quite arrogant just moments ago. Yi Chen observed with amusement. Not far off, the beast's skull bore two crimson eyes that suddenly flickered. However, in an instant, it sensed the threat posed by the human before it. What is going on with this creature? It could hardly fathom the reason behind Yi Chen's transformation. After a moment of hesitation, the spatial blockade surrounding the great wilderness beast dissipated. Without a backward glance, it soared into the distance. Yi Chen was momentarily stunned. It ran away? Just like that? This is absurd. I was just on edge. And now this cowardly creature is even more timid than I am. As the spatial blockade ended, Yi Chen's figure vanished in an instant, appearing further away in a flash. The great wilderness beast, in mid-flight, suddenly felt its crimson eyes pulse violently. Roar! A powerful roar erupted, clearly indicating that the beast had been thoroughly enraged. How dare they? This creature, at its peak, was a formidable spiritual entity. Yet it had been insulted by a mere junior. Reveal your true form if you dare. Allow this beast to cultivate for a millennium or more before we engage in a contest. Yi Chen was taken aback. Can you actually speak human language? How absurd. Yet, he couldn't help but feel a twitch at the corner of his mouth. A millennium or more, how audacious of you to think so. For the wild beasts of the great wilderness, lifespans are extensive, merely a fleeting moment in their eyes. However, for humans, the average lifespan barely reaches a century. Only through cultivation can one hope to extend their years slightly, and only by attaining formidable realms can one secure a prolonged existence. With a casual wave of his hand, Yi Chen, weary of idle chatter, decided it was time to send you on your way. Would it not be better to remain peacefully in the earth, rather than venture forth, only to meet your end? Now, you may finally rest in eternal slumber. Heavenly thunder descended. Crack, 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 crack. Thick bolts of lightning surged forth, one after another, cascading down with frenetic intensity. The beast was startled into a frenzy, yet the thunder appeared limitless, swiftly enveloping a vast area of nearly hundreds of meters. In an instant, a cacophony erupted, accompanied by the chilling force of ice that began to crystallize, transforming the ground into a rapidly spreading sheet of solid ice. 1,000 miles frozen. Yi Chen couldn't help but click his tongue. The enhancement from this ice attribute is indeed formidable. Suddenly, a fierce rush of wind echoed through the air, prompting those on the ground to gaze upwards in astonishment, only to witness a streak of light racing by at lightning speed. Who is this great cultivator, moving so swiftly that their face remains obscured? Truly an awe-inspiring presence. Onlookers expressed envy, yet Yi Xingtian, suspended in midair, was consumed with urgency. Hurry, faster. You must not come to harm, you little rascal. Before long, the Star Origin forest lay before him. Hovering in the air, Yi Xingtian peered into the distance. Within the depths of the forest, he beheld vast swathes of thunder wreaking havoc in the skies. This thunder was no ordinary kind. It appeared as exceptionally thick pillars of lightning. The incessant rumble of thunder echoed from afar, causing Yi Xingtian's pupils to constrict violently, as his heart sank. This is the power of thunder. Why has such a formidable force manifested in the Star Origin forest? Fear not, my child, for your father is on his way. Await my arrival. Amidst the tumult of thunder, the skull of the wild beast was swiftly shattered into fragments, especially after being frozen, rendering it as fragile as parchment. The crimson beast's spirit gradually dissipated within the storm of lightning. In the air, Yi Chen waved his hand, dispersing the thunder. Although the process was fraught with complications, he emerged relatively unscathed. Most importantly, today's gains were undeniably significant. Before he could even exhale in relief, A whistling sound sliced through the air. Yi Xingtian suddenly appeared in midair, casting his gaze towards Yi Chun's direction. Who dares lurk there? Come forth, you insignificant rodent. Yi Chun, having removed the cloud concealment cloak, revealed his figure, leaving Yi Xingtian momentarily stunned. Chunno, how come? Yi Xingtian, slightly dazed, hurried closer, inquiring with concern. Are you injured, and what is the situation here? Yi Chun waved his hand and donned the cloak once more. Father, do not ask for now. It is not convenient for me to show my face here. I have been hiding all along, and no one has seen my face. I shall return home first. You can handle things here. The little ones in the forest are still alive. We can discuss the rest upon my return. As his words fell, Yi Chun ascended slightly, patting Yi Xingtian's shoulder before soaring into the distance. Yi Xingtian stood in a daze for a moment, then couldn't help but chuckle and shake his head. It was evident that this young lad had accumulated an increasing number of secrets. Furthermore, the lingering fluctuations of spiritual energy here were unmistakably at the spiritual transformation level. Yet, he himself was still merely at the pinnacle of spiritual radiance, with some time yet before reaching spiritual transformation. Oh well, I shall see what this rascal has to say when we return. Yi Xingtian shook his head and turned to fly into the forest. Those little rascals from the imperial capital are indeed quite fortunate. Had it not been for my son being here, humph. Chapter 30. Yi Chun's mastery. Yi Chun, cloaked in invisibility, stealthily returned to the Yi residence. Upon his arrival in the courtyard, the two sisters were taken aback. As for Xia Xinyu and the others, they had already dispatched someone to the Xingyuan forest for assistance. Many influential families from the imperial capital were also involved in the rescue, as their children had been trapped. Though Yi Chun would only learn of this later. At this moment, the two sisters exchanged bewildered glances, with Su Yun reacting more swiftly. Chunner, is everything all right? Yi Chun resumed his nonchalant demeanor, casually storing away his invisibility cloak and donning a fox fur coat. All is well. Those little rascals are still alive, though it nearly exhausted me. He turned towards his familiar lounge chair, moving with the grace of one who had performed the action countless times. The sisters had long since grown accustomed to Yi Chun's ability to effortlessly summon and stow away items, and he no longer felt the need to conceal this from them. Ouyang Qingfeng, regaining her composure, inquired with keen interest, "My dear brother, what transpired over there?" Yi Chun initially considered offering a vague response, but suddenly recalled the sisters' status. Given their knowledge, they might have heard something. An assassin infiltrated our ranks and detonated a mid-tier violent spirit pearl. Yi Chun's revelation elicited a shocked exclamation from Ouyang Qingfeng. Which scoundrel is so ruthless? This is utterly despicable. Yi Chun shook his head. I had no prior knowledge of that item. It was only after the explosion that I heard it referred to as the violent spirit pearl. I barely had time to protect those young ones. As for the assassin, there was nothing left of him after the blast. Ouyang Qingfeng's brow furrowed slightly. To possess a mid-tier violent spirit pearl, this adversary is certainly unscrupulous. Chunner, you must exercise caution in the future. Yi Chun chuckled. That was not even the true danger. The explosion unleashed something far more troublesome. Su Yun's beautiful eyes widened with curiosity. Is there something more severe? Yi Chun smirked. Are you familiar with the great wilderness beasts? Suddenly, Su Yun's expression froze, while Ouyang Qingfeng's eyes widened in disbelief. The great wilderness beasts. Though they could be effortlessly dispatched in their time as empresses, now it is evident that such creatures are beyond their capacity to confront. This is not on the same level. Yi Chun couldn't help but chuckle at their reaction. Revealing the truth had inadvertently exposed some of his own strength, but he was unconcerned. After all, the two sisters were family. Their awareness posed no harm. Instead, their curiosity about Yi Chun deepened. Yi Chun refrained from elaborating further, merely stating that he had employed some secret techniques and utilized spatial power. He explained that he had an innate affinity for the realm of space. The sisters were left questioning their own lives. That is an esoteric principle. How could one be naturally attuned to it? As evening descended, Yi Chun reclined in his lounge chair, basking in the warm glow of the setting sun. Yi Xingtian and the others had long since returned. As for them, Yi Chun's explanations were rather vague, as both of his sisters harbored their own secrets and naturally refrained from speaking too much. Thus, the matter was brushed aside in a rather muddled fashion. At this moment, Yi Chun's thoughts were concentrated on the system. The body refinement card. According to the system's explanation, This item is akin to the Spirit Refinement card, with the former enhancing physical prowess and the latter augmenting spiritual energy. It resembles a dual cultivation of spirit and body. Since Yi Chen's spiritual refinement had already accumulated to 10 times, this item was finally unlocked. Yi Chen couldn't help but ponder. If the body refinement also accumulated to 10 times, would it unlock yet another enhancement? Perhaps something related to the soul? After contemplating for a moment, he shook his head and smiled, dispelling such fanciful thoughts, and directly utilized the body refinement card. A wave of refreshing sensation washed over him, akin to reaching the pinnacle of life, an exquisite joy enveloping him. Yi Chen licked his lips, gazing at his diminutive form, and suddenly felt a twinge of frustration. When would he grow up? Time seemed to crawl. Yi Chen's abilities were currently rather eclectic, with 3 distinct physiques converged, each possessing its own merits. He no longer exhibited any glaring weaknesses. However, among the plethora of spiritual artifacts and techniques, Yi Chen found himself most frequently employing the essence of space. This particular skill differed from the others. It required his own comprehension, and the extent of that understanding was contingent upon his innate talent, which was quite vexing. Yet, he found himself rather fond of the realm of space. Its elusive nature, arriving and departing without a trace, was exhilarating. Sighing, Yi Chen closed his eyes once more to delve into his insights. Time slipped away in the blink of an eye. That evening, Yi Chen sought out Yi Xingtian. Upon seeing Yi Chen approach, Yi Xingtian couldn't help but smile. "You rascal, what brings you to seek out your old man?" Xia Xinyu shot Yi Xingtian a bemused glance, then came over to lift Yi Chen into her arms. "Our precious son is so remarkable, and yet you only call him a rascal. Can't you say something nicer?" Yi Xingtian grinned. "From now on, I'll call him the fragrant little rascal." Despite being held, Yi Chen remained unfazed, and suddenly 2 elixirs appeared in his hands. "Take these during your breakthrough. With your current foundation, there won't be any mishaps." Saying this, Yi Chen contemplated for a moment before producing a scroll and a long spear that floated before him. The spear, gleaming silver, radiated a faint golden aura, dazzling yet exuding an air of nobility. This, both Yi Xingtian and Xia Xinyu were astonished. Yi Chen maintained his composure. "Currently, the stability of the Qianyuan dynasty hinges largely upon you, father. After your breakthrough, you are bound to face a significant battle." With that, Yi Chen lowered his gaze to the spear. This object was of the Earth grade, first rank, already the pinnacle of that tier. Such a level was exceedingly rare in my possession, so you mustn't accuse me of being stingy. Moreover, there exists this scroll, seemingly crafted specifically for this firearm, the Battle Heaven Gun Technique. Its name is rather imposing, yet in truth, it merely constitutes a low-tier spiritual skill. Yi Xingtian swallowed hard. The Yi family certainly possesses low-tier spiritual weapons, but to attain the first-grade level is a feat that even the royal family might struggle to achieve. Furthermore, it is paired with a similarly tiered spear technique. When these 2 elements are united, their value could potentially multiply exponentially. Yi Xingtian remained silent for several breaths before suddenly breaking into a grin. "That little rascal is merely spouting nonsense. When has your father ever begrudged you? Just wait. Once I break through, I shall venture to the borders and vanquish those incessant pests. Let them cease to disturb the tranquility of our dynasty." Before he could finish his thoughts, Yi Xingtian, without any hesitation, grasped the spear firmly in his hand and strode into the courtyard, brandishing it with a flourish. The spear itself radiated a faint golden glow, and as he waved it, golden shadows swirled around him, resembling a majestic golden dragon, extraordinarily enchanting. "Ha ha!" Yi Xingtian laughed heartily, exclaiming, "What a splendid weapon! Truly magnificent." Chapter 31. A decade in truth. Yi Xingtian had traversed through life with a formidable spirit. What significance did a mere first-tier earth rank hold? What truly brought him joy was the fact that the one who gifted him this gun was none other than his son. Yi Xingtian's eyes glistened with unshed tears. Yet upon returning indoors, he swiftly regained his composure and casually stowed away the gun technique from Yi Chen's hands. "You little rascal, await the news of your father's triumph. I shall now retreat into seclusion." With that proclamation, Yi Xingtian strode forward with an imposing gait. His footsteps seemed to resonate with an unparalleled might. Clarity enveloped him as he perceived the reality. Perhaps the 2 young girls were still tender in age, But Yi Chun was destined for greatness, requiring no assistance from him. Thus, his role was to safeguard the tranquility of their home and eradicate the lurking vermin that threatened it. Since Yi Chen's birth, he had faced countless perils. The number was beyond his reckoning. He must take action for his son. Inside the room, Xia Xinyu watched Yi Shengtian's retreating figure. Her gaze was laced with complexity. Yet she remained silent. United in heart and purpose, after so many years, how could she be unaware of Yi Shengtian's thoughts? He was a man of pride, a man of strength, the undefeated god of war of the Qianyuan Empire. If he intended to act, her duty was to support him silently. Yi Chen observed Xia Xinyu's contemplation and, after a moment, produced a ring in his hand. "Mother, this is for you." Xia Xinyu snapped back to reality and looked down at the ring, which was a lustrous silver adorned with a resplendent azure gemstone at its apex. Her eyes widened in astonishment. "Is this a spatial ring?" With a smile, Yi Chun replied, "Mother, I have bestowed upon father numerous fine gifts. How could I merely reserve a spatial ring for you?" Xia Xinyu's curiosity piqued further. "Then what is this?" "This is the ring of vigilance. It is a tad more intricate. You must perform a blood oath to claim it as your own, allowing you to manipulate it freely. As for its purpose," Yi Chen hesitated, knowing that the term guardian crane would likely elude her understanding. "You shall discover its capabilities through experience." Xia Xinyu, increasingly intrigued, set Yi Chen down and adorned the ring on her finger. However, she suddenly paused. "Chun'er, this ring, it wouldn't be of the earth rank, would it? Our Yi family possesses great wealth. There is no need for such an exquisite item." Yi Chen waved his hand dismissively. "What belongs to the Yi family is theirs. What I give to mother is distinctly mine." A smile broke across Xia Xinyu's face as she affectionately ruffled Yi Chen's hair. "You little rascal, so clever for your age." Though she spoke lightly, the warmth of pride shimmered in her eyes. As the blood oath was completed in the blink of an eye, Yi Chen gestured, and a wave of ethereal azure energy surged forth. Yet, before it could approach, a circular shield suddenly enveloped Xia Xinyu, completely encasing her within its protective barrier. Yi Chen nodded with satisfaction. This was indeed the essence of the Guardian's watch. Xia Xinyu could hardly conceal her astonishment. She had not moved an inch, yet the protective shield was entirely the automatic response of the Guardian ring. Moreover, its reaction speed was astonishingly swift. Such a miraculous spiritual artifact was beyond anything Xia Xinyu had ever heard of. Unable to contain her curiosity, she inquired, "Chun'er, what rank does this Guardian ring hold, that it possesses such extraordinary capabilities?" Yi Chen chuckled. "I bestowed upon father a first-grade earth-tier spear, so naturally. Mother's gift cannot be inferior. It is also a first-grade earth-tier." A jolt of surprise coursed through Xia Xinyu's heart. "My child, the value of earth-tier items increases exponentially at each level, with the top 3 grades multiplying by several folds. Furthermore, the wondrous nature of the Guardian ring renders its worth nearly incalculable." Yi Chun smiled gently. "Mother, you may rest assured to keep it, as it has already recognized you as its master. Even if you were to return it to me, it would serve no purpose. Besides, I have another here." Yi Chun, however, did not mention that his own resources had dwindled significantly. After all, time was still short, and such treasures were not easily obtained. In the span of a year, Yi Shengtian broke through to the realm of spirit transformation, shaking the world. During that year, he embarked on another campaign, systematically annihilating the surrounding small nations, leading the Qianyuan Empire into a true era of peace. The following year, rumors spread that the 2 young princesses of the Yi family had ascended to the realm of spiritual pills, all before reaching the tender age of 2. The Yi residence in the imperial capital shone brighter than ever. As spring gave way to autumn, a decade passed in the blink of an eye. One day, a sudden, urgent whoosh of wind pierced through the skies above the imperial capital. The sound intensified, rapidly escalating to a thunderous roar, shattering the sound barrier. On the streets, many instinctively looked up, witnessing a flash of white light, which appeared to be a flying shuttle, with vague human figures discernible atop it. Such a sight was exceedingly rare in the imperial capital, where order was paramount, unless during special occasions, the skies were strictly off-limits, a decree no one dared to defy. Yet the common folk seemed accustomed to this spectacle, many chuckling and shaking their heads, envy flickering in their eyes. "The young master is out for a stroll again. If only I could experience that flying shuttle just once." "Huh, You dream too much. That is the exclusive transport of the young master. How could you even think of it? I've heard that contraption costs an exorbitant sum, enough to shock anyone. Come on, you're just envious. Our young master is known for his kindness. This is merely a hobby of his. Aside from this, has he ever overstepped his bounds? The townsfolk chattered animatedly, harboring no resentment towards the scene above, but rather a deep sense of admiration. Meanwhile, the figure aboard the flying shuttle soon approached the Yi residence, gradually descending. It was a remarkably handsome young man. The young lad stood at approximately 1.60 meters, adorned in a white robe embellished with delicate floral patterns, draped with a dark fox fur over his shoulders. His long hair cascaded down his back, complementing his refined features, exuding the essence of a gentle and cultured young gentleman. A decade had passed, and Yi Chen's physique had developed rapidly, nearing a height of 1.70 meters, making it hard to believe he was merely 14 or 15 years of age. Yet, his strikingly handsome visage and effortless charm made him appear like a celestial being, having blossomed into an ethereal beauty at the tender age of 10. In the past 2 years, suitors from the imperial capital had flocked to the Yi residence, enough to encompass the prominent families and factions of the realm. At present, Yi Chen wore a subtle smile on his face, his entire demeanor exuding warmth and elegance, as if the audacious figure that once traversed the winds was not him at all. Suddenly, a light laughter echoed from beside him. "Oh, mischievous little brother, have you once again taken to the skies? I can hear the rush of your winds from afar." Chapter 32. The young lady of the Yi family. Upon hearing the words, Yi Chen displayed no discernible change in expression, maintaining his refined and affable gaze. "Little Demoness, have you advanced so swiftly again? Your progress is commendable. Before long, your father may find himself unable to keep pace with you." The young girl, however, merely pouted in response. "What use is that? You can't even catch up to your own tail. All these years, I have yet to uncover your true depths." She stood at a height similar to Yi Chen's, adorned in a dark purple mini dress, her lower half encased in sheer black stockings, presenting a rather charmingly petite appearance reminiscent of a young loli. Yet, recalling Ouyang Qingfeng's temperament, even Yi Chen couldn't help but shake his head. The title of Little Demoness was not bestowed lightly upon her. Nevertheless, Yi Chen leaned closer, revealing a mischievous smile that only graced his features in her presence. "Curious about my true self? You must possess considerable depth to comprehend it." As he spoke, Yi Chen blinked, the faint fragrance that enveloped the girl wafting into his nostrils. He lowered his head to sniff at her shoulder, teasingly stating, "My dear sister, I fear you may not be able to handle it." As he brushed past her, Yi Chen strode into the room, the charm that adorned his face vanishing the moment he lifted his gaze, as if the previous moment had never been his at all. Ouyang Qingfeng's cheeks flushed a deep crimson. This insufferable little brother, despite being a mere child, possessed an uncanny ability to provoke her. As the Demon Empress, never had anyone dared to be so frivolous with her. She was accustomed to receiving bows and reverence, yet here was her beloved brother, leaving her somewhat flustered. Before even crossing the threshold, he encountered a young lady exiting. Her skin was porcelain-like, with bright eyes and pearly teeth. The slight curve of her eyes exuded an innate allure that captivated those who beheld her. At the same age of 10, Suiyun, towering slightly above Yi Chen at over 1.7 meters, wore a light-colored gown that cascaded to her ankles, accentuating her graceful silhouette with a hint of burgeoning femininity, even her modest curves suggesting a blossoming charm. In contrast to Ouyang Qingfeng, Suiyun appeared prematurely mature, yet her delicate face retained the icy demeanor of her childhood. Her gaze imbued with clarity, which, when paired with her enchanting eyes, lent her an additional allure. She was undeniably a beauty in the making. "Chenner, off to play again?" Suiyun observed Yi Chen, her eyes softening slightly. In the vast expanse of the Yi family, only Yi Chen could evoke such emotional fluctuations within her. The majority of the time, Suiyun was engrossed in her seclusion and cultivation. It was precisely for this reason that her current cultivation level had surpassed even that of Ouyang Qingfeng, reaching the pinnacle of spiritual brilliance, standing just a step away from transcending to the 7th stage of spiritual transformation. "I just returned. Sister, I noticed the royal carriage approaching. Is there an urgent matter?" Suiyun nodded subtly in response. "Yes, the third prince has come again, citing urgent business." Yi Chen raised an eyebrow in mild surprise, a smirk forming within. "Oh, That third prince again. Not long ago, the Empress summoned us, and the three siblings made their way to the palace. In recent years, the three siblings have frequently visited the imperial palace, where the Empress has taken a liking to them. Yichen does not mind being close to the royal family, especially given his father's established connection with the emperor. It is only reasonable to consider his father's reputation. During their last visit to the palace, Yichen fortuitously encountered the third prince, who was immediately smitten, becoming utterly infatuated and losing his appetite. This marks the third occasion the prince has come seeking her. As a prince, one would expect the Yi family to grant him some courtesy. However, Su Yun has disregarded all such protocols, having previously secluded herself under the pretext of meditation and not even showing her face. In fact, she has no recollection of their fleeting encounter. Yichen couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. This young lady, a celestial figure from some grand realm, is far beyond the reach of a mere royal prince. Yet this time, Yichen pondered, did she not refuse to see him? Why has she now acquiesced? Su Yun, feeling helpless, explained that her mother had sought her out, stating that one cannot ignore royal affairs indefinitely, as it would be impolite not to make an appearance. Yichun realized the wisdom in Xinyu's words, given the royal status. A formal decree for marriage would not be out of the ordinary, and it seems the royal family has refrained from intervening out of respect for Yi Xingtian. However, such respect is mutual. If Su Yun continues to avoid them, the royal family's dignity may soon be compromised. Yichen nodded, contemplating whether he should meet this so-called third prince. Ouyang Qingfeng followed closely behind, exclaiming, I want to go too. I am curious to see what kind of person dares to covet my sister's beauty. Yichen laughed softly. You should refrain from such boldness here. Outside, one must exercise discretion. Although Yi Chun held no fear of the royal family, he understood that any escalation could lead to turmoil. At merely 10 years old, he felt ill-equipped to bear such burdens. Deep within the palace, an elderly servant cautiously announced, Your Highness, the third prince has gone to the Yi residence again. The young man, adorned in elaborate attire, scoffed coldly. I hear the third has just returned from that secret realm and immediately rushed to the Yi estate. The young man lamented, This fool will undoubtedly meet his demise at the hands of a woman. The servant carefully placed a teacup before the young man, refraining from further comment. As a servant, one must speak when necessary, but remain silent on matters best left unsaid. Life in the palace demands one tread carefully. The young man sipped his tea and mused. Yet the Anil County princess is indeed extraordinary, aside from her prowess. Her beauty is said to rival that of the finest in the land. The servant hesitated before speaking again. Your Highness, if, by the name of the invincible war god, you were to unite with either of the two princesses, the benefits would be immeasurable. The young man smiled knowingly. Does this prince appear oblivious to such matters? The Yi residence is far from simple. The renowned god of war, Jiu Sheng, is well known. Given his relationship with the emperor, a marriage alliance holds little significance for him. It ultimately depends on the preferences of the two princesses. It is said that one princess is whimsical and full of spirit, while the other remains secluded in her chambers, both of whom are not easily deceived. The crux of the matter lies in the fact that both princesses possess extraordinary prowess, rendering this endeavor nearly impossible. With a heavy sigh, the young man reclined against the back of his chair. The Yi family wields immense power, having nurtured a towering pillar of strength. Although our dynasty currently stands firm as a mountain, what shall become of us in this generation? As the saying goes, a century of dynasty and a millennium of noble families. Any one of us brothers ascending the throne in the future shall not find the days ahead to be easy. In the grand hall of the Yi residence, the three siblings entered side by side. At a glance, Yichen spotted the figures within the hall. The third prince. Chapter 33. The unyielding third prince. The third prince donned a long robe adorned with delicate golden patterns, and at his waist hung a translucent jade ornament, embodying the nobility of his station. Standing just shy of 6 feet tall, he was said to be 16 years of age, 6 years senior to Yi Chun and his companions. However, among practitioners of the arcane arts, age, whether it be 6 years or even 60, pales in comparison to lifespans that can stretch into the millions of years, rendering such differences insignificant. Thus, the third prince's intentions could be deemed reasonable. Yet, reason alone is insufficient. The will of those involved must also be considered. Beside Yi Chun, Su Yun maintained her icy demeanor, casting a casual glance at the third prince before turning her attention to Xia Xinyu. Yi Xingtian remained in seclusion, and the presence of a mere prince hardly warranted his disturbance. Xia Xinyu promptly beckoned, urging, "Come, sit by me." Su Yu nodded, while Ouyang Qingfeng wore a peculiar smile. Moving to occupy a space beside Xia Xinyu, Yi Chen maintained his composure, saying little as he settled beside Su Yun. Throughout this exchange, the third princess' gaze remained fixated on Su Yun. Noticing this, Su Yun's eyes grew colder. What could possibly bring the third prince here today? The prince suddenly regained his focus, donning what he presumed to be a serene smile. This prince has visited twice before, but the esteemed Princess Annel was fortuitously in seclusion. Thankfully, today she is free. Su Yun replied with a dispassionate tone. It is not unusual for practitioners to enter seclusion. The third prince eagerly nodded. Indeed, indeed. The esteemed Princess Annel possesses remarkable talent. It is only fitting that she prioritizes her cultivation. As he spoke, the third prince waved his hand, summoning a pill bottle from the table beside him. During my recent expedition to the secret realm, I fortuitously encountered an auction where a terrestrial-grade elixir was available. Although it is merely a 9th-tier elixir, its effects are serendipitous. The group regarded him with indifference as the third prince held the bottle aloft, proclaiming, "The extreme essence pill. It can shatter the bottleneck of spiritual transformation." His voice rose slightly, and he continued, "Moreover, this elixir is crafted by the esteemed Master Guchuan. The value of this alone requires no further elaboration from me." One of the third prince's attendants could scarcely suppress a subtle smile. He had uncovered the information about the auction and realized that if he could facilitate a connection between the third prince and the Princess Annel, he would undoubtedly be handsomely rewarded. He had long coveted the top courtesan of the Wanhalu and dreamed of the day he could redeem her, envisioning her as his own prized possession. Unfortunately, as a courtesan, her ransom was exorbitantly high. Despite residing in the palace, he was merely a servant. Even with the owner's likely leniency, the price would remain steep. Now, however, with the extreme essence pill, perfectly suited to the needs of Princess Annel, he could hardly fathom any reason she might have to refuse it. The third prince, beaming with delight, stepped forward, extending the elixir toward her. The prince recalled that Princess Annel had just reached the pinnacle of the Linghui realm. Seizing the opportunity, he decided to capture the moment, hoping to lend her a helping hand. Yi Chun and Ouyang Qingfeng observed the third prince's performance with cold indifference, and Yi Chun even felt a slight urge to chuckle. Ah, the extreme essence pill, a splendid treasure. A low-tier elixir, acquired in a place like an auction hall, must have cost him at least 50 to 60 million spirit crystals. TSK. No wonder he hails from the royal family. If nothing else, they certainly possess abundant wealth. The third prince gazed at Su Yun with eager anticipation. Now that he was closer, he could faintly catch a whiff of her delicate fragrance, wondering if it was merely his imagination. Impossible. How could it be an illusion? This must be the enchanting scent of Princess Annel. The third prince's heart roared with excitement. However, in response to his hopeful gaze, Su Yun's exquisite face remained utterly unperturbed. The means for her breakthrough had long been prepared by the young master, rendering the third prince's efforts unnecessary. Her tone was neither warm nor cold, betraying a palpable chill. The third prince was momentarily taken aback and instinctively cast a glance at Yi Chun. Just him? He was indeed handsome, but what could he possibly offer? Over the years, the two princesses of the Yi family had risen to fame, becoming well known throughout the imperial capital, while Yi Chun had made not a single ripple. Such an inconspicuous figure could hardly possess any significant resources. Even if he had prepared something, it would undoubtedly be thanks to the Yi family. Yet, Su Yun aimed to break through to the Linghua realm, a feat that even the formidable war god could only achieve at the third step of Linghua. Such a treasure, not even the royal family could produce. How could the Yi family? Taking a deep breath, the third prince wondered if the princess was truly serious. She was attempting to advance to the Linghua realm. Was there anything that could surpass a pill refined by Master Guchuan? Su Yun gazed at the third prince for a moment, sighed with a hint of exasperation, and averted her alluring eyes. With a graceful gesture, a jade box materialized in her hand. In an instant, a rich fragrance wafted through the air, purifying the surroundings and leaving everyone feeling invigorated. Inside the jade box lay a pale green lotus flower, exuding a soft, lustrous glow. A fourth-tier low-tier elixir, The Millennium Azure Water Lotus. Need I say more? Su Yun simply admired the radiant lotus in her hand, too weary to utter anything further. The third prince stood there, dumbfounded, his mind blank as he beheld the lustrous flower. It took several moments for shock to register in his eyes. The Millennium Azure Water Lotus. How could this be possible? The 1,000-year Azure Water Lotus was sufficient to break through the Linghui bottleneck, and given the value of the Azure Water Lotus, a mere 4,000 or 5,000 years would suffice for the subsequent Linghua bottleneck. Yet, this one was a millennium. His attendant behind him was breathing rapidly. Oh no, could it be that his prized possession would be snatched away by another? Within a day, he was already on edge. Su Yun casually stored the Azure Water Lotus, feeling a touch of helplessness in her heart. Yi Chun had once advised her to avoid exposing him, a piece of wisdom she had diligently remembered over the years. However, now, gazing at the obstinate figure before her, Su Yun found herself disinclined to engage further. Your Highness, the third prince, if there are no other matters at hand, I shall take my leave to enter seclusion. With that, she rose and turned to depart, indifferent to the prince's reaction. Yi Chun secretly chuckled, feeling a twinge of pity for the young man. How could he dare to covet my beloved sister? Just then, the third prince suddenly regained his composure. Wait. Su Yun paused mid-step, turning slightly. Does the third prince have something to discuss? Taking a deep breath, the prince replied, during this journey, I have come across some intriguing news that I believe will pique the interest of the princess. Chapter 34. Perhaps you should consult the emperor's uncle? Su Yun furrowed her brow slightly. Is this never-ending? Her patience was wearing thin. As an empress, when had she ever been so entangled? Were it not for her regard for Xia Xinyu, she would have deemed the visit unnecessary. The third prince, noticing Su Yun's pause, felt a surge of elation. This prince has received word that a secret realm of the spirit transformation level shall emerge in a month. Xia Xinyu's eyes narrowed slightly. A spirit transformation secret realm. The vast expanse of the Qianyuan dynasty harbors numerous secret realms, their emergence being far from rare. Some are naturally formed, others are man-made, and some even remnants of powerful beings from the ancient era, filled with opportunities and treasures that have stirred envy in countless hearts. These realms are categorized into various levels based on their creator's prowess. A spirit transformation realm signifies that its creator must be at least at the spirit transformation level. In the Qianyuan dynasty, only Yi Xingtian has publicly reached this level. One can only imagine the rarity of such realms. And the third prince's revelation of such news is indeed a significant gamble. The attendants behind the third prince, who initially bore somber expressions, suddenly brightened. Life. I am alive again. Who would have thought that his master would go to such lengths for a woman, even bringing forth a spirit transformation realm? My dear, await me. I shall surely rescue you. However, to the third prince's astonishment, Su Yun's reaction was rather composed. This tranquility appeared strange to him, stirring an instinctive sense of foreboding. How dare you? How can you remain so calm? Spirit transformation, in the Qianyuan dynasty, is akin to the heavens. You cannot possibly be indifferent. Unless you possess a realm of even greater caliber, but that is simply unbelievable. The third prince fixed his gaze intently on Su Yun, as if trying to glean something from her profile. Yet, Su Yun shook her head helplessly. Thank you for your kindness, third prince. But the young master has just discovered a secret realm, and I am afraid I am unable to assist. With that, Su Yun turned to leave, only to suddenly recall something after a few steps. Ah, that realm, at the spirit path level. With those words, her silhouette vanished at the doorway. Watching Su Yun depart, Yi Chun couldn't help but feel a tinge of sympathy for the third prince. He had brought only 2 bargaining chips, only to be completely outmatched. Yet, this was not something Yi Chun had done intentionally. Su Yun was on the verge of a breakthrough. What was wrong with him preparing some good items? This was hardly excessive. The system had issued a side quest regarding the Thousand-Blade secret realm, leaving Yi Chun to ponder what was happening with his sister. Was this truly unreasonable? Who could have foreseen that the third prince would walk right into his path? This matter had nothing to do with him. The third prince stood in a daze, suddenly turning to gaze at Yi Chun, his eyes radiating an unmistakable chill. Yi Chun. The third prince's heart was roaring in fury. After waiting for over 2 months, making 3 visits to the humble abode, he finally met the princess in person, only for all his preparations to be utterly thwarted by this one individual. Damn it, it's all your fault. Having been in the royal family for so many years, He had never felt such defeat, except perhaps in front of his second brother. Taking a deep breath, the third prince suppressed his rage and returned to his seat. Yi Chen felt utterly helpless. Is it my fault? Ouyang Qingfeng stifled a laugh at the sight of the third prince's expression, quickly diverting her gaze elsewhere. However, Xia Xinyu's eyes held a hint of coldness. She had witnessed the third prince's earlier expression. How dare this little brat cast such a look at Chun? The third prince took a sip of tea, and by the time he looked up again, his expression had returned to normal. He had not anticipated that the Yi family possessed such profound resources, aside from the legendary Eternal Green Lotus. They even had access to information about the spirit realm's secret realms. Yi Chen narrowed his eyes, remaining unfazed. The implication behind the young man's words was clear. The formidable heritage belonged to the Yi family, not to him. Yi Chen, Xia Xinyu, aware of the secret to protecting Yi Chen, refrained from elaborating on the matter. The third prince acknowledging my Yi family would surely please your uncle. Yet it is regrettable that this time fate has eluded us. My eldest daughter is of a reserved nature. I hope the third prince will not take offense. The third prince shook his head, asserting that aside from his father, Yi uncle was the person he admired most. How could he possibly hold the princess accountable? As he spoke, the third prince casually cast a glance at Yi Chen. Nevertheless, while the spirit realm's secret realms held abundant opportunities, they also harbored tremendous dangers. If the princess were to accompany him, it would be manageable, but should she bring along individuals of lesser renown, it would indeed pose a challenge for her. Upon hearing this, Ouyang Qingfeng shot him a sidelong glance, her heart filled with disdain. Did the third prince believe that the presence of his sister would exempt him from such constraints? The third prince's expression stiffened as he lowered his gaze to his tea. Although he could not compare to the astonishing talents of the two princesses, he was certainly no commoner. As he said this, the third prince suddenly raised his head, addressing the young master Tianyang, asking for his thoughts, a provocation, an incessant, face-giving provocation. Yi Chen narrowed his eyes. He had always recognized the vastness of this world. As a former inhabitant of Blue Star, he was well aware of the depths of this fantastical realm. While having the system by his side was indeed an advantage, it did not render him invincible. He required time. However, being low-key did not equate to being submissive. Yi Chen had no need for submission. With a faint smile, Yi Chen regarded the third prince, who, at merely 16, had already reached the spirit pill realm. Though he could not compare to his sisters, he certainly could not be deemed useless. Were they to engage in veiled jabs and sarcastic remarks? Apologies, but this young master is not of the same ilk as you. Third prince, I shall speak plainly. The third prince's expression darkened in an instant, yet unexpectedly, a retainer standing beside him suddenly bellowed, "Bold." The esteemed third prince's status is of such nobility that it is beyond the reach of a mere young master from a prominent family to insult. Should the young master wish to spar, although I may not match even a fraction of the third prince's prowess, I would still be honored to engage in discourse. Only if the young master triumphs shall he earn the privilege to seek counsel from the third prince. The third prince's gaze sharpened, his heart involuntarily racing. How audacious! This insufferable servant! How dare you overstep your bounds? How dare you? At the main seat, Xia Xinyu's expression had completely soured, while Ouyang Qingfeng exhibited an exaggerated demeanor, a palpable aura of menace emanating from her. The third prince, recognizing the gravity of the situation, hastily sought to mediate. However, before he could utter a word, Yi Chen cast a knowing glance his way, a smile dancing in his eyes. Do you possess the qualifications? Perhaps you should inquire of the royal uncle? Indeed, it is the royal uncle. The only individual worthy of the title royal throughout the realm is none other than Emperor Qianyuan. The retainer's heart skipped a beat, his face suddenly draining of color. Chapter 35. Motion, like thunderous might over the years, Yi Chen's 3 children have visited the royal palace intermittently, naturally fostering an increasingly intimate relationship with the emperor. In their youth, the children were charming and endeared themselves to many, but as they matured, it was their cultivation that garnered attention. Although Yi Chen's reputation remained modest, the glimpses of his potential that he occasionally revealed were sufficient to command respect. Those within the palace, particularly those of high status, were astute enough to draw significant inferences from the slightest displays. Thus, it is noteworthy that, while few are aware, Yi Chen's trio has come to refer to the emperor as uncle, a term personally sanctioned by His Majesty. At this moment, The mere utterance of uncle caused the attendant's countenance to pale dramatically. The implications of those two words were chilling upon deeper contemplation. As Yi Chun posed his inquiry, the attendant felt his legs weaken, yet before he could respond, an abrupt pain shot through his neck. In that instant, amidst the horrified gazes of all present in the grand hall, the attendant's head was suddenly severed from his body, as if he had been thrust into two disparate realms. For a fleeting moment, they beheld the smooth, mirror-like separation at his neck. Blood erupted forth in a frenzy, creating a scene reminiscent of a crimson fountain. Despite being mere inches away from the third prince, an invisible barrier seemed to shield him from the deluge, for not a single drop of the spraying blood reached him. The hall fell into profound silence, so quiet that a pin drop could be heard. Yi Chen's calm voice broke the stillness. Servants must possess the awareness befitting their station. Such mindless beings, I shall take care of on behalf of the third prince, lest he regret it in the future. As his words hung in the air, a few in the hall regained their senses. Xia Xinyu instinctively revealed a hint of concern, while Ouyang Qingfeng subtly lifted her fair chin, seemingly quite pleased. The third prince swallowed hard, his eyes still wide with shock. In but an instant, his attendant's head had fallen. So swift was the act that he had scarcely registered it. Even now, he felt only a ripple in the air, vaguely grasping the gravity of the truth. The phenomenon was enigmatic and unfathomable. If indeed real, it posed considerable peril. The third prince inhaled deeply, his expression betraying a growing discomfort. Before his very eyes, his attendant had been slain. If word of this spread, where would he find solace? Should he remain indifferent, who would dare serve him in the future? And who would be bold enough to align themselves with him? The actions of the young master were exceedingly domineering, evidently indicating that he regarded the third prince with disdain. Given the young master's confidence, the only recourse left for the third prince was to confront him directly and seek clarification. Setting down his teacup, the third prince's gaze darkened significantly. The current situation had clearly slipped from his control, even though he had sensed Yi Chen's formidable nature moments earlier. He found himself compelled to act. How could he have anticipated that his mere verbal provocation would escalate to such a degree? Although his subordinate was deserving of the utmost punishment, Yi Chun had the audacity to take action on the spot, showing no regard for his dignity. Reflecting on the recent exchanges, he suddenly perceived that this young lord was far from the mediocrity rumored. He had unwittingly found himself in a passive position. Upon hearing this, Yi Chun displayed no trace of his previous bravado, his countenance once again adorned with a gentle, serene smile. Since the third prince had spoken, this young lord would certainly oblige. While confrontations among cultivators were commonplace, matters escalated at the level of spirit elixirs. It would be prudent to establish a challenge at the imperial capital's martial arena. This would not only facilitate their sparring, but also allow the cultivators of the capital to witness the clash of spirit elixirs. What does the third prince think of this? The third prince's heart skipped a beat. The imperial capital's martial arena. There were two grand arenas within the capital, the imperial capital martial arena and the royal martial arena. A mere word's difference, yet the implications were vast. The royal martial arena was situated within the palace, inaccessible to the common populace, while the imperial capital martial arena was open to all. When word of this spreads, a vast multitude from the capital would surely gather. The influence would be monumental. Yi Chen's proposition effectively severed any escape routes, not only for himself, but also for the third prince. Should Yi Chen be defeated, the years of reputation he built would be diminished. Yet Yi Chen would gain some notoriety, having fallen to the third prince's hand, certainly not a disgraceful outcome. However, if the third prince were to lose, the consequences were all too predictable. The scene would undoubtedly depict Yi Chen rising to prominence atop him. The third prince could scarcely suppress his outrage. This young man was indeed calculating, yet he found it impossible to reject Yi Chen's proposal. Damn it! First, he leveraged Su Yun to suppress him, then ruthlessly eliminated his subordinate, and finally compelled him to host a challenge to gain fame. Each move intricately designed, leaving him with no alternative. What an astute young lord he was. If Yi Chen were to learn of his thoughts, he would undoubtedly be taken aback. Am I truly so scheming? How was I unaware? What a joke. I am stirring the winds of change within the royal court. Ouyang Qingfeng reclined in her chair, swinging her little feet, her face nearly glowing with delight. Well done, little brother. Truly worthy of being my brother. I adore it. Xia Xinyu's beautiful eyes remained indifferent, appearing as if she were an outsider, yet inwardly, she clearly shared in the amusement. The third prince's heavy breaths persisted for several moments before he forced himself to regain composure, coldly stating, "Since the young lord of Tianyang wishes to witness the majesty of the royal family, this prince shall certainly oblige, but I hope the young lord possesses genuine strength, not merely an overabundance of confidence." Yi Chun chuckled lightly. "Then there is no need for the third prince to worry. When shall it be deemed an auspicious day?" The third prince pondered briefly and decided on 3 days hence. 3 days would suffice for him to prepare. This time, he could not afford to lose, nor dare to lose. He simply could not bear the consequences. Yi Chun appeared oblivious to the thoughts of the third prince, and thus, in accordance with the princess' words, he hoped that within 3 days, the third prince would ascend to greater heights. The third prince rose, taking leave with the blessing of the esteemed prince. Upon his departure, the courtyard door was shut. Xia Xinyu patted her ample chest, exclaiming, "You nearly frightened me to death. Chinner, your audacity just now was truly remarkable. To take action is one thing, but to have the courage to kill directly is another. How did I not perceive your decisiveness before, you mischievous boy?" Yi Chen offered a faint smile, reassuring her, "Rest easy, mother. I have my own methods in handling affairs." "Methods?" Ouyang Qingfeng blinked her large eyes in curiosity. "Then what do you call your actions today?" Yi Chen's lips curled slightly. "Inaction is preferable, but when one does act, let it be with the force of thunder." Chapter 36. Retreat and Engagement. Ouyang Qingfeng's delicate face displayed a look of astonishment as she murmured Leaf Chen's words. And after a brief moment, a smile blossomed on her lips. "My dear younger brother, I never imagined you possessed such talent, though your words are few. They are remarkably insightful." Leaf Chen chuckled softly, retorting, "You seem like a flatterer." Ouyang Qingfeng's expression instantly froze, her beautiful eyes widening in disbelief. "How dare you say I am flattering you when my sister is praising you? You wretched brother." Xia Xinyu stifled a giggle from the side. Within the confines of their home, Ouyang Qingfeng resembled a mischievous sprite, igniting playful banter even between the usually calm Leaf Chun and the more aloof Sui Yun. This peculiar dynamic left their parents in awe, marveling at the extraordinary bond among the three siblings. Sui Yun had indeed entered seclusion, yet her retreat was not absolute. Though the threshold of the 7th step of spiritual transformation posed little challenge for an empress, experiencing life anew warranted a prudent approach to cultivation, and her foundation remained solid. Over the years, the effects of the spirit-enhancing elixirs had fortified their foundations to an unyielding strength. That evening, Sui Yun learned of Leaf Chen's upcoming duel with the third prince and made a special visit to him. As the trio grew older, coupled with the expanding grandeur of the Leaf residence, they had long since taken to separate quarters. Observing Sui Yun's silhouette, Leaf Chen smiled gently before closing his eyes, allowing his consciousness to immerse in the system. Throughout the years, the system had undergone an upgrade, introducing a new task system. This system, however, was quite laid back. While completion of tasks yielded rewards, failure to complete them bore no repercussions. Over the years, Leaf Chun discovered that this task system resembled a purveyor of information. Events transpired through the insights provided by the task system, with the tasks themselves driven solely by Leaf Chen's volition. It must be said, Leaf Chen found great favor in such a system. The news regarding the Spirit Path secret realm was, naturally, also acquired through the system. This was a side quest, aptly named Explore the Secret Realm. Upon accepting the task, a three-dimensional route map appeared in Leaf Chen's mind, akin to an esteemed map from a past life. The reason Leaf Chen undertook this task was due to the enticing reward it promised, the essence of ice. Leaf Chen's spiritual power already encompassed the ice attribute. However, having attained the essence of space, he recognized the true nature of such profound existence. Mere attribute-based spiritual power was not comparable on any level. Over the years, Leaf Chen's spiritual energy had harmonized the 5 elements, alongside the unique attributes of ice and thunder. Yet, in terms of essences, he had only acquired the essence of space thus far, underscoring the rarity of these treasures. Thus, the secret realm was a goal Leaf Chun was determined to achieve. Although the task conditions for exploring the secret realm were straightforward, its scope was notably broad. Nevertheless, with such a reward in sight, Leaf Chun was more than willing to turn the secret realm upside down in pursuit of it. This matter, Yi Chun has firmly resolved. Not even the King of Heaven could alter this, as Yi Chun has proclaimed. 3 days have swiftly passed. Throughout this time, Yi Chun remained unchanged, leisurely strolling, basking in the sun, and indulging in slumber, exuding an air of confidence. After all, the news of the royal martial arena had already spread. One participant was a member of the royal family, the esteemed third prince, whose reputation is well established. The other, although not as celebrated among the populace, possessed even greater renown than the third prince, namely, the young master of the Yi family, Tianyang. Consequently, when Yi Chun and his companions arrived at the royal martial arena, the scene before them was awe-inspiring. The arena sprawled over an extensive expanse, its diameter likely reaching 2,000 or 3,000 meters. Yet, to their astonishment, a significant portion of the vast arena was already filled with spectators. A mere glance from Yi Chun revealed his strategic contemplation. This was indeed a spectacle of immense public interest. Ouyang Qingfeng raised an eyebrow, remarking to her brother, "To merely discipline a young rascal. You have summoned such grand arrangements. This is rather uncharacteristic of you." Su Yun, her expression serene, said nothing further. She had little fondness for crowded places and displayed scant interest in the external world. In contrast, Su Yun embodied the demeanor of an empress, while the little demon emperor appeared more carefree, often prioritizing amusement over seriousness. Yi Chun, upon hearing Ouyang Qingfeng's words, couldn't help but smile. For these past years, he had indeed lived in seclusion. Now, he was prepared to engage with the world. Ouyang Qingfeng's eyes widened with delight. "Dear brother, have you finally decided to reveal your true self? Prepare for a fierce battle in the 8 wastelands and strive for the title of the world's strongest." Yi Chun's smile faltered at the mention of being the world's strongest. He was no frog at the bottom of a well. What audacity did he have to utter such a title? Moreover, those 4 words seemed somewhat foolish to him. Without hesitation, he advanced into the martial arena. Behind him, Su Yun and Ouyang Qingfeng sat side by side, 2 beautiful maidens captivated by the spectacle. Meanwhile, Yi Xingtian and Xia Xinyu engaged in hushed conversation. "Xingtian, what do you make of Chun Er's recent words?" Yi Xingtian shook his head. "That boy's cultivation has reached an incredible height. I fear I might kneel before him without him even needing to lift a finger." "What do you expect me to say?" Xia Xinyu chuckled softly. "As a father, your son has surpassed you at just 10 years old." Yi Xingtian, however, remained unfazed. "And so what? If our son is so extraordinary, I could not be prouder." With that, Yi Xingtian shook his head and smiled. "You need not worry about him. That boy is quite astute. Over the years, aside from his penchant for darting about, have you seen him make a mark in any other domain? Although I cannot fathom his reasons for concealing his talents, he must possess his own rationale. He likely has knowledge of matters beyond our reach. Now he has ceased to pretend, and the reason behind this change is not a negative one." Xia Xinyu's eyes sparkled with realization, suggesting that Chun'er has ascended to a certain height, and the concerns that once troubled him are no longer an issue. Yi Xingtian wrapped an arm around Xia Xinyu's shoulders, remarking that with such thoughts, it would be wiser to set some boundaries for the second girl instead. Xia Xinyu twitched her mouth, responding that if that is your perspective, I believe it is better to watch Chun'er compete. After a series of procedures, Yi Chun finally stood at the foot of the martial arts arena. 1,000 meters away stood the third prince himself. Today, the third prince donned a dark-hued robe, exuding an aura of decisiveness, and coldly spoke, "Young Master Tianyang, please make your move." Chapter 37. A single strike as a member of the royal family. Standing before a multitude of citizens, this carried the weight of the royal visage. He allowed Yi Chun to make the first move, evidently intending to display a sense of grace. However, in the case of Yi Chun, Yi Chun's expression remained unperturbed as his voice resonated throughout the arena. "If I strike first, Prince Sin will inevitably lose." At these words, the crowd gasped in astonishment. "The moment I make my move, you shall be defeated." Such audacity and confidence. Many in the audience had encountered Yi Chun personally, as he often soared through the skies. Yet, they sensed that today, as Tianyang air was somewhat different. The third prince's countenance stiffened momentarily, his eyelids twitching in response. How audacious! Just 3 days prior, the third prince had witnessed Yi Chun's peculiar prowess. At this moment, he could not dismiss Yi Chun's arrogance. Little did he expect Yi Chun to disregard his dignity entirely. Yi Chun had no intention of showing any mercy. Why? The third prince racked his brain, unable to fathom Yi Chen's motivations. Was it merely disdain for him? The third prince? Taking a deep breath, the third prince recognized that the situation was evolving rapidly, leaving no room for further contemplation. With a cold chuckle, he remarked, "Such confidence from the Tianyang air. I have traveled far and wide, yet never encountered someone as self-assured as you. Today, allow me to enlighten my eyes." As his words fell, the third prince suddenly waved his hand, summoning a surge of rich earth elemental energy. A torrent of earthen hues surged forth, rapidly coalescing into a formidable mass spanning hundreds of meters. In the blink of an eye, gigantic earthen walls rose, forming layers upon layers, with no fewer than a dozen barriers encircling the arena. The crowd could not help but gasp in awe. This was evidently a high-level defensive spirit technique, and the scale of this barrier was nothing short of extraordinary, with numerous walls converging from all directions. Inside, the third prince's laughter echoed, "Tianyang air. Let me show you how I shall prevail." Yi Chen observed the third prince's reaction quietly, unable to suppress a smirk within. He had already shown no mercy. Yet this fellow's words were clearly restrained. He was evidently intimidated. He did not wish to, nor dare to, escalate the situation too dramatically. Ultimately, beneath this complex facade, it stemmed from his anticipation of likely defeat. Yi Chen chuckled lightly. It appeared that the third prince was prepared. Thus, it was time for this heir to take action. I shall reiterate, I am indeed about to make my move. Crack. Within the confines of the walls, the third prince's fists clenched, producing a sound that echoed with tension. This was intolerable. How dare Yi Chen humiliate him so? How could he? Yi Chen's expression remained unruffled as he slowly raised his hand, dismissively waving it as one would shoo away a fly. Yet, a tempest arose as 1,000 gusts of wind surged in response. In an instant, a vast expanse of icy blue energy enveloped Yi Chen, a chilling aura spreading across nearly 1,000 meters. Amidst the surging currents of air, a brilliant ice blue light burst forth, racing towards the third prince like a wild stallion unleashed. A thunderous roar erupted instantaneously, and in an instant, the earthen walls that stood in its path shattered into fragments, with the third prince at the epicenter of the chaos. The earthwork walls were arranged in a circular formation, and such a forceful impact sent the third prince flying backwards, crashing through yet another wall. In the blink of an eye, a pathway was carved through the continuous array of walls, leaving the third prince utterly vanished from sight. On the opposite side of the martial arena, a barrier stood almost 2,000 meters away, where the third prince was pinned against it, his body limp and his face a mask of terror. The arena was enveloped in a profound silence. After a span of 7 or 8 breaths, a tumultuous roar erupted from the audience, echoing like a tidal wave. Yi Chen, with an impassive expression, cast a distant glance at the third prince and proceeded towards him with unhurried grace. Moments later, the referee hurriedly descended. The third prince had been incapacitated with a single strike, yet Yi Chen continued his approach. Panic gripped the referee. Although aware of the identities involved, he was nonetheless terrified, for the young master of Tianyang was indeed somewhat different from the rumors. Should anything unforeseen befall the third prince, his own head would surely be forfeit. Yi Chen glanced at him nonchalantly, reassuring him that there was no cause for alarm, as he merely intended to exchange a few words. He was well aware of the necessary decorum. The referee, his heart racing, felt disinclined to follow further, for how could he dare approach a figure of such stature during a conversation? Thus, he remained rooted in place, anxiously observing Yi Chen's retreating figure. Soon, within mere meters, Yi Chen halted. The third prince lay on the ground, his body seemingly broken in numerous places, his pallor deathly as he stared vacantly at the sky. Yi Chen wore neither a smile nor an air of elegance. Rather, he bore an expression of calm indifference. Awake now? The third prince's eyelids fluttered, and upon seeing Yi Chen, he turned expressionless towards the heavens. How dare you, young master? To me, it seems you have no reason to target the imperial family. The only possibility is that your intentions are solely directed at me. Yi Chen stifled a smile, speaking in a tone devoid of urgency. Indeed, it seems that those who have lost their minds may find clarity after a lesson. Had Ouyang Qingfeng been present, he might have noticed that Yi Chen's demeanor and tone mirrored that of Su Yun on that fateful day in the Yi family's grand hall. The third prince couldn't help but turn his head once more, pondering Yi Chen's true intentions. Yi Chen, After a brief silence, glanced towards a section of the audience. At the forefront, Su Yun and others were watching intently. A fleeting smile graced Yi Chen's lips, quickly vanishing. His sister, devoted to her cultivation and making remarkable progress, filled him with pride as her younger brother. The emperor's uncle and aunt have been exceedingly gracious towards us, and my father shares a profound bond with his majesty. Were it not for these circumstances, dear third prince, you would have already met your demise. You must comprehend that the Yi residence belongs to the Qianyuan Empire, and is not to be claimed by any prince among you. This young master aspires for the Qianyuan Empire to flourish in peace and prosperity, with favorable weather for the harvest. With that, Yi Chen cast a glance at the third prince, his eyes devoid of emotion, as if gazing upon a corpse. Having expressed all that needs to be said, whether you heed this advice or not, it remains a counsel, both the first and the last. With these words, Yi Chen turned and walked away at a leisurely pace. The third prince lay there like a lifeless being, motionless and dazed. At the Yi residence, "Brother, what did you say to the third prince back then?" Yi Chen replied with a faint smile, "I told him to get lost." Ouyang Qingfeng suddenly became animated. "Did you truly say that? My dear brother, you have accomplished what I have long wished to do." Chapter 38. To secure the interior before expelling the exterior. As a denizen of the Blue Star, the third prince's musings are rather juvenile. Perhaps his infatuation with Su Yun is genuine, yet being a member of the royal family, his affections cannot be entirely pure. Moreover, given his status as merely an ordinary prince, the disparity between their standings is stark. Most crucially, Su Yun harbors no interest in him, which fundamentally motivates Yi Chen's intervention. At this juncture, Yi Chen has indeed afforded the other party ample face. The so-called imperial authority, particularly that of the Qianyuan dynasty, holds no weight in Yi Chen's eyes. Should a similar circumstance arise again, he would not hesitate to employ more decisive measures. Perhaps out of respect for the emperor and empress, Yi Chen might refrain from causing bloodshed, yet his methods will assuredly be far from hasty. Observing Ouyang Qingfeng's expression of gratification, Yi Chen could not help but smile subtly. Choosing not to elaborate further, the bond among the three siblings resides within their hearts. The barriers between the realms of immortals and demons have long since eroded under the ties of kinship over the years. Su Yun smiled, and although the current circumstances revolve around her, she refrained from uttering any words of gratitude. Suddenly, Ouyang Qingfeng's beautiful eyes sharpened, as if struck by a thought. "My dear brother, what is your strategy this time?" Yi Chen, struck by inspiration, casually remarked, "To secure the interior before expelling the exterior." Without a moment's hesitation, Ouyang Qingfeng raised her thumb in admiration, exclaiming, "Impressive, truly impressive." With the matter at hand concluded, Su Yun set aside her worries and began to earnestly focus on her seclusion and breakthrough. Unyielding, Ouyang Qingfeng also aspired to restore her former glory and joined her in closed-door cultivation. However, the two young women, seemingly indifferent to Yi Chen's words, had already begun to grasp the deeper implications of his statement, to secure the interior before expelling the exterior. Reflecting on the events of recent days, both young ladies sensed that Yi Chen's actions were laden with profound significance. Meanwhile, Yi Chen resumed his habitual languor, reclining with his eyes half closed under the sun. Curiously, despite maintaining these habits for a decade, his skin showed no signs of aberration, a fact that would surely evoke envy among women of the common folk. After a moment of contemplation, Yi Chen inquired within, "System, how many lottery draws have accumulated?" Over the years, his idleness had led him to forget the total count. He recalled a time when he had amassed over 100 draws. Ding! The host has accumulated a total of 41 lottery draws. Yi Chen was taken aback. That was quite a considerable number. Then, let us draw. System, initiate the lottery. Ding! Lottery commenced, with a total of 41 draws. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have obtained 300 years of cultivation. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have acquired a spiritual energy shuttle. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have received 500,000 spirit crystals. Ding! Congratulations to the host for acquiring the basic ability of super speed regeneration. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining a 5th grade spirit elevation elixir. Yi Chen listened in silence, patiently awaiting the cessation of the announcement. Once the sound subsided, he began to organize the items he had received. The spirit energy shuttle was the tool that allowed him to traverse the skies. Meanwhile, The spirit elevation elixir had been upgraded to the 5th grade after years of evolution. Yichen noted that only the elixir had evolved alongside the cultivation levels of his 2 elder sisters, Su Yun and Ouyang Qingfeng, making the 5th grade elixir perfectly suitable for them. As for the super speed regeneration, Yichun could already sense a remarkable power coursing through his body. This basic ability could rapidly heal all external injuries, except for severed limbs. He casually dragged his finger across his arm, gathering spiritual energy at his fingertips. Yet to his embarrassment, he did not break the skin. With both the spiritual energy enhancement card and the body enhancement card, Yi Chen's spiritual energy was exceedingly high, and his physical form had been strengthened to an extraordinary degree. Not only was his strength immense, but he had also awakened some astonishing traits: immune to all toxins, resistant to water and fire, as solid as a rock. It seemed that he was unable to test the effects of this super speed regeneration just yet. Yi Chen suddenly felt the urge to smile and thought, "Is there anyone who can come and give me a good beating?" Discarding such errant thoughts, he meticulously counted his other items, mentally noting them down. Very well. Still no profound insights. This was quite systematic. However, it mattered not. The forthcoming Spirit Realm Secret Realm would reward him with such items. Bread will come, sooner or later. Yi Chun rose, stretched lazily, and waved his hand, causing an object to materialize in the courtyard. At first glance, it resembled a motorcycle from a racing arena, albeit without wheels and possessing more fluid lines. This was the Spirit Energy Shuttle. Driven by spiritual energy, it could also be replenished with spirit crystals. At the rear, there was a large jet nozzle. On ordinary days, this shuttle served as a mode of transportation, but when needed, the nozzle could unleash spiritual energy to provide a more powerful thrust. Yi Chun had once attempted this, and upon witnessing the tail flame emitting a distinct mock ring, he realized that the output had exceeded the speed of sound. Who would have thought that such a compact device housed such formidable capabilities? Truly, it was a product of the system. Yi Chun skillfully swung his leg over the shuttle, and immediately, a surge of spiritual energy erupted. This energy fluctuation was quite conspicuous, yet under certain conditions, it could be actively concealed. Such portability endowed Yi Chun with new ideas. Wasn't this essentially a portable invisible fighter jet? If he rode this contraption, cloaking the energy fluctuations, he could fly over an enemy's stronghold without detection, and with a single throw of a spirit bomb. It would be akin to modern warfare in another realm. Yi Chun grinned broadly, and the moment he mounted the shuttle, the gentle nobleman seemed to vanish, soaring into the sky with a whoosh, stirring up a tempestuous whirlwind. In the blink of an eye, a few days had passed. At the entrance of the imperial capital, the 3 siblings gathered together, with the towering city walls of the capital looming behind them. Yi Chun gazed down the official road that stretched into the distance, a sense of exhilaration bubbling within him. After so many years in this place, it was the first time he had completely broken free from control. With a casual wave of his hand, 3 energy shuttles appeared in parallel before him. Yi Chun grinned, "My dear sisters, from this moment forward, the sky is the limit." Ouyang Qingfeng's excitement surged. It was finally time to put their plans into action. That supersonic thing, I've been looking forward to it for days. Dressed in male attire, Ouyang Qingfeng swung her long legs over one of the shuttles, quickly establishing a connection with the control system. Days prior, Yi Chun had already instructed his 2 sisters on the operation of the shuttles. Observing the sleek and strikingly beautiful design of the technology, Su Yun's enchanting eyes sparkled with curiosity as she too mounted one of the shuttles. Roar. Chapter 39. Qifeng. A tremendous howling sound erupted, stirring the swirling currents of air into a thunderous expansion. On the official road, a horse-drawn carriage sped along when suddenly a gust of wind surged down, startling the horses into a frenzy of whinnies, and the old man driving the carriage nearly toppled over. Goodness, what on earth is flying so swiftly? Above, 3 sleek, dark silver shuttles whizzed past, their tails trailing long streams of spiritual flames, vanishing in the blink of an eye over several hundred meters. Yi Chun, shedding his usual elegant demeanor, was enveloped in a faint glow. Though his hair remained perfectly still, one could discern the brilliance in his brows. Their destination, the mystical path of spirits, lay over 10,000 kilometers from the imperial capital, and even with the speed of the spiritual shuttles, it would take several days to reach. However, filled with a sense of novelty, the trio did not feel the weariness of travel. Rather, Ouyang Qing Feng smiled brightly, appearing far more exhilarated than Yi Chun. Indeed, as they became accustomed to it, the girl even began to perform daring maneuvers with the shuttle midair, truly earning her title as the Little Witch. Before long, the sun began to dip in the west. At an altitude of 100 meters, the vast expanse of the horizon was painted with hues of deep yellow, creating a stunning vista. Yi Chun gazed at the sky, contemplating silently. Judging the time, he figured that the small town visible ahead would be their lodgings for the night. Although they were all cultivators capable of journeying through the starry night, that was not in Yi Chun's nature. Unless absolutely necessary, he would not endure such hardship. After all, he had been granted a second chance at life, not to suffer. Soon after, the three descended from the shuttle, feeling somewhat lightheaded. Having flown all day, they found themselves a bit unsteady on their feet. Above the city walls, the characters Yuanguang City loomed large. This place still lay within the territory of the Qinyuan dynasty. Ouyang Qing Feng, with a pouting face, remarked, "Brother, while your shuttle is indeed exhilarating to ride, flying all day is quite unbearable." Yi Chun chuckled inwardly. Not only was she struggling, but he was also feeling a bit overwhelmed. Tomorrow, they would switch modes of transport. Ouyang Qing Feng was taken aback, surprised at how readily Yi Chun acquiesced. She had merely been voicing her complaints. For the shuttle's speed was truly remarkable, rivaling that of the demon vessels from the demon realm. "What will you switch to? It wouldn't be a carriage, would it?" Yi Chun waved his hand, wearing a mysterious smile. "You'll find out tomorrow." Sui Yun said nothing, yet her beautiful eyes sparkled with interest. After riding this contraption all day, she too felt fatigued. Since Yi Chun was being so enigmatic, it was clear he had made prior arrangements. Now, Sui Yun had gained some insight into Yi Chun's character. As dusk reached its zenith, the primary hues of the sky were gradually surrendered to the deepening shades of night. The lanterns began to flicker to life. The trio of siblings found the finest inn in Yuanguang City, booked 3 rooms, and hurriedly ventured out once more. After finally stepping out, they naturally wished to immerse themselves in the local customs and culture. How could they remain cooped up in the inn? Ding! Upon discovering a unique physique known as the 7-kill battle body, a notification rang out. A side quest had been issued to subdue the 7-kill battle body, with a reward of 5 additional lottery draws. Yi Chun couldn't help but narrow his eyes slightly. On the street, Yi Chun and his companions were dressed impeccably, clearly the youthful scions of affluent households. Nearby, a small boy's eyes brightened as he hurried over, his voice filled with eagerness. "Could you spare some food? I'm not a beggar. I just wish to fill my stomach." Yi Chun's gaze shifted. The boy appeared to be around 6 or 7 years old, his clothes filthy, and his face bore the marks of neglect. Yet, his eyes sparkled with a glimmer of hope, softening even Su Yun's expression. Ouyang Qing Feng couldn't help but smile. Bending slightly to inquire, "What is your name, little brother?" Surprised by the attention from Ouyang Qing Feng, the boy took a cautious step back, creating some distance before responding. "My name is Qi Feng." "Qi Feng, what a splendid name," Ouyang Qing Feng remarked, as a luminous spirit crystal materialized in her hand. "Take this. I may not have food at the moment, but this will buy you plenty." Upon seeing the spirit crystal, Qi Feng's eyes instinctively lit up. Though hesitation soon clouded his expression, it was evident that he was reluctant to accept such a precious item. Su Yun observed him with suspicion, wondering why the boy hesitated. Yi Chun stepped forward, gently retrieving the spirit crystal from Ouyang Qing Feng's hand. "Unexpectedly, sister, your kindness is commendable, but this item cannot be given to him. In our possession, it is a spirit crystal. In his hands, it could spell disaster." Ouyang Qing Feng's eyes widened in disbelief. "What do you mean, dear brother? How could it possibly be a disaster?" Yi Chun smiled lightly and turned his attention back to Qi Feng. "Qi Feng, why do you hesitate to accept the spirit crystal?" After a moment of contemplation, Qi Feng timidly replied, "I only wish to eat my fill and grow strong. I have seen powerful cultivators use this. It is worth a fortune, far beyond what common folk can afford, let alone a little beggar like me. If I take it, I might be robbed by other beggars before I can even buy food." "Such audacity!" Ouyang Qing Feng exclaimed, her tone suddenly frosty. "Who would dare to steal the spirit crystal given by me?" Startled, Qi Feng took several steps back, prompting Yi Chun to shake his head. "Come with us, little one. We shall take you for a meal." Qi Feng's eyes sparkled with hope, yet doubt crept back in. "Really? You possess spirit crystals, so you must be of considerable status." Are you truly willing to waste your time on a mere beggar like me? Yi Chun felt a tug at his heartstrings. Though the child was merely 7 or 8 years old, he displayed remarkable intelligence. Leaning slightly closer, Yi Chun reassured him, "Little one, my friends and I are merely passing through Guangguang City. We have time to spare, and treating you to a meal will not hinder our journey." As he spoke, Yi Chun raised his gaze, spotting an inn not far away. He gestured towards it, suggesting they dine there. "What do you think?" Chi Feng appeared to be somewhat convinced, his small eyes reflecting a flicker of intense anticipation as he regarded the inn. The inn. Ever since the passing of his father, he had not set foot in that place again, where the cuisine was truly delightful. Yet, Chi Feng hesitated. Noticing this, Yi Chun couldn't help but inquire, "What is it? Are you still having doubts? Is there anything wrong with going there?" Chi Feng quickly shook his head, responding, "It's not that it's undesirable. I am truly grateful that my older siblings are willing to take me out for a meal, but I have a small request. I wonder if my older siblings would be amenable." Yi Chun smiled, encouraging him, "Please, do share." Chi Feng promptly replied, "You see, I have a younger sister at home who is even smaller than I am. I cannot allow her to go hungry while I indulge in a meal." Chapter 40. Yi Chun's thoughts upon hearing these words. The three siblings could not help but feel a stir of emotions. The little fellow was not only begging to stave off his own hunger, but also to support a younger sister. At this moment, even Sui-yun, who had been quietly observing, could no longer refrain from speaking. "Take us to your home, and bring your sister along." Suddenly, Chi Feng knelt down, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you, elder brother and sister." "Thank you." Yi Chun sighed inwardly. On their way, Yi Chun inquired, "Little Chi Feng, is it just you and your sister at home?" "Yes," Chi Feng replied. "I remember my father saying that our mother left after giving birth to us. Not long ago, my father fell gravely ill and passed away, leaving only me and my sister. I am the elder brother. Although I am still young, my father said that as the older sibling, I must protect my sister. I must find a way to ensure she does not go hungry." The two empresses felt their eyes welling with tears. As empresses, they had seldom encountered tales of such common folk, and their hearts ached for the siblings. Yi Chun also lamented inwardly. In this world, there were no orphanages. Without adults, how difficult it must be for them to survive. Before long, they encountered Chi Feng's sister. Indeed, she was even younger than Chi Feng, named Chi Yao. She was dirty and appeared to be an ordinary little girl, lacking any distinguishing features. As they brought the two children to an inn, despite the presence of two young beggars, it was evident that Yi Chun and his companions held a distinguished status, and they were not hindered. After a hearty meal, the three little ones devoured their food with great enthusiasm. Observing that the two had finally eaten their fill, Yi Chun revealed his intention. "Chi Feng, my name is Yi Chun. Would you be willing to join my household?" Ouyang Qin Feng and Su Yun exchanged astonished glances. They had not anticipated that Yi Chun would go to such lengths. Chi Feng was momentarily bewildered but began to grasp Yi Chun's meaning, hesitating for a moment. Yi Chun smiled gently, reassuring him, "Rest assured, in the Yi household, no one will dare to trouble you, nor will anyone deny you food." After pondering for a while, Chi Feng asked, "Big brother, you have treated us so kindly. What is it that my sister and I need to do in return?" Yi Chun was taken aback for a moment. What a clever little boy, understanding that there is no such thing as a free lunch. He spoke plainly, "It is simple. Upon joining the Yi household, you must be loyal to it." "Is that all?" Chi Feng exclaimed in surprise. Yi Chun raised an eyebrow. What else could there be? Chi Feng hesitated. "You cannot expect to support two idlers, can you? Surely you need my sister and me to work. I am willing to work at anything, but I would prefer my sister not to have to labor." Chi Yao quickly interjected, "I can do it too. Brother, I can." Yi Chun and his companions couldn't help but smile. "All right." Yi Chun waved his hand. "I understand your concerns. You can rest assured that the Yi household will treat your sister well and will not make her a servant. However, everything comes at a price. Chi Feng, the price you must pay is to diligently cultivate and soon become a formidable force." "Huh?" Chi Feng was taken aback. "You wish to teach me cultivation? Can I truly do it?" Yi Chun chuckled, stating, "Only by becoming a practitioner can you protect your sister, little one. You have no reason to decline." Chi Feng promptly replied, I am willing. With this matter settled, though Su Yun and Ouyang Qin Feng were somewhat perplexed, they certainly did not object. At the break of dawn the following day, Yi Chun personally sought out a carriage driver and rented a cart. The driver was a burly man adorned with a thick beard. Yi Chen raised his hand and placed a gold bar before him. Will you accept a job for a gold bar? The driver, seemingly taken aback, broke into a hearty laugh. Of course, I will accept. Just tell me what needs to be done. Qi Yao and Qi Feng had already bathed and changed into clean garments, now appearing somewhat like members of a prominent household. Especially Qi Feng, whose bright eyes were strikingly extraordinary. Yi Chun produced a token, upon which the name Yi Chun was boldly inscribed. With this, deliver these two siblings to the Yi residence in the imperial capital. With the token in hand, no one in the capital would dare hinder you. The imperial capital. The Yi residence. The driver was astonished, glancing down at the token. His face suddenly drained of color as he knelt before Yi Chun. Commoner Lu Huang pays his respects to the young master. Yi Chen's lips twitched. How careless. Beside him, Qi Feng and Qi Yao observed this scene with curiosity. It was evident that Yi Chun held a prestigious status. The imperial capital was the heart of the entire Qian Yuan dynasty, and the title of young master must signify a significant position. With his identity made clear, the driver was thoroughly intimidated and dared not display any restlessness. Yi Chen turned, pulling the two siblings closer and presenting them each with a translucent orb, whispering, "Listen, these two orbs are for each of you. Keep them tucked away and ensure they remain unseen. In case of any unforeseen circumstances on the journey, these orbs will protect you. This journey is long and arduous. Only when you reach the imperial capital can you truly rest easy. Be vigilant along the way, and remember to deliver that letter to the Yi residence." The siblings nodded eagerly. Watching the cart gradually recede into the distance, Yi Chen exhaled a sigh of relief. Ding. Side quest completed. Congratulations, host. You have received a reward of 5 additional lottery draws. Su Yiyun interjected. Chener, do those two children possess any special attributes? Yi Chen replied with a faint smile. Indeed. They are special. While I cannot claim to be a villain, I am certainly not a mere do-gooder either. Ouyang Qing Feng, intrigued, asked, and why is that? Yi Chen narrowed his eyes, surveying the surroundings. Are you familiar with the 7 kills battle body? Both Su Yiyun and Ouyang Qingfeng's eyes widened in astonishment. 7 kills. Are you implying? Yi Chen nodded with a smile. Once that young man grows, my Yi residence will gain a formidable general. Ouyang Qingfeng sighed softly, pondering that the young man was not merely a formidable general. He was poised to become a second father figure, surpassing even the original in stature. Yet, Yi Chen remained unfazed. Indeed, the young man's future was beyond the reach of the Yi family, but he had a sister to consider. Ouyang Qingfeng and Su Yiyun exchanged a meaningful glance, their expressions revealing a depth of understanding. This young man was perhaps overthinking the situation, contemplating matters far beyond the immediate horizon. Days later, the trio ventured beyond the borders of the Qianyuan Empire, as neighboring small nations had been absorbed. The only territory now bordering it was the formidable Wanhui Empire to the west. The Wanhui Empire, as a dominant power, was comparable in strength to the Qianyuan Empire. Fortunately, there existed no animosity between the two nations. Rather, they enjoyed a robust exchange of trade. The destination of their journey lay within the realm of the Wanhui Empire. Chapter 41. Vacation time. In the vast expanse of the sky, a small vessel glided smoothly through the air. This vessel, resplendent in a striking azure hue, exuded an aura of advanced technology. Its sides and rear were adorned with massive jet nozzles, which were currently emitting a soft blue flame that extended several meters behind. It was a spirit energy flying boat. On the deck, Yi Chun reclined in a lounge chair, basking in the sunlight with an air of sheer contentment. This spirit boat was also a product of the system. Yi Chun had accumulated over a dozen flying shuttles within his system space, yet only possessed 5 spirit boats, 4 of which were of this smaller variety, while a single large spirit energy flying boat remained. Despite the impressive scale of the tail flame, the speed of this vessel was inferior to that of the flying shuttles due to its size, and its energy consumption was astonishingly high, several times greater than that of the shuttles. Nonetheless, with over 100 million spirit crystals amassed in his possession, Yi Chun was unfazed by such trivial expenses. Being compact, this spirit energy flying boat comprised only 2 levels. The first level housed a reception area, kitchen, and other amenities, while the second level contained the sleeping quarters. At this moment, his 2 sisters had already selected their respective rooms to cultivate, leaving Yi Chun to leisurely enjoy the sun. However, appearances were deceiving. Within Yi Chen's mind, he was deeply engrossed in the evolution of spatial principles. A decade had passed, and his comprehension of spatial concepts had deepened significantly, though he still had a considerable journey ahead to achieve mastery. As they soared through the skies, Yi Chen suddenly sensed the presence of a beast nearby. Through his spatial perception, he discerned a colossal avian beast, upon which a human figure was perched. A wealthy creature indeed, to have such a magnificent beast as its mount. Who dares to traverse this area? Halt at once. The voice rang out from the side. Yet Yi Chen feigned ignorance, paying no heed. The dazzling vessel continued to expel flames as it rapidly distanced itself from the man and beast. Damn it! Cursed the man in blue atop the Thunder Eagle, feeling powerless as he watched the vessel accelerate to near sonic speed. Though he contemplated launching an attack, his Thunder Eagle possessed the combat prowess of a spiritual infant. He ultimately restrained himself. Spirit boats were the privilege of elite factions. He had once been fortunate enough to witness one, a tool of a superpower far beyond the grasp of nations like the Wan Hui Empire. Yet, the vessel before him, though modest in size, surpassed the beauty of the one he had previously encountered by leaps and bounds. He couldn't help but wonder what kind of powerful entity occupied that vessel. Inside the boat, Yi Chen sensed that the individual posed no immediate threat and chose to disregard him. He surmised the stranger's intention was merely to admire the splendid spirit energy vessel and hitch a ride. Had they been within the territory of the Qian Yuan Empire, Yi Chen might have considered engaging. However, at this moment, it was wiser to avoid unnecessary complications. Yi Chen had come to explore a secret realm, and he did not wish to invite trouble. Time passed quietly. On this day, as the spirit boat soared high above in the heavens, Yi Chen abruptly opened his eyes. In the distance, a radiant beam of light ascended into the sky, illuminating the heavens. At this moment, the ethereal vessel soared to an impressive altitude of 1,000 meters. Yet the light stretched even higher. This extraordinary phenomenon heralded the location of the secret realm. Yi Chen attuned himself to the system map, then rose and approached the edge of the deck. Gazing downwards, he beheld a vibrant pillar of light piercing the sky, casting a myriad of colorful reflections across half the horizon. In this expanse, Yi Chen sensed numerous concealed auras lying in wait. With a thought, Yi Chen halted the vessel, and footsteps echoed behind him. Have we arrived? Ouyang Qingfeng approached, leaning against the railing to peer down. My, there are quite a number of people. Yi Chen replied with a faint smile. What's this, dear sister? Are you eager to unleash devastation? Ouyang Qingfeng chuckled. That would depend on whether there is something worthy of my attention. Otherwise, I would not bother to intervene. Su Yun emerged as well, remarking, It is said that the demon emperor of the Nine Nether slaughters thousands at a whim, yet you seem reluctant to act. Such behavior contradicts your reputation. Ouyang Qingfeng furrowed her brow, responding, As if you, the heavenly maiden, are known for your mercy. Even as a celestial being, the souls you've dispatched are hardly fewer than mine. Su Yun merely smiled slightly. But I am an immortal, whereas you are a demon, scorned by the world. Ouyang Qingfeng retorted, To hell with the world. What concern is it of mine? As long as the Nine Nether City thrives, the demise of the world is of no consequence to me. Yi Chen smirked. It appeared that the two ladies had begun to bicker once more. With a thought, he summoned spatial power, swiftly binding both sisters. Maintaining a serene expression, he approached Ouyang Qingfeng and playfully smacked her on the backside. Dear sister, have you forgotten not to elevate yourself before your younger brother? Ouyang Qingfeng's face flushed crimson, as if she might bleed, yet she remained frozen, unable to utter a word. Glaring at Yi Chen in sheer indignation, Yi Chen stifled a laugh and, unperturbed, moved to Su Yun's side. Noticing the pleading glimmer in her alluring eyes, he unceremoniously delivered a swift slap. And you, dear sister, have become even more enchanting with these days of absence. That scoundrel brother strikes again. Su Yun clenched her silver teeth, utterly unable to move, silently cursing him. Ding. Successful prank on sister. Reward, for additional lottery chances. Yi Chen chuckled softly. And with another thought, he released the binding space. Su Yun's cheeks were flushed as she turned away in silence, retreating to the vessel. You foul brother. I will catch up to you one day, and then I shall pin you down and spank you. Ouyang Qingfeng huffed playfully, turning her gaze towards the ship's exterior, no longer mentioning the earlier embarrassment. This troublesome brother, appearing so dignified, yet filled with mischief. As time passed quietly, Nightfall descended upon the mountains, the temperature gradually dropping, and the light dimming ever further. Above the sky, several crimson points of light flickered, accompanied by palpable fluctuations of spiritual energy emanating from that direction. Numerous individuals perched upon tree branches, occasionally gazing skyward with wistful sighs. They all sought opportunities, yet observed others with spirit vessels at their side, as if embarking on a leisurely journey, while they themselves endured hardships. On board the vessel, brilliant lights illuminated the surroundings. Yi Chun luxuriated in a hot bath within his chamber, the steam swirling gently, providing an exquisite comfort. After an hour had passed, Yi Chun lazily arose, casually draping a towel around himself as he emerged. The long night stretched ahead, and this young master was ready to retire. As for those below, Tiske, the disparity between individuals was indeed considerable. Casually retrieving a long robe, Yi Chun gave his body a slight shake, causing the towel to slip away. Just then, the door swung open unexpectedly. Chinner, the Ascension Elixir. Ah! Su Yun gasped, swiftly covering her mouth before slamming the door shut. Yi Chun. Chapter 42. The ancient secret realm outside the spirit vessel, a protective shield enveloped it, rendering any intrusion utterly impossible. Yi Chun had not anticipated his sister's arrival, and in his oversight, had forgotten to lock the door. Consequently, just moments ago, without a hint of embarrassment, Yi Chun donned his attire, a light azure robe that accentuated his fair skin. With his chiseled brows and starry eyes, he presented an elegant figure, reminiscent of a peerless young gentleman. Alas, not a romantic hero, but a noble scion. Knock, knock. Yi Chun turned towards the door, which soon swung open to reveal Su Yun, her delicate visage still tinged with a rosy hue. Chinner. Yi Chun chuckled inwardly. She had indeed matured. Having grown up together, she now exhibited signs of shyness. Perhaps she had always been bashful, but it had been less apparent in her youth. The Ascension Elixir. Yi Chun produced a small vial, uttering no further words. Su Yun instinctively accepted it, her curiosity piqued. Is there anything else? Yi Chun let out a soft laugh. Turning to depart, Su Yun stood speechless, her cheeks flushing anew, as images of their earlier, unspoken moment danced in her mind. Time flew swiftly. Chunner had grown up. How absurd. Su Yun muttered in frustration, slamming the door shut before returning to her training. Days slipped by in a blur. The following day, Yi Chun lingered on the deck when he suddenly sensed an approaching presence. His brow arched in intrigue. A great eagle, accompanied by a young man. Was it him again? Beyond the transparent shield, the young man in blue stood atop the eagle, clasping his hands in greeting. Might I inquire if the esteemed cultivator within would deign to converse? Begone. Yi Chun did not even open his eyes, his tone markedly different from before, tinged with a coldness that kept others at bay. The blue-clad youth was momentarily taken aback, his expression darkening. Such arrogance. What was so impressive about a mere vessel? Humph. With a disdainful huff, he turned to leave. Yet, unexpectedly, a tremendous thunderclap echoed through the air, as a colossal lightning bolt, nearly 8 meters wide, struck down. Crack! The clear sky erupted with thunder, causing countless cultivators below to glance up in alarm. A scream resonated as a figure crackling with electricity plummeted from the sky. Moments later, a booming voice reverberated across the heavens. Speak with insolence again, and you shall not escape unscathed. In an instant, the lightning eagle descended over 100 meters, trembling as it flapped its wings, barely stabilizing itself before hitting the ground. Meanwhile, the blue-robed cultivator above was left smoking from the electric shock. My lightning eagle is quivering all over. This is utterly ridiculous, the blue youth exclaimed, smoke billowing from his mouth. Below, a cultivator gasped, overwhelmed with relief. Thank goodness I restrained myself last night. The waiting period stretched on for 7 or 8 days. That night, Yi Chun was deep in slumber when suddenly, an alarm filled with technological resonance blared to life. Yi Chun awoke with a start, sitting upright. Outside the floor-to-ceiling window, the sky was adorned with a myriad of stars, interspersed with dazzling, radiant colors. The secret realm was about to open. With a mere thought, Yi Chun silenced the alarm, donned his attire, and stepped out the door. On the deck, Su Yun and Ouyang Qingfeng were already awaiting his arrival. After a prolonged wait, the moment had finally come for the secret realm to unveil itself. Yi Chun ascended the deck and gazed downwards. The radiant beam of light had vanished, replaced by a swirling vortex of vibrant colors, slowly rotating in midair. Was that the entrance to the secret realm? How intriguing. This was Yi Chen's first encounter with the visage of a secret realm. Let us join the excitement. Yi Chen exclaimed, filled with exhilaration, and leaped forth from the spirit vessel. Su Yun and Ouyang Qingfeng promptly followed suit. The spirit vessel transformed into a streak of light, vanishing back into the system's space, while the trio descended from the skies, heading straight for the vortex. At that moment, numerous cultivators had already entered the vortex. Yet Yi Chen and his companions remained unhurried. Upon seeing the three descend, some cultivators who had yet to enter were astonished. Having expected the occupants of the spirit vessel to be ancient beings with silver hair, only to discover they were merely three youthful individuals. However, with the secret realm now open, no one had the leisure to delve into the identities of the trio, as they hurriedly made their way toward the vortex. Soon, Yi Chen and his companions were also engulfed within. As the disorienting sensation of space dissipated, a grounding feeling replaced it. Instinctively, Yi Chen began to survey his surroundings. Before him lay a dimly lit expanse. The sky was devoid of the moon, shrouded instead in an unfathomable gloom, as if endless dark mists had gathered, obscuring all celestial mysteries. The earth beneath his feet was desolate, a barren wasteland strewn with yellow sand. Not a single plant nor a trace of life could be discerned. This scene resembled a forsaken world. Yi Chen instinctively reached out with his senses, yet found no presence of others. Even Su Yun and Ouyang Qingfeng had vanished. It appeared that this secret realm had randomly separated the individuals. Given Su Yun and Ouyang Qingfeng's cultivation and background, Yi Chen harbored no worries for their safety. Rather, his thoughts drifted to the information regarding the secret realm. An ancient secret realm, a spirit-level secret realm. What could the term ancient signify? According to the system's task, simply exploring the secret realm would suffice to complete the mission, but to what extent did this exploration need to reach? As this was his first venture into a secret realm, Yi Chen found himself devoid of any clear direction. For the moment, he could only proceed step by step. After a brief moment, Yi Chen resolved to take a stride forward. Though Yi Chen appeared to be walking, each step traversed an immense distance. Had there been an observer nearby, they would have witnessed a fleeting shadow vanish in an instant. This was a subtle application of spatial manipulation, akin to shrinking distances. In this desolate world, Yi Chen traversed alone, journeying for what felt like an eternity without any sign of change. It was not until the passage of 2 incense sticks worth of time that Yi Chen abruptly halted his steps. In the faint distance, a piercing scream seemed to drift along with the wind. Without a moment's hesitation, Yi Chen soared swiftly towards the source of the sound, his speed increasing manifold compared to before. In but a brief span, he came to a sudden halt, a look of perplexity crossing his face. Ahead, a myriad of ethereal shadows filled the sky, resembling a vast expanse of black wind howling and rampaging through the air. The anguished cries emanated from within this dark tempest. A figure was ensnared by the fierce winds, wailing in torment, with streaks of crimson barely discernible. Upon noticing Yi Chen's approach, the individual appeared to grasp a glimmer of hope, shrieking desperately, "Save me! Please, grant me my life." Yi Chen remained composed, standing resolutely, unmoved by the pleas. Within that tempest, he could faintly sense the presence of millions of minute essences. This was no mere wind. It was evidently a congregation of countless unknown minuscule beings. Truly, in this fantastical realm, such monsters abound. Yi Chen silently marveled. Chapter 43. Jiang Qingfeng and Jiang Chen the cultivator appeared to be in excruciating torment, his anguished cries echoing incessantly. It was unclear what fate had befallen him while suspended in midair, as he flailed desperately with his spiritual energy, yet to no avail. Observing Yi Chen's indifference, the cultivator suddenly erupted in a piercing howl. "Beast, if you do not rescue me, then you shall accompany me to the grave." His vengeful gaze, even from several hundred meters away, instilled a palpable fear. Yi Chen could not help but furrow his brow, feeling an overwhelming force emanating from the void, attempting to draw him into its grasp. A cold glint flickered in Yi Chen's eyes as he scoffed internally. In this fantastical realm, he had indeed borne witness to the absurdity of the situation. If he refused to save you, you sought to drag him down as well. With a sardonic smile, he remained unfazed. For the next half incense worth of time, Yi Chen observed with growing horror as the cultivator's form diminished, his flesh and blood peeling away layer by layer, until he was reduced to nothing but a skeleton. To his astonishment, even the remaining bones continued to shrink until not a trace was left. A shiver ran down Yi Chen's spine. Despite having faced numerous assassination attempts in the imperial capital, none had instilled the same dread as the scene before him. He reminded himself that this was not Blue Star, but a merciless world where death left no remains. As he witnessed the dark, malevolent winds sweeping towards him, Yi Chen swiftly moved, vanishing in an instant. Across the desolate land, Yi Chen darted through the terrain. He had no notion of the vastness of this place. But having just witnessed such a terrifying spectacle, his previously unwavering confidence in Su Yun and the others began to waver. This land was peculiar, defying all logic. Even though they were formidable cultivators, safety was not guaranteed. Thinking of the two young ones, a sense of urgency gripped Yi Chen. It was said that within secret realms, opportunities abound, yet the reality seemed fraught with peril. The so-called opportunities were likely mere rumors. In this barren wasteland, there could hardly be any semblance of fortune. While lost in thought, Yi Chen suddenly sensed an eerie presence rapidly approaching him. With a flicker of intuition, he decided to move towards it, curious to discern what manner of being lay ahead. Soon, the distance between them closed rapidly until a dark silhouette loomed larger in the horizon, prompting Yi Chen to squint. The creature was as large as a small mountain, entirely cloaked in darkness, standing upright and resembling the legendary gorilla. However, its blood-red eyes were filled with an intense, frenzied bloodlust, as if it longed to crush him with a single blow. An idea struck Yi Chen. Could this crimson-eyed beast be a product of some demonic transformation? In his memory, creatures with red eyes rarely exhibited normality. As the distance dwindled in the blink of an eye, the black gorilla suddenly surged forth, morphing into a streak of black light racing towards him. In but a fleeting moment, Yi Chen felt his heart leap, sensing a fierce and oppressive force descend upon him. As if a mountain of corpses and an ocean of blood were approaching, he suddenly bit down on his tongue, forcing himself to awaken, and instinctively executed a spatial shift, covering several hundred meters in an instant. Turning his head, he saw that his own afterimage had been torn apart in that very instant. A shiver of trepidation coursed through him as a chill surged to the crown of his head. Had he not reacted in time, he would undoubtedly have suffered a direct hit. Regardless of his physical resilience, such an impact would certainly not be pleasant. Yi Chen could not help but take this matter seriously, realizing for the first time the formidable nature of the bizarre entities in this fantastical realm. However, he understood that such a scenario would only occur once. With this newfound experience, Yi Chen felt no fear in facing this creature with his strength. With the system at his side, even a pig could soar through the heavens. In a single thought, immense spatial power gathered, and the colossal gorilla suddenly bellowed fiercely. Yet, despite its roaring struggle, it could not move an inch. Yi Chen narrowed his eyes and continued to sprint into the distance. The massive body of the gorilla began to crack, and in the blink of an eye, it was utterly dismembered. Blood erupted like a bomb. An hour swiftly passed. During this time, Yi Chen encountered other humans, yet they, like him, were hastily fleeing, instinctively altering their paths to distance themselves upon spotting him. Not wishing to draw near, Yi Chen was more eager to find his two sisters. Regrettably, until now, there had been no news. The only discernible change was that the monsters he encountered were evidently growing stronger. From initially facing mere spirit pill realm creatures, he now confronted beings of the spirit wheel realm. This transformation brought Yi Chen a modicum of reassurance, suggesting that he was indeed on the right track. In the blink of an eye, another incense stick had burned down, when Yi Chen suddenly sensed a powerful surge of spiritual energy emanating not far away. His heart stirred. Could his sister be there? Moments later, a gigantic centipede appeared in his line of sight, its exaggerated body measuring several meters in width, and its length seemingly endless. Surrounding this colossal centipede, numerous cultivators were attacking from all directions. The creature seemed to possess extraordinary defenses, stirring up clouds of dust while deftly fending off the onslaught of so many practitioners. Suddenly, Yi Chen's gaze sharpened as he spotted a figure clad in a purple robe, weaving through the fray with bursts of violet spiritual energy. Yet, the fluctuations emanating from this figure indicated a mere peak of the spirit infant realm. Yi Chen's lips twitched as he grasped the situation in an instant, and he swiftly lowered his own energy levels. Initial stage of the spirit wheel realm. Maintaining this aura, he leapt forward, calling out, "Sister." Ouyang Qingfeng turned her head, and upon seeing Yi Chen, her face lit up with joy. "Chenner." Observing the fluctuations surrounding Yi Chen, Ouyang Qingfeng's smile widened even more. "Chenner, come quickly." Beside Ouyang Qingfeng stood a white-clad cultivator, gracefully wielding a long sword that shimmered with light. Upon hearing the sound, the white-clad cultivator instinctively turned his head. "Jiang Qingfeng, is this the brother you mentioned?" Yi Chen couldn't help but admire Jiang Qingfeng in his heart. "Should I then address you as Jiang Chen?" Right before him, Ouyang Qingfeng promptly introduced, "Indeed, this is my younger brother, Jiang Chen." As she spoke, Ouyang Qingfeng glanced at Yi Chen, saying, "Chenner, this is brother Lu Ruffling. He is a peerless talent at the mid-stage of the spirit wheel." For a fleeting moment, Yi Chen's expression turned peculiar, which did not escape Ouyang Qingfeng's notice. However, she winked at him while facing away from Lu Ruffling. Amused, Yi Chen clasped his fists in greeting. "I have the honor of meeting you, brother Ruffling. I am Jiang Chen." Lu Ruffling, upon noticing Yi Chen's demeanor, seemed quite pleased, puffing out his chest with an air of brotherly pride. "What a fine lad. You have achieved the spirit wheel cultivation as well. Since you are Qingfeng's brother, you are now my brother too." Chapter 44, The Fourth Ancient Secret Realm Goodness. Yi Chen rolled his eyes inwardly. With just that one sentence, he could discern the underlying intricacies. However, observing Ouyang Qingfeng's beaming countenance, he could not bring himself to undermine his sister's enthusiasm. Since she was so exuberant, she undoubtedly had her own motives. Yi Chen immediately felt a surge of admiration. Such a generous spirit as brother Lu Ruofing truly deserved the title of prodigy. In my eyes, a prodigy ought to embody such carefree and unrestrained joy. Ha! Lu Ruofing was clearly pleased. "Good little brother, with your words. I assure you that accompanying us on this journey will pose no danger whatsoever." Strange, eerie cries echoed intermittently throughout the realm. Yi Chen instinctively glanced down at the colossal centipede. "Brother Lu, what manner of beast lurks beneath?" With a faint smile, Lu Ruofing replied proudly, "You are yet unaware of the mysteries of this ancient secret realm. We currently stand in the endless wilderness, merely the first layer of the ancient secret realm. In this initial stratum, one encounters mindless, frenzied creatures. The deeper one ventures, the more formidable these beasts become. To enter the second layer, one must traverse the entirety of the endless wilderness." As he spoke, Lu Ruofing waved his hand grandly. "Little brother, I find you quite impressive. Since we fortuitously encountered your sister, you shall accompany us. With me around, I guarantee your safe passage into the second layer." Yi Chen contemplated the information imparted by Lu Ruofing while inwardly bemoaning the system's lack of assistance, pondering whether this was indeed his sister's objective. He feigned a look of trepidation. "Brother Lu, if the first layer is so treacherous, what horrors await in the second layer?" Lu Ruofing laughed heartily. "Fear not, for I am here. Although these creatures are not particularly strong, they are quite resilient. Allow me to deal with this one first." With that, Lu Ruofing leapt down, sword in hand, and shouted, "Everyone, lend your strength. This creature cannot withstand much longer." As he descended, Yi Chen turned to Ouyang Qingfeng, a teasing smile dancing on his lips. "Sister Jiang Qingfeng?" Ouyang Qingfeng's cheeks flushed crimson. "How dare you speak so casually?" Yi Chen chuckled heartily, not dwelling on it, and waved his hand to summon thunderbolts. The thunder descended. Of course, the intensity of these strikes was merely at the initial stage of the spirit wheel. Thunderbolts, as thick as a bowl, crashed down, staggering the centipede. Electrical currents coursed along its body, rendering its movements significantly stilted. Below, Lu Ruofing was taken aback, turning to laugh heartily. "Good lad. Well done." Yi Chen grinned widely, continuing to summon the thunder. Crack, crack. Bolts of lightning cascaded down, the accompanying paralyzing effect severely hindering the creature, allowing the assembled cultivators below to breathe a sigh of relief, casting astonished glances at Yi Chen. Ouyang Qingfeng also joined in, sending forth violet streaks of light, while quietly remarking, "These individuals hail from a sect known as the Qianling sect. Many of their members are present, and those gathered here are all from their sect." Yi Chen cast a sweeping glance around. A crowd of approximately 10 individuals gathered, most of whom were at the spirit infant stage, with only two having reached the spirit will stage. One was Lu Rufeng, while the other was a muscular man in the early stages of the spirit wheel. I informed them that the three of us siblings were rogue cultivators, our parents having perished amidst the tide of ferocious beasts. We typically operated along the borders, and I cautioned my younger brother not to let anything slip to our sister. Yi Chun chuckled helplessly, questioning if he was truly after information. It seemed more like he was here for amusement. Ouyang Qingfeng shot him a charming glance, retorting that it was not mere playfulness, but rather a matter of prudence. Yi Chun did not press the issue further, inquiring instead if there were any updates on their elder sister. Ouyang Qingfeng appeared unfazed, confidently stating that even she was at ease. For their elder sister's cultivation surpassed her own, and she would be fine. Yi Chun pondered this, realizing that perhaps he had been overly anxious, considering she was an empress. What about news from the second level? How many levels are there in total? He asked. Ouyang Qingfeng frowned, shaking her head. She had yet to extract any information, as the young man was astute enough to understand her intentions, keeping his lips tightly sealed. Nevertheless, she found no harm in sticking with them. As they were in no rush, observing their antics was quite entertaining. Yi Chun sighed with a smile, knowing she was indeed here for fun. If she were genuinely seeking information, she would have surely resorted to more forceful measures. The group soon launched their assault. Though the creature was resilient, its aura was weak, unable to withstand the combined might of so many. Before long, it lay motionless on the ground, its body severed into several segments, resembling a lifeless dog. With that, the group continued onward. Due to their collective exertion, their pace was not particularly swift. Lu Rufeng approached, a smile illuminating his face as he regarded Yi Chun. Well done. I did not foresee your mastery of thunder techniques. Yi Chun, embodying the bashfulness of youth, scratched his head in modesty, attributing his skill to merely that one technique. Lu Rufeng did not linger on the subject, instead gazing into the distance. In roughly half a day's time, they would reach their destination. According to rumors, a formidable creature at the peak of the spirit wheel awaited them there, necessitating a combined effort to confront it. Yi Chun's brow furrowed in skepticism. Brother Lu, there are quite a number of individuals who entered this secret realm. Surely there are no higher-tiered cultivators among them? Lu Rufeng chuckled, shaking his head. Have you ever seen a prodigy surpassing the spirit wheel stage? Aside from the two princesses of the Qian Yuan dynasty mentioned in legends, it is already impressive for anyone to reach the spirit wheel. He scoffed, adding, as for the older generation of cultivators, which of them would dare to compete with us youngsters for resources? Anyone bold enough to do so would find their lair exterminated by dawn. Yi Chun's expression shifted to one of realization. As rogue cultivators, they were unaware of such rules within the secret realm. By the way, Brother Lu, since this is everyone's first time in this secret realm, how is it that you seem so well acquainted with it? Lu Rufeng beamed with pride at this question. You are but solitary practitioners, and it is quite understandable that you remain unaware. In the realm of cultivation, this is hardly a secret. In truth, prior to the emergence of this ancient secret realm, 3 identical ancient secret realms had already manifested, each adorned with the same resplendent colors and swirling hues. Yi Chun could not help but be astonished. 3 identical ancient secret realms? Does this not imply that the current ancient secret realm is the 4th? Could it be that there are, perchance, a 5th and 6th ancient secret realm as well? Lu Rufeng, upon hearing this, shook his head. It is said that the elements within these ancient secret realms correspond in a one-to-one manner. Indeed, the ancient secret realm comprises 4 layers, which aligns with the number of ancient secret realms that exist. Thus, this must be the final ancient secret realm. Yet, this is merely a rumor, and its veracity remains uncertain. Chapter 45. The Three-Headed Fiery Serpent. 4 ancient secret realms, identical in nature. If one were to claim that there was no connection among them, Yi Chun would undoubtedly refuse to believe it. It seems that this ancient secret realm is far from simple, considering that this realm is a product of the system. Yi Chun found some solace in the thought. The rewards for exploring this secret realm are profound mysteries, and the current enigma begins to make a certain degree of sense. How could something so commonplace trigger such a supreme reward? Yi Chun chuckled, regardless of the circumstances. As long as he could share a bit of soup with his elder brother and make it out alive, he would be content. Lu Rufeng, upon hearing this, cast a more scrutinizing glance at Yi Chun. I told you he was merely a loose cultivator, yet you 3 seem to be faring quite well. Just the temperament of Brother Jiang surpasses that of many others. With these words, Lu Ruffling appeared to recall something, letting out a sigh. Many lose their wits when encountering treasures, unaware that no matter how abundant the fortune, one must possess the life to seize it. Jiang Chun seamlessly integrated into the role, aligning perfectly with Ouyang Qingfeng's intentions. He bantered with Lu Ruffling while blending into this team. As a result, when they encountered subsequent waves of monsters, Jiang Chun and his sister hardly needed to engage, merely fending them off with minimal effort. However, as the monsters grew increasingly formidable, several members of Lu Ruffing's team met unfortunate ends. Soon, approximately 2 hours had passed. Ahead, the vast plain began to narrow gradually, bordered by towering cliffs that seemed to stretch into infinity. From above, the terrain transformed into a seemingly bottomless super canyon, with Yichun and the others situated at its deepest point. Further ahead, the path continued to constrict. This is the peculiar nature of the secret realm. Such extraordinary terrain would be impossible to find in the outside world. Yet, Yichun pondered, could they ascend those sheer cliffs? He wondered just how high they truly soared. Ultimately, at the canyon's end, all paths were completely sealed. In midair, a massive vortex hovered, radiating a spectrum of colors as it slowly rotated, emanating a potent wave of spatial energy. Below the vortex, a colossal serpent coiled in layers, its robust body measuring nearly 2 meters in diameter, with its serpentine formation spanning several hundred meters. What caused the most alarm was that this extraordinary serpent possessed not one, but 3 heads. This was the 3-headed fiery serpent. Lu Ruffing's gaze trembled with trepidation. Although he had received prior warnings, witnessing it firsthand was altogether overwhelming. Legends spoke of this creature having a trace of the bloodline of the ancient behemoth, the Yamada no Orochi, and if this serpent was already so formidable, one could only imagine the spectacle of the Yamada no Orochi. Lu Ruffling was momentarily stunned, his mind racing as he began to survey the surroundings. Surrounding the area, several groups had gathered, yet none dared to advance recklessly, all waiting quietly in this terminal zone. The 3-headed blazing serpent exuded an aura of consummate mastery in the spirit wheel realm, and it was evident to the assembled factions that no single group could hope to vanquish such a colossal creature alone. However, it was soon after that Lu Ruffing's gaze inadvertently flicked over to Yichun, only to return with sudden intensity. Yichun merely regarded the massive serpent ahead with a calm demeanor, as if observing a heap of worthless scrap metal. Lu Ruffing even sensed a hint of scrutiny in Yichun's eyes, as though he were appraising the value of this seemingly worthless pile. Was it merely an illusion? Lu Ruffing pondered, glancing at Ouyang Qingfeng, who appeared to be scanning her surroundings, seemingly searching for something, utterly oblivious to the mounting pressure. These 2 individuals were indeed extraordinary. Lu Ruffing mused silently. The 3-headed blazing serpent remained stationed beneath the swirling passage, and upon noticing that the crowd had not approached, it refrained from initiating an attack, resulting in a stalemate at the scene. As time passed, approximately an hour went by, and the number of cultivators present steadily increased. Esteemed colleagues, this 3-headed blazing serpent obstructs the entrance to the next level. We must collaborate temporarily to slay this ferocious beast. Yichun observed with curiosity. The individual who stepped forward at this moment must possess a certain renown. No obscure figure would garner such attention from the crowd. Bai Luanfeng, how had he not noticed his arrival? Ouyang Qingfeng queried, Lu Gu, is Bai Luanfeng formidable? Lu Ruffing nodded solemnly. Indeed, he is quite powerful. Bai Luanfeng has already entered the late stage of the spirit wheel realm, and notably, he does not hail from a local faction. The Dao Heart Pavilion is a transcendent force, surpassing ordinary dynasties, with most dynasties merely serving as its vassals. Bai Luanfeng originates from the Dao Heart Pavilion. It is unexpected that they too have come this time. Those must be members of the Dao Heart Pavilion, a companion nearby hesitantly remarked. Surrounding Bai Luanfeng were indeed a dozen individuals, and Yichun noted that they were all practitioners of the spirit wheel realm. A team composed entirely of spirit wheel cultivators could undoubtedly be considered the pinnacle of excellence in this ancient secret territory. Brother Luanfeng speaks wisely. This beast has reached the peak of the spirit wheel realm, and no single force among us can contend with it. The best strategy now is for all of us to unite against the enemy. A female cultivator clad in a flowing green gown stood up, exuding an air of elegance and grace. Could it be? Gulingwe. Lu Rufing's pupils constricted sharply, and his breath quickened. Yi Chen found Lu Rufing's reaction somewhat excessive. Who exactly was Gulingwe? Lu Rufing inhaled deeply. She is the youngest daughter of the Gu family in Jiangdu and a core disciple of the Heavenly Spirit sect. Both the Jiangdu Gu family and the Heavenly Spirit sect are forces that rival the Tao Heart Pavilion, and Gu Lingwei embodies the strengths of both. Yi Chen remained indifferent. Possessing dual strengths, she too was in the late stage of the spirit wheel realm. The presence of two renowned prodigies ignited the atmosphere almost instantaneously. Within the span of mere moments, the grand offensive was officially launched. The passage, already narrow, became a cacophony of roaring cultivators charging headlong into the fray, their fervor rivaling that of 1,000 gallant steeds. Even amidst the throngs, Yi Chen could not help but feel a surge of adrenaline, almost compelled to unleash his full prowess in a cataclysmic battle. With a flourish, he invoked the Great Black Sky technique, the Radiant Nine Heavens, the Spirit Void Heavy Sword, the Mountain Moving Sword. A multitude of awe-inspiring spiritual techniques cascaded forth, overwhelming the senses with a vibrant display of spiritual energy that dazzled the eyes. Under such tremendous might, the three-headed flame serpent finally let out a piercing shriek. Chapter 46. The two great prodigies. As the piercing cries echoed, an overwhelming pressure surged forth. A fierce aura sweeping through the crowd, instilling a sensation akin to being ensnared in the depths of a hellish battlefield. Everyone hastily steadied their minds, only to witness the three-headed fiery sun serpent, with its two colossal heads, simultaneously gaping wide. A resounding roar erupted, and visible shockwaves surged forth, swiftly followed by a deluge of dark blue flames that engulfed the area. Serpents are inherently associated with darkness, and the term fiery sun serpent is already enigmatic. Thus, the nature of this fire became apparent. This was the fire of extreme darkness. Yi Chen mused silently, choosing to follow the main group without recklessly engaging. The overwhelming flames surged like a tsunami, their exaggerated force rivaling that of any human assault. In the blink of an eye, the horrifying collision detonated. Enormous shockwaves radiated in all directions, chaotic spiritual energy rampaging within, and the cultivators at the forefront were directly blasted back thousands of meters. The formation disintegrated into utter disarray. Amidst the crowd, Yi Chen harbored no intention of standing out, focusing solely on ensuring his and Ouyang Qingfeng's safety. Yi Chen's attention enveloped nearly the entire battlefield, anxiously awaiting Su Yun's arrival. Why had she not yet appeared after such a long time? At the forefront, the shockwaves indeed wreaked havoc. Yet the blue flames remained largely unaffected, exhibiting an extraordinary adherence, refusing to dissipate despite the howling gales. Soon, the rampant waves were brutally suppressed, and vast expanses of the blue inferno surged forth once more. This was no battle we could partake in. Lu Rufeng found himself ensnared within the storm, utterly beset. Although this squad was also engaged in the fray, they were not positioned at the very front. Lu Rufeng clearly observed that not far ahead, a multitude of cultivators had been wholly consumed by the sea of flames, their anguished cries piercing the air. In that moment, fear gripped everyone, and the main force finally ceased their mindless charge. "Beast, do not be so arrogant." A sudden, commanding voice rang out. Before the inferno, a figure clad in green robes ascended, revealing Gu Lingwei. With a graceful wave of her hand, a colossal, ethereal image coalesced before her, rapidly forming into a superlative illusion with a diameter of several hundred meters. This was a slowly rotating lotus phantom. Gu Lingwei herself stood behind the flower's heart, and the oncoming sea of flames could not surpass even half a step, all being repelled by that lotus. With another commanding cry, Gu Lingwei moved her delicate hand once more, causing the lotus's heart to radiate a rich azure light. In the blink of an eye, a beam of azure light shot forth, piercing through the inferno and heading straight for the three-headed fiery sun serpent. This spiritual technique, embodying both offense and defense, was indeed formidable. Yi Chen discerned that the azure light was a miniature version of the lotus. In the distance, the giant serpent hissed, and one of its heads ceased its fiery assault, a similar blue radiance illuminating its gaping maw. Yet, it appeared to be merely an unremarkable sphere of light. In the fleeting moment that followed, the sphere of light shot forth, colliding head-on, unleashing a thunderous roar akin to a tempest erupting from a tranquil plain. The explosive sound reverberated violently, reminiscent of a nuclear detonation, triggering a cascade of luminous energy that surged forth. The blinding eruption expanded into a colossal amalgamation, only to shatter in a cataclysmic blast moments later. In the midst of the crowd, Bai Luanfeng, upon witnessing the spectacle, cast aside his trepidation and ascended into the air, directing a finger towards the distant colossal serpent. A tempest of energy raged and howled around him as he stood resolute, his sword radiating brilliance akin to a tidal wave. A multitude of blades poised for battle. A resonant hum filled the air as a vast expanse of silvery light flickered into existence, revealing a multitude of sharp sword glimmers that sprawled across the horizon. In an instant, an onslaught of sword energy erupted, launching forth with the ferocity of a bladed assault from all directions, prompting the central head of the three-headed blazing sun serpent to finally stir. The central serpent head's eyes blazed to life, followed closely by the awakening of the entire serpent's form. In but a heartbeat, a dark blue phantom, anchored by the serpent, expanded rapidly, transforming into a colossal apparition. This formidable shadow exuded an overwhelming aura, and while the myriad sword energies rained down, they merely scattered the phantom with a cascade of luminous flames. Bai Luanfeng's countenance darkened as he prepared to strike anew, yet before he could act, the left and right serpent heads suddenly opened their gaping maws. Each unleashed a concentrated pillar of energy, scarcely a meter in diameter, that shot forth with such velocity it sent shivers down his spine. Curse it! That presence! Bai Luanfeng's eyes widened in horror as he plummeted to evade the exaggerated energy beam, which grazed perilously close to his scalp. He managed to narrowly escape. However, those behind him bore the brunt of the attack. Brother, get out of the way. Damn it. Many eyes widened in terror, yet none possessed the reflexes of Bai Luanfeng. A line of individuals was pierced through like candy on a stick, their bodies and limbs incinerated into ashes in an instant. The energy beam struck the ground, igniting an explosion that unleashed a malevolent inferno, drowning the air in anguished cries. In contrast, Gu Lingyue remained steadfast, her complexion pale, yet she chose not to retreat, resolutely bracing herself with a cerulean lotus. However, she was ultimately hurled to the ground, and upon impact, the earth trembled, sinking by over half a meter within a radius of hundreds. The lotus phantom erupted in a final blaze, forcing Gu Lingyue to spit forth a mouthful of blood. Her face ashen. The ground quaked violently, and though the energy fluctuations were severe, they were merely residual waves, allowing those surrounding Gu Lingyue to survive in terror. Thank you. Immortal Gu. Are you all right, Immortal Gu? We owe our lives to you. Immortal Gu, you are beautiful and kind. I owe you a debt of gratitude. As the crowd witnessed the impending impact, their fates diverged starkly. Despite both being leaders, the disparity was unmistakable. Bai Luanfeng, however, could only smirk coldly within, deeming those who risked their lives for others to be foolishly naive. Alas, this esteemed fairy Gu, indeed, is a rare soul of benevolence, sighed Ouyang Qingfeng. Yichen could not help but curl his lips. This fellow is a female demon, yet even she expresses such sentiments. Amidst the throngs of onlookers, Gu Lingyue's countenance turned pale, her attention increasingly fixated on the distant black serpent. The three-headed blazing sun serpent proved to be far more formidable than anticipated, surpassing the capabilities of an ordinary perfected spiritual wheel. The first layer of the ancient secret realm already poses such challenges. What lies ahead? I cannot fathom how others traverse the perils of the ancient secret realms. Presently, none can withstand the onslaught of these three-headed blazing sun serpents. What shall we do? Gu Lingyue's heart raced with anxiety. The three-headed serpent seemed relentless, charging forth with astonishing speed, each head emitting a dreadful hiss. By heavens! The colossal serpent is upon us. Retreat! Run! Gu Lingyue's expression shifted drastically. Such velocity! Does this behemoth possess no weaknesses? It is over. Yichen's expression also changed, recognizing the familiar aura. Chapter 47. It turns out that Brother Zhang's surname is Yi. Yichen suddenly turned around. It was his elder sister arriving. Ouyang Qingfeng was instantly invigorated. At last, her sister had come. From the distant horizon, a nine-colored illusion streaked forth with a fervent rush. Yichen laughed heartily. With his sister present, what was there to wait for? Lu Rufin, perplexed, urged, Brother Jiang, what are you doing? That giant serpent is charging forth. Shouldn't we retreat quickly? Ouyang Qingfeng turned with a smile, no longer pretending, declaring, I shall reveal my true self. Let you witness what true power is. Lu Rufin was taken aback. With a glance and a smile, the world dimmed. Ouyang Qingfeng's figure captivated him throughout the journey, yet none could compare to the splendor of this moment. She soared gracefully into the air, enveloped in a deep purple aura. In the name of the 9 underworlds. Her ethereal voice reverberated throughout the heavens and the earth. In an instant, the ground beneath the charging giant serpent was suddenly stained a dark purple. In a fleeting moment, the serpent instinctively sensed danger. Massive dark purple light beams erupted from the ground, binding the serpent tightly in mere blinks. Such an aura, such a spectacle, left the crowd in awe, astonished beyond measure. Bai Luanfeng's pupils constricted, and his expression quickly darkened. Someone was meddling. A force of such strength had infiltrated their ranks. Gu Lingyue's beautiful eyes were momentarily vacant, her mind blank. Before the crowd could recover from their astonishment, a 9-colored light streaked across the sky. 9 heavens' divine palm. In the void, a vast array of 9-colored light converged, its sacred brilliance akin to that of deities descending upon the earth. In the blink of an eye, the 9-colored palm imprint thundered down. The serpent shrieked violently, yet it could not break free from those dark purple beams of light, helplessly watching as the gigantic palm descended. Boom! With a single strike, a tempest of 9 colors erupted, casting vibrant hues across the dim world. My heavens, what overwhelming power! The serpent has lost its breath. Even Gu Xinzi lacked such prowess. Who were these 2 extraordinary beings? If the serpent was dead, perhaps we might have a chance. Truly, those 2 fairies are benevolent souls. Gu Lingyue's gaze was complex. It was not jealousy, but rather a profound admiration for witnessing such a prodigy among the younger generation. She mused on the vastness of the world beyond. Meanwhile, Bai Luanfeng was gritting his teeth in frustration. He had initially thought that Gu Lingyue's injury would be a boon. The serpent could further deplete everyone's strength, leaving no one in the ancient secret realm capable of competing. Yet now, someone had complicated matters, and with this arrival, the first layer would be rendered insignificant, with minimal overall losses to the cultivators. Damn it! In midair, Ouyang Qingfeng's laughter rang out. My dear sister, your methods remain as domineering as ever. Su Yiyun revealed herself, instantly captivating the gazes of numerous cultivators. Such beauty, even Gu Lingyue could not compare. Su Yiyun discreetly glanced at the receding dark purple on the ground, her allure unchanged. You are not so bad yourself. Ouyang Qingfeng merely smiled. Turning to glance at Yi Chun, my dear brother, what are you still waiting for? As the crowd gazed upon Yi Chun, he offered a faint smile and, in an instant, vanished into the air. Astonishment rippled through the onlookers. Was this individual truly formidable? His agility suggested a mastery of spatial powers. Who exactly were these 3? Amidst the murmurs of admiration, Yi Chun turned his gaze toward Gu Lingyue in the throng. Gu Lingyue was momentarily taken aback. With an air of cultured elegance, Yi Chun spoke lightly, Fairy Gu, and those from your esteemed faction, please join me. Gu Lingyue hesitated, casting a glance at her fellow disciples nearby, and instinctively soared forward. 7 or 8 of her companions quickly followed suit. As they stepped away from the larger group, Gu Lingyue's expression turned slightly skeptical. This gentleman, she wondered, not knowing Yi Chen's name. Originally intending to address him as fellow cultivator, she instinctively altered her greeting, perceiving him more as a refined scion of a powerful sect. Yet, before she could complete her sentence, Yi Chen's attention shifted to the crowd behind her. Fairy Gu has saved many of you. You have witnessed the situation with Bai Luanfeng. I trust you harbor no grievances. As his words echoed, a barrier suddenly descended from above. Though nearly invisible to the naked eye, the numerous cultivators felt an undeniable separation encase them. Yi Chun smiled lightly, announcing, this barrier will remain for 1 hour. It shall dissipate once the time has elapsed. Instantly, the expressions of the cultivators shifted dramatically. However, many soon reconciled with the situation, acknowledging that it was only fair for Fairy Gu to enter first. Yet, not everyone possessed such noble sentiments. For instance, Bai Luanfeng stood in the crowd, his visage darkened with fury. What audacity! Do you presume to exclude me? A core disciple of the Daoxin sect? On what grounds do you unilaterally decide their fates? Yi Qin's indifferent gaze fell upon Bai Wanfeng. Bai Wanfeng? Very well. Suddenly, a thunderous crash resonated, and a massive lightning pillar descended with alarming speed. Bai Wanfeng's eyes widened in terror as an unprecedented sense of mortal peril enveloped him. He was paralyzed with fear, realizing the gravity of his situation. You dare to kill me? The Daoxin sect will annihilate your entire lineage. Bai Wanfeng's eyes bulged with rage, his voice a fierce snarl. At that moment, a brilliant silver barrier erupted around his chest, exuding an aura of formidable strength. Truly, as a disciple of a major sect, he bore a treasure bestowed by his school. Yet Yi Qin remained unfazed, his expression unchanged. In the blink of an eye, the lightning pillar struck, piercing through the barrier. And in an instant, Bai Wanfeng was reduced to ashes. Chapter 48. Because we have perished as the sensation of solid ground settled in. Yi Qin's foremost realization was the cold. It is said that cultivators are typically impervious to common chills. However, Yi Qin distinctly felt the biting cold. BRR. This place is rather frigid. Ouyang Qingfeng instinctively gasped, marveling at the harsh wind. Yi Qin surveyed his surroundings, and as far as the eye could see, there lay a vast expanse of ice and snow, all enveloped in pristine white. In the distance loomed what appeared to be a great mountain, with nothing else to capture the gaze. This is the second layer, the land of ice and snow. Yi Qin murmured to himself, casually donning a fox fur coat. Upon seeing this, Ouyang Qingfeng nudged Yi Qin's arm, exclaiming, Hey, brother, do you have another? I need one too. Yi Qin glanced at her, unable to suppress a chuckle. You, a cultivator, are afraid of the cold? Ouyang Qingfeng shivered, retorting, Of course. Aren't you cold? If you weren't, why would you wear that coat? Yi Qin smirked, I like it. Ouyang Qingfeng rolled her eyes in impatience. Hurry up. Do you have another for me and my sister? Yi Qin shook his head. It's not winter. Besides, who among cultivators carries such things? Having one is fortunate enough. Ouyang Qingfeng glared, huffing in disdain. If you don't have one, then fine. I'm not desperate for it. Yi Qin chuckled, choosing not to argue further. He summoned a spiritual energy flying vessel, which possessed heating capabilities, albeit at the expense of some spiritual crystals. Let us go, he declared, heading directly towards the vessel. Sui Yun frowned slightly, but soon relaxed, chasing after him. Flying in such an unknown realm could be seen as reckless. Yet, considering their cultivations, they could navigate this domain with ease, especially Yi Qin. Once aboard the vessel, the temperature improved instantly. Ouyang Qingfeng sighed in relief, collapsing onto a nearby reclining chair. What a peculiar place. Even a mere drop in temperature is enough to challenge cultivators. Yi Qin stood at the bow, gazing into the distance. This second layer, with its daunting environmental conditions, would surely eliminate many ordinary cultivators. It seems this layer will see quite a few people fail, Sui Yun mused. Ouyang Qingfeng scoffed. What does it matter to us? If they cannot pass, it simply means they lack the skill. Yi Qin returned from the bow, stating, Let us not waste time on the journey ahead. In a realm of this caliber, the disparity is significant, rendering it rather dull. Ouyang Qingfeng laughed. How can it be dull? The previous layer was quite entertaining. You should have seen Lu Ruffing's face at the end. Ha. Just thinking about it makes me laugh. Yi Qin could only shake his head in response. Yet, those moments spent in the first layer were not entirely fruitless, as they had gleaned some information about the ancient secret realm. Though these details may seem trivial in the face of absolute power, the rear of the flying vessel belched forth a robust and elongated flame, propelling it swiftly through the air. The winds and waves cascaded around, stirring up a tumult of snow and fury upon the ground. Inside the vessel, a protective shield insulated against the frigid temperatures, creating a comfortable environment where Ouyang Qingfeng was on the verge of slumber. However, it was not long before Yi Qin sensed a substantial surge of spiritual energy. The flying vessel was not soaring at a great height, and upon detecting the aura, Yi Qin abruptly opened his eyes and hurried to the bow. Before him, a multitude of pale blue figures drifted amidst the snow and ice, emanating the potent essence of spiritual energy. These figures were all humanoid, yet they floated just above the ground, truly meandering through the landscape. As they drew near, the icy phantoms suddenly halted in unison, and clusters of pale blue orbs ignited simultaneously. In the blink of an eye, these blue orbs surged forth like a volley of arrows, hurtling towards the vessel with a fierce velocity. Momentarily dazed, Yi Qin instinctively waved his hand. Instantly, A swarm of diamond-shaped ice spikes materialized outside the vessel, charging directly at the approaching onslaught. Yi Chen's innate ice attribute enhanced his power in this snowy domain, rendering such an attack effortless, even bolstered by the surrounding terrain. In an instant, a cacophony of explosions erupted. The ice detonations generated a multitude of shockwaves, and the chaotic currents of icy energy spiraled into a tempest. However, the vessel maintained its speed, brazenly navigating through the storm. Thunder descends. A low command reverberated, followed by the ominous rumbling of thunder across the heavens. Columns of lightning manifested from the void above, crashing down towards the ground with tremendous force. The symphony of thunder echoed as countless lightning strikes fell, resembling divine wrath unleashed upon the earth. These phantoms appeared to be manifestations of souls, and Yi Chun was uncertain of their true nature. Yet, the righteous aura inherent in his lightning attribute was sufficient to obliterate even the most malevolent entities. The extensive bombardment of thunder directly crushed everything in its path. Meanwhile, Su Yun had arrived at the bow, and from behind the railing, she gazed in admiration. These must be unique creatures of the second layer. Your lightning attribute is perfectly suited to counter them. Yi Chen nodded slightly. If they do not provoke us, we shall pay them no mind. Since they seek their own demise, we might as well eliminate them. Regardless, the vessel's speed remained unabated, sailing through the relentless chaos of thunder as if it were but a solitary leaf upon a tempestuous sea, untouched and racing onward. Suddenly, Su Yun raised an eyebrow. Typically, it is I and Qing Feng who handle such nuisances. Lately, it seems you have undergone a transformation? Yi Chen smirked, a light chuckle escaping his lips. Is that not a good thing? If one obstructs us, we eliminate them. If a Buddha stands in our way, we annihilate him. Why should the three of us fear anyone? Su Yun paused, taken aback by his words, before she turned her gaze towards the horizon with a soft laugh. Do you understand why we reincarnate? Yi Chen was momentarily taken aback. Before Yi Chen could utter a word, Su Yun spoke with a gentle smile, as if recounting the tale of another. Because we have perished. Yi Chen's gaze sharpened. Su Yun turned, casting a fleeting smile over her shoulder. I hope your spirit remains unwavering. With those words, she gracefully entered the vessel's interior. Yi Chen stood momentarily dazed, the echo of her words lingering in his mind. Because we have perished. Given their prowess and standing, why would they meet such an end? Was it the impending doom, a failed quest for enlightenment, or perhaps the vengeance of enemies? In recent days, Yi Chen had become aware of their extraordinary origins, yet he had neglected to delve into these inquiries. What had led to their demise? In the distance, fierce winds stirred the snow, engulfing the world in a blanket of white. After a brief moment of distraction, Yi Chen shook his head and smiled. The past was irretrievable, and the present versions of them had forged new lives, their histories long buried in the sands of time. As for the future, it lay firmly in Yi Chen's hands. Regardless of the reasons behind their demise, he stood unafraid. Chapter 49. The Ice Lotus. The howling sound resonated from afar. Amidst the snowstorm, the flying vessel transformed into a streak of light, racing through the tempest. On board, Yi Chen suddenly opened his eyes, sensing something intriguing. Ouyang Qingfeng and Su Yun followed closely. And I too felt it. Yi Chen rose directly to his feet, and the vessel began to alter its course. Soon after, the terrain ahead abruptly dipped. Here, a vast basin had formed, stretching an impressive distance, perhaps 10,000 meters in expanse. Indeed, it was extraordinary. Yi Chen narrowed his gaze slightly. Throughout the journey, the vessel traversed flat land, and this sudden appearance of the basin seemed rather peculiar. This place undoubtedly harbored something of interest. However, it also appeared somewhat daunting to enter. Standing at the edge of the basin, Ouyang Qingfeng let out a light laugh. Should she grow a bit more, it would undoubtedly present a captivating scene. Yi Chen, however, remained unfazed. What Ouyang Qingfeng sensed, Yi Chen had already discerned. Deep within, there was a palpable surge of spiritual energy and a chill. Yet those vibrations did not resemble those of a ferocious beast. They must be rare treasures. However, on the periphery, some scattered energies lingered. Most likely, they were bothersome insects. Yi Chen remained composed, rising directly towards the depths of the basin. Su Yun's beautiful eyes sparkled. Evidently, your warning proved ineffective. As she spoke, Su Yun swiftly pursued. Ouyang Qingfeng let out a soft snort, displaying no sign of discontent. and followed closely behind. Although it was a basin, it was also a realm of ice and snow, with a vast white expanse stretching as far as the eye could see. Yet, not long after, a strong presence of ferocious beasts emerged ahead. Yi Chun observed clearly as the tranquil land was suddenly stirred, the swirling snowflakes creating a tempest, obscuring much of the view. Behind that snow veil loomed colossal figures. Were they serpents again, lurking underground? With a thought, Yi Chun summoned a burst of golden light around him. In an instant, golden rings materialized, only to be enveloped by a rich, icy blue the next second. Stone as the foundation, ice as the blade, thousands of ice rings. The ice rings spun rapidly, sweeping forward with a whoosh, enveloping the area in a torrent of ice-blue light, resembling a locust plague. The sharp sound of slicing wind howled mercilessly. With the intensity of Yi Chun's spiritual power, these ice rings not only moved with astonishing speed, but were also remarkably hard. When the ice rings reached the ice python, it was akin to slicing through vegetables, effortlessly penetrating its girth of a meter. In no time, the scene of harvesting wheat spread rapidly within the basin, and though numerous ice pythons were raised, even more fell. Behind, Ouyang Qingfeng and Su Yun remained at a distance, finding no need to intervene. In the past, Yi Chun had always been the one observing from the sidelines, yet now it seemed the roles had reversed. This young man, with a single strike, he unleashed a lethal move, truly exhibiting unparalleled brutality. Ouyang Qingfeng scoffed. Su Yun cast a glance, retorting, "Then why don't you step in?" Ouyang Qingfeng rolled her eyes, remarking that with someone already taking action, there was no need for her to seek the limelight. Besides, why wasn't Su Yun joining in? Su Yun merely smiled lightly, turning away and choosing to disregard the matter. As they traversed the vast expanse, they approached the very heart of the basin. Along the way, they encountered numerous ice pythons, all of which had been reduced to scattered ice shards. The treasures in this place were likely quite remarkable, otherwise, how could there be such a multitude of ice pythons gathered here? Yi Chun gazed towards the center, where only a faint glow was discernible. It was not until he drew nearer that he finally beheld the spectacle at the core. White petals unfurled against the biting wind. It was the ice celestial lotus. Hiss! The ice celestial lotus. So many of them. Ouyang Qingfeng's eyes sparkled with excitement, her lips curving into a smile. The ice celestial lotus, imbued with profound spiritual power, was a divine herb for practitioners of cold attribute cultivation. Particularly, the quality of these ice celestial lotuses was sufficient to rank among the earthly tier. At a glance, it appeared there were at least a dozen of them. Yi Chun couldn't help but smile as well, though he did not lack such items. Discovering them in the wild was always a delightful surprise. Yet, there lingered a hint of suspicion in his gaze. Su Yun observed the snow-covered ground, noting that ice celestial lotuses typically grew in solitude. Something here was indeed amiss. Yi Chun instinctively nodded in agreement, recognizing the same concern. The ice celestial lotus was not an ordinary spiritual herb. Such premium materials were usually found growing independently. Perhaps there were even more intriguing things hidden beneath the surface. Yi Chun speculated. However, Ouyang Qingfeng, with a gleeful demeanor, approached closer, dismissing any concerns about what lay underground. She would gather the lot first. Yi Chun couldn't help but chuckle. Ouyang Qingfeng carefully plucked each lotus, storing them in a jade box, before Yi Chun turned his attention to the ground beneath them. Exploration, after all, should be part of the endeavor. With a downward motion of his hand, he released a surge of golden spiritual energy, swiftly forming a peculiar, angular device. A drill bit. Without further explanation, Yi Chun controlled the drill to spin rapidly, plunging it directly into the ground. Whoosh! In an instant, ice shards flew in all directions as the drill visibly descended at an astonishing pace. Wow! What a brilliant method! My dear brother, you are exceptionally clever. Ouyang Qingfeng's eyes sparkled like stars. Su Yun, too, appeared intrigued, clearly finding this innovative approach to breaking through the ice layers distinct from anything she had seen before. Yi Chun chuckled inwardly. Being from the Blue Star, he wielded the power of technology, merely augmented by his spiritual techniques. The drill bit, forged from golden energy, was inherently razor-sharp, and soon a sizable hole was excavated, reaching depths of several hundred meters. Yi Chun keenly sensed a different aura emanating from below. As soon as the thought crossed his mind, the drill vanished, and Yi-Chen uttered a brief remark before leaping into the depths below. I shall descend and investigate. His body plummeted like a shooting star, and it wasn't long before Yi-Chen felt the rapid decline in temperature. The chill emanating from the ice cavern was utterly astonishing. Instinctively, he quickened the flow of his spiritual energy, which possessed a fire attribute, capable of dispelling some of the frigid air. However, the effectiveness was limited, for the temperature in this abyss was extraordinarily low. Instead, Yi-Chen found himself increasingly intrigued. The more extreme the conditions, the more it suggested that something remarkable lay beneath. Before long, he reached the icy bottom and instinctively activated his spiritual energy, causing flames to erupt around him. Immediately, the temperature began to rise dramatically, and the surrounding ice showed signs of melting. Yet, Yi-Chen felt little joy. He realized that playing with fire in this location was an exorbitant drain on his resources. Such a phenomenon could only indicate one thing. There existed an entity of exceedingly high cold attribute here. Chapter 50. Beneath the ice layer, the flames flickered for but a brief moment, melting the ice cave and significantly enlarging the space. However, that was the extent of it. In fact, Yi-Chen had expended considerable spiritual energy. Since his arrival at the second layer, he had not experienced such a drain in energy in such a short span. Gritting his teeth, Yi-Chen resolved not to be deterred. Raising his hand, he swallowed a pill, a fierce glint igniting in his eyes as he swiftly formed a hand seal. True dragon fire, sun subduing the 8 desolations. With his commanding shout, an astonishing aura erupted from Yi-Chen's being. The might of the spiritual path. Waves of crimson gold flames surged forth from him, the flames churning wildly, quickly coalescing into a form, a true dragon forged from blazing red gold fire. In an instant, the dragon's roar resonated powerfully, an overwhelming pressure emanating as the dragon's head circled around Yi-Chen, spinning and expanding, the fearsome heat distorting the very air. Underneath such tumultuous flames, the space surrounding Yi-Chen rapidly expanded, and vast portions of ice melted away. As the ice vanished, deep blue crystals began to emerge one after another. These crystals, the dragon fire cannot dissolve them. The cold has gathered to such an exaggerated extent. Could it be extreme ice essence? Yi-Chen's gaze flickered, his heart racing. Above the ice layer, Ouyang Qingfeng and Su Yun were quietly awaiting developments when suddenly an earth-shattering pressure erupted from beneath the ground. Instinctively, Ouyang Qingfeng stepped forward to peer into the depths of the ice cave. Soon, a crimson gold light rapidly magnified in her sight. My goodness! Ouyang Qingfeng gasped, retreating several steps in astonishment. In the next moment, a pillar of crimson gold fire surged from the ice cave, piercing into the sky for several hundred meters. Good heavens! Ouyang Qingfeng stared blankly at the sky. Her younger brother was about to upheave this underground realm. Su Yun could hardly conceal her shock. That pressure just now was of the spiritual path level. While she was aware of Yi-Chen's strength, she had not anticipated that he had already ascended to the level of the spiritual path, surpassing her by more than a single tier. He had only recently reached the spiritual transformation stage. However, a smirk soon graced Su Yun's lips. Chun'er was indeed digging 3 feet into the ground. It seemed that what lay beneath was extraordinary. Beneath the ground, Yi-Chen was nothing short of audacious. The roaring flame dragon truly began to traverse in all directions, transforming the once small ice cave into a colossal pit with a diameter exceeding 100 meters. Yet, observing Yi-Chen's demeanor, there were no signs of him holding back. This substance alone was worth tens of thousands of spiritual crystals. Bringing back so much extreme ice essence could nearly double the Yi family's wealth. With such treasures at hand, they must all be brought home. Ha! They are all mine. Unable to contain his laughter, Yi-Chen raised his hand once more and swallowed another pill. With a wave of his hand, yet another crimson gold true dragon materialized before him. The flame of the true dragon, the dual dragons converge. Burn. Let me burn with wild abandon. Ha! In the blink of an eye, nearly half an hour had slipped away. The underground pit, now spanning over a kilometer in diameter. Scattered across the pit's floor were deep blue crystal stones, the extreme ice essence. I've struck it rich. I've excavated an entire extreme ice essence mine. My father will surely be astounded. Ha! Half a fragrant stick later, at the entrance of the pit, Yi-Chen suddenly soared upwards. Su Yun's eyes sparkled brightly, yet she remained silent. Conversely, Ouyang Qingfeng was brimming with excitement. "Brother, you've been down there for so long. Hurry, tell us what treasures lie below." Yi Chun gracefully landed, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth as he casually tossed out 2 extreme ice essence crystals. One for each sister. "This is extreme ice essence." They gasped in unison. "It's truly extreme ice essence. My heavens, this is no ordinary item. It's quite rare, even in our world." At this, Ouyang Qingfeng's beautiful eyes lit up with anticipation. "Brother, how much did you mine?" Yi Chun waved his hand nonchalantly. "It's not too much, just several tens of thousands." Several tens of thousands. Ouyang Qingfeng's eyes widened in disbelief, as if she had seen a ghost, while Su Yun's delicate face froze in shock, unable to conceal her astonishment. "My goodness, are you certain it's not a few thousand, but several tens of thousands?" Yi Chun grinned. "I've excavated over 1,000 meters of tunnel, consumed 8 Earth-grade pills." "What? You dug for 8 pills? Earth-grade ones at that?" Ouyang Qingfeng's expression mirrored a song, her eyes wide as saucers. The excitement over the extreme ice essence invigorated Yi Chun. With this discovery, the foundation of the Yi family had doubled. This ancient secret realm, a treasure trove. Yi Chun, filled with anticipation, swiftly ventured deeper. With such riches already found on the 2nd level, one could only wonder what bounty awaited in the subsequent 2 layers. Who could have constructed such a secret realm, and for no less? Truly benevolent souls. May they enjoy peace for eternity. Hiss. It seems the master of the secret realm must have perished, regardless of whether they live or not. If they are gone, may they find peace. That is what Yi Chun declares. Half an hour later, along the way, the trio encountered numerous ice attribute monsters. However, Yi Chun, now brimming with confidence, refused to waste a moment. The instant he detected the presence of a monster, he unleashed a barrage of lightning pillars. With his spiritual path-level prowess, within this secret realm, none could stand against him. At this moment, the towering ice mountain they had first glimpsed was finally within reach. This was a colossal ice mountain, soaring 10,000 meters high. From his ship, Yi Chun looked up, his gaze narrowing. Upon this mountain, he sensed numerous profound presences, including several at the spiritual wheel level. At the pinnacle, he detected a presence of spiritual transformation. Such a formidable creature, should it be confronted solely by those prodigies? Even a coalition of the most exceptional among them would undoubtedly require the deployment of numerous trump cards. However, for Yi Chun and his companions, this is clearly not a matter of concern. Yi Chun has already discerned that this iceberg must be the terminus of the 2nd tier. "My esteemed sisters, are you willing to charge forth alongside this young lord?" Ouyang Qingfeng slapped Yi Chun on the shoulder, urging, "Hurry, stop your dilly-dallying. This princess can hardly contain her excitement." Yi Chun chuckled. "Is it the treasures of the 3rd tier that you are so eager for? Mind your tongue," Ouyang Qingfeng retorted, glaring fiercely before delivering a swift kick. With a hearty laugh, Yi Chun soared upward, heading directly towards the mountain. "Let us go." As he ascended, Yi Chun extended one hand, and an astonishing surge of lightning suddenly coalesced in his palm. In an instant, a tremendous pressure arose, and fierce winds began to howl. "My dear sister, witness how this young lord carves a path for you." His booming laughter reverberated through the skies, and the overwhelming force distorted the very air around them. Yi Chun pointed toward the mountain summit, and a bolt of lightning erupted forth with tremendous force. Boom! With the might of thunder, he shattered the darkness. Chapter 51. The iceberg transforms into a basin. A thunderous roar echoed as the view was seemingly engulfed by an all-encompassing darkness, leaving only a solitary beam of light that surged upwards with an invincible force, piercing through the ages and swiftly reaching the mountain's peak. The overwhelming pressure of the spiritual pathway raged wildly, stirring up violent winds and waves that swept across the landscape. Such a celestial spectacle left the 2 sisters behind momentarily entranced. As the lightning subsided, a perfectly smooth chasm appeared atop the iceberg, a straight line leading directly to the summit. This strike had cleaved a path from the mountain's base straight through to its pinnacle, on the glacier. The previously rampant energies seemed doused with cold water, their presence receding as if in fear of inciting calamity. Observing this, Yi Chun burst into hearty laughter. Turning to his sisters, "Follow me. This way leads straight to the summit." He gallantly took the lead, soaring along the path of the chasm. watching his spirited face. Su Iyun's beautiful eyes momentarily lost focus, unable to conceal her astonishment. What epitomizes the valor of a fine young man? The essence of exuberance is indeed embodied in this very moment. Regaining her composure, Su Iyun's bright eyes sparkled like stars, and she swiftly dashed after Yichun. Ouyang Qingfeng, a step behind, chuckled and naturally followed suit. At the mountain's peak, a colossal frost wolf, towering over 10 meters, lay on the ground, its large eyes gazing upward in bewilderment at the smoke rising from its head. Just moments ago, a streak of lightning had charged up to the summit, whistling perilously close to its scalp. Although the lightning did not strike it directly, the ferocity of the light had left a charred mark on its pristine head. It could even see wisps of smoke rising from the top. A roar, resonant and powerful, reverberated throughout the universe. The pressure of spiritual transformation enveloped the heavens. Someone dares to show their face? Yi Chun, leading the charge, glanced toward the source of the sound. At the summit, a massive shadow howled toward the sky, dimming the celestial expanse behind it. The leader of the second layer was indeed formidable. Ouyang Qingfeng, trailing behind, felt a twinge of uncertainty. The current display of power was evidently superior to that of the great serpent on the first layer. Yet, Yi Chen's eyes sparkled with excitement as he uttered a quick remark and vanished in an instant. Sisters, I shall take the lead. Once this foe is vanquished, the path to the third layer for treasure shall be ours. The air above the summit was thick with intense spatial fluctuations as Yi Chen's figure abruptly materialized. The overwhelming pressure raged on, yet Yi Chen remained unaffected, invigorated instead by the sight of the massive ice wolf before him. Such a grand creature. Surely it could not escape his grasp. Great desolate tempest palm. A more exaggerated and astonishing pressure descended upon this realm, and it became evident that the ferocious gaze of the frost giant wolf transformed instantly into a mix of shock and trepidation. At this moment, the entire sky darkened significantly. Above the heavens, a colossal, ethereal hand emerged, shimmering with a radiant crimson glow akin to that of the sun, instantly overshadowing everything else. To Yi Chun, the sight of such an immense hand sparked an overwhelming thrill. I'll make you howl. With a sudden motion, Yi Chen's right hand thrust downwards into the void. In the distance, Su Iyun and Ouyang Qingfeng, who were soaring through the air, halted in their tracks, their eyes wide with astonishment as they beheld the terrifying spectacle above. How dare this brat reach such heights? We must retreat. We cannot remain on this iceberg. Su Iyun exclaimed, her complexion paling, panic evident in her voice. The magnitude of this upheaval threatened to obliterate them entirely. Damn it, Chunner! Ouyang Qingfeng cried out in horror, her voice echoing with urgency. In the next instant, that gargantuan handprint truly descended. The frost giant wolf, positioned at the center, trembled on all four legs. Overwhelmed by a sense of insignificance in the face of such divine might, it felt as if it were merely an ant. Yet, driven by the instinct to survive, a radiant icy blue aura enveloped the frost giant wolf. Desperately, it unleashed its power. Waves of ice attribute spiritual energy surged wildly, and in the blink of an eye, a massive wolf's head silhouette coalesced, towering several dozen meters high, encasing the entirety of the creature within. Then, the collision ensued. Soaring into the sky, Su Iyun and Ouyang Qingfeng witnessed the entire sequence unfold. Beneath that titanic hand, an overwhelming crimson brilliance swiftly engulfed everything. The searing flame struck, nearly obliterating the entire iceberg in an instant. A violent shockwave surged forth, and the two women felt as though they had been struck head-on by a colossal beast. The catastrophic winds howled around them, and in a mere moment, they were swept away, lost to the distance. Amidst the tempest, Yi Chen too was propelled thousands of meters away. Observing the devastation around him, with mountains quaking and lands collapsing, he couldn't help but smirk. This wild, chaotic hand truly lived up to its reputation. The iceberg had been utterly shattered, with half of the mountain vanishing completely, leaving behind only jagged remnants and scattered ice debris. However, what astonished Yi Chun was the faint presence of life lingering amidst the ruins. It appeared that someone had survived. Pondering this, Yi Chun stroked his chin, assessing the distance of 1,000 meters. He then extended his index finger, aiming at the lingering aura within the rubble. A violet-red sphere of light suddenly materialized at his fingertip, swelling in size until it resembled a fist. With a sly smile, Yi Chun whispered, "Thunderfire, illusory flash." He recalled that this technique seemed to be derived from a power of a certain race from his previous life, a memory that had once excited him when the system extracted it. In that moment, the sphere erupted, and the light around him dimmed. The world was engulfed in darkness. Boom! Amidst the gloom, a violet-red beam of light streaked through the heavens, illuminating half the sky. In the blink of an eye, amidst the ruins, a sudden, thunderous roar erupted. Blinding shades of purple and red intertwined with ferocity, as the explosive fluctuations of spiritual energy rapidly expanded. Following this, a colossal purplish-red mushroom cloud slowly ascended, seemingly heralding the colors of war. On the ground, the vast expanse of shattered walls and remnants vanished. In its place emerged a gigantic super pit. TSK, another nuclear explosion. In the sky, Yi Chun couldn't help but click his tongue. In the distance, Su Yun's delicate face was etched with shock, while Ouyang Qingfeng's lips twitched, her expression one of astonishment. Who would have thought? This young man exhibits even more violence than I do. TSK, truly worthy of being the brother of this emperor. He certainly follows in my footsteps. Su Yun snapped back to reality, her expression peculiar. Follow you? Are you certain it's following you? Chapter 52. Amitabha Yi Chun rarely took action. Over the years, after countless system lotteries, it was challenging for him to articulate the depth of his own foundation. In fact, even if he were to establish a sect at this very moment, he would not feel a hint of trepidation. In nearly every aspect, Yi Chun had dabbled extensively. Consequently, he found no sense of fulfillment. Many of his techniques remained untested, and he had merely unleashed a couple of moves, yet his opponent was utterly vanquished. Oh. The life of a cultivator is so remarkably unadorned. Su Yun and Ouyang Qingfeng swiftly returned, and Yi Chun seemed to anticipate their impending inquiries. Without waiting for them to speak, he waved his hand. The third-level passage has already opened. There's little meaning in lingering here. Let us proceed quickly. The treasures in the third level are sure to be no less than those here. Upon hearing this, the two women glanced upward, where indeed a vortex had manifested above the deep pit. There, a colossal iceberg was supposed to stand. The third level, in stark contrast to the second level, which exuded an icy ambience. The third level felt akin to a volcano. The sky was shrouded in a dark, fiery red, enveloped in an apocalyptic atmosphere. The ground was a parched, crimson expanse, dotted with numerous small magma pits resembling shallow ponds. The air warped and shimmered, presenting an extreme unlike any other. How unbearably hot! What kind of wretched secret realm is this? Ouyang Qingfeng grimaced. Su Yun, however, showed little reaction, merely illuminating herself with a protective aura. Unfortunately, the effect was negligible, and she instinctively furrowed her brow. The situation bore an uncanny resemblance to that of the second level. Just as the second level could not shield against the cold, this one offered no reprieve from the heat. It seemed that the harsh environment itself was a trial. Yi Chun let out a faint sigh. Ice and fire, two extremes. If he mastered the essence of ice, altering the environment here would be a mere trifle. Even a preliminary understanding would suffice to protect his two sisters. Yet, as it stood, he could only manage to look after himself. Such is the hierarchy of mastery. Casually removing his fox fur coat, Yi Chun felt it inadequate and proceeded to shed his outer garment, leaving only a vest that revealed his well-defined and fair arms. Upon witnessing this, Su Yun's cheeks flushed slightly, while Ouyang Qingfeng's eyes sparkled. She traced the contours of his muscles with her finger, her gaze entranced as if admiring a work of art. Goodness, my dear brother has grown up without my notice. Grown up. Yi Chun's lips twitched as he swatted away his sister's wandering hand, also dispelling the peculiar thought that had crossed his mind. To traverse this third level was undoubtedly a trial. Before long, both sisters were drenched in fragrant sweat. Yi Chun appeared to have something to express, yet simultaneously seemed to be at a loss for words. That, when it gets hot. Never mind, such words are rather inappropriate. Yi Chun sighed, feeling an inexplicable itch in his heart. Upon realizing this sensation, he was taken aback. That's my sister. Am I feeling an itch? What nonsense. I must be overthinking it. Yes, just overthinking. Suddenly, a delicate cry echoed. Yi Chun was jolted, and he noticed not far from him, a pool of molten lava erupted, from which a fiery python surged forth, heading straight for Ouyang Qingfeng. Yi Chun, somewhat distracted, failed to notice the surrounding shifts in the lava. At that moment, the fiery python leapt forth, splashing molten rock in its wake. Ouyang Qingfeng's beautiful eyes darkened with irritation. A mere creature dares to be so audacious. With a cold huff, she waved her hand, unleashing a torrent of deep purple frost and chilling air. Yi Chen sensed it keenly. It was an ice attribute spiritual technique. Although he would assist his two sisters, most of his aid pertained to their cultivation, as their previous life's foundation was ample for spiritual techniques. Just as in this instance. Mid-air, the searing heat of the crimson python was significantly subdued, and as it drew near, the creature was abruptly encased in ice, crashing to the ground with a thud. It seems to have broken several segments. Little spicy chicken. Ouyang Qingfeng huffed lightly, akin to a proud black swan, and continued forward without a glance back. Yi Chen couldn't help but smile. Sisters, I suggest we fly over. It seems this third layer lacks excitement for the time being. Ouyang Qingfeng's eyes sparkled in realization. Indeed, the temperature aboard the spiritual flying vessel is stable. How could I have forgotten? Hurry, hurry, I can hardly wait to take a bath. Yi Chen chuckled, waving his hand to summon the vessel. Once aboard, Ouyang Qingfeng hastily dashed to her room for a bath, while Su Yun maintained her composure but moved with noticeably quicker steps. Yi Chen pondered for a moment before leaning back on the deck. The vessel ascended into the air, soaring toward the distance. Although not slow, the journey was far from tranquil, as bizarre creatures frequently emerged from the lava, some even capable of flight. However, with Yi Chen on deck, no petty threats could disturb the vessel's stability. Before long, Su Yun emerged. She was as radiant as a lotus in clear water, naturally devoid of embellishment. Her flowing hair cascaded down, adding a vibrant touch to the shimmering spiritual vessel. Yi Chen gently closed his eyes, feigning slumber, and paid her no mind as she reclined on the nearby lounge. Moments later, Yi Chen suddenly sat upright, his eyes alight with clarity. If Ouyang Qingfeng were present, she might have been exhilarated, for Yi Chen's gaze mirrored that of someone who had just discovered an ice celestial flower. His second sister had yet to emerge. Could it be that she has fallen asleep? Muttering to himself, Yi Chen instinctively turned his head. Sister, I need to go down for a moment on the flying vessel. His words trailed off into silence. Oh dear sister, something feels amiss. Such exquisite beauty. You must be tempting your brother to stray from the righteous path. Yi Chen took a deep breath, placing his hand solemnly on his chest, and declared, Ba, form is emptiness, and emptiness is form. Su Yun, initially skeptical, burst into laughter at his earnestness. In that fleeting moment, her beauty eclipsed countless others. Yi Chen quickly glanced outside. Ba, I must cleanse myself of worldly distractions, lest I succumb to the ways of darkness. Kind maiden, I entrust you with the flying vessel. As his words faded, Yi Chen rose and soared towards the outside. Faintly, one could still hear his mutterings. Damn it, my sister is simply too beautiful. Su Yun. Chapter 53. God speaks, I speak. The vessel gradually ascended, eventually coming to a halt midair. A visible luminous shield enveloped the craft, and before departure, Yi Chen had significantly enhanced its protective measures. Within the vessel, Su Yun reclined on a rocking chair, her delicate visage shifting through a spectrum of emotions, occasionally flushed, lost in thought. This scene persisted until the voice of Ouyang Qingfeng broke the silence. Sister, why has the vessel stopped? Where is my little brother? Without lifting her head, Su Yun replied. Chen'er has gone in search of treasures. What? Ouyang Qingfeng's eyes widened in astonishment. Chen'er has gone treasure hunting. Why? Chen'er, why didn't you take me along? Are you abandoning me? Chen'er. Su Yun cast her a fleeting glance. Who told you to linger in the bathroom? Beneath the craft, Yi Chen, though aware of the heat, was impervious to fire and poison. At that moment, he plummeted downward, soon spotting a considerable expanse of lava below. Its size could easily be likened to a small lake. If even small puddles harbor monsters, then such a vast lake must surely be a den of creatures. It seems today I shall directly confront the source of chaos. From a distance, Yi Chen could sense the aura emanating from below. It was the fragrance of rare treasures. As the molten surface drew nearer, the intense heat distorted the air, and suddenly, ripples spread across the lake, swirling into vortices. In the blink of an eye, a cacophony of splashing water erupted as a multitude of crimson-skinned monsters surged forth. These creatures, born of lava, were as fiery as the molten rock itself. For an ordinary person, such an encounter would surely incite panic. The battle against these extraordinary beings was utterly distinct from that against humans. Just their scarlet forms, who would dare to touch them? Their claws would surely sear. Now, as countless monsters ascended into the sky, including several at the spirit wheel level, Yichen merely curled his lips in amusement. Twist and dance in this shattered realm. Extending a hand, the space before him began to twist violently. It was as if his hand had the power to rotate the very fabric of reality. Everything in front of him swirled like water in a washing machine. Before his eyes, the entire expanse transformed into a vortex, and the bodies of the monsters were torn and distorted within its grasp. By the time Yichen's figure whirled through, those once solid forms had been reduced to mere fragments of flesh. With a swift motion, he reached the surface of the lava, surveying his surroundings but finding nothing of interest before plunging directly into the molten depths. Indeed, Yichen had leapt into the lava. Within the magma, not only were there abundant fire elements, but also numerous toxic impurities. However, for Yichen, such matters were of little concern. Though venturing into such a perilous realm, Yichen found himself pondering when he could recruit a subordinate. Despite the presence of his two elder sisters, he could not possibly involve them in this treacherous place. Such a course of action could lead to dire consequences. There seems to be some movement over there. In the distance, the flow of magma appeared distinctly unusual, and Yichen sensed a concealed aura. This presence was deeply hidden, evidently startled by Yichen's previous actions. This fellow must be too frightened to show itself. Yichen swiftly descended, and not long after, his eyes brightened. That must be the Earth Heart Lotus Seed. Even in the depths of magma, there should be no reason for such a rare entity to emerge. It seems there are indeed some valuable treasures here. Suddenly, a surge of magma rushed forth, and Yichen cast a casual glance. Beside a cluster of Earth Heart Lotus seeds, a group of enormous fire pythons writhed. Their crimson forms blended seamlessly, making it challenging to discern their true shapes without careful scrutiny. Yichen raised an eyebrow slightly. God said, "Let there be light. I say, you shall be dismembered." A faint smirk graced Yichen's lips as he witnessed the fire pythons suddenly splitting apart, their bodies severed into segments. The essence of space, terrifying indeed. Yichen paid no further heed to those creatures and charged directly toward the fire lotus seeds. The fire lotus seeds resembled vibrant red buds, with ethereal lotus flower illusions swirling around them. The dense waves of spiritual energy emitted were almost palpable. Yichen wasted no time, collecting each one without hesitation. After the passage of a short incense stick's time, Yichen had descended deeper and deeper, having gathered over a dozen Earth Heart Lotus seeds. He had reached the bottom of the magma lake. However, beneath the earth, vast expanses of crystalline red light shimmered and swirled. Clearly, these were embedded with resplendent crimson crystals. Extreme flame essence. Yichen could not help but take a deep breath. The second layer held extreme ice essence, and the third layer contained extreme flame essence. Was this mere coincidence? With this, the foundation of the Yi family could well double. Yichen could not suppress a broad grin. What am I waiting for? Dig. After more than half an hour had passed, a wave surged upon the magma's surface, and a figure burst forth, soaring toward the celestial vessel above. Upon seeing Yichen land gracefully, Ouyang Qingfeng leapt from her rocking chair with exuberance. "Little brother, you have returned. My heavens, you are finally back." Yichen touched down lightly, observing Ouyang Qingfeng's animated gestures with curiosity. "Why are you so excited?" "Of course I'm thrilled." Ouyang Qingfeng replied with a beaming smile. "Where are the treasures?" Yichen paused, suddenly realizing what treasures. Ouyang Qingfeng's expression abruptly stiffened. "No way. Did you not go to seek treasures? Shouldn't you have a mountain of heavenly materials and earthly treasures? Could it be that I have overthought this?" With a slight smirk, Yichen casually waved his hand and turned to stride toward the rocking chair. Behind him, an immense pile of extreme flame essence accumulated like a mountain. Here it comes, ha ha. I told you, little brother, there was no way you would return empty-handed. It's not your style to leave this place unscathed. Is this extreme flame essence? A splendid treasure indeed. Oh, hot, hot, hot." Yichen maintained an expression of indifference as he settled into the recliner, nonchalantly taking out a spirit wine to sip. Beside him, Sui Yun remained seated, her eyes sparkling with delight as she gazed at Ouyang Qingfeng, and after a moment, she turned her attention back to Yi Chun. Instinctively, Yi Chun glanced over, only to find Su Yun winking at him. Impressive indeed. My dear Chun, as the saying goes, the eyes are the windows to the soul. Su Yun's gaze, shimmering like starlight, was imbued with affectionate charm. And when the allure of her fox-like eyes was tinged with tender emotions, it reached the pinnacle of enchanting beauty. Yi Chun's heart trembled violently as the memory of that breathtaking glance before leaving the boat suddenly surged in his mind. Heaven, sister, something is amiss. Such mischief. Chapter 54. The ancient quay. The flying vessel resumed its journey into the distant horizon. Within it, 3 reclining chairs were placed side by side, with Yi Chun reclining in the center, flanked by his 2 elder sisters, while others ventured into the secret realm to engage in fierce battles. The trio appeared as though they were on a leisurely holiday. The only minor blemish was the dissonance of the sky in this 3rd layer. It felt rather out of place. With nothing pressing on her mind, Ouyang Qingfeng suddenly leaned over and asked, "Little brother, will you hand these treasures over to father once we return?" Without a moment's hesitation, Yi Chun replied, "Of course. Keeping them here serves no purpose. It would be better for father to auction them off." As he spoke, a smile crept onto his face. With the value of these items, the wealth of the Yi family would surely multiply several times. Oh, and we should send the Tianshan Snow Lotus and the Earth Core Lotus Seed to His Majesty. Ouyang Qingfeng pouted. You certainly know how to barter for favors. Yi Chun shook his head. Even if it is for the sake of goodwill, it ultimately benefits the Yi family. I remember the Empress Dowager specializes in fire attributes. The Earth Core Lotus Seed would be immensely useful to her. If I present treasures to the Empress, how could the Emperor not be pleased? Su Yun gazed at the dim sky with bright eyes, lost in her own thoughts. Their light-hearted banter continued until a stick of incense had passed, prompting Yi Chun to finally rise. This is the end of the 3rd layer. Ouyang Qingfeng, however, showed little reaction. With you around, any formidable creature below will kneel in submission. Little brother, I am going to the 4th layer. Yi Chun turned to see Ouyang Qingfeng sprawled out like a defeated dog. In that case, I shall leave this task to you, dear sister. Yes, go ahead. Ouyang Qingfeng, without lifting her head, suddenly sensed something amiss and looked up in confusion. What did you say? Yi Chun couldn't help but chuckle at her reaction as he soared out of the vessel. The sleek craft had come to a halt midair, and as Yi Chun peered down, he beheld a lake of molten lava. Compared to before, this lake appeared vast, its area likely several times larger than its predecessor. An overwhelming heat radiated upwards, causing the air to distort and shimmer. Yi Chun sensed a profound aura beneath the lava. Though it was also a manifestation of the first step of spiritual transformation, it seemed slightly stronger than the entity from the 2nd layer. With a clear understanding, Yi Chun extended his finger, aiming at the aura below. Thunderfire, illusory strike. In an instant, a pillar of intertwined purple and red light plunged into the molten depths. Immediately, the colossal lava lake erupted in towering waves, and a roar resonated from the abyss below. Not dead. Yi Chun raised an eyebrow, a flicker of intrigue igniting within him. At that moment, the depths, invisible to the naked eye, began to violently distort. Crack, crack. Cracks resembling a spider's web erupted within the depths of the lava, resonating with explosive sounds as they rapidly spread across an unknown distance. Over the years, Yi Chun had honed his mastery of spatial manipulation to a considerable degree. As the vast expanse of space was torn apart, the creature below had no chance to show its face, and in mere moments, it fell silent. A decisive extermination. Achieved effortlessly. Yi Chun then raised his gaze to the sky. Sure enough, a vibrant vortex materialized above. Wow, my brother is incredible. That fellow didn't even have a chance to reveal itself before it met its demise. Ouyang Qingfeng exclaimed, clutching the railing of the boat. Su Yun maintained a calm demeanor, though her beautiful eyes sparkled as she was the first to descend. Her flowing hair, a cascade of silk, was indescribably enchanting. Ouyang Qingfeng hurriedly followed suit, while Yi Chun turned back for a fleeting moment, his gaze momentarily fixated on a certain spot, before he effortlessly stowed away the flying vessel. Let us go to the 4th level. With a flick of his hand, Yi Chun soared towards the vortex. The transition was instantaneous. As the scenery before him sharpened into focus, Yi Chun discovered that the oppressive sensations of extreme cold, and searing heat had vanished. This sudden return to normalcy was undeniably invigorating. What lay before him was an expansive, sealed hall. The hall, gleaming in a platinum hue, spanned over 1,000 square meters and reached a height of 10 meters. It was a remarkably spacious chamber. What does this place signify? Could there be some mechanism at play? Ouyang Qingfeng murmured, unable to contain her curiosity. Yi Chen refrained from acting hastily. Instead, he quietly surveyed his surroundings. Soon, at the center of the hall, a formation suddenly illuminated, revealing a spectral figure. The apparition appeared humanoid but was somewhat indistinct. Nevertheless, its movements were discernible. As it raised its hand, an intense wave of pressure descended upon them. The trio's expressions shifted as this force enveloped the entire hall, indiscriminately permeating every corner. Yi Chen even sensed a hint of gravitational pull. An all-encompassing restriction? Yi Chen raised an eyebrow. This pressure seemed to be at the level of the first step of spiritual transformation. Even a perfected spiritual wheel would likely struggle here, facing considerable limitations in movement. Yet, anyone beneath that threshold would undoubtedly be overwhelmed. However, the three present were undeterred by this mere pressure, as the apparition gestured once more. Boom! A blazing gust surged towards them. What a farce! Yi Chen scoffed suddenly, planting his foot firmly on the ground. In an instant, the apparition froze, unable to move a single inch. Even the fierce wind halted abruptly in midair. A spatial confinement. Yi Chen's expression remained impassive as his gaze flickered. The apparition's head suddenly shifted sideways, detached from its body, as if forcibly displaced. In that moment, the aura of the apparition dissipated entirely, rendering it increasingly ethereal until it vanished completely. Wow, brother, you are so fierce. Ouyang Qingfeng couldn't help but exclaim in wonder. Yi Chen's expression remained impassive. How dare you, Demon Emperor, accuse me of violence? The great hall fell into a profound silence, the death of the phantom seemingly triggering a hidden mechanism. Suddenly, a stone pillar rose from the center of the grand array. Yi Chen and his companions exchanged a glance, their gazes sharpening as they moved closer to investigate, only to witness another phantom slowly materializing. However, this apparition appeared remarkably lifelike. It was an elderly man with white hair. A smile adorned the old man's face as his gaze settled upon Yi Chen from a distance. Young man, congratulations on passing the trial of the primordial secret realm. When the four ancient keys unite, the true primordial secret realm shall descend upon the mortal realm. The will of our predecessors requires your efforts to continue its legacy. Yi Chen and his companions shared a knowing look and approached the elder in unison. Upon the stone pillar rested a peculiar jade stone nestled within a carved recess. Is that the ancient key? Yi Chen inquired, directing his gaze towards the elder's phantom. Senior, what lies within the true primordial secret realm? The elder's phantom shook his head with a gentle smile. It is forbidden to speak of it, forbidden to speak of it. Chapter 55. Beyond the secret realm, the old man stroked his goatee, exuding an air of profound mystery. I am but a remnant of my past self. The ancient key has manifested, and my task is complete. However, I can offer you a word of advice. To truly venture into the ancient secret realm, one must possess the strength of a spirit emperor. The names of spirit emperors startled Yi Chen and his companions. Sui Yun had only just reached the first step of spiritual transformation, while Ouyang Qingfeng had not even begun the transformation, remaining at the pinnacle of spiritual brilliance. Above the seventh step of spiritual transformation lay the 9 tribulations of the spirit path. Only after overcoming these challenges could one ascend to kingship. And beyond the spirit king was the emperor. The revelation that access to the genuine ancient secret realm required the prowess of a spirit emperor was astonishing. Curiosity stirred within Yi Chen. After all these years, he had only recently attained the rank of spirit emperor himself, a testament to the arduous nature of transcending the subsequent realms. What extraordinary secrets did this seemingly ordinary realm possess? Before Yi Chen could ponder further, the old man's ethereal figure smiled faintly and gestured, dust to dust, earth to earth. Farewell, young ones. With those words, the old man's apparition dissipated entirely. Ding. Exploration of the secret realm completed. Congratulations, host, you have received a reward, the essence of ice. Ding. System task initiated. Explore the true ancient secret realm. Task reward, unknown. A profound essence unfurled in Yi Chen's mind. Moments later, he raised his gaze, a flicker of astonishment igniting within him. A new task had emerged, and the reward was shrouded in mystery. He sensed, albeit vaguely, that this authentic ancient secret realm was anything but ordinary. Yi Chun felt a twinge of headache. In this fantastical world, the circumstances were becoming increasingly intricate. In midair, a vibrant vortex had manifested. Undoubtedly, this was the exit of the secret realm. Yi Chun picked up the key, which appeared unremarkable, fashioned from jade and resembling a somewhat irregular quarter circle. Let us proceed. The fourth level holds no treasures. Merely this broken key. Yi Chun sighed with resignation. Su Yun chuckled. Ah, but this is the most valuable item within the ancient secret realm. Yi Chun grinned. He was well aware that the ancient key was indeed the main attraction, but he merely spoke in jest. Let us move on. I have grown weary of this desolate place. Ouyang Qingfeng waved her hand dismissively. The three then soared toward the exit. Before long, consciousness returned, and Yi Chun instinctively surveyed his surroundings, only to furrow his brow in surprise. There were numerous powerful individuals in this realm. They had emerged at the very spot where they had entered the secret realm, surrounded by several cultivators gathered near the vortex, evidently having been transported out alongside Yi Chun and his companions. Yet, further afield, in the skies above, a gathering of formidable figures loomed, and even deeper in the heavens, two flying vessels hovered ominously. Ah, this does not bode well. Ouyang Qingfeng arched an eyebrow, her tone playful, yet a deadly glint shimmered in her beautiful eyes. Su Yun remained silent, offering no response, and Yi Chun mirrored her composure. Suddenly, a voice echoed from above. You carry the scent of my disciple, Wan Feng. You little brat, did you slay Wan Feng? The voice was thick with barely contained rage, akin to a volatile volcano poised to erupt at any moment. Yi Chun lifted his gaze. The voice emanated from a vessel. In the sky, two ships occupied opposing sides, their respective factions clearly delineated, unmistakably representative of two distinct powers. Yi Chun's mind began to strategize. The speaker was evidently the master of Bai Luanfeng, indicating that the vessel hailed from the Dao Heart Pavilion. But what of the other ship? Yi Chun recalled a somewhat prominent figure from the first layer of the secret realm, named Gu Linghua. At that time, she had valiantly opposed lethal attacks, saving many, and Yi Chun had lent her a hand. Thus, it seemed evident that the second ship must originate from the Gu family or the Tianling sect. Noticing Yi Chun's prolonged silence, Bai Luanfeng's master erupted in fury, a formidable pressure descending upon the scene. You little brat, I am inquiring of you. Did you slay my disciple? The oppressive aura caused the countenances of all present to shift dramatically, prompting numerous cultivators from the secret realm to hastily retreat, as if eager to dissociate from Yi Chun. At that moment, a cultivator suddenly soared into the sky, heading straight for the vessel above. Elder Lin. It was he who killed senior brother Luan Feng. The ancient key must be in his possession. The words sent shockwaves through the crowd. In the sky, nearly everyone turned their attention to Yi Chun. He merely cast a casual glance at the cultivator, choosing to disregard him. Meanwhile, from the opposing ship, a stunning woman emerged, clad in vibrant, multicolored garments. Her eyes sparkling with mirth as she gazed at Yi Chun. Little one, do you possess the ancient key? Jiang Xingxin, this child has slain my disciple. Elder Lin bellowed in outrage. Yet, Jiang Xingxin merely cast a dismissive glance at the other ship. Lin Chongfeng, your disciple's fate is of no concern to me. My Gu Linghua is perfectly well. While others may fear your Dao Heart Pavilion, my Tianling sect holds no such trepidation. You, Lin Chongfeng, infuriated, abruptly departed from the ship, revealing himself to be an elder clad in white robes. Jiang Xingxin paid no heed to his ire, her gaze still fixed on Yi Chun. Little one, do you truly possess the ancient key? Yi Chun's expression remained unfazed as he regarded the representatives of the two sects, exuding no hint of fear, simply raising his hand to shake it. Jiang Xingxin's eyes narrowed. What he held was indeed the ancient key. A smile spread across her face. Well done, young lad. Join my Tianling sect, and I shall ensure your safety. You must understand, this is your sole option. Otherwise, Lin Chongfeng will have you torn to shreds. Jiang Xingxin, do not overreach. Lin Chongfeng resembled an enraged lion, his eyes blazing with fury. However, Jiang Xingxin seemed oblivious to this, her gaze fixed intently on Yi Chun. At that moment, a voice echoed from a short distance away. Aunt Jiang, He aided me in the secret realm. Jiang Xingxin's expression shifted in surprise, her beautiful eyes darting towards Gu Lingwe below. Quite impressive, she thought. He even knows how to cultivate connections. Since Lingwe has spoken, young man, you have the opportunity to join my heavenly spirit sect. You ought to express your gratitude to Lingwe. My heavenly spirit sect has never accepted just anyone. But today we shall make an exception. What do you say? With a smile in her eyes, Jiang Xingxin regarded Yi Chun, as if she could already foresee his inevitable decision to join. The allure of entering the heavenly spirit sect was irresistible. It was a stroke of fortune that this young man had perhaps earned over several lifetimes. With Gu Lingyue's endorsement, offering a position seemed to reflect the grand stature of the heavenly spirit sect. Indeed, offering. Chapter 56. Gu Lingyue, quite interesting. At this moment, one cannot help but acknowledge the spectacle unfolding before the masses. The cultivators who had emerged from the secret realm had long since retreated, observing from a distance the commotion surrounding Yi Chun. Two vessels, countless formidable figures, and beneath the vast sky stood only the three siblings, as if they were confronting the heavens themselves. Sui Yun and Ouyang Qingfeng remained silent. Sui Yun's demeanor was notably indifferent, as though this scene held no significance in her eyes. In contrast, a sly smile played upon Ouyang Qingfeng's lips, unmistakably a smirk. Furthermore, Ouyang Qingfeng's heart reveled in schadenfreude, bemused by the ignorance of these foolish mortals, who remained oblivious to the gravity of the being they were facing, still spouting their grandiose words. Ouyang Qingfeng eagerly anticipated witnessing her younger brother's wrath. She had yet to observe that aspect of him. As the focal point of the crowd, Yi Chun finally made his move. He slightly turned his head, locking eyes with Gu Lingyue standing below the vessel. That gaze carried a hint of regret and a profound sense of distance, as if spanning countless mountains and rivers. On that day, amidst a throng of cultivators, Yi Chun had similarly identified her with a single glance. However, Gu Lingyue perceived that Yi Chun's expression now was entirely different from that day. Gu Lingyue, it seems that your Aunt Jiang is rather inarticulate. Jiang Xingxin was taken aback, and Lin Chongfeng in the distance was equally stunned. What did this young lad just say? Inarticulate? Had he lost his mind? How audacious! This ignorant youth dared to insult Elder Jiang. Amidst the vessel's occupants, someone could not restrain themselves and shouted in outrage. Jiang Xingxin also sobered, her smile fading. Young man, what do you mean by that? Gu Lingyue widened her eyes in realization. Memories of Yi Chun's actions from that day flooded her mind, and she comprehended the implication behind his words. It was an affront to Aunt Jiang. For an ordinary person, such remarks might invoke gratitude, yet the one standing there was Yi Chun. If he were merely an inconsequential youth, such words would be inconsequential. But if he were a hidden powerhouse? Jiang Xingxin's words were akin to an affront. Countless thoughts raced through Gu Lingyue's mind, leaving her pale. It was over. Instinctively, she glanced at Yi Chun's side, observing the calm Su Yun and the sneering Ouyang Qingfeng. Their expressions intensified her growing unease. Yet, how could one individual compare to an entire sect, especially one as formidable as the Tianling sect? What audacity empowered them to be so fearless? In the face of Jiang Xingxin's inquiry, Yi Chun had already retracted the genial smile that had adorned his face. Jiang Xingxin, you seem rather pleased with yourself. What do you believe you amount to? A profound silence enveloped the crowd, a hush falling over all. Jiang Xingxin's expression froze, a surge of indignation rising within her. Do you even comprehend what you are saying? Yi Chun articulated each word with precision. I declare, you, Jiang Xingxin, are unworthy. Jiang Xingxin was left dumbfounded. This was utterly preposterous. Jiang Xingxin was even amused by the absurdity of the situation, turning to Lin Chongfeng, Elder Lin. With grievances, we settle grievances. With enmities, we repay enmities. Our Tianling sect only desires the ancient key. Lin Chongfeng, somewhat bewildered by this bizarre scene, remained undeterred, his sinister smile unwavering. Very well indeed. This lad may be peculiar, but his intellect appears lacking. TSK. Good heavens, this youth has lost his mind. A fierce individual, indeed, far more ruthless than that day. It seems that day was merely an appetizer. I have truly gained insight. TSK, this is courting death. Is the Tianling sect not appealing enough? Is he willing to throw away his life? Numerous cultivators stared, astounded, engaging in fervent discussions. The atmosphere seemed poised to descend into bloodshed. However, unexpectedly, a piercing cry shattered the tension. Wait! The crowd gasped, turning to see Gu Lingyue, her face pale, eyes wild with fervor. Jiang Xingxin frowned. Lingyue, what do you intend to do? Gu Lingyue's fury ignited. Jiang Xingxin's haughty demeanor was intolerable. Taking a deep breath, she declared, Jiang Xingxin, retract your disrespectful words. Do not jeopardize the Tianling sect. Yi Chun was momentarily taken aback. This girl was quite intriguing. The audience was engulfed in confusion, while Jiang Xingxin's composure faltered, her expression turning frosty. Nonsense. Gu Lingyue, do you even comprehend what you are saying? Have I ever been disrespectful? Do you expect me to apologize? Gu Lingyue hesitated, witnessing Jiang Xingxin's inability to grasp the gravity of the situation. She shook her head subtly, revealing a trace of despairing smile. Enough. Lingyue has done her utmost. If Aunt Jiang remains oblivious, then let Lingyue act foolishly. With that, Gu Lingyue raised her hand and declared, from this day forth, I, Gu Lingyue, withdraw from the Tianling sect. The Gu family of Jiangdu shall have no further ties with the Tianling sect. What? Jiang Xingxin's countenance turned ashen, her eyes wide with disbelief. As a sect elder, why did she show such courtesy and tolerance towards a disciple? It was solely because Gu Lingyue had the support of the Gu family in Jiangdu. The ties between the Tianling sect and the Gu family had strengthened significantly due to Gu Lingyue's involvement. Her presence was a bridge between the two formidable factions. Yet, due to such a ludicrous incident, Gu Lingyue had declared her withdrawal, effectively severing the connection between the two powers. What immense resolve! Jiang Xingxin's face turned a deep shade of anger as she pointed at Yi Chun. Because of him? Just a nameless boy? Gu Lingyue's expression remained indifferent. Lingyue is merely acting in self-preservation. While Elder Jiang may remain obstinate, I refuse to endanger the Gu family. As for the future, Elder Jiang may proceed as she wishes. You, Jiang Xingxin gritted her teeth in fury. All because of a single Yi Chun, a mere child. What merit did he possess to warrant such turmoil? Gu Lingyue turned around and offered a respectful bow to Yi Chun from a distance. Young Master Yi, I was merely a disciple before, powerless to alter the stance of the Celestial Spirit sect. However, I have now withdrawn from the sect, and my intentions reflect those of the Gu family from Jiangdu. I trust you comprehend my sentiments. Yi Chun nodded slightly. Gu Lingyue, the Gu family from Jiangdu, how intriguing. I understand. You may withdraw for now. This place is destined to be tainted by misfortune. That garment of yours is rather exquisite. Do take care not to splatter it with blood. Gu Lingyue's gaze sharpened as she nodded in agreement and then soared away into the distance. Sui Yun and Ouyang Qinfeng both watched the retreating figure of Gu Lingyue. What an interesting girl. What a fortunate girl. Yi Chun was momentarily taken aback, feeling an eerie sense of déjà vu. At that moment, Lin Chongfeng observed the scene with a keen interest. Elder Jiang, such a significant matter truly evokes a sense of regret. Jiang Xingxin was already seething with rage, fully aware of Lin Chongfeng's schadenfreude. In the past, the Celestial Spirit sect maintained amicable relations with the Gu family of Jiangdu, necessitating caution from the Dao Heart Pavilion. But now, Jiang Xingxin's expression twisted with fury. What a remarkable Yi Chun. Chapter 57. Yi Chun's approach to life. Yi Chun. Jiang Xingxin seethed with fury, wishing fervently to flay the young man alive. Yet, as her gaze shifted, she let out a sudden cold snort, slightly raising her neck, and spoke with a chilling tone. Although this elder does not comprehend the nature of the enchantment you have cast upon Lingyu, I shall grant you an opportunity. If you can compel Lingyu to retract her command, I shall allow you to retain your life intact. Ouyang Qinfeng nearly burst into laughter. Were one unaware, they might assume she had bestowed a significant favor. Even now, this woman persisted in her patronizing demeanor. Yi Chun cast a bemused glance at the distant Gu Lingyue. How could such a grand sect as the Tianling sect have produced an elder of this caliber? This was originally a matter of grievance between Lin Chongfeng. Yet Jiang Xingxin had audaciously intervened with her incessant prattle, dragging the situation to its current state. She was nothing short of a troublemaker. If one were to assign blame, it would be to Jiang Xingxin's inflated self-importance, believing the Tianling sect to be of unparalleled stature. Alas, this incident bore no relevance to the Tianling sect. It was merely a reflection of this woman's foolishness. Yi Chun's amusement had all but dissipated. A chill flickered in his eyes. Had the idle chatter concluded? Then it was time to meet one's end. Ouyang Qingfeng's eyes sparkled, while Gu Lingyue's pupils constricted. In an instant, a profound spatial disturbance materialized in the sky. The onlookers gasped, witnessing a remarkable distortion in the air above the Tianling sect's vessel. The area was enveloped within a 1,000-meter radius, and in an astonishing moment, the entire ship, along with all its occupants, was ensnared. Yet unbeknownst to them, Yi Chun had vanished from beneath. No, rather, Ouyang Qingfeng and Su Yiyun still sensed his presence. The two sisters exchanged glances, their eyes betraying a flicker of unease. In that fleeting moment, Yi Chun's figure reappeared before Jiang Xingxin. At the critical juncture, Jiang Xingxin finally grasped the gravity of the situation, instinctively widening her eyes, filled with shock and dread. She was immobilized. An overwhelming spatial authority shackled the very essence of this realm. Not only could she not move, but even her heartbeat felt unbearably heavy. How could this be possible? So close, Yi Chen's gaze upon her was akin to that of a specter, radiating utter indifference. Jiang Xingxin, do you comprehend what it means to be a frog at the bottom of a well, or to be a mere clown? With a swift motion, Yi Chun remained still, yet a gaping wound suddenly appeared in Jiang Xingxin's chest. The scene turned grotesquely bloody, escalating in horror. What was truly bizarre, however, was that despite the brutal injury, no blood flowed forth. It was an absolute cessation of spatial movement. Jiang Xingxin's face drained of color, struggling to fathom the unfathomable events unfolding before her. She could not believe it. She refused to accept it. How could a mere junior possess such astonishing power? In a moment of clarity, she suddenly recalled the astonishing and bewildering maneuvers of Gu Lingyue that had left many in utter shock. A wave of horror surged from the depths of her heart. Gu Lingyue, she had long been aware. Yet, everything had come too late. Yi Chen's figure vanished in the blink of an eye, returning to the side of his two sisters as if nothing had transpired. However, within that confined space, a deep purple orb of light had inexplicably appeared. The next instant, a terrifying thunderclap resounded. Blinding lightning erupted in the sky, blossoming into a dazzling display of fireworks. The sheer ferocity of the lightning explosion unleashed countless brilliant arcs of electricity, infusing the apocalyptic scene with an unexpected splendor. Yet, behind this brilliance lay the specter of life's demise. In the blink of an eye, the lightning dissipated, and all those from the Tianling sect, along with the colossal ship, vanished within that fleeting, thunderous brilliance. The air fell silent, as if it had sunk into the depths of the ocean. The only sound perceptible was the faint noise of swallowed breaths. Silence reigned, so profound that one could hear a pin drop. Everyone stared blankly at the once bustling sky, now devoid of anything. Even Lin Changfeng found himself momentarily lost in thought. Among those present, his cultivation level surpassed that of the majority. Yet, it was precisely because of this that he understood the implications all too well. This was no longer a matter of mere cultivation power. The young man was entwined with profound mysteries. He had glimpsed a fragment of the Source's astonishing might. Who on earth was this individual? At that moment, Yi Chen's gaze fell upon Lin Changfeng. In an instant, Lin Changfeng felt the weight of Yi Chen's stare, causing his eyelids to twitch involuntarily. He and Jiang Xingxin were contemporaries. Neither could claim superiority over the other, and now that Jiang Xingxin had met such a fate, what could be said of his own? What astonished him, however, was that Yi Chen's subsequent words seemed to deviate from his expectations. Elder Lin, as for the matter concerning the disciple, it is solely due to his arrogance and ignorance of severity. Such a wretched disciple, even if it were not for my intervention that day, would ultimately meet a tragic end. Yi, consider this a means of clearing your path, Elder Lin. I have no ties with the Daoxin Pavilion, and for the sake of a mere incompetent disciple, do you wish to pursue this matter further, Elder Lin? Lin Changfeng's heart skipped a beat, and he immediately shook his head vigorously. No more pursuit. I am well aware of that boy's nature. This incident cannot be attributed to Taoist friend Yi. It can only be said that he brought this upon himself. Observing Lin Changfeng's cunning smile, akin to that of a cunning fox, the gathered cultivators were left in stunned silence. Who was it that had previously behaved like an uncontrollable wild donkey? Seeing Lin Changfeng backpedal, Yi Chen chose not to press further, turning his attention instead to Gu Lingyue. Lingyue, the events of today are indeed absurd. Although Jiang Xingxin can be deemed a parasite of the Tianling sect, Yi have had no interactions with others from the sect, and thus, I refrain from passing judgment on them. Now that Jiang Xingxin is deceased, you may determine the course of your dealings with the Tianling sect. Should they dare to trouble you, you may summon me using this token. As he spoke, Yichen casually tossed forth a sphere of light. This pill, taken one every 3 days prior to your breakthrough into spiritual transformation, will ensure your safe advancement. The final words were conveyed through a sound transmission that resonated powerfully. In an instant, the sphere of light flew 1,000 meters to arrive before Gu Lingwei, who instinctively received it and promptly bowed deeply, expressing her heartfelt gratitude for the generous gift from young Master Yi. Yichen offered a faint smile and released a flying vessel. The ethereal vessel, radiating with vibrant hues and advanced technology, dazzled the eyes of countless cultivators. Yichen ascended the vessel leisurely, followed closely by Ouyang Qingfeng and Sui Yun. A brilliant tail flame erupted, swiftly vanishing into the horizon, while the realm around them remained in a state of uproar. Chapter 58. The Return on Board the Flying Vessel. Ouyang Qingfeng sat quietly, lost in her thoughts. Meanwhile, Sui Yun's bright eyes were fixed intently on Yichen, causing him to feel somewhat uneasy. She had not anticipated that the resolution of today's events would unfold in such a manner. Initially, she envisioned a scenario where both factions would be utterly annihilated, leading to an inevitable war between the two sects, with Yichen compelled to intervene once more to eradicate both forces. To her surprise, Yichen displayed remarkable composure in his actions, particularly concerning the Dao Heart Pavilion. Jiang Xingxin, who had instigated the conflict between Yichen and the Tianling sect, had met a fate she richly deserved. Her demise was a consequence of her own making, and she could hardly claim innocence even if she were to die 100 times over. Her death inadvertently instilled a sense of trepidation in Lin Chongfeng, who, upon receiving a lifeline, expressed his gratitude profusely. On the Dao Heart Pavilion's side, the loss of a mere disciple had transformed the animosity between the two parties into a clean slate. An impressive display of diplomacy that Yichen had effortlessly managed to achieve. As for the ancient key, as long as Lin Chongfeng was not foolish like Jiang Xingxin, he would undoubtedly know which path to choose. Afterward, Yichen did not forget the little one, Gu Lingwei, and reciprocated with kindness. This not only ensured that the Gu family in Jiangdu would not bear the brunt of any resentment, but also quelled any potential unrest within the Tianling sect. Yichen's words had been delivered with exceptional tact. Reflecting on this, Sui Yun's gaze grew ever more radiant, her unabashed admiration akin to that of a bride gazing upon her beloved. My dear brother, after 10 years, I had no idea you were so astute. Yichen rolled his eyes and retreated to his room. What a joke. Could my grandeur truly be unraveled in just a decade? Leisurely, he prepared a basin of warm water before reclining in the bathtub. The essence of ice had been grasped. What ecstasy! A grin spread across Yichen's face, nearly reaching his ears. The journey back was not swift. With little to occupy his time and a lack of enthusiasm for returning to the family, there was no need to hasten. During the day, the two sisters practiced their cultivation aboard the vessel, while Yichen secretly contemplated the essence of ice. By nightfall, the trio found a quaint town to rest, enjoying a leisurely pace. Thus, the capital city of Qianyuan drew ever closer. On this day, under a clear sky, a splendid flying vessel arrived at the imperial capital, immediately capturing the attention of a multitude. Yichen maintained a sense of propriety, halting the vessel at the city gates. As the three figures descended, the onlookers realized with clarity that it was none other than the esteemed young master and the two princesses returning. Along the way, many citizens warmly greeted them, and Yichen, ever the embodiment of elegance and humility before the common folk, naturally wore a smile. Upon returning to the Yi residence, he discovered that Xia Xinyu had been waiting at the entrance. Yichen felt a slight tremor in his heart and approached her with an unassuming demeanor. Mother, we are back. Xia Xinyu could not contain her joy and laughed heartily as she hurriedly brought the three children back to the Yi residence. The atmosphere in the Yi household was filled with festivity. Outside, Yichen endeavored to be succinct, omitting the dangers and tribulations he had faced. Not lingering long at the Yi residence, Yichen and his siblings made their way to the imperial palace. Upon receiving the rare ice lotus, both the emperor and the empress were overjoyed, with the emperor immediately wishing to bestow a reward. However, after much contemplation, he found himself at a loss for what to give. As the trio lacked nothing in the past decade, they had received nearly all possible rewards. Consequently, as per custom, the reward was deferred, to be given collectively on a future occasion. By the time they returned to the Yi residence, it was already afternoon. Yi Chun mischievously presented 2 rings to Yi Xingtian, whispering, "Father, first, let me make it clear. You must remain calm. I secretly excavated these." Yi Xingtian could not help but chuckle, intrigued by the mystery surrounding the items. As he focused on the rings, he was momentarily taken aback, exclaiming, "What on earth? This is extreme ice essence and extreme flame essence. So much. Did you unearth 2 mines?" Yi Chun grinned and patted Yi Shengtian's shoulder, declaring, "With these, the foundation of our Yi household will undoubtedly double. I have no use for them, so they are yours." However, Yi Xingtian was troubled, as the treasury of the Yi household had already undergone expansion over 20 times. With the burdens placed upon him, Yi Chun then summoned a servant to inquire about Qi Feng. After accepting Qi Feng, Yi Chun had to attend to matters in the ancient secret realm and thus could not accompany him, allowing him to return on his own. Presently, Qi Feng and Qi Yao were residing in the Yi residence, a matter personally arranged by Xia Xinyu, which warmed Yi Chen's heart. His mother always took his instructions to heart. The Yi residence was vast, and although the courtyard of the Qi siblings was not situated in the center, it was by no means remote. The independent courtyard afforded them a status comparable to that of some esteemed guards within the Yi household, distinctly above that of mere servants. Standing at the entrance of the courtyard, Yi Chun restrained his aura. Inside, a little girl stood amidst the flowers, gazing dreamily at the distant sunset. Yi Chun sensed Qi Feng's presence within, likely engaged in cultivation. In a short span, Qi Feng's energy had become stable, and he had officially embarked on his path of cultivation. Satisfied with the progress of the siblings, Yi Chun entered the courtyard at a leisurely pace. Upon hearing footsteps, Qi Yao instinctively turned her head, her eyes instantly lighting up. "Brother Yi, you're back." The little girl, now dressed in clean clothes and freshly bathed, had transformed into an endearing child, prompting a smile from Yi Chun. "Indeed, I have returned. How have you been during my absence at the Yi residence?" As Qi Yao spoke, she suddenly felt the urge to kneel, causing Yi Chen's heart to skip a beat, prompting him to quickly assist her. Although he had saved the 2 little ones, he was, after all, a native of the Blue Star, where such gestures of reverence were not customary. Qi Yao, understanding his sentiment, did not press the matter further and instead let out a soft giggle. "Thank you, big brother, for taking us in. The people here are wonderful, and the lady of the house has treated us with great kindness, even preparing this courtyard for our stay. The lord of the house has also allowed my brother to cultivate. All thanks to you, brother Yi, for bringing us here." Yi Chen smiled warmly, gently ruffling her hair. "There is no need for such formality. This is my home, and it will be yours as well." With that, Yi Chen glanced towards the interior. "Your brother is inside, isn't he?" Qi Yao nodded eagerly. "Yes, he's cultivating. I'll go call him out." Chapter 59. The Rhythm of Life. As Qi Feng followed Qi Yao out, he immediately fell to his knees upon seeing Yi Chun. Yi Chun was both amused and bewildered, feeling overwhelmed by the situation. Qi Feng struggled to kneel, but refrained from doing so, instead offering a deep bow. "Thank you, Your Highness, for taking us in." Yi Chun nodded lightly. "I just informed Qi Yao that this is my home, and it shall also be yours from now on." Although Qi Feng was young, as a bearer of the 7 kills battle body, his mind was remarkably sharp. He discerned that the same words spoken to his sister and to him carried entirely different implications. He attempted to kneel once more, but again failed. Instead, he clasped his fists together and declared, "Everything my sister and I have is granted by Your Highness. We shall forever heed your lead." Yi Chen smiled gently and casually took a seat nearby. "Though I hold the title of heir, here in my home, bowing is not customary. There is no need for you to kneel before me. You understand that I brought you here with purpose. You are my responsibility, and you need not obey anyone else's commands. Only my 2 sisters, along with my father and mother, are to be considered family. Do you comprehend?" Qi Feng nodded earnestly, making a mental note. "Excellent." Yi Chen continued, "I have heard that my father has begun teaching you the art of cultivation. However, the methods he provides may not necessarily align with your true potential." As he spoke, Yi Chun produced a spatial ring. "Here, take this. Dedicate yourself to your training. And do not let me down. Qi Feng hesitated momentarily. Your Highness's kindness in taking us in is already a tremendous favor. How could I dare to accept anything further? Yi Chen stood and insisted, take it. What value does this hold? I have high expectations for you. And proving yourself independently would be the greatest reward you could offer me. Taken aback, Qi Feng lowered his head deeply to accept the ring. Thank you, Your Highness. For your immense generosity, we shall never forget it. Yi Chen nodded again and exited the courtyard. Watching Yi Chen's departing figure, Qi Yao instinctively murmured, Brother, Yi Gu is truly a wonderful person. Qi Feng, too, was reminded of their days of begging, his emotions a tumultuous blend. Abruptly, he glanced into the ring and froze in astonishment. Within it lay a dazzling pile of spirit crystals, mountains of them, 1,000,000 spirit crystals. Gasping in disbelief, Qi Feng felt a shiver run through him, his eyes unwittingly moistening. After a long pause, he turned to his sister, solemnly declaring, Yaoer, we must remember our Highness's great kindness for all our lives. If ever I should stray from my path, you must be the one to end my life. Brother, Qi Yao exclaimed, her face paling. Why would you say such a thing? Qi Feng couldn't help but let out a bitter laugh. Do you know what our Highness has bestowed upon me? Earth-rank cultivation techniques, Earth-rank spirit artifacts, 1,000,000 spirit crystals, and an abundance of pills and spiritual herbs. Each of these treasures could easily buy countless lives like ours. We are but beggars. Your Highness's remarkable gesture leaves Qi Feng at a loss for how to reciprocate. Qi Yao stood in a daze, unable to comprehend the true value of her brother's words. Yet, upon hearing the latter part, a smile blossomed on her face. Brother, didn't Brother Yi say that your ability to stand on your own would be the best repayment? As long as we diligently support the Yi family, that would suffice as gratitude. Qi Feng was momentarily taken aback, then suddenly laughed in relief, wrapping his arm around his sister. You are right, Yaoer. I must strive to become a strong individual and assist His Highness. The moon hung high in a sparse sky. Yi Chen lingered in the courtyard, gazing at the stars, when memories of the little celestial demon came rushing back. The two-headed dragon had grown at an astonishing rate since its hatching. Within a year, it had become excessively large. The little creature had to deliberately shrink its size to fit within the Yi residence, or else it might have crushed half the estate. Consequently, the celestial demon had been released early, and now, it had been 2 or 3 years since its last return. With its dragon might, it surely gallivanted about, likely enjoying itself to the point of forgetting home, perhaps ruling over some mountain as a king. The thought of those two silly heads made Yi Chen chuckle quietly to himself. However, they remained mounts for his two sisters. While he still lacked an appropriate steed of his own, Yi Chen understood that such matters also required fate. Impatience would yield no results. Ordinary magical beasts did not pique his interest, and rare ones were seldom encountered. Thus, he shook his head. System, how many lottery draws have accumulated? Yi Chen had long disabled the notification feature that alerted him to increasing draw counts. Outside of lottery moments, the system was mostly left unattended. Ding. The total number of lottery draws accumulated is 47. Yi Chen nodded expressionlessly. 47 was a significant number. It was time to draw. He wondered if he might procure a mount. Ding. The lottery has commenced, with a total of 47 draws. Ding. Congratulations, host, on acquiring a millennium of cultivation. Ding. Congratulations, host, on obtaining 1,000,000 spirit crystals. Ding. Congratulations, host, on acquiring another 1,000,000 spirit crystals. Ding. Congratulations, host, on obtaining the Earth Tier's spiritual technique, the 10,000 tombs technique. Ding. Congratulations, host, on winning a luxurious home entertainment system. Ding. Congratulations, host, on a burst of luck, as you have acquired the Heaven Tier, 7th grade spiritual artifact, the Emperor Star Palace. Ding. Yi Chen's eyes widened in astonishment. A Heaven Tier spiritual artifact. After all these years, this was his first acquisition of such a treasure. As for the home entertainment system, it seemed rather dubious, and he would address that later. The Emperor Star Palace, a large defensive Heaven Tier artifact of the 7th grade, capable of summoning a profound palace that spans a distance of 10,000 meters, autonomously absorbing the power of the stars. The description was lengthy, but after a moment of contemplation, Yi Chen grasped its significance. Indeed, this is a turtle shell, notably of considerable size and high grade, capable of automatically absorbing the power of the stars to enhance its protection. Overall, this object is exceedingly robust. Yichen believes that even his own efforts might not suffice to shatter it. Admittedly, to claim it could be shattered might be an exaggeration. Yichen considers it quite impressive if he could merely breach its defenses. Without a moment's hesitation, Yichen waved his hand, enveloping the estate in a barely perceptible layer of starlight that swiftly dissipated into the void. As for the fluctuations of spiritual energy, they had been concealed by the system. Apart from Yichen, no one else was aware that the seemingly unremarkable estate was now shrouded beneath the protection of a celestial-grade spiritual artifact. Yichen nodded in satisfaction, and with a flicker of thought, an array of peculiar, shimmering objects suddenly appeared beside him. Upon inspection, Yichen noted that these speakers were quite aesthetically pleasing, and their numbers were substantial, likely producing explosive sound quality. Shall we give it a test? Let us groove to the rhythm. The vast expanse of the horizon is my love. Yichen. Chapter 60. The secular realm must have fearless men. The voice lingered for but a few fleeting seconds before fading away. Yichen, feeling a twinge of anxiety, glanced around and, upon realizing that no one was paying heed to the commotion, let out a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the sound had been kept at a low volume. Otherwise, it would have been quite awkward. However, it seemed that this peculiar device possessed its own lighting effects, and its sizable form nearly blinded his esteemed eyes when it illuminated. Contemplating this strange contraption, Yichen found himself lost in thought. The device was remarkably intelligent, capable of automatically adjusting its quantity and size based on its surroundings. This meant that Yichen could virtually position it anywhere he desired. Suddenly struck by inspiration, he mused that the spiritual energy flying boat might gain an element of amusement. At the very least, the spiritual energy shuttle would suffice. It felt as though he had stumbled upon a new frontier. Before long, Yichen summoned the device back to his side, his gaze shifting to a card before him. It was a limited-use item card, allowing for 3 applications: a large-scale farming fertilization irrigation array. The name and style of this item instilled within him a sense of foreboding. Yichen couldn't shake the feeling of unease that washed over him. The last time he felt such trepidation was during a previous encounter. Rubbing his chin, he pondered whether he should venture into the wilderness to experiment. Offering free fertilization to the local farmers would surely earn him their gratitude, wouldn't it? Wait, fertilization. Yichen's expression turned peculiar as a sudden realization struck him. Goodness, it shouldn't be what I'm thinking, right? Truly, this is absurd. Yichen shook his head, exhaling a resigned sigh, and casually released another gadget. This new item bore a striking resemblance to an automatic vending machine from his past life, the sole difference being its considerable size, featuring only one entrance and exit, with the interior shrouded in mystery. Could this contraption be reliable? Yichen found himself skeptical, yet he produced a spiritual crystal and inserted it into the entrance. In less than a second, an object emerged from the exit, wrapped in white packaging. It appeared rather peculiar. Yichen retrieved it and opened the bag, exhaling a contented sigh moments later. Lo and behold, it was indeed spicy strips. To think that after traversing worlds, he could still indulge in such a delight. How wonderfully fragrant. If only he could have a bottle of cola to accompany it. The life of a cultivator was, indeed, refreshingly simple. The night passed without incident. The following morning, Yichen stepped out of his door to find the sky shrouded in heavy clouds. It seemed to be brightening, yet it lacked full illumination. Nevertheless, this did not dampen his spirits. After enjoying spicy strips the night prior, even a gloomy day felt invigorating. Ouyang Qingfeng emerged and, upon seeing Yichen awake at such an early hour, couldn't help but express her surprise. "Oh, my little lazy brother, what brings you up so early today?" Yichen turned, a bold and carefree smile gracing his lips. Even with clouds stretching for miles, the mere presence of his sister seemed to illuminate the world around him. This, he thought, was a true flourishing era, one not to be missed. Ouyang Qingfeng was momentarily taken aback. Then a seed of doubt began to sprout within her. "Chinner, have you committed some wrongdoing? Come, tell your sister. I promise I won't strike you." Yichen truly won't be harmed? Ouyang Qingfeng suddenly narrowed her eyes, realizing that there was indeed something amiss. This rascal. Yichen felt a shiver run down his spine. As if the temperature in the room had plummeted, he casually summoned his ethereal energy shuttle. "I once spoke of having 2 elder sisters. The elder sister, with beauty that rivals the most exquisite blossoms, is akin to the flowers in a mirror or the moon reflected upon water. The second sister, however, is willful and obstinate, utterly self-absorbed and devoid of mercy, truly a villain of the highest order. You are courting death. Yi Qin's expression remained unperturbed, as if he were merely engaging in mundane conversation. Of course, this is not the crux of the matter. What truly matters is that while my elder sister is as lovely as a flower, my second sister is exceedingly unattractive. Yi Qin, I shall end your life. Yi Qin, calm and collected, had already settled into the ethereal energy shuttle long before Ouyang Qingfeng lunged at him. Upon the technologically advanced shuttle, an array of bizarre, science fiction-like objects appeared, gleaming with a kaleidoscope of colors. Ouyang Qingfeng was momentarily stunned, only to see Yi Qin glance back at her with a taunting smile. What are you staring at? If you dare, come and chase me. A cacophony of sound erupted around them, as the world often expects men to be fearless. In Jiangdu, within a grand hall, a tall figure adorned in a white embroidered robe sat in the main seat, his middle-aged visage inscrutable. Even in silence, he exuded an aura of authority that commanded respect. Beneath him stood a striking young woman, whose ethereal beauty was marred by an expression of anxiety. Gu Lingwei. So, you have made such a decision fundamentally because of Yi Qin? Upon hearing this, Gu Lingwei could not help but feel a tinge of uncertainty. She believed in Yi Qin's exceptional qualities, yet she was aware that others might not share her conviction. Gu Lingwei sighed internally, though her demeanor remained resolute. Father, I understand this may sound absurd, but consider this. Have I ever acted rashly over the years? Even disregarding Yi Qin, just his two sisters. One is at the pinnacle of spiritual prowess, while the other has likely already entered the realm of spiritual transformation. The pressure they exert. Father, they are both younger than I, yet such prodigies surely possess some background, do they not? The middle-aged man listened in silence, his expression inscrutable, leaving her uncertain of his thoughts. Gu Lingwei continued, moreover, my choice is not predicated on their background. It is solely due to Yi Qin. The middle-aged man furrowed his brow slightly. Lingwei, you must understand that effortlessly annihilating Jiang Xingxin and her ilk is not beyond my capabilities. Many elders within our family could accomplish it without breaking a sweat. Gu Lingwei's gaze was unwavering, for she believed that he alone could rival an entire sect. The middle-aged man's gaze flickered momentarily. After a brief pause, he let out a soft sigh, a hint of a bitter smile playing upon his lips. Oh, after all these years, I've never seen you extend false pleasantries to anyone. My little ancestor truly knows how to present me with challenges. Gu Lingwei couldn't help but feel a surge of joy. With the conversation reaching this point, how could she remain oblivious to her father's intentions? Soon after, spies from the Gu family in Jiangdu began to move discreetly, their objective, Yi Qin. Similarly, other factions, including the Tianling sect and Daoxing Pavilion, as well as various forces that had caught wind of the situation, were also in search. Jiang Qin, who exactly is this esteemed individual? Meanwhile, Yi Qin entrusted his father with a task, to locate the remaining 3 ancient keys. Although it may be somewhat untimely to enter the true ancient secret realm now, it is nonetheless essential to acquire the keys in advance. Possessing only 1/4 of the total is certainly not a favorable situation, given the resources of the Yi family. This endeavor will undoubtedly require some time, for the 4 ancient secret realms are situated in distant locations, and even the Yi family's influence will need days to uncover their whereabouts. Chapter 61. Make way, make way. I am about to begin. Time passes gradually. Having grasped the essence of ice, Yi Qin, who had already savored the sweetness of enlightenment, naturally did not let his diligence wane. With no need for cultivation, he spent most of his days indulging in the profundities of ice. Thus, a peculiar scene often unfolded upon Yi Qin's small reclining chair. Under the bright sun, an aura of bone-chilling cold emanated from him, spreading swiftly into the surroundings. Within several meters, it resembled a fairyland. At times, the ground would freeze solid, enveloping the entire courtyard in a thick layer of frost. Yi Shengtian occasionally happened upon such a spectacle, momentarily awestruck, believing Yi Qin had contracted some ailment in the secret realm. After all, Yi Qin had previously returned with an entire vein of cold jade marrow. However, upon realizing that Yi Qin was merely comprehending the profound truths, Yi Shengtian's astonishment turned to delight. and he left with a sense of pride. While others might not grasp the depths of the situation, Yi Shengtian was acutely aware that the pervasive coldness was nearly overwhelming, even for him. It was merely a byproduct of Yi Qin's inability to control his power, unintentionally spilling over. This lad is becoming increasingly extraordinary. TSK, my son, Yi Shengtian, is indeed remarkable. Gradually, many in the Yi household became aware of Yi Qin's pursuit of the ice cultivation technique and adapted to the unpredictable climate of the estate. This phenomenon, while a blessing in the scorching heat of day, could be quite disheartening in the dead of night. Both sisters also began their seclusion. With the spirit-enhancing elixir in hand, their progression had long surpassed their peers. In the context of the secret realm, while others were still lingering at the spirit will stage, Ouyang Qingfeng had already reached the pinnacle of spiritual radiance, and Su Yiyun had transcended into spiritual transformation. Before long, the Yi estate found itself once again engulfed in a tempest of spiritual energy. Ouyang Qingfeng had advanced to spiritual transformation. Consequently, both of these sisters had become formidable beings of spiritual transformation, on par with their father. In the Qian Yuan Yi household, 3 members had achieved this remarkable feat. Well, Yi Chun cannot be counted among them. Such vibrations immediately caught the attention of the royal family, who dispatched envoys bearing numerous rewards. While this might not have been deemed a significant event, it took on a peculiar flavor in the eyes of the various factions within the imperial capital. The royal family was in decline. Of course, no one dared voice such sentiments. Yet whether anyone harbored such thoughts remained a mystery. The next day, with both sisters still immersed in their training, Yi Chun refrained from waking them, notifying Yi Shengtian before stepping outside. As he walked through the streets, the townsfolk greeted him warmly, with some bold individuals even approaching him to offer their salutations. In recent days, as Yi Chun immersed himself in the ice's essence, he had become quite leisurely, occasionally wandering the streets. At times, on a whim, he would meander down 2 streets simply to indulge in a couple of buns from a nearby shop. While this was merely a fleeting fancy for Yi Chun, to the common folk, it signified approachability. Moreover, on that very day, he boasted extravagantly, "Do you have any idea of my lofty standards? I'm not merely bragging. I've savored the very buns that the esteemed young master Tianyang has tasted. Alas, Yi Chun, I regret to inform you that you have not had the pleasure, for I have devoured every last one of them, almost wishing to lift the plate and lick it clean." While other young masters and princes remained elusive, presumably engrossed in their secluded cultivation, only Yi Chun wandered aimlessly. Yet, Yi Chun was neither indulgent nor haughty. On the contrary, he frequently tipped generously for meals. Such was the case that Yi Chun's renown among the populace was truly astonishing. However, this time, Yi Chun did not venture out for mere leisure. Before long, the imperial palace loomed close at hand. Yi Chun pressed forward without hesitation, his visage alone sufficing to grant him unhindered passage. This was not solely due to his good looks, although they were indeed striking. Shortly thereafter, a eunuch escorted Yi Chun into the depths of the palace. After some pleasantries, Yi Chun finally revealed the purpose of his visit. "Your Imperial Highness and esteemed consort, I have come bearing a small gift for both of you." "Oh." The Emperor and Empress exchanged knowing glances, each perceiving the amusement in the other's eyes. They were well aware of the intricate relationship between the royal family and the Yi household. Yet, these matters were merely visible to the untrained eye. In truth, the bond between the Yi family and the imperial lineage was far less distant than it appeared. Yi Chun casually produced 2 ornate boxes. The eunuch promptly accepted them, opening the lids to inspect their contents before presenting them to the Emperor and Empress. Upon seeing the items within the boxes, both of the realm's most exalted individuals displayed expressions of surprise. "Chinner, if I am not mistaken, these should be Earth-tier spiritual artifacts. What could have prompted you to bestow such an extravagant gift?" Yi Chun smiled faintly, discreetly glancing at the eunuch nearby. The Emperor, momentarily taken aback, instructed, "Little Shunzi, you may leave us." Once they were alone, the Emperor allowed a smile to break forth. "You rascal, is this satisfactory? Speak. What is it you wish to convey to your imperial uncle and aunt?" Yi Chun nodded in respect, expressing, "I am profoundly grateful for the affection shown by your Majesty and Her Majesty, and it is only fitting that I demonstrate my filial piety." The 2 spiritual artifacts were named Bylin Pearls, both of the first rank within the Earth tier, having reached the pinnacle of excellence at this level. However, what truly captivated Yi Chun was their remarkable efficacy. The Bylin pearls were primarily attuned to the water and wood elements, emphasizing protection and healing. By activating them, a protective shield could be generated, and as top-tier earth artifacts, the strength of the shield was undeniable. Moreover, within the shield's confines, healing properties were inherent. In fact, the two Bylin pearls formed a pair, and when activated together, they could momentarily reach the level of heavenly-tier artifacts. Even when not actively engaged, their elemental energies possessed a calming and restorative effect, capable of dispelling toxins. Listening to this litany of attributes, even the Emperor, exalted as he was, could not help but change countenance. He had not anticipated that the Bylin pearls would possess such formidable capabilities. The assertion of their pinnacle status among Earth-tier artifacts appeared to be wholly accurate. Undoubtedly, this was a remarkable gift. Upon witnessing the situation, Yi Chun smiled faintly, yet a sense of seriousness gradually enveloped him. Uncle and aunt, over the past decade, I trust you are well aware of my demeanor. The world knows only of the unparalleled elegance of the twin beauties of the Yi household, while the young master of Tianyang is merely perceived as a gentle lad. As he uttered these words, both the Emperor and the Empress instinctively narrowed their eyes. Yi Chun, seemingly unfazed, embodied the carefree spirit of youth. Yet he had consistently remained in the shadows. In truth, even his father was oblivious to the extent of his capabilities. As he spoke, Yi Chun's expression transformed into one of gravity. Uncle and aunt, in fact, from the very beginning, my cultivation has far surpassed that of my two elder sisters. What? The couple gasped in astonishment. Yi Chun continued with a serene smile. Do you still recall, 10 years ago, during the Xingyuan trials, when a bandit detonated a violent spirit orb, inadvertently awakening the remnants of a savage beast? Chapter 62. Princess of the Dancing Moon. Upon hearing the words, the Empress listened attentively while the Emperor's pupils constricted. Could it be that it was you, Chun'er, who valiantly rescued those children? Yi Chun smiled serenely, choosing to shift the conversation instead. Not long ago, Chun'er ventured into the secret realms of the outer territories. It is likely that some have already etched his name in their minds. This, indeed, signifies the value of the two emerald pearls. The Emperor took a deep breath. This lad has grown. A decade has passed, and the child of yesteryear now possesses the spirit to soar. The two emerald pearls undoubtedly serve as both protection and a reminder. The Qianyuan dynasty has enjoyed a decade of peace, yet it may soon be on the brink of turmoil once more. The Emperor remained silent for several breaths, and the Empress wisely refrained from interjecting. As the atmosphere thickened, the Emperor suddenly burst into laughter. Chun'er, have you heard the news? My ninth princess has returned. Yi Chun was momentarily taken aback. He had indeed heard this tidbit. The ninth princess, titled Dancing Moon, had followed the Longqing Palace for several years and had seldom been heard from in recent times. Just days ago, she returned to the dynasty, reportedly to visit family. Yi Chun was puzzled as to why the Emperor would bring this up. Could there be ulterior motives at play? Goodness! Is the Emperor attempting to force a match? What on earth? Yi Chun forced a smile. The Dancing Moon Princess had followed the Longqing Palace. A promising future lay ahead for such an exceptional talent. Surely Chun'er was aware of this. The Emperor grinned like a cunning fox, while the Empress seemed to share an understanding. Her smile radiant. Just the other day, little Gio fortuitously returned. You are both prodigies, and I trust you will have much to discuss. You must meet today, if possible. With that, the Emperor demonstrated his decisive nature. Bring forth the ninth princess. Yi Chun's heart raced. Goodness! The old Emperor's enthusiasm seemed to indicate that this matter was nearly settled. Could it be? Before long, the ninth princess arrived, clad in a white gauzy dress. Her dark hair cascading like a waterfall, her fair and exquisite face was unexpectedly beautiful. Yet, her gaze bore a hint of aloofness, reminiscent of Sui Yun. However, while Sui Yun's cold demeanor stemmed from an ethereal quality, an indifference to worldly matters reflecting her imperial essence, this young lady. Yi Chun noticed her glance in his direction, a mix of surprise and curiosity crossing her features, though she quickly averted her gaze, seemingly losing interest. As a subject, Yi Chun knew he could not wait for the Emperor to introduce him, so he promptly stood. I have the honor of meeting Princess Dancing Moon. The ninth princess cast him another glance, her expression now tinged with a hint of calculation, her demeanor growing slightly more distant. The Emperor, unable to contain his delight, announced. Little Jiu, this is the young master of Tianyang, the only son of the illustrious war god of the Yi family. The ninth princess's surprise was fleeting. As she offered a slight bow, young master of Tianyang, I have long admired your esteemed reputation. Yi Chun could only smile ruefully. This encounter felt rather awkward. Yi Chun, not wishing to offend his majesty, found himself grasping for conversation. Remarking that he had long heard of Princess Wu Yu's exceptional talents and was indeed struck by her remarkable presence upon meeting her today, the ninth princess responded with a certain indifference, as though such compliments were commonplace, stating, "You flatter me, young master." Observing her demeanor, Yi Chun perceived a hint of pride. As a princess and a disciple of the Chongqing Palace, it was understandable for her to possess a certain arrogance upon returning to the Qinyuan dynasty. However, Yi Chun harbored no aspirations of rivalry. Despite her being a few years his senior, and her developed physique making it evident, he felt no inclination to compete. Before he could ponder further, the emperor interjected, "Xiaojiu, Chun'er, both of you are young talents. Since it is your first meeting, why not engage in a friendly spar?" Both Yi Chun and the ninth princess were momentarily taken aback. The ninth princess cast a surprised glance at Yi Chun, as if contemplating whether he possessed comparable genius to the illustrious daughters of the Yi family, renowned throughout the realm. This suggestion elicited a subtle change in expression from both the empress and the emperor, as it was a clear affront. Yi Chun felt a bitter smile creep upon his face, realizing the absurdity of the situation he found himself in. He clasped his fists and said, "In terms of innate talent, I am but a fraction of my sister's brilliance. Thus, your majesty, since this is my first encounter with the ninth princess, it may not be appropriate to engage in a spar right away." The ninth princess silently agreed. Though her expression remained stoic, her eyes conveyed her understanding. "You are quite perceptive," they seemed to say. The emperor, exuding an air of inscrutability, merely smiled, as if he had already seen through Yi Chun's reservations. "We are all family here. There is no need for pretense. It is said that one must engage in combat to truly know one another. I find this quite agreeable. Let it be decided. Come, let us visit the royal martial arena. I am growing older, and I wish to witness the vigor of youth." Yi Chun, feeling a sense of resignation, realized the emperor's intentions with a mix of exasperation and amusement. "You wish to refuse the emperor's goodwill? After all, that is my treasured daughter, and others would covet such an opportunity." The group proceeded to the martial arena, unnoticed by anyone, accompanied only by a few eunuchs. They strolled leisurely, resembling a casual outing. As they walked, Yi Chun pondered his strategy for the impending match. Should it be a genuine contest, or merely a display? The path was filled with laughter and conversation, and before long, they arrived at the martial arena. The royal martial arena was not always open, as few within the palace had the leisure to engage in combat. However, upon the arrival of the four, the arena was promptly made available. The emperor and empress took their seats in the audience, while Yi Chun and the ninth princess descended to the arena, each on opposing sides. A semi-transparent barrier rose at the edge of the battlefield, signaling the commencement of their encounter. The ninth princess regarded Yi Chun, who approached with an air of nonchalance, her heart awash with both resignation and turmoil. Heaven knows why her father insisted on pitting them against one another. To her, it felt like a blatant act of bullying. Yi Chun had scarcely any reputation, and, even if he possessed some modicum of strength, how formidable could he truly be? This contest seemed utterly tedious and devoid of purpose. Yet, he was the son of the legendary war god, compelling her to tread carefully to avoid inadvertently injuring him. Sigh, her father truly had a knack for meddling in affairs of the heart. Those men from the Chongqing Palace were hardly worthy of her attention. So why should she concern herself with someone like Yi Chun? The ninth princess lamented inwardly, while outwardly performing a formal salute. "Your Highness, the blades are unforgiving. I kindly ask you to exercise caution." Yi Chun remained unfazed, responding, "Thank you for your concern. Princess Wu Yue, please proceed." You wish for me to strike first? How lacking in decorum." The ninth princess paused momentarily, then acquiesced. "Very well, Your Highness, you may go first." Chapter 63. Strike her for me. Upon witnessing the scene, Yi Chun was momentarily taken aback, then found himself in a state of bemusement. In an instant, he began to comprehend the intentions of the ninth princess. After a brief contemplation, he feigned a rush forward. Naturally, his speed was unhurried. To Yi Chun, The current contest resembled mere child's play as he ambled towards her. Although the ninth princess felt a tinge of impatience, she did not openly display it, yet a hint of indifference was perceptible. Clearly, this bout held a similar triviality in her eyes. In the blink of an eye, Yichun reached her and pretentiously unleashed his spiritual technique. "Your Highness, be cautious." Sunfire Palm. With a swift motion of his hand, the air around him shimmered with intense heat, and beneath his palm, a crimson phantom materialized, resembling the imprint of a palm. The current fluctuation was precisely confined to the realm of spiritual wheel great perfection, which was the ninth princess's own level of mastery. In an equal standing, surely it would not collapse like a house of cards. The emperor was watching. He must maintain some semblance of decorum, especially since she was a lady. Well done. The ninth princess seemed suddenly invigorated, her bright eyes sparkling as if she had stumbled upon a new world. She had not anticipated that Yichun's cultivation was not inferior to her own. Without a moment's hesitation, the ninth princess raised her hand, and a formidable aura of spiritual wheel great perfection surged forth. In an instant, a complex and arcane light imprint emerged from her palm, charging directly to counter Yichun's palm imprint. Boom! A fierce collision ensued, and a wave of crimson energy erupted, revealing that the light imprint in the ninth princess's hand had shattered in the blink of an eye. How could it be so powerful? Could it truly be so fragile? Both Yichun and the ninth princess momentarily stood stunned. However, the ninth princess quickly regained her composure, scattering the remnants of the light imprint and launching another fierce assault. "Your Highness, be careful. This princess shall return the favor with a palm strike." Yichun's heart raced. She was coming at him. How should he defend? Should he also be a bit fragile? Alas, he had no time for further contemplation as the ninth princess charged forth, her palm imprint enveloped in layers of illusory shadows. Beneath that dazzling display lay a palpable murderous intent, her momentum undeniably formidable. Clearly, the ninth princess had honed this technique through numerous fierce battles. In a flash, before Yichun could react, an icy blue halo rapidly coalesced before him. In the blink of an eye, a small shield materialized in front of him. With renewed vigor, the ninth princess declared, "Thousand shadows, shatter the limits." Boom! An array of illusions enveloped her as her palm strike approached the power of spiritual radiance. However, once the thunderous noise subsided and the dust settled, the icy blue shield remained intact, not even trembling. Both Yichun and the ninth princess stood in momentary astonishment. So resilient? So illusory? Yichun quickly focused his thoughts. Crack! A sudden sound echoed as the ice shield cracked. Both Yichun and the ninth princess felt a surge of satisfaction. Splendid. It has cracked, and that is sufficient. Beside them, the emperor's complexion fluctuated from pale to flushed. Given that this was merely a contest of the spiritual wheel level, how could he not discern the true depths? "Yichun, do not spare my dignity. Strike her," he commanded. "If you do not strike her, I shall strike you." In an instant, the emperor felt a twinge of uncertainty. Yichun's cultivation was beyond his comprehension. Nevertheless, he soon reassured himself. Even if I were to strike him, would he dare retaliate? This thought ignited a flicker of excitement within the emperor. What are you waiting for? Do not hesitate to strike her. In the arena, the ninth princess was taken aback, instinctively glancing over her shoulder. Am I truly of his blood? She pondered. If he does not strike me, then you shall. You truly are the emperor's son. How can you think of such audacious words? Yichun, equally perplexed, cast a glance at the ninth princess. How about, I give you a good beating? You. The ninth princess's eyes widened, her delicate face turning frosty. You, Yichun, I shall show you mercy. Yet you dare to entertain the thought of striking me. As her words fell, an eruption of radiance enveloped her. Prepare yourself. Boom. A resplendent inferno surged forth from the ninth princess. In an instant, the temperature rose palpably in the arena as a fiery palm imprint streaked toward Yichun. With a mere shift of his foot, Yichun evaded gracefully, a trace of hesitation on his face. You won't hold a grudge, will you, if I strike you? You. Lecher. The ninth princess, filled with rage, unleashed a palm strike. Boom. The colossal shadow entwined with flames surged forth, barreling toward Yichun. Yichun sighed inwardly. After all, the emperor had issued a command. He had to put on a performance, did he not? With a light motion, he raised his hand to meet the descending shadow. Bang! A resounding thud echoed as chaotic spiritual energy erupted outward. Yet, Yi Chun remained steadfast. The dazzling flow of dissipating spiritual energy illuminated the scene, and through the radiant brilliance, the ninth princess's face transformed with astonishment, shock, and disbelief. How can it be? With bare hands. In that instant, Yi Chun's oppressive aura surged dramatically. The ninth princess's pupils constricted sharply. Merely the pressure alone forced a muffled groan from her lips, causing her to sway unsteadily before regaining her balance. When she finally gathered her senses, she discovered that Yi Chun had vanished from her sight. A sudden touch from behind sent a chill down her spine. Behind her. When did he? The ninth princess's eyes widened in horror. Yi Chun withdrew his fingers from her back and spoke in a calm tone. Your Highness, I concede. The ninth princess stood in a daze, taking several breaths before finally inhaling deeply. This was an overwhelming display. Such a transformation clearly attested to a singular truth. They were not on the same level. He is astonishingly strong. Turning around, the ninth princess exhibited a complex gaze tinged with surprise, yet she did not display any signs of indignation. At this juncture, it was clear to her that from the outset, Yi Chun had been sparing her feelings. Were it not for the emperor's instigation, this would have been a contest of equal strength. Who would have thought that the young lord possessed such profound cultivation? I am grateful for your restraint, your highness. Yi Chun's expression remained tranquil, accompanied by a subtle yet refined smile. It was indeed remarkable that Princess Wu Yu, at such a tender age, had achieved such prowess. Remarkable. Indeed. I wonder, who is truly astounded by whom? Wu Yu cast her eyes downward slightly, uncertain whether to smile or not. At such a young age, to possess this level of cultivation. You, Yi Chun, are even younger than I, yet your abilities far surpass mine. Are you certain this is consolation? Your Highness speaks eloquently. I am enlightened. Well, splendidly said, but do refrain from such compliments in the future. Yi Chun extended his hand in a slight bow, reminding her that the emperor and empress awaited them above. Princess Wu Yu, please. The ninth princess, displaying her courtesy, reciprocated the gesture, and thus, the two ascended side by side. The emperor observed from above, instinctively nodding in satisfaction, grinning like a cunning old fox. Chapter 64. Here I come. How is it? Little Jiao, have you witnessed Chen Er's prowess? On the way back, the emperor wore a broad smile. The ninth princess's gaze sparkled, shedding her previous icy demeanor, as she admired the young master's profound cultivation. The emperor, with a twinkle in his eye, stroked his beard and remarked, "Oh, for little Jiao to express such sentiments. It seems Chen Er indeed possesses remarkable skills. Had it been anyone else, even if defeated, our little Jiao would hardly have said a word." The ninth princess couldn't help but lower her head slightly, pleading, "Father, please don't cancel little Jiao." Yi Chun was taken aback. This tone, it appears this woman can be quite endearing as well. The emperor burst into hearty laughter, saying, "How curious. Chen Er, this lad, silently cultivates. I am yet to comprehend his methods. Chen Er, your talent surpasses all in the realm. You must guide little Jiao more. Our little Jiao is very dear to me." A sudden jolt coursed through Yi Chun, who could only nod in agreement, realizing that the emperor's words were beyond dispute. Well, I, in consideration of the emperor, have no personal stakes with the ninth princess. The ninth princess's beautiful eyes flickered, lost in her own thoughts. Upon returning to the palace, the family exchanged pleasantries. But Yi Chun soon excused himself. The old emperor seemed to have seen through it all, but understood the importance of moderation, thus did not insist on his stay. As he made his way back, Yi Chun couldn't help but sigh. Alas, the old emperor has set his sights on me. What shall I do? After all, I am merely 10 years old. What marriage talk is this? Insanity. With this thought, Yi Chun cheerfully returned home. Following this incident, Yi Chun refrained from visiting the palace. Who knows when the ninth princess would depart? Regardless, it was wise to lay low for a while. After spending several days in seclusion at home, Yi Chun felt restless and could no longer resist the urge to venture out. Wandering aimlessly, he found himself quite bored. As for comprehending profound principles, could one not do that at night? Why not seize the daylight as well? Yi Chun had no intention of torturing himself. Indeed, torture. What of the profound principles? Do they even deserve such treatment? Even the mightiest would find it a chore. Is it not merely about the sense of oppression? Here I come. Let us go. Move to the rhythm. The sleek shuttle descended gracefully, its dazzling lights casting a kaleidoscope of colors upon the ground. Yichen swaggered out, striding with an air of confidence into the tavern. Nearby, a crowd of onlookers stood in bewilderment. What's this Let's Go all about? Not sure, but it looks incredibly impressive. The sheer charisma of the young master's presence was undeniable. It must be said, when that sound rang out, it felt as though the young master walked with an extra flair. Seemingly oblivious, Yichun maintained his composure as he entered the tavern, effortlessly making his way to the second floor. Only upon settling into his seat did he lower his head, covering his face. Damn it! How could they play such ridiculous background music? This audiovisual experience is utterly unreliable. Fortunately, I managed to slip away swiftly. Your Highness, shall we adhere to our usual customs today? Yichen lifted his gaze and cast a fleeting glance at the waiter, nodding slightly. The waiter hurried off, returning shortly with several trays laden with sunflower seeds, peanuts, and an assortment of peculiar fruits from another realm. Additionally, there was a small cup and an exquisite wine jug. This was spirit wine, with a low alcohol content, mingling with an array of unusual flavors. This was not Yichen's first visit. He found the beverages intriguing, reminiscent of cocktails from a foreign world. The establishment was quite captivating, its second floor designed in a rather narrow manner. Yichen's seat was positioned by the window, while the opposite side, separated by a nearby railing, offered a view of a storyteller on the first floor, energetically spinning tales. Suddenly, a resounding crack echoed through the air. Amidst the thunder, a figure emerged. You scoundrel, dare you lay your hands upon my wife? Today, I shall skin you alive, and later, I shall bring your wife here for a night. Yichen cast a bewildered glance at the storyteller below, suppressing a smile that nearly escaped his lips. He managed to stifle his laughter just in time. However, he could no longer contain himself and burst into laughter. The tavern erupted in a chorus of mockery and mirth. Yichen quickly composed his expression, discreetly retrieving a bag of peculiar white-wrapped items. Tearing open a corner, a piquant aroma wafted forth. Yichen inhaled deeply, relishing the sensation. Consuming spicy strips while sipping on cocktails, though an unusual pairing, was simply the unadorned reality of a cultivator's life. Before long, a figure brushed past him, and Yichen's peripheral vision caught a glimpse of a flowing silk skirt. To his astonishment, the individual seated opposite him was none other than the ninth princess. It was quite unexpected that a noble such as she would grace a tavern to listen to stories. The ninth princess feigned a casual glance around the bustling establishment. Filled to capacity. Your Highness, shall we share a table? Yichen turned to survey the surroundings. The entire second floor was devoid of patrons. He could almost envision the lively atmosphere, nodding in agreement that indeed, there were no vacant seats. Thus, the princess would have to endure a slight inconvenience. The ninth princess's beautiful eyes twinkled. No inconvenience at all. If your Highness descends directly downstairs, I shall not be inconvenienced either. Yichen was taken aback, wondering if she intended to usher him away. The ninth princess smiled sweetly. It was but a jest. How could I possibly wish to send you away? Yichen regarded her with renewed interest, contemplating that she was indeed more intriguing than the braggart below. Waiter, bring a cup. Certainly, esteemed guest. Coming right up. Yichen remained composed, noting the princess's keen interest in the storyteller's art. The ninth princess's lips curled into a smile. Little Jiu was originally named Jiu. The crown prince had referred to her as Yuer. As it turned out, her name was Jiu. Yichen's heart skipped a beat. How familiar this was. Yichen chose not to say much, merely nodding in agreement. Then I shall respectfully comply. You may call me Yichen. In the brief exchange, the wine was served, and Yichen instinctively poured a cup and pushed it forward. As cultivators, they had no qualms about a mere fruit wine. That day, I must thank you for your leniency. I am well aware that I am no match for you, Jiu acknowledged. Yichen pondered what tricks this woman had up her sleeve. It was merely a friendly spar. There was no need to make a fuss, especially since your strength is commendable as well. Jiu's beautiful eyes sparkled with curiosity. So tell me, Yichen, what level of cultivation do you possess? Yichen smiled enigmatically. What do you think my cultivation level is? Jiu contemplated for a moment. Spirit radiance. Late stage? Yichen nodded. You truly have a knack for guessing. I shall drink to that. With that, he downed the entire cup. Is it truly the late stage of spirit radiance? Yichen chuckled, having consumed the wine. If you believe it to be so, then it is indeed as you say. Chapter 65. The Heart of the Emperor. You scoundrel. I am not unreasonable. If you wish to take a concubine, I would not oppose you. But how dare you sleep with another man's wife? I truly never expected you to have such a taste. Yichen cast a peculiar glance at the storyteller below. Well, it is my first time here as well. Ji Yu appeared somewhat awkward, unsure whether to laugh or not, her words faltering. Indeed, the storytellers in this city are quite varied. I suppose this one possesses a unique flair, while those from other places must be more conventional. I have heard, Yue, that you have long since succumbed to the allure of Chongqing Palace. It must not be as leisurely as here in the imperial capital. Upon hearing this, Ji Yu sighed. The days spent in seclusion within the sect have indeed been quite dreary. As she spoke, she raised her gaze, seemingly shrouded in mystery. By the way, do you know why I have returned this time? Yichen raised an eyebrow. Her tone suggested there might be some underlying issue. Does Yue face some difficulty? Ji Yu's expression turned pained. There is an elder in my sect with considerable renown. I wish to become her disciple. However, she places great emphasis on practical combat and has assigned me a task that I must complete to be recognized as her student. Yichen could not help but feel intrigued. Even you find it challenging? Ji Yu sighed. She has tasked me with slaying a Jingluan great perfection Jiao Yu spotted tiger. Yichen fell into contemplation. What kind of task is this? Why specify the Jiao Yu spotted tiger when one could simply hunt fierce beasts? Ji Yu continued her lament. To be fair, the elder is quite benevolent. She has granted me ample time, more than half a year, and the Beast King in the Xingyuan mountain range happens to be a Jiao Yu spotted tiger. The elder's arrangement is likely to allow me to return home and visit my father and mother. Yichen suddenly understood. It seemed this elder was indeed kind-hearted and thoughtful. However, upon my return, I discovered that the Jiao Yu spotted tiger resides deep within the mountains, and there are multiple Beast Kings in that range. This journey is fraught with uncertainties and considerable danger. Ji Yu's beautiful eyes sparkled as she implored, Yichen, your cultivation is profound. Might you have the leisure to accompany me? Yichen was momentarily taken aback. So, after all this time, you were waiting for me. You wish for me to be your enforcer? A gentle smile graced Yichen's face. You are a princess. Surely finding someone to accompany you is a matter of mere moments? Ji Yu appeared unperturbed, shaking her head with a smile. It is I who have been presumptuous. Yichen was stunned. Is that all? He couldn't help but feel a twinge of doubt. This girl seems rather peculiar. After much contemplation, Yichen observed the storyteller below, animatedly recounting tales, and gradually began to piece things together. This matter. Perhaps the old emperor is orchestrating something. When Ji Yu first arrived, she was remarkably aloof. Her few words merely pleasantries. Her visit to this tavern to seek me today is truly unlike her usual demeanor. Yichen could not help but feel a surge of annoyance within. Despite having evaded for several days, the old emperor was resolutely intent on playing matchmaker. Yichen sighed inwardly. The falling flowers are indifferent, and the flowing water is heartless. Why must one endure such tribulations? This matter soon passed, and the atmosphere appeared unchanged, prompting Yichen to dismiss it from his mind. However, after a few days, on this particular night, as Yichen was immersed in profound contemplation at home, he suddenly sensed a familiar aura approaching with great haste. Before long, a servant arrived to announce, Your Highness, Eunuch has come, stating he has urgent matters to discuss with you. Yichen, taken aback, wondered what the fuss was about at such an hour. Upon exiting the courtyard and entering the main hall, Eunuch hurried towards him and respectfully bowed. Greetings, young master. Yichen waved his hand. No need for excessive courtesy. Eunuch, what brings you here in such a hurry? Your Highness, the 9th princess is in peril. She is trapped in the Star Yuan mountain range. His Majesty has specifically summoned you to assist her. Yichen was momentarily astonished. The 9th princess ventured there alone? Eunuch, filled with urgency, explained. The 9th princess did not inform anyone and left in secret. She just sent a message through a communication jade slip, stating that the Jiao Yu Blan who is not a single creature, but a pair. Currently, she is hiding in the mountains, and her spiritual artifact cannot sustain her for much longer. Yichen's lips twitched. Not just one, but a pair. How peculiar that she encountered such a situation. Ding. A system task has been issued. Rescue Ji Yu. Upon completion, reward, 5 lottery draws. Even a mission has arrived. Yichen decided not to dwell on why the old emperor singled him out for this rescue. Without a moment's hesitation, he summoned his flying shuttle. This is urgent. Please inform my father and mother. He instructed. As his voice faded, Yi Chun had already mounted the shuttle and soared into the sky with a swish. Boom. Suddenly, a deafening roar echoed from above, as the tail flames of the shuttle erupted dramatically, propelling it forward and breaking the sound barrier in an instant, vanishing into the horizon. Below, Eunuch Li watched in wide-eyed astonishment. Good heavens, how fast must this be? Truly, the young master is remarkable. The Star Yuan mountain range was a place Yi Chun had visited once before, albeit only on the outskirts. It was during that visit that he encountered the violent spirit Pearl and confronted the formidable soul of the great wilderness beasts. However, the current situation was markedly different. Yi Chun charged into the mountains without restraint, exuding an aura of spiritual transformation that deterred any beast from daring to show itself. In this realm, such an aura commanded respect. The Star Yuan mountain range was vast. According to Ji Yu's previous account, there was not just one king within the mountains, and the Jiao Yu Blan who resided deep within. Extending his perception, Yi Chun indeed detected several prominent auras, likely belonging to those so-called kings. Yet, he had yet to sense Ji Yu's presence. Anxiously, Yi Chun continued his search. In the heart of the mountains, a fleeting beam of white light shimmered momentarily. Upon closer inspection, this luminous streak revealed itself to be a radiant shield of light. Within this ethereal barrier, a slender silhouette came into view, clad in a fitted white top and a pair of shorts that accentuated her long, fair legs. Her skin appeared as delicate as fine jade, seemingly flawless and exquisitely smooth. Yet, in a mere instant, a second glance unveiled a contrasting sight. One leg was drenched in crimson. Following the trail of blood upwards, a ghastly wound became discernible. Ji Yu's complexion had turned an ashen hue, her aura chaotic and disordered. Nevertheless, her exquisite features were marred by an expression of cold intensity. In a flash, a colossal creature surged forth from behind, its speed unyielding. It was a remarkably extraordinary tiger, measuring an astonishing 7 to 8 meters in length, its fur resplendent and captivating, reminiscent of a starry sky. Distinctively, upon its forehead lay a patch of fur shaped like a crescent moon. This was none other than the resplendent crescent moon spotted tiger. Chapter 66. The Hero Saves the Beauty? Above the mountains and forests, two streaks of light flew swiftly, the fierce pressure unabashedly radiating outward. The howling sounds echoed, causing the numerous ferocious beasts on the ground to refrain from showing themselves. The tiger, being a top-tier ferocious beast, was even more menacing in its enraged state, deterring any creature from daring to venture forth. Most crucially, the aura emanating from this celestial pattern tiger was on par with the spirit radiance realm. Before long, while soaring through the air, Ji Yu suddenly heard the distant sound of howling. Moments later, a glimmer appeared high above and within mere breaths. It was right before her eyes. With a whoosh, the sound of rushing wind swept past her head. It had passed. That entity did not resemble a human form, nor did it appear to be a beast. Could it be some sort of extraordinary flying vehicle? Ji Yu did not dwell on it. She had already called for assistance, and surely the royal family would be on their way. For now, she had to endure until help arrived. However, sensing the increasingly close aura behind her, Ji Yu's heart sank. Could she truly hold on until that moment? Roar! At that instant, the celestial pattern tiger behind her suddenly erupted in speed, closing the distance in the blink of an eye. Ji Yu snapped back to her senses and deftly sidestepped, having anticipated this move. This creature could unleash a burst of speed intermittently, and at her current velocity, she could not shake it off. Otherwise, she would not have found herself in such dire straits. Just as she narrowly evaded, a brilliant light suddenly illuminated above her. A colossal shadow of a beast's paw came crashing down. Damn it! Ji Yu's expression changed drastically. The area encompassed by this shadow was vast, making evasion utterly impossible. She would have to confront it head-on. Gritting her teeth, she channeled the remaining half of her spiritual energy into the bracelet on her wrist. Instantly, the protective barrier blazed with light. Boom! Following the thunderous sound, Ji Yu plummeted into the forest, the barrier riddled with cracks, already moving at great speed. The result of this fall was a chaotic tumble across the ground, shattering countless trees along the way. Fortunately, though the barrier was severely damaged, it still held on. Yet, just seconds later, Ji Yu, along with the barrier, crashed into a massive tree. The giant tree shook violently, but ultimately withstood the impact. However, Ji Yu's condition was far from favorable. The barrier shattered instantly. A fierce gale followed, and in an instant, the celestial patterned tiger was upon her, its enormous paw descending with lethal intent. Roar! The ferocious roar surged like a tide, exuding boundless menace. It was over. Ji Yu's face turned ashen, her body collapsing weakly onto the ground. The beast's roar, filled with unrestrained brutality, concealed a swift sound of something tearing through the air. In that moment, Ji Yu stared blankly at the giant paw before her, only to suddenly realize her view was obstructed. A figure? How could it be? It seemed somewhat familiar. In the next second, the massive paw came crashing down, yet Yi Chun remained utterly unmoved. With a resounding crash, a tempest erupted, and the previously unbroken giant tree was instantly snapped in two. An exaggerated shockwave swiftly engulfed hundreds of meters. However, at the very center, Yi Chun and Ji Yu found themselves enveloped in a layer of ethereal barrier. The force of space. It was precisely this barrier that allowed Yi Chun to remain composed and unscathed, standing firm. The tiger's claws could not penetrate. Wicked beast. Yi Chun's eyes, like frosty daggers, were tinged with an unusual chill. Without any visible movement from Yi Chun, the colossal tiger suddenly seemed to be struck by an unseen force, its body hurtling away. Even in midair, an invisible impact reemerged, forcefully driving it into the ground. The sickening sound of cracking bones followed, as the magnificent tiger was instantly dismembered into several pieces, blood gushing forth like a fountain. Behind him, Ji Yu was already rendered speechless. She sensed the fluctuations of space, but beyond that, she struggled to perceive anything else. Yet, the tragic fate of the radiant moon-striped tiger was undeniable. What unfathomable power! Yi Chun, had he truly attained such strength? Yi Chun turned around, somewhat reflective, pondering if this could be deemed a heroic rescue of a damsel in distress. Observing Ji Yu in a daze, he cleared his throat. My apologies. I rushed here upon receiving the news, yet I nearly arrived too late. Ji Yu, coming back to her senses, felt her heart racing uncontrollably. What need was there for apologies? It was she who should express her gratitude, for she had sought aid from her father, only to find that he had sent Yi Chun. Yi Chun remained silent, casting a glance at his blood-soaked thigh. Blood was streaming profusely. He couldn't help but furrow his brow, internally lamenting. He had no desire for excessive intimacy with her. Having lived two lives, he understood the burdens of emotional debts. Alas, the whims of fate are unpredictable. Yi Chun crouched down. Allow me to escort you back. Give me your hand. Ji Yu was momentarily taken aback. Glancing down at her blood-smeared thigh, she had long since lost sensation there. Raising her gaze to meet Yi Chun's, her eyes, clear as crystal, reflected a blend of reluctance and resignation. After a brief hesitation, she extended her hand. Yi Chun couldn't help but smile slightly. Ji Yu was, in truth, not lacking in beauty. Her skin was surprisingly flawless, and her figure was commendable. From their first encounter, Yi Chun had sensed this. It was worth noting that she was still quite young, no more than 15 or 16, yet already possessed a captivating presence. One could only imagine how striking she would become in the future. Although she currently wore a cold expression, in the blink of an eye, Ji Yu's cheeks began to flush. Gently taking her hand and draping it over his shoulder, Yi Chun finally helped her to her feet. With a flicker of thought, his spiritual vessel materialized, hovering half a meter above the ground. Yi Chun summoned his spiritual energy, lifting her into the air, and they soon landed on the deck. The vessel ascended slowly, its speed modest, as Ji Yu gazed in wonder at the spacecraft's various sci-fi features, clearly intrigued. Yi Chun then fetched a chair and, after a moment's hesitation, entered a room. The vessel was equipped with spatial artifacts, stocked with numerous daily necessities. Yi Chun retrieved a towel, dampened it, and returned to the deck, offering it to Ji Yu. Just wipe yourself down for now. We can attend to it properly once we arrive at the palace. Yi Chun was undoubtedly aware that it was time for him to take matters into his own hands, yet he clumsily handed her the towel instead. Most of the time, there are no true straight men, just those feigning ignorance. Yi Chun wished to maintain a degree of distance. Although the Qianyuan dynasty was his home, with his system at his disposal, he could not remain here indefinitely. Su Yun and Ouyang Qingfeng shared the same predicament. While Ji Yu was indeed beautiful, having grown up alongside his two sisters, Yi Chun had long since developed an immunity to her charms. Moreover, as a denizen of Blue Star, no matter how fervent the scenes here might be, they paled in comparison to the summer streets of Blue Star, teeming with long-legged beauties. In truth, Yi-chun felt little turbulence within. If anything, he experienced a tinge of helplessness. Ji-yu accepted the towel with a nod of gratitude and began to wipe the blood from her legs, carefully avoiding the wounds. Yi-chun took a seat nearby, observing the creature which had evidently undergone a transformation. Its endurance was impressive, but why did it continue to pursue her relentlessly? This was not the typical behavior of a ferocious beast. Could it be that you struck its rear? Chapter 67. The Sin of Creation. Yi-chun, in a light-hearted mood, jested, prompting Ji-yu to pause momentarily before joining in with a gentle laugh. One cannot touch the tiger's rear, yet today, this princess indeed dared to do so. However, the aftermath proved rather delightful. Yi-chun chuckled, shaking his head. So, not only did you strike at someone's beloved, but you also dared to touch them. If it were me, I would certainly pursue you relentlessly. Ji-yu, brushing a lock of hair behind her ear, suddenly seemed to have an epiphany and raised her gaze. Do you have someone dear to you? Yi-chun was taken aback, unable to conceal his amusement. What? Do you wish to strike my rear as well? Humph. Ji-yu rolled her eyes. You are younger than I, and do not strike me as one inclined towards frivolity. It seems unlikely you have a beloved. As for the rear, Yi-chun raised an eyebrow. Are you genuinely inclined to test it? Are you not afraid I might retaliate? Rogue. Under Yi-chun's playful guidance and Ji-yu's willing participation, the otherwise heavy journey took on a surprisingly light atmosphere. Before long, the vessel glided into the imperial palace, halting at Wuyu Palace under Ji-yu's direction. Upon seeing Yi-chun assisting Ji-yu down, a line of maidservants immediately knelt in respect. Ji-yu summoned her personal maid, instructing her to request a large rejuvenation pill from her father, as well as some bandaging supplies. The maid appeared quite anxious. Princess, should we summon the imperial physician? Ji-yu waved her hand dismissively. No need. Off you go. She then called another maid to report their safety to the emperor, before turning to Yi-chun and bowing her hands in gratitude. Today, I must extend my heartfelt thanks. A life-saving grace is indeed profound, and I owe you a debt. Yi-chun considered interjecting, dismissing the notion of debts, hoping merely to avoid any further rear-related antics. However, with the maid nearby, he refrained from voicing his thoughts. Very well, I shall remember this debt, and perhaps in the future, you may have the opportunity to repay it. Rest well, I shall take my leave. Their light-hearted banter had unexpectedly drawn them closer, and Yi-chun waved farewell as he made his way outside. Watching him gradually depart, Ji-yu gazed for an extended moment, her beautiful eyes shimmering, lost in thought. The heir of the Yi family, an enigma in his prowess. What an intriguing individual. Ji-yu turned, raising her arm. Assist me in returning. Yes. Upon returning to the Yi residence, Yi-sheng Tian and Xia Xianyu expressed their astonishment. The couple appeared to be aware of something, as Yi-chun sensed an unusual glint in their eyes whenever Ji-yu was mentioned. It seemed the emperor had reconciled, for the reactions of his parents suggested not only acceptance, but also support for Ji-yu. Yi-chun pondered, perhaps his parents were eager for grandchildren. Alas, how difficult it is. I am but 10 years old. Life returned to its tranquil state. Yi-chun devoted his days to comprehending the essence of ice. Though he had yet to wield it in practice, he had resolved to use the ice essence sparingly unless he acquired new principles. The system had rewarded him with 5 chances for a lottery draw, which remained enticing while both of his sisters were in seclusion. With my sister's absence, it feels as though the lamb has vanished, leaving no wool to gather. Only spicy strips can alleviate my sorrows. Ah, and the storyteller at the tavern. I wonder how those excruciatingly ridiculous plot developments have progressed. Yi-chun only visits occasionally. Time passes swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, over half a month has slipped by. News arrived from Yi-sheng Tian that one of the ancient keys had been discovered, remarkably, at the Dao Heart Pavilion. The rapidity of this information took Yi-chun by surprise. Evidently, it was no secret. He felt a sense of purpose awakening within him. Yet, barely a day later, news from the emperor arrived. Bring along the 9th princess. Yi-chun was taken aback. After pondering for a moment, he stumbled his way to Yi-sheng Tian. Father, I suspect we have a traitor within the Yi household. Yi-sheng Tian paused. Then, after a moment's realization, patted Yi-chun on the shoulder and turned to leave. I think our family is just fine. Begone. Yi-chun lamented, recognizing that his father was indeed the orchestrator of this predicament. How could two families conspire together like this? It was utterly unbearable. 7 days later, at the city gates, a vessel ascended into the sky. On board, Yichen stood at the bow, gazing into the distance, his heart heavy with melancholy. Behind him, Sui Yun appeared lost in thought. After a moment, she cast a glance at Yichen's silhouette before turning to ascend to the 3rd floor. Ouyang Qingfeng eyed Yichen intently and then exchanged a meaningful look with Jiyu before also retreating to another room on the 3rd floor. Observing the two princesses depart, especially Ouyang Qingfeng's peculiar gaze as she left, Jiyu's cheeks flushed crimson. I shall go cultivate, she stammered, hastily fleeing towards the stairs. Yichen slowly placed his hand over his heart and face, revealing only his eyes, which were filled with awkwardness. This is truly a misfortune. This time, the flying vessel did not reduce its speed, almost soaring at full throttle. For several days, the three women did not step outside their quarters. And Yichen set up a media system. Let us watch a movie. Yet, monotony soon set in, and with nothing else to do, Yichen resorted to cultivation. However, his training was somewhat unique. He needed to comprehend the profound truths. Years passed, and the flying vessel descended amidst a range of mountains. Yichen sensed a familiar aura within this mountain. As the vessel landed gently, he called out from the bow, "Old dragon, why do you delay your appearance?" Suddenly, a powerful dragon's roar echoed through the air. Soon, a wondrous spectacle unfolded in the sky, where hues of gold and purple danced. A colossal dragon emerged from the wilderness, its body adorned with dual-colored scales, stretching several dozen meters in length, and most astonishingly, it boasted 2 heads. The commotion quickly roused the 3 women. Ouyang Qingfeng was filled with astonishment. This was the essence of a minor celestial demon. A smile spread across Yichen's face. Realizing that this little creature had likely been lost in revelry outside, neglecting to return for so many years. The colossal dragon's head swiftly rose above the flying vessel, and upon catching sight of the figures atop, it abruptly halted, only to shrink in an instant. In a mere moment, it transformed into a diminutive dragon, scarcely measuring a few dozen centimeters. Yichen observed its intention to leap onto the ship and, with a playful reprimand, swiftly intervened to prevent it. In the void, a tremendous wave surged forth, enveloping it in a refreshing chill, cleansing it thoroughly before permitting its ascent. In a remarkably brief span, this little creature's cultivation had evidently matched, if not surpassed, that of Sui Yun and her companions, exhibiting a strength that was quite formidable. It had already traversed a considerable distance in spiritual transformation. Achieving the 5th stage of this process, the 2 sisters busied themselves in playful antics with the little celestial demon, while Jiyu could no longer contain her curiosity and approached. Was this not the mutated sacred beast, the azure dragon, from years past? Jiyu was evidently well aware of the little celestial demon's origins, though it was a revelation that seemed almost incredible. In its current form, the little celestial demon was indeed worthy of being deemed a national protector. Undoubtedly, this transformation was a testament to Yichen's nurturing, for prior to the creature's hatching, he had provided it with an abundance of exceptional sustenance. This little being, known as the celestial demon, had been raised freely. Initially, it would return occasionally. Yet now it had been absent for 3 to 4 years. Chapter 68. An in-depth discussion in Jiyu's eyes. There was a hint of envy, albeit just that. The achievements she witnessed today were indeed the result of extraordinary fortune. While the lineage of a dragon might be impressive, it was not enough to render her awestruck. It was merely admiration. The Yi family's claim of mutation was met with skepticism, yet due to their esteemed status, the truth behind this mutation remained unexamined. Nonetheless, Jiyu was clearly astonished. Yi Chun smiled gently, thinking that in the future he could acquire a steed, perhaps even train it, and who knows, he might share in its fortune. Jiyu cast a deep glance at Yi Chun. His words were akin to plain speech, suggesting that the transformation of the little celestial demon was indeed orchestrated by the Yi family. More precisely, it was Yi Chen's doing. Yi Chen seemed to possess an endless reservoir of surprises. However, having a formidable steed might not be a bad thing after all. Jiyu couldn't help but smile, noting, "I shall remember your words. Don't try to evade when I come looking for you later." Yi Chen chuckled, having made such a promise. "I shall not merely speak in jest." Ji Yu felt a flutter of anticipation and curiosity towards Yi Chun. He truly was an intriguing individual. Yi Gongzi. Yi Chun discreetly glanced at her, thinking to himself that she was mistaken. In truth, he was quite dull. Yet, she bore an insatiable curiosity, akin to a bottomless pit. Yi Chun laughed. We have known each other for less than a month, and you wish to uncover my depths already? Surely, you underestimate me. Ji Yu quickly waved her hand. That is not what I meant. It's just that, you are different from others. Yi Chun's heart raced, and he hastily averted his gaze. How was he to respond to such a statement? He sighed inwardly. To this day, both she and her sister had begun to be troubled by matters of marriage. In the case of children from other families, Yi Chun could effortlessly dismiss them without a second thought. Yet, when it came to royalty, appearances must be maintained. Moreover, the emergence of the ninth princess was laden with coincidences. How troublesome. Ji Yu, perceptive and astute, quickly sensed an underlying issue. In truth, during that mission, the master had explicitly stated not to seek assistance from elders, but permitted peers to accompany one another. Somehow, this information had leaked, attracting numerous self-important disciples from the sect, which was quite vexing. Perhaps you too experienced such troubles? I have heard that many suitors have come to the Yi residence. At this, Ji Yu chuckled softly. Yi Chun was taken aback, but soon shook his head with a smile. For those who cultivate the Tao, the path ahead is long and arduous. I, by nature, am indifferent and do not wish to hinder any young lady's prospects. Hence I always keep my distance. Ji Yu nodded with a sigh, her gaze unusually intense. That is precisely why I say you are different. Many young masters from other families have already taken numerous concubines, while you not only remain chaste, but also appear quite resistant to the idea. Yi Chun was unsure how to respond to that. Was he truly chaste? He was truly moved, far more impatient than anyone else, yet he remained chaste. Ji Yu continued to engage in light-hearted conversation. After several encounters, Yue sensed something peculiar about you. It seemed as though you were deliberately avoiding certain matters, apprehensive of what might occur. Yi Chun, it is not mere self-satisfaction on my part. The people in this world are mostly quite naive. If I wish to indulge in a bit of romantic play, I could easily ensnare you all in a web of deception. As for my father, a practitioner of the Tao, why should he cling to companionship? He meddles in matters of love, and I, unable to oppose him, have thus found myself in this predicament. Yi Chun suddenly realized that it was indeed the old emperor's doing. However, it seems this young lady harbors no intentions. That is splendid news. Yi Chun was almost elated. Ji Yu sighed as she glanced at Yi Chun, marveling at the irony. Many vie for my attention, yet you seem to shy away from me. Before long, I must return to my sect. My master has granted me 6 months, yet I should maintain some dignity and cannot truly wait that long to depart. Once I leave, all will return to dust, and we shall not meet again for a considerable time. Therefore, let us simply put on a show for my father. Do not take offense. Your Highness. Yi Chun was surprised for a moment, then smiled in understanding. She is a remarkably astute young woman. It is indeed a fortune for the royal family to have you. Ji Yu smiled nonchalantly, remarking that she was merely a girl and could not be spoken of in such grand terms. Yi Chun could not help but adopt a serious expression. What of being a girl? If you were to become a powerful empress, who would dare to defy you? A mere kingdom is hardly to be feared. An empress? Such ambition. Ji Yu was momentarily lost in thought, shaking her head with a smile. Yi Chun, observing her, lowered his head in contemplation. Imperial status. Not everyone dares to covet that title. Coincidentally, both of her sisters do. With the conversation unfolding, the atmosphere grew increasingly relaxed. As evening approached, Yi Chun, adhering to routine, sought shelter in a town. Glancing at the 3 beautiful women, he garnered many meaningful looks. Naturally, he paid them no mind. In such a trivial place, who would dare to be brazen? I travel with beautiful companions. Do you have an issue with that? Over the course of several days, they gradually became more accustomed to each other, until one day, their vessel sailed into a mountainous region, the Dao Heart mountain range. The location of the Dao Heart Pavilion lay nestled within these towering peaks. Before long, Yi Chun sensed an overwhelming presence. Watching as Yi Chun sailed straight into the heart of the mountains, Ji Yu was left utterly astonished. Are we truly going to charge in like this? Yi Chun nodded, questioning what other approach there could be. Must we first show courtesy before engaging in battle? Ji Yu's eyes widened in disbelief. That was the Dao Heart Pavilion. Were you not here to retrieve something? You. You intend to cause a ruckus? My heavens, my father actually sent me to accompany you. Yichen could not help but chuckle. Su Yun seemed indifferent towards Ji Yu, leaning against the railing with an air of coldness. Ouyang Qingfeng appeared unperturbed, her delicate hand resting upon Ji Yu's shoulder. My dear Yu, we are aboard this vessel together. What is it that troubles you? Is our younger brother truly capable of leading us to our demise? Ji Yu found herself at a loss for words. As they conversed, the silhouettes of figures began to emerge in the distance, with pavilions and towers concealed among the mountains. Yi Chun cleared his throat, proclaiming, "Where is the esteemed leader of Dao Heart Pavilion? I have come to pay my respects." His voice carried an imposing presence akin to that of a spiritual realm, leaving him unperturbed by the prospect of a lack of response. Indeed, a voice soon echoed back, "Which friend has come to this place?" As the words reverberated, a figure materialized in midair. Clad in white, he appeared to be in his middle age, an unremarkable man who could easily blend into a crowd. Yet, the aura surrounding him was that of a pinnacle spiritual realm. Under Ji Yu's anxious gaze, Yichen leisurely advanced, pausing at a respectful distance. "I am Yichen, and I have come to inquire about a matter concerning your esteemed sect." The leader of Dao Heart Pavilion's expression shifted upon hearing his name. "You are the one who exterminated Jiang Xingxin." Yichen responded with a calm smile. "I am but a humble individual, and it is indeed an honor to be remembered by you. I am filled with a sense of humility." Chapter 69. A trial and a test. The master of the Dao Heart Pavilion could not help but furrow his brow. The reason for his disquiet was simple. He could not fathom Yi Chen's cultivation level. An inquiry had already been dispatched to uncover the truth regarding Yi Chen's background, and the results were undeniably astonishing. Yi Chen was merely a prince of a minor dynasty. Although this dynasty was not insignificant, it certainly did not hold a prominent position. Such a so-called background was practically inconsequential. Yet, Yi Chen himself was unpredictable. His actions were quite audacious, as if he had no fear whatsoever, and his cultivation remained a mystery. Consequently, the Tianling sect chose to retreat and even publicly announced the expulsion of Jiang Xingxin from their ranks. Gu Lingyue had already received Yi Chen's directive and found it unwise to further complicate matters for the Tianling sect. Thus, the two factions reconciled. The movements of these two powerful entities were undoubtedly perplexing, yet they only intensified the Dao Heart Pavilion's wariness of Yi Chen. They had no desire to provoke someone they deemed formidable. Why should they foolishly involve themselves in such matters? After all, it was merely a disciple who had perished. Evidently, not everyone shared Jiang Xingxin's sentiments. However, observing Yi Chen's calm demeanor, the master of the Dao Heart Pavilion felt increasingly convinced that the two sects' forbearance was justified. Yi Chen appeared remarkably composed. In fact, he seemed as if he had come to the Dao Heart Pavilion to demand accountability. Would any ordinary person dare to act in such a manner? Yi Chen had brought the conflict directly to their doorstep. The master of the Dao Heart Pavilion maintained a cordial demeanor, inquiring what treasure Yi Daoists sought. If it truly existed within their sect, negotiations could be entertained. Yi Chen, with a stoic expression, replied, "The primal ancient key." The master of the Dao Heart Pavilion's pupils constricted, and he queried with a hint of incredulity, "Wasn't the primal ancient key taken by you?" Unfazed, Yi Chen clarified, "I am referring to a different one." The master of the Dao Heart Pavilion was momentarily taken aback, soon thereafter consumed by rage. "You audacious lad, not content with having seized one, you now seek to claim another? Are you intent on inciting war? This is nothing short of blatant contempt, an affront." The master's fury was palpable, his eyes burning with an intensity that suggested, if looks could kill, Yi Chen would be dead 1,000 times over. After several breaths, the master inhaled deeply. "Yi Daoist, you jest. Is this matter truly at your family's behest?" Yi Chen shook his head, asserting, "This is solely my affair. It has nothing to do with my family. This matter rests entirely upon my shoulders." With that, Yi Chen grew weary of further discourse. "I have no desire to engage in circles with you. I acknowledge my transgression. I offer 1,000,000 spirit crystals as compensation. I hope your esteemed pavilion can part with it, and I urge you to make a swift decision. What if I decline?" The master of the Dao Heart Pavilion narrowed his eyes. "You are well aware of the implications," Yi Chen responded without a hint of hesitation. The master fell silent. After a lengthy pause, he sighed softly. "Yi Daoist, there are 4 primal ancient keys in total. Do you not think it rather greedy to seek to monopolize 2? On this day, it is not only my Tao Heart Pavilion that possesses the ancient key. Yi Qin's expression remained indifferent, and he remarked, "There is no need for your concern. A threat? Does he believe I would return out of fear?" Yi Qin remained unmoved, even suppressing a laugh. After a prolonged silence, the master of Tao Heart Pavilion finally displayed resolve. "Since that is the case, I understand your intent, fellow Taoist Yi. It seems we must settle this through action." Yi Qin, with unwavering composure, replied, "Then give it a try. Try if you dare." The master of Tao Heart Pavilion snorted coldly and turned to soar back to the sect. Yi Qin coldly observed his retreating figure, showing no inclination to take action. Should he eliminate him now? Of course, Yi Qin could do so. However, that would not align with his true objectives. What did Yi Qin desire? To obliterate the opposition, to be an unstoppable force. The Tao Heart Pavilion, on high alert, activated the protective formation of the sect, preparing for battle. Upon hearing this, the heavens and earth erupted in astonishment. Ji Yu's eyes widened in disbelief. "Are you truly declaring war? You dare to lead us three into battle? My father, this man is a madman." Ouyang Qingfeng appeared utterly exhilarated, leaning over the railing with keen interest. Meanwhile, Sui Yun wore a faint smile, unusually intrigued. "Yi Qin, you are crossing the line. Since the establishment of our Tao Heart Pavilion, we have never endured such a profound humiliation. Today, either you will flatten our entire sect, or one day, we shall march upon your Qian Yuan imperial capital, to death or to victory." The furious roar resonated across the skies. Ji Yu felt as if she were in a trance. Instinctively, she was about to leap from the boat, her beautiful face adorned with a resolute expression of self-sacrifice. "I, Ji Yu, have always been renowned. Who would have thought I would meet such a magnificent end? My father, with just the four of us confronting an entire sect. Even in death, I, Ji Yu, shall die gloriously." Ouyang Qingfeng, appearing perplexed, grasped Ji Yu's arm. "What are you doing? Are you seeking death?" Ji Yu paused. "Seeking death? Of course. I cannot let Yi Qin face this alone. You are his sisters. How can you stand idly by?" Ouyang Qingfeng rolled her eyes. "Of course we will watch. If we join the fray, we will only complicate matters. We must stay put. But do you think you are China? Do you truly have the courage to go down there?" Ji Yu, confused, thought, "What do you mean by do you think you are China? This sounds so strange. Am I being looked down upon?" In the next moment, Ji Yu fell silent. Below, the protective formation of the sect had already been activated, resembling a massive bowl inverted over the ground. From the depths of the mountains and fields, one could faintly hear the exhilarating roars. "Those who dare to offend the Tao Heart Pavilion shall be mercilessly slaughtered. Who is this impudent brat? Get back! Kill! Bring that boy down!" The echoes of battle cries surged forth. At that moment, a terrifying pressure descended upon the realm. In the blink of an eye, the air in this world twisted violently. The supreme force descended like a tempestuous ocean, relentlessly crashing towards the ground. This overwhelming pressure possessed the might of a spirit king. To this day, it was nearly the first time Yi Qin had revealed such spirit king-level power. Not only was Ji Yu astounded, but even Ouyang Qingfeng and Su Yiyun gasped in astonishment. A spirit king. One is only deemed a king after transcending the 9 tribulations. This lad is truly a monster. Goodness, this brother. Is he truly a blood relative? How can he be so extraordinarily gifted? Listening to Ouyang Qingfeng's incredulous exclamations, Ji Yu felt her mind go blank. What had she just witnessed? Ji Yu's worldview was shattered. Under the overwhelming pressure, everyone present in the realm turned pale with fear. A spirit king. This was a being of an entirely different caliber. Even the formidable master of the Tao Heart Pavilion was merely at the pinnacle of spirit transformation. From a considerable distance, the master of the Tao Heart Pavilion trembled in terror, his face devoid of color. It was over. With just a single wave of pressure, he foresaw the grim outcome. The Tao Heart Pavilion was doomed. After thousands of years of legacy, it would collapse under his stewardship, all due to a moment of reckless impulse. He was the center of the Tao Heart Pavilion. Chapter 70. A thought can chase 1,000 miles. The Spirit King is certainly not the pinnacle of Yi Qin's capabilities. He has long since transcended to the rank of Spirit Emperor. However, at this moment, the status of Spirit King suffices to instill fear, as many, even upon discovering the Qianyuan dynasty, would lack the audacity to pursue further inquiries. This restraint has become an instinctive habit for Yi Qin over the years. Yet, merely displaying his imposing presence cannot fulfill Yi Chen's intentions. High above in the void, the winds and clouds shifted in an instant. The sky appeared to compress visibly, and even the temperature of the surrounding air plummeted dramatically. In the blink of an eye, snowflakes began to cascade from the heavens. Unbeknownst to anyone, frost had silently formed on the ground. The frost thickened rapidly, soon accumulating into a substantial layer of ice, and a surging chill began to spread swiftly in all directions. Within mere breaths, one could observe the mountains above turning white at a discernible pace. The relentless cold clung to the ground, soon obscuring vision, enveloping the scene in an ethereal mist reminiscent of a fairyland. In the blink of an eye, the vast mountains lay encased in ice. In midair, Yi Chen exhaled softly, extending his hand to catch a snowflake. A thought can indeed chase 1,000 miles. His voice, though not loud, resonated clearly in the sky, echoing in the ears of everyone present. A sharp crack followed. The protective formation of the sect suddenly fractured. In the blink of an eye, the enormous barrier shattered completely. The protective array was instantly reduced to mere fragments. The chilling air and thick ice surged into the Daoxin Pavilion. Within the sect, the master of the Daoxin Pavilion widened his eyes, frozen in fear. What kind of power is this? A single thought can alter the very fabric of reality. Yi Chen had not even lifted a finger, yet the defenses of the Daoxin Pavilion had already been breached. What means could counter such a method? Yi Chen raised his hand, a crimson-purple sphere of light coalescing at his fingertips. Thunder and fire flickered. The Spirit King-Grade's spiritual energy converged within, creating an almost unfathomable wave of power that everyone present could feel, a sensation of sheer ferocity akin to a super bomb. Yi Chen remained composed and spoke calmly. My dear sir, will you continue to resist? I do not wish to sow unwarranted bloodshed, yet my patience is not boundless. This is my final inquiry to you. I hope you will contemplate it carefully and not let your singular thought lead to the untimely demise of countless disciples. The master of the Daoxin Pavilion trembled with fear, his eyes wide with despair. Yi Chen's words were akin to a dagger aimed at the heart. According to Yi Chen's reasoning, should he refuse, he would disregard the lives of his disciples. Even if the sect were to survive by some stroke of luck, sustaining its existence would prove exceedingly difficult. Yet, should he acquiesce, it would mean a complete loss of dignity. The reputation of the Daoxin Pavilion would plummet irreparably. What a cursed predicament! What shall be done? Sectmaster, agree to his demands. He is a Spirit King-level powerhouse. We would not lose face. Resist further, and he shall show no mercy. Indeed, Master, as long as the green hills remain, we need not fear the absence of firewood. We must consider the welfare of our disciples. Upon hearing this, the Master of the Heart of Tao cast a furtive glance at the elders who had spoken. Make sure to take notes. These fellows are quite audacious. The Master of the Heart of Tao feigned deliberation for a few seconds, then waved his hand decisively and rolled down the steps. Scoundrel, were it not for the countless disciples of my Heart of Tao sect, I would surely seek to annihilate you today. A smirk played upon Yi Chen's lips. With such nobility, how could the Heart of Tao not thrive with a leader like you? I shall await your return. As his words faded, Yi Chen's imposing demeanor vanished, and he turned, soaring back to his flying vessel like an ordinary person. At the railing, Ji Yu stared in disbelief, as if seeing Yi Chen for the first time. Su Yun wore a smile that seemed to hide stars within her eyes. Ouyang Qingfeng, on the other hand, appeared rather disinterested, as if somewhat disappointed. Yi Chen remained composed, waiting patiently. That old fellow would soon present himself, rendering this expedition a success. Su Yun smiled silently, then caught sight of Ji Yu, her smile quickly fading as she turned and returned to her room. Ouyang Qingfeng curled her lips, expressing her boredom. With that, she too departed. Only Ji Yu remained, seemingly still in shock, taking a long moment to regain her senses. Is this it? Yi Chen chuckled. Did you truly expect to witness a massacre? Ji Yu hesitated, then numbly sat down to the side, as if still in a daze. Before long, the Master of the Heart of Tao arrived, calling out, Yi Dao friend. Yi Chen rose, expressing, your noble intentions are greatly admired. The Master of the Heart of Tao smiled wryly. Please do not jest, the ancient key lies here. Take it if you wish. Yi Chen received it calmly, inspecting it without issue, and casually produced a ring. This is a token of compensation, not from my hand, but an apology from the Qianyuan dynasty. The master of the heart of Tao was taken aback, gazing deeply at Yi Chun before nodding to accept it. Since you say so, I shall accept it. I must also thank you for your merciful heart, sparing the lives of my countless disciples. The master understood well that should Yi Chun desire their demise, it would be as effortless as slaughtering livestock. Yi Chun shook his head. I am not one to indulge in slaughter. This ancient key is of great use to me, and I had no choice. I hope you will not hold a grudge. How could I dare? To bear a grudge against a spirit king-level powerhouse would be tantamount to courting death. The master of the heart of Tao soon departed, and Yi Chun's flying vessel gradually ascended, changing direction. The only remnant remaining in this place was the 1,000-mile expanse of ice. Such a momentous event swiftly began to spread like wildfire, and countless individuals recognized the truth. Yi Chun, a spirit king, hailing from the Qianyuan dynasty. Far away, the Tianling sect was struck with terror upon hearing the news, while in Jiangdu, Gu Lingyue was showered with praises and even pressed with inquiries about her deeper connections with Yi Chun, causing her delicate face to flush crimson. Of course, these matters were of secondary importance. Upon the flying vessel, Yi Chun remained in quiet contemplation for quite some time. However, this tranquility was soon disrupted. Yi Chun sensed that Jiyu had regained her composure. He observed a different side of Jiyu. In recent days, she seemed possessed by the spirit of Ouyang Qing Feng, chattering incessantly around him. Yi Chun felt utterly exhausted. As night fell, upon the eaves of an inn, Yi Chun reclined, gazing out at the myriad of lights twinkling below, while above, the moon shone with radiant clarity. Feeling rather bored, he suddenly recalled the system. How many lottery draws had accumulated? Ding! A total of 21 lottery draws have been accumulated. 21 is not a large number. Let us draw. Let us draw. Chapter 71. Chronicles of Extraordinary Beings. Ding. The system lottery has commenced. A total of 21 draws will take place. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have acquired a millennium of cultivation. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 1 million spirit crystals. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have received a spirit crystal cola machine. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have acquired a spirit artifact. Chronicles of Extraordinary Beings, grade unknown. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have gained a millennium of cultivation. After a brief moment, a peculiar book appeared in Yi Chun's hands. The tome was slender, its cover reminiscent of certain martial arts manuals, yet it bore the title Chronicles of Extraordinary Beings. Yi Chun found it strange and was uncertain of its nature. Instinctively, he attempted to open it, but to his surprise, it would not budge. How could he assess it if he couldn't open it? Ding. The Chronicles of Extraordinary Beings is a spirit artifact and requires the host to drop blood to acknowledge ownership. Yi Chun understood and promptly let a drop of blood fall upon it. Soon, a surge of information flooded into his mind. Moments later, Yi Chun chuckled softly. This artifact indeed held intrigue. The Chronicles of Extraordinary Beings boasted 4 functions. The first was automatic retrieval, the second was targeted inquiry. Both functions were designed for locating individuals. The third was somewhat amusing, titled Circle of Curses. The fourth, the Realm of Extraordinary Tales, could automatically broadcast information. Pondering this, Yi Chun retrieved 100,000 spirit crystals. Utilizing these functions consumed spirit crystals, and the cost began at a hefty 100,000. Truly, were it not for the system at his side, he would likely be unable to afford such a device. Automatic retrieval. Soon, a panel of information materialized before him. Bai Luanyu, brother of Bai Luanfeng, keeper of the ancient key. Due to your slaying of Bai Luanfeng and your intrusion into the Dao Heart Pavilion to seize the ancient key, Bai Luanyu harbors resentment towards you and your sect. Yi Chun found this amusing. This artifact was indeed fascinating. Bai Luanyu was even more intriguing. Moreover, why did he resent him? Was it merely because the Dao Heart Pavilion failed to safeguard the ancient key? How absurd. This individual appeared to possess a narrow mindset and questionable values. Perhaps his mental state was also rather unstable. After a moment of contemplation, Yi Chun tossed another 100,000 spirit crystals. Ding. Circle of Curses activated. Target, Bai Luanyu. Ding. Implementation successful. Bai Luanyu is now cursed. His fortune plummeting. Ding. Due to your curse, Bai Luanyu's fortune has drastically declined, giving rise to inner demons, disrupting his cultivation. Wow. Such potency. Yi Chun was astonished, then smirked. You resent me? I shall deepen that resentment. This artifact was genuinely delightful. Yichen rose, swiftly returning to his room. With a flick of his hand, a contraption resembling a snack dispenser appeared. He tossed in a spirit crystal. In no time, a can of cola was dispensed. It was refreshingly chilled, utterly delightful. Yichen settled down, reaching for another bag of spicy snacks. Ding! Bai Luanfeng, distracted from his cultivation, stumbled on the stone steps and fell into a heap of dog excrement. Yi Chun, sipping on his cola, nearly spat it out in surprise. He cast an annoyed glance at the chronicles of extraordinary beings, nearly wasting his drink. In a fit of rage, Bai Luanfeng smashed the pile of filth, splattering himself in the process. Yi Chun quietly set aside his spicy strips, deciding to postpone his snack for a while. He thought it wise to run a bath first. Moments later, Bai Luanfeng was taken away by the law enforcement hall amidst his loud protests. After a brief contemplation, Yi Chun retrieved 100,000 spirit crystals to add to his efforts. Curse be you, Bai Luanyu, he inscribed. The curse was successfully enacted, further diminishing Bai Luanyu's fortunes. Yi Chun turned off the automatic notifications from the world of extraordinary tales, contentedly storing away the chronicles. Such is the unadorned life of a cultivator. On the return journey, the boat traveled at a leisurely pace, evoking a sense of holiday. Su Yiyun and Ouyang Qingfeng were oblivious to the world outside, engrossed in their own cultivation within their cabin. This left Yi Chun and Ji Yu to share laughter and conversation. Ji Yu appeared to relish this tranquil existence. In her mind, this return would mark her re-entry to the Chongqing Palace, and she regarded the current relaxation as a well-deserved respite. Indeed, cultivators too deserve moments of leisure. Who says only mortals are entitled to such? With her sharp intellect and eloquence, Ji Yu gradually dispelled Yi Chun's initial wariness. In moments of joy, he even gifted her fine items. For her, the spirit wheel realm would soon be a thing of the past. As fate would have it, on the third night thereafter, Ji Yu achieved her breakthrough. Overjoyed, she expressed her heartfelt gratitude to Yi Chun. On that day, as the flying vessel glided smoothly through the skies, Yi Chun suddenly lifted his gaze. Another vessel, far inferior in appearance to his own, sailed past. The disparity was akin to that between a hand-pulled tractor and a European heavy-duty truck. As the two vessels drew nearer, Yi Chun sensed the astonished gazes directed towards him, reminiscent of a country bumpkin visiting the city, marveling at everything. Before long, the passing vessel unexpectedly pursued them, its voice booming through the air. Fellow practitioners aboard, please halt. Elder of Wanyu sect seeks an audience. Yi Chun was engaged in light-hearted banter with Ji Yu and paid the voice no mind. The insistent pursuer, frustrated by the lack of response, shouted with increasing ire, such arrogance. Fellow practitioners aboard, please stop. Our sect's young master wishes to meet you. I repeat, fellow practitioners aboard, please pause. Begone, thundered the skies above. Startled by the commotion, Ji Yu glanced at Yi Chun, who wore an expression of impatience, and couldn't help but chuckle. Oh, so you can get angry too. This is the first time I've seen such a sight. Come now, give me a smile. Yi Chun, this girl has become increasingly audacious. Daring to jest with him now. He actually finds Ji Yu's character rather appealing. Her ability to grow so close is fundamentally rooted in this trait. Impudence. What audacity. Relying on a flying vessel to act so arrogantly. If you do not show yourself soon, I shall shatter your craft. Yi Chun narrowed his eyes, a dangerous glint finally surfacing within them. Suddenly, a thunderous roar erupted from the ground. A bolt of lightning descended instantaneously, striking directly upon the adversary's vessel. In an instant, the entire craft was obliterated into countless fragments. Many within were reduced to mere ashes on the spot. Amidst the wreckage, a young man stared in disbelief at the half-shattered cup in his hand before slowly turning his head. A faint golden shield enveloped him entirely. His protective spiritual artifact had been forcefully ejected. Not far away, the elders stood in stunned silence, utterly flabbergasted. After several seconds of stillness, the young man's expression darkened, and he casually discarded the ruined cup. Pursue him. I want him dead. Chapter 72. Return to the city. The elder hesitated for a moment, saying, Young master, that individual displayed such formidable power with a mere casual strike. I advise that we deliberate on this matter with caution. Enough of this nonsense. The young master erupted in a furious tirade. Who possesses the ability to casually topple a vessel with a single blow? He must have wielded a magical artifact. Stop wasting time and pursue him. The elder's lips twitched, his heart heavy with sorrow, as he begrudgingly led the pursuit, internally cursing this fool 1,000 times over. The sect leader, though wise, had given rise to such a dim-witted son. Could it be that the leader's son was not truly? No, let us not dwell on such matters. As cultivators, we should refrain from prying into the private affairs of others. It appears they have set their sights on your flying vessel, Ji remarked casually, propping her chin on her hand while cradling a cup of warm tea. This was not the first instance. The last individual who coveted her flying vessel had likely long since become a memory. Yi-Chen shook his head in resignation. Ji smiled, then suddenly appeared to recall something, her beautiful eyes sparkling with interest. It's no wonder they envy you. Your vessel is simply exquisite. Yi-Chen, where did you acquire such a flying vessel? A smirk appeared on Yi-Chen's lips. That remains a secret. Ji pouted. What about the flying shuttle? While it may not possess the splendor of the vessel, it is certainly more convenient and slightly faster. Yi-Chen pondered for a moment, noticing the eager gleam in Ji's captivating gaze. He leaned in closer and whispered, perhaps I could gift you one? Huh? Ji paused, suddenly grasping the implication of his words. You mean, you would actually give me one? Her surprise was palpable as she instinctively wrapped her arms around Yi-Chen's. Are you serious? Such an item must not be inexpensive. Yi-Chen's lips twitched as he discreetly withdrew his arm. I was merely jesting. His reluctance was not due to any concern over the shuttle's cost. His system space housed a row of them, but rather because such gifts seemed not to be given lightly. However, one thing Yi-Chen had not anticipated was that Ji was far more perceptive than she appeared. Realizing something, Ji's face flushed a bright crimson as she swiftly retracted her hand. I was just speaking casually. Yi-Chen could not help but chuckle at Ji's flustered demeanor, though he quickly stifled his amusement, sensing the inappropriateness of the situation. At that moment, a commotion arose from behind them. You brats on the flying vessel. Stop for this old man. A furious shout reverberated through the air. The elder, having caught up, raised his hand and unleashed a torrent of spiritual energy, surging towards the flying vessel with a menacing force. Yi-Chen snorted coldly. While there were many intelligent individuals in this world, such as Ji at his side, foolishness was equally common, exemplified by the likes of Jiang Xingxin from that day and the clods trailing behind him. When confronted with folly, the simplest resolution was to eliminate it. With a mere thought, icy power spread forth from behind the flying vessel, unleashing a frigid tempest that raged uncontrollably. In the blink of an eye, frost spread across the vast emptiness, the chills swirling like an ethereal paradise. The pursuers who followed swiftly found themselves frozen, instantaneously transformed into lifeless ice sculptures. The vessel, exuding a fiery trail, remained utterly unaffected, gliding smoothly into the distance. After a span of several breaths, the young master finally caught up. Observing the thickening cold in the air and the lifeless figures of the elders, his expression twisted into one of fury. Damn it, don't let me discover your identity. The disturbances behind were perceptible to Ji, who clearly sensed everything. That elder, possessing the prowess of the spirit wheel, was dispatched in an instant, prompting her to involuntarily recall the scene where Yi-Chen single-handedly crushed the Dao Heart Pavilion. For over a decade, having been born into royalty and later joining the Longqing Palace, Ji believed her perspective was exceptional, yet she had never witnessed such a terrifying spectacle. At that moment, the aura Yi-Chen unleashed was comparable to that of a spirit king. Ji smirked, pondering aloud. How on earth did you cultivate to such a level at merely 10 years old? A 10-year-old spirit king is truly a little monster. Yi-Chen, upon hearing her murmurs, could not help but chuckle. It was evident that this girl possessed a hint of charm. He recalled their first encounter, where she bore a frosty demeanor. Though not overtly arrogant, she radiated a formidable presence, exuding an icy beauty. As they grew acquainted, he realized that beneath that exterior lay a spirited young girl. A clever young girl, indeed. However, all of this was rooted in their earlier spar, which had enlightened Yi-Chen to a crucial understanding. Without that overwhelming display, she likely would not have spared him a glance. To pique her interest, the foremost condition was to be stronger than her. With a wry smile, Yi-Chen teased, "Do you truly believe I am a spirit king?" Ji's eyes narrowed in response, widening in astonishment as she gasped, "Are you implying?" Yi-Chen merely shook his head, chuckling softly. Ever since the flying vessel entered the territory of the Qianyuan Empire, The journey had become remarkably tranquil. Time flowed peacefully, beautifully portrayed in this interval. Days later, as the spirit vessel approached the imperial capital, Yi Chun and his companions disembarked. Within the capital, after several days, the atmosphere was bustling as ever. Citizens recognized Yi Chun and greeted him warmly. "Ah, the young master has returned. Young master, the buns at my home are still warm. Young master, my daughter made spirit chicken soup today." The townsfolk chattered excitedly, each expressing their enthusiasm for Yi Chun. He wore a congenial smile, responding amicably, even though he did not directly engage. Behind him, Gu's gaze began to shift. In the Qianyuan Empire, their status was considerable, yet here in the capital, most citizens only recognized Yi Chun, showering him with such affection. What astonished her further was Yi Chun's unexpectedly approachable demeanor. As cultivators, they are perpetually engrossed in their pursuits, leaving little time to concern themselves with the affairs of ordinary folk. Gu could not help but express her astonishment, remarking on your remarkable popularity in the imperial capital. It seemed that none of your royal brothers could rival you. Yi Chun simply shook his head and smiled. His life was rather mundane. Were it not for the disarray and vexation that permeated the imperial city, life would be utterly intolerable. Suddenly, Yi Chun recalled that tavern and wondered if the storyteller had concluded that tale. Gu instinctively recalled the bizarre plot, her expression turning peculiar. Hoping that was indeed the case, she certainly did not wish to hear any more of those crude matters. Ouyang Qingfeng, filled with curiosity, inquired about the storyteller, asking whether he was entertaining. Yi Chun, with a hint of amusement, replied that it was indeed fascinating. Would I have remembered it otherwise? Perhaps you should find the time to listen for yourself. It should leave a lasting impression. Ouyang Qingfeng was taken aback, exclaiming, "Is it truly that remarkable?" Gu could only respond with exasperation, declaring, "Indeed, what an unforgettable experience." Chapter 73. The fortune teller. As a few individuals approached the Yi residence, they unexpectedly encountered an elder exuding an air of ethereal wisdom seated by the roadside. The old man had set up a modest stall, devoid of any signage, with only a table and a chair to his name. With his eyes gently closed, he suddenly lifted his gaze towards Yi Chun. In that fleeting moment, Yi Chun felt the weight of the elder's stare. "Young friend," the old man spoke, "I sense a connection between us. Would you care for a fortune reading?" Yi Chun narrowed his eyes, already aware that this elder was no ordinary person. By his estimation, the man's cultivation was at least at the spirit path level, if not higher. It was indeed peculiar for such a formidable figure to be offering fortune-telling in the imperial capital, especially in proximity to the Yi residence. Could it be that he was here for him? That seemed to be the only plausible explanation. Su Yun maintained a serene countenance throughout their journey, yet her eyes flickered upon catching sight of the elder. Ouyang Qingfeng's expression turned grave, the playful demeanor she previously displayed vanishing. Meanwhile, Gu appeared unfazed, inquiring, "Fortune teller, can you predict who I am?" The elder shook his head, his expression unchanged. "The fates align for that, young friend, not for you, esteemed lady. I shall not read for you." "Ah." Gu couldn't help but chuckle. "It seems he has singled you out, Yi Chun. He wouldn't dare consider you a fool, would he?" Yi Chun offered a calm smile. "Since the elder claims there is a connection, I shall indulge in a reading." "Really?" Gu exclaimed in surprise. "You actually believe him?" Ouyang Qingfeng subtly tugged at Gu's sleeve, whispering, "No need for alarm. If Chun has chosen to engage, there must be a reason. He isn't easily swayed by mere trifles." "Is that so?" Gu pondered, somewhat taken aback. It appeared that Ouyang Qingfeng had great trust in Yi Chun, which made sense considering his cultivation level. Yet suddenly, Gu felt a twinge of unease. Something about the fortune teller seemed amiss. She became inwardly cautious. Yi Chun approached and sat before the elder. "What insights do you wish to share, esteemed elder?" The elder smiled enigmatically, remaining silent for a moment before finally speaking. "I have seen your fate." Yi Chun was taken aback. "I would be grateful for your guidance." With a twinkle in his eye, the elder responded, "Young friend, you are a rare talent, akin to a dragon among phoenixes, a treasure seldom seen in a millennium. Alas, your path is fraught with peril and uncertainty." Yi Chun smirked slightly. "May I inquire how I might evade such dangers, esteemed elder?" The elder's eyes brightened. 1,000 miles from here lies a sect called Yuhua Palace. That is the place where you may transform your misfortunes into blessings. Yi Chun inwardly chuckled. "And if I choose not to go, esteemed elder?" The elder remained composed, pausing for a moment before responding gravely. Should you refuse, young friend, the dangers ahead may render your life uncertain, and more significantly, it could bring calamity upon your family and jeopardize your vast dynasty. A smile played on Yi Chen's lips. There exists a certain intrigue, one that might even jeopardize one's family and implicate the dynasty. Such peril, how could the Yuhua palace possibly evade it? The elder merely smiled in silence. Yi Chen turned to inquire, are you familiar with the Yuhua palace? Ji Yu nodded earnestly. Our Qianyuan dynasty, alongside several other dynasties, collectively constitutes a vast domain known as the Zhangyu realm. The term Zhangyu refers specifically to the Kanglan sect and the Yuhua palace. Within our Zhangyu realm, these two esteemed sects are akin to the heavens, and it is said that among them, there are even formidable beings of the Spirit Emperor realm. Upon hearing this, Yi Chen gradually came to a realization. In essence, the Yuhua palace represents the pinnacle of this realm. After pondering for a moment, he stood up. Old senior, you may return from whence you came. I am honored by your sect's regard, but alas, I harbor no interest. Indeed, the elderly figure before him hailed from the Yuhua palace, a fact that Yi Chen, with his discernment, could not possibly overlook. It seemed that his two successful acquisitions of the ancient keys had already attracted the attention of the Yuhua palace, and even the incident at the Daoxing Pavilion had reached their ears. The so-called tribulations and precautions were all veiled references from this old man. It was either to join the Yuhua palace or to be silenced. This old fellow had come with the unmistakable attitude of the Yuhua palace. As expected, the elder's gaze narrowed slightly, his voice tinged with coldness. Young friend Yi, I come bearing sincerity. You must consider your choice carefully. The Yuhua palace is not something trifling like the Daoxing Pavilion can compare to. Do not presume that having some strength makes you above others. Yi Chen smiled lightly. No need for your concern, old senior. I bid you farewell. With that, he said no more and turned to head towards the Yi residence. Behind him, the elder observed the retreating figures, his narrowed eyes betraying the thoughts within. Yi Chen, this matter is of great significance. Have you truly considered it? Ji Yu, clearly aware of the weight of the Yuhua palace, could not help but feel a deep sense of worry. Yi Chen's expression remained unchanged, as calm as the gentle breeze and floating clouds. Do not overthink it. Return to your sect and focus on your cultivation. My assistance in your breakthrough is also an effort to solidify our Qianyuan dynasty's standing. Though the Chongqing Palace is formidable, it ultimately pales in comparison to one's own strength. Ji Yu suddenly pouted. What strength? Compared to the Yuhua Palace, we are not even of the same caliber. Yi Chen chuckled softly. What is this? Are you not happy in the Chongqing Palace? Not at all. Ji Yu shook her head. But if the Yuhua Palace were to exert pressure, even as a disciple of the Chongqing Palace, I would be powerless. Even if the elders intervened, the Yuhua Palace might not even take notice. Yi Chen could not help but feel a sense of helplessness. This little girl genuinely worried for him. As they approached the Yi residence, Yi Chen contemplated returning to inform his royal uncle of this matter to prepare him psychologically. As for you, just focus on returning to your sect. The sky will not fall upon the Qianyuan dynasty. Ji Yu raised an eyebrow at his words. Such confidence? Yi Chen beamed with a radiant smile. Because this is my home. Ji Yu was momentarily taken aback, but soon a genuine smile graced her lips. After parting ways at the entrance of the Yi residence, Ji Yu returned to the palace while Yi Chen and the others made their way back home. Upon hearing that the three little ancestors had returned, the Yi residence was instantly filled with a lively atmosphere. As they walked along the stone path, Ouyang Qingfeng suddenly turned her head and asked, Chener, are you truly that confident? Yi Chen was momentarily surprised, but then he smiled and waved his hand dismissively. He understood Ouyang Qingfeng's implication. As a figure of imperial stature, she possessed a myriad of strategies at her disposal. A mere small sect should pose no challenge for her. Yet, if she could handle it with such ease, Yi Chen certainly would not be lacking in capability. The arrival of that old man rekindled a long-lost sense of excitement within Yi Chen. Life at the Yi residence seemed, at last, to be shedding its former monotony. Though he had returned to the Yi residence, Yi Chen chose not to mention the matter. The palace was still a bit distant, but within the confines of the Yi residence, he was firmly in control. Even if that old man were to rebel, he would hardly stir up any significant turmoil. That night, as Yi Chen quietly contemplated the profound truths, he suddenly opened his eyes, his gaze sparkling like cold stars. Chapter 74. Midnight conversations, you old rascal. Not only did you dare to come to my doorstep to intimidate and tempt me, but you also had the audacity to sneak inside. Do you truly believe that your feathered transformation palace is the heavens? Yi Chen quietly rose to his feet, his eyes brimming with ire, and in the blink of an eye, he vanished from sight. On the eaves above, a figure stood silently. The moonlight shone brightly, illuminating the old man whose garments fluttered gracefully, exuding an air of ethereal elegance. Yet, standing upon another's roof, the charm of this scene became somewhat unpredictable. You little brat, since softness won't work, I shall serve you something more substantial. With the feathered transformation palace fixated on you, do you truly believe you can defy the heavens? The old man mused inwardly, while his eyes scanned the surroundings, seemingly in search of something. In the blink of an eye, a silhouette abruptly materialized, standing upon the opposite eve. The old man's gaze sharpened, tinged with a newfound gravity. Were it not for his own eyes witnessing it, he would scarcely believe that such a mysterious realm could be manipulated to this extent by a mere youth. Hearing this, Yi Chen harbored no intent for pleasantries and spoke coldly. Old senior, such conduct seems rather inappropriate. The old man grinned widely. Apologies. But matters of the feathered transformation palace do not entertain notions of propriety. What audacity! In the 10 years I have dwelled in this world, I have never encountered someone so brazen. And now, this old man dares to act so arrogantly? Yi Chen could scarcely conceal his displeasure, his eyes narrowing slightly. Old man, you appear quite confident. You dare to wreak havoc at the Yi residence? The last person who attempted such a thing ended up reduced to nothing more than dust. In response, the old man's smile widened even further. Little child, spare me the trivialities. I have set my sights on you. If not today, then surely in 10 days, or 100 days. As he spoke, a fervent glint sparkled in his eyes. Initially, I thought a 10-year-old spiritual adept was astonishing. Yet I never anticipated that you would already be a spiritual king. Had it not been for the battle at the heart of Dao Pavilion, we old fellows would still be oblivious. Ah, a 10-year-old spiritual king. You have no idea how thrilled the elders at home are. Even the ancestor wishes to leap out from his coffin. Yi Chen could not help but twitch his lips at this remark, shaking his head with a smile. He contemplated for a moment before descending gracefully. Follow me, he declared, choosing not to display further animosity. Though the old man's behavior was indeed somewhat infuriating, at the core, he was merely envious of Yi Chen's prodigious talent. No, it was more than envy, it was fear. With a 10-year-old spiritual king, the spiritual emperor cannot be far behind, and the spiritual sovereign is not beyond reach either. Within Yi Chen lies a future that surpasses the wildest imaginations of all. Under the moonlight, the two shadowy figures on the eaves vanished. Before the window, another figure withdrew his gaze, his expression deep in contemplation. The stunning phoenix eyes and the alluring figure belonged to Su Yiyun. Soon, footsteps echoed in the courtyard, and with a swift motion, Su Yiyun vanished from the window. Within the courtyard, Yi Chen entered leisurely, accompanied by an elder whose demeanor exuded an ethereal grace. Yi Chen, unpretentious, found a reclining chair and a round table in the yard, upon which sat half a can of unfinished cola. He casually put it away, then retrieved 2 cups and a pot of spirit wine. In the dead of night, the act of brewing tea felt overly cumbersome. Thus, he decided to indulge in some wine instead. As he poured 2 cups, he disregarded the old man beside him, taking a seat with a cup in hand. The elder chuckled to himself, showing no formality as he settled down next to him. Upon tasting the wine, the elder couldn't help but frown. This wine was rather weak. Do you typically drink this? Turning to look at Yi Chen, he broke into a grin, stating, once you return with me, I shall bestow upon you some delightful treasures that will surely captivate you. Yi Chen maintained a calm demeanor, replying, I'm not particularly fond of wine. I indulge only occasionally. The elder smirked. Ah, the youth of today? How can one not enjoy a good drink? Yi Chen took a small sip, savoring the flavor. This wine, sourced from a tavern, bore a low alcohol content and a refreshing aroma. He had once likened it to a cocktail. Yet, in certain respects, this wine possessed a purity that most cocktails could not achieve. I say, esteemed elder, do not be so stubborn. I shall not return with you. The elder immediately shot him a glare, exclaiming, why not? You cannot simply refuse. I shall wait until you decide to return. With that, the elder reclined, his gaze filled with a sense of nostalgia. Those old fellows entrusted me with this task, which speaks volumes of their faith in me. If I fail to bring you back, how will I face my ancestors in the Yuhua Palace? This is an opportunity for my sect. I must bring you back. Yichen couldn't help but twitch his lips. Goodness, this old man isn't going to cling to him, is he? With a resigned sigh, Yichen remarked, Why must I join your Yuhua Palace? I have no interest in your affairs. Your secrets are yours alone and have nothing to do with me. The elder was momentarily taken aback, then suddenly lifted his head, declaring, If you go, you shall be the next palace master. Yichen's heart skipped a beat. This old fellow indeed held considerable sway. The successor to the palace master could be decided with a mere utterance. Yichen shook his head, stating, I find my own family troublesome enough, let alone your palace master position. I have no interest in that. The elder, with utmost seriousness, asked, What do you desire? As long as it is not excessive, the Yuhua Palace shall fulfill your wishes. Yichen shook his head again, apologizing. I'm afraid there is nothing in your Yuhua Palace that captivates me. The elder took a deep breath, feeling exasperated. How infuriating. As one of the two titans of the Canyu realm, you dare to claim that my Yuhua Palace holds nothing of interest for you. Such audacity is quite remarkable. The old man's lips twitched slightly as he pondered for several breaths, and suddenly his eyes sparkled with realization. The ancient key. Youngster, I have heard that you are in search of the ancient key. To be frank, my Yuhua Palace possesses one, while you hold two, and the remaining one lies with the Kanglan sect. If you agree to join us, Yuhua Palace can assist you in acquiring the one from Kanglan sect. Yichen smiled subtly, turning his head to set down his wine cup. Senior, do you truly believe I need it? The old man was momentarily taken aback. He furrowed his brows, gazing intently at Yichen for several seconds, his expression unusually solemn. Yichen chuckled softly and lifted his wine cup once more. Enough. I can sense your sincerity, so I shall not keep you in suspense any longer. I will be straightforward. I will not join your Yuhua Palace. The elder's eyes widened in surprise. Yichen's lips curled into a smirk. Do not be hasty. I am not finished yet. While I cannot become a part of your Yuhua Palace, it does not preclude the possibility of fostering a harmonious relationship between Yuhua Palace and my Qinyuan dynasty. I trust you comprehend my meaning. Chapter 75. The Grand Elder Lin Shengqiang. The elderly man slightly narrowed his eyes, and after a moment, he gradually leaned back into his seat. The wine glass in his hand swayed slightly, and after a brief pause, he spoke. Young man, you possess a remarkable talent for calculation. As the saying goes, to catch a wolf with empty hands. Yichen was taken aback for a moment, then couldn't help but chuckle. Then consider it as catching a wolf with empty hands. I shall say this, your Yuhua Palace will not suffer losses. The elder turned his head in surprise. Catching a wolf with empty hands and still not losing? You are indeed quite confident. Yichen shook his head. You may choose not to believe it, but that is your prerogative. The alliance between the two great powers is already my goodwill. As for me, do not concern yourself. The elder furrowed his brow and glanced around. Young man, your Yi family is indeed as solid as a fortress, but can it truly protect the entire imperial capital? Yichen's gaze flickered momentarily. This old man had actually sensed the existence of the heavenly grade spiritual artifact. The Emperor's Star Divine Palace was not currently activated. It lay hidden in the void, its aura concealed. Yet, despite this, he had still managed to perceive it. However, it seemed that the elder could only sense its general vicinity and not the fact that it was of heavenly grade. Otherwise, he would have long since lost his composure. Observing the elder's probing, Yichen did not hold back. The elder's previous remark was not merely a test, but carried an undertone of threat. The Emperor's Star Divine Palace could indeed protect the Yi family, but what of the imperial capital? Could Yichen afford to disregard it? Yichen spoke candidly. Why not give it a try? The elder was taken aback, then shook his head with a wry smile. You are truly unyielding. What shall I do now? The elder felt a headache coming on. After a long pause, he sighed. In that case, I can only probe your depths. Young lad, it is not my intention to bully the young. Those old fellows have already made their intentions clear. Even if they capture you, they will insist on taking you back. And I am powerless to intervene. Upon hearing this, Yichen's eyes narrowed. Are you certain? The elder shook his head. My young friend, Yuhua Palace has no desire to make an enemy of you. However, your response has left me with no choice but to engage in a spar. Yichen felt a weight in his heart. What is your cultivation level? The elder was taken aback. What, are you afraid? Yichen shook his head and rose. Feeling somewhat exasperated, he said, Let us go. If you cannot comprehend, then there is no need to understand. You shall know my capability once we engage in battle. This old man, if he were merely at the Spirit King level, it would be acceptable. But if he were a Spirit Emperor, then Yi Chun would have to act decisively today. Revealing Spirit King level prowess would already bring him some trouble. If the world were to learn of a 10-year-old Spirit Emperor, his days would surely be numbered. Yi Chun and the elder quickly departed from the Yi residence. Meanwhile, within the room, Su Yun felt a sense of unease and, after pondering for a moment, rose to head towards another chamber. Ouyang Qingfeng was still immersed in her cultivation when she sensed an approaching presence, promptly opening her eyes. What is it? Su Yun retorted with irritation. Are you a fool? Did you not notice someone infiltrating? Ouyang Qingfeng was taken aback. Someone has entered? So what if they have? Chun'er is here, isn't he? You. Su Yun's chest heaved violently. Chun'er has gone out. There is no time for explanations. You must come with me now. Ouyang Qingfeng, perplexed, questioned, what is happening? Chun'er may be in danger. Su Yun exclaimed, turning on her heel and leaving. Ouyang Qingfeng paused for a moment, her delicate face finally adopting a serious expression. Beyond 100 miles from the imperial capital, the surroundings were desolate. The night wind mournful and the stars vast. Two figures stood facing each other high in the sky, Yi Chun and an elderly man. The elder's gaze remained fixed on Yi Chun, devoid of any dismissive demeanor. The reason was simple. Even now, he could not discern Yi Chun's true depths. According to the intelligence he had gathered, each time Yi Chun made a move, the intensity of his cultivation varied. In essence, Yi Chun's strength was entirely contingent upon the level of his opponent. The stronger the adversary, the stronger Yi Chun became. Such information was utterly insufficient to ascertain whether Yi Chun's true cultivation was that of a Spirit King. Even upon personally encountering Yi Chun, he remained unable to determine this matter. Otherwise, why would he, as the elder of Yuhua Palace, act with such trepidation? Ultimately, he lacked certainty. I am Lin Xingqiang, the Supreme Elder of Yuhua Palace. Yi Chun extended his hand, his expression calm. Please, Senior. Lin Xingqiang's eyes narrowed slightly. Was it confidence, or was there some hidden secret? Lin Xingqiang had no intention of further probing. The truth would reveal itself through combat. Buzz. An overwhelming pressure surged through the heavens and earth, sweeping across the realm in an instant. The rapidly rising aura of spiritual power escalated, and in the blink of an eye, the intensity reached that of a Spirit King, late-stage Spirit King. Yi Chun gradually felt a sense of calmness wash over him. Thankfully, this old man was merely at the level of a Spirit King. Had he been a Spirit Emperor, the outcome of today would have been dire. Lin Xingqiang laughed heartily. A 10-year-old Spirit King. Today, I shall witness the splendor of an unparalleled prodigy. With a wave of his hand, he unleashed a palm strike towards Yi Chun. At first glance, it appeared unremarkable. However, as it traveled, the palm print rapidly expanded, and by the time it reached Yi Chun, it had grown to an enormous size of 100 feet. Hints of blue waves brewed within, reminiscent of a colossal wave from the deep sea, exuding a formidable sense of pressure. It was evident that this move from the elder was merely a test, yet even as a test, its might was beyond what a Spirit King below could withstand. Those who are not Spirit Kings cannot block. Yi Chun's countenance remained indifferent. He merely raised his hand forward. An luminous imprint swiftly spread from his palm. In an instant, a barrier filled with intricate light patterns manifested. Boom! An astonishing torrent of spiritual power dispersed immediately. Indeed, he was a Spirit King. Lin Xingqiang's heart raced, yet it was merely the initial stage of the Spirit King. The collision gave rise to a shockwave, spreading outward like a surging tide. At the very center, Yi Chun stood resolutely, embodying the formidable presence of a lone warrior capable of halting an entire army. Lin Xingqiang casually dispersed the force of the impact with a hearty laugh. Excellent. Indeed, a Spirit King. Let us see how long you can withstand my might. With a flourish, he invoked the boundless forces of creation, ascending into ethereal realms. The ascension technique of the Feathered Immortal, a prestigious skill of the Feathered Sect, emanated a profound celestial aura from Lin Xingqiang, enveloping him in a resplendent glow that bestowed upon him an almost divine appearance. Suddenly, a resonant hum filled the air as Lin Xingqiang charged toward Yi Chun with unwavering determination. Yi Chun maintained a calm demeanor, showing no sign of movement, as a luminous barrier remained steadfast before him. Lin Xingqiang, feeling a surge of indignation, realized the audacity of this young man. With a fierce roar, he raised his hand toward Yichun. A vast brilliance swiftly coalesced upon his right hand, and, in a moment of awe, a colossal phantom emerged behind him, as if channeling the might of countless forces in a single, powerful strike. Chapter 76. Phantasmal flash in the distance. Sui Yun and Ouyang Qingfeng arrived belatedly. Observing the fierce battle unfolding in the sky, Sui Yun furrowed her brows slightly. The old man's cultivation was already quite remarkable, reaching the late stage of the Spirit King. Surely, the feathered palace possessed more substantial forces than merely dispatching such an individual? As she attentively sensed the surroundings, Sui Yun detected nothing amiss and chose to conceal her presence below. High above, Lin Xingqiang unleashed a furious strike. Cloaked in a phantasm, this move was truly awe-inspiring, as if half the sky were crashing down. Yet, Yichun remained unfazed. With his eyes wide open, he beheld the blinding divine light descending, followed by an earth-shattering explosion. Before his eyes, the barrier finally showed signs of cracking. The tremendous impact raged violently, and amidst the storm, Lin Xingqiang laughed heartily. What a lad! To withstand an attack from an old man with the early-stage Spirit King's strength, truly a top-tier talent. Yichun's expression remained calm, though internally he was contemplating. He had merely drawn upon the power of the early-stage Spirit King, yet the results were evidently commendable. His own spiritual energy had undergone numerous enhancements, far exceeding standard levels. Standing there, allowing this fellow to strike him was merely causing the barrier to fracture. Yichun's combat experience was rather limited, leaving him without a clear understanding of his own strength. However, he now possessed a rough gauge of his capabilities and, having formulated a plan, he decided it was time to escalate the confrontation. Since that is the case, how about you receive a move from me, senior? With those words, Yichun pointed a finger, and a glimmer of light materialized at his fingertip. In the blink of an eye, that light swelled into a luminous orb, and as time passed, the fluctuations radiating from the orb surged to an extraordinary magnitude. Though both he and Lin Xingqiang were at the early stage of the Spirit King, the tumultuous energy within the orb was truly alarming. In the distance, Lin Xingqiang's expression turned grave. The aura of that orb was excessively volatile. It was perilous. Ice thunder, phantasmal flash. Boom. The radiating light beam burst forth in an instant, akin to a wild stallion breaking free, flashing out hundreds of meters. The hue of the beam was a deep blue encased in a brilliant purple, the latter being pure lightning. In the blink of an eye, the beam pierced through half the sky, with Lin Xingqiang at the forefront. The speed of the light beam was astonishing. The terrifying pressure bore down upon him, and Lin Xingqiang realized he had no time to retreat or evade. It was too late. Instinctively, he threw a punch, unleashing a surge of violent spiritual energy that shot forth as a fleeting shadow. Yet, in an instant, that shadow was torn apart, unable to offer even a moment's resistance. Lin Xingqiang was stunned. It was over. He couldn't withstand it. Lin Xingqiang's eyes widened in terror, his very flesh seeming to scream in horror amidst this life-threatening crisis. Death! Death! With a fierce roar, Lin Xingqiang summoned a small azure shield. In an instant, the shield swelled dramatically, a swirling vortex accompanying its surface, and with it, a tempestuous force began to stir. In the next moment, the shimmering light finally descended. Boom! A deafening roar enveloped everything in an instant. The swirling vortex was violently obliterated by the ferocious shockwave, and the radiant beam of light struck the shield without any embellishment. The resulting shockwaves surged like colossal waves, blinding brilliance rampaging through everything in its path, as if annihilating all existence. In a mere breath, Lin Xingqiang was propelled backward 1,000 meters. In midair, the shimmering beam of light finally dissipated. Yichun narrowed his eyes, intently gazing 1,000 meters away. The earth-tier shield. In the sky above, Lin Xingqiang stood frozen in the void, the immense shield, along with his entire being, now encased in a layer of frost. Even his eyebrows were thickly coated in ice. In the next moment, a faint cracking sound pierced the air, causing every observer to tense in anticipation. A fissure appeared on Lin Xingqiang's shield. In the subsequent 2 breaths, that minute crack surged like a dam collapsing under an ant's weight, rapidly spreading across the front of the shield. Ultimately, This earth-tier spiritual artifact shattered into countless fragments. On the ground, the concealed Su Yun and Ouyang Qingfeng were rendered speechless. This strike was far more ferocious than Yi Chun's previous show of power at the Daoheart Pavilion. The last time was an all-encompassing crush, but this time was a relentless onslaught, sweeping away all in its path. Both Su Yun and Ouyang Qingfeng felt an immense tremor within their hearts. They could sense that Yi Chun's strength was at the initial stage of the Spirit King, yet the might of his attack was, by their standards, astonishingly overwhelming. In midair, Yi Chun paused momentarily, only to reappear 1,000 miles away in the blink of an eye. Lin Xingqiang seemed entirely frozen, remaining motionless for several breaths. If he were not suspended in midair, Yi Chun might have mistaken him for a corpse. The power of the profound principles was indeed inconceivable. Indeed, just now, Yi Chun had tapped into a fragment of the power of the profound principles. It seemed that this old man had suffered greatly from such might. Yi Chun shook his head, knowing that he was not dead yet, but it would take some time for him to recover. What you desired has been fulfilled. Being reduced to this state ensures that no one shall claim you lacked effort. Yi Chun couldn't help but cast another glance at him. His gaze tinged with a hint of peculiarity. This old man was rather pitiable. Having said all that needed to be said, it was time for me to return home. Indeed, if you remain unyielding in your pursuits, I advise you not to provoke me. Should you seek to cause me trouble, rest assured that you shall not fare well either. This is not merely counsel, it is a solemn warning. Lin Xingqiang, tread carefully. As these words settled in the air, Yi Chun's gaze descended upon the earth. Below, Su Yun and Ouyang Qingfeng exchanged startled glances. Ouyang Qingfeng furrowed her elegantly shaped brows. Sister, it appears that Chun'er has noticed us. It is not merely an appearance. It is indeed the truth, Su Yun responded, a wave of speechlessness washing over her, coupled with an unexpected sense of defeat. Here she was, an empress, yet she found herself overshadowed by her younger brother. The two of them, despite their combined prowess, could not outmatch him alone. This circumstance was truly absurd. However, at that very moment, as the two women prepared to ascend, Yi Chun's attention suddenly shifted to the distance. In that instant, a palpable transformation enveloped him. The atmosphere around him shifted, imbued with a distinct and ominous aura. The aura of impending violence. Chapter 77. Lin Xingqiang's choice. What is happening? What has transpired? Su Yun and Ouyang Qingfeng were exceedingly familiar with Yi Chun. At this moment, Yi Chun's reaction unmistakably conveyed a singular truth. Trouble had arisen. A chilling light flickered in Yi Chun's eyes, and an unfamiliar coldness enveloped him. Previously, even amidst the tumultuous clash with Lin Xingqiang, Yi Chun had merely engaged in a sparring manner, devoid of any murderous intent. However, the situation had now shifted dramatically. From the horizon, streaks of light approached at astonishing speed, revealing the silhouettes of 6 or 7 figures. As they drew closer, boisterous laughter resonated from above. Ha! Lin Xingqiang, who would have thought you would find yourself in such a predicament? How does it feel to be turned into an ice sculpture? Yi Chun cast a sidelong glance at Lin Xingqiang, his icy demeanor intensifying. Lin Xingqiang, do not tell me these are your people from Yuhua Palace. Suddenly, Lin Xingqiang shuddered, ice and frost cascading from his body. I do not know. I am completely unaware that they were following. How unbearably cold it is. You are no human. Lin Xingqiang stumbled over his words, but Yi Chun had no inclination to smile. His expression remained as frigid as ever. It appeared these individuals were indeed here for him. Truly, one man could dominate the entire Daoheart Pavilion. Old Lin has suffered such a significant loss at your hands. The tides of time are ever shifting. The voice echoed through the air. Yi Chun's expression remained impassive. Who are you? What brings you here? In the center, an elder clad in white stood with one hand clasped behind his back, a smile of delight gracing his face. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Jiang Shenghua, the Grand Elder of Yuhua Palace. These esteemed individuals beside me are all elders of various ranks within our palace. Yi Chun regarded them with a cold gaze, refraining from immediate response. Jiang Shenghua laughed heartily. Young friend Yi, please do not misunderstand. We are not here with ill intentions. Within the Zanyu realm, as one of the 2 great powers, Yuhua Palace should not be an unappealing choice for you. Yes? What concerns might you have? Yi Chun's eyes grew even colder. You all have come uninvited. I am genuinely taken aback. However, It seems you are destined for a fruitless journey. Of course, this is not my fault. No one has urged you to come. Enough. You may leave, and I hope you do not disturb the order of my Qianyuan dynasty." Jiang Xinghua's expression stiffened momentarily before he burst into laughter once more. "Previously, I heard old Lin mention your tenacity, and seeing it firsthand today is indeed impressive. Yi Chen, do you understand what our visit signifies?" In Yi Chen's hand, a long sword materialized. "Lin Xingxiang, since your arrival in the Qianyuan imperial capital, I have afforded you ample respect. However, it seems that the others in your Ascension Palace differ significantly from you, Lin Xingxiang. Under these circumstances, one cannot hold Yi accountable." At this moment, Lin Xingxiang is in a dire state, constantly battling the chill that has invaded his being. The frigid essence, tainted with profound mysteries, cannot be dispelled in a mere instant. Yet, the tides of fate are shifting, and Lin Xingxiang realizes he can no longer remain silent. He has sensed Yi Chen's dissatisfaction. As his thoughts began to waver, Lin Xingxiang suddenly coughed up a mouthful of blood. The crimson mist quickly transformed into shards of ice. "Old Lin, are you all right?" In the distance, Jiang Xinghua's expression shifted. He did not anticipate Lin Xingxiang being wounded to such an extent. Lin Xingxiang's face turned pale. "Old Jiang, have you lost your senses? Are you attempting to entrap me in injustice?" Jiang Xinghua was taken aback. Lin Xingxiang, filled with indignation, thought to himself, "When I agreed to come, you did not inform me of this situation. You have kept me in the dark. Your methods are truly remarkable." Jiang Xinghua's expression darkened. "What are you saying? This is all for the Ascension Palace. What is wrong with that? As long as this young man can enter our Ascension Palace, any price is worth paying." Lin Xingxiang sighed inwardly. Given the current circumstances, there is no way to clear his name. "Young friend Yi, this matter is indeed my wrongdoing. Although I was unaware of the details, I have ultimately placed you in peril, and I owe you a debt." Seeing this, Yi Chen felt a significant alleviation in his heart. He noted Lin Xingxiang's attitude and recognized that the latter had shown genuine concern. However, it appeared that Ascension Palace would stop at nothing. Even Lin Xingxiang had been deceived, and one must understand that he is also one of the esteemed elders. This illustrates the extent of the madness within Ascension Palace. After a few seconds of silence, Yi Chen suddenly spoke in a low voice. "Old Lin, join my Yi family." Lin Xingxiang was taken aback. "What did you say?" Yi Chen did not repeat himself. "I shall say it once more. Give me a clear answer now. Will you or will you not?" Lin Xingxiang's gaze wavered, as if he had grasped something elusive. Moments later, he nodded. "I agree. I only hope that your Yi family will not look down upon me." Yi Chen's lips curled into a smile. Thus, this evening's endeavor may not be in vain after all. In the distance, Jiang Xinghua frowned slightly. "Young friend Yi, have you made a decision? We have gone to great lengths in our Ascension Palace. I hope you will not remain obstinate." Yi Chen scoffed coldly. "What a grand Ascension Palace! With what transpired tonight, my ties with your palace have been irrevocably severed." Yi Chen slowly drew the long sword from its sheath. The blade, 3 feet long, gleamed with a chilling edge. "Ascension Palace, truly, you overestimate yourselves. One mere Sanyu realm has led you old fools to forget the heights of the heavens and the depths of the earth." In the distance, Jiang Xinghua's expression grew cold. Yi Chen turned his gaze towards Lin Xingxiang. "Old Lin, I must say, you are indeed a clever man." As these words fell, an astonishing aura erupted from Yi Chen's being. He was at the late stage of the Spirit King realm. Such a powerful presence caused Lin Xingxiang's eyes to widen in shock, a wave of terror surging within him. The late stage of the Spirit King realm. Just moments ago, Yi Chen had not even exerted his full strength. A profound sense of relief suddenly welled up in Lin Xingxiang's heart. Since arriving in the Qianyuan imperial city, and up until now, he had agreed to join the Yi family. He felt fortunate that he had always treated others with respect and sincerity. Yi Chen was akin to a vast ocean, seemingly unfathomable, forever concealing his true brilliance. He understood clearly that had he not maintained a sense of reverence all along, he would undoubtedly have become a lifeless corpse by now. Chapter 78. This prosperous era is named the Slaughter of Kings, the realm of the spiritual king at its pinnacle. This young man has been concealing his strength within the Dao Heart Pavilion. Jiang Xinghua and his companions were utterly astonished. Following their initial shock, a palpable sense of trepidation enveloped them. Among the 7 present, only Jiang Xinghua had achieved the consummate level of the spiritual king. while the remaining 6 comprised 2 at the late stage, 2 at the mid-stage, and 1 at the early stage of the spiritual king. Such a formidable assembly would typically be sufficient to sweep through any ordinary faction. Yet, before Yi Chun, none dared to underestimate him in the slightest. According to the intelligence relayed by the Dao Heart Pavilion, Yi Chun's strength was unfathomable, with a particular mastery of ice attribute spiritual techniques. Such an elite prodigy could not be assessed through the lens of conventional warriors. Should a confrontation arise, it was highly probable that someone among them would meet their demise today. Jiang Shenghua let out a cold snort. Spiritual king at the late stage. Is this the foundation of your arrogance, young man? Allow me to enlighten you about the hierarchy of existence. There are always greater beings beyond the heavens. Our Yuhua Palace condescends to regard you. Your role should be to align with the prevailing currents rather than indulge in self-importance. Old comrades, it has been many years since we have engaged in battle. It seems the world has forgotten the name of Yuhua Palace. Now, let us declare war with fervor. Boom. As Jiang Xinghua's voice echoed, the remaining 6 exhibited no trace of hesitation in their eyes. Their spiritual energies surged violently, converging into an overwhelming wave of pressure that swept across the surroundings. Jiang Xinghua, sensing an immense surge of confidence, could not help but let out a maniacal laugh. Yi Chun, I ask you one final time, will you submit or not? The oppressive force surged forth like a colossal wave, overwhelming Yi Chun, causing his garments to flutter wildly. Yet, at that moment, Yi Chun merely curled the corners of his lips into a smile. The mere Yuhua Palace cannot hinder my stance in this world. Today, dear sisters, allow me to present to you a grand spectacle. This grand spectacle shall be named the Slaughter of Kings. The phrase Slaughter of Kings resonated with an inexorable aura of carnage, reverberating through the depths of the sky, echoing across the vast expanse. On the ground, Ouyang Qingfeng and Su Yiyun's expressions shifted dramatically, their eyes filled with a visible shock. That year, he was but 10 years old. That year, he single-handedly fought against 7 kings, establishing an undefeated reputation as a divine warrior. The Yi Chun of that day was a marvel that transcended the ages. Dozens of miles away, above the imperial capital, a tremendous pressure swept across in an instant, penetrating the very heavens of the entire capital in the blink of an eye. In that moment, countless powerful beings awakened from their meditations, gazing in astonishment towards the sky. A great momentum was sweeping through the atmosphere. Deep within the palace, the emperor suddenly opened his eyes, casting his gaze far into the distance. Simultaneously, the expressions of Yi Xingtian, Xia Xinyu, Qi Feng, and Old Luo, along with those from the Moon Dance Palace, Ji Yu, turned grave. Those acquainted with Yi Chun have almost all discerned the faint, ethereal voice echoing in the air. The King of Slaughter. Yi Chun's renown has never been as grand as it is today. At this moment, aside from concealing his cultivation, nearly all of his formidable strength has erupted forth in its entirety. An overwhelming aura of spiritual power ravages the surroundings like a tempest. Alone, he has managed to confine the 7 elders before him, preventing them from advancing even a fraction. Yi Chun's hair dances wildly, and a previously unseen, audacious smile blossoms on his face. Jiang Shenghua, do you comprehend what it means to be the King of Slaughter? Since you all wish to discern the true extent of my talents, allow me, Yi Chun, to enlighten you today. His booming voice reverberates in all directions. With a wave of his hand, an astonishing intent to kill sweeps across the venue in an instant. The sky withers, the 10,000 burials technique. An unparalleled murderous intent spans the heavens and the earth in mere moments. At this moment, the sky darkens rapidly. The once resplendent river of stars now appears sullied, transforming into a blood-red expanse in an instant. The blood moon hangs high, an endless tide of slaughtering energy rampages, and the world seems to plunge into a crimson realm. The bloody aura converges menacingly towards the 7 elders, gradually forming an overwhelming might reminiscent of countless seas returning. This strike subtly embodies the grand momentum of heaven and earth. Earth-level spiritual technique, everyone be cautious. A mere spirit king, yet able to perceive the grand momentum of heaven and earth. This child is truly a prodigy. Everyone unite. The 7 elders, no longer arrogant, have genuinely banded together at this moment. Centered around Jiang Shenghua, the 7 elders adopt a spear-like formation, with Jiang Shenghua as the tip. The massive aura of spiritual power finally erupts in its entirety as the seven elders channel their strength, creating an undeniably exaggerated impact. Amidst the crimson sky, a pale blue radiance emerges, carving out a sanctuary in this bloody world. Yet, the surging tide of carnage intensifies, gradually forming a colossal super tornado. This gigantic vortex reaches the heavens above and burrows deep into the earth below, connecting the celestial and terrestrial realms. On the ground, Sui Yun and Ouyang Qingfeng, witnessing this spectacle, cannot help but change countenance, hastily retreating into the distance. Lin Xingxiang's eyes nearly bulge out of their sockets as he desperately struggles to break free towards the periphery. This astonishing might has utterly shattered his worldview, honed over centuries. In comparison, his skirmishes with Yi Chun seemed akin to children playing house. The power of Yi Chun alone can obscure the heavens and the earth. Within the tempest, as the tornado tears through, the seven elders find themselves in utter despair, their faces etched with horror. They have finally come to acknowledge a grim reality. Despite their high estimations of Yi Chun, they are horrified to realize that their predictions were still woefully inadequate. Indeed, shockingly so. Is it possible for a prodigy to exist in this world, one whose talents are so extraordinarily exaggerated? However, what caused them to turn pale once more was the sudden influx of a deep azure hue amidst the pervasive stench of blood. A chilling aura. Yi Chun's garments danced wildly around him, and two distinct glimmers of frostiness flickered within his eyes. The essence of ice. The power of ice, having ascended to the level of essence, surged forth, transforming the atmosphere into an exceedingly frigid realm. In an instant, the temperature plummeted, and all seven elders noted that their spiritual energy consumption had doubled. Yi Chun erupted into hearty laughter, his sword slicing through the air, creating a flourish of shimmering light. I have heard of your arrogance. Today, I shall teach you the true meaning of hubris. Buzz. Amidst the tumultuous air, a crystalline sound of a sword's song resonated. The echo of the blade seemed to reverberate within the hearts of all present. In the next moment, a magnificent sword light cleaved through the heavens. Traversing countless distances in the blink of an eye, a torrent of murderous intent surging forth. The Carefree Technique, Sword Long Song. Chapter 79. If the Spirit Emperor comes, I shall slay the Emperor. A breathtaking sword light swept across the sky in an instant. The seven esteemed elders changed countenance in unison, as a fissure was torn through the torrent of spiritual energy before them. This sword traversed the realms, resonating with the majestic song of a soaring dragon. Fools, hold your ground. Stand firm. Jiang Shenghua's eyes widened in terror, a hint of panic finally crossing his face. This strike nearly severed their resistance in half. Yi Chun, do not overreach your bounds. We have merely come to extend an invitation. Are you truly seeking to wage war against our feathered Ascension Palace? Let me make this clear. The Spirit Emperor resides within our ranks. Yi Chun erupted into laughter. The ancient sages proclaimed, a true man born amidst heaven and earth cannot remain subdued for long. Ha! Today, if the Spirit King is present, I shall slay the king. Should the Spirit Emperor arrive, I will slay the Emperor. With the art of freedom, the sword bore no intent. Clang. The terrifying sound of the sword echoed once more. If the previous sword cry was crisp, this one was ferocious. Uft! The six elders, save for Jiang Shenghua, spewed blood simultaneously. Jiang Shenghua's face turned ashen, his eyes bulging with rage. That single sword cry seemed to resonate in their hearts. The terrifying sword intent striking directly at their vital cores. What was even more horrifying was the sword's formless nature. The six elders bled profusely as their united defense was once again torn apart. The overwhelming pressure of the ice principle combined with the fearsome, killing intent of the 10,000 burials technique formed the sharpest of daggers. Rip! The seemingly indestructible alliance shattered in an instant. Amidst the raging storm, the six elders swayed precariously on the brink of being engulfed by the tempest. Jiang Shenghua, desperate and furious, bellowed, "Steady yourselves." A battered iron basin materialized in his hand, and as he poured his spiritual energy into it, the basin erupted in a myriad of brilliant lights, rapidly expanding. Behold, this peculiar iron basin, once fully activated, would surely protect all seven of them. A terrestrial-grade spiritual artifact. Yi Chun scoffed coldly, "If I desire your demise, What could possibly hinder me? An unseen might suddenly descended from the void. Buzz. The iron basin erupted with a blinding brilliance, its spiritual energy fluctuations surging exponentially. Yet, despite this, the basin could not budge an inch, let alone provide them with protection. This terrestrial-grade artifact was utterly constrained. Spatial power. You actually wield such a level of spatial force. Jiang Xinghua's face turned a sullen shade. A glint of cold light flickered in Yi Chen's eyes as he subtly shifted his thoughts. In the distance, a cry of anguish resounded. Jiang Xinghua's heart skipped a beat, and he quickly turned to look. He beheld an elder whose body had been torn asunder, split in two before his very eyes. Fool! Yi Chen, you are courting death. You dare to slay an elder of the feathered Ascension Palace. You shall pay dearly for this. Jiang Xinghua roared, his eyes burning with fury. Yet, before he could act, another scream pierced the air. Ah! Save me! Grand Elder, save me! Jiang Xinghua's eyes were filled with blood, and he beheld another elder, whose waist had been grotesquely torn apart. Blood gushed forth like a fountain. The elder desperately pressed down on his midsection, as if contending against an invisible, sinister force. Yet, in the very next moment, a chill began to coalesce around him. In an instant, the elder's entire body was encased in ice, and the next moment, he exploded into countless shards. Jiang Xinghua was bewildered, his mind a blank, his face contorted with rage. Yi Chen, you will pay with your life. You must avenge the elder of my feathered Ascension Palace. Come and die. Jiang Xinghua, akin to a rabid dog, suddenly erupted in a frenzied outburst. In an instant, the stench of blood surged forth, as Jiang Xinghua charged forward in wrath. Yi Chen's lips curled into a mocking smile, and in the blink of an eye, he vanished. Illusory sword. From a distance, a long sword pierced the chest of yet another elder. The elder stared ahead, his eyes wide with disbelief. Alas, he could see nothing. Yi Chen had appeared too suddenly, and in an instant, he was behind him. The sword penetrated from his back, directly through his chest, piercing his heart. Jiang Xinghua was driven to madness. Stop! Stop this! Yi Chen, cease at once. We shall leave. We will depart immediately. You must halt. Yi Chen, with a semblance of a smile, remarked, Do you believe that simply saying stop will suffice? Jiang Xinghua, it seems you have yet to grasp the situation. Yi Chen's figure suddenly vanished. When he reappeared, he stood mere inches away from Jiang Xinghua. The latter displayed clear signs of panic, instinctively retreating 3 steps. Yi Chen let out a cold laugh. Jiang Xinghua, do you truly think I care for you? Do you believe I hold your feathered Ascension Palace in any regard? Allow me to enlighten you. In my eyes, your so-called feathered Ascension Palace is nothing but refuse. Ah! From afar, another elder let out a harrowing scream. The malevolent energy of the 10,000 burials technique surged within, closely followed by the essence of ice, engulfing the elder in a violent maelstrom. In an instant, his anguished cries echoed, tragic and unbearable. Yet, merely 2 breaths later, the elder transformed into clumps of ice, plummeting to the ground. Thus, of the 6 elders, 4 had perished. Jiang Xinghua was driven to madness. His eyes bloodshot as he glared at Yi Chen. Yi Chen, what do you want? How can you be persuaded to spare them? With only 2 of the 6 elders remaining, these were the pinnacle warriors of the feathered Ascension Palace. They could not afford to lose more. Yi Chen regarded him as if he were a fool, speaking slowly and deliberately. Are you now filled with regret? Where were you when it mattered? Forcing me to unleash my power, and yet you still expect to depart unscathed? How can I allow you to leave? Only for the entire world to spread tales of the 10-year-old Spirit King, Yi Chen, and await the ensuing disturbances? Jiang Xinghua's face twisted with rage as he took a deep breath. So, you are determined to not let us go, no matter what. He clenched his fists tightly. Yi Chen, if you force me to my death, do not regret it. Yi Chen, be cautious. The feathered blood curse. The roar echoed from afar as Lin Xingqiang, despite his injuries, spat out another mouthful of reverse blood. Suddenly, a cold laugh escaped Jiang Xinghua's lips, and his aura surged violently. Self-detonation? What does that have to do with the feathered blood curse? What even is the feathered blood curse? Yi Chen, bewildered by Jiang Xinghua's reckless abandon, swiftly retreated several dozen meters. Jiang Xinghua. The exclamation was filled with desperation. In the distance, the elder who had spoken widened his eyes in shock, his body stiffening as he glanced down at his chest. The tip of a long sword had pierced through, and the excruciating pain surged through him like a stimulant, sending jolts throughout his brain. In the next moment, a deafening explosion reverberated through the air. A dazzling mist of blood rapidly dispersed, and the explosive wave of spiritual energy illuminated a glowing sphere that expanded swiftly in all directions. In an instant, the shockwave engulfed the entire sky. Chapter 80 Epilogue. In the distance, Lin Xingqiang's face suddenly bore an expression of sorrow. Jiang Shenghua, self-detonation, a fellow elder of the same era, reduced to such a tragic end. How lamentable, how pitiful. Yi Chun remained expressionless as he withdrew the long sword from the elder's lifeless body. The shockwave from the self-detonation was almost entirely absorbed by this individual's corpse. The residual force posed no discomfort to Yi Chun whatsoever. He cast a casual glance at the final elder, who, still dazed, was suddenly torn apart before his eyes. Yi Chun flicked the long sword and, with a sheath appearing in his hand, began to sheath it gradually. During this motion, he abruptly noticed a crimson mark had emerged on the back of his hand. Yi Chun's gaze sharpened as he sheathed the sword and pulled up his sleeve. A blood-red imprint snaked down his arm, extending to the back of his hand. The design of this mark vaguely resembled a feather. Could it be the so-called feather transformation blood curse? Yi Chun contemplated silently for a moment before lowering his sleeve and swiftly appearing before Lin Xingqiang. Lin Xingqiang instinctively froze, and upon observing the bloodied state of Lin Xingqiang, Yi Chun furrowed his brow and casually produced a recovery pill. Lin Xingqiang immediately understood the intent and without hesitation accepted the pill and consumed it. After mere moments, a look of astonishment spread across Lin Xingqiang's face. This pill's efficacy is astonishingly swift. Seeing this, Yi Chun felt relieved and then rolled up his sleeve. Do you recognize this? Lin Xingqiang's gaze sharpened, and after a moment's contemplation, he sighed deeply. Indeed, it has happened. The feather transformation blood curse. Yi Chun frowned slightly, pondering the nature and implications of the feather transformation blood curse. Lin Xingqiang's eyes were filled with concern as he explained. The feather transformation blood curse is a unique secret technique of the feather transformation sect, accessible only to those of the highest status. Among those present, only Jiang Shenghua and I are familiar with this technique. The curse has two primary effects. The first is sensing. Anyone who comprehends the feather transformation blood curse can sense your existence from thousands of miles away. The second is erosion. This curse incessantly consumes your spiritual energy. As the erosion progresses, the power of the curse will grow stronger until your spiritual energy can no longer sustain you. A chill flickered in Yi Chun's eyes. If I can no longer sustain it, will it continue to consume my body? Lin Xingqiang tightened his brows, affirming, indeed. It will devour your body until you are entirely hollowed out, reduced to a living corpse. At that point, others who comprehend this blood curse can manipulate you. The living dead. Yi Chun's eyelids involuntarily twitched at the revelation. Lin, how many living corpses exist within the feather transformation sect? Lin Xingqiang's expression shifted as he responded. The exact number is unclear, but there exists a forbidden area within the feather transformation sect known as the Feather Transformation Immortal Tomb. In the past, I was oblivious to the enigmatic nature of that forbidden ground, but now, upon reflection, Lin Xingqiang refrained from elaborating further, yet the implications were profoundly unsettling. A celestial tomb. How many skeletal remains might it harbor? Should those entities be brought under control? Yi Chun could not help but feel an ominous chill creeping down his spine. With a composed demeanor, he pondered for a moment, when suddenly, a spark of inspiration ignited in his mind. Indeed, with a mere thought, an aura of profound depth emanated from him. Lin Xingqiang was immediately startled. Before his astonished gaze, the feathers of the Ascension blood curse on Yi Chun's arm began to gradually dissipate. Yi Chun could not suppress a smirk. The sky-swallowing battle body was indeed formidable. Lin Xingqiang stood there, dumbfounded. Yi, my young friend, how could you achieve such a feat? This is the Ascension blood curse. Yi Chun smiled subtly and turned to stride into the distance. Secrets. Lin Xingqiang's recovery was swift. Following Yi Chun, Sun Su Yiyun and Ouyang Qingfeng gathered as well. Observing Yi Chun's safe return, the two sisters exhaled in relief, while simultaneously regarding him with immense curiosity. Yi Chun's prowess had once again surpassed their understanding. Chun'er, may I pose a question to you? Yi Chun cast a sidelong glance at her. Are you inquiring about the extent of my strength? Ouyang Qingfeng nodded vigorously. Upon hearing this, Su Yun instinctively looked over, her beautiful eyes brimming with curiosity. Yichen seemed to genuinely contemplate for a moment, then replied, I am not quite certain myself. Ouyang Qingfeng, Su Yun, Lin Xingqiang. The group leisurely soared toward the imperial capital. Along the way, Lin Xingqiang appeared somewhat perplexed. Your Highnesses, you mean to say that even you are unaware of Yi Xiaoyou's capabilities? Su Yun shot Lin Xingqiang a glance, opting for silence. Ouyang Qingfeng, however, wore a troubled expression. Indeed, this fellow Chener doesn't share such things with us. Every time we witness his prowess, it feels as though he is a bottomless pit. A bottomless pit. Lin Xingqiang found himself at a loss for words, yet his heart was tumultuous. A bottomless pit. Such a descriptor raises questions about the true extent of Yi Chen's strength. Could it be that the late stage of the Spirit King is not even Yi Chen's limit? And what lies beyond that? Hiss. Unthinkable, unspeakable. Yi Chen turned his head. Old Lin, speaking of which, allow me to elaborate a bit more. Since you have come to the Yi residence, you must first understand that while the estate is grand, you have come here at my invitation. Lin Xingqiang immediately grasped Yi Chen's intent and clasped his fists. Rest assured, Yi Xiaoyu, I shall heed your commands alone. Yi Chen paused. Call me your highness from now on, as you would with others. Also, you are not beholden solely to me. My two elder sisters are on equal footing, as are my parents. Lin Xingqiang nodded, understanding the prince's intent, and committed it to memory. Yi Chen, after pondering for a moment, continued, Moreover, as you are newly arrived, you may not fully grasp my nature. I, Yi Chen, abide by a principle. There are always those beyond oneself, and realms beyond the heavens. In addition to this maxim, there exists another. Inaction is acceptable, but when action is taken, it must be with the force of thunder. Lin Xingqiang was momentarily taken aback. His mind instinctively replayed the events surrounding the Yuhua Palace. Soon, a look of astonishment appeared in his eyes. All 7 elders of the Yuhua Palace had perished in battle, with not a single survivor. What a profound truth. Inaction is permissible, yet when one acts, it must be with tremendous force. Had his circumstances not been exceptional, he too would have surely met a similar fate. A faint smile graced Yi Chen's face. Typically, this air eschews ostentation, a principle rooted in the first maxim. However, discretion does not equate to submission. You may inquire with my 2 elder sisters, who has ever dared to overstep their bounds with me? Yi Chen? Chapter 81. Lin Xingqiang enters the manor. Upon hearing these words, Lin Xingqiang could not help but feel a flush of embarrassment. He truly resonated with Yi Chen's sentiment, having just endured a similar experience himself. Su Yun pondered deeply, her lips pressed tightly together, smiling yet remaining silent. Ouyang Qingfeng's beautiful eyes sparkled with intrigue. It seems to be quite true. Old Lin, throughout his upbringing, my brother has always been remarkably low-key. He would never reveal an ounce of his strength if he could help it. Thus, his mastery at the late stage of the Spirit King, you comprehend, don't you? Ouyang Qingfeng winked playfully, a hint of mischief in her demeanor. Yet, this left old Yi feeling overwhelmed with pressure. Your Highness possesses unfathomable prowess. I am deeply impressed and truly honored, Lin Xingqiang expressed with reverence. Yi Chen waved his hand dismissively. All right, that's enough. As for the others, I can hardly be bothered. But old Lin, please refrain from flattering me like the rest. I have no interest in such sycophancy. Lin Xingqiang regarded Yi Chen with a knowing look and nodded in agreement. After a while, they returned to the Yi Manor. The 4 of them stealthily entered the courtyard. But as soon as they stepped into their own quarters, they were taken aback. Yi Xingtian, Xia Xinyu, and a host of servants were all gathered in the small courtyard. Father, mother, what brings you here? Xia Xinyu rushed forward, inspecting Yi Chen and the others, and upon seeing that none were injured, she felt a wave of relief wash over her. However, she soon shot Yi Chen a glare. You little rascal, taking your sisters out so late without even informing the family. Yi Chen smirked, casting a knowing glance at Su Yun and the other 2. This was hardly his doing. It was evident that the 2 sisters had followed him of their own accord. Nevertheless, he maintained a cheerful demeanor, lowering his head and responding, Mother is right. Next time I shall certainly inform the family. Su Yun and Ouyang Qingfeng remained silent, smiling softly. Yi Chen had said something similar during their last encounter. The servants quickly dispersed, leaving just the family. Yi Xingtian's gaze landed on Lin Xingqiang, whose attire bore stains of blood, contrasting starkly with the pristine appearance of the three siblings, rendering him somewhat disheveled. "Who is this esteemed elder?" Yi Chun turned to Lin Xingqiang and remarked, "This is my father and mother. We are all here, allowing you to make their acquaintance." Lin Xingqiang immediately clasped his hands in salute, bowing respectfully. "I am Lin Xingqiang, honored to meet the head of the Yi family and his esteemed wife." Yi Xingtian and Xia Xinyu exchanged glances, still uncertain about Lin Xingqiang's intentions. Yi Chun had no intention of elaborating further. Just as with Qi Feng and Qi Yao, he would henceforth reside in the Yi manor. Yi Xingtian's eyes brightened at this revelation. Lin Xingqiang, clearly perceptive, promptly declared, "From now on, I shall rely on both of you. I am immensely grateful." He smiled warmly, adding, "Since it is Chun-Er's wish, I shall rest assured in the Yi manor. The household will not neglect me." Yi Chun glanced at Yi Xingtian, poised to say something, but ultimately refrained. What expression would Yi Xingtian wear if he were to learn that this elder was a formidable figure at the late stage of the Spirit King? Yi Chun suddenly found this idea quite appealing. In the future, he should capture more individuals, not ordinary ones, but rather top-tier powerhouses. Only then would the Yi residence be rendered more secure, wouldn't it? Given this, should he establish a dedicated hall within the Yi residence? After pondering for a moment, Yi Chun felt this notion was indeed commendable. However, the specifics still required meticulous consideration. Yi Chun turned towards Lin Xingqiang and said, "Come. Let me introduce you to another place." Lin Xingqiang nodded in acknowledgement and quickly followed. In the small courtyard, Xia Xinyu soon approached her two daughters, and the family quickly engaged in hushed whispers, while Yi Chun and Lin Xingqiang arrived at the entrance of a secluded courtyard. At the threshold, Yi Chun halted without stepping inside. Lin Xingqiang intently sensed the surroundings, faintly perceiving two auras within. One belonged to an ordinary person, while the other appeared to be in the midst of cultivation, though the energy was still weak, having only recently stepped into the spirit infant realm. "Your Highness, who are they?" Lin Xingqiang inquired. "They are Qi Feng and Qi Yao, a pair of siblings. You three are the only ones I personally brought back to the Yi residence," Yi Chun replied. Lin Xingqiang's expression grew solemn. This statement was not merely about bringing them back, as Yi Chun clearly implied something deeper. Qi Feng, the young lad, was no ordinary child. He possessed a unique physique that would undoubtedly prove formidable in the future, albeit he was still young and had begun his cultivation later than others. "You used to be a grand elder. Instructing disciples should not pose a challenge for you, right? I am often preoccupied and unable to keep a close watch on these two little ones, so I leave this matter in your capable hands." Lin Xingqiang immediately clasped his fists and solemnly replied, "I understand, my lord." This was the first task Yi Chun entrusted to him. The young lad lacks practical experience. How you choose to guide him is up to you. I have high hopes for him, and you comprehend my intentions. Lin Xingqiang nodded, assuring, "Rest assured, my lord. I shall not let you down." Yi Chun nodded and gestured towards a separate courtyard adjacent to Qi Feng's. "That courtyard is yours. Tomorrow, go speak to my mother. She will arrange for someone to tidy it up. For tonight, you may make do." As his words fell, Yi Chun turned to leave, but after taking a few steps, he suddenly paused and casually tossed out a weapon. A long spear, entirely azure, exuded a profound and heavy aura. "The soul spear, a gift for you. Stay with the Yi residence, and I, Yi Chun, shall ensure your comfort and prosperity." With a thud, the spear embedded itself in the ground, its deep aura captivating the soul. Yi Chun possessed an abundance of such items, yet Lin Xingqiang's eyes widened in astonishment, unable to suppress a gulp. "Hey, an Earth-grade spiritual weapon." Upon entering the Yi residence, Yi Chun bestowed such a grand gift. What remarkable magnanimity! Did he not fear that Lin Xingqiang might turn and flee? Lin Xingqiang was unaware that Yi Chun truly harbored no such concerns. Lin Xingqiang, with a solemn bow, declared, "I shall dedicate myself entirely to the Yi residence, until death." Yi Chun did not respond, as his figure had already receded into the distance. Lin Xingqiang gazed silently at the long spear before him for a prolonged moment, before finally exhaling a deep sigh. "Your Highness, truly a remarkable individual." In this battle against the Seven Kings, Yi Chun did not even exert his full potential. One could hardly say he fought to his fullest enjoyment. Even when his strength was constrained to the late stage of the Spirit King, it was still evident. If one were to meticulously assess the situation, Yichun possesses a series of extraordinary physical attributes, along with an astonishingly enhanced spiritual and physical resilience. Not to mention an array of spiritual artifacts and techniques at his disposal. Even at the late stage of the Spirit King, Yichun surmises that should he truly unleash his full might, it would likely require the strength of a Spirit Emperor to withstand him. Indeed, even an ordinary Spirit Emperor would be inadequate. One would need to be at least at the mid-stage or late stage of the Spirit Emperor level. Yet, it is said that within the Yuhua Palace, there exists an ancient Spirit Emperor, along with the potential emergence of a living dead. Yichun could not help but feel a sense of urgency welling up within him. Alas, this world offers little in the way of joy. Chapter 82. By Luan Yu and Yichun's perception, this world is indeed fraught with peril. Although it is said that only the Yuhua Palace has reached the level of Spirit Emperor, there may well be hidden hermit masters lurking in the shadows, waiting to emerge. If one day he provokes these formidable beings, Yichun might find himself utterly defenseless. Should that occur, the Yi family would surely face ruin. Leaving him adrift without a home, such a life would be unbearable. Even in the absence of these hidden powers, what of the realms beyond Sanyu? Yichun understands well that the world is vast, teeming with extraordinary talents. In a fantastical realm, the dangers are ever-present and cannot be overstated. A wave of desolation washes over Yichun's heart. Even as a Spirit Emperor, he still must tread carefully. Upon returning to his small courtyard, he discovered that Xia Xinyu and Yi Xingtian had already departed. Ouyang Qingfeng was seated nearby, indulging in fruits, her mouth dripping with juice, appearing quite sweet. Yes, only the fruits were sweet, merely fruits. Yichun approached, seizing Ouyang Qingfeng's small hand that clutched a large melon. Confused, she gazed at him, bewildered. After a brief moment of contemplation, he lifted her hand forcefully upwards. Smack! The melon struck her face directly. Ouyang Qingfeng, in shock, lowered her hand. Her face now a mess of juice, staring blankly at Yichun. What just happened? Yichun nodded in satisfaction. Excellent. He then turned towards Kasui-yun. Yichun. Ouyang Qingfeng's startled cry echoed behind him. Ding. Mission accomplished. Reward, 1 lottery chance. Su-Sui-yun, lost in thought while holding a cup of fragrant tea, turned at the sound. A smile breaking forth. A smile that could enchant 100 hearts. Indeed, she was truly beautiful. How could she be so exquisite? Yichun was commenting on her long dress. With a stoic expression, he swatted her elbow. Still laughing, Sui-yun suddenly froze, glancing at her teacup, which was now nearly empty. Looking down at her attire, she realized she had spilled tea all over herself. Su-Sui-yun. Ha ha. Silly sister, serves you right for laughing at me. Su-Sui-yun. Ding. Mission accomplished. Reward, 1 lottery chance. With fierce determination, Sui-yun and Ouyang Qingfeng pursued him. Suddenly, Yichun halted, gazing at them with a melancholy expression. Both women paused, taken aback. Yichun sighed deeply. Alas, I have retreated into myself. How weak I am. Sui-yun's expression hardened, her gaze sharp, while Ouyang Qingfeng's lips twitched. Uncertain whether to laugh or not, Yichun's eyes reflected profound sorrow, as if he bore a heavy burden. Should he encounter a superlative master, he feared that even a mere ripple from them would send him tumbling thousands of miles away. Alas, how tragic and lamentable. Why must I be so feeble? How can I face the elders of Jiangdong? Su-Sui-yun, Ouyang Qingfeng. The two women, at a loss for words, stood in silence. How peculiar does this sound? Are you certain this isn't an insult? Who are you subtly mocking here? I am, after all, the Empress. Humph, how infuriating. Cultivation. Yichun turned and casually exchanged for a bag of spicy strips, popped open a can of cola, and settled on a recliner to indulge. Sui-yun and Ouyang Qingfeng, visibly annoyed, swiftly returned to their cultivation. Ah, Yichun, how delightful. Truly delightful. After a while, Yichun's eyes suddenly sparkled as he recalled something. The Chronicles of Extraordinary Tales. Yichun opened the wondrous world of tales to take a look. Ding. Luan Yu has been confined, furious, as your curse causes his fortune to plummet, intensifying his inner demons. Ding. Luan Yu, with nothing to do, resorts to cultivation. However, due to his dwindling fortune and torment from his inner demons, he finds it hard to enter a state of tranquility. Ding. Luan Yu's breath becomes erratic. Due to his plummeting fortune, His meridians are injured, causing unbearable pain that leads him to faint. Ding. Bailuanyu, due to your curse, experiences a decline in his cultivation, succumbing to madness. Yichen spewed cola all over the place. His cultivation has fallen? Ha! This fellow can actually still play like this? Yichen set down the cola, contemplated for a moment, and invested another 10,000 spirit crystals. Ding. Drawing a circle to curse you. The target of this implementation, Bailuanyu. Ding. Implementation successful. Bailuanyu is affected by your curse, resulting in a drop in fortune. Ding. Bailuanyu's inner demons resurface, healing fails, and he once again falls into madness. Yichun nearly died from laughter. This guy is truly something. With Bailuanyu around, Yichun suddenly found his life infused with a bit more joy. Those who had been keeping an eye on him were now facing a rather dismal fate. Not long after, the world of extraordinary tales updated once more. Ding. Bailuanyu's fortune has declined due to your curse. After falling into madness, his mental state is damaged, leading him to the path of darkness. What on earth? Yichun blinked innocently. Brother, your mental state seems rather fragile. How easily you have succumbed to darkness. Ding. Bailuanyu calms down. Suspecting the Dao Heart Pavilion is scheming against him, harboring resentment towards them. Ding. Bailuanyu begins to prepare for a defection from the Dao Heart Pavilion. Yichun was amused. Yes, you are absolutely right. This must be the Dao Heart Pavilion's doing, and has nothing to do with me. Yichun, I am leagues away from you. How could this possibly concern me? Yichun contentedly set aside the chronicles of extraordinary tales, closed his eyes, and resumed contemplating the profound truths. The next day, the emperor summoned an audience. Eunuch Li stood in the grand hall's courtyard, speaking loudly. By the will of heaven, the emperor proclaims. Last night, bandits stirred chaos beyond the city, attempting to disrupt the order of the royal city, a grave offense. The Prince of Anyang defended the royal city, achieving extraordinary merit. Thus, he is conferred the title of Duke with a fief of 100 acres and 100,000 spirit crystals. Thus decreed. Yichun was taken aback, as were many others in the courtyard. Eunuch Li beamed like a blooming chrysanthemum, congratulating the prince wholeheartedly. Your Highness, do express your gratitude for His Majesty's great favor. Yichun, coming to his senses, feigned a bow with clasped fists, acknowledging the imperial decree, and expressed his thanks for the benevolence of His Majesty. As he received the edict, Eunuch Li promptly approached him, remarking, Your Highness, the tumultuous events outside the city last night were fortuitously mitigated by your intervention, leading to the emperor's great delight. Yichun, still pondering a matter of significance, casually responded to him. The matter troubling Yichun was the astonishing elevation of his rank by his imperial uncle. In the Qianyuan Empire, titles are distinctly categorized, from the highest noble ranks down to lords and gentlemen. The Grand Duke, a title surpassing that of Duke, stands as the apex of nobility. Currently, only the Prime Minister and the esteemed General Yi Xingtan possess the Grand Duke title, making him the third to attain such an honor, a bewildering turn of events. Thus, among the three Grand Dukes, the Yi family monopolizes two. Yichun contemplated the implications, surmising that the old emperor must have sensed his formidable prowess and decided to firmly ally with him. The connection between Yi Xingtian and the emperor is well established. Yet the emperor's actions suggest an embellishment to their alliance. Suddenly, Yichun recalled another matter. Eunuch Li, His Majesty also granted a fief. I wonder where that estate is located now? Chapter 83. The fief. The ever-smiling Eunuch Li announced, Your Majesty is wise. To ensure the esteemed prince resides closer to home, the fief has been designated right across from the Yi residence. Yichun's mind stirred with excitement as he promptly exited the Yi manor. Directly across the grand entrance stood a formidable row of towering walls. In the past, Yichun had never pondered which estate lay beyond, yet that seemed trivial now. Soon, this would be his dominion. Feeling a sense of satisfaction, Yichun bade farewell to Eunuch Li and summoned the steward of the Yi household. The steward, surnamed Hao, was a man of over 50 years, having reportedly spent his entire life within the confines of the Yi estate. Trusting him with tasks was a reasonable choice. What may this old servant do for the esteemed prince? Inquired Steward Hao. Yichun gazed outward and replied, Steward Hao, accompany me for a moment. I have matters to discuss with you. Without a hint of suspicion, Steward Hao promptly followed. Upon reaching the entrance, they encountered numerous pedestrians milling about the street. Yi Chun strode directly to the base of the wall across the thoroughfare. Then he lifted his foot. With a resounding crash, the towering wall crumbled beneath his kick, sending debris flying. Passers-by turned in astonishment, their jaws dropping at Yi Chun's audacious act. Is that the prince? What on earth is he doing? Behind him, Steward Hao's eyes widened in disbelief. Your Highness, what is this? Yi Chun waved his hand dismissively. This will be my fief from now on. I merely came to inspect the situation. Since it will all require renovation, I thought it best not to take the long way around. Steward Hao was left utterly astounded. Is this truly all due to a desire to avoid a detour? He scratched his head, pondering the prince's unpredictable reasoning. Beyond the courtyard walls, it was evident that a residence lay within. The garden, adorned with flourishing flora, indicated that the estate had not been abandoned. However, with numerous auxiliary rooms cluttering the spacious grounds, the estate appeared less expansive than it truly was. After surveying the premises, Yi Chun formulated a plan. Steward Hao, I have a task for you. Please find some craftsmen to come here and dismantle this estate, including the outer walls. I want it all gone. Steward Hao, assessing the size of the estate, offered no objections and nodded in agreement. Rest assured, Your Highness, I shall fulfill this task with utmost diligence. Yi Chun acknowledged him with a nod, contemplating for a moment before adding, also, procure several architectural blueprints for me to examine. I am curious about the designs in this world and wish to discern any differences. Once the instructions were conveyed, Yi Chun produced a spatial ring containing 100 spirit crystals. This should suffice for now. Should you require more funds later, do not hesitate to ask. He understood that this sum would not be adequate for the complete renovation, yet it would certainly suffice for the initial demolition. Steward Hao hurried off, and Yi Chun remained within the estate, deep in thought, occasionally pacing around the premises. As his visions took shape in his mind, he felt a sense of contentment and clapped his hands, summoning his flying vessel. You shall soar at dawn, and when the sun sets, you shall sing. Harry Potter soared through the sky on his broomstick, exclaiming with delight. As Yi Chun's hair danced wildly in the wind, he ascended into the heavens. In the evening, he reclined on a lounge chair with a can of chilled cola resting on the table beside him. The life of a cultivator was truly delightful. As Yi Chun gazed at the magnificent sunset on the horizon, his thoughts drifted, and he suddenly sensed someone approaching. Turning his head, he found Lin Xingqiang. Old Lin. Lin Xingqiang's expression was rather serious. Your Highness, I have detected an unusual aura at the Yi residence. I cannot ascertain precisely what it is, but I am certain it is a ferocious beast. Yi Chun raised an eyebrow, pondering briefly. Could it be the little fairy demon? Is the unusual ferocious beast two-headed? Lin Xingqiang's eyes brightened. Indeed. However, as soon as he uttered those words, Lin Xingqiang felt a sense of unease. Your Highness, you are aware of this? So, the two-headed creature has been at the Yi residence all along? Yi Chun reclined once more. Those are merely my sister's mounts. There is no need for alarm. Lin Xingqiang was astounded. The mounts of the two princesses possess spiritual cultivation. His eyelids trembled as he suddenly noticed a red canister on the table, with a small opening. Your Highness, what is this? Yi Chun turned to follow his gaze. It's cola, a beverage. After saying this, Yi Chun looked up. Care for a can? Lin Xingqiang hesitated for a moment. Is it good? Yi Chun, undeterred, promptly placed a spirit crystal into the system space. Instantly, a can of cola was dispensed. Still chilled, Yi Chun tossed it to him. There is a pull tab, just lift it to open. Lin Xingqiang examined it in his hand, surprised by its cool sensation. After a brief pause, the cola finally fizzed as the old man successfully popped the cap. Tentatively, he took a sip, and his expression suddenly froze. For several seconds, Lin Xingqiang's face transformed in a delightful spectacle. Only after a considerable time did he leave, still savoring the experience. Yi Chun mused, you've been gulping it down. Doesn't it lose its fizz? Aren't you full? Perplexed, he realized that the thoughts of cultivators were somewhat beyond the comprehension of a blue star inhabitant. The sun had set, casting the sky in hues of fiery red and deep blue. Observing the twilight, Yi Chun was suddenly struck by a wave of anticipation for his own residence, envisioning the completed abode. Of course, it wasn't that he disliked his stay at the Yi residence, but as a blue star inhabitant, even in this mystical realm, he still held a certain obsession with homes. Moreover, his current house was rather spacious. With his financial resources, purchasing a significant portion of the imperial city would pose no challenge. It was simply a novelty to be granted such a residence. Perhaps he should try his luck in a lottery, hoping to win something delightful to adorn his home. Yi Chun unexpectedly felt a surge of excitement. System, how many lottery draws do I have left? Ding. A total of 26 draws accumulated. 26 draws, that seems reasonable. Let us proceed. I shall use them all. Ding. The lottery system is now activated, with a total of 26 draws. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have won an ice cream machine. What? Yi Chun couldn't help but smile. Ice cream? This is delightful. If only I could also acquire a chip machine, a cake machine, a milk tea machine. Yi Chun envisioned a future filled with indulgent comforts in a fantastical world. What a thrill. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a portable spirit gathering array. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have received 500,000 spirit crystals. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have acquired a complete set of stockings. What on earth? Yi Chun's face turned pale. Stockings? What kind of nonsense is this? System, are you serious? Who am I supposed to give these to? Suiyun? Ouyang Qingfeng. Are you joking? Yi Chun's lips twitched as he sighed deeply, a thoughtful look gleaming in his eyes. Would my dear sister truly harm me over this? Chapter 84. The Tranquil Abode of Mortal Dust. As the lottery concluded, Yi Chun discreetly examined the rewards bestowed by the system. The portable spirit gathering array appeared rather superfluous to him. After all, he had no need for cultivation. What use was there for such dense spiritual energy? However, considering his two elder sisters, he pondered that it could indeed be acceptable. Yi Chun then turned his gaze to the other items. The Fengshi Qin, a spirit artifact, was astonishingly rated at the pinnacle of the Earth grade, grade 9. Yi Chun felt a pang of heartache. Such an exquisite spirit artifact, embodied in an ancient zither, was utterly wasted on someone like him, who lacked any musical talent. It felt akin to a divine staff falling into the grasp of a tank. The staff would surely lament, its brilliance destined to be obscured. What a tragedy! The tank, too, would find itself in despair, better to have been bestowed a mere brick. The subsequent item was rather peculiar. A dog. Not some bizarre creature with an eccentric name, but simply a dog. Yi Chun was genuinely astonished. The system was indeed omnipotent, and if it could summon a dog, might chickens, ducks, fish, and birds not also be on the list? The thought alone sent a thrill through him. The life and death elixir, as the system described, was the culmination of the wisdom of a remarkable individual who had mastered the realms of life and death. Divided into two types, the life elixir and the death elixir. Consuming this potion would not only significantly enhance one's cultivation, but also impart the essence of life and death, offering boundless utility. After contemplating for a moment, Yi Chun deemed the little fairy demon more suited for such a treasure. The power of life and death. Half for each, let none covet the other. The final item ignited within Yi Chun an endless sense of anticipation, an ultra-intelligent, otherworldly home companion. The name was quite long, yet the explanation was simple. It was an intelligent robot. Remarkably, this contraption did not consume electricity, but rather drew upon spiritual energy. Additionally, it was designated solely for domestic use, lacking any combat capabilities. Nevertheless, this was of little concern to Yi Chun. He had not expected this device to possess formidable strength. In a fantastical realm, technological marvels were ultimately limited. The remaining items appeared rather mundane, and after a cursory glance, Yi Chun's interest waned, save for one, the Silk Stocking Clan. The following day, Butler Hao delivered the blueprints. Upon reviewing them, Yi Chun sought out an old acquaintance knowledgeable in the field, and after extensive discussion, he returned to the Yi residence with fervor. The blueprints had been mastered. Now it was time to put them into action. Finding the little fairy demon, Yi Chun administered the life and death elixir to the two of them, and they promptly fell into a deep slumber. It was evident that this elixir possessed considerable potency, even rendering a dragon unconscious at once. In the ensuing days, Yi Chun remained homebound, engrossed in drafting. After several days of dedicated work, the blueprints were finally completed, and Yi Chun was elated. That very evening, he sought out Butler Hao to arrange for a reliable construction team. The undertaking represented a significant engineering endeavor. Upon securing a construction team, the next task was to delve into researching the materials required to achieve Yi Chun's desired effects, which, in this world, proved to be rather complex. necessitating exceptionally rare materials to realize his vision. Thus, in the blink of an eye, 7 or 8 days passed. Across from the Yi residence, the resounding clang of hammers echoed, an incessant sound that clearly signified the commencement of construction. Yichen awaited this moment with great joy, so much so that he retrieved his little notebook titled Chronicles of Extraordinary Events. Ding! Bai Luan Yu successfully defected from the Dao Heart Pavilion. Ding! Bai Luan Yu, due to your curse, experienced a sudden decline in fortune, inadvertently losing his way in the wilderness and encountering a ferocious beast. Ding! Bai Luan Yu encountered ferocious beasts 11 times in succession due to your curse. Yichen nearly burst into laughter. Brother, what extraordinary misfortune must you possess to be attacked 11 times in such a brief span? Yet, if there is a silver lining, you are still alive. Ding! Bai Luan Yu, while healing in the wilderness, unexpectedly discovered a paradise. Ding! Bai Luan Yu gained an opportunity, significantly advancing his cultivation. After a moment of contemplation, Yichen realized that, although the time had been short, Bai Luan Yu's experiences were fraught with peril, akin to a roller coaster of life and death. In stark contrast, Yichen observed his own tranquil existence and suddenly felt a surge of ennui. Nevertheless, he considered himself a generous soul. Such intriguing affairs were better left for someone else to navigate. Ding! Casting a curse upon you. Target, Bai Luan Yu. Ding! Successful implementation. Bai Luan Yu is now afflicted by your curse, experiencing a decline in fortune. Yichen nodded in satisfaction and tucked away his notebook. Little Yu, you must strive harder. My delight awaits your endeavors. In the blink of an eye, more than half a month had elapsed. Yichen mused that the realm of the fantastical lived up to its name. Even the speed of the craftsman's work had accelerated manifold, with cultivation enhancing his strength. Even the act of moving bricks felt invigorating. Having generously compensated the construction team, Yichen stepped out of his door with eager anticipation. Before him stood an ancient, grand gray-white gate, flanked by towering walls that exuded a majestic aura akin to that of castle fortifications. Yet, at the base of these walls, a circle of trees flourished. These trees were particularly remarkable, their trunks and branches a pristine white, while their leaves shimmered in an extraordinarily deep blue, evoking a dreamlike quality. This wondrous sight had long captivated the attention of countless passers-by, with a crowd gathered on the street before him. Yichen smiled contentedly upon witnessing this spectacle. These trees, known as blue smoke trees, lived up to their enchanting appearance. A total of several dozen had been planted, costing Yichen a fortune in spirit stones. While his urgency played a part in this expense, the intrinsic value of the blue smoke trees was undeniably high. Moreover, the name inscribed upon the gate was not that of the Yi residence. Yichen had taken the liberty of naming it himself, the Red Dust Cottage. As he navigated through the crowd, he turned to address the citizens on the street with a gentle smile. It is likely that you are all pondering the nature of the Hongqian Shaozhu. Recently, His Majesty graciously bestowed upon me a residence, which I have meticulously renovated. Thus, the origin of Hongqian Shaozhu is unveiled. Henceforth, this abode shall serve as my esteemed residence, and now you comprehend its significance. The common folk are not unfamiliar with Yichen. They know well of his amiable disposition towards them, and emboldened, one of them called out, "Your Highness, might I inquire about the meaning behind the name Hongqian Shaozhu?" Yichen pondered for a moment, a refined and humble smile gracing his face. The intent, you ask? Amidst the tumult of the mortal realm, one finds solace in a corner, relishing tranquility and joy. His eyes sparkled with clarity as he turned to enter the dwelling. Behind him, the gathering populace began to murmur amongst themselves. Listen, His Highness is truly erudite and reasonable. Even the choice of a name carries such profound significance, exclaimed one. Ah, to find peace in a corner, to revel in serenity. What a lofty state of mind. What a remarkable perspective. I concur, it is not merely melodious, but encapsulates His Highness's profound wisdom. To find solace in a corner, to enjoy tranquility, how admirable. Truly deserving of the title of His Highness. Chapter 85. Siha, the pursuit of Yichen. Often, Yichen feels that he possesses a fortune that many travelers share. Given such an unremarkable fortune, he believes it is only right to cherish it. After all, he has traversed realms with great effort, not merely to become a tragic figure. There is no need to torment himself. Thus, Yichen's practice is, in truth, not deeply rooted in personal endeavor. It is primarily derived from the system. The only esoteric knowledge he must master independently was initially provided by the system. But does that really matter? The existence of the system is precisely to grant one an advantage, is it not? Yichen does not lack in cultivation. Why not revel in life? A laid-back existence is indeed the most liberating. Therefore, during the day, Yichen indulges in wine and merriment, and now, he has acquired the Red Dust Cottage. Closing the door behind him, Yichen stands still, surveying the courtyard meticulously designed for him, filled with utmost satisfaction. The ground is composed of clean, crisp gray stone slabs, bordered by a lush lawn. Gazing ahead, not far off, there is a minimalist pavilion by the roadside. Though simple, it is quite spacious, with plush sofas arranged in rows, a perfect place for receiving guests. Further ahead, at the end of the main path, a three-story building rises majestically. Yichen had pondered the height of the building, and after much deliberation, he settled on a three-story structure. Residing in the imperial capital, the skyline is a factor he must consider. Constructing something too tall, even surpassing the palace, would be excessively ostentatious. The emperor graciously bestowed this residence upon him, and he ought to leave some dignity intact. The building boasts a remarkably futuristic appearance, crafted in a light gray hue, adorned with numerous opaque glass panels that impart a shimmering texture. It is the presence of these glass features that elevates the overall style of the edifice, imbuing it with an air of grandeur. Yichen gazes at it with satisfaction and casually releases a figure. Indeed, it is a person, an otherworldly, ultra-intelligent household automaton. The automaton is designed as a female character, with a delicate countenance and an admirable figure, clad in professional attire. Casting his gaze down upon her long legs adorned in black stockings, Yichen muses that this automaton appears remarkably lifelike. Please name me for my initial use, master. The voice is quite pleasant, a refined tone that resonates perfectly. Yichen contemplates for a moment, glancing back at the door. Red Dust Cottage. In the fleeting world. A dream of Nank. I shall name you Dream Blue. The blue of the blue star, he adds silently in his heart. Dream Blue, setup complete. Dream Blue expresses her joy, stating that she will wholeheartedly serve her master in the time to come, hoping that he will be pleased. Yichen reflects for a moment, surveying his surroundings. This mansion is my home, and henceforth, it shall be yours as well. Go and familiarize yourself with your new abode. Dream Blue unexpectedly smiles, replying, As you wish, master. Yichen gazed at the slender silhouette of Meng Lanyao, his heart filled with admiration. It was astonishingly lifelike, if he did not speak. No one would ever guess that she was, in fact, an intelligent robot. The exterior was crafted so convincingly, one could only wonder about what lay within. Ahem. Yichen retracted his gaze and made his way towards the small building. Behind this structure, there existed a vast expanse, aptly referred to as the backyard. With its artificial hills and flowing waters, adorned with a riot of flowers, many aspects had been personally designed by Yichen. This abode would be thoroughly equipped, even boasting a small martial arts arena. Upon entering the small building, he was greeted by an impressive reception hall. The hall's ceiling soared to over 10 meters, reaching all the way to the top. Coupled with its generous area, the ambience was grand and expansive. Yichen felt a sense of satisfaction, leisurely wandering about the first floor. The height of the building was set at 5 meters, slightly exceeding the norm for constructions on Blue Star, with a kitchen, study, storage room, and an array of other designs seamlessly integrated. The sheer size of the building was remarkable, with the first floor alone housing an extraordinary number of rooms. The second and third floors were even more extravagant. Yichen had purposefully designed several rooms on the third floor, including not one but 3 lavish master suites. Each suite possessed its own unique charm, making it impossible to declare one superior to the others. Each was an indulgence in its own right. A smile crept across Yichen's face as he retrieved a communication stone, ascending to the top floor. Chunu, is it necessary to use the communication stone when you're so close? Came the voice of Sui Yun. Yichen replied succinctly, informing her of the newly constructed Red Dust Cottage opposite the Yi residence, inviting her and his second sister for a visit. After a moment of contemplation, Su Yun rose to her feet. Jiang Yun had already arrived on the rooftop. The top floor was an exquisite location for stargazing and sunbathing, and Yichen intended to make the most of it. The elegantly designed reception area, complete with dining chairs and a well-equipped dining space, left nothing to be desired. He had even set aside a section for a small helipad, specifically reserved for spiritual energy shuttles. Meanwhile, the portable gathering array had been concealed underground, enveloping the entire red dust cottage in a dense aura of spiritual energy, much to the astonishment of Su Yun and Ouyang Qingfeng. There are 3 master suites on the 3rd floor. Each of us can have one, Yichen announced. On the top floor, he reclined on the sofa, reveling in the bliss of moving into a new home. The feeling was simply exhilarating. Su Yun and Ouyang Qingfeng exchanged glances before making their way downstairs in unison. After a moment of reflection, Yichen suddenly recalled an unfinished task. Approaching the edge of the rooftop, he leaped down gracefully, landing softly on the ground. With a casual wave of his hand, he released a dog from his system space. This was the very same dog that had left Yichen somewhat speechless previously, a large creature that could easily be classified as a sizable canine. In terms of appearance, it is neither excessively robust nor overly slender, embodying a rather moderate physique, essentially a harmonious blend of an Alaskan and a husky. Upon its first emergence, the dog barked at Yichen, its tail beginning to wag enthusiastically. Instinctively, Yichen bent down to stroke its head, though internally he felt a sense of conflict. This creature bore the traits of both a Siberian husky and an Alaskan Malamute, both of which are notoriously known for their propensity to wreak havoc. One could only wonder if this one would follow suit. After much contemplation, Yichen ultimately resolved to keep it, for it was a dog drawn by the system, perhaps possessing some unique qualities. Now, to bestow a name upon it, what shall it be? Big Yellow? Observing the dog's coat, he shook his head. Alaskan. Husky. Sucka. Ah, yes. That has a nice ring to it. A peculiar smile crept across Yichen's face. Chapter 86. The return of the 9th Princess Dream Blue was summoned to familiarize herself with Siha. In the afternoon, Yichen invited Yisheng Tian and Xia Xianyu over. Having moved into a new home, it was only natural for his parents to come and take a look. The 2 elders were utterly astonished by Yichen's designs, many of which were unlike anything found in their own era, stemming from 2 distinct times. That very night, Yisheng Tian and Xia Xianyu decided to stay at the Red Dust Cottage. On the terrace, Yichen reclined in a lounge chair, occasionally indulging in a spicy strip. The starry sky was breathtaking, and life felt incredibly comfortable. The next morning, an unexpected visitor arrived at the Red Dust Cottage, the 9th Princess, Jiyu. Upon seeing Dream Blue answer the door, Jiyu was momentarily taken aback. Dream Blue greeted her with a smile, inquiring about her purpose for visiting the Red Dust Cottage. Jiyu, slightly confused, glanced around, confirming that the striking blue smoke trees lined up outside indeed marked the Red Dust Cottage. Had she not just mentioned the Red Dust Cottage? Tentatively, Jiyu asked, "Is the young Master Tianyang here?" Dream Blue nodded, indicating that her master was inside. Master? Jiyu was taken aback once more. Was she addressing a servant? How could a servant be so enchanting? Yes, my lady, I am the Master's maid and housekeeper, Dream Blue replied. Maid? As in a woman serving? And also a housekeeper? Jiyu was astounded, as she seemed to encounter yet another astonishing aspect of Yichen's world. I am here to see young Master Tianyang. My name is Jiyu, she stated. Dream Blue smiled, and then retrieved a communication stone, saying, Master, there is a young lady named Jiyu here to see you. Yichen, still in a deep slumber, took a few seconds to register the voice before abruptly opening his eyes. The 9th Princess? Hasn't she returned to her sect? He quickly became alert and instructed, please invite her in. Dream Blue immediately expressed her apologies, realizing her oversight in addressing a princess. Jiyu shook her head, dismissing the matter with indifference. Following Dream Blue into the courtyard, Jiyu observed the surroundings and found them remarkably distinct. The architectural style of the Red Dust Cottage was unlike anything in her world. It appeared less ornate and far simpler. Yet, curiously, it did not seem monotonous. Rather, it possessed a peculiar harmony, as if it were always meant to be this way. Jiyu's astonishment grew as she beheld the 3-story building. Is this a house? It's far too exquisite. How could there be such a beautiful house? Not far off, Siha came bounding over, with Dream Blue present. Siha refrained from causing a ruckus. And there was a dog too. It looked quite adorable, albeit a bit large. Dream Blue chided, Siha, behave yourself and do not frighten our esteemed guest. Siha immediately halted, tongue lolling as he gazed at Ji-yu. So well behaved. Ji-yu couldn't help but smile warmly. Yi-chan soon emerged, only to find Princess Ji-yu descending, and to his surprise, he was still asleep. What a transgression. Ji-yu's smile was radiant as she tilted her head, asking how he intended to atone for this. Yi-chan was taken aback. He had merely spoken, yet Ji-yu was unabashedly forthright in her response. After a moment of contemplation, Yi-chan casually summoned a flying shuttle. How about this? Ji-yu's eyes widened in astonishment. Wow, a flying shuttle. Are you giving it to me? Yi-chan chuckled lightly, stating that since he wished to express his apologies, it was only fitting to demonstrate sincerity. Is your highness satisfied? Ji-yu feigned a huff, declaring that she, being magnanimous, would not hold a grudge. Yi-chan simply smiled in silence. Soon, Meng Lan took her leave, and Yi-chan began to meander around the red dust cottage with Ji-yu. The plethora of avant-garde items in Yi-chan's possession left Ji-yu in awe, as if she had stumbled upon a new world. Yi-chan found her company a welcome reprieve from his solitude, which had been somewhat dreary without her presence. With his two elder sisters preoccupied with their cultivation, Yi-chan felt rather unoccupied himself. As the day wore on into night, Ji-yu lingered, reluctant to depart, enamored by the beauty of the red dust cottage. As the sun set, the cottage revealed yet another layer of charm, illuminated by soft lights. Many of these lights were subtle, unnoticed during the day. Yet at night they adorned the rooftops, lawns, and rockeries, casting a magical glow. The red dust cottage sparkled with brilliance. It was not until midnight that Ji-yu finally took her leave, and as Yi-chan observed the silhouette of the ninth princess retreating, he shook his head slightly after a moment. Ji-yu had not truly left. The reason? She remained unsettled by the events involving Lin Xingqiang. Disguised as a fortune-telling Taoist, Lin had stirred a premonition of impending turmoil within Ji-yu, causing her to hesitate in her departure. This girl, at times quite astute, could also be a touch naive. Yi-chan resumed his contemplation of the profound mysteries. In the days that followed, Ji-yu visited sporadically. Yet, during the remaining time, Yi-chan began to feel a sense of tedium. After much deliberation, he decided against presenting the silk stockings to his sister. Perhaps it would lead to unforeseen complications. His red dust cottage was far too precious to endure such upheaval. On this particular day, Yi-chan gazed at the clouds adorning the horizon, and after a moment, retrieved an item. The phoenix cue. Taking a deep breath, he placed his hands upon the instrument, contemplating for a long while before plucking a string. When the sound resonated, he silently withdrew his hands and covered his face. What a calamity! If the qin possessed a spirit, Yi-chan felt certain it would be sorrowful. After a moment of reflection, he rose and stepped outside. By heavens, this young noble would not be deterred. As he strolled through the streets, his mind wandered. And after considerable thought, he realized that his thoughts gravitated toward a singular destination, the pleasure houses. Who, he mused, would be capable of playing the qin? The dance of the wind and the moonlight, a captivating spectacle of the brothel, is a rarity that leaves Yi-chan pondering where else he might find such an experience. His heart is a tumult of emotions as he gazes hesitantly at the small building before him. As the esteemed heir, is it truly appropriate for him to enter such a place? The thought of his father discovering this venture is enough to make one recoil in horror. Surely, he would explode with rage. With these thoughts swirling in his mind, he steels himself and steps inside. Ah, the fragrance is delightful. Though Yi-chan has often sought ways to pass the time, he has never before ventured into an establishment like this. The brothel before him aligns perfectly with his preconceived notions. The matron beams with a smile as radiant as a chrysanthemum, and the scent of rouge is pungent even from several paces away. Esteemed guest, please come in. Yi-chan internally rolls his eyes, questioning whether the young ladies here possess any musical talents. The matron, her eyes twinkling with delight, assures him, indeed, they do. Our esteemed guest is a connoisseur of the arts, and the young ladies are fortunate to entertain you. Yi-chan lets out a silent sigh, wondering if there might be any girls who have yet to receive a patron. The matron's eyes sparkled with excitement as she replied, indeed. We have just received a newcomer who has yet to entertain any guests. Chapter 87. Inquire with your father, my esteemed young master. Your arrival is truly timely. Miss Luo Shui has now become the star attraction of Fengxian Tower, and as of yet, no patron has had the privilege of beholding her true visage. As fate would have it, Miss Luo Shui is scheduled to make her grand entrance tonight. You may enter and allow the other ladies to attend to you in the meantime. Yi Chen waved his hand dismissively. No need for that. Miss Luo Shui shall not be performing tonight. I desire her presence. To attain the title of the tower's top performer, her beauty must be exceptional. Yi Chen merely wished to pass the time learning to play the zither, with no ulterior motives. The Madame's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Oh, young master, you truly possess a discerning heart. It is said that such actions are against protocol, yet rules are but lifeless things, while we are very much alive. Wouldn't you agree? Yi Chen nodded indifferently, grasping her implication. Indeed, however, I currently possess no currency. The madam froze. What? You lack funds? Yi Chen affirmed. I only have spirit crystals. The madam was momentarily taken aback, but in the next instant, her expression transformed into one of amusement. Oh, young master, you truly have a knack for jest. You nearly startled me out of my wits. Ha ha ha. Ugh. This. I cannot personally handle such matters in the future. It may leave me unable to eat for days. True to her business acumen, the madam swiftly negotiated a staggering price of 100 spirit crystals that very evening. To Yi Chen, this was but a trifling sum. Yet for a place such as a humble brothel, it was an extraordinary fortune. Ah, this item is likely adorned with diamonds. No, wait, spirit stones. Are you curious about its nature? TSK, young man, it is best not to pry too deeply into the affairs of the world. After concluding their discussion, Yi Chen casually selected a seat and settled down. Despite the madam's slight awkwardness, it was his first visit to a brothel, and he might as well linger a while before departing. Yi Chen observed as the madam discreetly summoned a maid, who hurried upstairs, presumably to inform the illustrious Miss Luo Shui. The atmosphere within the brothel was lively. The main hall was filled with numerous patrons, the air alive with the melodious hum of laughter and chatter. Ladies were gracefully performing on stage, captivating the audience with their dance. With a vibrant performance above and revelry below, the ambience was nothing short of exuberant. Yet, as Yi Chen sat in his booth, he appeared distinctly out of place, a figure who hardly resembled a typical visitor of such establishments. The madam, perceptive as ever, quickly summoned two young ladies to his side, but Yi Chen feigned disinterest, replying to their advances with mere indifference. Before long, raucous voices echoed from the entrance. Madam, where's my lady? Bring her forth immediately. I have come prepared with money today. The madam's expression shifted slightly, yet she quickly masked it with a smile. Oh, it appears Master Zhao has arrived. Please come in. However, Master Zhao was not in a mood for pleasantries. Cut the chatter, summon that lady. I have come solely for her. The madam's demeanor faltered. Dear Master Zhao, we have a plethora of ladies at Fengxian Tower to suit your desires. Why must you insist upon one in particular? A scowl darkened Zhao's face. What do you mean? Where's that lady? The brothel keeper's heart raced. Young Master Zhao. That young lady has already been reserved by someone. You are well aware of our Fengxian Tower's custom. The highest bidder wins. As for you, young Master Zhao's gaze darkened ominously. Where is she? The brothel keeper's heart sank. You cannot act in such a manner, young Master Zhao. If you wish, you could simply offer a higher price. The other patron has bid 50 spirit stones. 50 spirit stones. Many nearby gasped in astonishment. Who is it that spends money so recklessly? This is not mere currency. These are spirit stones. Among those who frequent brothels, how many would part with spirit stones? They come to indulge, clearly discerning the value of their coin. Young Master Zhao's eyes sparked with indignation. Huh, very well. He strode into the main hall, raising his voice to demand. Which scoundrel dares to disregard my authority, Zhao Qingfeng? Step forward. Yi Chen had been observing silently. He had noticed the arrival of this young master. Judging by the brothel keeper's expression, it was clear that the one young Master Zhao sought was none other than Luo Shui. Yi Chen spoke calmly. If you seek Luo Shui, then the scoundrel you refer to is undoubtedly me. At his declaration, all eyes turned towards him. Though Yi Chen had some notoriety, not everyone recognized him, particularly as this was his first visit to such an establishment. In contrast, young Master Zhao was a familiar face at Fengxian Tower. Who was this person daring to challenge young Master Zhao? Many wondered. They had encountered numerous influential figures in the capital, yet this one remained a mystery. Regardless of his identity, young Master Zhao's expression soured. This young man was in for trouble. The brothel keeper, visibly anxious, sensed impending chaos. Young Master Zhao's lips curled into a cold smirk. So it's you? Truly a scoundrel. I was right to suspect so. Listen well, boy. While matters can still be resolved quietly, I offer you a chance. Kneel and apologize, then take your spirit stones and leave. A smirk tugged at Yi Chen's lips. He mused on the audacity of this young master. In such a grand capital, his brazen demeanor was rather amusing. Could he be a prince who had yet to reveal himself? I'm afraid you must swallow your own words, enjoy your own nonsense. This left the crowd utterly astonished. The brothel keeper, flustered, hurried towards him. Young master, please tread carefully. This young master Zhao is the son of the current chancellor. The chancellor? Yi Chen's interest piqued. The one who holds the title of Grand Duke? How intriguing. He chuckled knowingly. I see. I have been remiss in my respect, then. Young master Zhao let out a disdainful snort, raising his chin haughtily. Now that you know, why do you not kneel and apologize? Do not force me to take matters into my own hands. The brothel keeper's face turned pale, fearing that Yi Chen might utter something shocking. After all, one's dignity pales in comparison to life itself. It would be prudent for you to lower your head to avoid future suffering. Yi Chen merely smiled faintly at young master Zhao. The son of a prime minister, indeed, holds a significant position. Go back and inquire of your father. See if he dares to make me kneel or to call me a scoundrel. Upon uttering these words, an explosive reaction ensued. Everyone's expression turned blank, as if they had encountered a monstrous being. The brothel keeper felt weak in her legs, realizing the gravity of the situation. It was over. Her establishment, the Phoenix Pavilion, was nothing before a true giant. Young Master Zhao's complexion darkened, his eyes narrowing slightly, and his chest heaved violently. An aura of danger surrounded him. Yet, despite his seething rage, he dared not make any further transgressions. In the depths of his mind, he had already begun to surmise the truth. Chapter 88. The river of Luo in the entire imperial capital. One might assert that throughout the entire Qianyuan dynasty, there are but a few who would dare to utter such words. Among this select few, the vast majority have encountered him in person, with only a handful being exceptions. These exceptions are the three princes of the Yi family. Within the realm of the Qianyuan dynasty, aside from the imperial family, the Yi household reigns supreme. If the imperial family represents the pinnacle of authority, then the Yi family embodies the zenith of martial prowess. This consensus is indisputable. At this moment, gazing upon Yi Chen's youthful visage, his serene demeanor, particularly the calmness reflected in his eyes, Zhao Qingfeng distinctly sensed the emotions emanating from the other party, emotions that spoke of unbridled confidence. He was unfazed. He had not even placed Zhao Qingfeng in his regard. Zhao Qingfeng could not help but swallow hard, and amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, he unexpectedly bowed and clasped his hands in respect. May I inquire, esteemed sir, are you the esteemed Prince Tianyong? Upon uttering these words, the entire assembly fell into stunned silence. Prince Tianyong, the heir of Tianyong, Yi Chen. This name had already resonated throughout the imperial capital. It was not solely due to Yi Chen's affability towards the common folk, but also because of the emperor's favor towards him. At merely 10 years of age, Yi Chen had already ascended among the three unique Grand Dukes of the realm. It was said that recently, the emperor had bestowed upon him a garden, which Yi Chen had meticulously crafted, naming it the Red Dust Cottage. Yi Chen's name was resoundingly prominent, and in terms of renown, it was at least on par with that of the legendary god of war. As all eyes were drawn to him, Yi Chen merely curled the corners of his lips into a gentle smile. Your words are most flattering, young Master Zhao. You, a scion of a noble lineage, the son of the chancellor. How could I, a mere rogue, dare to refer to myself as a prince before you? I am but a scoundrel. Zhao Qingfeng felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. He wished he could sink into the ground. As a member of a distinguished family, he, Zhao Qingfeng, was only aware of indulgence and debauchery, with not a shred of merit to his name, the only notoriety being that of a wastrel. In contrast, Yi Chen, despite not being the god of war, was a Grand Duke in his own right, positioned at the apex of all noble titles in the Qianyuan dynasty. How could he possibly compare? Though both were sons of noble families, he was unworthy even to serve Yi Chen's shoes. Yi Chen's assertion was not without merit. Even if his father were present, he would not dare to overstep, let alone the scoundrel kneeling before him. Was he tired of living? Zhao Qingfeng's complexion turned ashen, and he abruptly knelt upon the ground, stuttering, Your Highness, Zhao has been blind. I beseech you to spare my life for the sake of my father. This. In the great hall, All present were rendered speechless. For the first time, these individuals attained a clear understanding of Yi Chen's status. The son of a Grand Duke. The son of the Chancellor. Yet he knelt before Yi Chen in abject fear. Even invoking the Chancellor's name was merely an appeal for mercy. A thought emerged in the minds of all present. What did Zhao Qingfeng's action signify? It was quite simple. It meant that Yi Chen possessed the audacity to take his life, even though he was the son of Zhao Dingxing. The old madam has become utterly bewildered. The situation has evolved at such a rapid pace that her mind cannot keep up. Yi Chen, however, maintains an expression of calm indifference. To him, this has merely been an elaborate performance. Life is rather mundane, and Yi Chen finds this individual quite amusing. With a semblance of a smile, he reflects on the fact that this fellow, being the son of a prime minister, would undoubtedly provoke a tempest should Yi Chen decide to eliminate him. Rise. For the stability of the dynasty, your father will understand, he states. Thank you, Your Highness. Your generosity overwhelms me. Zhao Qingfeng expresses, his countenance reflecting genuine gratitude. Yi Chen observes a fleeting moment of hesitation in him, as if contemplating whether to bow in reverence. Yi Chen cannot help but marvel. Even a scion of privilege possesses an acute awareness of what the Yi family signifies within the Qianyuan dynasty. They are privy to far more information than the average citizen, including a general estimate of Yi Chen's combat prowess. Yi Chen has never engaged in the political intricacies of the court, yet he is acutely aware that no one dares to act recklessly in front of the Yi family, though that does not imply that the dynasty is harmonious. The game of power is historically rife with filth, bloodshed, and countless corpses. Many matters are no longer secrets to those in high places. You may leave now, Yi Chen says, withdrawing his gaze, unwilling to pursue the matter further. This individual is simply a naive fool, devoid of any trace of cunning. Once he knelt in fear. Yi Chen found the encounter lacking in interest. Zhao Qingfeng, feeling as though he has been granted a reprieve, hurriedly scurries away. The old madam stands frozen for several seconds. Suddenly realizing, Your Highness. Yi Chen waves dismissively, instructing her to bring out the others. I shall take them with me tonight. The old madam nods vigorously, no longer daring to utter another word. Above the grand hall, a window gently closes. Yi Chen senses something, but makes no move. Soon, Luo Shui descends. Enveloped in a flowing veil, her face partially obscured by a white mask, cascading hair reminiscent of a waterfall, exuding an unparalleled grace. The only visible feature, her captivating eyes, possess an enchanting allure that is utterly mesmerizing. Indeed, her reputation as the top courtesan is well-deserved, though her full beauty remains concealed. The atmosphere she radiates is enough to provoke vivid imaginations among the onlookers. Within the hall, many patrons are left spellbound. Compared to the guests seated around, she appears akin to a celestial being, wholly incomparable. Some patrons, having not visited for a while, inquire dreamily, who is this ethereal figure, so exquisitely divine? Hiss. You don't know? This is the new top courtesan, who is yet to entertain any guests. She's still a novice. My word. If only I could spend a night with such a celestial being, it would be worth dying on the spot. Enough of that. Can't you see that she has already been marked by His Highness? Have you lost your mind? The gentle waters of Luo approached gracefully, eventually halting before Yi Chen, who was greeted with a soft, respectful bow. Luo Shui pays her respects to His Highness the young master. Yi Chen replied coolly, Can you play the qin? Startled by the unexpected inquiry, Luo Shui's beautiful eyes flickered. I possess a rudimentary understanding, she responded. Nodding in acknowledgement, Yi Chen rose and gestured towards the exit. Come with me. Luo Shui was taken aback. Come with you? Shall I walk alone? Will you not even take my hand? Yi Chen, aware of her thoughts, couldn't help but chuckle. Take your hand. Do you think I am a farmer? As they approached the door, a gathering of guests stood behind them, utterly astonished. Goodness, what a predicament. I envy His Highness the young master so much. My heart is aflutter. One exclaimed, Do you think His Highness came today for matters of romance? It has been ages since I last saw him visit a brothel. Another pondered. Who can say? His Highness just inquired about playing the qin. Could it be he wishes to hear its melodies? Why not suggest he wants to learn to play? Someone chimed in. Yi Chen couldn't suppress a smile. As a matter of fact, I do. Chapter 89. Are there any further inquiries? The gentle breeze wafted at the entrance, and the two figures swiftly captured the attention of passers-by. Yi Chen pondered for a moment, and turned to glance back. The flowing gown, trailing to the ground, surely could not be worn back like this. Sensing that Luo Shui possessed no cultivation, Yi Chun made a decision. With a casual wave, a flying shuttle materialized before them. "Sit behind me," he instructed, and with a swift motion of his long leg, he mounted the shuttle. Luo Shui was momentarily taken aback. "What is this object? It appears rather exquisite." Observing the shuttle's design, she deduced that it was meant for seating. After a brief hesitation, she cautiously settled onto one side behind him, her demeanor radiating modesty. With a thought, a luminous barrier enveloped them. Naturally, Yi Chun could soar freely without restraint, but considering Luo Shui's lack of cultivation, without a protective barrier, the rush of air would likely prove overwhelming for her. "Have you flown before?" Luo Shui was startled, suddenly recalling something. Could this peculiar contraption actually soar? "No," Yi Chun chuckled. "Hold on to me. Otherwise, you may find yourself in quite the predicament." Startled, Luo Shui swiftly grasped the hem of Yi Chun's garment. The shuttle ascended gradually, its motion smooth and gentle. Luo Shui clung tightly to him, her beautiful eyes betraying a mix of tension and exhilaration as she turned to behold the receding ground below. Suddenly, at midair, the rear of the shuttle erupted with a long plume of flame. With a roar, a powerful thrust surged forth. "Ah!" Luo Shui couldn't help but scream, instinctively throwing herself against Yi Chun's back. He stiffened momentarily. Strangely enough, this world felt rather pleasant. There was no constraining weight upon her. This sensation was truly indescribable. If only. Yi Chun inhaled deeply, hastening the propulsion output. On the ground, a throng of onlookers stood agape, witnessing the entire ascent, including the billowing flames and the resonating roar. "Is this the device the prince uses to fly? Quite impressive. Goodness. The aura. This is extraordinarily magnificent." The shuttle eventually came to a halt atop the red dust pavilion, and Yi Chun patiently awaited. Several seconds passed, yet the arms encircling his waist remained motionless. Yi Chun felt a twinge of awkwardness. "We have arrived." "Huh." Luo Shui blinked, then suddenly comprehended, retracting her arms with lightning speed. Only when Luo Shui rose did Jiang Yun follow suit, casually stowing away the vessel. "This is the Red Dust Pavilion, my newly constructed residence. It's beautiful," Luo Shui remarked instinctively. Though it sounded somewhat perfunctory, she genuinely felt that way. Just moments after the shuttle's descent, she had witnessed the night view of the Red Dust Pavilion from the air. Such a sight was unprecedented in her life. Even in the grand capital, this was undoubtedly one of a kind. Yi Chun remained unfazed, for within the quaint abode of red dust, there stood but a single structure, this modest building. "Come, follow me downstairs," he urged. Luo Shui nodded and trailed behind him. Without pausing on the third floor, Yi Chun sought a room on the second. Although situated on the second floor, the chamber was quite spacious, with grand floor-to-ceiling windows offering a splendid view of the front yard, where scattered lights twinkled like stars upon the lawn. "You shall stay here for the night. The bathroom is over there." "Ah, the toilet, which also serves for bathing. In this world, we do not commonly refer to it as a bathroom. I have simply grown accustomed to it." Despite the windows allowing a view of the outside, they prevented outsiders from gazing in, a fact that should assure you. Moreover, there are curtains. Should you feel uncomfortable, simply draw them closed. Luo Shui appeared somewhat awkward, prompting Yi Chun to raise an eyebrow in curiosity. "Is there something amiss?" he inquired. "And no, nothing at all," came her hasty reply. Yi Chun nodded, then rose to exit the room. Luo Shui was left bewildered. Watching Yi Chun's retreating figure, her mind buzzed with confusion. He left? Just like that? Am I truly unworthy? 50 spirit crystals. After spending such a hefty sum to bring me here, he expects me to merely sleep? Is this considered polite? Silently, she cast her gaze upon the expansive 2-meter-wide bed, uncertain whether to laugh or frown. This is truly a place for slumber. After a moment of stupor, she plopped down on the bed, her cheeks puffed in frustration. "Well then, aren't you something so lofty?" Deep within the palace, in a secluded inner hall, the emperor surveyed the eunuch before him, exuding an air of quiet authority. "Your Majesty, this is precisely what the young master Anyang conveyed." Everyone in the brothel heard him speak, the eunuch reported. The emperor fell silent for a moment, a smile creeping upon his lips. For the stability of the dynasty, this young man, he seeks to bring peace to the realm, yet he also soothes my heart. TSK, he has indeed matured. The emperor shook his head in amusement, but soon a flicker of suspicion crossed his gaze. This lad does not strike me as one who frequents brothels. He showed little reaction to my precious daughter. Did he truly venture to a brothel merely for a woman of the night, and brought her directly to the red dust abode? The old emperor pondered for an extended period, unable to arrive at a conclusion. "Investigate this, Luo Shui," he commanded. "At once," replied the eunuch, retreating. The emperor continued to ponder for a while longer, shaking his head in secrecy. What could it all mean? Could it truly be for the sake of playing the lute? The following morning, Yi Chun rose with great enthusiasm. As Luo Shui was but an ordinary person, she would undoubtedly require breakfast. After a moment's thought, he dashed across to the Yi residence and enlisted a servant to procure some vegetables and grains. The kitchen was well equipped with all manner of seasonings, products of modern technology, ensuring that whatever was prepared would be delicious enough to bring tears of joy. As Meng Lan, the domestic-oriented maid, knew her way around cooking, preparing a meal was certainly a trifling task for her. When Luo Shui finally arose, a sumptuous feast awaited her in the dining hall on the first floor. Yi Chun guided her to the dining area, and upon witnessing the expansive and resplendent decor, Luo Shui was momentarily rendered speechless. Although she struggled to comprehend the intricate structure, its beauty was undeniable. Goodness, could this truly be the abode of His Highness? It was simply breathtaking. Living in such an environment every day must constitute a blissful existence. "Come and eat," Yi Chun gently reminded her, noticing her dazed expression. Oh, Luo Shui quickly made her way over. As a robot, Meng Lan had no need for sustenance, and the two elder sisters were engrossed in their secluded cultivation, capable of enduring fasting. Thus, only two of them occupied the dining table. In truth, Yi Chun had not partaken in a proper meal for quite some time, having grown accustomed to fasting. As he savored the familiar flavors, a wave of nostalgia washed over him. The taste of Blue Star. A decade had swiftly passed. It had been 10 long years since he arrived in this world. Regrettably, Yi Chun's melancholic musings were soon interrupted by Luo Shui's rather hasty eating. How long had it been since she last dined? That madam certainly had a lot to answer for. To deny the young ladies their meals was inexcusable. The next time he encountered her, he would insist she refrain from eating for 3 days. As a result of the meal, Luo Shui was left supporting her waist, taking tiny, careful steps. This peculiar posture struck Yi Chun as slightly off-kilter. If anyone were to witness this, would he not find himself in an indefensible position? What a loss. Chapter 90. The Wind and the Phoenix Seek Their Sovereign. The first day of learning commenced swiftly. In the small courtyard, Yi Chun instructed Meng Lan to bring over a low table, then seated himself directly on the grass. Luo Shui observed this peculiar arrangement, slightly bewildered. What was this all about? What was he planning? Yi Chun feigned a casual glance before waving his hand, causing the feng shi qin to materialize upon the table. Luo Shui's enchanting gaze swept over it, and she found herself utterly captivated. The feng shi qin, a terrestrial-grade spirit instrument. As the pinnacle of such instruments, it possessed an innate aura of spirituality. This essence was ineffable, yet palpably present. Just as individuals exude their own charisma, so too does a zither possess its unique charm. Yi Chun glanced over at Siha, who was sprawled nearby with his tongue lolling out. Yi Chun nodded solemnly, pleased by Siha's spirited demeanor. Did you see that? Not only instruments possess elegance, even a dog can have its own grace. Well, in any case, the feng shi qin is indeed formidable. Luo Shui, being an accomplished musician, was akin to Siha encountering a bone upon witnessing such a zither. Yi Chun, satisfied by her reaction, stepped aside. I heard last night that you could play. Do you now feel inclined to perform a piece? Luo Shui snapped back to reality, taking a deep breath. Goodness. With a terrestrial-grade spirit instrument at hand, could she possibly decline? She nodded respectfully, feeling honored. Yi Chun, approvingly, nodded back and, after a moment's contemplation, decided to recline on the grass nearby. As Luo Shui prepared to play, she caught a glimpse of Yi Chun's slender hand trembling slightly. The young man upon the lawn, bathed in sunlight, created a scene as picturesque as a painting. Unbeknownst to her, the beauty of the moment was not solely due to the youth, but rather because she was by his side. Luo Shui inhaled deeply. She truly adored the zither. From the very first note she had heard, she was entranced by its ethereal beauty. When she had first completed a piece, she had imagined that perhaps one day, a person would quietly remain beside her, listening to her interpretations. And now, Luo Shui found herself lost in reverie. The music began to flow, gradually transitioning from soft to powerful, the atmosphere blossoming with rhythm, as the courtyard seemed to be imbued with gentle hues, just like the heart of a young girl, tender and fluid. At some point, a figure appeared silently before the floor-to-ceiling window on the top level of the small building, quietly opening the window. Without uttering a word, she stood alone, gazing intently. Once upon a time, that princess had arrived, watching from a corner in the same manner, silently observing them in the sunlight. The nine heavens, Xian Nu, Su, Yun. As the piece concluded, Yichen instinctively opened his eyes. Though he could not fully comprehend the music, it did not hinder his ability to appreciate its beauty. Most importantly, he could feel the emotion woven throughout the melody. A hint of complexity flickered in Yi Chen's gaze. How could Luo Shui convey such depth after only one day's acquaintance? The emotion within her performance was strikingly direct and fervently intense. Yi Chen paused for a moment, turning his gaze towards the not-so-distant Siha, who was still panting with his tongue out. However, Siha had refrained from barking, which pleased Yi Chen greatly. If this serene ambience were to be disrupted, he would have to ponder deeply. Should he contemplate whether dog meat hot pot is more delectable than barbecued dog meat? Or perhaps, create something novel, a whole roasted dog? This notion seemed quite fitting for Siha. Siha declared, "I shall no longer be a dog. Let those who wish to do so, do as they please." Does this melody bear a name? Luo Shui appeared to be lost in thought, only returning to reality upon hearing the inquiry. No, not yet. For reasons unknown, she felt a slight flush creeping onto her cheeks. This melody was not taught by another. It could be considered my own composition. Yi Chen pretended not to notice her blush. Miss Luo Shui possesses remarkable talent. Even a rhythmically challenged individual such as myself can appreciate the brilliance of this piece. Rising to her feet, Luo Shui suggested, "Since your highness enjoys it, why not leave the naming of this piece to you?" Yi Chen was momentarily taken aback, contemplating her request. She had composed the melody, yet was entrusting him with its name, especially one so peculiar. A faint whiff of something tangy lingered in the air as he recalled Luo Shui's slightly flushed face, prompting him to unconsciously think of a well-known phrase from Blue Star. Feng Shi, seeking its Huang. Miss Luo Shui, how about the name Feng Qiu Huang? Feng Qiu Huang. Feng Qiu Huang. Luo Shui muttered several times, her eyes growing increasingly radiant. What a splendid phrase, Feng Shi, seeking its Huang. It is remarkable that the young master possesses such talent. Yi Chen smiled faintly, acknowledging that a name alone is but a trivial matter. It is the melody composed by Miss Luo Shui that truly imbues these words with significance, and he merely adds embellishment. Yi Chen sensed that Luo Shui's gaze had begun to shift into something peculiar, prompting him to speak again. Miss Luo Shui, your skills on the qin are exceptional. Might you be willing to offer some guidance? Luo Shui was taken aback. Your highness also plays the qin? Yi Chen felt a pang of embarrassment. Do I lack dignity? Observing Yi Chen's silence, Luo Shui's brows knitted in concern. She had anticipated that he would perform a piece. However, it seemed that was not the case. Reflecting on the events of the previous night, she suddenly recalled Yi Chen's very first question upon their meeting. He had asked if she could play the qin. An absurd thought flickered in Luo Shui's mind. Could it be that the young master has a keen interest in the qin? How subtle. Yi Chen felt like crying. Indeed. Seeing Yi Chen's own awkwardness made Luo Shui chuckle, emboldening her to wave him over. Your highness, come here. Yi Chen understood immediately and obediently approached her. Sitting at the table, Luo Shui smiled enchantingly as she settled beside him. Since your highness is interested, may I teach you to play? Yi Chen thought to himself, that was precisely my intention. I summoned you here to teach me how to play the qin. However, it was rather embarrassing. Yi Chen silently nodded. Luo Shui could not help but laugh more joyfully. Since their acquaintance, Yi Chen had exhibited the formidable energy and presence befitting a young master. Yet, to her surprise, he also possessed such an endearing demeanor. This young lord was, in fact, quite charming. Given Luo Shui's striking beauty, learning to play the piano had seemingly transformed into a delightful experience, especially since Yi Chen had long harbored a desire to learn. However, before long, a knock resonated at the door. Meng Lan hurried over and, upon seeing Yi Chen, spoke up. Master, shall I open the door? At the sound of the knocking, Yi Qin's expression returned to its usual calm. "Go ahead," he replied. Upon opening the door, two figures came into view. One of them had hair that was partially white and was adorned in exquisite robes. Though not yet elderly, it seemed age was not far off. Standing beside this individual was none other than Zhao Qingfeng. Yi Qin's eyes narrowed instinctively as he stood up to shield Luo Shui. "Put on your veil," he instructed. Startled, Luo Shui hastily covered her face once more. Once the veil was securely in place, she felt a sense of relief, her beautiful eyes gradually revealing a hint of peculiarity. "Your Highness, you do not wish for others to see me? How curious," she thought, feeling a flicker of happiness. Chapter 91. Not friends. As Yi Qin was disturbed while practicing the piano, his displeasure grew. Upon recognizing the intruder as Zhao Qingfeng, his irritation intensified. The elderly man by Zhao Qingfeng's side, if his conjecture was correct, must be his father, Zhao Dingsheng, the current prime minister, a grand duke. "How audacious of you to come here seeking revenge after sparing your son just yesterday. I shall witness how many heads Zhao Dingsheng has to dare to wreak havoc at my humble abode." Casting a glance back, he noted that Luo Shui had already donned her veil. Standing firm, with one hand resting behind him, Yi Qin's demeanor was icy and unyielding. Zhao Dingsheng and Zhao Qingfeng soon spotted Yi Qin and Luo Shui in the courtyard. Zhao Dingsheng turned to Meng Lan and inquired, "Is that His Highness Yi?" Meng Lan glanced back and affirmed that indeed, it was her master. Zhao Dingsheng shot Zhao Qingfeng a disapproving look and hastened toward them, while Zhao Qingfeng, his expression filled with distress, reluctantly followed. As the two parties drew nearer, Zhao Qingfeng's gaze gradually fell upon Luo Shui beside Yi Qin. His countenance shifted. It was her. He had been fortunate to behold her once, and though separated by a veil, she had captivated him profoundly. Yet now, Zhao Qingfeng felt as though 1,000 claws were raking at his heart, his fists clenched tightly. Having lost face in the previous night's encounter, he had concealed his discontent, but that did not mean he was devoid of resentment. He merely lacked the courage to express it. Now, with Luo Shui's presence, his hatred ignited fiercely, an unstoppable blaze. The thought that the woman he longed for had spent an entire night in Yi Qin's residence sent his imagination spiraling. What transpired there? His fury surged. Drawing a deep breath, he extended his trembling hand. "Zhao Qingfeng, I have met with the young master of Anyang. I come today to apologize for last night's misunderstanding. I am truly sorry for the conflict." With his head bowed low, his eyes concealed in shadow, it was impossible to discern his genuine emotions. Yet Yi Qin, astute as he was, could not miss the shift in Zhao Qingfeng's demeanor. He regarded the bowed figure without uttering a word, allowing his gaze to shift to Zhao Dingsheng. Seeing this, Zhao Dingsheng quickly adjusted his expression to one of geniality. "Young Master Tianyang, indeed my son was the one who acted impolitely last night. I have brought him here to extend our apologies, and I sincerely hope this matter can be laid to rest. Please do not hold it against us any longer." Yi Qin withdrew his gaze, contemplating for a moment before redirecting it back to Zhao Qingfeng. After a brief pause, he replied, "I shall forego pursuing this matter for the sake of the dynasty's stability. Your visit today seems rather superfluous." Zhao Dingsheng was momentarily taken aback, yet his smile quickly re-emerged. "Your Highness jest. How could it be superfluous? Since it is an apology, it must be delivered with sincerity." Zhao Dingsheng produced a spatial ring, within which lay a modest gift prepared by the old man. As the saying goes, one cannot truly know another without some form of introduction. Henceforth, there need be no more distance between us, Your Highness. What are your thoughts? "Not much," was Yi Qin's cold retort. He understood that this old man, as the prime minister, would not have come merely to extend an apology. His intentions were clearly ulterior. If he were to accept this token of goodwill, how would the emperor regard him? How could the realm still hold the Yi family in esteem? Colluding with court officials and forming factions for personal gain? I would rather cast you out with a single slap. Yi Qin's gaze remained frigid. This realm belongs to the emperor. We are all his subjects. Our focus should be on alleviating his burdens, rather than on the cordiality between the Yi family and myself. You may leave. Zhao Dingsheng's expression stiffened. He had indeed hoped to use this opportunity to elevate his standing, but he did not expect Yi Qin, despite his youth, to possess such discernment. Truly, he was the youngest duke of the realm. Zhao Dingsheng's face reflected his discomfort. "Your Highness." Yi Qin's demeanor turned serious. "Zhao Dingsheng, as long as the Qianyuan dynasty endures, We shall not become adversaries. Do you understand? Zhao Dingxing was momentarily taken aback. Then he chuckled and sighed. If that is the case, then I have overthought it. The Crown Prince possesses a broad mind, and I am in admiration. I take my leave. Zhao Dingxing turned to exit, but Zhao Qingfeng stumbled slightly, clutching his lower back, nearly collapsing to the ground. Throughout their conversation, he had maintained a deep bow, not daring to move, and now he could hardly straighten himself. Zhao Dingxing glanced back, anger surging within him. What a disgraceful spectacle. Humph. Though both hailed from noble lineages. Today, having met Yi Chen in person, he realized the profound disparity between them. It was evident that despite his youth, Yi Chen exuded a maturity and composure that belied his years. He was already capable of standing alone. In other words, the second god of war had emerged. And what of Zhao Qingfeng? Looking at his pitiful state, Zhao Dingxing could not suppress his frustration. Curse it! I should have thrown you into a cesspool from the start. Yi Chen quietly observed the father and son as they departed. As long as the Qianyuan dynasty thrived, they would not become enemies. This was indeed a truth Yi Chen accepted. However, there was another sentiment he chose to withhold. While they would not be enemies, they would also not be friends. The matter concerning Luo Shui had irrevocably chilled the relationship with the Prime Minister's residence. Yi Chen was fully aware of Zhao Qingfeng's resentment and animosity. Competing for a woman, even if Luo Shui was merely a courtesan, bore no less weight than the betrayal of a wife. This rift had begun to fester since last night and would not be easily mended. Your Highness, did we not already extend our apologies last night? Why have they returned today? Yi Chen snapped back to the present, a slight smile gracing his lips. Because I am Yi Chen. Luo Shui was momentarily taken aback, then chuckled and shook her head. Yi Chen casually released the flying shuttle. For today, this would suffice. You shall remain at the Red Dust Cottage, and should you require anything, simply call for Meng Lan, without any hesitation. Luo Shui rose, understanding the unspoken words, and urged, Your Highness, take care. Yi Chen ascended, piloting the shuttle with a thunderous roar as it soared out of the courtyard. On the street, two figures were walking when they suddenly heard the sound and looked up to the sky. Yi Chen appeared as if descended from the heavens, hurtling towards the horizon. Zhao Dingxing halted abruptly, his face contorted with overwhelming fury, a hint of ferocity suffusing his features. How arrogant! Truly, this was the epitome of insolence. He, Zhao Dingxing, the Prime Minister of the realm, a duke of high standing, wielding immense power, had never before endured such humiliation. Rage consumed Zhao Dingxing. He turned and delivered a resounding slap into the air. Wretched child! A failure in all endeavors, yet a master of ruin. What use are you to me? Useless. The bustling street was filled with onlookers, their expressions a mixture of astonishment and curiosity as they pointed and whispered, as though they were observing a monkey. Zhao Dingxing's countenance darkened further. With a cold snort, he swept his sleeve and departed. Chapter 92. The return to Fengxian Tower. Yi Chen's boat finally came to a halt at Fengxian Tower. Indeed, Yi Chen had returned. The establishment did not operate during the day. No brothel would entertain guests at such hours. After all, such conduct would be most improper. If anyone were to overhear, it would be quite the embarrassment. As he stepped into the hall, it was evident that there were hardly any patrons, with only a few of the young women present. Oh, this young gentleman has arrived a bit early. We do not operate during the day. Please return in the evening. The young woman instinctively assumed Yi Chen sought companionship. Another girl beside her suddenly nudged her, then turned to Yi Chen with a bow. I do not recognize your highness. Please forgive me. May I inquire if your highness has come for a specific matter? The girl was momentarily taken aback, but quickly grasped an important fact. Yi Chen was no ordinary person. Yi Chen, of course, did not take offense. Besides, her words were not inappropriate, merely stating the truth. He waved his hand, asking, Is the matron here? Please summon her. The girl promptly nodded and, with small, hurried steps, ascended the stairs. The other young women displayed keen awareness, suggesting, Your Highness, please take a seat and rest for a moment. They will be down shortly. As they spoke, one of the girls poured tea for Yi Chen. He did not hesitate to accept, taking a sip of the tea, which surprisingly was quite pleasant. Although Yi Chen was not an aficionado of tea, he found the flavor agreeable. Before long, the matron from the previous night emerged, exclaiming, Your Highness, it is such an honor to have you grace us with your presence. I hope you were satisfied with your experience last night. How was he to respond to such a question? To deny it would surely lead everyone to believe he was unwell. Yet, to acknowledge it would leave him feeling rather guilty. Deciding to sidestep the matter entirely, Yichen directly stated, "I am here today for a specific purpose." The matron was taken aback. Such directness. What could it be? Did he wish for Luo Shui to remain at the brothel a while longer? With a smile, the matron replied, "Your Highness, please feel free to command. Fengxian Tower shall do its utmost to fulfill your wishes." Yichen nodded, "I shall not beat around the bush. I seek the contract of sale for Luo Shui." Most of the women in brothels had been sold into such establishments, with their contracts held by the matron. Upon hearing his request, the matron's expression stiffened immediately. To request Luo Shui's contract meant he intended to take her away entirely. Once the contract was gone, Luo Shui would be free from the brothel, and indeed, she was fortunate. Although she had spent the night with Yi Chan, her past remained unblemished, and she would no longer need to entertain other men. From that moment onward, she would belong solely to Yi Chan. For a woman of the brothel, this was a tremendous blessing. The other girls present could hardly contain their envy, their eyes gleaming with desire. To be redeemed from such a life was, after all, a cherished dream for them all. Yi Chen's actions stirred a profound envy within them, each one secretly resenting Luo Shui's extraordinary fortune. The very first man she encountered whisked her away to his abode. Such luck seems to transcend mere fate, as if her ancestral grave were ablaze with blessings. The brothel keeper's smile swiftly returned. She had not anticipated that Luo Shui possessed such fortune, and even I, an old woman, felt a twinge of envy. To be candid, Luo Shui had been under my protection for several years, always fearful of being seen. If she were ever targeted, it would spell disaster. Now that she had encountered His Highness, I truly rejoiced for her. However, I must remind His Highness that Luo Shui is the crown jewel of my establishment, and after all these years, it was only last night that His Highness lavishly spent. Yi Chun, upon hearing this, waved his hand dismissively and inquired directly about the cost. The brothel keeper hesitated, her expression turning somewhat sheepish. "Well then, I shall be forthright. Since His Highness offered spirit crystals last night, let us settle this in spirit stones. 300 spirit crystals, and from henceforth, Miss Luo Shui shall belong to His Highness." Jiang Yun waved his hand, revealing 500 spirit crystals atop the table. "The surplus shall serve as gratitude for the years of care." The brothel keeper's eyes sparkled with delight. The young ladies in the hall gazed enviously at the gleaming pile of spirit crystals before them. Just one crystal would suffice to sustain them for an entire year. Without further ado, the brothel keeper rose, instructing, "Please wait a moment, Your Highness. I shall fetch the contract." She hurried upstairs, and the remaining maidens immediately encircled Yi Chun. "Your Highness, how impressive. 500 spirit crystals, just like that. Your Highness, you still need someone to serve you tea. Ronger is capable of anything. Your Highness, Your Highness." Yi Chen's lips twitched, his head spinning. Such a gaggle of flirtatious women. Had they taken him for a fool? He sighed inwardly, conjuring a barrier to shield himself from their advances. Mother always said that boys must protect themselves when outside. How true her words ring. When the brothel keeper returned and beheld Yi Chen's demeanor, she momentarily froze before quickly regaining her composure, casting a disapproving glance at the surrounding maidens. "Get back to your duties. His Highness's status is not one you can aspire to. Do you think you are all Luo Shui? Disperse." Reluctantly, the group of enchanting maidens left, casting lingering, mournful glances back at Yi Chun. Why do I feel like a heartless villain? Once they departed, the barrier around Yi Chun dissipated. The brothel keeper smiled apologetically. "Your Highness, please forgive their exuberance. They mean no offense." Yi Chun exhaled a long breath. "It's quite all right." The brothel keeper produced the contract, now worn and yellowed after several years. Yi Chun glanced at it, finding nothing amiss. Yi Chun nodded, acknowledging the situation. "Then I shall not impose further, and I take my leave, Your Highness." Suddenly, the madam called out, "Your Highness." Yi Chun turned back with a hint of suspicion. The madam's eyes reflected a complex array of emotions. "Your Highness, what I just said was not mere words. That girl has indeed grown up under my watch. If one day she were to err, I implore you to grant her a chance, considering her inexperience in the world. I sincerely thank you for your understanding." With that, the madam surprisingly bowed deeply. This unexpected gesture left Yi Chun somewhat taken aback. He had not anticipated that this elderly woman would display such humility. In that moment, Yi Chen felt that the 500 spirit crystals he had given were not a loss at all. While demanding spirit crystals was her means of survival, beyond that, the madam's sincerity was evident, especially concerning Luo Shui. Yi Chen was suddenly reminded of Luo Shui's enchanting melodies. Perhaps her talent was undeniable, yet the madam's contribution was certainly not to be overlooked. Chapter 93. The exclusive musician Yi Chen, with his cultivation in motion, halted the old matron from bowing with a mere gesture. Such an act of reverence was not something he could accept. With a sigh, Yi Chen conceded, "Since you have spoken thus, I shall not withhold the truth. In fact, last night, Luo Shui merely slept at my residence. I had no improper intentions. This morning, she imparted some musical techniques to me, and I was truly impressed by her talent. Thus, I have decided to keep her here at my humble abode. You need not worry. I shall not impose any difficulties upon her." The old matron's eyes widened in astonishment, realizing the truth of the matter. "So, Your Highness, you truly sought her only for her musical skill?" Yi Chen nodded affirmatively. With a wry smile, the old matron reflected, "I had not anticipated this. In that case, I must implore you to take good care of her. I hold great affection for that child, and my only wish is for her to find peace and joy in her life." Yi Chen assured her, "Rest easy. Within my abode, no one dares to trouble her." Upon hearing this, the old matron sighed softly, requesting, "Please convey my farewell to her. These young women in the brothel are all unfortunate souls, and Luo Shui is luckier than most. She must strive to conduct herself well and avoid any actions that might cause you displeasure." Yi Chen nodded, promising to relay her words, and added, "If there is nothing further, I shall take my leave. Your Highness, travel safely." As Yi Chen departed, he boarded a flying shuttle and swiftly left. Meanwhile, the old matron leaned against the doorframe, watching his figure fade into the distance, lost in thought for a long while. In truth, Yi Chen's decision required considerable courage. Why, you may ask? Because of the 9th princess. Not long ago, the emperor had been matchmaking him with her, and yet, before he could even form a connection with Ji Yu, he had brought home a woman from a brothel. Such an action would undoubtedly be a slap in the face to the emperor, and even more so to Ji Yu. Yet, Yi Chen proceeded nonetheless. Her musical talent was one reason, but the more significant factor was her innocence. Having encountered her in this manner and reached such a situation, Yi Chen simply went with the flow and redeemed her. Moreover, he found himself quite pleased with her. It was a fortunate alignment for both of them. So why not embrace it? As for the so-called reputation, to hell with reputation. Whoever dares to gossip shall face my wrath. I will come to your abode and silence you, ensuring you never utter another word of slander. Upon returning home, Yi Chen discovered that Luo Shui was no longer in the front courtyard. After inquiring with Meng Lan, he learned that she had gone for a stroll in the rear garden. The red dust cottage was quite expansive, rivaling the Yi residence, especially the back garden, which was several times larger than the front. With its artificial hills and flowing waters, pavilions and towers, and clusters of blue smoke trees scattered about, it resembled an ethereal realm, blooming with dreams of enchanting beauty, leaving one spellbound and awestruck. Yi Chen stepped into the scene, and before long, he beheld her on the opposite shore of the lake. Amidst the clear waters and the blue smoke of fallen leaves, Luo Shui stood gracefully, her long dress trailing to the ground, hair flowing gently, and a delicate white veil obscuring her face, her poise a vision of beauty. Yi Chen instinctively paused in his stride. It must be said that Luo Shui was indeed captivating. Unlike Su Yun's ethereal beauty, which resembled that of a celestial being, Luo Shui embodied the unparalleled charm of the mortal realm. As for Ouyang Qingfeng, that young girl had yet to blossom, merely a quirky little sprite at present. Yi Chen felt no interest in the underage. With a subtle movement, Yi Chen found himself beneath the tree. Luo Shui turned in surprise, her radiant smile lighting up her face. "Your Highness has returned." Her gentle voice carried a hint of delightful surprise. Yi Chen's heart skipped a beat. He had to admit that he had momentarily lost himself in her presence. Taking a deep breath, he forced himself to suppress the delicate stirrings within. "I have brought you something," he said. Luo Shui's beautiful eyes sparkled with interest. "For me? I wonder what it is." Yi Chen raised his hand, revealing a piece of yellowed paper. Upon seeing it, Luo Shui froze momentarily, instinctively reaching out to take it, but just as her fingers were about to touch it, she hesitated. Her lovely eyes trembled as they met Yi Chen's gaze. In that instant, Yi Chen's heart jolted. He had never encountered such an expression. Her eyes were filled with astonishment, yet tinged with a faint glimmer of hope, as if the young girl were cautiously contemplating her future, fragile yet profoundly sincere. Have you ever witnessed the dawn breaking through the mist? That ethereal, delicate light of the early morning, which you are unaware will soon vanish completely. Such careful anticipation is known as hope. A pang of unexplainable pain surged within Yi Chen as he softly urged, "Open it and see." Luo Shui's eyes glistened with tears as she silently unfolded the yellowed paper, revealing words that chronicled her uncomfortable past. Silence enveloped her as tears streamed down her cheeks. Yi Chen sighed deeply, holding the paper in his hands. Gently, flames ignited, and Luo Shui's gaze gradually became lost within the fire. What was being consumed was not only the contract, but also her past. She would no longer have any ties to Fengxian Tower. From this moment on, she would be a part of the mortal realm, my exclusive Qin player. With a whoosh, the flames danced, scattering ashes that drifted down like soft snow. Luo Shui stood momentarily stunned, and after several seconds, she regained her composure, slightly bowing as she said, "Luo Shui, thanks your highness." Yi Chen turned away. "Someone has a message for you. The women of the brothel are unfortunate souls, yet you are luckier than your sisters. Make sure to conduct yourself well and avoid trouble." Luo Shui was momentarily taken aback, then softly replied, "It must be Mama Liang." So the madam's surname was Liang. Yi Chen nodded. In truth, Mama Liang was also a woman of misfortune. She had treated me kindly. Yi Chen fell silent for a moment. She requested 300 spirit crystals, and I gave her 500. Luo Shui was once again taken aback, inhaling deeply before bowing once more. "Luo Shui, thanks your highness." Yi Chen turned around, a smile gracing his lips. "From now on, you shall be the lute player for the esteemed young master of Tianyang, and no one shall dare to trouble you. The humble abode of Hongqian shall be your new home. Furthermore, the melody of Feng Qiu Huang is truly enchanting." As his words fell, Yi Chen smiled once more and departed. Luo Shui remained rooted to the spot, lost in thought for an extended moment. In the imperial palace, "Your Majesty, the situation is as follows." The servants below reported the matters one by one. The emperor sat there expressionless, his countenance revealing neither joy nor anger. After a brief moment, he waved his hand, commanding, "You may leave." The attendants, relieved as though granted a reprieve, hurriedly retreated. The emperor lingered on the dragon throne in silence for a long while, letting out a deep sigh. A courtesan, a courtesan. Yi Chen, you present me with a perplexing dilemma. How shall I explain this to Xiaojiu? What thoughts will she harbor for you? Alas, what a mischievous rascal you are. Chapter 94. Intercontinental Ballistic Sword. Yi Chen placed the Fengxi Qin on the rooftop terrace, deciding that this would henceforth be his place of musical study. With Luo Shui officially residing in the Red Dust Cottage, Yi Chen observed the absence of any mundane female necessities within, prompting him to visit the neighboring Yi Manor to summon a maid. Xiaolan, a fair and youthful girl, was brought into the Red Dust Cottage, destined to become Luo Shui's personal attendant. The first order of business upon arriving at Yi Manor was to accompany Luo Shui to the marketplace to procure essential daily items. Lacking knowledge in such matters, Yi Chen entrusted the task to Xiaolan. As he watched Xiaolan follow Luo Shui from the entrance, Yi Chen reconsidered and called for a carriage from the Yi Manor. It seemed inappropriate for such a beautiful young lady to walk through the streets. Having a carriage would bestow upon her the dignity befitting a lady of high standing. As they proceeded, passers-by cast curious glances at Yi Chen, for the Red Dust Cottage had become a place shrouded in mystery. Even from beyond the courtyard walls, the vibrant little structure could be glimpsed. With a flicker of light from his hand, a delicate jade bracelet materialized. "This is for you. Should anyone dare to disrespect you, this will safeguard you from harm. Should any trouble arise, simply have Xiaolan inform me." Xiaolan possessed some cultivation, albeit modest in strength. Nevertheless, she could utilize a communication stone. As Luo Shui gazed at the crystalline bracelet in Yi Chen's hand, her beautiful eyes shimmered with emotion. The meticulousness with which Yi Chen orchestrated everything left her pleasantly astonished. Indeed, this young master of Tianyang was quite considerate. As Mama Liang had said, encountering such a gentleman was truly her fortune. Luo Shui, though not overly formal, slightly bowed to express her gratitude, thanking the young master. Observing her acceptance of the gift, Yi Chen waved his hand dismissively. "Go on. Remember to take good care of your mistress. The last remark was directed at Xiaolon, who nodded vigorously, assuring him, "Rest assured, young master. I shall always stay by my mistress's side." With that, Yi Chen turned and walked back into the red dust cottage, feeling a sense of leisure now that matters were nearly settled. Inside the carriage, Xiaolan's face radiated envy. The young master is truly kind to the mistress. In the past, while the young master was amiable, he had only shown such attentiveness to the two princesses. Luo Shui felt a surge of gratitude, reflecting, "This must be the blessing I earned from my previous life, to encounter a person like the young master." Over these past few days, Yi Chun has completely transformed my destiny. From now on, there's no need to call me mistress. Just refer to me as Luo Shui, like everyone else. "Oh, that is simply unacceptable," Xiaolon exclaimed in shock. The hierarchy of servants and masters was deeply ingrained in her mind. Luo Shui smiled gently. "There's no need for such formality. Although the young master has summoned you to serve me, I am not so exalted. There's no need for you to be so constrained. In private, let us call each other sisters." After a moment of silence, Xiaolon timidly ventured, "Luo Shui?" Luo Shui chuckled softly, causing Xiaolon's cheeks to flush instantly. "Master, Minglon has just made a batch of pastries. Would you care to try?" Yi Chen paused, nodded, and made his way to the dining room. To his surprise, she could bake. He recalled there was indeed an oven in the kitchen, but he was uncertain if there was any jam available. The cake was visually appealing and delightfully fluffy, imbued with a subtle hint of creaminess. Yi Chen nodded, momentarily lost in a dreamlike state. Life in this fantastical realm was undeniably blissful. "Is there jam in the kitchen?" he inquired. "Yes, master. What flavor would you like?" "Chocolate and mustard," he replied. Minglon cast a curious glance at Yi Chun before turning to fetch it. Mustard. He had not anticipated his master's taste to be so unique. Once the jam was brought forth, Yi Chun took the mustard and lightly spread it on 2 pieces of cake. He then presented them to his 2 sisters, proclaiming, "This is my affection as a brother." Minglon's mouth twitched. "This is quite an expression of love," she thought apprehensively. In terms of priorities, Yi Chun took precedence over all. The feelings of his sisters were naturally not the foremost concern. Meanwhile, Yi Chun sat at the dining table, squeezing a bit of chocolate sauce onto his cake. Delicious. Truly splendid," he exclaimed. It was a pity that he only had cola. A bit of juice would have been delightful at that moment. He nodded in approval, thoroughly enjoying the treat. Before long, a piercing scream echoed from upstairs, akin to that of a slaughtered pig. "Yi Chun, I will kill you." Yi Chun's expression shifted momentarily before he quickly suppressed it, returning to his cake. He nearly burst into laughter, but managed to hold it in. Ultimately, he could not contain himself any longer. "Ha ha ha. Ding. Sister Pit successfully completed. Reward, 1 lottery chance." As night deepened, Yi Chun reclined on a lounge chair on the rooftop, swaying gently. Soon after, a sigh escaped his lips. These past days had been busy with the Red Dust Cottage and Luo Shui. Life had been quite fulfilling. Yet upon pausing, he found his thoughts drifting to the ancient secret realm. The rewards of the ancient secret realm remained a mystery, and this was the first time Yi Chun had encountered such a situation. Even the rewards for the profound meanings had not reached the level of uncertainty, indicating that the contents of these rewards would surely be extraordinary. Yet, the path to becoming a spirit emperor was fraught with challenges. Yi Chun sighed heavily. System. Initiate the lottery. Ding. System lottery commencing. A total of 21 lottery chances have been accumulated. While the number was not plentiful, it was better than none. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a millennium of cultivation. Yi Chun felt a jolt of energy surge through him. He had leveled up. Exhilarating. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have acquired an orange juice machine. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a winemaking machine. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have received 2 creation spirit pools. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have garnered a spirit ascension pill. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have acquired super sword chi. Ding. Congratulations. This time, the items drawn were quite varied, prompting Yi Chun to spend considerable time organizing them. Then, with a mere thought, Yi Chun conjured a small pouch in his hand. Chocolate, an orange juicer, a wine dispenser, and a chocolate maker. Such delightful items. He had summoned 3 at once. A smile crept upon Yi Chun's face. It appeared the system deemed his life insufficiently joyous. What a sentiment! Truly, the system was wise beyond measure. The rich aroma of chocolate was simply exquisite, a sensation beyond mere delight. As Yi-Chen savored the moment and continued to peruse the creation spirit pool, a pair of them. To Yi-Chen's understanding, these were two grand basins designed for soaking. The distinction lay in the fact that these pools possessed a higher concentration of spiritual energy, along with certain effects akin to cleansing and revitalizing the body. In essence, they were remarkable treasures. His thoughts drifted to his two elder sisters. The Super Sword Chi, a creation of considerable magnificence, essentially comprised 4 strands of sword energy that would automatically accumulate spiritual power over time, capable of unleashing formidable force at critical moments. However, what truly astonished Yi-Chen was not its might, but rather its range. According to the system, this marvel incorporated advanced spiritual technology developed through extraordinarily sophisticated techniques, boasting a maximum range that could surpass 1,000 miles. Yi-Chen could not help but chuckle. This was indeed extraordinary. Dubbed Super Sword Chi, it ought to be named Intercontinental Ballistic Sword Chi. Chapter 95. The Spirit Pool in the Four Corners of the Humble Abode. The air twisted violently. Amidst the chaos, an enormous sword began to coalesce, its tip pointing resolutely towards the heavens, as if poised to ascend to the skies at any moment. Yi-Chen was filled with exhilaration. For reasons unknown, a phrase echoed persistently in his mind. Second Lieutenant, where's that Italian cannon? Bring it to me. Suddenly, Yi-Chen recalled the Dao Pavilion. That place could not be more than 10,000 miles away. If only. Wait. Stop right there. Targeting just one establishment seems excessively brutal. Perhaps another choice? How about the Feathered Ascension Palace? The last time, those old rascals were so cocky, yet in the end, they all ended up on the ground. The people there seemed rather arrogant, each one acting as though they were the paramount figures of the Zhangyu realm, save for Lin Xingqiang. That old fellow was cunning. He had already discerned that Yi-Chen was not to be trifled with and surrendered before the battle even commenced. Forget it, let us bide our time. This matter would be a disgrace to our scholarly pursuits. As cultivators, we should value harmony. Yi-Chen silently nodded as 4 strands of sword energy gradually vanished into the void. The next time they returned, I shall unleash a barrage upon your doorstep. I'll knock out your back teeth. Yi-Chen knocked on the door. Su Yun soon emerged, regarding him with suspicion. What do you want at this hour? Yi-Chen, he replied. Your words imply you fear I might punish you on the spot. I'm merely 10 years old. What could I possibly do? Yi-Chen remained unfazed, stepping inside and closing the door behind him. A late-night visit surely heralded something beneficial. I must admit, I envy you a bit. That feeling must be indescribably delightful. Su Yun, bewildered, wore an expression of wariness. Indescribably delightful? What do you mean? With a casual wave of his hand, Yi-Chen bound her entire being with a spell. Su Yun's eyes widened in horror. You've lost your mind. I am your sister. How dare you? Yi-Chen shot her a quizzical glance. Bemused by her nonsensical words, he proceeded toward the bathroom, inspecting the bathtub. It seemed adequate enough. Su Yun's complexion turned pale, her entire demeanor crumbling as a blush crept across her cheeks. This little rascal, does he intend to? With another flick of his wrist. The power of the system surged, filling the bathtub with spirit liquid, a rich aura enveloping the space. Exiting the bathroom, Yi-Chen noticed Su Yun's flushed face and inquired curiously, why are you blushing? Are you excited? It's strange. Did you guess something? How could you possibly know? Su Yun, still dazed, stammered, Guess what? Yi-Chen chuckled, realizing she had not. No matter, I shall enlighten you. I have prepared something special for you. Dear sister, I assure you will adore it. Desirable treasures. Su Yun stood in a stupor, her face flushed crimson, akin to a monkey's posterior. As her thoughts wandered, you little rascal. Stammering slightly, Su Yun managed to utter, Chenner, do not act impulsively. I am your, Before she could finish her sentence, Yi-Chen had hoisted her up and unceremoniously tossed her into the bathtub. Splash. Su Yun resurfaced. A look of bewilderment plastered across her face. Chenner, is this what you referred to as a treasure? Yi-Chen smirked. What did you expect? As Su Yun's body swiftly sank, she regained control. Get lost. Yi-Chen chuckled heartily, closing the door behind him as he exited. In the bathroom, Su Yun lingered in a daze, silently covering her face. The surge of spiritual energy was intense, indescribable, and ineffable. Ouyang Qingfeng, on the other hand, was far bolder than Sui Yun. She dared to approach and entice. Yi Chun, with an impassive expression, removed the arm that was wrapped around her neck and, in a princely manner, lifted her and deposited her into the bathtub. My dear sister, all of this is indeed a treasure. You shall surely adore it. Ouyang Qingfeng giggled. What about my brother's treasures? I truly adore them. Her delicate fingers glistened as they dipped into the spiritual liquid. Yi Chun, his face darkening, turned and slammed the door shut. What a little enchantress. Who could withstand such a lure? Under the night sky, Yi Chun reclined on a lounge chair, letting out a sigh. Thankfully, he had managed to redeem 2 lottery chances earlier, so this incident was not entirely in vain. After all, what was it but a near blinding encounter with beauty? No great matter. That's spiritual liquid. Yi Chun shook his head and retrieved a small notebook. The night was enticing. How could one squander such precious time? He produced 10,000 spirit crystals. Ding. Casting a curse upon you. Target of this implementation, by Luan Yu. Ding. Implementation successful. By Luan Yu has been cursed, his fortune plummeting. Yi Chun nodded, feeling a wave of comfort wash over him. Observing Bai Luan Yu's recent circumstances, a peculiar glint appeared in his eyes. Bai Luan Yu infiltrated the Dao Heart Pavilion treasury. Due to your curse, his fortune declined, resulting in him being caught red-handed. Bai Luan Yu officially defected from the Dao Heart Pavilion, activating a spirit artifact to escape. Bai Luan Yu was attacked by the Dao Heart Pavilion and narrowly escaped. Bai Luan Yu was assaulted by the Dao Heart Pavilion 17 times, sustaining severe injuries. Bai Luan Yu inadvertently entered the ancestral secret realm, encountering fortuitous events. Yi Chun was somewhat astonished. This fellow had been attacked a staggering 17 times. Even more astonishing was the fact that he had survived. Truly a remarkable individual, indeed. Just then, another message popped up. Bai Luan Yu exited the ancestral cave. Due to your curse, his fortune declined, leading to his immediate discovery by the Dao Heart Pavilion. Uft. Yi Chun's lips twitched. My dear brother, it was not my intention. What a remarkable coincidence this is. Just as you appear, I find myself uttering curses. The last time such a fortuitous event occurred, it was indeed quite some time ago. Yi Chun contentedly tucked away his little notebook. Brother Bai Luan Yu, I wish you the best of luck. Life for Yi Chun settled into a tranquil rhythm. During his leisure moments, he would indulge in playful frolics with his 2 sisters or engage in musical lessons with Luo Shui. Yi Chun also took it upon himself to instruct Luo Shui in her cultivation. Such a rare beauty must be preserved. He did not wish for her to age prematurely, as that would undoubtedly be a significant regret in life. As for Ji Yu, ever since Luo Shui took residence in the Red Dust Cottage, she had not returned, leaving one to wonder if she had gone back to the Taiching Palace. Notably, the 2 sisters, under the influence of the 2 creation spirit pools, experienced a remarkable surge in their cultivation. Yi Chun was both astonished and delighted by this development. Indeed, the progress within the ancient secret realm had accelerated considerably. When they ascend to the rank of Spirit Emperor, it shall coincide with their foray into the ancient secret realm. On this particular night, as Yi Chun was immersed in comprehending the laws of the universe, he suddenly opened his eyes. In the distance, an awe-inspiring aura approached with great speed. Yi Chun narrowed his eyes slightly, sensing that this commotion was far from trivial. Chapter 96. The heritage of the Yi family in the skies above the imperial city. A sense of overwhelming pressure swept through the air like a swarm of locusts, spanning hundreds of miles in an instant. Ordinary people, devoid of cultivation, could not discern the specifics of this phenomenon. They merely sensed a stirring wind in the atmosphere. However, the cultivators of the imperial city all opened their eyes at that moment, their expressions filled with alarm. With a flurry of movement, numerous powerful figures from the imperial capital soared into the sky, their faces taut with tension as they gazed beyond the city's walls, towards the source of the astonishing aura. Before the grand gates of the palace, the old emperor wore a grave expression, his gaze fixed on the distant horizon, reflecting a solemnity that spoke volumes. Without exception, the incoming presence exuded an overwhelmingly potent aura. Above the Yi residence, Yi Xingtian stared intently outward, an undercurrent of iron-blooded ferocity flickering in his eyes. This formidable presence, born from years of combat, awakened the essence of a battle god returning to the fray. Yet, at that moment, a calm voice suddenly resonated from above the imperial city. Please remain calm, esteemed guests. I am Yi Chun, the son of the Tianyang lineage. His Majesty has just issued a secret decree. The entire capital is now under a strict aerial ban. Anyone who defies this order shall be deemed an outlaw and face immediate execution. The booming voice echoed through the skies, as if a divine edict had descended. Instantly, the expressions of the surrounding cultivators shifted dramatically, and they hastened to descend to the ground. Meanwhile, at the red dust pavilion, a flying vessel ascended slowly, trailing a long plume of flames as it sped towards the distance. It was Yi Chen's figure. "Father, do not worry. I shall return shortly," he communicated telepathically. Yi Xingtian furrowed his brow slightly, and moments later, he descended into the Yi residence. The aura outside was truly extraordinary, and Yi Xingtian understood that this was a grandeur beyond his reach. Once a battle god, he now found himself in a position of such vulnerability. His expression tinged with melancholy, yet more so, he felt a profound sense of pride. In the past, he had single-handedly safeguarded the Qian Yuan dynasty for countless years, ensuring peace across the land. Now, his son, though merely 10 years old, stood at heights he himself could scarcely fathom. Xia Xinyu's face was clouded with worry. "Xingtian, what about Chen Er? Trust him," Yi Xingtian replied succinctly. Xia Xinyu fell silent. Just then, a deafening dragon roar reverberated through the heavens. A colossal beast suddenly manifested in the sky. It was an enormous creature, stretching 100 meters in length, adorned with intricate black and white scales. Most astonishingly, it possessed not one, but 2 dragon heads, the little immortal demons. 2 figures swiftly followed, soaring skyward, one perching atop each dragon head. With a thunderous roar, the little immortal demons unleashed a resounding dragon cry, hurtling towards the city's outskirts, their terrifying presence instilling dread throughout the entire city. The aura emanating from the little immortal demons had transcended the spiritual realm. In that moment, an undeniable truth surged into the minds of all present. The heritage of the Yi family was far more formidable than they had ever imagined. What manner of lineage was this? Before the palace, the aged emperor squinted slightly, his expression a tapestry of complexity. Yet, in mere moments, it transformed into a hearty laughter. The old emperor recognized that he had ample reason to rejoice. The 2 young ladies from the Yi family had indeed showcased astonishing depth. Their cultivation had nearly reached the pinnacle of spiritual transformation, mere steps away from the spiritual path. Yet, what he ought to appreciate even more was their unwavering commitment to fighting for the dynasty. With the invincible god of war at the forefront and the Yi siblings at the rear, as long as the Yi family endured, the Qianyuan dynasty would bask in eternal peace. This was not only his fortune, but also a blessing for the Qianyuan dynasty. As the ethereal being departed the imperial city with the 2 ladies, the air above the Yi residence suddenly began to warp violently. In the blink of an eye, the indistinct light began to expand rapidly, enveloping the streets, the palace, and ultimately shrouding the entire imperial city. The celestial-grade spiritual artifact, the Imperial Star Palace. A rich star radiance swiftly revealed its true form, illuminating the skies above the capital in a dazzling spectacle akin to a dream. Such a scene surely astonished countless onlookers. What kind of spiritual artifact is this? The fluctuations are simply extraordinary. I have witnessed top-tier earthly-grade artifacts, yet none possess the elegance of this one. Its level must be celestial. I just saw this emerge from the Yi residence. My heavens, how profound is the foundation of the Yi family. It feels like an endless abyss. Outside the imperial city, several dozen miles away, a flying shuttle hovered in midair, and Yi Chun casually retracted it, frowning slightly as he surveyed the scene before him. Shadows danced, and there were no fewer than a dozen figures, each one a practitioner of the spiritual path. Even more astonishingly, among them, 3 possessed particularly deep auras, distinctly surpassing the others, indicating they were formidable spiritual kings. However, Yi Chen's gaze fixated on an elderly man in the center. The old man's hair and beard were entirely white, and judging by his visage, he seemed to be on the verge of the grave, ready to descend into the coffin at any moment. Yet, this elder was the only one in the vicinity whose aura was entirely absent. A faint glimmer of coldness flickered in Yi Chen's eyes. It seemed the others truly held him in high regard, even bringing forth an old fellow at the spiritual emperor level. Indeed, this old man was a spiritual emperor, an authentic pinnacle being within the vast Sangyu realm. In Sangyu, a spiritual emperor is akin to the heavens. The old man's gaze remained calm. Young one, without a spiritual emperor intervening, the rest may not be your match. If I am not mistaken, you too are a spiritual emperor. Upon uttering these words, the entire gathering was taken aback. The youth before them appeared to be merely in his teens. How could he possibly be a being of spiritual emperor caliber? Oh, ancestor, is what you say true? One person exclaimed, overwhelmed with disbelief, murmuring in astonishment. The old man nodded. I cannot sense this young fellow's cultivation. What? Once again, the crowd was thrown into a state of shock. For he was the revered ancestor of Yuhua. Even the ancient ancestor is unable to sense his cultivation. What manner of monster could this be? This indicates that Yi Qin's cultivation is at least on par with that of the ancestor. The feathered ascension ancestor, however, displayed little in the way of extreme emotions. Little one, regardless of the circumstances, you have slain numerous elders of my feathered ascension palace. This matter cannot simply be brushed aside. A subtle smile played upon Yi Qin's lips. Cannot be brushed aside? What might that entail? Quite simply, I shall kill you. Yi Qin's expression was a blend of amusement and mockery. You better prepare yourself then. I consulted someone about my fate, and I am destined to live for 1,010 years. As for your aged limbs, let alone enduring another 1,000 years. I doubt you'll see the end of today. Impertinent. Outrageous. You insolent whelp. The furious invectives came rushing forth. Yi Qin could only manage a resigned smile. Oh, you are truly agitated now. The old man narrowed his eyes. Brash boy, you may be formidable, but what of the Qianyuan Empire? Yi Qin, upon hearing this, simply smiled faintly and shook his head. Who do you think you are belittling? Do you dare to step into the Qianyuan Imperial City? Go on, give it a try. Chapter 97. The beauty of fireworks. Upon hearing those words, the old ancestor of Yuhua narrowed his eyes instinctively and turned his gaze toward the distance. Channeling his spiritual energy, he peered far and wide, his thoughts piercing through the air like a sharp spear. In mere moments, his eyes widened in disbelief. That was a spiritual artifact. The astonishment in his tone was palpable. What kind of spiritual artifact could envelop such a vast area? The intensity. The old ancestor was astounded. How could the mere minor power of the Yi family possess such a remarkable spiritual artifact? Yi Qin smiled faintly and glanced back. In the sky, the little celestial demon had arrived with Su Yun and Ouyang Qingfeng. After a moment of contemplation, Yi Qin casually pointed to a few subordinates beside the old ancestor. You and you. Go give them a good beating. The scene was met with stunned silence. What? Aren't those two with you? You want us to beat them up? Confusion reigned. Is there some trickery afoot? Seeing their hesitation, Yi Qin frowned. Did you not hear me? Hurry up. Or do you wish to oppose me? The individuals called upon immediately scrambled to comply. After all, the old ancestor had personally acknowledged Yi Qin as a spiritual emperor. There was no room for hesitation. Better to flee than to linger. The old ancestor scrutinized Yi Qin, remaining silent throughout the ordeal. He was weighing the depths of Yi Qin's capabilities. The young man displayed no signs of pressure, causing a subtle doubt to creep into his mind. Just how profound was this young man's cultivation? What was his true support? As Yi Qin observed the selected individuals depart, he nodded subtly. In the distance, frantic screams erupted. Yi Qin, you bastard. Old man, make sure to beat him up. Beat him senseless. Old ancestor. Su Yun sighed. Enough with the shouting. At least help him shoulder some of the pressure. You always coddle him. He bullies us daily. It's only right for the old man to teach him a lesson. Ouyang Qingfeng exclaimed in exasperation. Yi Qin couldn't help but chuckle at their words. Another opportunity for a reward had arrived. Ah, how delightful. Turning to the old ancestor, Yi Qin remarked, this is the second time your Yuhua palace has sought trouble. I believe it is time to impart a lesson. The old ancestor narrowed his eyes, pondering Yi Qin's audacity. Impart a lesson? Such bold words. What do you intend to do? Yet, despite his bravado, a pulse of anxiety flickered within the old ancestor. This young man might not be as simple as he seemed. With a light laugh, Yi Qin snapped his fingers. While women often crave romance, men's perception of it tends to be nearly non-existent. They rarely grasp what is deemed romantic. Nevertheless, this does not preclude them from appreciating the beauty of fireworks. A radiant smile illuminated Yi Qin's face, yet alas, Luo Shui was unable to witness this moment. Meanwhile, The ancestor of Ascension felt an unsettling premonition creeping into his heart. Above the imperial city, the colossal Star Radiance Palace, which lay sprawled upon the ground, suddenly revealed a gaping maw in its dome. Within the red dust cottage, a breathtaking aura surged fiercely. All the inhabitants of the city gazed in astonishment towards the red dust cottage. What an extraordinary presence it was! What was awakening within? What astonishing treasures were concealed within the red dust cottage? Amidst the collective attention, in one corner of the red dust cottage, a supermassive sword emanated a blinding silver glow, gradually ascending into the sky above the imperial capital. Under the watchful eyes of countless powerful beings, the colossal sword slowly pierced through the starlit barrier of the imperial star palace, positioning itself in the very center of the sky. The oppressive atmosphere reached a crescendo. Following this, a formidable silver flame erupted, extending over 100 meters. Boom! With a roar reminiscent of crashing waves, the supermassive sword suddenly unleashed a terrifying speed, racing towards the distance, leaving behind but a glimmer of silver in the blink of an eye. The exaggerated velocity was nothing short of awe-inspiring. At the eaves of the Yi residence, Yi Xingtian silently gazed at the distant speck of silver light, then gradually turned his head, deeply contemplating the courtyard of the red dust cottage. If he was not mistaken, that piercingly sharp and terrifying aura had just manifested in 4 distinct forms. Before the floor-to-ceiling window of the red dust cottage, Luo Shui looked up at the sky in astonishment, her heart tumultuous with waves of shock. She had just witnessed the emergence of that massive sword, rising slowly into the heavens. Uncertain of its nature, she nonetheless sensed its terrifying presence. Suddenly, she grasped a profound truth. This seemingly beautiful and serene red dust cottage was also a fortified bastion of immense strength. Unbeknownst to her, she had arrived at the safest place in the entire imperial capital. "Child, what exactly are you concealing?" The ancestor of Ascension's expression darkened, as he struggled to contain his unease. The depths of Yi Chun remained an enigma to him, and this unpredictable situation left him profoundly unsettled. Yi Chun smiled lightly in response. "It should be arriving soon, wouldn't you agree?" The ancestor of Ascension's brows furrowed in suspicion, his pupils narrowing as he gazed skyward. A silver light, trailing a long tail of flame, whizzed past from the depths of the firmament. What could that be? The ancestor of Ascension's eyes widened in shock. Above, he sensed an exceedingly terrifying sharpness. Such an aura, even from a distance, caused his heart to tremble. What was his cultivation? A spirit emperor. Yet he felt a shiver coursing through him. Yi Chun grinned. "I must admit, releasing a nuclear bomb for the first time is a bit nerve-wracking." He clapped his hands. "Regrettably, I cannot witness this splendid spectacle, but you at the Ascension Palace will surely relish this unparalleled feast." Ascension Palace. The ancestor of transformation suddenly widened his eyes in disbelief. "What did you say?" "That thing is heading towards the Palace of Transformation." "You." Yi Chun revealed a dazzling smile, his teeth gleaming white. "You are correct, but alas, there is no reward." He turned to cast a glance at the little celestial demons engaged in fierce battle. The 2 women, the little celestial demon and Sui Yun, had yet to coordinate their efforts, which was precisely Yi Chun's intention. These old fellows were hardly worthy of consideration, save for the ancestor of transformation. The rest were merely a disorganized rabble. It was most fitting to give them a chance to hone their skills. With fireworks blossoming in the sky, the young master was in high spirits, allowing them the grace of a swift demise. The ancestor of transformation's face paled, his chest rising and falling violently. His thoughts raced towards the Palace of Transformation. The mere sight of that silvery object from such a distance had already instilled fear within him. One could only imagine the calamity it would unleash upon the palace. The Palace of Transformation. It would be doomed. But how was this possible? From such a vast distance, Yi Chun had the means to strike directly from the capital of Qianyuan to the Palace of Transformation? This could not be real. Noticing the ancestor's distracted demeanor, Yi Chun furrowed his brow and snapped his fingers once more. Crack! Suddenly, a sound of shattering resonated through the void. Chapter 98. The scribe, the ancestor of Ascension, suddenly coming to his senses, was struck by the fluctuations in space. In horror, he surveyed his surroundings. The few individuals remaining by his side had all, without exception, had their necks severed cleanly in 2. All of this stemmed from that fleeting moment of a snap and a shattering sound. The path of space. The ancestor of Ascension's countenance darkened, enraged. You insolent wretch! Are you intending to extinguish my Ascension Palace? How dare you? A mere child, how could anything traverse 1,000 miles? You must be spouting nonsense. You shall die today. Yi Chen smirked mockingly. In the entirety of the Ascension Palace, only Lin Xingxiang recognized my extraordinary nature. The rest of you are like fools, including you, ancestor of Ascension. Accept your fate. The moment you acted insolently, your demise was already sealed. Next in line should be the Kanglan sect, am I correct? The ancestor of Ascension was taken aback. You still harbor thoughts of the Kanglan sect? Yi Chen scoffed disdainfully, his gaze devoid of emotion. I cannot be bothered to converse further. Prepare to meet your end. With a casual wave of his hand, an immense force of spatial energy surged forth. In the void, the air began to twist violently, ensnaring the ancestor of Ascension within a visible cage. With a roar filled with fury, the ancestor of Ascension's visage contorted. Arrogant, as a fellow spirit emperor, how dare you command me to meet my demise? On what grounds? Yi Chen cast him a fleeting glance. Is this sufficient? The manifestation of power surged forth, enveloping the heavens and the earth in an overwhelming pressure. In that instant, even the distant skirmishes among the minor celestial demons were filled with astonishment. This pressure was of the consummate Spirit Emperor realm. Within the Zhongyu realm, Spirit Emperors reigned supreme, and Yi Chen had ascended to the pinnacle of the Spirit Emperor. You, the ancestor of Ascension, trembled. You are merely 10 years old. How can this be possible? How can such a monster exist in this vast world? The heavens are unjust. The heavens are unjust. Yi Chen turned, his handsome visage cold as the stars. Behind him, the ancestor of Ascension's body had already stiffened. The ancestor's aura was merely that of the mid-spirit emperor. With the full power of a consummate spirit emperor and the culmination of numerous enhancements of spiritual energy, the profound truths he wielded were beyond what this wretch could withstand. Even for a fleeting moment, the moon hung full and radiant in the night sky. Yi Chen's gaze drifted towards the horizon, the luminous moon casting its glow behind him, as if the entire celestial expanse served as his backdrop. Gradually, frost seeped from the ancestor of Ascension, his form fracturing into shards, releasing wisps of chilling mist that danced in the gentle breeze. In the final second, the ancestor of Ascension could not even close his eyes. With the fall of the Ascension Palace, how could he find peace? Alas, the conclusion had long been set. Yi Chen was indeed the scribe of this grand universe. This night was destined to be extraordinary. The colossal sword, with its breathtaking presence, left no room for concealment, startling countless cultivators who turned in astonishment. Within 100 miles of the feathered Ascension Palace, the exaggerated tremors echoed, felt by all. 10,000 meters away, the land lay barren, utterly flattened. Near the feathered Ascension Palace, an untold number of souls sensed that distant yet profound sword intent. A tempest roared, sweeping across the entire Zhongyu realm, relentlessly extending its chaos even further. Outside the imperial city, the little celestial demon glided leisurely toward the imperial capital. Upon its back, Yi Chen reclined lazily, his gaze fixed upon the vast expanse of stars. Ouyang Qingfeng pondered. Chener, do you mean to take action against the Kanglan sect? Yi Chen's expression remained unperturbed, his voice calm, yet resonant. Without the connections of my father and the royal uncle, what fate would befall the Yi family? Ouyang Qingfeng paused, bewildered by this turn of conversation. Without those connections, it goes without saying, the royal family would certainly regard the Yi family as a thorn in their side. Why? Ouyang Qingfeng regarded him with incredulity. In the Qianyuan dynasty, the royal family holds the power. How could they allow the Yi family to dominate? Realization dawned upon Ouyang Qingfeng as she grasped Yi Chen's analogy. Just as the internal dynamics of the Qianyuan dynasty dictated, the Zhongyu realm would not permit Yi Chen to ascend effortlessly. The fate of the feathered Ascension Palace was largely a reflection of this principle. With a slight pout, Ouyang Qingfeng admitted, it seems conflict was inevitable. But Chener, you've reached the pinnacle of the spirit monarch? When did this happen? Your dear sister was unaware. Yi Chen turned, a smile gracing his lips. Ouyang Qingfeng was momentarily taken aback, a sense of foreboding creeping into her heart. In the next instant, she was sent flying. Ah, scoundrel Yi Chen, I shall not rest until we are at odds. Ding. Sister successfully pranked. Reward, one lottery chance. Yi Chen smirked, withdrawing his gaze. Su Yun had been quietly observing from the side, and after a moment, she shook her head with a smile. This mischievous little brother, one moment he is utterly charming. The next he is back to his playful antics. Ah, such is the nature of youth. Yet, it seems rather delightful. Youthful exuberance is indeed a rare treasure. Once lost, it cannot be regained. Contemplating this, she found herself hoping that Yi Chen's innate talent would endure a while longer, just a bit longer. As Su Yun drifted in her thoughts, her expression suddenly stiffened, disbelief washing over her as she saw the little celestial demon growing more distant in her view. You, Chenner, alas, my trust was misplaced. Even I could not escape your mischief. Ding. Sister successfully pranked. Reward, 1 lottery chance. Yi Chen grinned, feeling quite content. Sister, how can one be so preferential? Upon returning to the imperial capital, Yi Chen cast a glance into the distance, as if he could perceive the figures lingering before the palace. He cleared his throat and proclaimed the emperor's decree. The threats to the imperial capital have been dispelled. The no-fly order has been lifted, and order has been restored throughout the city. A resounding voice echoed, and gazing upon the dragon shadow that obscured the sun, many could not help but express profound reverence. The Yi residence, the humble abode of worldly affairs, is not to be trifled with. In an instant, Yi Chen appeared atop the eaves of the Yi manor. Father, Yi Xingtian's expression was complex. Has everything been resolved? What about your 2 sisters? Yi Chen nodded, confirming that all matters had been addressed, though his sisters would still require some time to return. Yi Xingtian sighed heavily, relieved that everything had been sorted. They still need time to fly back? Why didn't you bring them along? With a smile, Yi Chen replied, I shall return to my cultivation. The remaining matters are entrusted to you, father. As his words fell, Yi Chen vanished. Yi Xingtian paused, the corners of his mouth twitching. This boy. The disturbances of the night were indeed considerable, both for the imperial city and the outside world. Chapter 99. Visitors from the Kanglan sect the Imperial Star Palace. The super-colossal sword and the profound heritage displayed by the Yi Manor and the Red Dust Cottage were enough to astonish the entire imperial capital. Yi Chen was acutely aware that the Yi Manor had truly come under the scrutiny of the world. However, this was of little consequence. Yi Chen had long anticipated that this day would inevitably arrive. The super-colossal sword had been expended, and it would require a considerable period to recharge before it could be reforged. As Yi Chen landed in the courtyard, he stretched languidly, yearning for a refreshing glass of juice. Master, you have returned. Dream Blue approached. Yi Chen nodded, instructing her to prepare a bath. Dream Blue complied, while Yi Chen cast a glance at the nearby Siha, who was still panting with his tongue out. Rising, he glanced at a window on the 2nd floor before entering the small building with an unperturbed demeanor. On the 2nd floor, by the floor-to-ceiling windows, Luo Shui leaned against the wall, her enchanting eyes lost in thought, pondering something unknown. Upon returning to his room, Yi Chen collapsed onto the sofa, retrieving a glass of orange juice. Finally back, after all the fighting and killing, I feel utterly exhausted. Are you there? Yi Chen held a communication crystal. Young Master Yi? The voice on the other end was one of surprise. It was Gu Lingwe. After the events in Jiangdu, there had been no contact whatsoever. This evening, Yi Chen found himself recalling her. I have a favor to ask of your Gu family, if it is not too much trouble. Gu Lingwe was taken aback. Please, young Master Yi, I shall do my utmost. Yi Chen smiled. It is not a troublesome matter. You are aware of the Yuhua Palace, correct? Of course. It is not far from Jiangdu. Young Master Yi, there was a significant disturbance coming from the direction of Yuhua Palace tonight, as if someone had launched an attack. Yi Chen chuckled. He was indeed the perpetrator and was well aware of it. After tonight, there should be few survivors left in Yuhua Palace. Since you are not far from there, I entrust you with a task. Please go on. Yuhua Palace has been annihilated, but within its confines lies an ancient key. Please send someone to search for it, and inform me once it has been found. Gu Lingyuan noted this diligently. Young master, what exactly transpired at Yuhua Palace? Oh, they have stirred the wrath of heaven, Yi Chen remarked with a playful smile. Heaven's punishment has descended, obliterating their stronghold completely. Heaven's wrath? Divine punishment? Yi Chen shook his head with a smile, severing the connection to the communication crystal. The ancient key from Yuhua Palace would, without a doubt, be among the ruins. If left undisturbed, it would not be a difficult task for the Gu family to locate it. When the time was right, he could conveniently visit Jiangdu. However, the last ancient key was rumored to be within the Kanglan sect. The Kanglan sect, the last remaining powerhouse in the Sangyu realm, had a conflict that was now unavoidable. It was only a matter of time before a confrontation ensued. "Master, the bathwater is ready." Dream Blue emerged from the bathroom. Yi Qin's eyes brightened as he rose to head to the bath. "Forget everything else. My comfort is of utmost importance." Outside, the winds of change were stirring. Within the tranquil confines of the Red Dust Cottage, Yi Chun continued to live at a leisurely pace, practicing the piano, teasing his sister, and delving into the mysteries of life, which comprised nearly his entire existence. An intriguing incident occurred. It was said that on the day following the arrival of the Feathered Ascension Palace, two individuals from the Prime Minister's residence were so frightened that they fled to Yi's abode the next day, bearing an extravagant array of treasures. Upon learning this, Yi Chen merely shrugged it off. After all, it was a gift to the Yi family, and one should not refuse such offerings. The implications of the situation had transformed significantly. Even the emperor would not ponder too deeply on the matter. That day, the sky was vast and the clouds sparse. "You are the beautiful woman I have longed for throughout my life, the most unforgettable person to me." Yi Chen scowled, dismissing the audiovisual system hanging on the flying shuttle with a wave of his hand. At the entrance of the Red Dust Cottage, a man in white exhibited a peculiar expression, as if he wished to laugh, yet restrained himself. Yi Chun, maintaining his composure, inquired about the man's identity. Indeed, while background music can sometimes evoke nuanced emotions, the vexing aspect was that the music system played at random, leaving one perpetually uncertain of what jarring tune might emerge next. The middle-aged man in white clasped his fists towards Yi Chun, asking if he was the Taoist friend, Yi. Yi Chun nodded in acknowledgement and inquired about the man's identity. The man's gaze shifted slightly as he introduced himself as Chung Feng, hailing from the Kanglan sect. Yi Chen's expression sharpened at the mention of Kanglan sect. These individuals had finally reached their breaking point. However, what did it signify that only one person was sent? Was this yet another imperial summons? Yi Chen showed no inclination to enter the courtyard, revealing no semblance of hospitality. "So, it is a distinguished individual from the Kanglan sect who has journeyed all the way to my Qianyuan imperial capital, and has specifically come to the entrance of my Red Dust Cottage to inquire about a cup of tea?" Chung Feng was taken aback, responding that while the Kanglan sect may be modest, they could indeed afford tea. He had come to convey a message to Yi Chen. Notification. Yi Chen's lips curled into a slight smile. How intriguing. The use of the word notification is quite clever. Yi Chen, intrigued, urged him to elaborate on what kind of message the Kanglan sect wished to convey and what they desired from him. Chung Feng, upon hearing this, felt a subtle surprise, involuntarily regarding Yi Chen with a touch of condescension. By uttering such words, Yi Chen had inadvertently placed himself in a subordinate position. Truly, the Red Dust Cottage lived up to its reputation, cultivating the blue smoke trees in splendid rows. "You, sir, are indeed extravagant. Will you not invite Chung inside for a moment?" Yi Chen glanced at the grand doors of the Red Dust Cottage, thinking that since the man was about to depart, he might as well speak quickly, for he had dogs to entertain, which promised to be far more amusing. Chung Feng froze, a flicker of anger flashing across his face. "In a rush to entertain dogs? Is my worth less than that of a mere dog? Ah, Yi Chen, though young, you have a knack for subtle insults. Moreover, am I unworthy even to cross the threshold?" Chung Feng forced a smile, bemused by Yi Chen's humor, and acknowledged that he had indeed gained some insight. Yi Chen chuckled, remarking, "You would be astonished by the many surprises in store. Do you believe I would unleash my dogs upon you?" Yi Chen waved his hand, stating that he was preoccupied with walking his dog, urging the other party to convey his message promptly. Chung Feng took a deep breath, exclaiming, "Walking the dog. That is all you ever think about." His countenance darkened as he continued, "The Yuhua Palace has been destroyed. Yet the ancient key has fallen into the hands of the Gu family in Jiangdu after our search at Kanglan sect." A mocking smile appeared on Chung Feng's face as he spoke. Yi Chen felt a jolt in his heart and inquired, "And then?" Chung Feng, with a sardonic grin, replied, "Do you wish to know more? Alas, it is not that I am unwilling to share, but at this moment, I find myself standing out here." Suddenly, without warning, a resounding slap struck Chung Feng. Instantly, a figure was sent flying, landing on the street and rolling multiple times. The onlookers were left in bewilderment. glancing from Yi Chun to the figure sprawled on the ground like a defeated dog. Who was that person? Surely, he must be a fool. Chapter 100. The butcher. They truly could not fathom that anyone would dare to provoke Yi Chun. Did they not witness the fury of the young prince? Humph. They deserved it. In the bustling streets, the crowd formed a wide circle, casting scornful glances at the man sprawled on the ground, resembling a dead dog. No, a human. Chung Feng was overwhelmed with shame and indignation, sporting a distinct handprint on his face, and one of his front teeth was knocked out. What he found most intolerable was that the surrounding commoners had the audacity to point at him and mock him. Surely, this person must be a fool. How else could he dare to provoke the young prince? Indeed, who does not know that the young prince is the protector of our imperial city? This man must be somewhat unhinged. Look at his eyes. He seems to be enraged. Could he truly believe he could defeat the young prince? Huh, what a joke. A fool daring to challenge the esteemed Red Dust Pavilion. Chung Feng gradually found himself in a daze. Why? These people are commoners. How dare they mock me? How dare they point at me? How could they be so bold? Yi Chun advanced step by step, casually erecting a barrier that muted sound and obscured vision. Yi Chun was furious. Not long ago, he had asked the Gu family for assistance, only for them to become targets of the Kanglan sect. What do you intend to do, Kanglan sect? Is this not a slap in my face? Fuming, Yi Chun confronted Chung Feng. You brainless fool. Do you still think the Kanglan sect holds you in high regard, believing that sending you to negotiate with me is a mark of esteem? You imbecile, oblivious to the fact that you are merely cannon fodder. Yet you dare to act so haughtily with me? Boom. With a swift kick, he buried one of Chung Feng's legs into the ground. The wail that followed was heart-wrenching, eliciting tears from those who heard it. Silence. If someone hears, they might think I am a butcher. Chung Feng. If you are the butcher, then what am I? Do not take this too far. Within the barrier, no sound could be heard, and nothing could be seen. However, they could observe the edges of the barrier, where the stone slabs on the ground had cracked. The onlookers. TSK, indeed a tragic sight. The young prince is so amiable, yet you thought him easy to bully. You truly deserve it. Is it not so? The young prince is such a gentle soul. Yet you insisted on provoking his wrath. Now you know who holds the power. After a considerable time, the barrier finally fell silent. Yi Chun squatted on the ground, sipping on a cup of orange juice. Ah, kicking for so long has truly exhausted me. Little brat, do you now understand how to speak? Chung Feng's eyes were vacant, as though he had experienced a surreal spectacle. Looking down, he realized that his entire body was embedded in the stone slabs. He longed to weep. The Kanglan sect's people were truly unscrupulous. They claimed that upon arriving at the Yi residence, they would surely be impressive. What utter nonsense. On this afternoon, Yi Chun engaged in a cordial conversation with Chung Feng, who then limped away. Holding a spicy snack in his hand, Yi Chun took a hearty bite. Damn the Kanglan sect. They truly know how to stir up trouble. According to Chung Feng, the Kanglan sect had seized the ancient key and abducted Gu Linghua. The theft of the ancient key was, of course, something Yi Chun was actively seeking. As for the abduction of Gu Linghua, it stemmed from a favor Yi Chun had once extended to her. Given that many were present at the time, it was hardly surprising that it could be traced back to him. Yet, the Kanglan sect, fully aware that the Gu family was in their service, dared to act in such a manner. This was a blatant disregard for their own standing. Yi Chun was in a foul mood. Behind him, Luo Shui gracefully ascended to the rooftop. Young master, shall we continue our piano lessons today? Yi Chun, still seething with anger, shook his head. No more lessons. Luo Shui paused, noticing his discontent, a rarity indeed. How many could provoke Yi Chun in this world? Is the young master troubled? Upon hearing this, Yi Chun took another fierce bite of the spicy snack. Ah, so spicy. Someone is using my face as a doormat. Luo Shui chuckled, but sensing the inappropriateness of her amusement, quickly stifled it. I know I shouldn't laugh, but Yi Chun shot her a glance, his expression darkening. These scoundrels. How dare they humiliate me, Yi Chun? Once I prepare a pot lid, I shall bury them all in the ground the day after tomorrow. Luo Shui clamped her mouth shut, struggling to contain herself, but ultimately burst out laughing. Yi Chun shot her another glare. Was this girl merely here to vex him? Oh, how infuriating. What is my sister up to? Yi Chun's consciousness drifted into Ouyang Qingfeng's room. Practicing. After a moment's contemplation, a thought flickered in his mind. Ouyang Qingfeng was seated cross-legged on her bed, and suddenly, the bed vanished. Thud. Ouyang Qingfeng landed abruptly on the floor, her cheeks trembling in surprise. What the? Where's my bed? Have beds become so sentient now? Forgive me for my wild and unrestrained life. Yi Chen's voice resonated softly. Cultivators must maintain a steadfast mind, unperturbed by external distractions. My dear sister, your state of mind is woefully lacking. Ouyang Qingfeng, bewildered, took a moment to collect herself before suddenly springing up, furious. You again. I will kill you. Ding. Sister's misfortune successfully triggered. Reward. 3 chances to draw. Wow. 3 times. It seems this incident has had quite the impact. Yi Chun felt a surge of delight as his consciousness drifted to Su Yun's room. The Kanglan sect had arranged a meeting, set for the day after tomorrow. In the dead of night, Yi Chun sulkily sipped his cola. Someone had bullied him, and he pondered how to rectify this. He felt so weak, merely a spirit sovereign. With a sigh, he muttered, Damn it, a lottery. I shall draw until you perish. System. How many times have the lottery draws accumulated? Ding. A total of 32 draws have been accumulated. How astonishing that it has surpassed 30 times. The sisters must be overjoyed. Let us proceed with the draw. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 500,000 spirit crystals. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have acquired 2 9-turn spirit elevation pills. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have received an ultra-intelligent early warning system. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained an enhanced top-tier spirit gathering array. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have secured a millennium of cultivation. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have attained a 5th-tier celestial spirit artifact, the Guardian Goddess. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have acquired an interdimensional intelligent combat robot, the War Puppet. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have received. The sounds continued incessantly, and Yi Chen's heart raced with excitement. The spirit elevation pills are insufficient. We require the 9-turn spirit elevation pills. An ultra-intelligent early warning system, the Guardian Goddess, the War Puppet. What on earth are these? Merely hearing about them feels extraordinary. And what of the enhanced top-tier spirit gathering array? Does this imply an upgrade for the gathering array? The system's rewards are utterly explosive. This is truly remarkable. At this rate, even the spirit elevation pills will be outclassed, necessitating the 9-turn. When the cacophony finally subsided, Yi Chen's eyes widened in astonishment. He had leveled up. Chapter 101. Good brother Yi Chun was taken aback. The system, evidently perceptive of his discontent, bestowed upon him a delightful lottery. Yi Chun now felt rejuvenated. He began to assess his recent acquisitions. The 9-turn spirit elevation pill, an advanced version of the spirit elevation pill, contained a tidal wave of 9 layers of spiritual energy, far surpassing the usual potency. Upon absorption, the residual medicinal power within him exceeded that of a standard spirit elevation pill. Yi Chun mused that this 9-turn spirit elevation pill might carry the surname Nan. In a thoughtful gesture, the system provided him with 2 identical pills, alleviating Yi Chen's concerns as he intended to present one to each of his 2 sisters. Next, he examined the super-intelligent alert system, gradually comprehending its function. This device served as a smart security mechanism, capable of being triggered autonomously or manually. Once activated, everything connected to it would enter a state of high alert. Yi Chen pondered for a moment and decided to install this system at the Red Dust Cottage. As the system's power manifested, various distinct lights illuminated throughout the cottage. These must be the alert lights of the security system. Once triggered, they would shine bright. Yi Chun gazed at the center of the rooftop, where a tall light pole stood erect, capped with a pointed fixture resembling a lightning rod. How impressive! The Red Dust Cottage was becoming more refined. Next came the Tier 5 Heavenly Spirit artifact, the Guardian Goddess. This artifact, akin to the Imperial Star Palace, was also a defensive spirit tool. Frankly, it felt somewhat regrettable. This was Yi Chun's 2nd heavenly artifact, and yet another defensive one. He positioned it atop the building. On the rooftop, a golden statue emerged, adorned with 3 pairs of wings, reminiscent of an angel. Alas, half of its visage was obscured by an odd covering, revealing only a finely sculpted chin. The War Puppet, however, appeared to be rather formidable, a true artifact for safeguarding the premises. Do you think I'm invisible? Yi Chun chuckled. The War Puppet was merely a decorative piece. Anyone could easily shove it against the wall. But the War Puppet was different. Unlike Dream Blue, which was a blend of spiritual energy and technology designated for domestic use. This device was solely for combat. Life and death were of little consequence. If one opposed, they would be met with resistance. Yichen glanced at the war puppet's head. It wore a hat, indicating it was not bald, likely devoid of any connection to the flat-headed brethren. He observed it momentarily, and since it had taken residence in the Red Dust Cottage and was a member of the superintelligence, it deserved a name. Thus, he decided on Wu Shuang. To his surprise, Wu Shuang saluted. Wu Shuang, at your service, master. Yichen nodded in approval. Quite impressive. The superintelligent alert system diligently established a connection with Wu Shuang, incorporating the guardian goddess and the supergiant sword. Everything within the Red Dust Cottage could be linked to this system. Truly, it was superintelligent. It was remarkably astute. Then came the enhanced version of the top-tier Spirit Gathering Array. This truly is an upgraded version of the Spirit Gathering Array. After Yichen installed it, despite the absence of any dazzling effects, likely suppressed by the system, he could feel the spiritual energy ascending at an astonishing pace. His two sisters would surely be delighted. Speaking of which, his sisters, Yichen casually tossed a spirit stone into the array, and in his hand appeared a cup of coffee. A gentle whiff revealed its rich, aromatic essence. Off you want to pour a cup. No, wait, he ought to check on his sister. Descending the stairs, Yichen knocked on Su Yun's door. Clearly, she harbored some lingering shadows as she cautiously peeked out, her head barely visible, wary of his intentions late at night. Yichen raised an eyebrow, amused. Oh, seems her wings have grown strong enough to speak to me like that. Su Yun rolled her eyes. Bang! A gust of wind swept her bangs aside. Yet Yichen maintained his smile. No worries, I'm not embarrassed. It's just a door being slammed. Just wait, you'll be the one crying soon. He knocked on the door again. Within a second, the door swung open, revealing that Su Yun had not moved at all. You rascal, what do you want? I'm your sister. You can't bully me every day. He chuckled, oh. What's this? Who is it that just slammed the door on me? His smile only deepened, which sent a chill racing up Su Yun's spine. This rascal surely harbors ill intentions. In his hand, Yichen produced a pill bottle, instantly capturing Su Yun's attention. Is that an ascension pill? He nodded, then shook his head. Su Yun took a deep breath. Is it really the ascension pill? Yichen, is it the ascension pill? You seem a bit unwell, she remarked. Yichen nearly burst into laughter. Indeed, it is not the ascension pill. Chinner, listen to your sister. Go find a doctor. You're still young, but it seems your mind isn't quite right. Yichen grinned, choosing not to engage with her teasing, merely shaking the pill bottle. The 9-turn ascension pill, a super upgraded version. Su Yun's eyes sparkled as she reached for it, but Yichen playfully withdrew it. Her hand froze mid-air as she inhaled deeply. I am not angry. I am the exalted celestial maiden of the 9 heavens. Yichen's lips curled into a smirk. Call me brother. Call me good brother. Su Yun's eyes widened in disbelief. Yichen swayed the pill bottle enticingly. With 9 tiers of spiritual power, it will surely make you feel as if you are on the brink of transcendence. In an unexpected turn, Su Yun felt her face flush with color. Leaning against the door, Yichen playfully urged, my dear sister, just say it once, just once. Ah, he*s flirting with me. What should I do? He*s even acting cute. You little rascal. I am the exalted celestial maiden of the 9 heavens. Yet, he*s being so endearing to me. Su Yun's face reddened even more, avoiding his gaze, unable to meet Yichen's playful eyes. Stepping quietly closer, Su Yun's voice was as faint as a whisper. Good brother. Yichen's lips curled into a smirk as he placed the elixir bottle in her embrace and turned to leave. Is that all? TCH. What a little nuisance. Knock, knock, knock. Ouyang Qingfeng opened the door and caught a glimpse of Yichen's momentary suspicion, yet in the next heartbeat, her eyes sparkled with delight. My dear brother, what brings you here to your sister in the dead of night? Missing me, are you? Yichen's heart raced. Why did it feel a bit off? Without a second thought, he strode inside, slamming the door behind him, and seized her hands, pinning them against the wall. Ouyang Qingfeng was taken aback, her beautiful eyes wide with astonishment as she gazed at Yichen. However, the moment was fleeting, and soon her expression turned dreamy. Yichen inhaled deeply. Something felt increasingly amiss. With his free hand, he brandished the elixir bottle before her. 9-turn ascension elixir, a super upgraded version. Ouyang Qingfeng couldn't help but be astonished, raising an eyebrow with a playful smile. How considerate of you today. Speak, what do you desire? But remember, do not go overboard. You little rascal. Yi Chen's gaze turned intense. Something was definitely wrong. Why was everything off-kilter in her presence? With a fierce glint in his eyes, he declared, "Call me Daddy." Chapter 102. Young Master, am I beautiful? Ouyang Qingfeng's beautiful eyes were filled with astonishment. What did you just call me? Daddy? What sort of hobby is that? So, you have a penchant for this? Ouyang Qingfeng soon burst into a radiant smile, gently extricating herself from Yi Chen's grasp, and then, as if by instinct, draped herself over his shoulder. It seemed as though she was embracing him, yet it felt as though she was merely resting there. Her voice was melodious, like the fragrance of orchids. Daddy, Yi Chen. At that moment, he finally comprehended what was amiss. He had been foolishly brash in the wrong arena. How could he have dared to act so presumptuously? Panting heavily, Yi Chen pushed Ouyang Qingfeng's hand away, thrust the elixir bottle into her grasp, and turned to leave. Strangely, this scene felt somewhat familiar. With swift strides, Yi Chen slammed the door shut behind him. I cannot engage with you. I, Yi Chen, am a man of virtue. How could I sully my honor with your antics? I am remarkable. I am noble. Within the room, the sound of the door echoed sharply, plunging the space into an unusual silence. Ouyang Qingfeng leaned against the wall, her gaze fixated on the elixir bottle. Momentarily lost in thought, after a brief pause of several seconds, she let out a light laugh, humming a little tune as she bounded onto the bed. My dear little brother, do you wish to play with your sister? You still have much to learn. As the saying goes, he who is shameless is invincible. Ouyang Qingfeng uncorked the bottle and inhaled deeply, her face instantly lighting up with rapture. Ah, how delightful. Father, Daddy, Daddy, Daddy. The enchanting melody lingered in the air, ethereal and persistent. On the rooftop, Yi Chen's face flushed crimson as he pounded his fist against the ground. Wretched sister, you have shattered my resolve. This is a grievance that cannot be overlooked. Just you wait. Yi Chen took a deep breath, quickly murmuring incantations. Umitba, Umitba. Form is emptiness. Emptiness is form. Minutes later, damn it. This is infuriating. Yi Chen cursed as he stood up and immediately pulled out his notebook. Bai Luanyu, come here and add to my excitement. Bai Luanyu, Bai Luanyu. Do you believe I would perish for you? Ding. Casting a curse upon you. Target, Bai Luanyu. Ding. Curse successfully cast. Bai Luanyu's fortune has plummeted. Yi Chen nodded in satisfaction, feeling a sense of comfort. Bai Luanyu, due to your curse, faces an onslaught from the Dao Heart Pavilion outside the ancestral cave. Bai Luanyu, with diminished fortune, suffers severe injuries. Bai Luanyu is pursued by the Dao Heart Pavilion 3 times. Bai Luanyu is pursued by the Dao Heart Pavilion 21 times. Damn, how impressive. Yi Chen gasped in astonishment. What on earth had this fellow done to warrant such relentless pursuit? Bai Luanyu, due to your curse, experiences disrupted energy, struggling for breath and sustaining severe injuries. Ah, what a struggle for breath. Dear brother, do not succumb. Bai Luanyu, due to your curse, is once again discovered and pursued by the Dao Heart Pavilion. Yi Chen could not help but chuckle. All right, my friend, it's time to make a swift exit. The time is set for 2 days hence, yet Yi Chen pondered. Why must he wait? Why should he be bound by their rules? On the following morning, Yi Chen awoke and assessed the condition of his 2 sisters. Having consumed the 9-turn ascension pill, the efficacy of this elixir was indeed formidable. Both sisters were cultivating a profound aura, indicating that their seclusion would likely be prolonged. The spirit gathering array had already undergone an upgrade, enhancing the effects of their retreat. Yi Chen stepped into the courtyard. Dream Blue, Master, I shall be stepping out for a while. The household is entrusted to you and Wu Shuang. With the ultra-intelligent early warning system, Dream Blue was already aware of Wu Shuang's presence. Dream Blue nodded, reassuring, Master, you need not worry. I shall safeguard this home diligently. Yi Chen nodded in acknowledgement, and in the blink of an eye, he vanished. In an instant, he reappeared several thousand meters away. Outside the city, Yi Chen glanced back at the distant imperial capital before swiftly disappearing once more. Spatial traversal. Yi Chen's speed in traversing space surpassed that of a spirit energy shuttle by an immeasurable margin. Each appearance saw him cover several miles, even tens of miles in a single leap. Before long, he had traversed considerable distances. The deeper his understanding of spatial manipulation, the farther he could move. However, Such endeavors were perilous and would create greater spatial disturbances. Yichen deemed it unnecessary. Indeed, he merely wished to slip away unnoticed. With Gu Ling's arrangements in their hands, Yichen feared becoming too passive. Those old codgers were no good, and he dreaded being cornered to the point of having nothing left. Such a disgraceful predicament would tarnish his image. If the Kanglin sect showed no mercy, they could hardly blame Yichen for being unprincipled. Let us see who can outplay whom. In less than an hour, after various inquiries, Yichen found himself at the foot of a mountain. Before him lay a range known as the Kanglin Mountains, the very stronghold of the Kanglin sect. Their lair had been unearthed. With no alternatives, in this bustling world, a vast sect could hardly remain concealed. Yichen withdrew his aura, and with a flicker, he entered the Kanglin sect's premises. Not far ahead, pavilions and towers came into view. Disciples even flew past him, oblivious to his presence, as if blind to the intruder. Yichen quietly sensed the surrounding energies. This mountain was quite expansive, making it challenging to navigate. With a sigh, he turned and blended into the mountains, feigning the mannerisms of a disciple of the Kanglin sect. Before long, the number of people increased. Disciples passed by, chatting and laughing with their companions, completely unaware of Yichen as an outsider. Feeling somewhat exasperated, Yichen suddenly sensed someone approaching him. This proximity is unlike any before. It is imbued with a palpable intent. And Yichen can even sense the unabashed gaze of the other party. His heart skipped a beat as he caught a glimpse of a pavilion in the distance by the roadside, prompting him to turn and stride towards it. The woman following him was momentarily taken aback, stifling a laugh before continuing in pursuit. She knew that Yichen must have noticed her presence. More importantly, she understood that her opportunity had arrived. Wasn't Yichen's action a chance he was offering her? This dashing young man had a knack for subtle hints. How had she never realized how intriguing he was before? Upon reaching the pavilion, Yichen halted, gazing wistfully at the distant mountains and rivers. What is the young master observing? Yichen remained transfixed, admiring the flowers, the rain, and the world around him. The woman's expression turned curious. The sky was clear and blue, yet where was the rain? Yichen mused. The rain resides within the heart. Suddenly, the woman's cheeks flushed, and in a sweet voice, she asked, "How did the young master know that my nickname is Little Rain?" Yichen was taken aback. "My goodness, this is truly outrageous. I apologize for the intrusion. I mean no offense." Yichen composed himself and inquired, "May I ask for your name, fair maiden?" "Jiyu," she replied. Yichen nodded, pondering how to extract more information. Jiyu playfully tossed her hair and asked, "Young master, do you think I am beautiful?" Yichen was momentarily speechless. "You are breathtakingly beautiful." Chapter 103 Farewell to Gu Lingyue. If I am guilty, let the laws of Qianyuan punish me, rather than confronting such a thing. You are beautiful, truly breathtaking. Your beauty is astonishing. Yichen struggled to suppress his discomfort, managing a forced smile. Yes, this expression could perhaps be deemed a smile. "My lady, as I am newly arrived at Kanglin sect and still unfamiliar with many aspects of the sect, might I inquire if the regulations here are stringent?" Jiyu's eyes brightened. "Young master, have you only recently joined Kanglin sect? I did not expect you to be a newcomer, so tender and delicate. TSK. In truth, the rules within the sect are not many, and seldom does anyone transgress. You need not worry, young master." Yichen pondered, but should one inadvertently violate the law, what fate would await them? Jiyu contemplated for a moment, stating, "Most likely, one would be escorted by the Elder of Punishments to the Discipline Peak for confinement." Discipline Peak. Yichen remained composed, realizing there was indeed a Discipline Peak within the sect, though he was unaware of its location. Jiyu, with a smile, pointed into the distance. "Young master, look. That mountain peak yonder is Discipline Peak." Yichen turned to gaze, observing a distant peak adorned with wisps of white clouds at its summit. His smile vanished instantly. The scene evoked a sense of urgency, akin to hastily pulling up one's trousers. "Farewell." Upon uttering these words, Yichen vanished on the spot. Gone. Jiyu was left bewildered, her face a canvas of confusion. So impressive. He disappeared in the blink of an eye. I did not realize the young master possessed such profound cultivation. Yet, something felt amiss. That young master. Jiyu's eyes widened, realizing she had yet to even inquire his name after all this time. Within Discipline Peak, Yichen suddenly materialized amidst the mountains. There was no one around, only lush trees. He sensed the surroundings, and soon, his expression shifted. The mountain is hollow. A vast cavity had been excavated within. Yi Chun gazed upward, where a building stood majestically, the character's discipline hall faintly visible. His eyes narrowed. Indeed, it was a place of law. The cavern within must surely be the prison of Kanglin's sect. Yi Chun proceeded cautiously, acutely aware that Kanglin's sect might harbor a spiritual emperor. Should he be discovered, it would not bode well. After what felt like an eternity, Yi Chun's eyes finally gleamed with recognition. A familiar presence. It was Gu Lingyue. His heart stirred, and he vanished from his location. Inside Discipline Peak, the atmosphere was shrouded in profound darkness, illuminated only by the faint glow of the luminous pearl atop the dome. Rows of prisons were meticulously arranged, with chilling wails echoing through the vast expanse. In one cell, Gu Lingyue found her hands shackled by spirit-binding cuffs, suppressing her spiritual power. With such restraints, she was rendered no more than an ordinary person, utterly incapable of resistance. Gu Lingyue sat in the corner, lost in thought, her dress appearing soiled and her delicate face covered in dust. The youngest daughter of the Gu family from Jiangdu now presented a rather pitiful sight. Suddenly, a subtle fluctuation in the air manifested, and Yi Chun materialized in the cell. His instinctive gaze swept the surroundings, landing immediately upon Gu Lingyue. She was taken aback. Yi Gong. Recognizing him, she quickly stifled her voice, her lovely face aglow with surprise. Yi Chun fell silent, recalling their last encounter. Although Gu Lingyue had been disheveled then, she still embodied the grace of a highborn lady. But now, her hair was disheveled, her complexion pale, resembling a beggar. A pang of guilt struck Yi Chun. It was because of him that Gu Lingyue had endured such hardships. His expression turned somber as he expressed his remorse. I apologize for the misfortune you have suffered. I shall take you away. A radiant smile broke across Gu Lingyue's face, despite the grime on her cheeks, momentarily causing Yi Chun to catch his breath. Her eyes sparkled with a brightness akin to beams of light piercing through the night, dazzlingly intense. Yi Chun silently lamented, feeling unworthy of such a gaze. After this encounter, they would be forever separated by the heavens. The Gu family of Jiangdu would no longer hold any connection to him. I consider you a friend, yet you seem to yearn for more. How can one bear such a burden? Yi Chun helped Gu Lingyue to her feet, glancing down at the spirit-binding shackles on her wrists before effortlessly snapping them apart. With a loud crack, they broke. Gu Lingyue was bewildered. You must be mistaken. Barehanded. She picked up the broken shackles and attempted to bend them, but they remained unyielding. Silently, she discarded them again, realizing they were not of the same caliber. Yi Chun chuckled at her reaction, grasping her arm as they vanished from their location in the blink of an eye. High above in the vast sky, Yi Chun summoned a spirit vessel, guiding her aboard. I regret that my oversight has implicated your family, and I sincerely apologize. Gu Lingyue smiled brightly. It's quite all right. Yi Gongzi, you have come to rescue me. Though I have been captured, I am not truly afraid. I knew you would come for me. Yi Chun fell silent once more, pondering her unusual demeanor. Her eyes held a familiarity that unsettled him, reminiscent of encounters past, yet he could not recall the specifics. It seemed these women often harbored peculiar thoughts. Perhaps we should find a room for you to bathe. As for clothing, I lack any suitable garments for women. Would you consider wearing mine? His words trailed off abruptly, realizing the implications. Gu Lingyue's face flushed crimson, and Yi Chun felt the awkwardness of the moment. In truth, he could not claim he possessed no women-esque clothing. The Stockings family could provide that. Yet, stockings seemed utterly inappropriate for Gu Lingyue. The notion of her wearing his clothes also felt ill-suited. Gu Lingyue had already lowered her gaze, too shy to meet Yi Chun's eyes. Yi Chun sighed inwardly and gestured to present a set of clothing. It's new. I have never worn it. Gu Lingyue lowered her head, yet her gaze dimmed considerably. It's actually new. Are you not aware of how wasteful this is? Wouldn't it be better to give me something old? I do not wish for something new. Silently accepting the garment, Gu Lingyue turned and fled. Yi Chun shook his head quietly, pondering, young men must take care of themselves while away from home. Otherwise, one might find, on a certain night, that a precious organ is missing. Women out there can be perilous. As the moon shone brightly amidst the sparse stars, Gu Lingyue, clad in the loose-fitting attire, sat eagerly at the coffee table, indulging in the chocolates. These were gifts from Yi Chun. She took a single bite and ceased not thereafter. Yi Chun felt a twinge of guilt. and upon witnessing her delight, he unhesitatingly bestowed upon her 10,000 spirit crystals. 10,000 chocolates. One could only wonder how long they would sustain her. Gu Lingyue, unable to contain her joy, seemed to radiate an even gentler aura, making Yi Chen feel a pang of remorse. He recalled a saying, to win a woman's heart, one must first conquer her appetite. With a slight shake of his head, he squinted at the sky, whispering to himself, it is nearly time. Action must be taken. Chapter 105. I want what I desire. Do not eat anymore. Gu Lingyue lifted her head, but she rather enjoyed this delicacy. Yi Chen, feeling helpless, remarked, I've given you 1,000 bags. That should suffice for your return. For now, refrain from eating. Oh. Gu Lingyue tucked it away and accompanied Yi Chen to the edge of the deck. Young Master Yi, what shall we do now? With a flicker of thought, Yi Chen commanded the spiritual energy vessel to descend gradually. We shall seek retribution. In the imperial capital of Qianyuan, at the Red Dust Cottage, a colossal sword suddenly materialized from the void, gradually taking form. A terrifying aura surged rapidly, and the silver light grew increasingly resplendent. In an instant, many in the capital felt their hearts race with trepidation. Damn it, it's that thing from that day again. Which unfortunate soul has provoked His Highness the young master, prompting him to unleash this? Countless powerful figures turned their gazes, witnessing the super-colossal sword ascend slowly. Its robust and elongated tail flame erupting as it shot towards the distant sky with a swish. The roar reverberated throughout the city, capturing innumerable gazes. Above the Kanglan sect, the spiritual energy vessel halted its descent at a certain altitude, providing a vantage point over the entire sect without being too close to the ground. Any lower, and Yi Chen feared the vessel might not endure. After a brief moment, Gu Lingyue, growing increasingly curious, inquired, Young Master Yi, are we waiting for something? Yi Chen, with an expression devoid of emotion, replied, We await a grand spectacle. That day, you asked me if I knew about the Yuhua Palace. Gu Lingyue's eyes widened in realization. Could it truly be you, young Master Yi? Is it I? Yi Chen paused for a moment. Perhaps, soon. You shall witness it with your own eyes. Gu Lingyue's breath hitched, sensing that a significant event was imminent. Before long, in the far reaches of the sky, a star radiated with exceptional brilliance. Gradually, Gu Lingyue noticed the silver star expanding, growing larger and larger. As the sound of a whistling approached, Gu Lingyue felt her spirit tremble. What is this tremendous momentum? A terrifying aura emerged, and the exaggerated sword intent drew ever closer, becoming increasingly overwhelming. Even from a considerable distance, it instilled a sense of dread. It was a sword, an immense sword. Below, the Kanglan sect finally reacted, chaos erupting within the sect. Soon, a massive protective barrier ascended, resembling a great bowl enveloping the Kanglan sect. However, could a mere defensive formation rival the might of the Yuhua Palace? The colossal sword was now distinctly visible, signifying its imminent arrival. In midair, under the watchful eyes of Yi Chen and Gu Lingyue, they beheld the super-colossal sword plummeting, trailing a long tail of flame. In an instant, the blinding silver light engulfed everything, plunging their vision into a fleeting vacuum. However, the rampant aura was unmistakably vivid. Felt by all, an exaggerated blade energy erupted beneath. A shockwave swept across the sky in an instant, causing even the spiritual energy airship to tremble. Yi Chen could not help but feel speechless. Despite having controlled the altitude, the airship was still thrown into disarray by the impact. As his vision gradually cleared, he gazed down once more. What lay before him was a sea of silver light rampaging wildly. Countless sword energies were unleashed. The protective formation of the Kanglan sect had long since dissipated. Not only was there no protective barrier left, but even the mountains had vanished. The ground was nearly leveled, as if the towering peaks had been sheared of their summits, leaving them stark and bare. Apart from the ravaging sword energies, there was nothing else to behold. Gu Lingyue stood, dumbfounded, leaning against the railing, her legs feeling weak. After observing for a while, Yi Chen turned and strolled to the coffee table, leisurely retrieving a cup of coffee, his expression unperturbed. After a considerable time, Gu Lingyue regained her senses, staring blankly at Yi Chen. Why, young Master Yi? Was the feathered palace also obliterated in such a manner that night? Yi Chen nodded. Did you not already surmise this? Gu Lingyue swallowed hard. Suddenly, She recalled that day within the ancient secret realm, the unparalleled figure of Yi Chun. It turned out that this young man possessed astonishing power, rivaling even the Feathered Palace and Kanglan sect. Yi Chun noted her dazed expression, but said nothing further. He understood the shock that such a superlative weapon could inspire. She required a moment to process it all. Eventually, Yi Chun broke the silence. Well then, feeling better? Huh. Gu Lingwei was still somewhat dazed. Yi Chun set his coffee down. Go summon some people from your Gu family. The Kanglan sect should possess some valuable treasures. Such foundational resources could propel your Jiangdu Gu family to great heights. Gu Lingwei was bewildered. Does young master mean? Yi Chun smiled slightly. You have been burdened by my affairs. I ought to make some gesture. Go on. A mere 10,000 pieces of chocolate. If this were to spread, who would still be willing to work for Yi Chun? He had no need for such trifles. Gu Lingwei, still a bit dazed, hurriedly dashed off to gather support from her family. Observing her departure, Yi Chun rose and swiftly vanished from sight. In a certain location amidst the ruins, remnants of terrifying sword intent lingered on the ground. Yi Chun quietly materialized, his foot landing upon the earth. Bang! From the nearby soil, a figure was jolted out. This individual, disheveled and resembling a madman, was covered in tattered garments stained with blood. Despite a colossal sword strike, this person had miraculously survived. A spiritual emperor. Yi Chun approached step by step, casting a low chuckle at the old man on the ground. So, how does it feel to employ such despicable tactics? Amusing, is it not? To be fair, Yi Chun had previously had no direct conflict with the Kanglan sect. The discord had merely stemmed from differing interests and positions. Yet, the Kanglan sect had chosen to initiate their first strike with such a repugnant method. Kidnapping Gu Lingwei? How dare you, a band of lowly scoundrels, proclaim yourselves the pinnacle of the Tsanyu realm? A mere rabble. Though the venerable elder remains alive, his breaths are shallow, and he may soon succumb to his fate. Yet, his consciousness remains acutely aware, filled with a tumult of anger and boundless hatred. The Kanglan sect has fallen. The fate of the Yuhua Palace is one you shall swiftly emulate. The elder's voice, though faint, resounded with fury. Do you think you possess any worth? Gu Lingwei, you have slain her as well? Yi Chun smirked disdainfully. Do you overestimate your Kanglan sect, or underestimate me, Yi Chun? Gu Lingwei must be nearing Jiangdu by now. Shortly, she will arrive with the Gu family to seize all the treasures of your Kanglan sect. Coughing violently, the elder was suddenly beset by a torrent of blood. To kill not only the body but the spirit. This belongs to my Kanglan sect. A cruel smile curled at Yi Chun's lips as he willed forth an action, causing the elder to scream in agony, his body trembling violently. His fingers were brutally severed, and a spatial ring soared into the air. Chapter 104. Avenge You. Yi Chun took the ring and glanced inside. Excellent. 2 ancient keys lay within, and he contentedly stowed them away. The remainder contained a few spirit crystals, some medicinal pills, and various trivial items that did not pique his interest. He only collected the spirit crystals. Spirit crystals are invaluable, capable of purchasing cola, coffee, and spicy snacks, or even ensuring proper care for Bai Luanyu and sharing extraordinary tales. With spirit crystals in hand, Yi Chun felt justified in his actions. In truth, had they simply surrendered the ancient keys to him, he would have had no desire for anything else. They were nothing but a collection of refuse. Did they truly believe they held any significance in his eyes? Mere ants in his sight. Farewell, no need for further pleasantries. Crack. The old man's head fell, unable to reconnect with his body. His eyes remained wide open, gazing at the infinite stars in the sky. This world is vast, and the multitude of stars above is a testament to its beauty. Why provoke Yi Chun? He was entirely correct. Standing atop the pinnacle of the Tsanyu realm, they had overestimated themselves while underestimating him. Such a position can lead one to lose sight of many things, ultimately rendering even one's gaze ineffective. Did he feel regret? Indeed, he did. Alas, it was far too late. At last, the 4 ancient keys were gathered, resting quietly in Yi Chun's spatial ring. His interest had never been so heightened. Unfortunately, the time was not yet ripe. Yi Chun departed, riding the spirit energy shuttle, his hair dancing wildly in the wind. On either side, the audio system played nostalgic tunes from a bygone era. If only we could traverse time and return to the past, hand in hand, revisiting cherished places. The fall of the Kanglan sect and the Yuhua Palace would undoubtedly incite an unprecedented storm. Minor factions relying on the two major sects might find themselves ruthlessly annihilated overnight. Perhaps, the gaze of foreign powers would shift towards the Tsunyu realm, contemplating whether they could seize a share of the spoils. Yichen understood that many would perish in this tempest. Yet, many would also be reborn amidst the chaos. The rise and fall of the mundane world did not concern him in the slightest. He held no interest in the transient affairs of the mortal realm. His only hope was for the safety of the Yi family and the tranquility of the dynasty. That would suffice. Once his two sisters enhanced their cultivation, he would take them to explore the true ancient secret realm, to obtain that mysterious reward from the system. The nature of that reward was unknown, and the mere sight of such words made Yi Chen's heart yearn with anticipation. Furthermore, it likely involved the realms of immortals and demons, both of which were shrouded in mystery. His two sisters hailed from that world. In their past lives, they had suffered greatly there. Perhaps, they still harbored lingering resentment. These matters were indeed complex, yet unavoidable. One day, they would come to pass. Fortunately, it was not a concern for now. Yi Chen now contemplated the emergence of yet another colossal sword entering its charging state. Alas, it seemed that his sense of security had diminished by half. At this moment, Yi Chen had returned to his courtyard, where Siha was joyfully bouncing around him. His heart softened a little as he bent down to offer it some delightful treats. For this creature, Yi Chen would feed it whenever he remembered, while Dream Blue would take over when he did not. He always provided it with the finest delicacies. Siha, appearing no different from an ordinary large dog, had unknowingly transcended the realm of mundane canines. In the red dust cottage, even the dogs were extraordinary. As Yi Chen stepped into the hall on the first floor, he was surprised to see Luo Shui descending the stairs. With such late hours, he wondered why she had not yet retired for the night. Luo Shui approached gracefully. Concerned that the prince was absent and that the great sword in the courtyard had been activated, prompting her to investigate. Yi Chen settled onto the sofa, the warm yellow light cascading from the dome above. Do not worry, as long as we are in the red dust cottage. No one in the entire Qianyuan Empire can harm you. I can venture outside, for I have complete faith in our home. Noticing the subtle fatigue in Yi Chen's expression, Luo Shui remarked, Your Highness appears weary. Perhaps you should rest early. However, upon uttering this, she sensed something amiss and quickly fell silent. Rest? Was that a serious suggestion? Yi Chen chuckled softly before rising and making his way to the staircase, heading to the top floor. The starry sky shimmered above. Luo Shui observed Yi Chen reclining in a chaise lounge, her previously anxious thoughts gradually calming. A pair of delicate, luminous hands gently rested upon the Feng Shi Qin. In ancient times, there were candlelit night excursions. Today, there were candlelit nocturnal appreciations. But where were the candles? None to be found. What could one do on a night like this? They would have to make do with the ambience. The Gu family from Jiangdu had sent numerous resources over vast distances, traversing mountains and rivers. This was unexpected for Yi Chen. The Gu family provided a compelling rationale. There were simply too many resources for them to consume. If they were to absorb all of it, their days of prosperity would be numbered. At that moment, Yi Chen had indeed overlooked this aspect. The notion of bearing the sin of possessing treasures was astutely recognized by the Gu family, who generously relinquished their wealth. Yi Chen held little interest in the resources. Since they had been sent, they might as well be divided equally with the royal family. Hoarding all for himself was out of the question. Such matters would become common knowledge in the capital, leading to undesirable repercussions. Confiscating everything was even less plausible. Was he to engage in philanthropy? Having traveled such a distance, with Gu Lingyue personally leading the delegation, Yi Chen felt obliged to host them. Upon meeting Luo Shui and Dream Blue, Gu Lingyue fell into a state of self-imposed isolation. It was not that she was unattractive, but rather that Luo Shui's beauty overshadowed her own. As for Dream Blue, dressed in black stockings that Gu Lingyue could not comprehend, even she found herself captivated. What was the point when Yi Chen was not lacking in female companions? With a hint of melancholy, Gu Lingyue departed. Yi Chen took the opportunity to send over some coffee, a delightful treat akin to chocolate, a rarity that could not be found elsewhere in the world. Unique and exceptional, it was indeed a gesture filled with sincerity. Unbeknownst to Yi Chen, from that moment forth, Gu Lingyue could never forget him. Chocolate and coffee became the flavors of her memories, akin to him, both being limited editions. How could she ever let go? Meanwhile, Yi Chen remained blissfully unaware. his thoughts far removed from such complexities. He truly had the purest intentions. In the small courtyard, Yichen observed Meng Lan swaying as she walked by, lamenting the robotic nature of Meng Lan. The allure of her black stockings was simply irresistible. With a sense of idle curiosity, he suddenly caught sight of a window on the second floor. He recalled a certain night when Luo Shui had been secretly watching him from there. A spark ignited in Yichen's eyes. The Stockings family, he dared not approach his two elder sisters, but Luo Shui. Was this truly appropriate? Would she perceive him as a pervert? In this era, such attire as black stockings was virtually non-existent, with women in all places, save for brothels, dressing quite conservatively. Yichen inhaled deeply, a wave of heat washing over him. Perhaps it was indeed inappropriate. Yet, despite that, he felt compelled to pursue it. What did it matter if it seemed perverse? It was not her judgment that mattered, but his own. With newfound enthusiasm, Yichen ascended the stairs. Chapter 106. Balenciaga with letters. Yichen ascended to the second floor and briefly glanced at the door, which was soon opened by Luo Shui. Your Highness. Yichen naturally stepped into the dwelling, prompting Luo Shui to hurriedly fetch a glass of water. As Yichen closed the door behind him, he noticed Luo Shui's gaze lingering on him. Clearing his throat, he felt an inexplicable sense of unease. This air has come upon a remarkable object by chance, and after much contemplation, I decided to present it to you. Let us meet on the rooftop shortly. Upon finishing his words, Yichen waved his hand casually, causing a beautifully packaged box to appear on the bed. He then turned and exited, seemingly eager to escape the awkwardness of the moment. Luo Shui, filled with curiosity, approached the bed and examined the box, intrigued by its aesthetic appeal. As she unwrapped the package, her hands froze upon revealing a pair of black stockings. Her delicate features flushed a deep crimson as she realized what it was. This is clothing. But how am I to wear it outside? With a look of bewilderment, she let the stockings slip from her grasp and instinctively covered her face. Although she had been in this world for quite some time and had prepared herself mentally for such eventualities, nothing had transpired until now. The suddenness of this gift left her feeling overwhelmed, and she couldn't help but imagine the scene that might unfold. Yet, as her fingers parted to reveal her eyes, a thought struck her. Did His Highness favor such attire? No wonder he had not visited for so long. But still, this was undeniably embarrassing. On the rooftop, Yichen stood before the statue of the guardian goddess. With its 6 imposing wings extending outward, the presence of the guardian goddess was formidable. However, it was not purely angelic in style. Rather, it was infused with a hint of mechanical aesthetics. For instance, the half-mask goggles over her face exuded a sci-fi aura. Alas, it was merely a statue. Yichen shook his head inwardly, feeling a sense of regret. The guardian goddess's design was undeniably striking, towering even above Yichen, with legs that astonished all who beheld them. Yet, the power of the system was limitless, since the guardian goddess was a product of the system's design. Bestowing her with life did not seem beyond the realm of possibility. With this thought, Yichen felt a flicker of anticipation. The allure of mechanical aesthetics was simply irresistible in this fantastical world. Just as he settled down, the sound of footsteps echoed, and he instinctively turned, rooted to the spot. What would it feel like to encounter Balenciaga in a fantastical realm? Today, Yichen was about to find out. Previously, Luo Shui had always danced gracefully in flowing skirts, resembling a celestial being. Now, however, she had completely transformed her style. Dressed in a chic trench coat paired with Balenciaga and donning utilitarian boots, she exuded an air of confidence. Yichen suddenly contemplated finding a beret to complement her ensemble. This is a goddess of war, standing resolutely on the battlefield. The gentle breeze lifts her flowing hair, while Luo Shui's face has flushed crimson, yet she resolutely suppresses her bashful demeanor. Despite her inner shyness, she finds this outfit undeniably cool and believes she must exude a certain gallantry to truly embody its essence. Consequently, Yichen and Luo Shui engage in a silent standoff. Their gazes locked for nearly half a minute, akin to two formidable gang leaders meeting. Ultimately, it is Luo Shui who cannot withstand the tension any longer. She does not perceive Yichen as being mesmerized, merely thinking he is appraising her. Your Highness, do you think this attire suits me? Yichen's eyes widen in astonishment. The very timbre of his voice has transformed. It is a complete metamorphosis. Yichen cannot help but nod in approval. Masterfully crafted, custom-tailored. Today, this young master has encountered a goddess. Luo Shui, goddess. Luo Shui savors the significance of those words. What was she like in the past? In the past, she was an ethereal fairy. Luo Shui cannot help but lower her gaze, her composure faltering as she diverts her eyes and approaches gracefully. Yi Chen's breath quickens. Oh, what a transgression! The old sage has long since attained purity. How could he entertain such impure thoughts? How could he stand before the Bodhi patriarch like this? Hiss! He had not realized, even in a dress, that Luo Shui possessed such long, graceful legs. Ah, nonsense! What Bodhi patriarch? He is no monkey king. Today's musical piece carries an unusual quality. Yi Chen, in a daze, finds it somewhat dazzling. The process of learning the instrument inherently brings them close together, and several times, Yi Chen yearns to touch those letters. From the rooftop, Luo Shui's voice occasionally breaks the silence. Your Highness, where are your eyes wandering? As afternoon approaches, Yi Chen retrieves a can of cola, casually offering Luo Shui a bottle as well. If he does not regain his composure soon, he shall be unable to play the instrument at all. How has your cultivation been of late? Luo Shui rises, deftly opening the bottle with remarkable ease. Ever since she was enlightened by His Highness, her training has progressed rapidly, complemented by the elixirs that flow through her like a torrent. Good heavens! Yi Chen nods impassively, pretending not to have heard. Yet, one must admit, her ensemble, paired with the cola she sips delicately, creates a scene imbued with charm. Luo Shui was originally an ordinary person, her cultivation aptitude equally unremarkable. In the realm of practice, she seems devoid of the fortune that her beauty suggests. However, it matters not. If she cannot succeed, Yi Chen certainly can. During the last lottery, Yi Chen had drawn a peculiar item known as divine enlightenment. At the time, he paid little mind to it. Throughout the years, he had encountered countless oddities. Yet later, in moments of leisure, he discovered the profound utility of this divine enlightenment. It is a momentous opportunity. Yi Chen can designate a target upon whom to bestow this enlightenment, and the power of the system shall descend upon them. After undergoing a profound enlightenment, Luo Shui's aptitude has undergone a remarkable transformation. Although she has not acquired any rare constitution, her cultivation has experienced a metamorphosis. From this point onward, she shall encounter no obstacles, and her progress in training shall be as effortless as a divine revelation. This encapsulates the essence of the term profound enlightenment. Previously, Yi Chen had been concerned that Luo Shui would remain stagnant for a century, only to realize the system's thoughtful assistance. The last time such attentiveness was displayed was indeed long ago. The demise of the Kanglan sect quickly reverberated throughout the realm. As far as Yi Chen is aware, within the borders of the Qianyuan dynasty, the title of the invincible god of war remains unassailable and revered. However, beyond these confines, the name Yi Chen is spoken of with trepidation and reverence. In the Canyu realm, the name Yi Chen has become synonymous with notoriety. Yet, it seems that this assertion is not entirely accurate, as even the widow Wang from the neighboring village appears to be oblivious. The influence from outside, particularly from the Gu family of Jiangdu, undoubtedly plays a significant role, their actions hinting at a tendency to exaggerate their own might. Yet, does Yi Chen truly care? Chapter 107. The severely wounded little immortal demon in the past. Yi Chen would have been deeply concerned about such matters. To swagger about using my name to deceive others. How audacious. Who is this Li widow, you ask? TSK, young man. It's best to refrain from prying into the affairs of the Jianghu. Yet, at this moment, Yi Chen has grown indifferent to such reputations. Why? Because Yi Chen is no longer a spirit emperor. Within the realm of Cangyu, the spirit emperor reigns supreme. However, this notion has been shattered by Yi Chen, though the outside world remains oblivious to this truth. The reward he received last time propelled his cultivation beyond the spirit emperor level. Spirit saint. This holy tier has never before graced the Cangyu realm, and Yi Chen is quite pleased with this development. Excellent. Now he can comfortably indulge in leisure at home, sipping coffee, admiring the beauty of black silk. What could be more delightful? One afternoon, after practicing the piano, Yi Chen feigned nonchalance, his fingertips gliding over the letters. By heavens! He had been yearning for this moment for days, and today he finally made contact. Just a second ago, Luo Shui appeared as an aloof goddess, and in the next, she was covering her face and fleeing. Yi Chen stroked his chin. Could it truly be that smooth? The mysteries of spatial principles seem to have reached an impasse. What am I to do? Why am I so inept? Under the sparse moonlight, Yi Chen sighed. In recent days, he has gradually felt a sense of confusion. He senses that this is not the culmination of spatial principles. The depths of such understanding are unfathomable, and he even suspects it may be an endless pursuit. Yi Chen has contemplated whether, one day in the future, he might sense the blue star and traverse space back. Yet now, he feels as if he has hit a dead end. In this vast desert, he finds himself lost, uncertain of which path to take. Regardless of the direction chosen, the future remains shrouded in mystery, and mystery breeds fear. For the first time, Yi Chen experiences the anguish of cultivation. While he was lost in thought, a thunderous dragon roar suddenly reverberated. A mighty dragon's presence surged forth. Yi Chen, filled with astonishment, gazed at the sky above. Above the Yi residence, the little immortal demon seemed to have been stepped on its tail, howling as it soared into the heavens. What has driven this little creature to madness? Who provoked it? The auras of Sui Yun and Ouyang Qingfeng soon followed, and Yi Chen approached the edge of the rooftop to glance down. The two women had already landed on the ground. The window was still ajar, clearly indicating they had leapt through it. Remarkable, how fantastical. What is happening? In an instant, Yi Chen appeared on the ground and inquired. The little immortal demon claimed someone was bullying his little brother, and he was going to stand up for him. Ouyang Qingfeng looked on in exasperation. Yi Chen felt equally perplexed. A little brother? Where did he acquire such a sibling? Surely, it cannot be that a little female dragon is hiding in some mountain, a golden house concealing a beauty. Who knows where he learned that from? Little immortal demon, don't you have any sense of proportion? Yi Chen returned to the rooftop, resuming his contemplation of the principles of ice. The profound mysteries of the spatial realm have reached a temporary impasse. Yi Chen finds no desire to torment himself further, delving into the intricacies of any particular path. As his head throbs with discomfort, the little celestial demon took flight from the city without summoning Yi Chen, nor did it call upon the two sisters, Sui Yun and Ouyang Qingfeng. True to its draconic nature, it exuded an impressive aura. However, by the following afternoon, the essence of the little celestial demon reached Yi Chen, and he could sense from afar that its condition was dire. His expression darkened, and he stood in the courtyard, gazing skyward. The little celestial demon soared into the city, heading straight for the red dust cottage. As it approached, Yi Chen noticed that the intertwining black and white scales of the little celestial demon were drenched in blood. The dragon, aloft in the air, swiftly descended, crashing down before Yi Chen. A multitude of flowers and plants were flattened, and a gust of wind whipped through, sending Yi Chen's hair into disarray. His countenance was grim. Since its birth, the little celestial demon had navigated its existence with remarkable success, enjoying the finest delights during their adventures. Yi Chen had never witnessed it in such a woeful state. A deep gash marred the little celestial demon's body, penetrating to the bone. Within mere moments of landing, a small pool of dragon blood pooled on the ground. Yi Chen remained silent, retrieving healing elixirs and approaching the dragon's head. First, he administered the elixir, ensuring that each dragon received its due. The earth-grade healing elixir was extraordinarily potent. Upon ingestion, the little celestial demon's abdomen ceased to bleed. Yi Chen turned to the small building, urging the sisters to cease their cultivation and come forth to witness the situation. The two sisters, still immersed in their training, sensed something amiss upon hearing his call. When they emerged, they were momentarily struck dumb with shock. What happened? Who did this? Ouyang Qingfeng erupted, unleashing a torrent of curses. Sui Yun, her face cold and her lovely eyes glinting with a frosty demeanor, insisted, "First, tend to the wounds. We shall discuss matters once the little celestial demon is in better condition." The healing elixir had been administered. They could inquire about the situation now. The two sisters had undergone a blood oath with the little celestial demon, yet Yi Chen had not, rendering him unable to communicate with the dragon, as he lacked the ability to speak its tongue. After a brief wait, Ouyang Qingfeng and Sui Yun rose to their feet. The little celestial demon recounted how it had witnessed its younger brother being mercilessly beaten. It had ventured forth to find its kin, only to fall victim alongside it. Tragically, its younger brother had been slain on the spot. Yi Chen furrowed his brow, casting a sidelong glance at the little celestial demon. In a short span, the essence emanating from the little celestial demon had improved, yet it was evident that its mental state remained less than optimistic. Yi Chen pondered for a moment, contemplating the identity of the assailants. The little celestial demon had already reached the pinnacle of spiritual transformation with its combat prowess. Defeating an opponent at the first or second level of the spiritual realm would be trivial. The fact that it had been so severely harmed indicated that its attackers possessed considerable strength. Within the Zhongyu realm, such individuals were likely not numerous. With a stern expression, Sui Yun revealed, they arrived in a flying vessel, known as the Tianqing Pavilion. The little celestial demon reported that there was an even stronger presence aboard the vessel, yet they did not reveal themselves. Only a being at the fourth step of the spiritual realm emerged. In the celestial star pavilion, Yi Chen murmured to himself, his gaze becoming increasingly profound. Operating a flying vessel and possessing entities on the spiritual path, such a formidable force could not possibly remain obscure in the Zhongyu realm. However, Yi Chen had never previously heard of such an entity. It appeared that these individuals were likely from outside. The conflicts and struggles occurring beyond his immediate perception did not particularly concern Yi Chen, as long as the Qianyuan dynasty remained safe and sound. Yet, at present, the little celestial demon was quite upset and had even suffered a slight setback, rendering the matter too significant to be dismissed lightly. Yi Chen cast a sidelong glance at the little celestial demon, pondering whether it had realized the necessity of diligent cultivation. The little celestial demon seemed somewhat dejected, particularly its golden dragon head, which drooped forlornly. Ouyang Qingfeng lightly tapped Yi Chen, admonishing him for scolding the creature when it was already feeling quite miserable. Yi Chen scoffed, feeling a bit exasperated. How could one feel sympathy now? Just then, a sudden and piercing alarm blared from the super early warning system, shattering the moment of contemplation. Chapter 108. The mysterious visitor. The alarm was not the mechanical sound of science fiction, nor was it the modern air raid siren. The alert emitted by the super early warning system resembled the long and profound horn used during ancient military expeditions. A sense of desolation and iron-blooded significance quietly enveloped the entire imperial city. The sound of the horn was resounding. Within the Red Dust Villa, all alarms blared to life at that moment, under a hue reminiscent of blood, creating an overwhelming sense of urgency. Particularly on the rooftop, a long warning light pointed towards the heavens, standing out brilliantly even under the sunlight. Goddess of Vigilance, activate. A golden light suddenly emanated from the Goddess of Vigilance, making her appear almost alive. A faint angelic apparition soared to a height of several dozen meters, clearly visible from a considerable distance. Following this, a golden protective dome swiftly descended, enveloping the entire Red Dust Villa. In an instant, the entire city was thoroughly stirred. Far away in the imperial palace, the old emperor abruptly lifted his head and gazed towards the direction of the Red Dust Villa. There, a faint silhouette of a golden angel could be discerned. Exuding a heavy sense of pressure, Wu Shuang emerged from the void, standing resolutely at the center of the front courtyard. When the super-intelligent early warning system was activated, this war puppet truly revealed the essence of warfare. Though merely standing there, the assembled crowd felt an inexplicable weight upon them, reminiscent of the oppressive sensation experienced in movies on Blue Star when faced with an iron fortress. Yi Chen cast a surprised glance at Wu Shuang. It seemed that the name Wu Shuang was not an exaggeration after all. Wu Shuang emanated an air of danger. Although the super-intelligent early warning system was activated, it was only the Goddess of Vigilance and Wu Shuang that had truly been roused. Yi Chen casually summoned his psychic flying vessel. Little fairy demon, shrink a bit. Your master's formidable and imposing brother will take you for revenge. Ouyang Qingfeng rolled her eyes and directly flew towards the vessel. Sui Yun pretended not to hear, not sparing a glance at Yi Chen as she ascended. The little fairy demon transformed, swiftly taking the form of a small dragon, albeit moving slowly, clearly in pain from its wounds. Yi Chen turned back, intending to say that if anything arose, they could call his father, but thought better of it. The Red Dust Villa could withstand no more. It mattered not who came from the Qianyuan dynasty. Yi Chen waved his hand, assuring them that there was no need for concern. They would return shortly, as their home was well guarded. He pointed at Wu Shuang and Meng Lan, then turned and boarded the vessel. Be careful, Your Highness. Yi Chen did not respond. Luo Shui gazed at the psychic vessel, which belched forth thick flames, gradually flying off into the distance. Luo Shui stood silently in the courtyard for a while, then turned to look at the Goddess of Vigilance hovering in the sky. The Red Dust Villa is indeed formidable. Previously, witnessing the ascent of the supergiant sword gave Luo Shui a sense of security. Here, no one would trouble her again. However, at this moment, gazing at the ethereal shadows of the goddess of watch, Luo Shui felt an overwhelming sense of despondency. For the first time, she experienced an absurdity. How could she belong in such a place? In her current state, she seemed more akin to a mere ornament. Were it not for Yi Qin's interest in her musical talent, she feared she would not even be worthy of admiration. With a sigh, Luo Shui rose and made her way toward the small building. She possessed musical prowess now, but what of the future? Yi Qin, after all, was a swift learner. It would not be long before her value diminished significantly. Perhaps there might still be some worth. For instance, that Balenciaga piece? A self-deprecating smile graced her lips. Your Highness, how could I ever be worthy of you, worthy of this humble abode amidst the mortal realm? As the airship took flight, many in the imperial capital bore witness. Consequently, the citizens began to grasp the meaning behind the resounding alarm that echoed throughout the city. That sound surely represented the wrath of the humble abode. The mournful blast of the horn also signified the awakening of the dwelling. Yet, within the energy-laden airship, Yi Qin felt no sense of urgency whatsoever. He casually held a can of cola, gently shaking it. Yi Qin pondered the nature of the situation. Had he encountered that fierce tigress by mere chance? Or was she specifically targeting him? The truth, as often is the case, eludes the naked eye. Yi Qin sincerely hoped that the tigress was merely an unfortunate coincidence. A passerby. Yet, he could not dismiss the possibility that she was waiting for the little fairy demon, or perhaps, for him, Yi Qin. In short, what right did the little fairy demon have to escape? On the mercy of the enemy? The speed of the energy-laden airship became terrifying once it reached the wilderness. What constitutes terror? Breaking the sound barrier. In a previous life, the sight of a fighter jet piercing the sound barrier was nothing short of breathtaking. Yet now, the size of the energy-laden airship rendered it somewhat exaggerated. It resembled a hefty sow attempting to emulate the grace of a cheetah, delivering a visual impact that shattered expectations. As dusk approached, the little fairy demon finally located the adversary's trail. In the sky, the setting sun bled crimson. An airship stood out prominently against the backdrop. As Yi Qin's vessel emitted an exaggerated plume of flame and soared forth, the occupants of the opposing airship undoubtedly questioned their existence. Yi Qin's craft abruptly decelerated, aligning itself alongside theirs. It was akin to a dazzling supercar halting beside a tractor, condescendingly inquiring, "How does it feel to drive a tractor, my friend?" On board the airship, Yi Qin stood, turning to glance at the little fairy demon. "Is it them?" The little fairy demon nodded with both heads, their expressions radiating palpable animosity. Observing this, Yi Qin smirked and snapped his fingers. Boom! The decrepit vessel across from them erupted in an explosive cacophony, engulfed in a surge of spatial turbulence, creating a miniature tempest. The shattered space resembled a mirrored surface, simultaneously fracturing the opposing vessel while claiming a considerable amount of blood. Ouyang Qingfeng, observing this, curled her lip. That cocky brat. Still so ostentatious. Yi Qin cast her a sidelong glance. Then why not conjure one for me? Ouyang Qingfeng was at a loss for words. It must be said that such a carefree and artistic technique was something she could not yet replicate. The reason was, of course, her insufficient cultivation. She was no fool. Although the ship across had erupted, not all within had perished. Some lingering auras indicated that a few were still alive and possessed formidable prowess. Amidst the fiery chaos, shadows gradually emerged, each enveloped in a luminescent glow, resisting the ravaging forces of space. Quite commendably, 4 or 5 individuals had survived. However, Yi Qin paid little heed to these survivors. His true concern lay with the presence still concealed within the flames. Not bad at all. No wonder the little celestial demon was bullied. These fellows could withstand your attack. Yi Qin remarked with a knowing smile, "My dear sister, I must inform you that there is a spirit emperor, at full perfection, hidden within." What? Chapter 109. The masked man. Not far from the humble abode of Red Dust Pavilion, there lies an unremarkable tavern, nestled in a corner. This establishment is discreetly concealed at the intersection of a narrow alley, its inconspicuousness so profound that it resembles a beggar on a coveted street, without deliberate attention. One might not even recognize it as a tavern. Before the dilapidated doors and windows stands an elderly man, his frame gaunt and his eyes clouded. At this moment, he gazes vacantly into the sky above, where the ethereal silhouette of an angel hovers over the red dust pavilion, capturing his attention. Holding a wine cup in one hand, he remains lost in thought for several minutes before lowering his gaze to sip from his drink. Age has caught up with me. My body can no longer endure such trials. The old man produces a glistening stone, channeling spiritual energy into it. The wine is exquisite, yet alas, I have grown old. After a moment of silence, a low voice arises from across the way. What is happening? The old man chuckles softly. That little fellow is no fool. Gaining access to his courtyard is no simple feat, and even if one manages to enter, exiting is another matter altogether. Such caution? The old man lifts his eyes to the ethereal figure above, letting out a gentle sigh. There are not one, but two celestial-grade spiritual artifacts, one at the Red Dust Pavilion and another at the Yi residence, both serving as formidable defenses. However, that courtyard, an old man, dare not venture inside. 1,000 miles away. Spirit Emperor, are you serious? Ouyang Qingfeng's beautiful eyes reflect her astonishment. Su Yun's expression turns grave. It seems we must retreat. This statement is directed towards Ouyang Qingfeng. Yi Chun smirks, and in an instant, he vanishes from sight. Meanwhile, the flying vessel ignites once more, gradually distancing itself from this realm. Yi Chun, suspended in the clouds, observes the scattered ruins below. The flames are beginning to wane. It is evident that within the depths of the fire, a figure still lingers. While Su Yun and Ouyang Qingfeng remain unaware, in Yi Chun's eyes, the individual appears as naked as the day they were born. Still not emerging? Do I need to invite you out? Truly, one who has decimated both the Kanglan sect and the Yuhua Palace possesses a rather volatile temperament. Gradually, a figure steps forth from the inferno, clad in white garments. This person wears a mask that obscures half of their face, their long hair flowing, exuding an air of mystery. From the visible portion of their face, it is apparent they are a middle-aged individual. Yi Chun, 10 years old, Spirit Emperor realm. How astonishingly unbelievable. Yi Chun's eyes narrow slightly. A genuine Spirit Emperor at the pinnacle of their realm. This is the first time he encounters such an adversary, stirring a tumultuous excitement within him. Care to introduce yourself? The masked figure chuckled, perhaps sensing a hint of rudeness, yet apologized, stating that he was not there to engage in reasoning. As his words lingered in the air, the masked figure turned to the four individuals beside him, declaring, "Those two charming young women are entrusted to you. Remember, strive to keep them alive." Ouyang Qingfeng retorted, "Such eloquence. Do say so again next time." Yi Chun interjected, "You mustn't utter that again." A cold glimmer began to shimmer in his eyes. He felt utterly disregarded in this allocation, as if he, Yi Chun, were invisible to them. The situation had initially arisen due to the little fairy demon, but it now seemed evident that the fairy demon was merely a pretext. What the opponents truly sought remained uncertain to Yi Chun. Curiosity gnawed at him. What was their true intention? To eliminate him? That seemed devoid of logic. Among the remaining four were both a spirit king and a spirit path practitioner. Given their ranks, should they venture towards Su Yun and Ouyang Qingfeng, the scene would surely descend into chaos. Though the two sisters had made remarkable progress in their cultivation, facing foes of such caliber was still an overwhelming challenge. Yi Chun raised his hand and snapped his fingers. A sudden crack echoed, and 4 points in the surrounding space shattered, resembling the splintering of mirrors. The remaining 4 individuals widened their eyes in horror, staring aghast at Yi Chun. Caught unawares, even in defense, they could not withstand such spatial power. The fragmented space swiftly severed their necks into pieces, blood gushing forth uncontrollably. At that moment, astonishment welled up within Yi Chun. A plethora of wind attribute energy began to coalesce around his body. In an instant, as he made his move, a verdant aura surged forth, spiraling into an immense tempest that twisted and compressed around him. Within that ravaging tornado, countless wind blades began to rapidly take shape. The air was saturated with the terrifying pressure of the Spirit Emperor realm, instantly creating a domain rife with lethal intent. The pinnacle of the Spirit Emperor realm indeed possessed extraordinary prowess. Upon reaching this level, one could commune with the spiritual energies of heaven and earth, tapping into the grand forces of nature, a feat that the masked figure had seemingly mastered to perfection. In the blink of an eye, the deadly strike had materialized. In the distance, Sui Yun and Ouyang Qingfeng couldn't help but grow tense. Though their cultivation was not yet sufficient, their insight was far from lacking. They could perceive the peril Yi Chun now faced. Chinner, do not let them lead you by the nose. You must assert your own power. On the vessel, Ouyang Qingfeng cried out in anxiety. Yi Chun paid her no heed, gazing coolly at the masked figure. Doubt flickered in his mind regarding the opponent's identity. Were those four who had narrowly escaped the explosion on the vessel merely intended as cannon fodder? In his eyes, their sole purpose appeared to be to divert his attention, prompting him to reveal a flaw. Such actions lay bare before us. Can they truly originate from the same force? The masked figure's lips curled into a sly smile. Oh, little one, it is evident that you remain remarkably composed. Yet, composure avails you not, for in my domain, a mere moment of negligence suffices. TSK. The thrill of personally extinguishing such a prodigious talent is utterly exhilarating. I shall gradually erode your flesh and bone, allowing the winds to reduce you to mere dust. Ha! The masked figure erupted into maniacal laughter, while Yi Chen's brow furrowed in growing concern. I am deeply intrigued. Who are you? And what is the purpose of your arrival? The laughter of the masked figure faltered, transforming into a smirk as he replied. What? Do you sense impending doom? Alas, you shall have no opportunity. The surrounding wind blades had coalesced into a denser vortex, and the storm's ferocity had reached an alarming zenith. Yi Chun was acutely aware of a fierce tearing sensation, with blood already seeping through his skin. Chapter 110, Ignorance in the Distance. Sui Yun and Ouyang Qingfeng were already filled with anxiety, utterly perplexed as to what Yi Chun was waiting for. The opponent's domain had already placed them at a disadvantage. Yet Yi Chun continued to bide his time as the rival's domain grew ever stronger. If this persisted, even if he were to survive, he would undoubtedly emerge gravely injured. What on earth was Yi Chun doing? The masked man's expression gradually turned somber. You, too, are a spirit sovereign. You cannot possibly be unaware of the significance of the domain. What are you truly waiting for? Yi Chun raised his hand and examined his arm. Cracks continually formed on the surface of his skin, only to heal at an astonishing rate. Given Yi Chun's physical resilience, the storm was capable of tearing apart his body, illustrating just how extraordinary its potency was. However, Yi Chun also possessed the ability of rapid regeneration. This capability, honed over many years, had nearly faded from his memory. Yet now a flicker of interest glimmered in his eyes. Not only was his rapid regeneration in effect, but the devouring power of his battle body was also at play, as the surrounding storm was gradually being consumed by Yi Chun. Yet, his physical prowess had not been fully awakened. At present, it merely operated autonomously, with the state of consumption being relatively weak. Nonetheless, even so, it sufficed to mitigate the consumption brought about by his rapid regeneration. Such subtle details did not escape the masked man's notice, and he was left utterly astonished. Your body, you little rascal, your body possesses such formidable healing abilities. What sorcery is this? Yi Chun responded with a faint smile. Cannot comprehend? There are many mysteries beyond your grasp. For instance, a gentle breeze can also become weighty. At the moment those words fell, it was as though the seasons had suddenly shifted and the temperature plummeted by several dozen degrees. In the blink of an eye, the extreme cold of -50 degrees enveloped the area, rendering the masked man's body rigid with shock. Following this, the azure storm surrounding Yi Chun began to take on hues of icy blue. The power of frost. An unparalleled chill instantly spread throughout the arena, compelling the raging storms to freeze at a visible rate. The wind could indeed be frozen. Ultimately, under the astonished gaze of the masked man, the tempest encircling Yi Chun was gradually transformed into ice, creating a breathtaking ice sculpture. How is this possible? The masked man's worldview shattered. This was beyond fantastical. Had he ever witnessed the elusive wind materializing into substance? Yet, gazing upon the exquisite ice sculpture, he found himself speechless, overwhelmed by sheer astonishment. Suddenly, it seemed the masked man had made a discovery, his eyes widening in realization. This is not ordinary ice. This is the essence, the power of the origin, the profound mystery, the mystery of ice. How could it be? You have mastered the legendary mystery of ice. Crack! A crisp sound of shattering echoed through the air. The lifelike ice sculpture splintered into countless fragments, reminiscent of fleeting illusions, as the shattered pieces cascaded to the ground. Yi Chen's figure emerged, devoid of any expression, leaving only the purest indifference. The cold gaze he cast made the masked man's heart skip a beat. What manner of look was this? Was he gazing upon a corpse? Yi Chun advanced step by step, each footfall resonating in the depths of the masked man's heart. Yi Chun was undeniably eerie. The masked man instinctively sought to react, yet in the next moment, his expression froze. He was immobilized. This space had solidified, an invisible cage woven without his awareness. It was not only he who was rendered motionless. Within the realm shrouded by spatial power, everything except Yi Chun remained still. The masked man was terrified to his core, and radiant light erupted from his body. He unleashed his cultivation power. This spatial stasis, if one did not possess a commensurate mastery of space, could only be shattered through sheer force. Perhaps he would sustain injuries, but the situation would ultimately break free. Yet soon, the masked man was astonished to realize that he could not achieve this. Despite being at the pinnacle of the Spirit Emperor realm, he found himself utterly incapable. How could this be? Yi Chun's figure drew ever closer, and the masked man was struck with horror, yet sadly, he could only watch helplessly, powerless to act. Yi Chun stood before the masked man, his face betraying no emotion. Even now, Yi Chun maintained a sense of reverence. How could a mere Spirit Emperor have the audacity to be so arrogant? The world is vast, and there are countless things beyond your comprehension. For instance, with a mere thought of mine, the blood within your veins could freeze into ice. In an instant, the masked man's eyes widened. His legs. Yi Chun remained unfazed, as if he had done nothing at all, and nonchalantly raised his hand to remove the masked man's mask. A hint of disappointment crossed his features. He was merely an ordinary middle-aged man, albeit with slightly higher cultivation. Yi Chun shook his head and inquired, "Speak, where do you come from? Where are you going? And what do you seek?" The middle-aged man's expression froze momentarily, only to be replaced by a smirk, tinged with self-deprecation and a sense of relief. It seemed today was destined for his demise, yet death would not be without value. At least he would glean some understanding of your combat prowess. My combat prowess? Yi Chun paused, a quiet chuckle stirring within him. Such ignorance, truly profound ignorance. You know nothing of me. Of course, at this moment, the reverse was also true. Yi Chun knew nothing of them either. Thus, Yi Chun did not hasten to end his life. He was a tranquil person, wishing only to lead a simple life. Unless absolutely necessary, he wished to avoid excessively bloody scenes. Thus, I hope you can obediently speak your mind, and in return, I shall grant you a swift resolution. It would benefit us all, would it not? The middle-aged man shook his head with a smile, acknowledging the sentiment yet lamenting, "Regrettably, I cannot comply. For an ordinary person, revealing their identity might bear little consequence, but you, Yi Chun, I dare not take such a risk." Yi Chun furrowed his brow, scrutinizing the man for a moment before shaking his head and sighing. "It appears you are reluctant to confront me, which is indeed a pity." With those words, Yi Chun turned to leave, and unexpectedly, the middle-aged man's expression shifted dramatically as he coughed up a mouthful of blood. His cultivation was shattered. In the distance, the spiritual energy vessel had returned, and the shock that once adorned Su Yun's face had vanished. She stood at the railing, observing with an air of aloofness. Ouyang, however, was brimming with excitement. Upon approaching, he leaped down, exclaiming, "Chun'er, you are truly remarkable. Your mastery over the ice attribute has reached such astonishing heights." Chapter 111. The celestial palace of the supreme Tao Ouyang Qingfeng had previously witnessed Yi Chun wielding the power of ice attributes during their time at the Daoheart Pavilion. Now, upon observing Yi Chun's actions once again, she noted with astonishment the remarkable leap in his control, akin to a rocket's ascent. Yi Chun's growth had surpassed her expectations. With a gentle smile, Yi Chun's demeanor and gaze returned to their usual refined tranquility. Reflecting on the past, he felt a twinge of sentimentality. It had been over half a year since he had dominated the Daoheart Pavilion, and although those days were mostly serene, he had diligently pursued mastery of the profound principles without faltering. Yet, how swiftly time had flown. Yi Chun's eyes deepened with contemplation. Soon, the eve of the new year would arrive, a time that invariably stirred his emotions. Shaking his head, he focused his thoughts, transferring the imprisoned middle-aged man onto a vessel, a smirk playing upon his lips. "That individual is now in your hands." Ouyang Qingfeng, perplexed, inquired about his meaning. Yi Chun beckoned her to fly towards the vessel, remarking that the man likely possessed a significant identity and a resilient disposition. I believe this is an endeavor you would relish, elder sister. Her enchanting eyes sparkled momentarily before her expression hardened. What do you mean by that? Do you think I enjoy harsh interrogations? Chun'er, is that truly how you perceive your beautiful sister? As the spiritual energy vessel began its return journey, Yi Chun deliberately moderated its speed. The air was punctuated by intermittent cries of anguish from the vessel. After careful consideration, he concluded that it was best for only the three of them to endure such a scene. Should Luo Shui witness it, their reputations would undoubtedly suffer. The little demon appeared exuberant, baring its large teeth at the middle-aged man. Yi Chun mused that the man's ultimate breakdown might stem not from Ouyang Qingfeng's subtle tactics, but rather from the creature's imposing grin. As dusk descended, the sky blazed with hues of crimson. Yi Chun sat atop a rooftop, a can of cola in hand, lost in contemplation as he gazed at the distant mountainous landscape. The twilight was undeniably beautiful, yet his heart was heavy with concern. The conclusion of the middle-aged man's interrogation had left him troubled. The man, known as Zheng Fong, hailed from an unfamiliar power, the celestial palace of the Supreme Tao. As an outer sect guardian, Zheng Fong had attained the pinnacle of the Spirit Emperor realm, instilling in Yi Chun a profound sense of pressure. The celestial palace of the Supreme Tao was no ordinary force. As for those accompanying Zheng Fong, they were a group of unfortunate souls from the neighboring realm, the Nine Heavens. This realm, notorious for its fragmentation among 9 formidable powers, derived its name from this very division. Among those ill-fated individuals were members of the Liuli sect, one of the 9 major powers, who had come to the Zhangyu realm with intentions of territorial acquisition. The 2 major powers of the Zhangyu realm have fallen, and the Liuli sect can no longer remain idle, eager to meddle in the affairs at hand. However, they unexpectedly crossed paths with Zheng Fong. Sensing the opportune moment and advantageous circumstances, Zheng Fong effortlessly conscripted the unfortunate members of the Liuli sect as mere cannon fodder. As for Zheng Fong's true intentions, Yi Chun could not help but ponder extensively. They were, in fact, after the ancient key. For the first time, Yi Chun perceived the extraordinary nature of the ancient secret realm. A realm coveted even by the Supreme Tao Heavenly Palace must surely harbor some secrets. It would be utterly inconceivable to believe otherwise. Yet, Zheng Fong himself was oblivious to the true nature of these secrets, having journeyed thousands of miles solely to seize the ancient key. In essence, he too was but a pawn in this grand scheme. Alas, Yi Chun let out a long sigh, his face etched with worry. What a predicament! Ultimately, the root of the issue lay in his own inadequacy. Had he been able to stand atop this mortal realm, he would have no reason to be so troubled. What a trivial matter concerning the Supreme Tao Heavenly Palace. A single slap could easily vanquish them, and how delightful that would be. Ouyang Qingfeng, reclining leisurely on a deck chair, turned her head upon hearing Yi Chun's lament. What predicament? Yi Chun exhaled deeply, clarifying, I lament my lowly cultivation, weak to the point of being unable to defeat a mere chicken. Ouyang Qingfeng retorted, You, at the Spirit Saint realm, dare to voice such complaints? What sort of chicken are you referring to, adorned with diamonds? Yi Chun appeared bewildered. My dear sister, is that chicken even legitimate? After much contemplation, he still felt an immense burden. A decade had passed, nearing 11 years, and he found himself in such a wretched state. This fantastical world was indeed perilous, with threats lurking around every corner, like grasshoppers ready to scare him. Never mind, I shall endure. With 2 heavenly-grade spiritual artifacts stationed at Yi Manor and the Red Dust Cottage, Yi Chun felt that even if the Supreme Tao Heavenly Palace relocated, they would struggle to outlast him. Once he grows a touch stronger, he will undoubtedly send them an intercontinental missile. No, rather, a magnificent sword. System. How many lottery draws do I have left? Ding. Total lottery draws, 21. TSK, rather few. Yi Chun had discerned a pattern. The truly remarkable items could only be obtained through consecutive draws to enhance the odds. Single draws yielding miracles? Non-existent. His solitary draws had yielded nothing but spirit crystals and spirit-enhancing pills, mere trifles. Turning to glance at Ouyang Qingfeng, who was still swaying in her rocking chair, he wore an expression devoid of emotion. Suddenly, a fierce gust of wind surged atop the building. This wind was truly tempestuous. Ouyang Qingfeng, with her eyes narrowed in delight, was caught off guard as the wind swept through, causing her chair to topple. Hey, what the heck? Thud. Ouyang Qingfeng fell backward. Yi Chun nodded in satisfaction. The system's notification was indeed delightful. As time gradually passed, Yi Chun found himself considerably more at ease. He did not require cultivation. Yet the comprehension of profound truths remained indispensable. The essence of spatial mastery has currently reached a bottleneck, while the mastery of ice remains significantly lacking, having arrived much later than its spatial counterpart. However, Yi Chun harbors a faint sense of anticipation. He believes that once he discovers a new direction for his spatial mastery, it will undoubtedly herald a significant transformation. Yi Chun feels a burgeoning excitement, pondering when he might transport himself back to Blue Star with but a mere thought. On this particular night, brimming with enthusiasm, Yi Chun ascended to the rooftop terrace, extending his hands towards the vast expanse of twinkling stars. Just moments prior, the system had alerted him that his lottery attempts had accumulated to 50. Ignoring the startled exclamations from below, Yi Chun wore a look of reverence, imploring the celestial bodies to grant him the fortune of a true champion. Let the draw commence. Ding. The lottery has begun. This time, a total of 50 attempts have been accumulated. Ding. Congratulations, host, for acquiring 10,000 years of cultivation. Ding. Congratulations, host, for obtaining 1,000,000 spirit crystals. Ding. Congratulations, host, for receiving a fated artifact, the celestial divine ring. Ding. Congratulations, host, for acquiring 10,000 years of spirit marrow. Ding. Congratulations, host, for obtaining an unknown pet egg. Ding. Congratulations, host, for receiving the essence of the stars. Chapter 112. The Power of the Stars. Yi Chun sat in a daze, the echoes of a mysterious voice resonating within his mind. 50 consecutive draws. Such a figure was rare for Yi Chun to amass over the years. Yet now, a subtle smile graced his lips. The outcome was indeed delightful. Among the plethora of items, many piqued his interest merely by their names, such as the enigmatic pet egg. Yi Chun had longed for a companion pet for quite some time. Furthermore, there was the so-called life-bound artifact, and even one of profound significance, an essence. Indeed, to his astonishment, Yi Chun had drawn an essence this time. Such fortuitous luck was almost enviable, even to himself. It was truly gratifying. However, the first thing Yi Chun sought to investigate was the source of the stars. He could faintly sense the implications of this so-called source of the stars. As Yi Chun reached the level of spirit saint, an instinctive awareness began to awaken within him. It was as if he could feel the endpoint of his journey ahead. The cultivation of spiritual energy has its limits, and Yi Chun now sensed the existence of a barrier. Although still distant, its reality was undeniable. Yi Chun surmised that this barrier represented the pinnacle of the mortal realm. The source of the stars that had recently emerged held his gaze for a considerable time. It was a novel source of power. In the mortal realm, spiritual energy was the primordial force, permeating the universe. The strength of all cultivators and fierce beasts in this realm derived from spiritual energy. As long as the source of spiritual energy existed, that uppermost barrier would remain. Without a more potent source of power, one could never transcend that barrier. Now, however, a new source of power had manifested, the source of the stars. Based on the might of countless stars, it coalesced into the source of the stars, paving a broader and more expansive path. This was undoubtedly an opportunity. Yet, should he truly exchange for the source of the stars, it would imply that the spiritual energy of the mortal realm would no longer hold any significance for him. Nevertheless, as long as the stars shone in the heavens, his strength would remain inexhaustible. Such a transformation could be deemed an evolution. After a moment of contemplation, Yi Chun chuckled softly. It seemed the rewards bestowed by the system were intrinsically linked to his essence. Just as he sensed that barrier, new power had arrived. He had no reason to hesitate and promptly chose to embrace the source of the stars. From this moment forth, his strength would transcend the mortal realm entirely. All methods reliant on spiritual energy would cease to affect him. Yi Chun was filled with anticipation. As time flowed gently by that night, the starlight in the sky appeared particularly radiant. Even atop the red dust cottage, it seemed to shine more brightly than usual. This transformation persisted for a full 7 days and nights. During this time, Luo Shui and Meng Lan, having noticed Yi Chun's absence, came to scrutinize him closely. Observing him in deep meditation, they refrained from interrupting him until 7 days later. In a meditative posture, Yi Chun suddenly opened his eyes, In that fleeting moment, it seemed as though an unparalleled pressure enveloped the entire imperial capital. Yet, in reality, nothing had transpired within the capital. All of Yi Qin's formidable aura was effectively shielded by the power of the system. Nevertheless, countless individuals, at that instant, abruptly opened their eyes. Was it an illusion? After a prolonged search with no trace to be found, they could only resign themselves to continue their cultivation. Within the red dust cottage, Yi Qin rose to stretch his limbs, relishing the invigorating sensation. His gaze had deepened, almost giving the impression that what one beheld was not merely a pair of eyes, but rather an expanse of twinkling stars. Sensing the state of his body, Yi Qin could not help but nod in approval. The system's lottery had bestowed upon him 4 opportunities for cultivation rewards, accumulating nearly 40,000 years' worth of time. Yi Qin had now ascended to the late stage of the Spirit Saint realm. However, this was not the crux of the matter. The most significant change lay in the transformation of his power. After numerous elevations of spiritual energy and several additional attributes, the stellar power he had acquired was simply formidable beyond imagination. Henceforth, he no longer possessed spiritual energy. He was solely endowed with stellar power. Yi Qin could not resist a light chuckle, and then his attention shifted to other rewards. The innate artifact, the celestial ring. A ring materialized in Yi Qin's hand. At first glance, it appeared to be nothing more than a dull gray ring, akin to some trinket from a roadside vendor. Perhaps priced at a mere 3.5 spiritual crystals, and even then, the vendor might hesitate to sell. As Yi Qin toyed with this unremarkable object, he scrutinized the ring's description, and gradually, his eyes began to gleam with brilliance. The celestial ring's current function was singular: enhancement of primordial strength. What does primordial strength enhancement entail? To put it simply, it meant that Yi Qin's stellar power would become more potent, thereby amplifying the forces it could unleash. The initial enhancement provided by the celestial ring reached an impressive 20%. With satisfaction, Yi Qin pricked his fingertip, allowing a drop of blood to merge with the ring. Instantly, the ring erupted with a radiant glow, and within moments, the once dull gray artifact transformed into a resplendent celestial gem. It turned out that this object required unlocking. Yi Qin marveled, and then adorned it on the middle finger of his left hand. The index finger bore a spatial ring, while the middle finger now showcased the celestial star ring. Indeed, a rather cool sensation. Currently, the power enhancement of the celestial star ring pertained to stellar energy, and its name accordingly changed. Furthermore, as Yi Qin continued to engage in the lottery, this enhancement percentage could progressively increase. Should it ever reach 100%, it would equate to a direct doubling of Yi Qin's strength. He shook his head, acknowledging that even a doubling was a matter for the future. Contemplating such things now felt premature. Could it even reach 1,000%, thereby amplifying his strength tenfold? Yi Qin could not help but smile at the thought. Soon after, an egg appeared before him. Indeed, an egg. The egg, perfectly round and shimmering with a silvery sheen, exudes a metallic allure. What is truly astonishing is its colossal size. It stands as tall as Yi Qin himself. Can you believe that? This is merely an egg. Yi Qin pondered thoughtfully for quite some time, contemplating the mysteries contained within this egg and how long it might take to incubate. The system revealed nothing, leaving Yi Qin in a state of uncertainty. However, one thing is certain: this egg is also subject to enhancement. The method previously employed to elevate the bloodline of the little fairy demon can similarly be applied to this creature. With a sigh, Yi Qin recognized yet another golden devouring beast. A glimmer of light flickered as a pill bottle materialized in his hand. He would need to ascend to reach the pinnacle of the silver egg. The egg, round and substantial, exuded an inviting aura. As the contents of the pill bottle were poured over its surface, a viscous liquid swiftly permeated into the egg. Yi Qin nodded subtly, for the supreme spirit liquid just drawn was still warm. Chapter 113. Yi Shaoqin. In addition to the supreme spiritual liquid, Yi Qin infused the silver egg with various other substances, treating it almost like a receptacle for refuse, pouring everything in without reservation. Thereupon, upon this rooftop, the silver egg lay quietly, absorbing the essence of the sun and moon, and bathing in the starlight. Little one, as my beast, you must be capable of sustenance, at least before you come into existence. Yi Qin nodded with satisfaction and proceeded to claim the next item, the profound essence. This time, the essence filled him with delight, the essence of life. Undoubtedly, This is an exceptionally profound principle. The path of life is undoubtedly a top-tier essence. Yet, because of this, Yichen sensed a slight throbbing in his head. The intricacies of the life essence are not simpler than that of the space essence. Yichen had nearly comprehended the space essence over 10 years, a duration that merely brought him to the first bottleneck. Would the life essence demand another decade? Yichen shook his head with a smile. As the saying goes, with multiple debts, there is no worry. No one can disturb his tranquil days. Unless Yichen finds himself outmatched. What if he is outmatched? He would endure. Isn't that precisely what Yichen is doing now? The ancient key is in his possession. Let those with the courage come and seize it from the red dust cottage. By heavens, I'll knock your teeth out. As dawn broke, a faint light appeared on the horizon. Yichen opened his eyes, his gaze swirling with the cosmos. In but a moment, an expanse of starlight coalesced beside him. Before long, a figure emerged from that starlight. It was a person. Alarmingly, this individual bore an identical resemblance to Yichen. Yichen pondered for a moment. Hello? The other Yichen raised a hand. Hey, Yichen, how is it going? The other Yichen replied, food, 3 servings. How is it going? Yichen chuckled in delight. I love food. Spit it out. This was the super clone, another marvel of advanced technology, super black spirit energy technology. This clone cost Yichen a fortune, draining him of 1,000,000 spiritual crystals. 1,000,000. Yichen felt as if he were on the brink of bankruptcy. Yet he felt lighter, as if unburdened. Is this the sensation of poverty? It feels rather pleasant. Only one clone can exist, possessing all of Yichen's abilities, albeit at a strength of merely 60%, barely passing. Yet, this was not the true allure for Yichen. What captivated him was that this clone contained a fragment of his own spiritual essence. Should Yichen's true self inadvertently meet its demise, he could resurrect within the clone. This was akin to gaining an extra life. Yichen mused that this seemed even more valuable than the essence itself. Now this is a true treasure. He felt that this world was fraught with peril, its depths unfathomable. At any moment, a careless misstep could lead to his demise, even with the system at his disposal. Yet now, Yichen felt a sense of reassurance. My name is Yichen, and you too are named Yichen. Thus, we are inseparable. Henceforth, you shall be called Little Yichen. Little Yichen chuckles, truly a genius in naming, as if I were your offspring. Yichen, it feels rather peculiar. Indeed, the relationship between Yichen and Little Yichen is quite intricate. Although Yichen is the singular entity, the two share an unspoken understanding, leading to dialogues that appear rather odd, as if one were conversing with oneself, resembling a fool. Yichen shakes his head, but after a moment, his eyes suddenly gleam with realization. In truth, such a notion could render certain tasks remarkably more efficient. For instance, cultivation. Would it not be delightful to delegate this task to a doppelganger? One need not concern themselves with personality. The doppelganger lacks an independent identity, remaining simply Yichen, merely adopting a name for the sake of distinction. Furthermore, what of reaping benefits? 2. Yichen's collaborating. That is indeed double the joy. Yichen's existence seems to be imbued with newfound peculiar pleasures. For instance, the two Yichens, each holding a can of cola, pretended to clink them together. Cheers. Searching for. Luo Shui looked rather perplexed. Search for what? Yichen gazed earnestly at Luo Shui. So beautiful. Luo Shui widened her eyes. What? Ha! Little Yichen burst into laughter. Little Yichen does not often make appearances. The small abode within the mundane world has 3 stories above ground and 2 below. Yichen has sought refuge in a spacious room underground for Little Yichen. Aside from Luo Shui and the 2 sisters who have encountered Yichen's doppelganger, Yichen has yet to step outside the confines of the small abode. The matter of cultivation relies on the doppelganger. What would he do if it ventured out for amusement? Of course, Yichen can utilize the doppelganger to resurrect himself. This is a fact he has not disclosed to anyone, not even to his 2 sisters. It is of little consequence whether they know or not, for he will not perish. Yichen hopes he will never have to resort to this trump card. Time quietly passes by. The eve of the new year approaches. Yichen and his 2 sisters made a special visit to the palace. Recently, due to their busy schedules, the trio had visited the imperial palace infrequently. During this visit, Yichen found solace in the absence of the 9th princess. He breathed a sigh of relief. As it appears, the old emperor has finally relented. Unintentionally learning to play an instrument has allowed him to evade a troublesome situation. Yi Chen felt quite pleased. That evening, he invited Luo Shui to don black stockings for a candlelit conversation. To speak frankly, Luo Shui's figure, adorned in black stockings, was nothing short of breathtaking. Yi Chen could not help but feel a sense of anticipation for the two sisters. When they grow a bit older, there will be no escaping black stockings, white stockings, flesh-colored stockings, and even a resounding roar erupted above the imperial capital, scattering vibrant fireworks that illuminated the sky, a grand spectacle befitting the capital. The eve of the new year has arrived. The New Year's feast has been consumed, and Yi Chen quietly vanished, finding himself seated atop the eaves of the roof. The moonlight tonight is exceptionally bright. Perhaps Blue Star is the same. Yi Chen took a hearty gulp of strong liquor, the spiciness igniting his taste buds. And before he knew it, tears welled up in his eyes. 11 years have passed. How splendid. This world, in truth, is quite agreeable. He has family, and life seems to lack for nothing. Yet, there remains an elusive flavor, an incomparable essence that cannot be articulated. Behind him, faint footsteps approached. Su Yun had arrived unbeknownst to him. Yi Chen raised the wine jar. Care for a drink? Su Yun gazed at it for a moment, and remarkably did not refuse. In previous years, she had abstained from alcohol. Without hesitation, she seized the jar from Yi Chen's grasp and took a swig, only to be overtaken by a fit of coughs. Yi Chen merely smiled faintly. The three of them shared a profound connection. Yi Chen harbored memories of Blue Star, and their recollections were intertwined with past lives. They say to forget the past, yet it is never that simple. Such statements are merely eloquent rhetoric. Whether it brings sorrow, they are all too aware. Yi Chen chuckled softly, turning to Su Yun. Could you share tales of the celestial realm? Chapter 114, The Old Man in the Celestial Realm. Su Yun softly repeated a phrase, her eyes momentarily lost in thought. Distant terminology. Much like the mortal realm, there exists cultivation, survival, and the cycle of life and death. If one were to delineate the difference, it would be the distinct power of the celestial realm, where cultivation revolves around celestial energy. Yi Chen's mind stirred, instinctively recalling his own stellar essence. Thus, one could infer that the essence of the celestial realm is celestial energy. Then, does the demon realm cultivate demonic energy? Yet at present, you are cultivating spiritual energy, correct? Su Yun nodded, noting that upon returning to the celestial realm, transitioning her essence would suffice, albeit a somewhat troublesome affair, merely requiring a bit of time. Hearing her affirmation, Yi Chen realized that his conjecture held merit. Beyond the celestial and demon realms, could there be other worlds? Su Yun smiled, inquiring, where do you originate from? You seem entirely unfamiliar with this world. Yi Chen chuckled. Haven't I mentioned before that I emerged from a stone? Su Yun shook her head. There are countless worlds. The celestial and demon realms are merely two among many. There are also the Azura realm, the ghost realm, the divine realm, the spirit realm, and innumerable others. Yi Chen instinctively nodded, realizing the vastness of this world. The world of Blue Star is filled with countless stars, while here it has transformed into myriad realms. His thoughts drifted to the ancient secret realm. What secrets might lie within such a world? What remarkable mysteries could still be concealed? The heavenly palace seemed so tense, one would expect it to leave no trace behind. Deep in contemplation, Yi Chen suddenly felt a subtle shift in his gaze. A sensation arose within him. An old man had appeared nearby. An old man posed no issue. However, the matter of concern was the formidable aura emanating from him. Yi Chen remained silent for a moment, choosing not to divert his attention further, continuing to chat leisurely with his sister under the night sky. Meanwhile, within the humble abode of the mortal realm, a figure ascended to the rooftop before soaring into the air. In front of a dilapidated tavern, the old man stood, gazing quietly at the fireworks illuminating the sky. Before long, a youthful figure strolled down the street. Clad in simple white garb, with hair cascading over his shoulders, everything about him exuded an air of casualness. The old man chuckled softly, as if conversing with himself. Ah, the essence of humanity. This truly encapsulates the essence of life. The youth, exuding an elegant demeanor and approachable gaze, soon found himself halting in front of the tavern. The aroma of steamed buns wafted through the air, accompanied by the lively sounds of bartering in the marketplace, while beggars by the roadside contemplated how many kind souls would share a morsel of food that day. This, too, is the essence of life. Upon hearing these thoughts, A flicker of surprise emerged in the old man's murky eyes, followed by a warm smile. Care for a drink? The youth nodded slightly. Then I shall impose. The old man turned to enter the tavern, with the youth following closely behind. This youth was, of course, Yi Chen's avatar. The eve of the new year, an annual occasion. Yi Chen did not wish to disturb this rare moment of leisure. This evening, the Yi residence was imbued with a sense of relaxation. Despite their youth, Ouyang Qingfeng, the little girl, relentlessly clung to Yi Xingtian, indulging in copious amounts of wine. Yi Xingtian, unable to manage his daughter, found himself equally unable to resist the jovial atmosphere. At this moment, Ouyang Qingfeng had already succumbed to slumber within the confines of the Yi residence. No one sought to dispel the effects of the wine. Everyone was akin to ordinary mortals, relishing the joy that this city bestowed upon them. Thus, Yi Chen himself did not depart from the Yi residence. Only a replica of him had come. The banquet was set near the window, where an elderly man brought forth a variety of dishes, accompanied by several jars of spirits. As he sat opposite Yi Chen, the old man skillfully uncorked a jar, inhaling the aroma with a look of rapture upon his face. In truth, it was merely common liquor from the imperial capital, the same that Yi Chen's true self had been drinking beneath the eaves of the Yi residence. Yi Chen likewise opened a jar, and as the old man clinked his jar against Yi Chen's, a crisp sound resonated, followed by the old man pouring the liquor into his mouth, as if he were not consuming alcohol, but rather reliving a torrent of memories and melancholy. Yi Chen, in silence, followed suit and took a deep swig. He too had his share of memories and sorrows, experiences that few in this world could fathom. Perhaps his two elder sisters might share a hint of that empathy. The young lad, though still in his youth, possessed an insight that belied his years. No wonder such a small imperial capital could transform into its present state. Yi Chen chuckled softly, realizing that the elder was not referring to the imperial capital, but rather to the Yi residence and the Red Dust Cottage. The old man grinned, choosing not to engage further, instead continuing. I have heard the origin of the name Red Dust Cottage. Amidst the swirling dust of the world, it finds a tranquil corner, delighting in its own serenity. These 12 words convey profound meaning. Did they truly originate from your hand? Yi Chen shook his head, asserting, how could I, in my own abode, appropriate the aspirations of others? The old man's gaze deepened. It was difficult to conceive that one capable of upheaving the Sanyu realm harbored such aspirations. And even more perplexing was the revelation that such aspirations belonged to a mere 10-year-old child. Yi Chen paused, lifting his eyes with a gentle smile. After tonight, I shall be 11. The old man was taken aback, unable to suppress his laughter. Outside, the fireworks blazed brilliantly. The old man fell into silence for a considerable time, grasping the jar as he turned to gaze out the window. You know why I have come, do you not? Yi Chen pondered for a moment, feeling both flattered and astonished. The old man turned back, a sly smile creeping across his face. Cunning little rascal. Yi Chen smiled without a word. The old man sighed deeply. I have lived for over 1,000 years. I am but an old man now. If given the choice, no one wishes to live poorly. However, for someone like me, perhaps dying a heroic death would be a more fitting end. Yi Chen raised an eyebrow, a slight smile gracing his lips. Life or death is your choice, but I implore you to depart this world far from the imperial capital. Tonight's fireworks are simply splendid. The old man's expression sharpened. You truly are unafraid? Yi Chen, with a semblance of a smile, replied, why should I fear? For the sake of the imperial capital. Yi Chen chuckled softly, apologizing. I am aware that my words may seem somewhat impolite, yet I must express that you have overestimated yourself. The old man narrowed his eyes slightly, a glimmer of sharpness evident in his gaze. However, Yi Chen remained unfazed, completely indifferent to the old man's demeanor. After a prolonged silence, the old man finally exhaled a deep sigh. The tranquility of the imperial capital is quite pleasant. Why disrupt its serenity? Young man, is there truly nothing to discuss? Yi Chen fixed his gaze upon the old man's eyes for a moment before taking a swig from the wine jar. Whether there is anything to discuss does not rest entirely upon me. You must first enlighten me about what lies within the ancient secret realm. Upon hearing this, the old man pondered internally, and after a brief moment, he shook his head with a smile. You overestimate me too much. I am merely a handyman, tasked with duties without questioning the reasons. Yi Chen raised his eyes. Are you certain? Chapter 115, Undercurrents Whoosh. Bang. Fireworks soared into the sky, resounding continuously above the city. In the streets, throngs of people gathered, adorned with lanterns, their faces lit up with the innocent laughter of children. This was indeed a realm of cultivators, yet the city's joys and sorrows predominantly stemmed from the ordinary mortals. It was these common folk who contributed to the dazzling fireworks, who formed the vast Qianyuan Empire. Their unrestrained laughter and unabashed grief concealed the turbulent storms lurking beneath the shadows of the imperial capital. On the eaves, Yichen suddenly fell silent. He sensed an unusual aura. A faint sigh escaped his lips. How could one allow such a splendid New Year's Eve to be disrupted? In the Blue Star, New Year's Eve is a day of great significance. Slowly, Yichen rose and departed. As his words faded, he vanished quietly. Suyin turned to gaze at the spot where Yichen had disappeared, her brow furrowing slightly, as if she had an inkling of what was to come. With a soft sigh, she lifted her gaze to the night sky. The celestial realm seemed so distant, as if separated by eons. Alas, it was not something easily forgotten. Yichen's true form silently materialized in a dim alley. This passage was shrouded in darkness, starkly contrasting the vibrant fireworks outside. As if it belonged to an entirely different world, out of place. A figure in a black robe leaned against the wall, staring blankly at the sky, seemingly awaiting something. Upon sensing Yichen's presence, the figure swiftly turned, a wary glint in his eyes. Who is this? Approaching silently, his movements were eerily uncanny. The fluctuation in space. Could this be the legendary Yichen? Yichen's expression remained indifferent, his piercing eyes resembling a swirling galaxy. Who I am is inconsequential. What matters is that such a person should not exist within the imperial capital. The black-robed figure's pupils constricted violently, instinctively attempting to react. Yet, to his utter horror, he found himself immobilized. This space had been utterly confined. His body began to freeze, an icy chill emanating from within. Blood congealed. The human body, rich in moisture beyond imagination, was rendered helpless. The black-robed man's eyes widened in desperation, yet he could not respond. Within a mere breath, his body became completely rigid. Frozen to death, Yichen's gaze shifted upward, where a firework burst into bloom above him. Expressionless, he vanished once more. Someone was engaged in a gamble for the sake of mortal fireworks. On this New Year's Eve, amidst the most boisterous moments of the imperial capital, it was the noisiest of nights, yet also the most perilous. In the tavern, an old man unabashedly scrutinized Yichen, unperturbed by the uncertainty. What could he possibly be? Did he think that this old codger was of any significant stature? Yichen remained silent for a moment before lifting a jar of wine and taking a swig. It appears that there is nothing left to discuss. The old man sighed at the sight before him. Are you truly willing to gamble the lives of everyone in the city? Do you believe you can safeguard them all? Yichen remained unfazed, merely offering a faint smile. Old elder, I have traversed this world for a decade, and I have never faced defeat. A glint of murderous intent flashed in the old man's eyes. Do you comprehend the cost you may incur should you falter tonight? Yichen raised an eyebrow. All I know is that tonight, you have dared to touch what should not be touched. The old man chuckled. Youngster, do you still wish to wage war against us? Do you think we are akin to the likes of Kanglin's sect or Yuhua Palace? Yichen replied indifferently. Do you truly believe there is a distinction between us? The old man spoke candidly. Perhaps we cannot currently contend with your Yi family or the Red Dust Cottage, but we can certainly contend with the imperial capital. Then come, and test your resolve. The old man's words faltered, his demeanor shifting as he bowed his head and began to drink deeply. Alcohol is a fine companion. At certain moments, it can embolden a person. After a considerable time had passed, the old man lifted his head once more, his face expressing a sense of relief. Very well. It seems inevitable. Allow me, this old man, to experience the pinnacle of this world's anomalies. The elder smiled briskly, setting down the wine jar, and instinctively sought to rise. However, in the next moment, his eyes widened in shock. The power of space. An overwhelming force of spatial energy had confined this tavern. The old man's face was filled with astonishment. How could this be? Your spatial power has reached such heights. This is a profound truth. Yichen's gaze was profound. Old man, you have no idea who you are opposing. Threatening my imperial capital? Just with you lot. A band of mindless fools. The old man stared wide-eyed, his breath becoming labored. He could not rise. This spatial force was solid beyond imagination. Its aura was as unfathomable as the depths of the ocean. Suddenly, a flash of disbelief crossed the old man's eyes. You are not at the pinnacle of the spirit emperor. You are a spirit sage. Yichen shook his head and smiled. A spirit sage, you say? Perhaps that is accurate. This avatar possesses only 60% of the spirit sage's power, encompassing profound truths, spiritual techniques, and physical prowess, all of it. Yet, even so, it is beyond the comprehension of the old man before me. Yichen's essence had ascended to a new echelon. Such power was beyond the old man's understanding. Yichen seized the wine jar and took a hearty swig. Why bother? I am inherently carefree, harboring little desire for worldly matters. Is it not better for you to content yourselves as rulers? A tempest of emotions surged within the old man, and witnessing Yi Chen's audacity, a fierce determination emerged in his heart. Do you think your victory is assured? Yi Chen smiled softly, sighing as he spoke. Come now. Please commence your performance. The old man's face twisted in a snarl as he produced a communication stone, readying himself for action. As the sound descended, it resembled the pronouncement of death itself. Yi Chen wore a smile that was neither here nor there, subtly shaking his head as he turned to gaze into the night outside the window. Meanwhile, the elderly man, in a frenzy, waited for several seconds, his expression gradually transforming. There was no response. What was happening? The old man's face shifted through various shades, and instinctively, he turned to look outside. Why? Why was there utter silence? Could it be? A startling conjecture emerged in the old man's mind. Yet, how could that be possible? Yichen sat right there. Apart from him in this imperial city, were there truly other formidable figures? Yichen's expression remained unperturbed. In truth, I harbor little sentiment for this imperial city. My desire to protect it is solely because of the Yi residents. The old man's countenance darkened. Outside, there remained no sign of anything unusual. Something must have gone awry. Yet, how could it be that more than one person had simultaneously fallen victim? Just how deep were the waters of this imperial city? Yi Chen turned, exuding an air of casual indifference. Are we still waiting? Chapter 116. Hung Qiuyang on the eaves. The silhouette of Yi Chen materialized. This was his true form. Su Yun instinctively cast a glance at Yi Chen, her gaze flickering slightly, hesitating to speak. It was as if she were oblivious to the overwhelming aura of murderous intent surrounding him. The turmoil within Yi Chen's heart quickly subsided, his countenance returning to its usual scholarly elegance as he settled on the rooftop. Seeing this, Su Yun finally spoke. Have you resolved everything? Where's that person from? Yi Chen replied with a faint smile and a shake of his head. Just some rats lurking in the shadows. Su Yun pondered for a moment before chuckling softly. The mortals in this world, they remain blissfully unaware of the undercurrents hidden beneath the city's vibrant facade. Perhaps every second, they brush past death without even realizing it. Chinner, it seems you have unwittingly become the guardian spirit of the imperial capital. Yi Chen was taken aback. Guardian spirit, he murmured, shaking his head after a moment. Perhaps that is true, or perhaps it is not. I merely desire peace for the Yi family. The capital thrives under the blessings of the Yi house. Su Yun's gaze shimmered momentarily as she stared absently at the night sky. Yi Chen, you are deeply bound to the Yi family. The three siblings, though their circumstances appeared similar, were fundamentally different. No matter how one looked at it, Yi Chen seemed more human, exuding warmth and connection. Yet, in certain aspects, he exhibited an unexpected detachment, caring for very little. Perhaps it was because this place could not truly be considered his home. Suddenly, a grim expression overtook the old man's face, his eyes filled with reluctance. How could so many people simply vanish? Yi Chen's lips curled into a smirk, a hint of disdain evident. I will ask you once more, what is the secret of the ancient secret realm? The last time I inquired, it was an opportunity for you to ascend to the celestial palace. This time, it is an opportunity for yourself. The old man was momentarily stunned, but soon comprehended Yi Chen's meaning. His expression turned bewildered. Despite having made various predictions regarding this matter, when reality struck, he found himself hesitating. The instinct to survive surged within him, overwhelming and relentless. The old man sighed deeply. I am old, truly old. He chuckled self-deprecatingly. Speak, what do you wish to know? Yi Chen's satisfaction was evident in his gentle smile. The secret of the ancient secret realm. I do not know. The old man responded without hesitation. All I know is that an elder within the sect discovered something in an ancient tome and then began to seek information about the ancient secret realm. Ultimately, all clues pointed to one person, namely, Yi-chun. Upon hearing this, Yi-chun furrowed his brow. The old man's words no longer sounded like mere fabrications. The truth was drawing near. However, the final layer of window paper still lacked a bit of finesse. What, then, is recorded in the ancient texts? Yi-chun pondered for a moment, feeling utterly bewildered. The world of the fantastical is indeed quite troublesome. His head ached at the thought. With a quiet sigh, Yi-chun seized a jar of wine and took a swig. Do you wish for death? The old man was taken aback. What nonsense. Do you wish to die? Yi-chun smiled. I find it rather difficult to perish. Without boasting, that's merely a fact. The old man was somewhat at a loss for words. Yi-chun offered no further explanation, instead continuing, would you be willing to join my Yi family? The old man was astonished. Do you truly wish to take me in? Yi-chun nodded. Why would I not? The old man fell silent. In truth, he had long prepared himself for death, even if he did not perish now. Upon returning to the supreme Tao Heavenly Palace, his fate would be little better. He was far too old. The concept of death was no longer distant. Yet now, Yi-chun's willingness to keep him around suggested that perhaps he could enjoy a few more days of good fortune. After lurking in the imperial capital for so long, Yi-chun's foundation had already been deeply imprinted in the old man's heart. In many respects, Yi-chun was merely conventional, but in terms of defense, the Yi residence surpassed all, leaving even the red dust cottage far behind. With a heavenly-grade spiritual artifact stationed, who could he possibly fear? At worst, he could retreat into his shell. After all, no one could breach that. The old man remained silent for a long while before finally lifting his head with determination. If the young friend truly does not mind, then this old man shall be part of the Yi family henceforth. I am Hung Chiuyang, former elder of the supreme Tao Heavenly Palace, at the late stage of the spiritual emperor realm. Seeing this, Yi-chun's lips curled into a smile as he raised the wine jar. Welcome to the Yi family. Hung Chiuyang's arrival was undoubtedly a fortuitous event. The following morning, Yi-chun brought Hung Chiuyang to the Yi residence. Henceforth, Yi-chun had gained another general under his command. With a spiritual emperor in place, Yi-chun's days would undoubtedly become more leisurely. He discreetly transmitted the locations of the corpses to the old emperor. Although the old emperor did not express much outwardly, he was utterly shocked within. He had received not a whisper of news. Unbeknownst to him, a perilous situation had unfolded on New Year's Eve in the imperial capital. This emperor, the old emperor, felt as if he could no longer face anyone. In the afternoon, Yi-chun rose and returned to the red dust cottage from the Yi residence. Slumped comfortably on the large sofa, Yi-chun sprawled out like a pancake. Meng-lan, I want to eat the pastries you make. Upon hearing his call, Meng-lan hurried over with a sweet smile. Certainly, esteemed master, please wait a moment. Yi-chun let out a long breath. This villa truly was delightful. This is what life should look like. He took out some cola and spicy strips, indulging himself with great relish. Before long, Su Yun and Ouyang Qingfeng also returned, and upon seeing Yi-chun feasting, they too settled onto the sofa, reaching out their hands. Yi-chun rolled his eyes and casually tossed over 2 bags, along with a bottle of cola and a generous assortment of chocolates. His 2 sisters had already spent several tens of thousands of spirit stones to arrange these snacks and beverages, yet they incessantly demanded more from him. According to Ouyang Qingfeng, what belongs to them is theirs, and what belongs to Yi-chun is solely his, a distinction she emphasized with an air of superiority. Though her reasoning seemed somewhat contrived, Yi-chun could not be bothered to dwell on such trivial matters. In his everyday life, he often teased his sisters, and he considered these snacks a form of interest repaid. After the New Year's Eve celebrations, life seemed to settle into a calm routine once more. Yi-chun frequently engaged in contemplating the profound truths of existence. The mysteries of the essence of life were indeed intricate. Among the supreme truths, the essence of space was enigmatic, brimming with unpredictable transformations, while the essence of life embodied pure profundity. Yi-chun's mind was awash with thoughts. That night, he opened his eyes in a state of mild exasperation and reached for a bottle of cola. The situation felt overwhelmingly challenging. Just then, a figure flew into his line of sight, approaching from the direction of the Yi residence. Upon closer inspection, Yi-chun was astonished to discover it was his father. Chapter 117. The coming storm. Yi-chun casually retrieved a can of cola and then made his way to the sofa in the reception area. To his surprise, his father had arrived. It was only fitting to share a drink. Yi Xingtian glanced at the cola, now seemingly indifferent to it. Initially, he had been astounded by its flavor, but the novelty had worn off after daily indulgence. He opened the can, noting how well the young rascal was faring. With ample provisions to enjoy, Yi Chun felt a twinge of anxiety. What was this about? Did his father harbor discontent? He immediately adopted a cheerful demeanor, asserting that he had merely taken a brief respite, and that his endeavors were mentally taxing, not as leisurely as one might think. Yi Xingtian grunted, indicating that his visit was not without purpose. He had something of significance to convey. Yi Chen nodded, pondering whether this was yet another arrangement for a matchmaker. Yi Xingtian's expression grew considerably grave as he continued. Since the events of New Year's Eve, the emperor had intensified the defensive measures within the realm, and indeed, some unusual occurrences had surfaced. Yi Chen narrowed his eyes. Recently, many unfamiliar faces had appeared in the imperial capital, and the emperor had even discovered that someone was covertly inquiring about him, as well as the Yi residence and the Red Dust Pavilion. Yi Chen furrowed his brow. Was he being targeted again? Who could it be this time? The Supreme Tao Heavenly Palace? He found it unlikely. They had encountered each other previously and were far from being new adversaries, making such behavior improbable. So, who was fixated on him now? Yi Chen contemplated the origins of these individuals. Yi Xingtian shook his head, explaining that the emperor had refrained from taking rash actions as the newcomers were mostly formidable. To act impulsively would be akin to dancing on the edge of a blade. The final decision would ultimately depend on Yi Chen's stance. After a moment of contemplation, Yi Chen quickly shook his head and smiled. It was of little consequence. Let them investigate. Even if they turned the imperial capital inside out, they would uncover nothing of value. The depth of Yi Chen's foundation was far more intricate than it appeared. What they could discover were merely trivialities that held no significance for him. Noting Yi Chen's resolve, Yi Xingtian inquired further, "So, who do you believe they are?" Yi Chen replied, "I have not investigated, so I cannot say for certain. However, I can make some educated guesses." Yi Xingtian's interest piqued. "What are your thoughts?" Yi Chen, seemingly unconcerned, explained that the situation likely stemmed from two sources. First, the current state of the Zhongyu realm, undoubtedly. Someone from the Jiutian realm was keeping a watchful eye on them. Among those who had recently made their presence known was the Liuli sect, while others, perhaps more than 8, remained in the shadows. The Zhongyu realm was currently leaderless, yet his own reputation was too resounding for them to act without discernment. Yi Xingtian nodded, having considered this aspect as well. "And what of the second source?" he asked. Yi Chen replied, "The second, of course, originates from the Supreme Tao Heavenly Palace." Yi Chen smiled faintly, aware that the forces in question were quite formidable. The sect possessed significant strength, and it was only natural that individuals of such stature would take an interest in a mere 10-year-old child. "Oh wait, I am already 11. Yi Xingtian felt a momentary heaviness in his heart, but upon hearing the last remark, he couldn't help but cast a reproachful glance at Yi Chen. Discussing serious matters, yet still finding time for jest. Yi Xingtian turned his gaze towards Yi Chen, contemplating the outside forces. Yi Chen waved his hand reassuringly, saying, "Do not worry, father. With me around, no one shall dare to act recklessly in the imperial city." Yi Xingtian was momentarily taken aback, but a smile soon graced his face. He understood that this statement was not mere bravado, and precisely because it was not, Yi Xingtian felt a profound sense of emotion. Such feelings were beyond the reach of mere words. This was his son. Yi Xingtian chuckled, waved his hand dismissively, picked up a cola, and departed. Yi Chen laughed heartily, bidding, "Take care, father." As Yi Xingtian soared back to the Yi residence, Yi Chen withdrew his gaze, his expression gradually turning contemplative. His earlier demeanor had been intentionally lighthearted in front of Yi Xingtian. In truth, Yi Chen felt a lingering uncertainty within. A tumultuous season. The secrets of the ancient secret realm. He wondered if only the Supreme Tao Heavenly Palace was privy to them. Regardless of what those individuals knew, they had already developed an interest in Yi Chen. The Supreme Tao Heavenly Palace had been the first to venture forth, only to return empty-handed. In this scenario, those individuals now chose to observe. They awaited the response from the Supreme Tao Heavenly Palace, and more importantly, they awaited the revelation of Yi Chen's worth. What warranted such attention from the Supreme Tao Heavenly Palace? Was it merely his reputation as a prodigy? There must be deeper implications at play. If the truth were to surface, the situation would undoubtedly become far more intricate. Alas, how troublesome. Yi Chen sighed, a frown upon his brow. All he desired was to live a simple life. Yet why did the world insist on scrutinizing him? He was but a humble spirit sage. If, by chance, some other spirit sages emerged from the shadows, Yi Chen feared that he might inadvertently meet a tragic end. He sighed deeply. For now, he would bide his time. He would simply remain within the imperial city. Even if they sought to corner him, they could not reach him. How infuriating. They should dare to come to the Red Dust Cottage. He would not hesitate to retaliate fiercely. The following morning, at the Red Dust Cottage, the sound of the guqin resonated gently. Yi Chen, clad in a simple white robe, had his hair casually cascading down. Naturally handsome. This more relaxed appearance lent Yi Chen an air of distinct charm, one that was rarely seen by outsiders. Luo Shui approached silently, taking a seat on the sofa. Her bright eyes fixed on Yi Chen. As the days passed, Yi Chen had become proficient enough to play several pieces flawlessly. When the final note faded, Yi Chen lifted his gaze, a smile illuminating his face. Luo Shui, you are awake so early. Luo Shui gracefully approached, her delicate hand brushing through her cascading hair. Enchanted by the melodic strains of the guqin, unable to resist, she came closer to listen. Yi Chen pondered for a moment before a ring materialized in his hand. This spatial ring is a gift for you. Now that you possess cultivation, having this will undoubtedly prove advantageous. Luo Shui, having undergone a profound awakening, indeed experienced rapid advancement. Having reached the spirit pill realm. And this is the Feng Shi Qin, a fine instrument befitting my personal musician. Naturally, you shall have a commendable lute. Henceforth, this shall be your instrument. Luo Shui intended to express her gratitude, but upon hearing the subsequent words, she was momentarily taken aback. Why, Your Highness? Are you truly gifting me the Feng Shi Qin? Yi Chen smiled gently and waved his hand dismissively. Do not fret about me. Is it conceivable that this heir is in need of another lute? Since I have chosen to give it to you, simply accept it. With that, Yi Chen smiled once more and turned to soar into the sky. Calculating the time, the bun shop at the corner should be open by now. Meanwhile, Su Yun stealthily arrived at the rooftop, reflecting on how exceptionally well Chun'er treats you, and that the Feng Shi Qin is a 9th grade earthly treasure. Chapter 118. You are not a stray dog. Upon hearing the voice, Luo Shui instinctively bowed slightly in reverence. However, upon hearing Su Yun's words, she couldn't help but widen her beautiful eyes in surprise. Your Highness, the princess, this guqin, is it truly a 9th grade earthly spirit instrument? Now that Su Yun had attained a certain level of cultivation, she had garnered some understanding of the affairs within the cultivation realm. She could sense that the Feng Shi Qin was indeed a spirit instrument, but she never imagined it to be of such high caliber. Reaching the 9th grade of the earthly tier, Luo Shui felt a tumultuous wave of emotions rising within her. A 9th grade earthly spirit instrument. The pinnacle of the earthly tier. How immense its value must be. Enough to purchase countless Fengxian Lu establishments. Su Yun shook her head with a smile. Dressed rather casually in male attire, her simple long robe did little to conceal her striking figure. Yet, more importantly, it was her aura that commanded attention. While both were breathtakingly beautiful, Luo Shui appeared rather youthful in comparison to Su Yun. Su Yun reclined on the sofa, revealing a glimpse of her fair, toned calves. She casually picked up a cup of coffee and took a delicate sip. Ah, what a unique flavor. Ever since I tried it that one time, I've become utterly enamored. Luo Shui appeared somewhat anxious. Your Highness, is it truly appropriate for me to accept such a precious item? Su Yun raised her gaze. Her expression was gentle, yet there lingered an inherent sense of authority. If Chun'er wishes to gift it to you, then you are indeed worthy. I am her sister, and I desire what is best for Chun'er, which naturally extends to hoping you truly deserve it. Luo Shui's eyes dimmed almost instantaneously. How could she prove herself worthy? She was merely a courtesan, only having escaped her previous life through Yi Chen's favor. Worthiness, what truly constitutes being worthy? Noticing her distress, Su Yun let out a soft sigh. Her background had predetermined many aspects of her life, and she could clearly discern Luo Shui's state of mind. Setting her coffee down, she asked, Luo Shui, do you think one's origins truly hold that much significance? Luo Shui was momentarily taken aback. In the realm of mortals, it certainly mattered. However, Luo Shui, you must understand. You are no longer a mere mortal. Do you know why Chen chose to teach you cultivation? Why she gifted you the fengshi qin? Luo Shui seemed utterly captivated. Her beautiful eyes filled with astonishment. Observing her reaction, Su Yun sighed inwardly, rising gracefully with her coffee in hand. If this girl were to meet an unfortunate fate one day, Chen would undoubtedly be heartbroken. Alas, this was all she could do. The rest depended on Luo Shui's own destiny. In the distance, the dawn was breaking, yet Su Yun's figure faded into the shadows of the staircase, the sunlight failing to reach her. Luo Shui sat in silence, lost in contemplation. After all these years, I still have a fondness for buns. Yi Chun patted his belly and took a sip of orange juice, letting out a satisfied burp. Today, without a doubt, is filled with vigor. Setting down a spirit crystal, Yi Chun rose and leisurely made his way towards the red dust cottage. Along the path, townsfolk occasionally greeted him, and Yi Chun welcomed each salutation with grace. Though his mind was preoccupied with a singular thought. What shall I do today? Attend another storytelling session? It seems I have grown somewhat weary of it. The little building is indeed quite popular. Every time a tale is spun, the audience appears electrified. Yet, as he listened to the narrator, Yi Chun felt an unsettling peculiarity in the content. Was their enthusiasm truly sincere? He shook his head inwardly, fearing that daily immersion in such narratives might lead him astray. Upon returning to the red dust cottage, Siha immediately bounded over, his small steps exuding an air of refreshment and charm. In that moment, Yi Chun's eyes sparkled with inspiration. Meng Lan, my dear. Meng Lan's voice echoed from afar. Prepare a leash. Today, this young master shall introduce Siha to the world. Siha seemed to understand, bursting with excitement, leaping several meters into the air, leaving Yi Chun momentarily stunned. Though this dog was no ordinary canine, that leap was indeed extraordinary truly, not just any dog. Before long, Yi Chun stepped outside, leash in hand, with Siha strutting ahead, tongue lolling and head held high. Behold, who stands behind me? That is Yi Chun. This dog is no ordinary dog. The townsfolk marveled in astonishment. This dog appears to possess a certain spirit. Why do I feel its gaze is rather unusual? Good sir, it is evident you have never owned a dog. Let me enlighten you. That gaze simply conveys disdain for you. Nonsense. You are the one who looks down upon me. Ah, no, you are unworthy of such disdain. The man was left bewildered. Should I not be esteemed? Am I unworthy? Yet it is. Having traversed merely 2 streets, Siha suddenly became animated, tugging at Yi Chun and darting towards the side. Yi Chun, confused, turned to see a small female dog, also on a leash. The little female dog froze in terror, retreating behind her owner and barking frantically. Yi Chun, seizing the leash, said, Siha, I understand your excitement, but your choice of excitement seems rather misplaced. Just look at your size. You're nearly at my waist. While that little dog barely reaches her owner's ankles, do dogs of your kind fancy little lasses as well? Siha turned back, visibly discontent, and began drooling in the direction of the little dog. Yi Chun, the frightened little dog, continued to yelp, prompting her female owner to turn around in anger, exclaiming, Humph! What a wild dog! Return home and look in the mirror. However, upon catching sight of Yi Chun behind Siha, her expression turned pale. Ah, your highness, I beg your pardon. You are not a wild dog. You are no, your dog is not a wild dog, Yi Chun. You are certainly not a wild dog. Neither is your entire family. Yi Chun took a deep breath, grasped Sha's arm, and turned to leave. A woman of the streets should not stoop to such trivialities. Humph. As he turned the corner, Yi Chun's gaze sharpened slightly, a flicker of surprise crossing his mind. Soon, however, his astonishment deepened. This dog possesses a distinct character. Is this canine yours, young sir? Yi Chun nodded, pondering silently. Can you not see the leash? It is not my dog. It willingly follows my lead. The young man before him appeared quite youthful, adorned in a flamboyant crimson robe that seemed somewhat ostentatious. While the flamboyance was indeed surprising, what truly astonished Yi Chun was the man's formidable prowess. This fellow was no ordinary practitioner. The man in red clasped his fists together and, noticing Yi Chun's presence in the capital, inquired if he might ask about someone. Yi Chun raised an eyebrow, confirming his status as a resident of the capital, and requested to know whom the gentleman sought. Suddenly, the red-clad man's eyes gleamed with a subtle fervor. The red dust cottage. Yi Chun. Chapter 119. Jiang Tian. Though Yi Chun maintained a facade of calm, his heart raced with surprise. How on earth did this person find out about him? Was he genuinely unaware or merely pretending? Yi Chun remained composed, replying, "Ah, Yi Chun of the Red Dust Cottage. Indeed, I am familiar with the esteemed young master Tianyang. May I inquire as to your purpose in seeking him?" The man in red beamed with excitement. "Wonderful. You know him. Might you guide me to him?" After a moment of contemplation, Yi Chun thought, "Since I am merely out for a stroll with my dog, I might as well lead the way." "Your kindness is greatly appreciated," the man exclaimed, his gratitude evident. Yi Chun felt a strange sense of unease and quickly employed a subtle technique. The townsfolk recognized him, and if anyone were to greet him casually, it could jeopardize his anonymity. Soon, his features became somewhat indistinct, but only to the citizens of the city. As they walked, Yi Chun feigned casual conversation. "May I ask what business you have with His Highness the young master?" The man in red replied earnestly, "I wish to challenge him." "Pardon?" Yi Chun was taken aback. "You intend to challenge? Is the young master truly formidable?" The man's expression turned mysteriously animated. "Ah, my good sir, I have long heard that Yi Chun is quite low-key in your Qianyuan empire, yet you are unaware of the extraordinary feats he has accomplished outside." Yi Chun felt an overwhelming sense of embarrassment. "Ah, yes. The man's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. "I once asked my master whether my talents might place me among the greatest geniuses. Do you know what he replied?" Intrigued, Yi Chun asked, "What did he say?" The man's excitement only grew. "My master said that while I may indeed be counted among the top-tier talents, there exists a singular genius who surpasses all others." "Singular genius," Yi Chun echoed, his expression shifting to one of peculiar curiosity. The man failed to notice Yi Chun's reaction, continuing to speak with fervor. "You must be quite curious about this unparalleled genius. I was the same. I asked my master, 'Who is this extraordinary genius?' And do you know what he said?" Yi Chun felt a sense of resignation, as if he could already predict the answer. "Must I guess?" Oblivious to Yi Chun's reluctance, the man continued animatedly. "My master said, 'In this world, there is one who, at the age of 10, is a spirit emperor, deserving of the title of unparalleled genius.' Do you know who that person is?" Yi Chun suppressed a laugh and shook his head. The man, misinterpreting Yi Chun's gesture as ignorance, eagerly pressed on. "The Red Dust Cottage, Yi Chun." At that moment, Siha suddenly turned his head, locking eyes with Yi Chun. "Yi Chun, you understand. You comprehend far too well." Before long, a row of blue smoke trees came into view. The man in red's eyes lit up. "It is said that the Red Dust Cottage is accompanied by a line of blue smoke trees. Could this be the Red Dust Cottage?" Yi Chun let out a sigh. Indeed, this was the Red Dust Cottage. The man in red immediately clasped his fists in gratitude, expressing his heartfelt thanks for the guidance. Yi Chun did not turn back, dismissing the gesture with a casual remark that it was merely on his way. As his words faded, he led Siha towards the grand entrance, casually loosening the dog's leash. Siha leaped forward, and upon his arrival, the gates swung open, allowing him to dash back into the courtyard. Yi Chun turned around, standing before the grand doors. For a fleeting moment, the blue smoke trees, the imposing entrance, and the resplendent building beyond seemed to serve as a backdrop for him. Above, for characters stood out sharply, Red Dust Cottage. Yi Chun stood with his hands clasped behind his back, and a gentle smile graced his lips. "I am Yi Chun. Welcome to the Red Dust Cottage." The man in red was taken aback. You are Yi Chun." He was momentarily stunned, his eyes widening in astonishment, his expression utterly captivating. Suddenly, he recalled Yi Chun's earlier words, merely on his way. Merely on his way. What a fitting phrase. Was he not just subjected to a performance of flattery, and yet Yi Chun remained utterly unashamed? He had heard every word right up to his doorstep. The man in red was at a loss for how to respond. He had never felt such embarrassment in his life. Yi Chun chuckled lightly, expressing his appreciation for the recognition from him and his master. "Since you are here, do come in and have a seat." The man in red, still bewildered, instinctively replied affirmatively. Meng Lan arrived, closed the door, and served tea in the reception area of the courtyard. After some time had passed, the man in red finally took a sip from his cup, gradually regaining his composure, and silently chuckled at his own folly. So, it turned out that this esteemed individual was indeed Yi Chun. He had been quite mistaken. "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Jiang Tian, hailing from the Drunken Dream Pavilion in the Western region." Yi Chun was taken aback. The Western realm. It was a distant place indeed. West of the Tsangyu realm lay the Nine Heavens realm, and beyond that was the western region. This fellow had traversed an entire Nine Heavens realm to arrive. However, it was worth noting that the supreme Dao Heavenly Palace also originated from the forces of the western region. Yi Chen was only familiar with the geographical distribution and had yet to delve into the specifics of the western region. He wondered how the Drunken Dream Pavilion compared to the supreme Dao Heavenly Palace. Naturally, while such thoughts crossed his mind, it would be inappropriate to express them upon their first meeting. Yi Chen nodded, acknowledging him as a guest from afar, which was indeed an honor. Jiang Tian quickly shook his head. I have heard that the Red Dust Cottage seldom entertains outsiders. Many are curious about the cottage, yet few have the chance to enter. It is truly an honor for me that you, Dao friend Yi, have permitted my entry. As he spoke, Jiang Tian instinctively glanced around, marveling at the scenery within the Red Dust Cottage. The rumors spoke of its mystery, suggesting that the cottage housed all manner of wonders, as if it concealed some extraordinary beings. Upon closer inspection, the humble abode amidst the worldly chaos reveals itself as quite simple, with the sole remarkable feature being the exquisite beauty of the courtyard. Jiang Tian could not help but feel a spark of brightness in his eyes. While it may not possess the legendary allure, the residence indeed exudes a unique charm. It seems that friend Yi possesses a refined taste. Yi Chen shook his head with a smile, remarking that he was merely passing the time. Jiang Tian withdrew his gaze and pondered for a moment before tentatively speaking. Friend Yi, I must confess that my previous words were not mere flattery. I genuinely wished to witness your remarkable presence. Yi Chen wore a smile that was neither fully sincere nor entirely mocking. After all, a prominent figure attracts attention. He then rose and said, let us proceed, and walked towards the rear courtyard. Jiang Tian was momentarily taken aback. Friend Yi, are we not heading to the martial arena? This courtyard is so lovely that if it were to be damaged, I would be deemed the villain. Yi Chen chuckled softly. There is no need for that. Simply follow me. As he spoke, Yi Chen cast a glance at the second floor of the small building. Luo Shui, do come down. Chapter 120. The young talents. Yi Chen led Jiang Tian to the backyard. The Red Dust Cottage sprawled extensively, with pavilions and lakes dotting the landscape. In the rear, a sizable staircase descended into the underground. Jiang Tian, seemingly piecing together a clue, inquired, Friend Yi, could it be that beneath lies a martial arts arena? Yi Chen nodded with a smile, affirming that given the ample space of the Red Dust Cottage, he had indeed made use of it to construct a modest martial arts arena for personal use. Jiang Tian, visibly astonished, nodded in acknowledgement, unable to hide his surprise. Who would have thought that such a grand establishment concealed a significant feature? Luo Shui soon glided over gracefully. Your Highness, upon seeing Luo Shui, whose face was partially veiled, yet whose luminous eyes revealed her striking beauty, Jiang Tian couldn't help but cast a knowing glance at Yi Chen, exclaiming, Friend Yi, how fortunate you are. Luo Shui, upon hearing this, slightly bowed, responding, You jest, it is I who am fortunate. Jiang Tian, taken aback, regarded Yi Chen with newfound respect. Impressive. How did you manage to win her over so effortlessly? Yi Chen merely smiled in response to Jiang Tian's gaze, then turned to say, I shall engage in a spar with Jiang Dao friend. You may join us to observe. Jiang Tian understood the intent behind Yi Chen's words, recognizing a clear opportunity for guidance. Noticing Luo Shui's modest cultivation level, it was evident that Yi Chen's gesture was one of consideration towards her, igniting a realization within Jiang Tian. Was it necessary to employ such tactics when dealing with women? A thought flickered through Jiang Tian's mind. This brother seemed quite adept. Hadn't he noticed how compliant Luo Shui appeared? Perhaps he should learn a few techniques from him to take back home. When the time came, he could utilize such methods. And surely, the enchanting Qinghua fairy would be within his grasp. As Jiang Tian became lost in contemplation, Yi Chen gently coughed, prompting, Jiang Dao friend, shall we? Jiang Tian immediately snapped back to reality, his heart steady and face composed, replying, Of course. The three descended the staircase, revealing a separate metallic chamber within, which, though not large, was exquisitely crafted. Jiang Tian, puzzled, asked, Friend Yi, what is this? Yi Chen replied with a serene smile, This is an electric spirit lift. This chamber will descend automatically, saving us from trekking down several dozen meters. Is it truly so marvelous? Jiang Tian exclaimed in astonishment. Soon, he felt the descent, and his amazement peaked at the astonishing method employed. When the spirit lift opened its doors again, Jiang Tian's eyes widened in awe. Before him lay a vast circular space, nearly 1,000 meters in diameter, beneath a soaring dome. Along the sides, corridors were visible, with a row of seats near the railing encircling the entire arena, which plunged an additional 5 meters underground, granting the audience an expansive view. Most strikingly, the aesthetics of the place were breathtaking. What materials adorned the walls, giving such a mesmerizing effect? The lights illuminated the space, creating an ambience that was nothing short of spectacular. Jiang Tian swallowed hard, a sense of unease creeping into his heart. Friend, is this what you meant by a modest scale? For home use. Yi Chun smiled faintly and was the first to step out of the spirit ladder. This was not of utmost importance. What truly mattered was that amidst such a martial arena, one's spirits could indeed be uplifted. Jiang Tian, somewhat bewildered, emerged from the spirit ladder. Was this merely for the sake of feeling good? Otherwise, Yi Chun shrugged. This is my home. It appears pleasing and comfortable. Shouldn't that be the priority? Jiang Tian's lips twitched. Why did it seem so reasonable? The wickedness of the affluent. He leapt directly off the battlefield and soared into the distance. In the background, Yi Chun sensed Jiang Tian's aura gradually intensifying. Intriguing. Turning his head, Yi Chun noted that Jiang Tian was a spirit king, and at such a young age, he could undoubtedly be considered a prodigy. A battle at the spirit king level would surely not lack excitement. Luo Shui nodded, having understood, and was prepared to observe intently. Yi Chun also nodded, rising to enter the battleground. On the spectator's stand, Luo Shui did not even take a seat but gripped the railing, her gaze unwavering. Yi Chun's thoughts stirred, and a protective barrier slowly ascended around them. This barrier possessed unique characteristics. Although it closed in like a large bowl, intricate patterns extended across the surface. Converging at the apex, it resembled an octagonal cage, instilling an inexplicable sense of oppression. Jiang Tian, now radiating a formidable presence, waved his broad sleeves and proclaimed, "Fellow Taoist Yi, since my master has proclaimed you a spirit emperor, I shall not hold back. I am eager to witness the extent of your remarkable prowess." Yi Chun raised his hand, inviting him to proceed. With a sharp command, Jiang Tian's foot crashed upon the ground, and an observable crimson shockwave surged forth, causing the ground beneath to blush red. The air above the crimson surface twisted violently, intermittently releasing bursts of flames. In an instant, he covered a distance of 1,000 meters. Suddenly, Yi Chun felt a wave of pressure envelop him, stirring a subtle restlessness within his mind. While Jiang Tian's aura surged once more, laughing heartily as he charged towards Yi Chun. Boom! With a single step, Jiang Tian's figure vanished in an instant, his speed astonishingly swift. The overwhelming sense of pressure bore down upon Yi Chun, who remained steadfast, though his garments billowed in the wind. Yi Chun felt a tinge of surprise within. The title of genius was indeed well earned. Despite Jiang Tian's only being a spirit king, he could already subtly wield his influence. The surrounding flames were manifestations of Jiang Tian's aura, which exerted considerable pressure on Yi Chun while simultaneously empowering him, akin to stepping into his own domain. It was a diminutive version of the grand forces of nature. This lad does possess a modicum of talent. Yi Chun pondered. What level of cultivation should he employ? Given that Jiang Tian was already in the mid-phase of Spirit King, he could not overly intimidate him. Thus, he would match him with the early phase of Spirit King. With a thought, Yi Chun's aura of the early phase of Spirit King materialized. Upon witnessing this, Jiang Tian could not help but raise his eyebrows, a surge of intense battle spirit igniting within him. The early stage of the Spirit King? To possess such confidence with a strength merely one tier beneath my own. A fervent determination blossomed in Jiang Tian's heart. This battle was one he must triumph in. In the blink of an eye, he was upon his opponent, unleashing a thunderous roar as he propelled a fist directly toward Yi Chun, a crimson dragon silhouette materializing above his knuckles. The dragon roaring fist. An ethereal dragon's roar resonated in the air, and the oppressive force intensified to an overwhelming degree. Even Yi Chun felt as though he were not confronting a mere man, but rather an awe-inspiring dragon soaring to the heavens. Yi Chun marveled inwardly. Jiang Tian appeared remarkably at ease in his familiar territory, and this technique bore an astonishing might. Logically, one should first evade such an onslaught. However, Should he choose to dodge this initial clash, he would undoubtedly be drawn into Jiang Tian's rhythm thereafter. With a faint smile, Yichen casually raised his palm. Chapter 121. Imparting knowledge and wisdom. A thunderous sound resonated as fists collided, and a fierce blaze erupted, momentarily engulfing Yichen entirely. However, before him, Jiang Tian's eyes were filled with astonishment. Such a casual reception of the attack. Yet, as the roaring flames subsided, Yichen's figure emerged unscathed, not having moved an inch, nor displaying the slightest fluctuation in his breath. So formidable, Jiang Tian could not help but exclaim in disbelief. Yichen smiled faintly, acknowledging the adept technique. Although merely a spirit king, you have already begun to embody the shadows of the grand cosmic momentum. Should you continue on this path, your power will only grow, and upon reaching Spirit Emperor, with but a single thought, the world shall tremble. A look of awe surfaced in Jiang Tian's eyes. His words echoed those of his master almost identically. Yichen casually lowered his hand and inquired, Jiang Tian, have you ever tasted defeat? A more fervent battle intent ignited in Jiang Tian's eyes. Never. I, Jiang Tian, have never been defeated. Yichen's lips curled into a smirk. Well then, today marks the arrival of your first defeat. You. Jiang Tian was enraged. Although he had come to witness Yichen's prowess, his anger was nearly uncontrollable at this moment. How utterly arrogant. Jiang Tian suddenly retreated a significant distance, and his eyes shimmered with a crimson glow. Huh, he shouted coldly. And an overwhelming pressure surged forth, a colossal phantom rising from beneath his feet. With a fierce glint in his eyes, Jiang Tian exuded an aura of dominance. Yet, Yichen remained unfazed, continuing to speak. Do you believe your current momentum is so formidable? Without hesitation, Jiang Tian replied, because I am strong enough. No peer can defeat me. The phantom beneath him began to take a distinct shape, emanating an unparalleled ferocity. It was a colossal crimson beast. In an instant, this apparition surged upward, opening its massive jaws as it ascended, seemingly intent on swallowing Yichen whole. Such a terrifying presence could spell doom if engulfed. A chilling arc formed on Jiang Tian's face. I am strong. My momentum is impenetrable. No one can withstand my force. Devouring the heavens. Let us see how you resist. Amidst the blazing inferno, Jiang Tian's gaze was filled with overwhelming pressure, while Yichen's expression remained composed throughout. How will I resist? Simply by resisting. A glimmer of azure light ignited in Yichen's eyes as he took a deliberate step forward. In that instant, the atmosphere within a 1,000-meter radius shifted dramatically. A clear ice-blue aura erupted from beneath Yichen's feet, rapidly expanding. The formidable phantom was crushed underfoot. In the blink of an eye, the winds and clouds transformed. A chilling cold enveloping the area. Within the arena, the atmosphere shifted as temperatures plummeted. Jiang Tian suddenly coughed up a mouthful of blood, his eyes widening in terror. How is this possible? In but a fleeting moment, his momentum had been utterly crushed. This was not a matter of cultivation. Clearly, Yichen's cultivation had not changed in the slightest. Why? Why was Yichen so formidable? Delicate snowflakes danced through the air as Yichen, with an expression of serene indifference, spoke softly. And now, is your momentum still strong? Jiang Tian, taken aback, instinctively opened his mouth, but could utter not a single word of rebuttal. The truth was laid bare before him. What could he possibly say? His expression appeared somewhat dazed. Yichen continued to gaze at him calmly. Your might appears formidable because you have never tasted defeat, thus cultivating an aura of invincibility. But should the day come when you do falter, what then becomes of your momentum? Will it not be as fragile as parchment, easily torn and rendered powerless? Jiang Tian fell silent, his gaze fixated on the icy ground, his complexion reflecting his turmoil. I ask you, what is the great momentum of heaven and earth? Suddenly, Jiang Tian lifted his head, his eyes radiating a newfound brightness. The great momentum of heaven and earth. Had he not contemplated this notion? To grasp the great momentum at the Spirit Emperor level would undoubtedly be immensely beneficial. Yet, the essence of heaven and earth's momentum, a hallmark of the Spirit Emperor, transcended simple comprehension. Yichen could not help but smile at this realization. Let me impart a piece of wisdom. Your momentum, you are momentum. Momentum is you. As for the great momentum of heaven and earth, you are not the momentum, and the momentum is not you. Jiang Tian stood in a trance. as if something profound was stirring within him, a vague yet powerful sensation. Yi Chun rose and soared towards the outside, saying, "Come, let us depart." Jiang Tian nodded, still lost in contemplation of Yi Chun's recent words. Luo Shui had been quietly observing, and upon Yi Chun's return, her beautiful eyes sparkled with brilliance. She candidly admitted that when the gluttonous phantom soared to the heavens, she was genuinely astonished. The spectacle befitting a spirit king was beyond her imagination, an unparalleled terror. Could such a scene truly be orchestrated by a mere mortal? Yet, when Yi Chun followed closely behind, stepping forth and shaking the heavens, suppressing the fierce flames with an overwhelming force, it was this scene that left Luo Shui even more in awe. The impact of such a visual experience was ineffable, etched deeply into her memory. Luo Shui gazed earnestly. "Your Highness." Yi Chun nodded and approached the spirit ladder, inquiring, "How do you feel?" Luo Shui hesitated before responding. "Young Master Jiang is formidable, but your Highness is even stronger." Yi Chun felt speechless within. Was this even necessary to mention? Nevertheless, he dismissed the thought, acknowledging it as an opportunity for her to broaden her horizons. Behind them, Jiang Tian, oblivious to their exchange, appeared somewhat lost in thought. Soon, they returned to the ground, where Jiang Tian pointed to a nearby pavilion, saying, "Fellow Taoist Yi, I wish to meditate there for a while. Would that be convenient?" Yi Chun readily nodded, "Of course. It is quite convenient. Feel free." Having offered so much guidance, Yi Chun hoped that Jiang Tian might truly gain insight, aligning with his intentions. The streets outside are teeming with adversaries, and Yi Chun wonders if he cannot have a single friend. This fellow appears somewhat simple-minded. Yet Yi Chun senses a fundamentally good nature within him. Moreover, his talents are commendable, a fact that even Yi Chun must concede. Jiang Tian has eagerly retreated into seclusion, while Yi Chun returns to the villa with Luo Shui, collapsing onto the sofa. Exhausted. Previously, he had to defend his homeland, and now he must also impart wisdom and resolve doubts. The Red Dust Cottage seems to have taken on new endeavors. After lying there for a while, Yi Chun grew restless. Casting a glance at Siha, he said, "Come, let us seek out a little companion." Siha immediately sprang to his feet, barking enthusiastically. Luo Shui remarked, "Your Highness seems rather peculiar today." The last time he exhibited such oddity was during a previous encounter. Suddenly, Luo Shui recalled the sheer stockings, and her face flushed crimson. It appears that the prince has a fondness for such things. Should she find a moment to wear them for him again? She covered her face in embarrassment. As night fell, Jiang Tian sat cross-legged, and suddenly, he opened his eyes. Chapter 122. Jiang Tian's Intentions. Jiang Tian retrieved the communication stone. "Qingran, how are things on your end? Have you encountered Yi Chun?" Jiang Tian's expression flickered, involuntarily recalling his rather embarrassing experience. His voice bore a hint of resignation. "Yes, I have. What happened? Did you engage him in a spar? Is he truly as formidable as the rumors suggest?" Jiang Tian's face contorted in distress. "My lady, are you here to mock me? Let us not even discuss it. I received quite the lesson. However, I must admit, Yi Chun is indeed powerful, and he possesses a commendable character." Commendable? In what sense? Jiang Tian pondered for a moment. "During our spar today, I was utterly defeated. Yet, Yi Chun carried no airs about him. He even offered me some invaluable guidance. I can now faintly perceive the grand currents of the world." "Ha. So you too have experienced being bested. But the grand currents of the world. Wait. The grand currents of the world. Just you wait. I shall join you." Jiang Tian was taken aback, a strange smile suddenly flickering in his eyes. "Su Qingran, you wouldn't be harboring ulterior motives, would you? I must tell you, although Yi Chun is relatively young, he is quite handsome, his strength is undeniable, and his demeanor is very approachable. Oh, and let me add, the Red Dust Cottage is exceptionally beautiful. I have never seen such an exquisite residence in my life." Su Qingran interjected, "I cannot endure this any longer. If I cannot bear it, then I shan't. Who can stop me, Su Qingran? Just wait. I shall be there shortly." Then, silence ensued. Jiang Tian stood in a daze, a secret smile creeping onto his face as he surveyed his surroundings. The spiritual energy here was palpable. There was a gathering array, and its level was quite impressive. Goodness, the Red Dust Cottage is indeed extravagant. It's brimming with wealth. Suddenly, a voice pierced through the silence. In a secluded area of the imperial capital, A man's deep voice resonated within the soundproof barrier. Elder Song. Many individuals of considerable cultivation have recently arrived in the Qianyuan imperial capital. Their intentions remain unclear, but it is evident they are all drawn to Yichun. Elder Song appeared unfazed. It is of no concern. It is natural for individuals to take an interest in a small imperial city that has caught the attention of the supreme Dao Heavenly Palace. Let them investigate. Just keep a watchful eye on any developments there. Elder Song, there is one more thing. What is it? Today, a person entered the Red Dust Cottage and has yet to emerge. Jiang Tian from the Drunken Dream Pavilion. Jiang Tian. Drunken Dream Pavilion. Is he that old madman's disciple? Indeed, that is him. Elder Song's tone shifted slightly. That lad has yet to come out? Has there been any commotion from within? None whatsoever. It remains utterly silent. Inside the communication stone, Elder Song fell silent for several seconds before responding again. I understand. You continue to monitor the situation closely and report immediately if anything arises. Understood. At the Red Dust Cottage, Yichun sat in a state of deep contemplation, feeling somewhat troubled. Recently, both of my elder sisters have become quite reclusive, spending long hours confined to their rooms without emerging. This situation has rendered me unable to participate in the lottery. Upon inquiring with the system, I discovered that my attempts have only accumulated 11 times. This is untenable. I must find a solution. As I pondered this dilemma, suddenly a voice called out from behind me. I instinctively turned around, only to be met with a delightful surprise. Black silk. My spirits lifted instantly. If this was the case, my weariness would dissipate. I gestured eagerly, inviting her closer. Today, Luo Shui seemed particularly vivacious, and such joy is meant to be shared. Luo Shui chuckled inwardly, realizing that my fondness for such things was evident. Despite their oddity, if it pleased me, she was willing to indulge. She approached gracefully, her long legs moving with an air of confidence, clearly eager to engage. Ah, this woman is teasing me. She seeks to draw me in. I smiled back. The night was long and full of promise, the stars twinkling brilliantly. Surely, we should share a toast. With a flourish, I summoned a bottle of red wine and 2 glasses onto the coffee table. As I examined the wine, I found myself confronted by a series of incomprehensible characters, an exotic item indeed. Luo Shui, with a radiant smile, settled beside me, her toned legs intertwining enticingly. I quickly retracted my hand, nearly tipping over in surprise. Luo Shui leaned in closer, the distance between us shrinking significantly, and I could distinctly sense her intoxicating fragrance. Ahem. The allure of the night was palpable, and I felt no shame. Rather, I reveled in the delightful diversion. Life as a cultivator can be quite mundane. Adding a touch of color is hardly excessive. Regardless of propriety, I found the experience quite delightful. The next morning, I awoke alone in my bed. Although the previous night had been enchanting, it hadn't led me to share my bed with anyone. Stretching lazily, I gazed out the floor-to-ceiling windows at the sunlit dew, feeling for the first time how splendid life could be. Perhaps I should abandon cultivation altogether. Surely, with my doppelganger, I needn't burden myself further with such trials. Stepping out of my room, I spotted my canine companion and considered taking him along. Suddenly, a voice called out from behind, startling me. Turning around, I was surprised to find Jiang Tian approaching. You've emerged from your seclusion? He asked, hastening towards me before bowing deeply. Grateful for my previous guidance, he expressed. I am immensely thankful. Allow me to pay my respects. I was taken aback momentarily, but I found him to be a decent fellow. Accepting his gesture, I assured him. You may simply call me Yichun from now on. Referring to each other as fellow cultivators feels rather distant. Jiang Tian's eyes sparkled with delight, and he couldn't help but chuckle. You're quite the straightforward person. From now on, feel free to call me Jiang Tian. Let's dispense with any formality. Yichun raised the dog leash in his hand. Shall we take a stroll together? Let's go? Yichun, your home is truly exquisite. I would love to stay there for a while, if that's not too much trouble. Yichun couldn't help but feel a hint of skepticism. Was this fellow really reluctant to leave simply because of the beauty of the Red Dust Cottage? What a preposterous notion. However, Jiang Tian did seem to possess a certain charm, while Yichun's life lacked a bit of excitement. Yichun nodded. It's no problem at all. I'll arrange a room for you when we return. Meng Lan can also whip up some delightful pastries. You must try them when we get back. I guarantee you will never forget them for the rest of your life. Really? So unforgettable. Jiang Tian exclaimed, his curiosity piqued. They soon arrived at the bun shop, where Yi Chen skillfully ordered 2 baskets of buns, one of which was for Jiang Tian. Jiang Tian showed no signs of reluctance and joined Yi Chen in indulging in the meal. After a few bites, Jiang Tian hesitated and finally broke the silence. Yi Chen, may I ask you something? Chapter 123. Strategy Guide. Yi Chen raised an eyebrow, inquiring, what is it? Jiang Tian, feeling somewhat embarrassed, chuckled softly and glanced around at the bustling crowd. He leaned closer and whispered, Yi Chen, I've noticed that Miss Luo Shui is quite obedient to you. I was wondering, how did you manage to achieve that? Is there a secret you could share? Yi Chen was momentarily taken aback, his expression shifting to one of profound contemplation. Jiang Tian laughed heartily, as if laughter could alleviate his awkwardness. You see, I have developed feelings for a girl in this sect, but unfortunately, she seems indifferent to me. If you truly possess any wisdom, I would appreciate your assistance. Yi Chen responded with a gentle shake of his head and a smile. Matters of the heart. His gaze grew somewhat deep, as if lost in thought. After a brief pause, he turned to Jiang Tian and declared, allow me to impart the first piece of wisdom. When the heart is free of women, the sword is drawn with divine precision. Jiang Tian was taken aback for a moment, suddenly producing a small notebook from his pocket and began scribbling notes. Yi Chen caught a glimpse of the awkwardly written words, Strategy Guide. He couldn't help but chuckle as he continued to munch on a bun. Once Jiang Tian finished writing, he reviewed his notes, soon furrowing his brow. Yi Chen, I wish to know how to win her affection, not to give her up. You're saying of a heart free of women with a half-smile. Yi Chen glanced at him. Who said anything about giving her up? But if your heart is free of women, haven't you effectively given up? Yi Chen shook his head. Can I see your heart? Jiang Tian was momentarily dumbfounded, pondering the nature of the question. Wasn't that a triviality? Yet Yi Chen, unfazed by his reaction, pressed on. Can she see your heart? Jiang Tian's expression shifted into one of contemplation, as if he were beginning to grasp something elusive. Yi Chen stuffed the remaining bun into his mouth, speaking with muffled clarity, what you think in your heart, what you do with your hands, and what she senses. These are 3 distinct matters. Jiang Tian pondered this for a moment before eagerly retrieving his notebook again. Here comes the second point. Although he didn't fully comprehend it, he sensed the profundity in these 3 matters. This Yi Chen was indeed reliable. Coming to the Red Dust Cottage had proven to be fortuitous. Not only could Yi Chen guide his cultivation, but he could also assist him in matters of the heart. How impressive! On the way back, Jiang Tian was somewhat distracted, suddenly leaning over to ask Yi Chen, Hey, do you think there are any particularly effective techniques for pursuing women? Techniques? Yi Chen nearly burst into laughter. Do you think you're battling monsters? Shall I teach you the 18 dragon subduing palms? Jiang Tian, noticing Yi Chen's expression, quickly clarified. What you've said so far has been quite profound. I fear I may need considerable time to fully grasp it. Is there something more straightforward? Straightforward? Certainly. Yi Chen chuckled. You might consider visiting the slave market. Select a pleasing companion, and I assure you she will be more than willing to oblige. Jiang Tian replied with a look of disbelief. Brother, that's rather unkind of you. You're suggesting I abandon my morals. Yi Chen observed that Jiang Tian appeared somewhat dejected, prompting him to ponder the matter further. After a brief moment, he spoke earnestly. Since you have inquired, I cannot simply brush you off. The nuances of interpersonal relationships encompass various techniques, manipulation, control, and even the art of subtlety. However, if you seek the ultimate tactic, there is but one. Jiang Tian's eyes instantly brightened. By heavens, so many intricacies. No wonder you are Yi Chen. It's clear why Luo Shui is so compliant. There truly is an ultimate tactic. What might it be? Yi Chen smiled gently. Your understanding is still quite superficial, revealing it may not yield clarity for you. Nevertheless, I shall divulge it. True sincerity. Sincerity? Jiang Tian was taken aback. I am indeed sincere. I am exceedingly sincere. I often present her with elixirs and precious herbs. I constantly think of her whenever I come across something good. Yi Chen chuckled softly and shook his head. You claim your understanding is limited. Sincerity, when taken to extremes, becomes mere sycophancy, while insufficient sincerity resembles baiting. The crux lies in the fact that you cannot be genuinely sincere. You can only feign it convincingly. Jiang Tian was utterly bewildered. To be sincere, yet not genuinely so. What then is my course of action? He contemplated, still quite puzzled. Is this truly what you call the ultimate tactic? Yichen smirked, shaking his head. This is indeed the singular ultimate tactic. Its true magic is beyond your current perception. It is perfectly acceptable that you do not grasp it now. In time, you will come to understand. Jiang Tian scoffed. Only you would know. At that moment, Yichen seemed to sense something and turned around with a hint of suspicion. In the distance, a vessel emerged, billowing thick black smoke as it approached rapidly. Yichen was taken aback. What on earth is happening? Is someone returning from flight? Jiang Tian, observing Yichen's peculiar expression, turned to look as well. This brother is quite the character. With such a commotion, it must either be an escape or a rebirth. As the imperial capital came into view, an individual leaped from the vessel, descending directly toward the city without a backward glance. Suddenly, the vessel erupted in a grand explosion, engulfed in flames and swirling smoke. Yichen's lips twitched. What a remarkable person. He couldn't help but chuckle, retracting his gaze just as he noticed Jiang Tian, whose expression was utterly strange, his lips twitching. Yichen shook his head, bemused. Indeed, this individual was extraordinary. The spectacle had astonished not only him, but likely a significant portion of the imperial capital as well. Yichen turned and continued toward the red dust cottage. Soon, Jiang Tian caught up, yet he remained unusually silent, uttering not a single word. Yichen glanced at him quizzically several times. Upon reaching the threshold of the red dust cottage, Yichen suddenly sensed an aura approaching rapidly. He turned to see a figure sprinting toward him. Isn't that the person who just leaped from the vessel to escape? Yichen's eyes widened with curiosity as he observed the frantic figure. To his surprise, it was a woman, unadorned and yet possessing an exquisite grace. The woman's features were strikingly delicate. Her long hair cascaded freely, while she donned a flowing robe of pale azure silk. As she dashed forward, the hem of her garment and her hair danced in the breeze. This lady displayed formidable prowess, her cultivation level rivaling that of Jiang Tian. For she too was at the Spirit King realm. Though youthful, her skills were profound, and she had arrived in a flying vessel, albeit one belching thick black smoke as if it had endured some dire ordeal. Nevertheless, it was still a flying craft. This suggests that she hails from a prestigious lineage, undoubtedly of noble descent. Yet, her demeanor, whether in her current reckless sprint or in the tortured state of her ship, emanated an air of audacious nonchalance. Yichen's gaze was inevitably drawn with heightened interest. She could very well be a captivating individual. Soon, right before him, and to Yichen's astonishment, the woman halted at the entrance and playfully slapped Jiang Tian on the shoulder. Jiang Tian, it has been far too long. Chapter 124. Su Qingran. Jiang Tian's expression was exceedingly awkward. It has been a long time. The woman, however, merely curled her lip in disdain. Humph, what kind of expression is that? Did I owe you money? As her words fell, her gaze audaciously shifted to Yichen, scrutinizing him without reservation. Yet, her eyes soon sparkled with intrigue as she glanced at the plaque of the red dust cottage overhead, casually slapping Jiang Tian's shoulder. I must say, you are rather inconsiderate. This gentleman is your friend, is he not? Why not introduce him? With a sigh, Jiang Tian explained, this young lady is Su Qingran, the youngest daughter of the Su family from the ancient capital and a disciple of the Hall of Eternal Life. After speaking, he pursed his lips, adding, Yichen, quite the renowned figure. Su Qingran appeared genuinely astonished. Yichen, you are indeed the legendary prodigy. Yichen wore a half-smile. I am Yichen. It is a pleasure to make your acquaintance, Miss Su. Ah, the pleasure is all mine. Your reputation precedes you, Yi Gongzi. Meeting you in person is truly exceptional. Su Qingran clasped her fists, exuding an air of martial camaraderie. Yichen turned slightly. Since you are a friend of Jiang Tian's, why not join us at the red dust cottage for a while? Su Qingran's face lit up with joy. How could I possibly impose? But I shall take you up on your kind offer, Yi Gongzi. Yichen smiled and turned to enter, while behind him, Jiang Tian wore a peculiar expression and whispered, Miss, where have you come from? How did you arrive so swiftly? Su Qingran replied, puzzled, of course, I came from the sect. Where else would I come from? Wait, you arrived here just after one night? Su Qingran shrugged, raising her chin. This is the speed of the Su family. You can't comprehend it, can you? Jiang Tian thought to himself, what a remarkable speed. He couldn't help but recall the scene in the sky, the boat billowing thick black smoke. To be honest, I really can't grasp it. Su Qingran let out a light huff before taking a few steps ahead to catch up. Wow, is this truly the legendary Red Dust Cottage? It is so beautiful. Yi Chen smiled lightly. It is merely a modest embellishment, Miss Su. In the courtyard, Yi Chen gestured toward the sofa. Miss Su may rest here or wander about freely. Jiang Tian has been here for a couple of days. He can show you around. Su Qingran turned to glance at Jiang Tian, feigning a frown. It seems Yi Gongzi has matters to attend to. Yi Chen was taken aback and chuckled. I have been remiss. Would it be agreeable if I accompany Miss Su for a stroll? Su Qingran shot Jiang Tian a glare before quickly donning a bright smile. Then I shall trouble you, Yi Gongzi. Yi Chen felt a twinge of suspicion. This woman does not seem to be of good nature. Why did it feel as if she was specifically targeting him? Wasn't she Jiang Tian's friend? Why was she fixating on him? Yi Chen maintained his composure, extending a hand in invitation. Su Qingran shot another glare at Jiang Tian, then approached with a cheerful demeanor. Jiang Tian, with an odd expression, said, Shall I take my leave then? His face contorted as he added, Yi Chen, I will return to cultivate. I leave Miss Su in your care. No trouble at all. I am quite easy to arrange, so you may rest assured. Do not worry. Jiang Tian. I shall take my leave now. Without a backward glance, Jiang Tian disregarded Yi Chen entirely. Su Qingran turned, flashing an innocuous smile at Yi Chen. He felt a slight urge to laugh. Yet he stifled it, his lips twitching awkwardly. This is drinkable. By heavens, I am utterly befuddled. Su Qingran gazed at the plastic bottle. Her curiosity piqued. What is this? Yi Chen twisted the cap and handed it to her. A taste of orange juice, unique to the Red Dust Cottage. Distinctly different from what one finds outside. Unique? Su Qingran's eyes suddenly sparkled. She accepted the bottle and cautiously took a small sip. Oh, this flavor is indeed quite different. A delightful sensation. She took another sip, truly delightful. Unable to resist, she indulged in yet another sip, exclaiming, Wow, this is genuinely exquisite. Yet another sip followed. And then another. Yi Chen commenced a leisurely stroll around the Red Dust Cottage with Su Qingran. He found himself increasingly suspicious of her intentions. He had a nagging feeling that this matter was somehow intertwined with Jiang Tian, the image of a boat billowing black smoke lingering in his mind. Good heavens! Did she traverse countless miles just for this? The boat was nearly on fire. Yi Chen felt at a loss for how to respond. As anticipated, it wasn't long before Su Qingran revealed her true motives. Young Master Yi, I heard from Jiang Tian that you gave him quite the lesson. Well, might you educate me as well? Yi Chen, what an unusual request. Su Qingran appeared utterly unperturbed. Young Master Yi, you may be unaware, but there is a widely acknowledged truth in the outside world. You are deemed the greatest genius under heaven. Of course, Su Qingran did not doubt his abilities. She merely wished to gauge the gap between herself and the world's foremost genius. Naturally, if he were willing to offer some guidance, she would be even more delighted. Yi Chen's lips twitched in response. I see. They have come together to exploit my talents. Jiang Tian has already taken advantage of Su Qingran. Yi Chen felt a wave of exasperation. Come with me. Su Qingran suddenly perked up, exclaiming, Yea, Yi Chen. In the spirit ladder. Su Qingran was brimming with curiosity, peering around with wide eyes. Yi Chen smiled silently. This girl, Su Qingran, is rather amusing. She appears carefree, yet possesses a hint of whimsical cunning, all of which is transparently written across her face, simple and direct. What struck Yi Chen most profoundly was the moment he glimpsed the glimmer in Su Qingran's eyes, akin to a child yearning for candy, bright with genuine anticipation. Such clear-eyed innocence moved Yi Chen to agree on the spot. Within the martial arena, Su Qingran was rendered dizzy by the grandeur of this subterranean space. It was only upon entering the battlefield that Su Qingran assumed a formal demeanor. One cannot deny the formidable presence exuded by Su Qingran. The moment she entered into combat mode, her entire demeanor transformed dramatically. It was as if a renowned sword was being sheathed, emanating an overwhelming sense of impending force. Yi Chen, intrigued, manifested the same cultivation level he had displayed against Jiang Tian, that of an early spirit king. Please. Su Qingran's delicate face bore an expression of utmost seriousness. Although Yi Chen revealed only the cultivation of an early spirit king, she was acutely aware of the severe beating Jiang Tian had endured, and thus she dared not underestimate her opponent. Young Master Yi, Be cautious. With a melodious call, Su Qingran's aura surged, and her body gradually lifted from the ground, ascending slowly into the air. Beneath her feet, a faint azure shadow emerged, forming into a magnificent azure lotus. The azure petals began to sway rhythmically, and in that moment, Su Qingran was enveloped by an overwhelming multitude of potent energies. Chapter 125. He is quite fearsome. Yi Chen's eyes narrowed slightly, sensing the unique aura that emanated from Su Qingran. Her presence was starkly different from Jiang Tian's. While Jiang Tian sought dominion over a realm, Su Qingran's essence was entirely self-contained. She herself was the nucleus of all her power, as if she embodied an entire world unto herself. At the level of the Spirit King, it was difficult to ascertain whose aura was indeed stronger. However, from Yi Chen's perspective, Su Qingran's influence extended far beyond. The Spirit Emperor realm indeed centers around the grand forces of heaven and earth. Yet Yi Chen was not bound by such limitations. He had already attained sanctity. What does it mean to be a saint? To achieve sanctity in an instant. Though the Spirit Emperor realm is filled with myriad grand forces, they seem insubstantial in the presence of a saint, having no effect on them whatsoever. A singular individual can embody an entire universe, where countless grand forces converge upon them. This is the essence of becoming a saint. At this moment, it was evident that the aura surrounding Su Qingran had begun to reflect such a notion. Thus, Yi Chen was astonished. The daughter of the Su family from the ancient capital, a disciple of the Eternal Life Palace. What a remarkable figure Su Qingran is. Suspended in midair, Su Qingran appeared ethereal, like a celestial being, as she gestured lightly towards Yi Chen. Beneath his feet, a cerulean mark emerged, swiftly transforming into a blue lotus that enveloped him. In that instant, an overwhelming pressure descended, marking the potency of Su Qingran's aura. For an ordinary person, such an oppressive force would render them powerless before a confrontation even commenced. Once the blue lotus fully closed, the outcome of the battle could be declared. Su Qingran indeed possessed extraordinary tactics, her style distinctly her own. A faint smile crept upon Yi Chen's lips as he gently set foot on the ground. Boom! In a mere moment, the temperature plummeted, freezing the surroundings for 1,000 meters. The spectral image of the blue lotus beneath him shattered underfoot. The entire arena had plunged into an ice age, the air's temperature dropping to several degrees below zero. Snowflakes began to dance gracefully through the air, seemingly appearing out of nowhere. Surprise flooded Su Qingran's gaze. In an instant, the world had shifted, her offensive forces turning to mere ashes. Truly, as the rumors suggested, Yi Chen was formidable. Unconsciously, Su Qingran adopted a more serious demeanor, waving her delicate hand as the blue lotus beneath her began to radiate brilliantly. A series of azure light points burst forth, swiftly coalescing into numerous small blue lotuses, racing towards Yi Chen with lightning speed. The flurry of lotuses resembled a grand rain of blossoms, yet they bore a sharp and potent edge. Observing this, Yi Chen smiled lightly. The winds surged, waves crashed, and tides roared. With a mere thought, a colossal blue light imprint manifested behind Yi Chen, towering at several dozen meters. The imprint trembled violently, summoning a tempest that surged forth like a tsunami, roaring and crushing everything in its path. Whoosh! The fierce winds arose, clouds soared. Countless lotus blossoms fluttered, yet they were swiftly shattered by an overwhelming force, scattering chaotically as they returned along their path. Even midair, Su Qingran was assailed by this sudden tempest, her form and the azure lotus teetering precariously. Her expression grew grave as she endeavored to steady herself. In the next moment, Yi Chen's figure inexplicably vanished. In a heartbeat, he reappeared before her, his speed so astonishing that she had no time to react. Spatial teleportation. The air still rippled slightly as Su Qingran's eyes widened in shock, staring at Yi Chen, who stood mere inches away. With a smile in his eyes, Yi Chen reached out and tapped her forehead, teasing, "You came of your own accord, did you not?" Su Qingran, already astonished, froze in place as Yi Chen suddenly posed a question, his smile unwavering. He continued, "Let me guess, Jiang Tian must have divulged my affairs to you. Your curiosity ignited, and you rushed over, am I correct?" This. Su Qingran was utterly bewildered, her mind a blank, momentarily at a loss for words. Yi Chen chuckled, "Little girl, you ought not to come to the Red Dust Cottage." With that, He smiled again and turned toward the spiritual staircase, vanishing in a blink to cover 100 meters. Su Qingran remained rooted to the spot, taking several seconds to regain her senses, then recalled Yi Chen's words. She could not help but exclaim, "Why?" Yi Chen halted, smiling silently, refusing to answer her query. Having fought before, should she ascend? Su Qingran hesitated, but then rose to follow Yi Chen up the staircase. He remained silent, and she trailed behind him as the staircase began to rise. In the confined space, Su Qingran furrowed her brow, stubbornly fixating on Yi Chen. Several times, she felt the urge to inquire, "Why should I not come to the red dust cottage?" As the staircase door opened, Yi Chen stepped out first, prompting Su Qingran to take a deep breath before following him, somewhat sullen. After taking only a few steps, Luo Shui appeared. "Your Highness," she greeted with a slight bow. Su Qingran, momentarily dazed, stared intently at Luo Shui. Yi Chen slightly turned, indicating, "This is a guest, please attend to her." With that, he departed without a backward glance. Su Qingran watched him leave, still in a daze, while Luo Shui also observed Yi Chen's retreating figure. She sensed that today, Yi Chen was somewhat different. However, Luo Shui quickly regained her composure and introduced herself. "I am Luo Shui, the court musician of His Highness. Thus our relationship can be deemed one of master and servant." Su Qingran frowned slightly. "A musician? Does Yi Chen have an affinity for music?" Luo Shui nodded. "His Highness often finds leisure time to study musical compositions." Su Qingran was taken aback. Yi Chen is usually so idle? How then does he possess such profound cultivation? Luo Shui paused, uncertain how to respond. Why is Yi Chen so extraordinarily powerful? Perhaps it is due to His Highness's exceptional talents. Su Qingran furrowed her brow, and after a moment, let out a soft sigh. Raising her gaze to Luo Shui, she expressed her doubts. "Are you truly just his musician?" Luo Shui, for some reason, felt a flush of warmth on her face. Given her humble status, being chosen as His Highness's musician was indeed a stroke of fortune. Su Qingran observed her for a while, feeling an overwhelming sense of frustration. It was baffling. Why was this the case? As Su Qingran made her way to the back courtyard, Luo Shui followed closely behind. Su Qingran paid her little mind. But after a brief walk, she suddenly turned around. "Luo Shui, I feel that His Highness does not seem to like me very much. What should I do about this?" Luo Shui was taken aback, her heart filled with embarrassment. "How am I to respond to this?" After a moment's hesitation, she remarked, "His Highness has a gentle and approachable nature. How could he possibly dislike a lady?" Su Qingran was taken aback. "You say he is gentle? You must not know. He was quite fierce just now. He nearly struck me." Chapter 126. The enigmatic Su Qingran. This. In Luo Shui's mind, the image of Yi Chen unconsciously surfaced. That graceful youth, reclining on the grass, appeared as beautiful as a dream. Fierce. This word, how could it be associated with him? Luo Shui pondered, feeling a peculiar sensation stir within her. Indeed, before her, Yi Chen always maintained a serene demeanor. She had never witnessed him in anger. Yet, Yi Chen, the scion of the Qian Yuan dynasty, one of the 3 Grand Dukes, possessed an unfathomable level of cultivation. Could such a person truly be gentle? Luo Shui felt a tremor within her heart, her thoughts drifting. The prince was indeed gentle. She had never seen him lose his temper. Perhaps it was that the maiden had inadvertently made the prince reluctant to draw near. Draw near. Su Qingran contemplated this profound phrase. Its implications far too intricate. After a moment of reflection, she suddenly turned around. "Luo Shui, teach me to play the piano as well." "What?" Luo Shui was taken aback. Su Qingran grasped Luo Shui's hand, saying, "Since you can teach Yi Chen, your skill must be commendable. Will you teach me?" Luo Shui hesitated instinctively, yet replied, "But the prince hasn't asked me to teach you. How could I take the liberty to decide?" "Oh, how can that be considered taking liberties? I am asking you to teach me." Su Qingran insisted. "If Yi Chen were to blame you, just tell him it was my request." This. Luo Shui felt a headache coming on, vaguely sensing why Yi Chen seemed less than fond of her. Seeing Luo Shui still hesitating, Su Qingran adopted a serious expression. "Luo Shui, do you seem unwilling? You are willing to teach Yi Chen, but not me? Do I not deserve to learn from you?" Su Qingran. "No." Luo Shui was both amused and exasperated. "All right, but do you even have a piano?" "A piano? I don't seem to have one. But you do, don't you?" You are a musician. Yet my piano was gifted to me by the prince. Suddenly, Su Qingran's eyes sparkled. Yichen gave it to you? He treats you rather well. What does it look like? Show me. Luo Shui felt a dilemma. This seemed inappropriate. It was a gift from the prince. How could she lend it to another? Oh, I merely wish to take a glance. Besides, I want to take it from you. It is merely a piano. Luo Shui, do not be so stingy. Luo Shui was exasperated. How could this girl be so persistent? Just show me. Su Qingran urged. At worst, you can play while I watch. Reluctantly, Luo Shui agreed. All right, I shall play one piece, but just one. All right, I understand. Hurry and show me. Luo Shui shook her head in silence, moving to a nearby pavilion. With a gentle wave of her hand, a beautifully crafted yet ancient-looking piano appeared on the stone table. This. Su Qingran's eyes widened in astonishment. A grade 9 spirit tool. This aura. Su Qingran gazed at Luo Shui in disbelief. Luo Shui, did Yichen truly gift you this? A grade 9 spirit tool. Luo Shui nodded, somewhat dazed, but then quickly grasped the gravity of the situation. The Fengshi Qn. Even this individual is taken aback. For the first time, Luo Shui perceives that the value of the Fengshi Qn seems to surpass her initial expectations. No wonder that day, Yichen's sister, Su Yun, suddenly adopted a grave demeanor. The significance of this instrument appears to be far from simple. Luo Shui gazes down at the Fengshi Qn, her eyes softening unexpectedly. The prince truly treats her with great kindness. Luo Shui's spirit inadvertently immerses itself in the moment, instinctively producing a melodious sound. In the fragrant backyard adorned with delicate flowers, the gentle strains of the qin begin to waft through the air, growing fainter yet enchanting. Nearby, Su Qingran, who had once gazed with immense envy, gradually exhibits a hint of a different sentiment in her eyes. She realizes that when Luo Shui's hands rest upon the strings, her entire demeanor transforms. Luo Shui, already possessing an exquisite charm, seems to be enveloped in a radiant aura under such grace. The term stunning beauty escapes Su Qingran's lips in a whisper. Meanwhile, Yichen sits upon the rooftop, feeling a sense of helplessness. Su Qingran's abrupt arrival is rather unexpected, and he senses her peculiar intensity. Her gaze is excessively fervent. Though Yichen appears to be merely 11 years of age, he is far from a mere child. He comprehends Su Qingran's intentions all too well. However, he harbors no such inclinations, even if Su Qingran seems rather innocent. Yet, Yichen is acutely aware that her interest is directed towards his name, or rather, the label of an unparalleled genius. Individuals of her ilk are unlikely to stir any storm in Yichen's world. Moreover, he is merely 11 years old. What can he possibly accomplish at such a tender age? The answer seems laden with implications, its seriousness uncertain. In any case, Yichen feels no necessity nor desire for engagement, especially considering that Luo Shui, despite her careful arrangements, remains unperturbed. Weighing both sides, Yichen contemplates that it might be best to hastily send this girl away. However, with Su Qingran approaching so earnestly, he cannot respond coldly. He must exercise some measure of decorum and thus calls for Luo Shui. Alas, Yichen sighs, lamenting that Jiang Tian, this rascal, is only creating trouble for him. Just as he ponders this, he suddenly hears the familiar strains of Feng Qiu Huang emanating from the qin. Yichen's brow furrows in displeasure. Didn't he merely request her to entertain? And now she has taken to playing? In a flash, Yichen's figure vanishes without a sound. Stealthily, he appears behind the two women, betraying not a hint of his presence. In the pavilion, Luo Shui's long hair cascades like a waterfall, her silhouette igniting the imagination. Yichen instinctively halts his steps. Once the melody concludes, Su Qingran cannot contain herself, exclaiming, Luo Shui, you possess remarkable talent. No wonder you can serve as Yichen's qin master. It must be this very skill that has captured his heart. Luo Shui was taken aback, stammering, take down? My lady, please do not jest. Your words truly leave me flabbergasted. I implore you to choose your words with care. Humph. Su Qingran scoffed, a strange feeling stirring within her. Luo Shui observed her delicate and seemingly fragile demeanor, yet was astounded to witness her transformation upon touching the qin, as if she became an entirely different person. What was to be done? Should she truly pursue the art of the qin? Yet, she held no affection for it, and it was certain that she could not replicate the exquisite charm that Luo Shui possessed. Learning it would likely be a futile endeavor. What could she possibly do? At that moment, Yi Chen's voice unexpectedly resonated. Luo Shui, you seem quite spirited today. Startled, Luo Shui quickly rose and turned, only to find Yi Chen behind her. His face pale, she hastily bowed, exclaiming, Your Highness. She sensed a peculiar tone in his voice, one that was unlike his usual manner of addressing her. Had she inadvertently offended Yi Chen? Chapter 127. Yi Chen's support. Yi Chen narrowed his eyes slightly, his expression inscrutable, enveloped by an intangible aura that commanded respect. His cultivation alone was enough to exude an overwhelming sense of pressure, rooted in his mere display of emotions. Luo Shui felt a surge of anxiety within her, suddenly regretting her decision to reveal the Feng Shiqin. Yi Chen remained motionless, his voice calm yet firm. The Feng Shiqin is not for you to flaunt. Do you understand? Luo Shui was so frightened that she nearly knelt on the spot, bowing deeply in terror. Your Highness, I was wrong. I shall not dare again. The fear in her heart was palpable. Yi Chen's words were a clear rebuke. Despite having spent considerable time at the Red Dust Pavilion, he had never been this stern. She recalled the words of Mama Liang, warning her never to provoke Yi Chen's displeasure, for she was merely a courtesan. Yet, despite her cautiousness, she had made a misstep today. Would your Highness cast her away? Su Qingran observed the palpable pressure emanating from Yi Chen, yet the young girl remained undaunted, huffing. Young Master Yi, it was merely a piece of music. I asked her to play it. Surely you are not so petty. Yi Chen's gaze turned icy in an instant. So, the little girl could no longer restrain herself? This was the moment he had awaited. Did she truly believe he could not discern the situation? A chilling smile curled at the corners of his lips. So she had commanded her to play, had she? Su Qingran, how dare you issue such orders to my musician? Who granted you such audacity? The weight of his oppressive aura reached its zenith. Su Qingran was rendered speechless, bewildered. What was happening? Wasn't Yi Chen supposed to be gentle? Luo Shui, have you deceived me? Tears welled in her eyes. Wasn't this supposed to be resolved with a mere dismissive remark? Yet, it was evident that he was furious. This narrative was amiss. Was this what one called gentleness? Su Qingran opened her mouth to speak. You. A hint of danger flickered in Yi Chen's eyes, though it dissipated quickly. Yet, Su Qingran sensed it. Just moments ago, it seemed as if he had contemplated whether to end her life. This man was utterly terrifying. Yi Chen turned and strode towards the small building, commanding, Follow me. Luo Shui lifted her gaze, hastily putting away the Feng Shiqin, and quickened her pace to catch up, not sparing a glance at Su Qingran. Su Qingran stood frozen, feeling utterly at a loss. Soon, however, Yi Chen's voice rang out again. Jiang Tian, please ensure your friend is settled. Su Qingran's head shot up, her face a picture of grievance, her beautiful eyes glistening with unshed tears. Jiang Tian, on the other hand, felt a jolt of alarm and abruptly turned his gaze towards a certain direction, his heart racing. He sensed Yi Chen's displeasure. Jiang Tian's heart sank. He hurriedly stepped outside. Good heavens, did this mean trouble had arisen? If only he had known better than to summon this lady. Luo Shui closely followed Yi Chen, not daring to breathe a word. After walking a distance, Yi Chen suddenly halted. Then, with a thud, Luo Shui collided with his back. Yi Chen, Luo Shui, frightened, exclaimed, Ah, your Highness. I did not mean to. Observing her distress, Yi Chen's heart softened. Luo Shui hung her head, clutching the hem of her garment tightly, resembling a remorseful little kitten. After a moment of contemplation, Yi Chen sighed inwardly. She was clearly fearful of him. As he stepped closer, Luo Shui instinctively tensed up. Yi Chen found himself pausing, thinking, I seem like a villain. His voice softened. If anyone troubles you again, you should stand up for yourself. Luo Shui was taken aback, instinctively lifting her gaze. Yi Chen smiled. Do you remember? When the King of Heaven comes, you should stand your ground. Your Highness. Luo Shui's mind went blank, utterly unaware of what she was saying. Yi Chen's gaze remained fixed on her. You appeared quite afraid just now, which is a commendable reaction. However, you must understand that you need not truly fear. Those words were merely for Su Qingran's ears. You should know that I am here to support you, not to blame you. Luo Shui was bewildered, her mind consumed by a singular thought. I am here to support you. She felt her heart melt, realizing that Yi Chen had never blamed her, that he understood everything. She thought, I am here to support you. Luo Shui was utterly enchanted. Yi Chen hesitated, leaning in slightly, and placed his hand on her head. Moreover, you need not be so afraid of me. I have never regarded you as a servant. You should not see yourself as one either. Like my two sisters, you are family of the Red Dust Cottage. As his words lingered, Yi Chen smiled, radiating warmth akin to sunlight. Luo Shui's beautiful eyes glistened as she gazed at Yi Chen. After a moment, she suddenly leaped forward. Your Highness. Whoa. Yi Chen's eyes widened in astonishment. 1,000 elephants stampeding through his mind. The ground trembles. You, how dare you? Yi Chen felt his body stiffen, but mere seconds later, he sensed a faint sob emanating from his chest. He fell silent instantly. The little girl was crying. A knowing smile graced Yi Chen's lips as he again placed his hand on Luo Shui's head. The sun shone gently, and the breeze was just right. Meanwhile, Jiang Tian arrived in a flurry. Su Qingran sat alone in the corner of the pavilion, her small face tear-streaked. Seeing her, Jiang Tian was momentarily perplexed. Miss, what on earth has happened? Su Qingran did not lift her head, her voice flat as if devoid of life. Yi Chen seems quite irritated with me. Jiang Tian, bewildered, asked what has transpired? Could you please explain the situation? Su Qingran curled her lips in disdain. I asked his musician to play for me, and he became furious. It seems he even harbors thoughts of killing me. What? Jiang Tian's eyes widened in disbelief. You mean to say that Yi Chen has developed murderous intent, yet you are still alive? Su Qingran, are you speaking in coherent terms? Are you truly here to offer me consolation? No wonder people disregard you. Anyone who follows you must indeed be blind. Su Qingran lowered her head in dejection. Jiang Tian gradually regained his composure. Qingran, I have spent several days with Yi Chen, and he exhibited no such issues. Surely, the situation cannot be as simplistic as you portray. Jiang Tian's skepticism grew. Over a mere piano performance, Yi Chen became enraged. Wait a moment, Qingran. Did you perhaps trouble his musician? Su Qingran was momentarily taken aback. Reflecting for a moment, she too began to feel uncertain. Should it not count? Perhaps it does? She indeed seemed rather reluctant. Jiang Tian suddenly clapped his hands. There we go. I told you Yi Chen is not unreasonable. You must have provoked him. Honestly, why would you go out of your way to trouble his musician? Su Qingran took a deep breath. Jiang Tian, you scoundrel. Which side are you truly on? Chapter 128. Fleeting moments after a prolonged moment. Su Qingran took a deep breath, silently comforting herself. This person is merely a fool. It's not worth my concern. Humph. Yet, her expression faltered as she lamented the fact that Yi Chen gifted her a 9th-tier Earth-grade instrument. How envious I am. Huh. What did you say? Earth-grade? 9th tier? Jiang Tian's eyes widened in astonishment. Good heavens. A 9th-tier Earth-grade spiritual artifact. Brother, you truly dare to gift such a treasure. No wonder I received no response despite offering numerous gifts. It turns out my offerings lacked the requisite prestige. Just wait. I shall return and present her with an Earth-grade artifact too. Huh. I genuinely refuse to believe it. It's merely an Earth-grade artifact. Let me calculate how many years I must save to afford one. After a considerable time, Jiang Tian sat beside her, sighing heavily. Qingran, Yi Chen summoned me here, and the implications are rather clear. Su Qingran wore an impassive expression, urging him to leave. Jiang Tian fell silent for a moment. Pondering the possibility of fate, do you believe in destiny? Su Qingran rolled her eyes. Discussing emotions? You? Are you even aware of your own standing? Rising, Su Qingran dusted off her clothes and made her way outside. I'm leaving. Please convey my apologies to Yi Chen for any disturbance. However, I assure you, I harbor no ill intentions. Su Qingran chuckled to herself. Perhaps it is simply that she does not particularly like me. I'm off. With a swift motion, Su Qingran soared into the air, heading outside. Jiang Tian stood there, momentarily entranced by her departing figure, feeling a twinge of melancholy. After a brief silence, Jiang Tian silently vowed to carry forth the message. On the terrace, Yi Chen reclined in a rocking chair, a glass of red wine in hand, leisurely swaying back and forth. Suddenly, as if sensing something, his closed eyelids fluttered. Before long, Jiang Tian arrived at the terrace. Yi Chen lifted his gaze and nodded. Jiang Tian's expression was complex as he quietly took a seat nearby, unable to restrain himself any longer. Qingran has left. Yi Chen did not react. Jiang Tian sighed, stating that Qingran left a message asking for forgiveness for any disturbance. She truly meant no harm. Perhaps it was simply that you do not particularly like her. The rocking chair abruptly halted for a moment, and then resumed its rhythm. Jiang Tian could not help but ask, "So Yi Chun, is it true that you do not have feelings for her?" Yi Chun retorted sharply, "Do not bring me such troubles again. If it happens once more, you shall be dismissed." Jiang Tian was taken aback, then broke into a hearty laugh. He could sense that Yi Chun appeared somewhat flustered. Just watching Yi Chun's reaction made him want to chuckle. Yi Chun sighed softly. She is a good girl, albeit a bit willful. She is the cherished jewel of a prominent family, which is hardly a fault. Then you still. Jiang Tian looked up in astonishment. Yi Chun smiled. I am not on the same path as her. I am still young, and we each have our own journeys to undertake. She is not like Luo Shui. Jiang Tian felt somewhat perplexed. How did it come to comparing with Luo Shui again? Suddenly, Jiang Tian noticed the peculiar goblet in Yi Chun's hand. It appeared rather unusual, yet aesthetically pleasing. After observing for a moment, he asked, Yi Chun, what are you drinking? Upon hearing this, Yi Chun rose, retrieved a new quilt, and poured some of it inside. I am drinking the tumultuous flow of the mortal world. The fleeting clouds of time. Jiang Tian blinked, bewildered. What? Could you repeat that? The name seems rather lengthy. Outside the imperial capital, Su Qingran found herself in midair, standing on a newly acquired boat beneath her feet. Just purchased. How affluent. Leaning against the railing, Su Qingran stared vacantly in the direction of the red dust cottage. Her beautiful eyes fixed and unmoving. It seemed as if, despite the vast distance, she could already see Yi Chun on the terrace. A bitter sweetness filled her heart, accompanied by a sense of grievance. Throughout her life, she had never borne such indignity. Yet, she sensed that this grievance was one she could not reclaim. This was unlike any previous experience. Su Qingran murmured to herself, Mother, is this what you meant by love? After Su Qingran's departure, Yi Chun's life returned to a semblance of calmness, albeit only internally. Externally, with Jiang Tian's arrival, peace was a distant dream. Jiang Tian seemed genuinely intent on learning from Yi Chun, often rushing over at any opportunity and following closely behind him whenever they ventured out. As days passed, even the citizens of the imperial capital began to notice Yi Chun had acquired a shadow. Occasionally, passers-by could faintly overhear whispers of women and love, leading many to speculate whether His Highness had taken an interest in romance. Numerous elder gentlemen felt a stir of excitement. My daughter, though slightly older than His Highness, is at an age suitable for marriage and children. Should we inquire at His Highness's residence? Many were filled with a sense of eagerness. In the courtyard, Jiang Tian was amusing himself with Sai, while Yi Chun, donning sunglasses, reclined on the sofa, his head tilted back, facing the pavilion's dome. Why were sunglasses in the pavilion? You ask? Does Yi Chun need to explain? It is, of course, for the sake of style. Before long, Jiang Tian returned, appearing burdened with thoughts. Yi Chun, I still find myself in a fog. Why am I being called a licking dog? Yi Chun sat up, leaned forward, and extended his hand. Sigh. The creature promptly scampered over, eagerly extending its tongue to lick Yi Chun's palm. Yi Chun chuckled, stroking Sai's head. Go play. Sai wagged its tail and quickly dashed away. Yi Chun reclined once more on the sofa. Do you understand what it means to be a licking dog now? Jiang Tian looked astonished, as if he had stumbled upon a profound truth. Sai, not far off, turned its head and fixated its gaze intently on Yi Chun. It seems I have been insulted, yet I find myself lacking evidence. Jiang Tian quickly regained his composure and, with a hint of displeasure, pouted slightly. You call that being a sycophant? What about you and Qingran? Jiang Tian chuckled. I prefer to see things clearly, to be enlightened, and to cut my losses swiftly. Love and hate are merely suppressed within. Is that not delightful? Jiang Tian, why within? Yi Chun shook his head, adopting an expression that suggested you are still young and do not comprehend. Once you step in, it will be too late, young one. It is best to remain uninquisitive about the matters of the martial world. Just then, Yi Chun's brow arched slightly, for his father had unexpectedly transmitted a message to him. Yi Chun rose, waved his hand, and departed, saying, until we meet again. With that, he vanished without a trace. In the courtyard of Yi Xingtian, Yi Chun materialized unexpectedly. Yi Xingtian turned, exclaiming, You have arrived. Yi Chun nodded. What has transpired? Yi Xingtian took a deep breath and spoke gravely. Scouts have reported that someone is setting up formations outside our imperial city. It appears to be a teleportation array. Yi Chen instinctively furrowed his brow. A teleportation array? Huh. They possess quite the audacity. Chapter 129. The teleportation array in the wild outskirts of the imperial capital. At the foot of a mountain, a vast clearing was surrounded by a throng of people forming a large circle. In the center, a middle-aged man clad in gray robes crouched on the ground, engrossed in an unknown endeavor. The air was thick with subtle fluctuations of space. Above, a figure dressed in azure discreetly concealed its presence, observing with utmost caution. This group of individuals exuded an air of secrecy, clearly not of noble intent. What could that be? A spatial array, perhaps? Su Qingran furrowed her brow, having concealed herself within the clouds, her demeanor cautious. She could sense a spiritual sovereign below. A wave of doubt washed over Su Qingran. The presence of a spiritual sovereign indicated the gravity of the array's purpose. Her thoughts drifted to the peculiar circumstances of the location. Yi Chen, the red dust cottage, and the turmoil from the outside world. She had certainly heard of it. Yi Chen had gained fame through that incident. Could it be a teleportation array? Someone is targeting Yi Chen. Could it possibly be the Supreme Dao Heavenly Palace? No wonder a spiritual sovereign was present. These despicable individuals were clearly plotting something sinister. An anxious worry enveloped Su Qingran. Even a glint of killing intent flickered in her eyes. Suddenly, the spiritual sovereign on the ground sensed something, abruptly looking up towards the sky. Who's there? Oh no, I've been discovered. Su Qingran gasped, turning to flee. At the Yi residence, the successful establishment of the teleportation array would mean a continuous influx of adversaries. Yi Chen felt a jolt of alarm, an unending stream of disturbances. How was he to live in peace? No. Yi Chen's expression turned grave. These villains harbored ill intentions, and the teleportation array must not be allowed to manifest in the imperial capital. Yi Xingtian furrowed his brow slightly, but refrained from voicing his opinion. This matter was deeply entangled, and as the foremost combatant of the current imperial capital, it was prudent for Yi Chen to make the final call. Though young, Yi Chen possessed a unique perspective on life, a fact that Yi Xingtian had long recognized. With a heavy heart, Yi Chen spoke directly. Father, you stay here in the imperial capital. I will investigate. Use the communication stone to contact me if anything arises. As soon as the words left his lips, Yi Chen's figure vanished with an air of decisiveness. Yi Xingtian stood in place, silent for a moment, shaking his head inwardly. It felt as if he had already begun to enjoy a leisurely life of retirement. The days of fighting and killing no longer required his intervention. What was his wife up to? During the day, but the daytime held its own allure. One could see more clearly. At worst, he could set up a soundproof barrier. With newfound enthusiasm, Yi Xingtian slipped away. Meanwhile, Yi Chen swiftly returned to the red dust cottage. A surge of excitement coursing through him. These past days, his two elder sisters had been in seclusion, seemingly losing themselves in their practice, rarely stepping outside, leaving him with no opportunities to engage with them. Now, at last, he had a reason to disturb them. Sisters, my dear sisters, something major has happened. Upon his return, Yi Chen immediately began to howl in the courtyard, leaving Jiang Tian in a state of bewilderment. Was this cacophony truly Yi Chen? Rubbing his eyes, Jiang Tian felt as though his worldview had shattered. After all, Yi Chen was a respectable individual. Yet at this moment, surely, I must be misperceiving things. Unbeknownst to Yi Chen, if he were aware of Jiang Tian's thoughts, he would surely retort, "Am I not respectable? Are you mocking me?" Before long, Sui Yun and Ouyang Qingfeng emerged. Sui Yun appeared remarkably composed, showing no signs of alarm. In contrast, Ouyang Qingfeng displayed a hint of curiosity. This was Jiang Tian's first encounter with the two sisters, and he found his gaze fixated, primarily due to Sui Yun. Sui Yun was extraordinarily beautiful, and her aura exuded an overwhelming presence. It was a sensation he had only experienced with his mentor's wife, akin to a celestial being. Merely gazing upon her felt sacrilegious. As for Ouyang Qingfeng, Jiang Tian felt no particular attraction to the young girl. Ouyang Qingfeng pouted, "My dear brother, what calamity has unfolded this time?" Su Yun simply fixed her gaze upon Yi Chen in silence. Observing this, Yi Chen felt a pang of annoyance. Ah, she is putting on an act. Casting a discreet glance at Jiang Tian, Yi Chen suppressed his thoughts and lamented, "How dutifully your good brother behaves, yet there are always troublemakers seeking to harm me." He nearly let slip an expletive. Ouyang Qingfeng seemed to find humor in the situation. Your storytelling skills have regressed significantly. Why not say that someone intends to accost you? Yi Chun, Jiang Tian. There was an oddity to this sibling dynamic. However, the notion of the affront was indeed present. Yet, it had been swiftly neutralized by your good brother. Yi Chun curled his lip, finding it tedious. Come, follow me. There are those courting disaster. Su Yan finally spoke. What is happening? Yi Chun casually released a flying shuttle, indicating. Some ignorant individuals intend to establish a teleportation array at my doorstep. This is a direct affront to me. Should the mood strike me one day, I shall launch a missile across the seas to their abode. Jiang Tian was utterly astonished. Mischief? What sort of mischief? Can it truly reach someone's home? Such audacity. Su Yun and Ouyang Qingfeng contemplated this and deemed the act rather unjust, promptly releasing their own flying shuttles. Very well, I shall accompany you on this stroll. Let us proceed, Ouyang Qingfeng declared, leaping onto the shuttle. With a whoosh, the tail flames ignited, stirring up a tempestuous current that roared like the tide. Jiang Tian's eyes lit up. What marvel was this? A miniature flying vessel? The emitted flames were incredibly cool. Indeed, only a man could comprehend the romance of such contraptions. Yi Chun cast a knowing glance at Jiang Tian. Stay put at home for a while. We shall return shortly. As the words fell, Yi Chun's flying shuttle began to unleash a fiery plume, soaring majestically into the heavens. Jiang Tian gazed longingly, his heart aflame with desire. How splendid this is. I yearn for one as well. Along the journey, Yi Chun earnestly advised, I implore you, balance your cultivation with relaxation. Do not confine yourselves within the walls of isolation. Look at me. Have you ever witnessed me retreating for more than 7 days? Su Yun remained steadfast, her flowing locks dancing in the wind. Ouyang Qingfeng huffed, dismissing Yi Chun entirely. Are you not aware of your own cultivation level? We have been trailing behind you, unable to catch up, yet you still have the audacity to speak condescendingly as if I would willingly retreat into seclusion. Yi Chun, noticing their demeanor, was beset by worry. What to do? These two sisters seem utterly entranced. How can I rescue them? The answer eluded him, and even upon reaching their destination, he found no resolution. Meanwhile, beneath them, a circle of figures began to come into view from afar. Chapter 130. Breaking the formation, these impudent fellows. The spiritual energy shuttle hovered in midair as Yi Chun pondered quietly. Why does it feel somewhat off? What exactly is amiss? Ouyang Qingfeng questioned suspiciously. Yi Chun replied with a look of certainty. Not a single spirit emperor among them. They are all mere trash. Do they not look down upon me? How can this be right? Ouyang Qingfeng. Su Yun. What a bunch of rubbish. You and your entire family are rubbish. Don't we have any pride? Yet Yi Chun appeared quite earnest, addressing the situation. Sisters, come forth. Let your beloved younger brother admire your splendor. Such lowly beings. Ouyang Qingfeng took a deep breath, feeling inexplicably insulted. She pursed her lips and raised her hand, directing her palm towards the distant teleportation array. In the name of the Nine Nether. Boom. A wave of pressure suddenly surged forth, reaching the 6th step of the spirit path. Yi Chun's eyes brightened. Excellent. Such speed. Reaching the 6th step of the spirit path so swiftly. Once she surpasses the 9 tribulations of the spirit path, she will become a spirit king, and beyond that, a spirit emperor. The ancient secret realm cannot be far now. Are the unknown rewards also within reach? Yi Chun felt a surge of excitement. The pressure emanating from Ouyang Qingfeng intensified, startling the group of individuals setting up the formation. Someone's coming to cause trouble. Quick, stop them. A gray-robed formation master shouted in alarm. Yi Chun narrowed his eyes at the sight. The one setting up the formation must be that person, the one in gray. The rest are likely bodyguards. A visible deep purple ghostly light appeared in Ouyang Qingfeng's palm. Moments later, it suddenly shot out a beam of light. Boom. The sound of thunder and the rush of wind followed closely, as the light beam swiftly traversed the air. The bodyguards reacted with remarkable speed, each charging forward fearlessly. Quick! Block her. Her target is the teleportation array. We must not let them succeed. Streams of spiritual energy surged into the air, creating a dazzling display of colors in the sky, all rushing towards the beam of light. Observing this scene, Ouyang Qingfeng couldn't help but smirk. They truly regard me highly. Unfortunately, you are far too naive. The collision erupted the next moment, producing a deafening roar. Although the beam of light was immensely powerful, Ouyang Qingfeng, being at the sixth step of the spirit path, could not achieve complete dominance in such a scenario. To their astonishment, the very forefront of the beam exploded. Yet, with the explosion came streaks of purple light scattering in all directions, showing no signs of dissipating. In the blink of an eye, each one coalesced into new, formidable energies. These streaks of light absorbed spiritual energy autonomously, turning back to continue covering the spiritual array. Impressive. My sister has quite the skill. Drawing upon the ethereal energies of heaven and earth, Ouyang Qingfeng's technique appeared remarkably adept. Indeed, she was once an empress, and the scene was quite pleasing to behold. The vast expanse of flowing light cascaded down like a magnificent shower of fireworks, inundating the spirit formation with an overwhelming force. Such a spectacle left the bodyguards in the distance flustered and disarrayed. Despite their numbers, the sheer magnitude of the violet radiance was staggering. It was utterly impossible to block it all. The gray-robed formation master's eyes widened in despair as he realized the formation was nearly complete, teetering on the brink of collapse at such a critical juncture. Why had the elder not returned yet? Could it be that they had all conspired against him? Su Yun remained silent, showing no inclination to intervene. However, as the formation master unleashed the might of a spirit king, she could no longer remain passive. Nine heavens divine art, descend spirit. A resounding hum filled the air, and a colossal white halo materialized above, within which a gigantic claw emerged. Indeed, the immense halo could only accommodate a single claw. What gargantuan creature must lie beyond its veil? Yichen observed in awe. This technique bore a semblance to that of a summoner. Of course, such a profession did not exist in this world, but the method shared striking similarities. The massive claw descended with thunderous force, obliterating the formation master without leaving a trace. The entire array was reduced to ashes. Several bodyguards, caught off guard, were crushed within the formation's confines. At that pivotal moment, Yichen finally sprang into action. No one noticed when he vanished. By the time he reappeared, he stood before one of the bodyguards, whose body was ensnared by an overwhelming spatial force. Speak. From whence do you hail? What purpose does this formation serve? You. The black-robed man's eyes widened in disbelief. Suddenly, realization dawned upon him, and his expression morphed into one of sheer terror. Yichen. You are Yichen. Yichen smiled enigmatically. Oh, you are familiar with me. In that case, your identities are all but confirmed, though I still wish to hear you utter them. The man's countenance twisted with rage. Do not be so pleased with yourself. Were it not for Elder Song's pursuit of a little girl, you would not have the audacity to act here. Elder? Yichen paused, unable to suppress a bemused smile. So there was indeed an elder involved. Pursuing it, he suddenly halted. What does she look like? The black-robed man grinned wickedly. What? Do you know her? Let me tell you, with the elder personally intervening, she stood no chance of survival. I will tell you this. The girl wore a green silk dress and appeared to be merely 15 or 16 years old. Yichen's expression darkened gradually. Su Qing ran. Without a doubt, she must have stumbled into this situation, that reckless little girl. Behind him, Su Yun and Ouyang Qingfeng had arrived. Su Yun spoke. So Chen, do you truly know him? Yichen took a deep breath. It's highly likely. As his words fell, an overwhelming aura of terror suddenly emanated from Yichen. The essence of spatial principles. An unparalleled force of space surged forth, sweeping outward with the ferocity of locusts ravaging the land. In an instant, both Su Yun and Ouyang Qingfeng turned to gaze at Yichen, their expressions shifting dramatically. This young man possesses an utterly terrifying presence. This fellow, without a sound, has ascended to such heights. Yichen's consciousness swept far and wide, and after several breaths, he suddenly curled his lips into a smirk. Humph, found you, little girl. Ouyang Qingfeng's beautiful eyes sparkled. Have you located her? A hint of cold amusement flickered in Yichen's eyes. Yes, I have found her, and she is still alive. Ouyang Qingfeng's gaze was filled with suspicion, while Su Yun scrutinized Yichen intently. Yichen sensed that something felt amiss. Chapter 131. Overwhelmed by tears in the wilderness, an elderly man leisurely floated in the air, gripping a rope. At the end of this rope dangled a person. Indeed, a person was suspended beneath it. Su Qingran's breath was erratic, her clothes tattered, and a trace of blood lingered at the corner of her mouth. Clearly the aftermath of a fierce battle. It was evident that she had not triumphed over her opponent. With a furrowed brow and a dismal expression, her eyes, however, radiated an unwavering determination. She had already revealed her identity. The old man would undoubtedly not dare to harm her. Yet, it was rather embarrassing for her at the moment. Nevertheless, she was reluctant to seek assistance from Jiang Tian or Yi Chun. That stubborn fool was far too fierce for her liking. She had no desire to solicit his help. At that moment, a powerful aura suddenly swept through the air, causing the old man to tense up and gaze in astonishment towards the distance. It was the direction of the teleportation array. Something had gone awry. The old man halted, his expression shifting to one of tumultuous uncertainty. Such an aura clearly indicated that Yi Chun had arrived. They had been discovered. Perhaps the teleportation array had already been compromised. A sense of trepidation washed over the old man as he recalled the overwhelming pressure that had just passed. Yet, he abruptly remembered the rope in his grasp and looked down at Su Qingran, who resembled a dumpling. With a cold smirk, the old man thought, "What is there to fear? With this little girl in my possession, what could Yi Chun possibly do to me?" He tightened the rope, drawing her closer, ready to use her as a human shield. Ah, how delightful it would be to confront this so-called peak genius. In midair, 3 flying vessels hovered steadily, each positioned at a distinct angle, akin to powerful figures convening. The bodyguards had long been dealt with, leaving only a formation master immobilized on the ground. This formation master hailed from the supreme Dao Heavenly Palace. According to his account, both he and Elder Song were from the supreme Dao Heavenly Palace. While those unfortunate bodyguards were affiliated with the Liuli Pavilion, it was clear that they were nothing more than cannon fodder. If this continued, with another couple of skirmishes, the Liuli Pavilion might find its resources completely depleted. The 9 Heavens realm might well be reduced to the 8 Heavens realm. Brother, how can you instruct Jiang Tian on courting women when you have no experience yourself? Yi Chun exclaimed, glaring in discontent, as if to question who he was looking down upon. Have you never seen a pig run after having only eaten one? Su Yun could not help but chuckle, but quickly stifled it. The analogy was rather apt. She resolved not to let him say it again. Feeling a tad bored, Yi Chun pondered for a moment before his eyes brightened. He casually produced 3 bags of ice cream. Care for a treat? A refreshing delight. As his words fell, without waiting for their reactions, Yi Chun tossed the ice cream toward them. Yi Chun maintained a calm demeanor as he unwrapped the treat and took a taste. The chocolate filling was cold and utterly delightful. Su Yun and Ouyang Qingfeng, without a second thought, opened theirs and took a bite. The next moment, they exclaimed in dismay. Sputtering and coughing, "Yi Chun, you!" Ugh! Laughter erupted from Yi Chun, who could hardly contain himself. Su Yun and Ouyang Qingfeng exchanged looks, almost simultaneously confirming a shared realization. This rascal was up to his usual antics. Those ice creams were indeed top tier. Yi Chun had held on to his for over a month, hesitant to indulge. The packaging boldly proclaimed chocolate-filled ice cream, hinting at its delectable nature. Yet in a discreet corner, in minuscule print, lay the ominous words, wasabi filling. Durian filling. This was truly exquisite. As Yi Chun reveled in the delightful accumulation of lottery chances from the system, he felt a wave of contentment wash over him. This was what life was all about. Before long, as Yi Chun was caught in the throes of this amusing chaos, an elderly man returned, carrying Su Qingran. Upon witnessing the scene before him, the old man appeared utterly bewildered. What was this spectacle? These 3 individuals. In midair, the flying shuttle hovered. With the trio already entangled in a playful scuffle, Su Yun was perched on Yi Chun's shoulders, while Ouyang Qingfeng tugged at his thigh. Yi Chun's lips twitched as he addressed the intruder. Pray tell, who are you, and what brings you here to spy? Such disgraceful behavior. Are your parents aware? Do you not fear they would be so mortified as to harm themselves? The old man, upon recognizing Su Qingran, suddenly grasped the situation. Is this fellow truly Yi Chun, the one with such a silver tongue? He recalled the boy who had been so fierce that day. Surely, this could not be the same person. Su Yun and Ouyang Qingfeng, unfazed, composed themselves and adjusted their attire. After a few moments of silence, the old man finally spoke. You must be Yi Chun. You possess quite the eloquence. Ouyang Qingfeng, unable to contain her amusement, quickly covered her mouth, stifling a laugh. I had been waiting for you to deliver some cutting remarks. And instead, Yi Chun shot her a disapproving glance. What are you laughing about? Let us maintain some decorum. With a serious expression, He turned to the old man. You flatter me. Another wave of laughter erupted, and Yi Chen's face flushed with annoyance as he glared at Ouyang Qingfeng. She merely gestured for him to continue. The old man, wearing an unusual expression, confronted Yi Chen. You have disrupted our formation without reason. Surely, an explanation is in order. Otherwise, do you recognize this young lady? Yi Chen cast a casual glance at Su Qingran, who seemed to be in a state of shock, her eyes glazed over, embodying a sense of despair. Yi Chen's brows furrowed in concern. What has happened? Have you rendered her senseless? The old man was taken aback. But Su Qingran suddenly snapped back to reality, opening her mouth to unleash a torrent of insults. You are the one talking nonsense. You are the foolish one. Just a complete idiot. Yi Chen, Su Yun, and Ouyang Qingfeng could not help but cast their gazes upon Yi Chen. Something felt amiss. The atmosphere was becoming increasingly peculiar. Yi Chen raised an eyebrow. Despite the current circumstances, there was still time to berate me. Old man, have you noticed her head? You should deliver a slap to me first. Su Qingran, puzzled, exclaimed, Old man, can someone please enlighten me on how the script is written? I have lived for over 1,000 years, yet it seems all that time has been in vain. The old man, with a stoic expression, delivered a resounding slap to Su Qingran's head. She was momentarily stunned, staring blankly at the old man. After 3 seconds, she suddenly burst into tears. Mom, a bad person is bullying me. Why can the boys outside be so wicked? Yi Chen nodded in satisfaction. Well done, you may release her now. The old man was taken aback. What did you say? Are you jesting? Yi Chen regarded him as if he were a fool. Who is joking with you? If you wish to wield a sword, do it yourself. The old man's eyelids twitched. Yi Chen chuckled. I'll have your head. Chapter 132. Return to the capital. Yi Chen was somewhat perplexed by the thoughts swirling in the minds of those around him. Perhaps their heads were filled with nonsense, believing that the people of the Qian Yuan dynasty were blind to their schemes. The old man widened his eyes, seemingly incredulous. Yet Yi Chen found little amusement in the situation. Losing interest, he observed as the elder suddenly lifted Su Qingran, placing her before him. You dare to move me. Young one, this girl is in my grasp. Yi Chen regarded him as if he were a fool. Her surname is Su, mine is Yi. Do you comprehend? The elder paused, momentarily taken aback. At that instant, an overwhelming pressure descended upon them. The essence of spatial authority. Yi Chen unleashed a terrifying aura. Fully aware that should he engage, it must be an instant and conclusive strike, leaving no room for error. In that moment, Su Qingran's eyes widened in astonishment. Such a formidable presence. No, this is not merely a spirit emperor. This is a spirit saint. The information circulating about Yi Chen was utterly erroneous. Su Qingran could not help but stare in disbelief, a tempest of emotions swirling within her. An 11-year-old spirit saint, ascending to emperor at 10, and to saint at 11. How could such a prodigy exist in this world? What heights might he ultimately achieve in this life? Her mind was left in a haze. In stark contrast, the elder's expression was marked by profound horror. Beyond the spirit emperor, a spirit saint. Panic engulfed him as fear and regret took root. Yet it was futile. The space had been irrevocably sealed, and he was powerless against the might of a spirit saint. It was over. In a fleeting moment, Yi Chen's figure appeared beside the elder, with Su Qingran at his side. A cold indifference glimmered in his eyes. Old fool, you have overstepped your bounds. Crack. The sound of shattering space was piercing. The elder's eyes widened in terror, his fear palpable. Yi Chen casually seized the rope from the elder's grasp and lifted Su Qingran with a sidelong glance. Return to the capital. In midair, Su Yun and Ouyang Qingfeng regarded Yi Chen with scrutiny. Brother, when did you become a spirit saint? Quietly amassing power. Yi Chen's heart raced. Let us have Meng Lan prepare something delicious when we return. That sounds wonderful. Yi Chen, with Su Qingran in tow, contemplated for a moment. This girl. She resembled a beggar, her attire tattered and worn. Moreover, the teleportation array had been directed toward him. Despite her recklessness, it was ultimately for his sake. With a wave of his hand, a fantastical flying vessel materialized, igniting a spark of curiosity in Su Qingran's furious gaze. What is this? A flying vessel? Why is she so captivating? Yi Chen casually tossed her up, and Su Qingran, bewildered, traced a parabolic arc through the air. Thud. Yi Chen, I will not rest until we settle this. Yi Chen merely smirked and departed, addressing her as my dear sister. As his words faded, The oppressive aura he exuded vanished, and he ascended towards the flying vessel. Meanwhile, the elder in midair and the array master on the ground suddenly fell silent. Su Yun and Ouyang Qingfeng exchanged instinctive glances, both recognizing the astonishment reflected in each other's eyes. As female emperors, they had traversed the very path he was currently on, thus, they were even more astounded by Yi Qin's extraordinary speed. In the realm of cultivation, the journey becomes increasingly arduous as one progresses. At merely 11 years of age, a spirit saint of such prodigious talent is indeed unparalleled, even in the realms of immortals and demons. They were already anomalies in their own right, yet their brother appeared to surpass them in this regard. Aboard the flying vessel, Su Qingran remained bound. The ropes were crafted from spiritual material of considerable quality. Yi Chun, wishing to maintain some distance from Su Qingran, instructed his sister to untie her. Su Yun gracefully approached Su Qingran, commencing her task while softly inquiring, "My dear, how did you come to know Chen'er?" Su Qingran paused. "You are Yi Chen's sister?" "My acquaintance with him was rather fortuitous," threw Jiang Tian, with a knowing gaze. Su Yun observed Su Qingran. "You harbor feelings for Chen'er, do you not?" "Ah." Su Qingran's face flushed instantly. "You mustn't say such things." A smile graced Su Yun's lips. "Very well, we shall keep it discreet. It's merely affection, is it not?" Dazed, Su Qingran fell silent, her cheeks still flushed. Su Yun couldn't help but smile. This mischievous younger brother of hers had not found peace in many days. Strangely, these encounters did not appear to be initiated by Yi Chun. Rather, they were pursued by these young women. Yi Chun, for the most part, remained indifferent. "Oh, it seems that might not be entirely fair. Let us say that Yi Chun's relationships are characterized by a gentlemanly detachment. Among all these ladies, only Luo Shui could be considered an exception." As she untied the ropes, Su Yun inwardly sighed and discreetly glanced at Yi Chun before turning to enter the interior of the flying vessel. However, Su Qingran seemed to have found her ally, casting a sly glance at Yi Chun and eagerly following her. Upon reaching the staircase, Su Yun turned back, instructing, "Find a room to freshen up and change. You need not accompany me." Su Qingran couldn't help but frown. Such an air. Su Yun exuded an aura befitting one of authority. Indeed, as a princess of the Qianyuan dynasty, it seemed quite fitting. Su Qingran dismissed further thoughts and cheerfully remarked, "Let us not be so formal. Since you are Yi Chen's sister, I should also address you as sister." "Ah, do not call me that so casually." Su Yun, taken aback, mused internally about how remarkably familiar this girl was, so quickly addressing her as sister. In the presence of Yi Chun, this sister's connections are not to be underestimated. Su Qingran remained cheerful, exclaiming, "Well then, let's call it that. I must admit, I am not very familiar with boats. How about we explore this together?" Su Yun chuckled inwardly. This girl seems rather clever, possessing a fair share of wit. "Come along, follow me." Su Qingran's eyes sparkled. This sister is quite agreeable. Upon entering the room, Su Qingran swiftly locked the door behind her, shedding her clothes with remarkable speed before darting off to the bathroom. Su Yun exhibited little reaction, instead gazing out at the sky through the floor-to-ceiling window. Shortly thereafter, Su Qingran broke the silence, inquiring, "What kind of person is Yi Chun, really? He seems different today compared to our last meeting. I've been pondering this for quite some time." Su Yun paused in contemplation, recognizing the girl's curiosity. Although this young lady possesses a certain cleverness, it is nearly transparent, and Su Yun had already anticipated her thoughts. Chapter 133. He is impossible to win over. Su Yun pondered for a moment, but chose not to respond to her inquiry. Instead, she redirected the conversation. "Are you curious as to why Chen'er seems to harbor little affection for you? Over the years, many young women have taken an interest in Chen'er, each possessing diverse backgrounds and appearances. Some were compelled by their elders, while others genuinely cherished him. Yet, consider the number at the Red Dust Cottage. How few are they?" Su Qingran was momentarily taken aback. "We are his sisters, and Meng Lan is merely a puppet, not a true person. The only others are Luo Shui and her maid." "Meng Lan is not a real person?" Su Qingran was genuinely astonished this time. Su Yun sat upon the bed, gazing at the light beyond the window with a smile. "Su Qingran, do you believe Chen'er appears approachable, yet is, in reality, quite elusive?" After a moment of reflection, Su Qingran instinctively nodded. Initially, Yi Chen seemed quite amiable, but ever since that competition concluded, he has transformed, as if revealing his true self. Su Iyun shook her head with a smile. What you must understand is that Chun'er is affable, approachable, and down-to-earth. These qualities are intrinsic to his character. In other words, his kindness is inherent and unrelated to who you are. He treats everyone similarly. There are countless who admire Chun'er, yet to this day, none have succeeded. Where do you think you stand in that line? Su Qingran's gaze dimmed slightly. However, it was not long before she lifted her head. So, I now ask you, what should I do? Su Iyun turned in surprise, shaking her head with a soft laugh. This girl truly defies expectations. Does she not realize which side I am on? With a long sigh, Su Iyun continued, Ah, Chun'er, he is simply impossible to win over. Your tender affections, in his eyes, appear far too naive. He can see right through you. Many have offered him promises of eternal devotion, and he has witnessed the ephemeral beauty of romance. How much of your fleeting affection do you believe could leave a lasting impression on his heart? With a gentle sigh, Su Iyun turned and reclined softly on the bed. I know this sounds blunt, but there are many young women who have come before you. What I mean to say is, the Red Dust Cottage may not be the right place for you. Before long, the flying boat returned to the imperial capital and landed. When Su Iyun and Su Qingran emerged, Su Qingran had changed into a fresh set of clothes. To Yi Chen's surprise, Su Qingran bowed slightly to him. Young Master Yi, I apologize for the disturbance and am grateful for your assistance. Yi Chen cast a suspicious glance at Su Iyun, wondering if the good sister had imparted some lessons to this girl. Truly, she was a good sister, saving him from further trouble. Yi Chen, unfazed, waved it off as a trivial matter. After a moment's hesitation, Su Qingran spoke again. I shall refrain from further troubling you. Please take care, young master. As the words fell, Su Qingran leapt directly from the boat, releasing another flying vessel to enter and drift away into the distance. Yi Chen cast another glance at Su Iyun. How remarkable. Truly deserving of the title of sister. Su Iyun's expression remained impassive as she remarked. Some individuals are easygoing and stable, not because they are exceptional, but rather because that girl is not as admirable as one might think. She did not express sadness nor claim it was unfair. She merely acknowledged her understanding. Observing Su Iyun's retreating figure, Yi Chen pondered for a moment before suddenly clapping his hands. Ah, sister, you are praising me. Ha ha ha, the sun has risen in the west. Ouyang Qingfeng, who had been watching silently from the side, could no longer suppress a roll of her eyes. Blossoms everywhere. What a mischievous brat. Yi Chen frowned. We've arrived. Quickly move your esteemed posterior. Yi Chen felt an overwhelming sense of ease. The current outcome signified a complete conclusion to Su Qingran's minor divergence, leaving him feeling light as a feather. This moment surely warranted a celebration. But how to commemorate it? Perhaps he could bring forth the Stockings family? Contemplating the two sisters, one resembling a celestial being and the other a mere child, he silently dismissed the notion. Ah, still, it is the fragrance of luo shui that captivates. Upon returning to the Red Dust Cottage, Yi Chen communicated his safety to his father and then instructed Meng Lan to prepare a grand feast. While fasting has its merits, one must not become addicted. The delectable flavors of the mortal realm should not be forsaken. Jiang Tian soon approached. Is everything resolved? Yi Chen cheerfully produced a bag of spicy strips, contemplating before tossing another bag to Jiang Tian. With the three of us siblings working together, there is nothing we cannot resolve. Jiang Tian stared at Yi Chen's hand, and after a moment, mimicked his actions, retrieving one and stuffing it into his mouth. Wow, this flavor is quite delightful. Jiang Tian could not resist pulling out another, and then another. Yi Chen chuckled lightly as he retrieved 2 bottles of cola. Life is indeed splendid. Jiang Tian, with a look of sheer enjoyment, proposed, shall we resume our studies? Yi Chen froze. How is life splendid? It is lacking in charm. With a sigh, he conceded. All right, let us continue with today's topic, postpartum care for sows. No, that's not right. The war situation in Ranku. No, what was I saying? That evening, the rooftop of the Red Dust Cottage was ablaze with light as the family gathered for a sumptuous meal. Even Luo Shui's maidservants joined in. Jiang Tian was fortunate enough to partake in the feast, and then resolved that from this point forward, he would begin fasting. He vowed never to consume another meal unless it was from the Red Dust Cottage. Thus, a new practitioner of fasting emerged in this world. Under the night sky, Yi Chen stood on the rooftop, feeling the evening breeze, gazing at the celestial bodies. He had destroyed the teleportation array. Next time, It was uncertain when those individuals might orchestrate a significant upheaval. Fortunately, the imperial city is fortified by two formidable defensive spiritual artifacts. However, the current situation is untenable. With adversaries lurking nearby, poised to strike unexpectedly, Yi Chen feels an unsettling sense of unease. This band of rascals must inevitably be dealt with. System. How many lottery draws have accumulated? Ding. A total of 49 draws have been accumulated this time. Yi Chen nodded thoughtfully. The number 49 holds significance. It may very well yield some exceptional rewards. This time, could it possibly elevate him to the level of a spiritual sage? Yi Chen instinctively harbors a flicker of anticipation. Draw transform a bicycle into a motorcycle. Ding. The lottery commences with a total of 49 draws. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have acquired 500 years of cultivation. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained Starry Spirit Liquid. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have gained a percentage increase in the Celestial Star Ring. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have received the essence of the Ancient Thunder Dragon. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the Spirit Liquid of the Three-Legged Golden Crow. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained. Chapter 134. Agony this time. The percentage enhancement from the Celestial Star Ring had been drawn several times, culminating in a remarkable total increase of 33%. This enhancement, when bestowed upon Yi Chen, was indeed impressive. The prospect of further draws promising even greater strength filled his heart with joy. This would become another trump card for him, one of formidable might. Subsequently, Yi Chen produced a large elixir bottle. Upon uncorking it, the air around the opening twisted violently. Yi Chen was taken aback. It was scorching hot, truly worthy of the three-legged golden crow. While the three-legged golden crow bore a resemblance to the phoenix, it was inherently distinct. However, in terms of bloodline, it was by no means inferior to the phoenix. Yet, Yi Chen hesitated, concerned that this might melt the pet egg. He glanced at the large egg beside him, caught in uncertainty. After a moment's contemplation, Yi Chen steeled himself. One cannot catch a wolf without risking the cub. Regardless of the power, he would proceed boldly. At worst, if the egg were ruined, he could await another. Thus, Yi Chen leaped atop the large egg and began to pour the elixir onto it. The spirit liquid resembled molten lava, a fiery crimson, cascading over the egg and causing Yi Chen's heart to race with trepidation. However, the scenario he feared did not materialize, prompting a smile to break across his face. This egg was impressive. The Azure Dragon egg had similarly been infused with this method, resulting in the birth of a two-headed chaotic immortal dragon. The compatibility of this pet egg was by no means inferior to that of the Azure Dragon egg. In fact, the essence he was bestowing upon it was even more extraordinary, as the nature of the egg was already a mystery, after merging with such a multitude of powers. Even Yi Chen himself could not speculate on what creature might emerge. Tonight, he infused it with the power of the three-legged golden crow. Tomorrow, he would imbue it with the ancient Thunder Dragon's essence, and the day after, he had several other sources of exotic beast power to draw upon. Yi Chen could not help but grin widely. A moment later, he casually discarded the elixir bottle and fell into contemplation. Heavenly grade elixirs, 2 of them. The Defying Heaven Creation Pill. This elixir had reached the 8th tier of the heavenly grade, nearly at the pinnacle. Yi Chen was astounded. This marked the first time he had drawn a heavenly grade elixir, and its effects would undoubtedly be extraordinary. It amalgamated the essence of the ages and the myriad creations into one, capable of forcibly altering one's foundation and shaping an unparalleled genius. A lengthy description followed, mentioning the excruciating pain associated with its consumption. Yi Chen pondered. Since it was a pear, it seemed tailor-made for his 2 elder sisters. The system understood him, recognizing his persistent concerns regarding their cultivation. Without further ado, Yi Chen snapped his fingers, resolving to act decisively. He approached the heavenly grade elixir with utmost caution, summoning his 2 sisters to his room and even setting up a barrier to isolate their spiritual energies. Ouyang Qingfeng's beautiful eyes sparkled with curiosity. What is this solemnity about? What exquisite treasure do you possess? My dear brother, you're not up to something nefarious, are you? Yi Chen's heart skipped a beat. Nefarious? With her? It would be more fitting to suggest that of Sui Yun. Yi Chen let out a soft huff, casually producing 2 small elixir vials, 1 for each. What treasures are these? He smiled. Don't ask, Just know they are heavenly delights. Ouyang Qingfeng rolled her eyes, accepting the vial. Su Yiyun cast a lingering glance at Yi Chun, feeling a hint of unease. Yi Chun, slightly exasperated, remarked, "If it were someone else, I wouldn't even bother." Ouyang Qingfeng appeared rather dismissive, not bothering to look as she poured the elixir into her mouth and settled down to absorb its essence. Seeing this, Su Yiyun ceased her speculation. After all, Yi Chun would never deceive them regarding the elixirs. Thus, both began their process of refinement. However, it wasn't long before Ouyang Qingfeng could no longer contain her trembling body. "Chinner, this elixir. Goodness, it's a bit too painful. Yi Chun, did you do this on purpose? Is this what you call a treasure? Don't you have a conscience?" Ah, her cries were both haunting and beautiful. Yi Chun, seated on the bed, nodded silently. Truly, the potency of a celestial-grade elixir was no small matter, and he was fortunate to have set up a barrier in advance to contain the fluctuations. Yet soon, both their faces began to contort in agony. What kind of cursed elixir is this? Ah, Yi Chun, I swear I will end you. I can't take this anymore. Yi Chun rubbed his nose, pondering the depth of their curses. Ding. Successfully tricked the sisters. Reward, 10 chances for a lottery draw. Ding. Successfully tricked the sisters. Reward, 10 chances for a lottery draw. Yi Chun abruptly stood up. 10 chances. With 2 of them, the total surged to 20. This windfall was astonishing. Yi Chun's expression turned serious. The system's lottery rewards were always contingent upon how deeply he had deceived them. Despite their relationship, he had always exercised restraint, usually capping it at 5. But this time, both sisters were now in extreme discomfort, drenched in sweat. Yi Chun could no longer bear to watch. Taking a deep breath, he concentrated, and a radiant circle of light spread across the ground, enveloping both sisters. The circle glimmered in emerald green, suffused with a rich life essence. The essence of life, a restorative force. In an instant, the potent life energy infused them, and their expressions began to improve, allowing Yi Chun to finally breathe a sigh of relief. His mastery over the essence of life was still in its infancy, and achieving such a result was no small feat after nearly 15 minutes. Both sisters had entered a meditative state, and Yi Chun felt a wave of relief as he exited the room. What a laborious ordeal. But 20 chances for a lottery draw is quite a remarkable reward. Content. He returned to the rooftop to continue consolidating his resources. The power acquired from cultivation spans several millennia. However, alas, it still falls just short of the pinnacle, having only reached the consummate stage of the spiritual saint realm. With merely a final push needed for a breakthrough, it is akin to being tantalizingly close, yet unable to fully penetrate the threshold, leaving one in a state of profound yearning. Yi Chun exhaled a sigh, quickly diverting his gaze. The ultra-intelligent off-road spiritual energy camper then elicited immense excitement within him. After a moment of contemplation, he rose and descended from the top floor, standing at the entrance of the courtyard. With a mere thought, a dazzling light flickered before him, and a colossal passenger bus materialized in his presence. This vehicle was nothing short of gigantic. Its robust tires towered over Yi Chun himself by a slight margin. The body of the vehicle was unreasonably large. Could this truly be called a camper van? Although the overall dimensions were indeed substantial, it retained the form of a bus, albeit with a more flamboyant design, boasting an entirely futuristic, sleek black appearance. The wheels, 6 in the front and 12 in the rear, exuding an air of dominance. Chapter 135. The Nine Heavens Alliance. The vehicle was equipped with doors on both sides, which, upon opening, revealed staircases that automatically extended downwards. The term superintelligent was not merely decorative. This was a remarkably intuitive automobile. For instance, when Yi Chun thought the vehicle appeared rather cool, it responded by illuminating its body with radiant light strips. Particularly, the headlights were astonishingly bright. Intrigued, Yi Chun eagerly dashed to the front. With a gasp, he observed not only 4 principal headlights on either side, but also a dazzling array of laser lights that put on a splendid light show. Yi Chun nodded in satisfaction and proceeded to the side to board the vehicle. The interior was spacious, befitting its grand size, featuring a kitchen, bathroom, shower, living room, and dining area, with none of the essential spaces overlooked. Moreover, the vehicle boasted a 2-story design, with 2 thoughtfully arranged rooms on the upper level, each containing a double bed, and 2 additional beds situated fore and aft. Strangely, the walls were transparent, Was this a vehicle version of floor-to-ceiling windows? Yet, curiously, nothing outside was visible. Satisfied, Yi-Chen settled into the living room, admiring the exquisite starry ceiling above. Oh, what bliss it would be to escape for a vacation at some opportune moment. With a smile, he wandered to the front, where 4 exclusive seats offered a view of the vehicle's movement and road conditions. Both levels were identical in this regard. Presently, the illuminated courtyard was visible. With a mere thought, the headlights turned off, leaving only the ambient glow of the light strips. Soft music began to play within the vehicle. If those 2 words hadn't trembled, I wouldn't have realized my discomfort. How to articulate it? It is merely a farewell. A decade had passed, indeed. More than a decade. It had been 11 years. Overcome with nostalgia, Yi-Chen returned to the living room and opened the door to the upper level. Indeed, the vehicle's roof could be opened, and stepping through the door led him onto the rooftop. The night sky was infinitely desolate, enveloped in silence. Yi-Chen grinned. Beside him, a hidden compartment opened, revealing a folding lounge chair that effortlessly unfolded. Super intelligent, indeed. Once the 2 sisters completed their breakthroughs, he would find a moment to take a leisurely stroll. This vehicle, while still a vehicle, could not rival the grandeur of a psychic flying vessel. Yet it was undeniably impressive. It represented a man's romance. Moreover, when necessary, this vehicle possessed flight capabilities, albeit at the expense of consuming spirit crystals. For daily driving, merely the ambient spiritual energy sufficed, but for flight, spirit crystals were required. After some contemplation, Yi-Chen closed the door and moved to the back, adding 2,000 spirit crystals. This was the maximum it could hold at once. Once depleted, he would replenish it. With a sense of exhilaration, Yi-Chen secured the cover, feeling an impulsive urge to venture out and engage in a thrilling escapade. Although piloting a flying vessel was exhilarating, a battle vehicle was equally essential. Perhaps someday he would be fortunate enough to acquire a sports car. That chassis would surely be too much for this world. Perhaps an SUV would be more fitting. In this extraordinary realm, he would indulge in the romanticism of blue star dwellers. The following morning, Yi-Chen remained blissfully asleep when a cacophony of screams erupted outside. Groggily, he opened his eyes and glanced out the window, spotting Jiang Tian standing before the RV, shouting animatedly. Yi-Chen pulled the blanket over his head in irritation. Such raucousness. Was a mere vehicle enough to incite such excitement? Moments later, Yi-Chen, still in a daze, opened his eyes again. Ding! A system task was issued. The host must repel an impending invasion. Completion of the task would yield 30 lottery chances as a reward. Staring vacantly at the ceiling, he took a moment to comprehend the situation. Damn, this is bad. Someone is coming for me. Yi-Chen bolted upright. Which fool dared to disturb his slumber? As he stepped out of his room, a voice from Yixing Tian reached him. Chener, there are new developments. Come quickly. Yi-Chen sighed. In the courtyard, Jiang Tian was inspecting the RV with great curiosity. Upon seeing Yi-Chen emerge, his eyes lit up. You're finally awake. What kind of vehicle is this? Where did it come from? It's absolutely incredible. Yi-Chen smiled faintly. Wait until I return to explain. It's super intelligent, but only responds to me. As the current owner, the RV's advanced system would not acknowledge Jiang Tian until Yi-Chen was present. Good morning, Your Highness. Luo Shui greeted languidly from the sofa. Yi-Chen's heart skipped a beat as he casually tossed her a pill, smiling before soaring into the air. Luo Shui hurriedly caught it, her gaze lingering on Yi-Chen's retreating figure, a hint of excitement in her eyes. Another dose of medicine, perhaps? Upon arriving at the Yi residence, Yixing Tian wore a grave expression. His eyes brightened upon seeing Yi-Chen. You've arrived, Chener. Yi-Chen nodded. Father, what has happened? Yixing Tian spoke earnestly. The 9 Heavens realm is stirring. The 9 major powers are about to unite and form the 9 Heavens Alliance. This likely means they are planning to take action against us. Yi-Chen's eyes narrowed slightly. Such a significant commotion. No wonder the system had issued a task. He then realized that the Supreme Tao Celestial Palace must be behind this. These individuals possessed tremendous influence, capable of manipulating the entire 9 Heavens realm. Yi-Chen suddenly felt that his previous estimations of the Supreme Tao Celestial Palace had been gravely underestimated. If it weren't for the great distance and the destruction of the teleportation array by Yi-Chen himself, they might have personally come knocking. Yet, this situation undoubtedly also involved the 9 Heavens realm's own willingness, as the supreme Tao Celestial Palace merely sought the ancient key, and the territory of the Tsanyu realm would belong to the Nine Heavens realm thereafter. It seemed these factions had found a common enemy in him, Yi Chun, thus creating the current predicament. Damn it, are they ganging up on me just because there are more of them? Yi Chun gritted his teeth in frustration. What should he do? Was he truly expected to confront them head-on? Although Yi Chun was not necessarily afraid, he felt a sense of injustice. Yi Chun pondered for a moment, a fierce glint gradually emerging in his eyes. Father, I must make a visit to the palace. With those words, Yi Chun turned and departed. Yi Shengtian observed his son's retreating figure, saying little. Yet he could sense that Yi Chun was poised to make a significant move, one that would involve the imperial family and, indeed, the entire Qianyuan dynasty. Alas, the tree wishes for calm, yet the wind does not cease. This young man had only just enjoyed a brief period of tranquility. In the palace, the old emperor had scarcely risen from his slumber when he was confronted by Yi Chun. In the small courtyard, wildflowers bloomed abundantly. The old emperor's expression was grave. Chinner, this is regarding the matter of the Nine Heavens realm, is it not? What decision have you reached? Yi Chun nodded. Uncle, the emergence of the Nine Heavens alliance is all too evident. They are clearly targeting our Tsanyu realm. In all of Tsanyu, only our Qianyuan dynasty stands as the leading force. Since these factions are eyeing us with intent, we need no longer conceal our ambitions. Uncle, I propose we change the name of our nation to the Qianyuan Empire. Chapter 136. The racing car. The old emperor's eyes narrowed sharply. The Qianyuan Empire. The terms dynasty and empire both signify central authority, with the royal family wielding complete control. Yet, the mere distinction of two characters carries profoundly different implications. The term empire is not mere coincidence. The most significant difference between an empire and a dynasty lies in a single aspect. As long as it is a dynasty, no matter how prosperous, it remains merely a small court. In contrast, an empire can reclaim subordinate forces. Clans, nations, and various factions can all become vassals of the empire. Such a multitude of alliances can ultimately forge a genuine behemoth. At this critical juncture, Yi Chun audaciously proposed such a notion, causing a chill to run through the old emperor's heart. Yi Chun aimed to engulf the entire Nine Heavens realm. You dare to establish the Nine Heavens alliance? I shall dare to create an empire, a confrontation head-on. It will be either your demise or mine. The world shall witness who becomes the captive. The old emperor's heart surged tumultuously, as if he were transported back to the days of territorial expansion. A surge of immense ambition suddenly welled up within him. Chinner, have you truly considered this? Yi Chun grinned widely. The emperor, being an emperor, needed no further explanation. He understood the implications clearly. Yi Chun gestured dismissively. Does my uncle not know me? My father assisted you in conquering half the kingdom, and now, his son shall lead the dynasty to new heights. Uncle, as long as the Yi family stands, this realm shall remain unshaken. The old emperor laughed heartily, seemingly recalling the legendary Yi Shengtian, who, like him now, commanded with great authority. Very well, I grant you permission. Soon, I shall announce to the world. With the establishment of the empire, your father remains the undefeated war god, and I shall bestow upon you the title of general. What do you think? Yi Chun was indifferent, regarding titles as mere trifles, content to leave such matters to his uncle's discretion. I only desire peace for the world and the well-being of the people. The emperor's expression grew complex. Gaining the Yi family was indeed his fortune. Yi Chun leisurely returned to the Red Dust Cottage. The reason for his relaxed demeanor was that he realized there was still ample time. By the time those fellows arrived, who could say what the years would hold? For now, he would await the return of his two sisters. Speaking of which, there should still be Luo Shui. Upon returning to the Red Dust Cottage, Yi Chun noticed Jiang Tian sitting before the RV, staring intently at its four large headlights. It was daytime, allowing a clear view of the vehicle, its sleek black exterior accentuating its imposing presence. This truly resembled a beast. Yi Chun chuckled inwardly, his thoughts stirring. Ding dong. Welcome back, master. Jiang Tian sprang up in astonishment. What on earth? It can talk. Yi Chun smiled lightly. Shao Xian, open the door. A series of mechanical sounds echoed as the door opened automatically. Yi Chun waved his hand. Follow me. Jiang Tian was instantly exhilarated, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Yi Chun, tell me, what is this marvel? Yi Chun raised his chin, exclaiming, "This is my treasured vehicle for vacation. What a splendid gem. Is there another one? Perhaps you could gift me one?" Yichen nearly kicked him out in annoyance. "What kind of nonsense are you thinking? This is my only one. Do you have any idea how much it costs? Even selling you wouldn't suffice." Jiang Tian chuckled wryly. "I was merely jesting. No need to get so worked up." Yichen managed a slight smile, turning to enter the RV. "Wow, it's quite spacious inside. But Yichen, with such a large vehicle, how many horses does it take to pull it?" Yichen grinned. "It's manageable, just about 180 horsepower." "No way. 180 horses. Are you pulling my leg?" Yichen took his place in the driver's seat. "This vehicle is fully automated, yet if one wishes to drive manually, the steering wheel and a series of controls will emerge." Jiang Tian followed him in, unable to contain his astonishment upon sitting down. "The view is stunning. It's so bright. Where did you acquire such an incredible machine?" Yichen shrugged. "Does it matter where? Once my two sisters are back, we shall take a joyride. As cultivators, we must learn to balance work and leisure to thrive in the long run." "Impressive," Jiang Tian exclaimed. Yichen smiled. "Shall we take a spin?" Jiang Tian's eyes sparkled. "We're going?" With a thought, Yichen made the door close automatically. Outside, a series of mechanical sounds began to resonate. Soon, flames erupted from beneath the vehicle. And surprisingly, this colossal machine took to the skies. "No way. Your vehicle can fly. What kind of car is this?" "Coco flying car. Coco." As this behemoth soared into the air, Yichen felt an exhilarating surge of pride. The audio system blared, and an energetic soundtrack began to play. Isn't it all about that sense of dominance? Here it comes. The citizens of the imperial capital looked up in awe, watching the massive vehicle roar past, spewing forth a long trail of flames. Though the occupants were invisible, whispers began to circulate. "It must be Prince Yi at the helm. Is this his new ride? How cool." Outside the imperial capital, the RV touched down. An exhilarated glimmer shone in Yichen's eyes as he pressed the gas pedal, unleashing a thunderous roar from the engine. "Wow, this is the wild life of a cultivator." The RV thundered forward, as crowds outside the city gates stood in stunned silence. Jaws agape. Yet inside the vehicle, Yichen and Jiang Tian reveled in excitement. Have you ever felt such a burst of adrenaline? This is it. Yichen had never experienced anything quite like it before. Truly, this marvel of engineering was a performance beast, boasting not only immense power, but also a ride that felt as if one were gliding. Yichen could feel the wheels trembling violently, yet inside the vehicle, there was an absolute lack of sensation. It was utterly absurd. "Brother, shall we embark on an impromptu journey? Perhaps a daring escapade in a camper van to a fantastical realm." In the dead of night, the vehicle returned. The dazzling headlights were visible from afar, illuminating the surroundings with clarity. The camper van, with its hazard lights flashing, gradually came to a halt at the city gate. Although the meaning of the flashing lights was unknown in this world, it certainly exuded an air of grandeur. The door swung open, and Jiang Tian stumbled down, feeling somewhat disoriented as he glanced at the ground. Before long, he suddenly knelt down. "Ugh," Yichen remarked. "Goodness, driving is a skill, but so is riding. Nevertheless, it's all right. A little vomiting is healthier." Yichen casually stowed away the camper van and leisurely soared into the city. After driving for quite some time, even though the remaining distance was covered by autopilot, it was still exhausting. Upon returning to the red dust cottage, he called out, "Meng Lan, prepare a bath for me." "Yes, esteemed master." Jiang Tian, trailing behind, opened his mouth to speak, but ultimately retreated to his room in silence. Yichen's servant was not someone he dared to employ. "It's merely a bath. I can prepare it myself." Humph. Chapter 137. I want to eat meat. What brought joy to Yichen was that the seclusion of his two elder sisters did not last long. Upon their emergence, it seemed as though he beheld two sisters who had undergone a profound transformation, rejuvenated and ready to embrace life anew. They had attained the Spirit King realm. Their strength was uniformly at the initial stage of this realm, leaving Yichen utterly astounded. Such formidable power from celestial-grade spiritual herbs. Even more delightful was the fact that both sisters had, quite coincidentally, grown taller and matured. You might inquire where the growth was evident. Need one even ask? Suiyun, who was already slightly taller than Yichen, had now gained considerable height, reaching over 170 centimeters. She was nearly at her full stature. Such long legs. Furthermore, her figure had also blossomed significantly. It truly seemed as though she had transformed into an elder sister. Ouyang Qingfeng, though not as exaggerated, had also reached around 170 centimeters, resembling a bear in her growth. Observing Yi Chen's dazed expression, Ouyang Qingfeng playfully approached him, teasing, "Well, little brother, are you mesmerized? Look how much we've grown." Yi Chen, with a blank expression, pushed his hand against her face. "I'm only 10, 11 years old. Don't tempt me." Suddenly, Su Yun's face flushed crimson. The medicinal effects were quite remarkable, albeit a bit painful. The atmosphere turned somewhat awkward. Yi Chen chuckled. "As long as your cultivation improves, once you both reach the Spirit Emperor realm, we shall embark on grand endeavors." Ouyang Qingfeng leaned closer, her eyes sparkling with mischief. "What grand plans do you have for your sisters, dear brother? We're not that familiar yet, you know." Yi Chen remained silent. Su Yun's blush deepened. Clearing his throat, he turned to Ouyang Qingfeng. "It seems you've grown bolder as well. Have you forgotten your own name? If it weren't for Jiang Tian being in the courtyard, you would be in for a surprise." Ouyang Qingfeng's beautiful eyes lit up, playfully touching Yi Chen's shoulder. "My fierce little brother, I'm quite afraid. You've become rather mischievous. Do you still wish to see your sister?" Yi Chen replied. "Someone, throw this girl into my room. I shall enact familial discipline today." Before long, Luo Shui also emerged. Her cultivation had seen progress, though certainly not as dramatic as that of her two sisters. Yi Chen pondered for a moment before taking out paper and pen, writing a bold proclamation to affix to the front door. On the street, many passers-by drew closer, intrigued. "I'm off to play. If you dare, come find me. Grandson Yi Chen." Passers-by murmured, "Why must I read this aloud?" Yi Chen surveyed the vehicles in the courtyard, his expression brimming with anticipation. He had just given his two sisters a brief introduction to these vehicles. Interestingly, both sisters showed some curiosity about them, which was even better. The family was ready to embark on their journey. Even Luo Shui's maid, Xiaolan, was summoned by Yi Chen. There was a refrigerator, and the one in the car was filled to the brim with an assortment of food and drink, courtesy of Menglan. That day, a group of individuals set out with great fervor. The common folk were taken aback, and some cultivators even kept their distance. Among this entourage were 3 spirit kings, accompanied by another whose cultivation level remained a mystery. With such a formidable presence, they surely commanded attention wherever they went. Upon reaching the gates of the imperial capital, Yi Chen unleashed the colossal RV. The roar of its powerful engine reverberated, instantly drawing numerous gazes. Yi Chen grinned widely, declaring, "Let us embark. A new storm is upon us. We cannot afford to linger." In the afternoon, amidst the wilderness along the official road, clouds of dust billowed as they sped past. A horse-drawn carriage was overtaken, vanishing into the haze behind them. Faintly, one could hear exclamations of outrage. "Damn it! What the hell is this? Can't a person pass without being hindered?" On the roof, Yi Chen gazed at the dusk, feeling utterly elated. As for the dust, apologies, but this vehicle was equipped with an air turbulence control system. No matter the chaos behind, the interior remained unaffected. Thus, Yi Chen's spirit soared. Now, this was what one called living. Not far away, Ouyang Qingfeng looked skyward and mused. "Chener, how did you manage to create such an impressive vehicle, replete with functions? Even boasting a spirit named Xiaoxian?" A car spirit, although peculiar, was a concept Ouyang Qingfeng embraced, likening it to the sword spirits of blades. Thus, it was only natural for a vehicle to possess its own spirit. Yi Chen found no desire to elaborate, instead bursting into laughter. "Let us have hot pot tonight. The more, the merrier. Ha ha ha, I crave lamb slices. I want meat." Su Yun turned her head, captivated by Yi Chen's carefree laughter in the twilight. It was a smile so radiant that it made her feel he was merely a child at heart. For a fleeting moment, she fancied that such a life was rather delightful. As night descended, Jiang Tian, a bit of a simpleton, became enamored with the vehicle, remaining in the driver's seat all day, and Yi Chen paid him little mind. When evening arrived, the vehicle found a spacious spot to park. From the roof, 2 tables automatically rose, one accompanied by a circular sofa. Yi Chen, brimming with enthusiasm, brought forth a large pot, not the traditional black cauldron, but a modern cooking vessel. He poured in hot water, followed by the hot pot base, and soon the mixture began to bubble vigorously. "Ah, delightful. I want meat. Xiaolan, bring me some lamb slices, lots of them." Jiang Tian, without a word, demonstrated his understanding by fetching a bowl from the nearby table and began to add beef slices into the pot with gusto. Luo Shui was quite diligent, bringing over several vegetable baskets as a few individuals busily added vegetables into the large pot. Yi Chen smiled contentedly as he casually opened a can of cola. On the table, a small portion was adorned with an array of beverages, all delightfully chilled. Ah, how refreshing. Yi Chen couldn't help but smile. That mischievous little brother, always thinking of his own thirst. Xiaolon hurriedly dashed off to fetch a few more cans of drinks. Cheers to our beautiful life. Initially, everyone sipped on soft drinks. But Jiang Tian, unable to resist, brought over a jug of wine. How could Yi Chen hold back after that? The vast wilderness beneath the starry sky was breathtakingly beautiful. Amidst laughter and toasts, the group indulged in food and drink until Jiang Tian wandered off to sleep on the first floor. Dreamlon tidied up everything, and Xiaolon, perceptive as ever, chose not to disturb them further. Thus, on the rooftop of the car, for individuals reclined in their chairs, the atmosphere harmonious and dreamlike. Chapter 138. Just 9,998. Yi Chen relished the tranquility of the present moment. He understood a profound truth. Often, people utter phrases like "once this happens, I will do that," or "there's plenty of time ahead, opportunities will arise." However, in reality, there is no such luxury as endless tomorrows. One should seize the moment to pursue their desires and express their thoughts. At that instant, Yi Chen abruptly turned his head. "Sister, you are truly beautiful. Luo Shui, you are lovely as well." Both Sui Yun and Luo Shui were taken aback. Luo Shui's cheeks flushed instantly, while Sui Yun regarded him with a hint of skepticism. She had heard such compliments far too often, yet they were seldom uttered by Yi Chen. Sui Yun was somewhat astonished, pondering Yi Chen's unexpected behavior. Ouyang Qing Feng, however, was exhilarated, exclaiming, "What about me? Am I beautiful, dear brother?" Yi Chen couldn't help but twitch his lips. The following day, the vehicle raced down the road, stirring up clouds of dust. Setting aside other matters, the sheer momentum was palpable. The soundproofing of the RV was exceptional. Not only was it impervious to external noise, but also the isolation between its various compartments was top-notch. After several days of relentless travel, Jiang Tian appeared weary, dozing off in the passenger seat. Soft music filled the air as the two sisters engaged in quiet conversation, while Yi Chen sat nearby, lost in thought as he gazed out the window. However, not long after, an alert suddenly echoed within the RV. Two beeping alarms sounded, followed by the voice of Xiao Xian announcing, "Combat residuals detected. Confirm whether to adjust the route." Yi Chen sprang upright, striding towards the driver's cabin. As he walked, his senses extended outward. Soon, he discerned the so-called remnants of battle in the distance. A group seemed to be relentlessly pursuing an unfortunate soul, the chase appearing quite intense. Intrigued, Yi Chen thought, a martial arts spectacle, a live-action show. Meanwhile, Jiang Tian, glancing at the LCD screen displaying several red dots on the radar system, remarked, "Yi Chen, those individuals are definitely in a brawl. Shouldn't we steer clear? This vehicle is precious. We wouldn't want to get splattered with blood." Yi Chen merely smiled in silence. Avoiding such a grand spectacle? Absolutely not. The vehicle sped towards the unfolding battlefield. Before long, the RV came to a halt by the roadside. Not far away, in the open plains, a throng of individuals was engaged in a frenzied pursuit. The young man they were chasing appeared relatively youthful and had already reached the level of spiritual transformation. In ordinary circumstances, he would be considered a prodigy. Despite being pursued and desperately fleeing, he was remarkably well-dressed, seemingly untouched by the chaos surrounding him. At that moment, he radiated a faint yellow glow, forming a translucent shield around him. Wow, a wealthy individual. Yi Chen couldn't help but click his tongue in admiration. Jiang Tian pursed his lips, pondering the futility of wealth, which would soon be squandered. Yi Chen shook his head, asserting the immense utility of money, especially in the present context. Observing the unfortunate soul being mercilessly beaten, he noted that despite his plight, he was not entirely disgraced. Jiang Tian contemplated this, conceding that indeed, the individual still maintained a semblance of dignity. Ding! A system task was issued. Rescue the beleaguered unfortunate, with a reward of 5 lottery draws upon completion. Oh! Yi Chen's eyes sparkled with excitement. He had inadvertently triggered a system task. Such an opportunity for lottery draws was too good to pass up. However, how would he orchestrate the rescue? His gaze turned contemplative as he observed the unfortunate soul, who was now surrounded by a menacing group, visibly on the verge of tears. Just then, a mechanical voice resonated through the air, prompting the assailants to instinctively look towards the roadside. To their astonishment, a colossal vehicle had come to a halt, and from it emerged a young man, descending a staircase that had materialized from the side of the behemoth. In a mere instant, the young man covered an extraordinary distance, moving with a flicker that left a trail of light smoke. In just a few blinks, he had arrived before them, rendering the crowd speechless. Who was this formidable figure? The manner of his entrance alone suggested he was not to be trifled with. The unfortunate soul, his golden locks gleaming, appeared somewhat flamboyant, and for the sake of convenience, let us call him Golden Egg. Golden Egg stared at Yi Chun, momentarily bewildered, despite Yi Chun's lack of imposing presence. The speed at which he moved made Golden Egg's legs feel slightly weak. Yi Chun smiled warmly at Golden Egg, proclaiming, "Good sir, I perceive a shadow over your brow. Today may bring calamity upon you." Golden Egg stood frozen for several seconds, his mouth twitching in response. "Do I really need you to tell me this?" Yi Chun puffed out his chest, stating, "As the Buddha teaches, saving a life is more meritorious than constructing a grand stupa. You and I share a connection. Might I inquire if you require my assistance?" Golden Egg, on the brink of agreeing, hesitated as he scrutinized Yi Chun's appearance. Are you genuinely a monk? With that flowing mane of hair, do you expect me to believe you?" Yi Chun raised an eyebrow, adopting an air of profound mystery. "Your words are misplaced, good sir. The essence of Buddha resides within one's heart. Thus, one is a monk in spirit. What need is there for worldly decorum?" Golden Egg's expression shifted dramatically as he approached with utmost reverence. "Oh, great master, your insight is commendable. Since we are fated, how might you assist me in overcoming this tribulation?" Upon hearing this, the surrounding crowd exchanged glances, their eyes glinting with intrigue. Yi Chun's involvement could complicate matters significantly. With a cheerful demeanor, Yi Chun produced a vial containing a miraculous elixir, the Great Creation Pill, claiming that one dose would double the recipient's combat prowess. "What say you, good sir?" Golden Egg was elated, exclaiming, "Thank you, master. Encountering you is a true blessing. Your wisdom is profound, and I am in awe." Yi Chun regarded him with a hint of surprise. "You may be rejoicing prematurely." "What?" Golden Egg's expression froze in disbelief. Yi Chun raised his hand, extending a solitary finger, proclaiming, 10,000 spirit crystals, fair and square." Jean Dan's eyes widened in disbelief, utterly baffled. After a moment of silence, one among the crowd burst into laughter. Inside the caravan, the laughter erupted uncontrollably. "I thought that lad aspired to be a hero, but it turns out he is peddling elixirs." Observing Jean Dan's expression, Yi Chun contemplated earnestly and mused, "Ah, you and I share a fateful connection. Thus, I shall offer you a discount. How about this? Instead of 10,000, merely 9,998 for the unbeatable elixir to take home." Jean Dan's face paled, and at this juncture, failing to comprehend the situation would indeed be foolish. With a sorrowful visage, he implored, "Brother, I am in this predicament. How can you be so heartless?" Yi Chun feigned innocence, replying, "Am I not here to rescue you? Why do you seem so ungrateful? Do you think I am boasting? What makes you believe I would find amusement in deceiving you? TCH, spare me your nonsense. Face your fate." Chapter 139. I, the Buddha. "Do not save the destitute." In a moment of exasperation, the Golden Egg exclaimed, "Stop. Master, please don't leave. I need it. Is that not enough? I insist you do not walk away. How dare you? Just halt and see if I won't pay." Yi Chun turned around, slightly bewildered. "How dare you demand I stop? What kind of attitude is this? Why do I find myself oddly intrigued?" With a grandiose expression of sacrifice, the Golden Egg waved his hand, and suddenly, a mountain of shimmering spirit crystals appeared before them. Yi Chun couldn't help but smile as the spirit stones vanished in an instant, and he tossed a pill bottle back. "Behold, this is not merely a pill, it is your very life. Though I may profit, you shall never incur a loss." The Golden Egg, despite the apparent logic of the situation, felt an inexplicable sense of unease. Yi Chun leisurely turned to leave, while the Golden Egg promptly swallowed the pill. In that instant, a profound aura enveloped the area, causing even Yi Chun's garments to flutter. The onlookers stood in stunned silence, and even the golden egg found it hard to believe. Instinctively glancing at Yichun, who exactly is this person? Though the method was somewhat outrageous, the potency of the pill was undeniably formidable. This individual is extraordinary. The crowd was left in a daze. Some could not contain their despair, shouting at Yichun's retreating figure, "Master, compassionate Buddha, why do you save him, but not me?" Yichun paused, turning to assess the speaker. Dressed in tattered clothes and worn shoes, his entire appearance barely amounted to a fraction of a spirit crystal. After a moment of contemplation, Yichun shook his head and declared, "I, the Buddha, do not save the destitute." Laughter erupted in the vehicle, as if it had exploded with mirth. Yichun strolled away nonchalantly, counting his 10,000 spirit crystals while listening to the system's notifications. 5 lottery draws. This is hardly a challenge. Returning to the car, Yichun maintained a calm demeanor, as if nothing had transpired. The passengers wore peculiar expressions. Ouyang Qingfeng teased, "Master? Care to save me too?" Yichun sank into the sofa, scoffing, "Master is nonsense. I am merely a charlatan at best." The atmosphere in the car erupted with laughter once more. Humming a tune, Yichun commanded, "Shao Xian drive." Outside, a group of individuals watched as the black war chariot roared to life, kicking up clouds of dust as it sped away, their faces marked by a profound stupor. In the air, remnants of a fading melody lingered. Thunder. This celestial cultivation, the heavens collapsing, the purple gold hammer. After a long pause, during a casual chat in the living room, Yichun remarked, "I need not tarnish the Buddha's image. The bald monks do a fine job of that themselves." Bald monks. Ouyang Qingfeng chuckled for a moment before stifling it. "So, are those monks truly wicked?" Yichun reclined on the sofa, grasping a can of cola. Each person holds their own perspective on the matter. Many monks, despite their outward expressions of compassion, harbor dark hearts, particularly within the realm of Buddhist practitioners. Of course, one cannot generalize. There are indeed those of genuine profundity within the true Buddhist community, as the teachings of Buddhism possess their intrinsic wisdom, and there exist authentic masters among them. Su Yun, with a hint of curiosity in her beautiful eyes, remarked, "Chenur, you seem quite knowledgeable about Buddhism. Could it be that you were a monk in your past life?" Yichun smirked, "I was busy teaching Jiang Tian the art of romance." "Do you really think I was a scoundrel in my previous incarnation?" "What is a scoundrel?" Yichun chuckled. Jiang Tian suddenly became animated. "Yichun, let us continue our discourse on love." Their scenic journey extended over several days. During this time, Yichun reaped numerous benefits, expressing that this expedition was indeed a stroke of brilliance, exceedingly delightful and stylish. Days later, outside a small town, their vehicle came to a halt, necessitating a purchase of meat and vegetables. After several days, the group felt a sense of fatigue, signaling the conclusion of their travels. Once they had gathered their supplies, they decided to return home, opting for a swift flight back. Unexpectedly, Jiang Tian announced his departure, feeling that he had gleaned sufficient knowledge and was ready to implement it in practice. Yichun understood and gifted him some spicy strips and cola, having used the 1,000 spirit crystals for this purpose. No, wait, they were acquired through the sale of elixirs. In a modest tavern within the small town, Yichun sat with his 2 sisters and Luo Shui, while Xiao Lan and Meng Lan went off to procure supplies. Outside the window, the sky was adorned with splendid clouds. The group appeared somewhat languid. Their meal progressed in a somewhat heavy atmosphere, but soon, the lively chatter from a nearby table drew their attention. "Have you heard? Our Qian Yuan dynasty has officially been renamed the Qian Yuan Empire. His Majesty has conferred the title of Guardian General upon Prince Tianyang, bestowing him the name of the Peak Warlord. Such significant news is hard to miss. A Guardian General. He is the second Guardian General of our Qian Yuan Empire, the first being his father, the illustrious warlord Jiuxing. The Yi family is truly impressive. 2 Guardian Generals and 2 Grand Dukes within one family. They are the protectors of our nation, the very bedrock of our defense. If one could serve the Yi family, the latter half of one's life would be secure." Su Yun raised her gaze. Her beautiful eyes filled with a hint of inquiry. "You must have known about this long ago." Yichun nodded. "I discussed it with His Majesty." But the title of Peak Warlord had yet to be confirmed at that time. It was His Majesty's decision. The title of Peak Warlord sounds rather formidable. Ouyang Qingfeng furrowed her brow. "Chenur, you wouldn't stir up such fuss without reason. What exactly transpired?" Yichun smiled. "It's nothing particularly momentous. The Nine Heavens realm is forming the Nine Heavens alliance among the 9 major forces, and it is likely that conflict will arise soon. I am explicitly conveying to them that if they are unwilling to comply, they should face the consequences. Those who falter are to be disregarded. Huh, truly, how fitting of you. Luo Shui felt a twinge of concern, yet found no opportunity to interject. Such matters of state were beyond her reach. Yi Chun, with a contemplative look in his eyes, turned his head after a moment and declared, Luo Shui, you must hasten your cultivation. Su Yun and Ouyang Qingfeng instinctively glanced at Luo Shui, their expressions tinged with contemplation. Within the grand hall, an array of colorful glass lay scattered about, dazzling and breathtaking in its beauty. In one corner of the hall, a woman adorned in palace attire sat upon a chair, her face etched with worry. Aunt Wang, I have heard that this young man has persuaded Emperor Qianyuan to change the national title to the Qianyuan Empire, and he has even been bestowed the title of Peak, War God. Beside the beautiful matron, an elderly woman furrowed her brow, her wrinkles contorting into a mass of concern. Indeed, I have heard whispers of this matter as well. It seems there is even more to the tale. Chapter 140. The realm of spiritual sovereignty. I have heard that the young man departed the imperial capital with his family, leaving behind a note at the Red Dust Cottage. I've gone out for a jaunt. If you dare, come find me. Ha ha ha. In my 1,000 years of existence, never have I encountered such an amusing young lad. Upon hearing this, the beautiful woman's face turned an ashen hue. How dare this little rascal be so brazen? The old matron, however, shook her head. That lad seems to possess an unshakable confidence. His prowess likely surpasses our expectations. Master, we must prepare some contingencies. The master was taken aback. The elder's implication was. The old matron nodded, gazing into the distance with a deep sigh. Just as we established the Nine Heavens Alliance, that young man altered the national title. This is not merely a declaration of war, but an open threat. Should we dare to engage in battle, he would undoubtedly sweep us away, subjugating us all. Master, our Lioli Pavilion is now at a critical juncture. The master fell into a contemplative silence, his expression somber. Those hypocrites at the Supreme Tao Heavenly Palace regard us as mere cannon fodder, while that lad sees us as his prey. As one of the 9 heavens of Lioli Pavilion, we find ourselves ensnared in a predicament from which escape seems impossible. The old matron sighed heavily. The others may still be scheming over the territories of the Tsanyu realm, a bunch of fools unaware of their impending doom. Master, after this encounter, you may have to rely solely on yourself. Elder, the master's eyes began to glisten with unshed tears. 2 days later, at the Red Dust Cottage. After a long journey, I returned to the living room and promptly collapsed onto the sofa. Traveling is delightful, except for that lingering fatigue that follows. It's akin to what one might expect. In truth, those who cultivate have already transcended the limits of human endurance. Fatigue is merely a facade, an affectation. Often, to enjoy life, one must indulge in a bit of pretense. For instance, Ouyang Qingfeng, this young lady grasped Yi Chen's deeper intentions, mirroring his languid posture on the sofa. Su Yun and Luo Shui observed the duo. Luo Shui's eyes sparkled with mirth, while Su Yun maintained her composure, albeit tinged with a hint of exasperation. These two lively spirits. Dream Blue, please draw me a bath, if you would. I require a change of attire. I want one too. Ouyang Qingfeng eagerly raised her hand high. Luo Shui, with a smile, said, I shall go prepare it for you, Your Highness. Su Yun discreetly cast a glance at Luo Shui, and Ouyang Qingfeng, in a rather ambiguous manner, turned her gaze towards Yi Chun. Yi Chun trembled slightly, hardly daring to breathe. We dare not speak, nor do we dare to inquire. As evening fell and the sky darkened, Yi Chun donned a bathrobe and made his way to the rooftop, where the gentle evening breeze enveloped him in comfort. System, I am undoubtedly rolling in wealth right now. Let us commence a lottery. With Jiang Tian absent, these past 2 days have been wonderfully liberating for Yi Chun. What a delight. Ding. The system lottery is now commencing. A total of 63 draws. Ha ha ha. Yi Chun could not help but burst into laughter. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have acquired 10,000 years of cultivation. In an instant, the aura around Yi Chun surged, only to be swiftly subdued. However, the essence of his being began to transform imperceptibly. After a quarter of an hour, Yi Chun slightly narrowed his eyes and let out a prolonged belch. Ah, what a delight. He had ascended to the realm of Spirit Sovereign, surpassing the Spirit Saint stage. A broad grin spread across his face. After such a wait, he had finally achieved the coveted title of Sovereign. This prestigious designation was exclusive to those who reached the Spirit Sovereign realm. How exhilarating! The system's notifications continued to sound. Ding! Congratulations, host, for obtaining the soul essence of the ancient wild beast. Ding! Congratulations, host, for acquiring the essence of the great thousand-covering cloud bird's spirit core. Ding! Congratulations, host, for receiving a set of otherworldly billiard equipment. Ding! Congratulations, host, for acquiring the stinky tofu machine of the Pangcho sect. Ding! Congratulations, host, for a millennium of cultivation. Ding! Congratulations, host, for obtaining the great celestial nurturing spirit pill. Ding! Congratulations, host, for acquiring the heavenly grade spirit tool, the soul of the ancient thunder dragon. Yi Chun remained stoic, expressionless as he reclined in a nearby chair. The system's prompts were rather intense, yet he seemed unfazed. Excited? What a trivial notion. It was merely a few rewards. Humph. Yi Chun casually retrieved an object, his hand trembling for reasons unknown. It was a rather mystical little statue, possessing an uncanny lifelike quality despite being a mere effigy. It felt as if it were gazing at him. The statue was crafted from amethyst crystal, translucent and radiating beauty. After a moment's contemplation, he ambled to the living room on the first floor and placed it squarely in the center of the coffee table. The soul of the ancient thunder dragon looks rather appealing here. Although the hall was grand, it felt somewhat unadorned. Yi Chun pondered for a moment before rushing to the dining room, plucking a small segment of an unnamed green bamboo from the table. He then took out an unremarkable little bottle, filled it with water, and inserted the bamboo. It was merely an earthly-grade bottle, of little significance, yet it served well as a vase. Before long, Luo Shui entered and, seeing Yi Chun busy, could not help but inquire, "Your Highness, what are you doing?" Without a moment's hesitation, Yi Chun replied, "Making our home a bit more refined." Luo Shui, puzzled, glanced over and noticed the green bamboo had been replaced with a pale porcelain vase. Moments later, her eyes widened slightly. A spirit tool. It appeared to be of earthly grade. Luo Shui was momentarily taken aback, instinctively looking at Yi Chun, when her peripheral vision caught the soul of the ancient thunder dragon on the coffee table. A vague familiarity washed over her, and suddenly she recalled the statue of the goddess of vigilance. The essence of these two statues appeared strikingly similar, the essence of a heavenly grade spirit tool. Luo Shui could not help but gaze at Yi Chun. Had he just mentioned refinement? What a remarkable refinement it was. How exceedingly unadorned. "I am convinced of your trickery, you sly old fox." After a brief moment, Yi Chun suddenly recalled something and turned to beckon to Luo Shui. "Luo Shui, come here." She hurriedly approached. "Your Highness?" Yi Chun produced a spatial ring and said, "This contains something for you. It is a treasure. Consume a little each day, and you shall surely enjoy it." Luo Shui froze, stammering, Your Highness." Yi Chun waved his hand. "That is all for now. It is quite a task to place it into the spatial ring. Just make use of it for the time being." Luo Shui was left even more bewildered. To place it into the spatial ring. And it is quite a task. The scene was almost too exquisite to behold. Yi Chun then ascended the stairs. Knock, knock. Ouyang Qingfeng promptly opened the door, a radiant smile gracing her face as she leaned against the doorframe. "My dear brother, are you yearning for your sister so soon?" Suddenly, her beautiful eyes sparkled as they fell upon the bathrobe Yi Chun wore. She playfully pointed at the gap beneath his neck and inquired, "Dear brother, would you care to come in and have a seat?" Chapter 141. Not acting as such, just a trivial matter. As her fingertips brushed against the seam of the bathrobe, Ouyang Qingfeng's hand instinctively paused, a hint of surprise flickering in her eyes. "Shenner, have you reached the spirit sovereign realm?" Yi Chun raised an eyebrow slightly. "How did you know?" Ouyang Qingfeng was momentarily taken aback, then couldn't help but chuckle. "My dear brother, it seems you are unaware. Do you know what it means to be a spirit sovereign?" Yi Chun's expression turned serious, suspicion creeping into his gaze. This matter seemed to pertain to the intricacies of cultivation. He leaned forward, pushing against Ouyang Qingfeng's finger as he gradually entered the room. Ouyang Qingfeng's beautiful eyes widened in astonishment, instinctively covering her lips, but soon, a spark of playful delight danced in her gaze. "Oh, my dear brother, are you unable to wait any longer? What shall your sister do?" As he stepped inside, Yichen swiftly closed the door behind him, seizing her shoulders and pressing her against the wall. They were so close that he could almost hear the rapid rhythm of Ouyang Qingfeng's heart. His eyes were profound as a starry river. What does it mean to be a spirit sovereign? Ouyang Qingfeng still covered her mouth, but upon hearing his question, the astonishment in her eyes gradually faded, replaced by teasing mirth. My dear brother, you truly are domineering, but I quite like it. What does it mean to be sovereign? In the heavens and the earth, only I am supreme. That is the spirit's sovereign. Upon reaching this realm, you have begun to tread the path of transcendence. The path of transcendence? Yichen narrowed his eyes slightly. Ouyang Qingfeng smiled alluringly, her fingertip gliding from her chest, tracing the outline of Yichen's chin. Transcendence is the beginning of sublimation, rising above the mortal realm. In simple terms, the realms that follow the spirit sovereign are all preparations for breaking through boundaries. Once you enter the spirit sovereign stage, you are no longer considered a mere mortal. Yichen found himself lost in contemplation. He indeed sensed that this breakthrough was unlike any before. The feeling was profound and ineffable. If he had to describe it, he would say his body felt remarkably lighter, as if every movement could lift him into the heavens. So, this was the precursor to transcendence. If that were the case, once he truly achieved transcendence, he would be able to shatter the barriers of this world and venture into other realms. After the spirit sovereign comes the spirit emperor, and beyond the spirit emperor lies the void breaker. Yichen suddenly realized he was nearing the pinnacle of this world. A surge of exhilaration welled up within him. When he reached the summit, what fool would dare to act recklessly? Merely the heavenly palace of the supreme path? It would be as simple as a wave of his hand to obliterate it. Yichen raised his hand, pressing a small pill bottle against Ouyang Qingfeng's collarbone. A gift for you, dear sister. Ouyang Qingfeng gasped lightly, catching the pill bottle and rolling her eyes. How cold. You little rascal. Yichen smirked. I'm off. Keep up the good work. Ouyang Qingfeng laughed charmingly. Are you not going to stay for a delightful night together? Yichen turned. We shall speak again when you can no longer see your own toes. Ouyang Qingfeng was taken aback and suddenly lowered her head. It seemed she could still perceive a trace, just a fraction more. Yet, how could Yichen dare to utter such words? Bang! The door had already closed. Ouyang Qingfeng angrily shook her hand. Her younger brother was audacious enough to mock her. How could she not be impressive at her age? Humph. Yichen then proceeded to Su Yiyun's room, and as expected, she immediately noticed the change in him. The aura of his spiritual master was unmistakable. Upon receiving this news, Su Yiyun's gaze deepened significantly. She appeared somewhat anxious. The gap between her and Yichen seemed perpetually present, even though he often neglected his cultivation. This was, to say the least, a source of frustration. Yichen, however, felt little concern. It was only natural for him to be strong. After leaving Su Yiyun's room, Yichen turned and returned to the first floor. There were numerous rooms on the first floor, and Yichen found a suitable spot to set up a billiards table. Henceforth, he had yet another leisure activity, billiards. Yichen joyfully waved the cue stick, deciding to play later and first check his rewards. He had drawn quite a few items this time, and had yet to finish examining them. Upon returning to the rooftop, Yichen passed by the large pet egg and jumped onto it. Ancient wild beast spirit essence, arranged. This ancient creature appeared extraordinary. As soon as he opened the lid, an overwhelming pressure surged forth. Even the bottle's opening faintly revealed a hazy phantom. Yichen glanced at the bottle in his hand, and it resembled Aladdin's lamp. Before long, the pet egg fell silent, and Yichen patted himself clean before returning to the sofa. Continuing his exploration, Yichen found himself holding a peculiar card. Mysterious card. As a mad scientist, Bourgeoisie is renowned for one of his most famous inventions. This card seems to contain magical powers, but trust me, it is best not to use it casually, as even the mad scientist himself is reluctant to do so. Yichen stroked his chin. This was intriguing. It was the first time he had encountered such an unusual description. The key point was that the description was lengthy, seemingly informative, yet ultimately vague. The only discernible aspect was a sense of danger. Yichen examined the card's attributes. This was unexpectedly a spirit-modified artifact, although it was only of the earth grade. The fact that it had been spirit-modified indicated it was not of this world. It had been forcibly brought over by the system. Quite interesting. He could test it out during his next encounter with an adversary. Yichen put away the card and continued his review. A special title emerged, Enchanting Beauty. Host exclusive title. Possessing this title will elevate the host's charm to astronomical levels, increasing attractiveness to the opposite sex tenfold. Friendly reminder. This title is automatically equipped and cannot be removed under normal circumstances. Goodness, this dog of a system treats me as if I were not human. Moreover, why is it called enchanting beauty? Where is there a male who embodies such beauty? Yichin lowered his gaze to examine his own physique, perceiving no apparent irregularities. However, an unsettling chill crept along his back. His mother had always advised him to safeguard himself in the world outside. A hint of trepidation began to stir within him. Aside from this, Yichin cast a glance around, noting the clutter of miscellaneous items scattered about. Yet, amidst the disarray, a pair of Earth-tier spiritual artifacts caught his eye, igniting a spark of excitement within him. The light electric tower. After only a brief observation, he discerned that this contraption was essentially an enhanced version of the prism tower. Within its detection range, should an enemy approach, it could emit a beam of light, autonomously striking the foe. Furthermore, the prism towers could synergistically combine within a certain distance, allowing two of them to interlink. Yichin felt a surge of exhilaration. Perhaps he could procure some formidable artillery. Although he now possessed a colossal sword, the more powerful weaponry, the better. Come on, system, do not hold back. As long as you dare to unleash, I shall gladly accept. Chapter 142. Blue Star. A mechanical sound resounded as two towering structures emerged on either side of the villa. The improved photovoltaic towers were far more aesthetically pleasing than their predecessors, crowned by crystalline, nameless blossoms. At their core stood a translucent column, extending gracefully down to an intricately adorned base. If the pinnacle of the tower exuded elegance and splendor, then the base embodied grandeur and solemnity. This creation was truly exquisite. Regardless of its power, its design was universally appealing. Yichin stood below, visibly satisfied. Though referred to as towers, he felt they resembled oversized lampposts. Their height was indeed astonishing, surpassing that of the villa, with the shimmering crystal blossoms atop visible from afar. I intended to maintain a low profile, yet. Yichin shook his head and turned towards the billiards room. Menglan, load the billiards program and join me for a game. As you wish, master. The life of a cultivator was often marked by simplicity. Despite the looming threats, Yichin's days remained indulgent. After all, he had reached the realm of spirit sovereign. His heart steady as a rock. Let the monsters come. If they dared to challenge him, he would not hesitate to confront them. It was morning, and Yichin faced the rising sun, plucking the strings of a slender zither. This was the score spring in the air, a piece drawn from the system. Tranquil and serene. His instrument was not the phoenix zither, but a newly acquired one named Cold Moon. A terrestrial-grade spirit artifact adorned with a beautifully translucent moon at its head. As the final note faded, a soft sigh emerged from behind him. Indeed, young Master S talent is unparalleled. In just over a month of learning, he has achieved such artistry. Yichin smiled lightly, merely passing the time with casual strumming. Luo Shui's gaze now burned with intensity. If her previous demeanor was gentle as water, now it seemed to boil. Yichin felt utterly helpless. Blame the system for bestowing such a captivating charm. The once gentle Luo Shui had transformed. He hesitated to engage in intimate conversations now, fearing. The most astonishing change was in Menglan's gaze, which too seemed altered. Yichin mused to himself, "O system, you are quite audacious, even captivating the robot." He waved his hand and departed. In an instant, Yichin's figure dissipated into a wisp of smoke, reappearing at the entrance of the red dust cottage. The old man's steamed bun shop should be open by now. Time for a visit. The familiar shop exuded comforting aromas. Without Yichin uttering a word, the old man approached with a basket of beef-filled buns. Yichin lowered his gaze and took a sip of soy milk, finding it delightful. The sweetness was perfectly balanced, neither overpowering the soy milk's flavor nor rendering it bland. Such a sense of proportion was truly commendable. Raising his head once more, Yichin instinctively reached for the steamed bun, only to find his entire body suddenly stiffening. Out of the corner of his eye, the surroundings transformed. The bun shop's layout morphed into that of a breakfast diner, with fluorescent tubes illuminating the space above. Outside, the street bustled with a torrent of vehicles, a cacophony of noise enveloping the atmosphere. Yichin's heart quivered, his mind a blank canvas. Those were not horse-drawn carriages outside, they were cars. The pedestrians were clad not in peculiar long robes, but in sportswear, jeans, and formal attire. With a creak, Yi-Chen stumbled to his feet, the chair screeching sharply against the stone tiles, startling him momentarily. He cast a frantic glance at the chair before hurriedly exiting. "Hey, young man, you haven't paid yet." Yet. Yi-Chen paid no heed, stepping out the door but remaining just at the threshold. The sounds of horns, the clamor of the street, and the nearby bus stop announcing arrivals filled the air. "Please hold on as we depart. The next stop is Tiantai Garden. Passengers heading to the affiliated hospital. Please transfer to bus K37. A throng of anxious individuals awaited their ride at the stop. Yi-Chen stood, dazed, watching as the bus sped past him. A tangible rush of wind hitting his face. His mind was a void. Blue Star, it was Blue Star. The streets, the towering buildings, the buses, everything. But it must be an illusion. Why was he back? He had returned just like that. What of the Qianyuan Empire? What of Sui Yun and Ouyang Qingfeng? What of the system? The system. Yes, the system. Yi-Chen felt as if he had grasped a lifeline. "System, are you there? Please respond." Ding. "The system will not vanish unless in an anomalous state." Yi-Chen's eyes widened. The system was still operational. This meant that everything was not a mere figment. All that transpired in the Qianyuan Empire was indeed real. But why had he returned? "System, why am I on Blue Star? How did I suddenly come back?" Ding. "The host's mental realm is currently under invasion." Yi-Chen's expression sharpened. The mental realm, invasion, what did this mean? A force of mental nature was at play. Someone was scheming against him. He instinctively recalled the bun shop he had just been in. "You bastard." Rage surged within Yi-Chen's eyes, a murderous intent almost uncontrollable. "You better not let me catch you." After 11 years of traversing realms, he had never felt such a desire to kill. An instance of deceit was one thing, but this individual had dragged him back to Blue Star. Yi-Chen's composure shattered. This person must die. Regardless of whether he could perceive the events unfolding before him, death was the only outcome. As Yi-Chen regained his composure, the aura of a spiritual master began to emanate from him, and he gradually sensed an anomaly within his body. A cold smile crept upon his face. He had never encountered such tactics before. He had almost been fooled just moments ago. Were it not for the system, Yi-Chen might have truly lost himself within, perhaps never to emerge again. Until the moment his consciousness faded, Yi-Chen's body would have indeed perished. Yet now, with the strength he possesses, even if he comprehended not a fragment of the illusion, he could forcibly extricate himself. However, as he raised his hand, a moment of hesitation overcame him. The tree-lined path, the crosswalk, the traffic lights, all felt so familiar. Yi-Chen couldn't help but reminisce about his seemingly virtuous superior and those colleagues who presented one facade while harboring another. In truth, life on Blue Star might not be as idyllic as it appears. Compared to existence in the Qianyuan dynasty, it could be likened to suffering. Nevertheless, he is a denizen of Blue Star. Yi-Chen lowered his hand once more, deciding to wait a little longer. "I shall walk a bit more, observe a bit longer, and then I will depart." In silence, Yi-Chen began to stroll down the street. This walk extended for an eternity. He passed by the office building of his former company, his modest rental apartment, the supermarket below, and that little noodle shop. It seemed as if he had been walking for ages. Chapter 143. Negative distance on the second floor of an inn across from a bun shop. A woman stood on the balcony. Draped in delicate gauze, her silhouette was enchanting, exuding grace and elegance. The depths of her eyes were unfathomable, akin to two black holes. A mere glance seemed to ensnare one forever. Yet, her expression bore an air of peculiarity, confusion, astonishment, and bewilderment. What manner of world was this? Their attire was so strange, their houses so towering, and those vehicles on the street. What were they, racing by with such swiftness? Inside the bun shop, Yi-Chen sat in a stupor, as if lost in contemplation. However, at a certain moment, he suddenly raised his head. In that instant, the woman across from him widened her eyes, her face a canvas of disbelief. She had broken free. How could this be? Before her astonishment could subside, she realized that he was now immobile. A wave of terror surged deep within her. In the next heartbeat, Yi-Chen's figure materialized behind her without warning, delivering a powerful kick. Bang! The woman's body arced through the air, crashing down from the second floor. Before she even touched the ground, Yi-Chen followed closely, landing with a forceful stomp. Boom! A thunderous sound erupted as the street's surface shattered, causing onlookers to recoil in shock. On the ground, the woman lay battered and bloodied, yet astonishingly, she did not utter a single cry. Her expression, however, was one of shock and horror, her eyes fixed wide upon Yi Chun, with a chilling glint in his gaze. Yi Chun seized her collar and vanished. The street erupted in commotion. What had transpired? Was that not the Crown Prince? The expression on his face was utterly terrifying. Look at the ground. There's a massive crater. At the Red Dust Cottage, bang. The woman was unceremoniously cast into the yard like a lifeless dog. Yi Chun's demeanor was grim as he placed a foot on her shoulder, demanding, "Who are you? And who sent you to spy on me?" Inside the villa, Suiyun, Ouyang Qingfeng, and Luo Shui were roused by the commotion. Yi Chun's aura was strikingly evident. Such fury was something they had never witnessed before. They hurried into the yard, rendered momentarily speechless by the sight. Chunner, what has happened?" The woman on the ground, bloodied, now bore a ghastly smile, exclaiming, "What an intriguing fellow you are. Where exactly is this place? From where do you hail?" Yi Chun fixed his gaze upon her, his expression growing increasingly severe. After a brief moment, he suddenly stepped back, raising a hand, and a series of spiritual weapons whistled forth. The spectacle was nothing short of shocking, as a multitude of spiritual artifacts floated ominously above the woman. Upon closer inspection, there appeared to be dozens of them: swords, spears, halberds, and all manner of weaponry. What is even more astonishing is that the majority of these spiritual artifacts are of the earth rank. The three women couldn't help but widen their eyes in disbelief. In the next moment, Yi Chun's raised hand suddenly descended. With a whoosh, a multitude of spiritual artifacts thunderously fell. The woman on the ground finally let out a harrowing scream. Countless blades and swords pierced through her body, transforming her into a veritable pincushion. Yet, the murderous intent in Yi Chun's eyes remained undiminished as he raised his hand once more, forcefully extracting the artifacts embedded within her. Blood gushed forth in a frenzy. Suiyun furrowed her brow, while Ouyang Qingfeng cast a meaningful glance at Yi Chun, and Luo Shui covered her mouth in shock. This was the first time any of them had witnessed such a side of Yi Chun. They couldn't help but wonder what this woman had done to provoke the gentle and refined Yi Chun into such a state. With an expression as cold as ice, Yi Chun approached the woman step by step. To their astonishment, a vibrant green light began to emanate from her body, enveloping her shattered form. The essence of life. Yi Chun was healing her. Luo Shui gasped in disbelief. Yi Chun was determined not to let her die. As he drew near, Yi Chun calmly crouched down. The woman, having lost copious amounts of blood, appeared ghostly pale, yet upon feeling the rich life force surrounding her, a strained smile emerged on her lips. However, that smile was rather unsettling. "Impressive. I underestimated you." Watching the woman gasp for breath, Yi Chun's expression remained frosty as he produced a medicinal pill, forcefully inserting it into her mouth. A healing elixir. Yi Chun's face was devoid of emotion. He had ample time, enough pills, and an abundance of life force at his disposal. "Rest assured, I won't let you die. Not even the King of Heaven could change that. Now, will you speak? Or shall we continue?" The woman smiled, her aura rapidly recovering. With the earth-rank healing pill combined with the essence of life, even with countless blades piercing her, her life still clung on tenaciously. As Yi Chun had stated, she would not perish. The woman's gaze was as venomous as a serpent, questioning if that was the extent of his abilities. Yi Chun chuckled in response. "Very well, I shall wait for you to regain some strength." After speaking, he rose and walked toward a nearby sofa. "Meng Lan, bring the tea." "At once, master." Luo Shui opened her mouth as if to say something, but Ouyang Qingfeng suddenly raised her hand to grasp her arm, shaking her head. Luo Shui fell silent, her beautiful eyes clouded with concern. Seizing the moment, Suiyun approached and sat on the sofa. "Chunner, what on earth has happened?" With a face as cold as frost, Yi Chun spoke after a brief pause. "Illusion." Just 2 words, yet Suiyun and Ouyang Qingfeng understood instantly. Yi Chun had fallen victim to an illusion. It seemed that the sensation of that illusion was rather unpleasant. Ouyang Qingfeng silently walked over and sat beside Suiyun. Before long, Ouyang Qingfeng shattered the silence. "There exists a miraculous elixir capable of maintaining clarity of mind while simultaneously amplifying one's senses." Yi Chun could not help but cast a glance at Ouyang Qingfeng. Then, without uttering a word, retrieved a pill from his possession and discreetly placed it into the woman's mouth. Returning to the sofa, he lifted his teacup and blew gently upon it, only to be interrupted once more by Ouyang Qingfeng's voice. There are certain techniques that are rather overt. A man cannot truly embody masculinity, nor can a woman fully embrace femininity. Yi Chen's movements froze. Indeed, matters of expertise ought to be entrusted to those who are proficient. The title of Demon Emperor is well-deserved. Particularly those 4 words, which are strikingly candid, possess a certain profundity. What constitutes an overt technique? A physical approach? Yi Chen, let the performance commence. Ouyang Qingfeng lifted her gaze, and with a flick of her wrist, a knife materialized, advancing towards the woman sprawled on the ground. The woman immediately panicked. Wait, what are you intending to do? Ouyang Qingfeng's expression remained impassive as she positioned the blade steadily between the woman's legs. Speak, or the tip of the knife shall draw ever nearer until it reaches a negative distance. Chapter 144, Zhuang Menghan Goodness. Negative distance, what an extraordinary concept. These 3 words seem to possess a certain spiritual essence. Yi Chen swallowed the tea in his mouth with great restraint, and his previously tumultuous state of mind appeared to have calmed somewhat. The woman broke down completely, exclaiming, I was only saying. What a grudge. Ouyang Qingfeng, why does it seem as though she has turned into a villain? Yi Chen raised his eyes, deciding to speak freely, sharing everything that needed to be expressed, both the necessary and the unnecessary. The woman sighed. I am Lu Qingyuan, adept in illusions. My illusions are quite renowned. Outside, they refer to me as the Dream Slayer. No wonder she is famous. Even I fell prey to her. Dream Slayer, though the title may not be entirely accurate. The aspect of dreams, Yi Chen conceded, was indeed strikingly realistic. This time, the Supreme Tao Heavenly Palace sought me out, hoping I could uncover the secrets that you possess. And of course, it would be even better if I could eliminate you in the process. Yi Chen raised an eyebrow. Secrets about me? Lu Qingyuan turned her head. Young Master Yi, becoming a spirit sovereign at the tender age of 11, surely you have a few secrets. Otherwise, no one would believe it. Yi Chen fell silent. Secrets, indeed, existed. It appeared these individuals wished to eliminate him, while simultaneously yearning to discover the reason behind his ascension as a spirit sovereign at such a young age. Yi Chen cast a cold glance at Lu Qingyuan. Merely an assassination, this was nothing new, as he had been targeted since birth. Yet, the woman's methods were rather repulsive. The murderous intent in Yi Chen's eyes intensified. Is that all? Lu Qingyuan turned her head. Do you wish to kill me, young master? However, before I die, I am quite curious about that place. Yi Chen averted his gaze. You desire to know too much. Knowing too much often leads to a tragic end. Before his words had fully settled in the air, Lu Qingyuan's head had already departed from her body. Yi Chen drained the last of his tea and coldly addressed the void. Wu Shuang, clean up the courtyard. Wu Shuang manifested from the void, raising her hand to summon flames. Meanwhile, Yi Chen silently vanished from the spot. The 3 women observed this scene in silence. Ouyang Qingfeng soon began to murmur. The little brother seems rather upset. I wonder what transpired in the illusion. Su Yun shook her head. It must be an unpleasant memory, but Su Yun recalled some of Lu Qingyuan's reactions. It seemed she was aware of what occurred within the illusion, yet she also appeared unfamiliar with its contents. A profound insight flickered in Su Yun's eyes. Never mind. Let Chun'er handle his own affairs. This matter can be considered concluded, and we shall treat it as if it never happened. Ouyang Qingfeng pondered her words, while Luo Shui hesitated for a moment before nodding. Clearly, Luo Shui still harbored some concerns for Yi Chen. The 2 women soon returned to their cultivation, and upon noticing that Yi Chen on the rooftop had fallen silent, Luo Shui also went to cultivate. On the rooftop, Yi Chen had already devoured a bag of spicy strips and a substantial portion of a cola can. With a long, contented belch, Yi Chen rose to his feet, rubbing his cheeks. Menglan, come accompany me for a game of billiards. Such a modern pastime was likely unfamiliar to anyone here, but Menglan was certainly adept at it. Yi Chen increasingly appreciated Menglan's convenience. With a sharp crack, Yi Chen executed a powerful break shot, eliciting an enthusiastic cheer from Menglan. Master, how impressive. As the day wore on, Yi Chen sauntered out of the villa, contemplating the twilight before fastening a leash on his Siha. Without the accompaniment of background music or ostentatious attire, he quietly led Siha outside. Siha trotted ahead, tongue lolling, though Yichen lacked the spirit to engage in playful antics. After meandering for a while, Yichen silently entered a restaurant, ordering an abundant feast for himself. As the sun descended, the sky was painted with the hues of dusk. Siha sat obediently on a chair, extending his tongue patiently. Despite the lavish spread before him, Siha exhibited exemplary restraint, not overstepping his bounds. Holding a wine glass, Yichun gazed vacantly at the street below. In truth, he did not miss Lanxing. Rather, he felt an odd disconnection within himself, his mind drifting. That illusion had indeed left its mark on him. He pondered a phrase he had encountered in his past life. What does a cultivator cultivate? This question lingered in his mind. The essence of cultivation, it seemed, was the heart. Yet, the significance of cultivating the heart perhaps required time to fully comprehend. Yichen stared blankly into the distance until, before long, a figure approached silently and sat opposite him. He glanced at her, then redirected his gaze to the street. Uninvited guest, may I inquire your identity? The woman appeared to be in her 30s, though her true age was indeterminate. Yichen noted her exquisite attire, a dignified gown that must be worth a fortune. She regarded Yichen with a subtle intensity, exuding an aura that suggested impending turmoil. You still find the leisure to drink in such a storm? Yichen replied with a stoic expression. What is that to you? The woman froze momentarily. You. She took a deep breath. Child. In the face of such turmoil, I see no hope for your Qian Yuan empire. Are you prepared to meet your demise? Yichen's gaze remained steadfast, unyielding. What is that to you? A flicker of irritation crossed the woman's features, barely contained. Do not remain obstinate. Yichen turned to her earnestly, stating, I am unwell. With that, he turned away, cradling Siha in his arms, placing a plate of meat on the edge of the table. Eat quickly, lest we attract unwanted diners. With a resounding thud, the woman slammed her palm on the table, unable to contain her fury. What do you mean by unwanted diners? Competing with a dog? The young rascal truly shows no mercy when angered. The woman's chest heaved violently as she struggled to regain her breath, finally managing to speak in a hushed tone. Why must you adopt such an attitude? We are not enemies. Yichen finally raised his gaze and asked, Do you remember what my first words were? The woman paused, her expression gradually shifting. Without an invitation, may I inquire who you are? It seemed she had been the one to act discourteously first. However, etiquette, such a trifling convention, is only revealed in its elegance when faced with a balanced scale. Has Yichen perhaps underestimated her? The woman grew more serious and introduced herself. I am Zhuang Menghan, the matriarch of the Su family in the ancient capital. Yichen's eyes widened in surprise. You are Su Qingran's mother? The woman let out a light huff, her gaze clearly reflecting her discontent. That girl cried for many days after returning home. Chapter 145. Level 1 Combat Readiness. Zhuang Menghan harbored a subtle bias against Yichen, viewing him as a reckless youth who had caused her precious daughter considerable distress. This slight prejudice had since magnified tremendously. Just moments ago, Yichen had angered her significantly. After a brief contemplation, Yichen set aside his grievances, rising to slightly bow in deference, acknowledging her status as an elder. I apologize for my earlier rudeness. This glass of wine is a toast to you, Elder Zhuang. With that, he drained the cup and sat back down. Zhuang Menghan observed Yichen closely, secretly approving of his composure and demeanor, which were neither subservient nor arrogant. Her expression softened slightly as she reiterated, As I mentioned earlier, we are not adversaries. I am uncertain about what transpired between you and Qingran, yet you must concede that you have caused her sorrow. Yichen raised an eyebrow, sensing a trap in her words. He sighed inwardly, accepting that he could surmise her intentions. I acknowledge that, he replied. Zhuang Menghan smiled with satisfaction. That is commendable. It reflects your manhood. However, your current predicament is dire, and the foreseeable future does not bode well either. Nevertheless, my family, the Su clan, can offer you assistance. What do you think? Without hesitation, Yichen replied, I'm afraid I do not find that proposition appealing. Zhuang Menghan suddenly felt a pang of unease. What do you mean by that? Yichen smiled gently. The Su clan would not assist me without a cost. I surmised that price would involve Qingran. His expression grew more serious as he continued. To be frank, while the Red Dust Cottage would indeed welcome an alliance with a power like the Su clan, such a foundation cannot rest upon Su Qingran. Zhuang Menghan furrowed her brow. Yichen, what is lacking in Qingran? Beauty, cultivation, talent. What does she lack? Yi Chen paused, shaking his head with a wry smile. I have no intentions in that regard, and thus, I must express my apologies for disappointing you. Rising to her feet, Zhuang Menghan regarded Yi Chen from a position of authority. You must understand that the consequence of refusal is the annihilation of your Qianyuan empire. Yi Chen raised his hands in a gesture of dismissal. There is no need for your concern. I have my own strategies. You have a strategy? Zhuang Menghan's temper flared, her hand striking the table with force. Do you comprehend what the Nine Heavens Alliance represents? It signifies at least 9 spirit emperors. At the very least. Tell me, what do you intend to use as a defense? Yi Chen was taken aback by her unexpected ferocity. Her anger left him pondering its implications. Was it a manifestation of concern, regret, or perhaps, had she begun to view him as a son-in-law? After a moment of silence, his demeanor shifted, becoming notably more earnest, his tone softening. Regardless of the underlying motives, it was clear that Zhuang Menghan was aligned with him. My mother is of a similar age to you. May I dare to call you Aunt Zhuang? Zhuang Menghan's expression suddenly shifted, and Yi Chen could almost sense the faint hint of amusement she was trying to suppress. A quiet chuckle arose within Yi Chen. Aunt Zhuang. Since we've reached this point in our conversation, I shall no longer conceal my thoughts. Allow me to utter just one phrase. Zhuang Menghan's gaze turned toward him. Yi Chen articulated clearly, Red Dust Cottage, unafraid of anyone. Zhuang Menghan's spirit stirred. Yi Chen did not appear to be jesting. She echoed his words. Anyone? Yi Chen nodded. Anyone. After a brief moment of silence, Zhuang Menghan turned and walked outside. No one will concern themselves with you any longer. Endure on your own. Yi Chen chuckled softly at her words. To his surprise, there were still those who stood by his side. He had initially thought he was utterly alone. With a quiet smile, Yi Chen rose and departed from the tavern. As time passed, nearly half a month slipped by. During this period, the two sisters had successfully refined their elixirs, their cultivation advancing once more, now reaching the mid-stage of the Spirit King realm. They were one step closer to becoming Spirit Emperors, and the ancient secret realm seemed tantalizingly near. Aside from this, life remained remarkably tranquil. Yet beneath this calm lay a suffocating pressure. The capital had witnessed an influx of people, both overtly and covertly. It seemed everyone was monitoring the happenings at Red Dust Cottage, or rather, scrutinizing Yi Chen's movements. The news from the Nine Heavens Alliance had long since been released. The future of the Qianyuan Empire rested almost entirely upon Yi Chen's shoulders. On this day, the sky appeared somewhat dim. Uncharacteristic dark clouds loomed overhead, and while rain had yet to fall, the atmosphere had already grown heavy with tension. Yi Chen was in his chamber, soaking in the bathtub. On such a gloomy day, it was best to remain indoors. However, at a certain moment, Yi Chen suddenly lifted his head. Ding! A system alert sounded. System task is about to commence. Please prepare for the impending impact. Yi Chen narrowed his eyes, and after a brief moment of contemplation, he rose from the water. Outside, the air above Red Dust Cottage erupted with a piercing alarm. Level 1 combat readiness. The ancient, desolate murmurs resonated throughout the city. In the sky, the figure of the Watcher Goddess suddenly came to life, transforming into a dazzling silhouette that hovered above Red Dust Cottage. Following her, a golden bowl descended with a sweeping motion, enveloping a significant portion of the imperial capital. The Yi residence, Red Dust Cottage, and the entire palace were all under her watchful gaze. At that moment, the entire city was captivated. Countless eyes shifted dramatically toward the direction of Red Dust Cottage. This was the clarion call of war. The conflict had arrived. Outside the city, a flying vessel gradually approached the capital. In the distance, the grand city loomed ever closer, and several figures stood at the bow of the ship. Humph! After enduring this desolate place, we have finally arrived, grumbled an elderly man clad in a Taoist robe. That young man was indeed fortunate to have summoned the presence of all 9 celestial lords. His demise leaves no regrets. Esteemed colleagues, let us hasten to attend to our affairs, for this matter bears significant implications, and we must tread carefully lest unforeseen changes ensue. Aboard the airship, 9 individuals engaged in a fervent discussion. However, one woman remained ensconced in a corner, her gaze imbued with profound concern. At that moment, a deep horn resounded throughout the imperial capital, followed by an abrupt and thunderous explosion. The sound was excruciatingly piercing. Before anyone could react, a dazzling torrent surged forth with astonishing speed. In an instant, All heads turned in shock. Boom. The entire vessel erupted violently. Those aboard were left disoriented and reeling. Though not severely injured, yet chaos ensued in the aftermath. What madness is this? What audacity! That wretched child dared to strike first. Steady yourselves, everyone. Remain composed. Chapter 146. Not again. At the pinnacle of the red dust cottage, Yi-chun descended beneath the watchful gaze of the goddess of light, squinting into the distance. Moments ago, the photonic tower had detected anomalies within its range, and a powerful surge of violet electricity erupted from the base of the tower, ascending with remarkable speed to the blooms at its summit. Subsequently, a burst of white light flashed from the flowers, as if the two photonic towers had intertwined. Ultimately, the converging beams of intensified white light surged forth, illuminating the surroundings for thousands of meters. The brilliance was almost blinding. Yi-chun was astounded. Surely, within the imperial city, there were countless individuals who were far more astonished than he. The light column unleashed by the combined photonic towers possessed a potency rivaling that of a spirit king. The radiance sliced through the sky, emanating an aura of intimidation that was profoundly fearsome. Many in the imperial city could not help but gaze at the tip of the tower, where the flower's stamen protruded. What on earth was that? Why was it that every time something happened, the red dust cottage unveiled something even more terrifying? That quaint little courtyard seemed to be a black hole. Once one entered, there would be no return. Outside the imperial city, the brilliance of the imperial star palace had already enveloped the entire metropolis. In midair, fragments from the explosion had long since scattered, as a group of 9 stood aligned in the sky. The sound of a horn filled the atmosphere with a palpable tension. Before them, the imperial city was shielded by a profoundly deep light barrier, which appeared to form a grand, impenetrable palace, offering protection to the entire city. Deeper within, another ethereal presence was rising. What are your thoughts? The heavenly spirit artifact lives up to its reputation. Alas, we intended to approach quietly, but little did we expect to be intercepted before we could even draw near. Why bolster the resolve of our adversaries while diminishing our own? If you are capable, then step forth. The frail elder snorted in response. I shall go forth. Taking a step ahead, he waved his sleeve, unleashing an overwhelming pressure. Reaching the late stage of the Spirit Emperor, Yi-chun, the 9 Heavens Alliance has arrived. Why do you not yield? Before he could finish his statement, the white light column surged towards them once more, its speed almost unfathomable. The photonic tower was upon them. The elder instinctively sought to evade, startled by the rapidity of the attack. Yet, the wave of the light column was not as formidable as anticipated. He quickly steadied himself, standing firm and sweeping his sleeve towards the oncoming beam. In the next instant, a thunderous explosion echoed from afar. Boom! The elder's eyes widened in shock. Not again. A streak of crimson light hurtled towards them, its velocity rivaling that of the white light. Bang! The elder remained stationary, but the crimson tempest swirled violently around him. As the storm subsided, he emerged unscathed, though his aura appeared somewhat unsteady. While he bore no injuries, he was left with a face full of dust. The others nearby could not suppress their laughter, much to the elder's chagrin. Damn it! Is this all you can resort to? These despicable tricks? I hereby declare to the entire city, the 9 Heavens Alliance has arrived. Swiftly summon Yi-chun to meet his demise, or else we shall raze your Qianyuan imperial capital to the ground. What kind of worthless empire are you? There shall be no need for your existence henceforth. The choice is solely in the hands of Yi-chun. The voice echoed far and wide, and those behind him stepped forward, their spirit emperor-level pressure descending like a crushing wave. In an instant, the atmosphere shifted dramatically, becoming laden with tension. 9 spirit emperors. What an overwhelming sense of oppression. This formidable display soon ignited a flurry of whispers. Anyone with a modicum of sense could discern that this fellow was sowing discord. Yet his words held a kernel of truth. If Yi-chun were to emerge, perhaps peace could be restored to the imperial capital. Who could withstand 9 spirit emperors? How could one possibly defend against them? Meanwhile, in the red dust pavilion, Yi-chun was gazing at the courtyard. At that moment, Wu Shuang was floating in midair, the groove on her shoulder now empty. The second pillar of fire that had just erupted was conjured by Wu Shuang herself. Her combat prowess had indeed ascended to the realm of the Spirit King. The light and electric tower, along with Wu Shuang, represented powers of the Spirit King level, including the supergiant sword. The destructive force of the supergiant's sword was unparalleled. However, it still fell within the purview of Spirit King's strength. It seemed that the techniques employed by the Red Dust Pavilion were all of the Spirit King caliber. Yi Chun then lifted his gaze towards the distance and took a step forward, vanishing from sight. The Nine Heavens Alliance sought for this heir to safeguard the imperial capital single-handedly. Surely many in the capital shared this sentiment. A hushed voice enveloped the imperial city, causing many to look skyward. At the edge of the barrier surrounding the Divine Star Palace, a silhouette had emerged, Yi Chun. An overwhelming pressure surged. Yet Yi Chun stood resolutely at the forefront. Was he truly prepared to confront them? Outside stood the 9 Spirit Emperors. With such a formidable assembly, not only the Qianyuan imperial capital, but the entire Tsangyu realm combined would be insufficient to withstand a single assault from them. A profound silence fell over the crowd as they awaited Yi Chun's response. Chen, even if you do not step forward, none will dare to trouble you. Who would dare speak idly at this moment? I would condemn them and their entire clan. Yi Chun's gaze flickered momentarily before he turned back with a faint smile. My gratitude, Your Majesty. However, my protection of the imperial capital has never been for the sake of reward. When the time comes for me to stand forth, I shall undoubtedly do so, since Your Majesty has conferred upon me the title of Guardian God General. Let the world witness what it means to be a peak battle god today. As his words fell, Yi Chun took a decisive step forward. Chen, Yi Chun. At that moment, many within the imperial capital gasped in astonishment. Yi Chun emanated an aura of immense might. Yet stepping forth in such a manner was tantamount to courting death. With a heavenly grade spirit weapon to shield him, why would Yi Chun take such risks? Inside the Red Dust Pavilion, Luo Shui was on the verge of tears, exclaiming to her 2 sisters, "Why has Yi Chun gone out? Will you not do anything to stop him?" Su Yun exhibited no reaction, merely lifting her gaze to the luminous tower above. Ouyang Qingfeng turned with a smile, addressing Luo Shui. "There's no need for haste. After all, we are his elder sisters. If we are not worried, why should you be?" Luo Shui was momentarily taken aback. "What do you mean?" But outside, there are 9 spirit sovereigns. Ouyang Qingfeng shook her head, a mysterious smile gracing her lips. "Oh, Luo Shui, you are indeed Chen-Er's exclusive musician. To the outside world, your relationship may appear quite close, yet in truth, you seem to have never truly comprehended him." Luo Shui trembled, a torrent of emotions surging within her. She realized the truth in Ouyang's words. Deep down, Luo Shui was acutely aware that her understanding of Yi Chun was superficial at best, while Yi Chun seemed to know her intimately. Yet, how could she dare to delve deeper into the essence of such a person? Is there truly anyone capable of fully mastering him? Luo Shui gazed vacantly at the sky, lost in thought. Chapter 147, So Am I. Ultimately, Yi Chun took that momentous step. As he crossed the threshold, the protective shroud of the Imperial Star Divine Palace dissipated entirely, and an overwhelming force surged forth like a monstrous wave. Yi Chun's spirit was jolted, his body instinctively reacting as his robes billowed around him, yet he remained impervious to the pressure. Observing this scene, the 9 individuals before him could not help but display varying expressions of astonishment. In a certain part of the imperial capital, Zhuang Menghan nodded slightly. Recognizing the worthiness of the man chosen by Qing Ran, such poise was indeed rare in the world. However, upon witnessing Yi Chun step beyond the barrier without a trace of trepidation, Zhuang Menghan's expression shifted, her countenance reflecting disbelief. How could it be? Could he truly withstand the pressure of the 9 great spirit emperors? As Yi Chun's aura began to rise, Zhuang Menghan's astonishment only deepened, until a pivotal moment arrived. When the pressure crossed a critical threshold, Zhuang Menghan's face suddenly paled. He was a spirit saint. A spirit saint. In midair, the 9 spirit emperors turned pale in unison. A spirit saint at such a tender age. How could a prodigy like you exist in this world? Everyone, remain calm. This lad must have only just attained the status of spirit saint. Yi Chun absorbed their reactions with keen interest. A subtle smile graced his lips. The 9 Heavens Alliance may indeed have ties to the supreme Dao Heavenly Palace. Yet it cannot be denied that the emergence of the 9 Heavens Alliance is predominantly a result of your own choices. Listening to this calm voice, the head of the Lioli Pavilion, the elegantly dressed matron, felt her gaze grow increasingly complex. Yi Chun's tone was oddly foreboding, reminiscent of a sentence pronounced before death. And in this uncanny atmosphere, The matron instinctively recalled the Supreme Elder. It seemed that events were truly veering towards the worst possible outcome. The gaunt elder wore a cold smirk. Boy, I must admit your talent, but in this world, mere talent is insufficient to thrive. Your title as the #1 genius will soon become a thing of the past. Yichen narrowed his eyes slightly. The two parties appeared to be speaking entirely different languages. After a moment of silence, Yichen shook his head and smiled. In the next instant, Yichen's figure vanished. And in the blink of an eye, he crossed hundreds of meters. Did I permit you to speak? Boom. With a single strike, a terrifying tempest erupted. The elder, struck with tremendous force, plummeted, transforming into a streak of light that shot into the ground. Boom. Following another resounding impact, the elder's body created a gaping hole in the earth. Goodness. The atmosphere at the scene seemed to have hit a pause button. Everyone stared at Yichen, their eyes wide in disbelief, as if they might fall from their sockets. Yichen looked up, wearing an innocuous smile. Shall we continue? Gulp. Many instinctively swallowed hard. How swift. It was astonishingly fast. In that fleeting moment, everyone was left bewildered, unable to comprehend how Yichen's movements could be so incredibly rapid. What is even more unimaginable to them is that the old man did not show any reaction and was instantly crushed to dust. Even now, he remains utterly unresponsive, as if he has vanished into the earth itself. Yichen nodded in satisfaction. The Nine Heavens Alliance, indeed, possessed considerable audacity. I have already advised His Majesty to change the state name, yet you dare to come here in such haste. Are you eager to meet your demise? Humph. Such arrogance from the young. An elder suddenly shouted, Old man, how are you? If you are alive, make a sound. Yet below, there was silence. The elder's face gradually stiffened. No response. How could this be? The old man showed no sign of life. Could he truly be dead? To be instantly killed in a single encounter, how could that be possible? After all, he was a late-stage spirit emperor. Yichen gazed at him, a smile once again gracing his features. It seems you have some objections. Very well. You step forward. The elder trembled, suddenly feeling a cramp in his legs. He feigned calmness and retorted with a cold scoff. The Nine Heavens Alliance stands united. Do you dare to defy us? This statement immediately resonated with others, as they stood together on the same front. You little brat, how dare you think a few words could divide us? Such petty tricks. You should perish first. Yichen's expression turned icy. In that moment, his eyes seemed to transform into a myriad of stars, with the depths of his gaze shimmering like a brilliant galaxy. The essence of the stars. An overwhelming power surged through Yichen, causing his aura to swell several-fold. Everyone could not help but widen their eyes. Yet Yichen had already shifted, appearing before the elder in the blink of an eye. One hand reached out directly towards him. The elder's eyes widened in horror. He sensed a constriction. Space, the heavens, spiritual energy. Everything seemed to move according to Yichen's will. The elder was utterly terrified. There was no escape. As if grasping a mere chick, Yichen seized the elder by the neck and casually shook him. This old fellow seemed incapable of speech, so there was no need for further dialogue. Accompany him to a cooler place first. As the words fell, Yichen tossed him aside. However, at the moment of release, the elder's body suddenly erupted with terrifying speed, shooting towards the ground like a streak of light. Oh my goodness! The air was filled with the elder's startled cry. The onlookers, including Yichen, were taken aback. Boom! Following the thunderous sound, the elder quickly fell into a desperate situation as an overwhelming spatial force suppressed him, rendering any further resistance impossible. Yichen clapped his hands, wearing an innocent smile. All right, this old rascal has been dealt with. Who's next? Who had objections just now? The crowd's eyelids twitched. For a moment, no one dared to speak. The atmosphere became utterly frozen, and Yichen felt a growing sense of satisfaction, while the remaining 7 gradually felt a chill in their hearts. No one dared to resist. The Nine Heavens Alliance, is it truly reduced to this? In the blink of an eye, they have been relegated to such a state. A smile curled at the corners of Yichen's lips. Delightful. The attitudes of all present bring me great satisfaction. Thus, our amicable discourse may continue. Amicable discourse? The corners of the onlookers' mouths twitched in disbelief. With a cheerful demeanor, Yichen remarked, the purpose of your visit is evidently clear, and I, with a generous heart, shall not dwell on trivial matters. Henceforth, the Nine Heavens Alliance shall be dissolved, and the remaining 7 factions shall each contribute 100 million spirit crystals, subsequently declaring allegiance to the Qianyuan Empire, becoming a subordinate force thereof. What did you say? Preposterous. You have gone too far. This is impossible. Two individuals among the crowd immediately turned against him, their eyes blazing with fury. Yi Chun cast a knowing glance at the pair, causing their hearts to leap, a chill racing to their very cores. Wait. Allow me a moment to reconsider. I too require time to contemplate. Chapter 148. A weighty tale. Yi Chun wore a peculiar smile, surveying the 7 individuals one by one, each nodding in agreement with a grin. Very well, take your time to deliberate. I shall descend to clear away some refuse. I hope by the time I return, you will have reached a decision. And do not entertain thoughts of fleeing. One may escape the monk, but not the temple. With that, Yi Chun swiftly descended toward the ground. In the sky above, the 7 exchanged glances, each bearing an expression of profound embarrassment. A group that had approached with such bravado was now rendered speechless without having engaged in any confrontation. Nevertheless, there was no denying Yi Chun's formidable strength. His methods were nothing short of astonishing. Yi Chun soon reached the ground, standing at the edge of a large pit, peering into its depths. It was too dark to discern anything clearly. Suddenly, a memory stirred within him. Years ago, he had drawn an intriguing item, an agricultural fertilizer card. As his expression shifted, a strange look began to form on his face. Esteemed colleagues, at this juncture, do we have any alternative? Sighed the master of Lioli. Why would we not? Although Yi Chun is indeed powerful, we 7 are not to be trifled with. And yet, before we even engage, you all appear utterly terrified. Enough with your nonsense. Weren't you quaking like a coward just moments ago? Silence. Look at what he is doing. The 7 glanced down once more. They beheld Yi Chun leisurely ascending into the air, gazing intently before finally discarding an unknown object into the abyss below. As soon as he tossed it, he seemed electrified, sprinting back up with fervor. Whoosh! The gust of wind swept past, causing their garments to flutter wildly, and they looked up in astonishment. Well then, farewell, everyone. In the blink of an eye, Yi Chun had soared to great heights. The crowd was left bewildered. What is happening? What trickery is this? An elder suddenly turned to peer down. Oh my, what is that? The old man, seemingly encountering a specter, dashed upwards in pursuit of Yi Chun. The others stood frozen, instinctively gazing downward. To their horror, a torrent of a foul substance erupted from the pit, rapidly filling it, and even soaring skyward in a grotesque column. The group remained in shock. What on earth has Yi Chun done? I shall take my leave. You go ahead. As he fled, an unbearable stench rushed towards him. Oh no, don't come near me. You might not believe it, but there's excrement flying through the air. I believe it. It's pursuing me relentlessly. In a mere matter of seconds, the entire imperial capital seemed to have succumbed to an inexplicable upheaval, punctuated by distant cries of alarm. Damn it, you rascal. Have you soiled yourself again? The aroma of this dish is simply intoxicating. Alas, what on earth has exploded in someone's latrine? Goodness gracious, the stench is overwhelming. High above, Yi Chun stood panting amidst the clouds. Phew. Thankfully, as long as I run swiftly, the odor shall not catch up with me. Before long, an elderly man hastily approached, his expression one of frustration directed at Yi Chun. Yet, as if struck by a sudden realization, he took 3 large steps away. Yi Chun cast him a sidelong glance, his displeasure evident. Why are you avoiding me? Do you hold me in disdain? The old man's countenance shifted, and after a lengthy pause, he responded with an unrelated remark about the dark and yellow elders in the pit below. Yi Chun observed the trembling old man, who dramatically spread his arms, tears brimming in his eyes as he proclaimed, "We are the paragons of our kind, having borne the weight of life for far too long." Yi Chun stifled a laugh, regarding the old man for a moment. "If you wish to emulate them, I can offer you my assistance." The old man silently retreated 3 steps. After a while, the scattered crowd gradually returned, each face reflecting a peculiar expression. Yi Chun feigned ignorance and asked earnestly, "What have you all concluded?" The old man was the first to step forward, declaring allegiance to the Celestial Hall. The remaining 6 exchanged glances. The Lioli Pavilion pledges loyalty to your highness. The Qingyun Pavilion pledges loyalty to your highness. Yi Chun felt a twinge of doubt. Would it not have been easier to recognize the situation sooner? Why subject the citizens of the imperial capital to such trials? In the days that followed, the food expenses in the capital would likely plummet to 0. Yi Chen nodded in approval. Very well. Announce to the world that from this day forth, we pledge our loyalty to the Qianyuan Empire, willingly becoming a vassal state. Adhere strictly to my words. Not a syllable shall be altered. As for those two below, their territory shall belong to you. Manage the distribution as you see fit, for I have no interest in it. Furthermore, each household is to pay a compensation of 100 million. Do not entertain thoughts of evasion. For now, let it be so. Yi Chen waved his hand dismissively, his gaze drifting towards the direction of the capital, and soon retrieved a communication stone. Witnessing this, the crowd silently dispersed. As he activated the stone, a sense of unease washed over him. Sis, how is the capital faring? Su Yun remained silent for several seconds, weighing her words carefully. Well, brother, I understand the immense pressure you bear, but remember, you have two sisters by your side. Next time, please refrain from employing such drastic measures. The burden on us, the people of Qianyuan, is too heavy. Yi Chen paused, contemplating her words, before nodding. Our people of Qianyuan are remarkably resilient. This brings me great comfort. Your unwavering spirit is truly remarkable, yet it is a source of great frustration. Do you dare return? Do you have the audacity to stand on the street for a moment? Let me tell you, if you possess the courage, hold your tongue. Yi Chen, well, young Ouyang, you've certainly grown in prowess. Just you wait. Before long, Sui Yun, Ouyang Qingfeng, and Luo Shui, along with Xiao Lan, soared into the sky together. The five of them boarded a flying vessel and swiftly departed. Meanwhile, at the entrance of Red Dust Cottage, a new note was affixed by Meng Lan. Closed to visitors. Yi Chen took out the communication stone and said, Father, the capital is in your capable hands. I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. Until we meet again. Yi Chen felt that he would not need to return to the imperial capital for at least a month. Recalling the magnitude of the situation, he mused, the power of the system is truly unparalleled. By the way, should we consider relocating? What did you say? A bother? Oh, it's no trouble at all. It's merely a change of residence. Quite convenient indeed. Chapter 149, Culinary Delights upon the airship. An extended silence enveloped the atmosphere. It was only when the system's voice belatedly resonated that Yi Chen abruptly became aware of the crisp freshness in the air. Ding. Task completed. In light of the host's commendable performance, the rewards for this task have been doubled, along with an additional extraordinary reward, a wondrous card. Yi Chen blinked, sensing an oddity in the system's tone. After a moment of contemplation, he focused his thoughts on the card. Wondrous card. As one of the most renowned inventions of the mad scientist, Bizaski, this card seems to harbor mystical powers. However, trust me, it is prudent not to employ it casually, for even the mad scientist himself refrains from such actions. Yi Chen scrutinized it for a considerable time, his expression becoming somewhat peculiar as he quietly produced another card. Mysterious card. As one of the most celebrated inventions of the mad scientist, Buzowiski, this card appears to possess extraordinary powers. Yet, believe me, it is wise not to use it indiscriminately, as even the mad scientist is reluctant to do so. After a thorough comparison, Yi Chen's gaze suddenly brightened. A revelation. There it is. How intriguing. He had never been afraid of a challenge. Buzowiski and Buzowiski, merely two titles. Yi Chen paused, muttering to himself, if one does not court disaster, they shall not face calamity. Yet, even without courting disaster, calamity may still ensue. How peculiar. The wondrous card and the mysterious card, so marvelous and enigmatic. Yi Chen sighed, quietly tucking away the cards, vowing that unless absolutely necessary, he would never resort to using these bizarre items. After recently enduring a catastrophic event, he still felt a lingering trepidation. To be candid, Yi Chen had no desire to bear the weight of existence. Moments later, he retrieved a machine and placed a spirit crystal within. Soon, a bowl of stinky tofu was prepared. With a grin, he called to the two lovely sisters. Would you care for a bowl of aromatic stinky tofu? Rest assured, it is absolutely of the highest quality. Stink. I can't stand it. Get lost. Hurry up and leave. Yi Chen chuckled, listening to the rewards accumulating from the system's lottery. Stinky? What stench? It is truly fragrant. Days later, the shadows seemed to have dissipated significantly. However, it is noteworthy that during this time, even Luo Shui had undertaken fasting. Yi Chen couldn't help but chuckle inwardly, feeling a mix of amusement and resignation. He had merely contemplated the possibility, never anticipating such a spectacular outcome. The scene was indeed a nightmare that would haunt him for a lifetime. The airship soared swiftly, yet all aboard were engrossed in secluded cultivation, striving to mitigate various traumas. On this day, the airship entered a new domain, the glazed pavilion. Perhaps the events of that day were too absurd. Yi Chun now harbored no ill feelings towards the Liuli pavilion. After all, it had become a subordinate force. With no means to return to the imperial capital, and lacking the courage to do so, he might as well take a leisurely respite. As the fantastical flying vessel descended upon the mountains, the Liuli pavilion was almost immediately stirred into activity. A beautiful woman in palace attire swiftly emerged, approaching amidst a throng of admirers. "Greetings, His Highness Yi," called by Qiuling, the pavilion master, followed in unison by the crowd. "We greet His Highness Yi." Yi Chun, standing at the bow of the ship, casually remarked, "If you have nothing else to do, might I take a seat?" Bai Qiuling's lips twitched slightly. Yi Chun's terrifying prowess had already astonished many, yet due to his formidable presence, none among the 9 dared to divulge their thoughts. But wait, not 9, merely 7. For 2 had met their end in a rather unfortunate manner. At Yi Chun's casual remark, Bai Qiuling seemed to sense the underlying significance of his words. With a respectful gesture, she maintained a composed facade, saying, "Your presence graces our humble abode, Your Highness. Such an honor. There is no question of inconvenience." The Liuli Pavilion publicly declared allegiance to the Qianyuan Empire. With His Highness traveling from afar, it would be fitting to rest once more, at your leisure, at your discretion. Bai Qiuling's mouth twitched again. She was reluctant to utter the phrases "at your leisure." Fear gripped her heart. Her shoulders felt so fragile, and the weight of life was far too burdensome for her to bear. Yi Chun, discerning the unspoken fears, understood well that this woman was afraid of his potential mischief. With a semblance of a smile, he stated, "Let us not discuss official matters. There is no need for grandiosity. Simplicity will suffice. Everyone else, please disperse." Bai Qiuling hesitated for a moment before dismissing the crowd with a wave of her hand. Yi Chun alighted from the vessel, accompanied by several women. Extending his hand, he addressed Bai Qiuling, "I apologize for the trouble I have caused upon my first visit to the Liuli Pavilion." As the others departed, Yi Chun pondered for a moment, then produced a device, releasing a spirit crystal into the air. Bai Qiuling observed with curiosity, "What is this?" Yi Chun smiled, "A rare delicacy." In an instant, stinky tofu materialized. Bai Qiuling stood frozen for several seconds, suddenly catching the scent, her face transforming into a picture of shock. "This." She covered her mouth, her complexion paling, and retreated several steps in disbelief. Yi Chun, Sui Yun, and Ouyang Qingfeng exchanged glances, while Bai Qiuling's expression became awkward and peculiar. "Your Highness Yi, how amusing." Yi Chun quipped, "Amusing? Your family is amusing." His lips twitched. "It seems you look down upon me." Bai Qiuling, now more bewildered, replied, "How could I? Your Highness is truly admirable." Yi Chun's expression darkened. "If you admire me, then do not utter such nonsense." His countenance remained stern. "I stated this as a delicacy. Brought from afar. What does Bai Pavilion Master think?" Bai Qiuling stood there, bewildered. Her eyes widened dramatically as she instinctively glanced at the box of stinky tofu. Ugh! Yi Chun, Sui Yun, and Ouyang Qingfeng could not help but burst into laughter, struggling to contain their expressions, unsure whether to laugh or not. Yi Chun huffed, feeling that even a jest could not be taken lightly. "What is just a piece of stinky tofu?" He casually picked up the stinky tofu and put away the tofu machine. "I assure you, I am not joking. This is indeed edible." "Ugh," Bai Qiuling. "It is indeed edible. I never claimed otherwise." Yes, you are absolutely right." Yi Chun took a deep breath, immediately tossing away the stinky tofu, only to inhale the remaining half. Refreshing." Yi Chun pondered for a moment, considering a matter concerning 1,000,000,000 spirit crystals. Perhaps best left for the absent pavilion master to address. Furthermore, in the coming days, I might be a slight inconvenience. There is no need for pavilion master Bai to make a grand show of it. A simple and low-key approach will suffice. I am merely here for a brief visit. Not to cause any disturbance. Bai Qiuling quietly glanced below, pondering, where did that stinky tofu go? Chapter 150. This boy is quite gullible. Bai Qiuling had specifically arranged a mountain peak for Yi Chun and his companions. The mountain was dotted with clusters of houses, meticulously constructed, clearly intended for hosting guests. In front of the entrance, Bai Qiuling observed that most of the group had settled in. She clasped her hands and leaned closer, whispering, "Your Highness, may I have a moment of your time?" Yichen paused, nodded, and followed Bai Qiuling outside. Behind them, the four women exchanged glances, remaining silent, aware that there were pressing matters at hand. Not far from the entrance, Bai Qiuling initiated the conversation. "Your Highness, it truly surprises me that you have graced my Liuli pavilion with your presence. Coincidentally, I have a request. Would you be willing to hear me out?" Yichen raised an eyebrow, a hint of speculation brewing within him. A request? The gravity of those words suggested that Bai Qiuling's matter was not trivial. Most likely. At Yichen's gesture, Bai Qiuling smiled brightly and candidly stated, "I shall be direct. The Jiutian alliance has betrayed us at a critical moment, leading to its dissolution. It is likely that the Taishang Daotian Palace will not spare us. Since we have pledged our loyalty to the Qianyuan Empire, I wonder, Your Highness, what assurances can you provide for our safety?" Upon hearing this, Yichen couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. Indeed, he had anticipated this concern, and it had proven accurate. Yet, only now did they realize the urgency of their situation. Let them fret. Who said Yichen was obliged to protect the Liuli Pavilion? On what grounds? Loyalty? Yichen had never officially committed to anything. If the Taishang Daotian Palace regarded you as disposable, should he treat you as precious? Who are you insulting? In this world, it is often challenging to judge right from wrong. In the past, the Liuli Pavilion had been forced into opposition against Yichen. Now, they found themselves on his side by necessity. Yet, whether past or present, regardless of the Taishang Daotian Palace or Yichen himself, there was no real need to consider these individuals as allies. Ultimately, throughout all the shifting circumstances, the 9 unfortunate souls of the Jiutian realm were merely fodder. Caught in this vortex, their fates were no longer in their own hands. Had they committed any wrongs? They had done nothing amiss. But would they be spared? No one would care for their lives, not even Yichen. This world appears resplendent. Yet, from a true perspective, it is a filthy and mad one. Some are labeled as good, others as bad. How narrow such definitions are. In many respects, humanity is fundamentally the same. When examined closely, they are all unseemly. Yichen could extend a hand to these people, but there was no necessity. When values are misaligned, futile efforts appear foolish, and that does not align with Yichen's motives. Yichen shook his head with a smile and inquired, "May I ask you something regarding the cooperation with the Supreme Taoist Heavenly Palace? What was their proposition?" Bai Qiuling pondered for a moment and replied, "They stated that all territories would belong to us, and they merely desired the ancient key." Yichen raised an eyebrow, but did they elaborate on their reasoning? Bai Qiuling shook her head. They did not disclose that. Yichen remained impassive, inwardly sighing. Indeed, was it possible that she was unaware? Nonetheless, it mattered little. It seemed imperative for Yichen to personally visit the Supreme Taoist Heavenly Palace before venturing into the ancient secret realm. Given that they possessed some knowledge, it would be unwise to charge in recklessly. Ding. System task initiated. Eliminate Zhou Changhe. Upon completion, reward, 30 lottery draws. Yichen's spirit surged. Such a generous reward. Initially, the assault from the 9 Heavens Alliance would have yielded merely 5 chances, but through Yichen's astute maneuvering, it had doubled. Suddenly, Yichen contemplated whether the task of eliminating Zhou Changhe might also yield a similar doubling of rewards. 1,000 miles away, a man named Zhou Changhe stumbled, an inexplicable sense of impending danger washing over him, as though he were being targeted by some ancient malevolent force. Yichen swiftly dismissed Bai Qiuling. As for her request, to extract a confession from him was nothing short of a fantasy. Yichen was not so easily manipulated, nor would he be coerced in his servitude by mere words. How naive. In this new environment, Yichen gazed around the quaint courtyard, feeling a sense of novelty. Amidst the vast mountains, he had never resided in such a sect before. Should he venture out? What would it feel like to be a disciple of a sect? Suddenly intrigued, Yichen set out. On the winding forest path, he appeared as an ordinary disciple, his true aura and cultivation concealed by the system's power. Soon, he began to encounter scattered figures of fellow disciples. Passers-by occasionally cast curious glances his way, their expressions tinged with bewilderment. This individual was quite handsome, yet devoid of any visible cultivation. Was he merely a mortal? What a pity. This continued until Yichen arrived at the bustling square. The square was alive with activity. Throngs of people milling about. Before long, A spirited young woman approached him. "Hey there, what brings you here? Without cultivation, how can you be at the Lily Pavilion?" Yi-chan turned to glance at her, finding amusement in her perception of him as an ordinary person. After a moment's thought, he replied, "This beautiful senior sister. I have just arrived at the Lily Pavilion." The girl's eyes brightened. "Oh, just joined, have you? You seem quite promising. How about following me?" She leaned in closer, whispering, "Let me tell you, life in this sect is like a small world of its own. One must have connections to thrive." Yi-chan was taken aback. Connections were indeed a necessity, but I possessed no connections within the Lily Pavilion. In the entire sect, I scarcely recognized two individuals. The girl chuckled softly, contemplating how easily this young lad could be deceived. Perhaps it would be best to coax him home. After all, he could follow me, and as a senior sister, I would treat him to the finest delicacies. Yi-chan pondered for a moment, considering the idea of sumptuous feasts. Would there be meat from ferocious beasts of the Spirit King tier? At the very least, the flesh of those from the spirit path's 9 tribulations would suffice. Yi-chan felt quite troubled, while the girl's gaze sharpened, a tumult brewing within her heart. This lad seems rather peculiar. He speaks of the spirit path and the Spirit King. Could it be that he truly lacks background in cultivation? Just then, a sudden surge of spiritual energy manifested behind him. The girl's eyes widened, and she quickly bowed, recognizing the presence of the Grand Elder. Yi-chan, surprised, turned to see an elderly matron standing behind him, her gaze fixed upon him. This matron possessed cultivation at the Spirit Emperor level. However, to Yi-chan's astonishment, she bowed in a manner akin to the female disciple, addressing him as Your Highness. The female disciple abruptly lifted her head, her expression one of utter disbelief. "Your Highness? Which noble lineage does this young lad belong to?" Moreover, the Grand Elder even pays her respects to him. Who exactly is this young lad? And what is his true identity? Chapter 151. The sermon. Yi-chan regarded the elderly woman with a faint nod. "You recognize me. Do you seek something?" he inquired. "I merely wish to explore the Lily Pavilion. The disciples of your sect are quite intriguing." As he spoke, Yi-chan glanced at the female disciple, a grin playing at the corners of his lips. The old woman felt a strange unease. Her cultivation level was evident, and she had overheard their previous conversation, which left her heart racing with trepidation. She genuinely feared that this reckless young disciple might provoke Yi-chan's ire. The female disciple appeared bewildered, but even amidst her confusion, she grasped a crucial realization. Yi-chan's identity was likely beyond her imagination. Swallowing hard, she addressed him, "Your Highness, I was unaware of your esteemed status. I hope you can overlook this minor indiscretion." I shall not dare again." Yi-chan chuckled. "Dare what? Dare to lure me home?" The disciple's face turned pale, and she forced a smile. "Your Highness, how could I entertain such thoughts?" Yi-chan shook his head, finding the situation tiresome. His previously buoyant mood had been soured by the old woman's interference. He turned to her, saying, "Do not follow me any longer. I harbor no ill intentions. Even if I did, could you possibly stop me?" The old woman stiffened, cold sweat forming on her brow. "Your Highness, you overstate matters. I merely worry that my disciples might inadvertently offend you." Yi-chan waved his hand dismissively. "Let it be. I am here to relax, not to stir trouble. Keep your concerns to yourself. By the way, my 2 sisters and Luo Shui are with me. Please keep an eye on them, especially Luo Shui. Should anyone dare to bully them, my 40-meter blade may prove difficult to restrain." 40 meters. The old woman's eyelids twitched as she promptly nodded in agreement. "Rest assured, Your Highness, the Lily Pavilion will ensure proper conduct among its disciples." Yi-chan nodded, turning to continue his leisurely stroll. The old woman hesitated, summoning her courage to speak again. "Your Highness." Yi-chan halted. "What is it now?" With a nervous voice, the old woman continued, "Your name resonates throughout the world. If the disciples could hear your teachings, they would surely remember your boundless virtues. Might I inquire if you have the leisure to deliver a sermon for them?" Yi-chan's eyes flickered. A sermon? It seemed rather ostentatious. But what would he even speak about? What did he truly know? Beyond a modicum of profound insights, he had little else to offer, as everything else had been acquired through the system. The profundities he possessed were not universally applicable. Ding. System task initiated. The Great Deceiver is online. Please enlighten the disciples of the Lily Pavilion. Completing the task rewards 10 lottery draws. Yi-chan was taken aback. A task had indeed been triggered. This was becoming intriguing. 10 lottery chances presented a compelling reason to accept. However, what truly captivated Yi Chun were the opening words. The great deceiver is online. Ah, the essence of that phrase. Yi Chun chuckled to himself, contemplating what appropriate topic he should discuss. Although he was usually quite busy, since you have mentioned it, I shall carve out some time to arrange a session. Let us schedule it for tomorrow afternoon. With that, Yi Chun rose and departed. The old woman shuddered in disbelief. Did he actually agree? She had merely taken a chance. Yet fortune smiled upon her. As Yi Chun vanished from sight, the female disciple, unable to contain her excitement, finally inquired, "Elder, who exactly is that prince?" The old woman regained her composure, glanced at her with a cold huff. "Humph, lucky girl. His name is Yi Chun. Figure it out yourself." With that, the old woman disappeared. The female disciple was momentarily taken aback. Yi Chun? Why does that name sound somewhat familiar? Yi Chun. Oh, the Red Dust Cottage. An unparalleled genius. The peak war god. Good heavens. It is Yi Chun. What was I just thinking to bring him back home? Oh my goodness. I seem to have landed myself in trouble. But my judgment seems to be quite exceptional. Along a forest path, beneath a low pavilion, Yi Chun sat in contemplation. What should I discuss? Upon mentioning the term discourse, his mind was flooded with cliches. Even toxic platitudes came to mind. You might think you are impoverished, but do not rush to despair, for tomorrow you shall find yourself even poorer. Yi Chun stroked his chin. A man who spends money on you does not necessarily love you, while a man who does not spend money on you certainly does not love you. Yi Chun scratched his head, rising to wander off into the distance. No more thinking, just a small talk. Let's see how I can outshine the rest. With a furrowed brow, Yi Chun feigned nonchalance as he made his way back to his mountain peak. Time flowed slowly. Before long, it was the afternoon of the following day. Yi Chun lounged in a rocking chair, suddenly sitting upright. The sisters and Luo Shui nearby turned to look, inquiring what was amiss. Yi Chun slapped his forehead. I must deliver a discourse. Huh, a discourse? Luo Shui's eyes sparkled. The prince is going to give a talk. I want to listen too. Yi Chun, expressionless, replied, I meant to say, I completely forgot about it. Beneath the square, a throng of people gathered. Along the periphery of the square, a staircase extended down the slope, stretching for what seemed like 1,000 meters. Wu Dao Peak. Historically, the opening of Wu Dao Peak signaled that an elder would deliver a discourse, a significant event for the Liuli Pavilion. As one gazed down the staircase, the sea of heads was overwhelming. The female disciple from yesterday was concealed within this crowd, her expression brimming with anticipation. Yi Chun, here to give a discourse at our Liuli Pavilion. He is universally recognized as an unparalleled genius, unmatched by anyone. Yi Chun must be incredibly handsome. How wonderful it would be to bring him home. Oh, I cannot bear it. You there. Hurry up and crouch down to relieve yourself. Just look at your own disposition. Amidst the collective gaze of the multitude, a figure gradually emerged at the edge of the square. Clad in white, with sharp brows and starry eyes. He exuded an air of refined elegance. Wow, is that Yi Chun? He truly is handsome. Sister, that's at least 800 meters away, separated by no less than 8,000 people. How on earth did you see his face? I clearly saw him. Mind your own business. Yi Chun, I wish to bear your children. Yi Chun maintained a calm demeanor, with the esteemed elders and sect leaders of the Liuli Pavilion standing at a distance behind him. Clearing his throat, he addressed the crowd. Greetings, everyone. I am Yi Chun. As his words fell, a torrent of cheers surged forth like a mighty wave. Yi Chun pondered to himself, was there ever a concert venue of such magnitude in his past life? It is a great honor to be a guest at the Liuli Pavilion, to meet so many exceptional talents in attendance, and even more so to have our esteemed elder invite me to share my thoughts with you all. Since I am to impart wisdom, let us proceed. The multitude of disciples. It seemed he uttered something, yet it felt as though he had said nothing at all. Chapter 152, Zhonghua Mouth Suiyun. Ouyang Qingfeng and Luo Shui, three young ladies, huddled together, observing the spectacle that was Yi Chun. Here he was, supposed to deliver a sermon, yet it appeared he had completely forgotten the essence of it. Listening to Yi Chun's initial remarks, Ouyang Qingfeng couldn't help but chuckle. Are you serious? Why are you here to preach? Yi Chun, however, maintained a facade of earnestness, seemingly oblivious to the reactions of those around him. Since I am to preach, allow me to pose a question. What is your philosophy? At this utterance, the previously chaotic atmosphere began to settle. Even the upper echelons of the Lioli pavilion in the back exchanged fleeting glances. Yi Chun, amused by their reaction, thought to himself how effortlessly he could deceive them. He continued, I urge each of you to ponder. What kind of person do you aspire to be? Some yearn for the vastness of the stars and the sea, while others prefer the tranquility of a solitary boat drifting about. Consider how far you are from your goals. Suddenly, a voice from the crowd shouted, Yi Chun, what is your goal? Taken aback, Yi Chun smiled knowingly. As for me, I simply wish to live a good life, and at present, I am quite content with mine. As the sermon progressed, it took on an unusual tone. The ambience was indeed lively, yet the higher-ups of the Lioli pavilion and Yi Chun's sisters sensed something amiss. It felt as though the essence of the moment had faded, despite the enthusiasm surrounding them. Once the sermon concluded and pleasantries were exchanged, a peculiar silence enveloped the group on their way back. It was Ouyang Qingfeng who finally broke the stillness. Chinner, how did your sermon become so well received with just what you said? Yi Chun pondered for a moment before responding earnestly. Just spray him with IQ. Ouyang Qingfeng was taken aback. Spray him with what? Spray him with a lack of IQ. Ouyang Qingfeng, bewildered, asked love. Love what? Yi Chun smiled enigmatically, remaining silent. What love? Do I even love you? The truth was simple. It stemmed from the fact that he was Yi Chun. Even if he claimed that one could only tear off 3 squares of toilet paper for a particular endeavor, those individuals might very well rush home to try it themselves, with great enthusiasm, no less. 3 squares, such a paltry amount. The scene, well, it was beyond words. Upon returning to their abode, the group quickly dispersed to attend to their own affairs. Yi Chun reclined in a comfortable chair, gazing up at the sky, his mind occupied with thoughts. What role did Zhou Changhe play in this narrative? The sudden, ambiguous task from the system left him perplexed, and he couldn't even ascertain whether Zhou Changhe was affiliated with the Supreme Daotian Palace. The only certainty was that this individual was undoubtedly linked to the secrets of the ancient wilderness mystic realm. After contemplating for a while, Yi Chun retrieved a communication stone. Little rascal, what has transpired? Yi Chun raised an eyebrow. His father's tone seemed rather off. It appeared that something was amiss in the imperial capital. Shaking off his distractions, Yi Chun said, Father, I need to investigate a person. Yi Sheng Tian, still in a foul mood, asked who? Yi Chun's tone turned serious. This individual is of great significance. There is a possibility that he belongs to the Supreme Dao Heavenly Palace, but I cannot ascertain his true affiliations. His name is Zhou Changhe. Yi Sheng Tian paused momentarily before regaining his composure. All right, I understand. Is there anything else? Yi Chun shook his head. No? After a brief silence, Yi Sheng Tian added, Next time, try not to employ such meaningless weapons near the imperial capital. Yi Chun was taken aback and couldn't help but chuckle. Oh, father, that's where you're mistaken. How can you deem it meaningless? Consider this. All who came that day were spirit emperors. If I hadn't veered off course. Enough. I don't have time to listen to your nonsense. If there's nothing else, stop. Beep, beep, beep. Yi Sheng Tian was momentarily stunned. Then in a fit of rage, he discarded the communication crystal. That brat. I had more to say. After a while, Yi Chun casually pulled out a bottle of cola and suddenly recalled something. A peculiar smile formed on his face. Chronicles of Extraordinary Beings. Bai Luanyu, due to your curse, fell into a daze and was besieged by the Dao Heart Pavilion once again, sustaining severe injuries. Bai Luanyu began to flee again, but unfortunately, his fortune was lacking, encountering the Dao Heart Pavilion's pursuit 32 times. Bai Luanyu faced mysterious assassination attempts 43 times. Damn, this is outrageous. Being pursued in a group? Did the Dao Heart Pavilion seek assistance? This matter. It certainly lacks dignity. Would the Dao Heart Pavilion really seek outside help? Would they lose face just to eliminate this individual? Brother Bai, you are impressive. Or perhaps he is simply detested by all, a target for everyone. TSK. No wonder he has captured the attention of my Chronicles of Extraordinary Beings for so long. His realm is indeed exceptional. Bai Luanyu narrowly escaped death, using his energy to heal, yet his fortune remained poor, and his mind was unstable, leading him to fall into madness once more. Due to his exceedingly low fortune, Bai Luanyu's cultivation plummeted after succumbing to madness. In a fit of rage, Bai Luanyu suffered from internal injuries, spitting out blood thrice, ultimately meeting his demise. What the hell? Yi Chun exclaimed, jumping up in shock. Did he die of anger? Ha ha. Has this brother been cursed to death? This curse was somewhat unexpected. Yi Chen immediately took out another 10,000 spirit stones. Beep. Casting a curse upon you. Current target, Zhou Changhe. Yi Chen wore a solemn expression. Brother Zhou Changhe, I apologize. In the realm of cultivation, the highest principle states, a dead friend does not keep the Taoist alive. Beep. Implementation failed. Insufficient spirit crystals. Huh. Yi Chen was taken aback. Was 10,000 spirit crystals insufficient? Could it be because Zhou Changhe's level was higher? Reluctantly, Yi Chen consumed another 10,000 spirit crystals. Beep. Implementation failed. Insufficient spirit crystals. Yi Chen wore a stoic expression as he added another 10,000 spirit stones. Ding. Operation failed. Insufficient spirit crystals. Hey, I refuse to believe this. With a fierce snarl, Yi Chen gritted his teeth and carelessly tossed in 70,000. 100,000 spirit crystals. I curse you to oblivion. Ding. Operation successful. Zhou Changhe is now under your potent curse, his fortune plummeting. A satisfied smile crept across Yi Chen's face. Not only had he succeeded, but it was also a powerful curse. This old fellow must be experiencing quite the discomfort. Ding. Zhou Changhe, while flying, suddenly encountered chaotic spiritual energy, plummeting freely. Ding. Zhou Changhe fell, crashing through a building, catching the eye of a 1,000-year-old female elder of the sect who was bathing. Ding. As a bird soared through the sky, it coincidentally relieved itself, and Zhou Changhe, at that precise moment, opened his mouth. Imagine the scene. Yi Chen quietly set down his cola. A bird flew overhead, and Zhou Changhe had just opened his mouth. Everything unfolded perfectly. Chapter 153. The blood-killing order of the celestial path. Our love is just right. The audiovisual system is quite sentimental, and so is Zhou Changhe. His love with Fania is perfectly balanced, neither excessive nor lacking, and can be wholly embraced. Yi Chen contentedly tucked away his small notebook. For the first time, he realized that the quantity of spiritual crystals invested seemed to influence the curse's effect. The more he invested, the stronger the curse became. Yi Chen pondered whether he should save up to make a significant investment, ideally cursing Zhou Changhe to death on the spot, thus securing the task effortlessly. 30 draws. This was indeed a considerable sum. Yi Chen was a person who understood the value of things, and each draw felt immensely precious. He glanced at his sisters a short distance away, and with a thought, one of their chairs collapsed. The chair, Ouyang Qingfeng and Su Yun simultaneously fell to the ground, leaving Luo Shui in a state of shock. Luo Shui, bewildered, cautiously inquired, "Are you all right?" Su Yun and Ouyang Qingfeng exchanged silent glances, feeling that something was amiss. Why did this scene feel so familiar? The two women quickly turned their heads, in perfect harmony, to fix their gazes on Yi Chen. Yi Chen, are people nowadays so perceptive? It seems they share a telepathic connection. I assure you this has nothing to do with me. Do you believe that? Ouyang Qingfeng, I say you're incredibly handsome. Do you believe me? I do, Yi Chen responded with utmost seriousness. Ouyang Qingfeng, Su Yun, Luo Shui. The Supreme Celestial Path Palace has indeed reacted. The monumental events of that day rapidly spread through the capital as witnesses shared their accounts. With so many present at the scene, even attempts at containment could not stifle the news. The outcome of this matter sent shockwaves across the world. One person subdued the 9 great spirit emperors. Who could remain unafraid? Yi Chen is merely 11 years old. The title of unparalleled genius resounded once more throughout the realm. However, the subsequent reaction from the Supreme Celestial Path Palace further exposed Yi Chen, who was already under scrutiny, to the glaring spotlight. The palace issued a decree. The Supreme Celestial Path Palace initiated the blood-killing order of the Celestial Path, targeting Yi Chen. The world was in an uproar, and the heroes were shaken. This day was destined for chaos. What purpose does the blood-killing order serve? Perched on the eaves, Yi Chen swung his legs leisurely. Beside him, Ouyang Qingfeng mirrored his nonchalance, pondering its utility. It merely declared one as a mortal enemy, leading to an unending pursuit, right? Bai Qiuling's expression was grave. It is not that simple. The emergence of the blood-killing order would attract more than just the Supreme Celestial Path Palace. Yi Chen raised an eyebrow, questioning. What do you mean? Bai Qiuling's tone carried an inexplicable significance, as the scope of the blood-killing order extended beyond the Supreme Celestial Path Palace, encompassing the entire cultivation world. As long as one can eliminate the target of the blood kill order, regardless of their identity, they may proceed to the celestial palace of the Supreme Tao to claim their reward. Ouyang Qingfeng's eyes suddenly sparkled with excitement. There's a reward. How much is it? Bai Qiuling's gaze shifted, revealing a hint of intrigue. What has you so thrilled? Yi Chun and the others exchanged glances with Ouyang Qingfeng, who playfully smiled, merely curious about the worth of Chun'er's esteemed head. Yi Chun smirked. I should have a word with them and issue a blood kill order, naming you as the target. Ouyang Qingfeng shot him a charming glare. You petty brother, holding grudges like that. Yi Chun chuckled. Don't overthink it. I just want to know how much my dear sister's illustrious head is worth. Bai Qiuling quickly interjected. In the past, the starting reward for the Dao Tian blood kill order has always been 100 million. 100 million. Such an astounding sum. The group was taken aback. Yi Chun, however, wore a subtle smile, his eyes gleaming with an enigmatic light. 100 million. The celestial palace of the Supreme Tao seems rather affluent. Just as well, his remarkable collection of extraordinary tales could use a financial boost. Life in the Lioli Pavilion was remarkably tranquil. Yi Chun unexpectedly discovered that the sect's existence seemed quite pleasant, with no disturbances to speak of. Of course, this could be attributed to his status. Before long, half a month had passed. Yi Chun received compensation from the Lioli Pavilion and departed in high spirits. After more than half a month, the upheaval in the imperial capital should have subsided. Shuntiet, recalling the grand scene from that day, still sent shivers down Yi Chun's spine. Their system was extraordinary, while his felt utterly inadequate. A refreshing breeze, indeed. The atmosphere felt increasingly peculiar. The group embarked on their return journey, sometimes traveling by flying boat, other times by camper van, the journey proving to be quite relaxing. Days flew by, and the outline of the imperial capital gradually came into view. Observing the serene entrance, with no unusual scents in the air, Yi Chun began to ease his worries. The imperial capital truly is splendid. The pristine streets, the fresh air, everything felt utterly delightful. Yi Chun stealthily returned to the Red Dust Cottage, not informing anyone of his arrival. He was certainly not feeling guilty, for he was a hero who had turned the tide with remarkable prowess. How could he feel guilty? He pondered whether this tumult was a genuine tempest. Within the Red Dust Cottage, Yi Chun comfortably lounged on the rooftop. System, how many lottery draws have accumulated? Ding. A total of 49 lottery draws have been accumulated. 49. Just one short. Yi Chun stroked his chin, feeling somewhat unsatisfied. With a swift thought, he vanished. In Sui Yun's room, she was nestled on the sofa when Yi Chun suddenly appeared, startling her. What are you doing? Why the sudden visit? Yi Chun, with a serious demeanor, commanded, stand up. Sui Yun, still in a state of bewilderment, rose to her feet. What is it? Yi Chun leaned forward, glancing up at her with an impassive expression before extending his palm. Slap. Hiss. The sensation of that hand was indescribably delightful. In an instant, Yi Chun vanished. He struck and fled. What an exhilarating experience. Sui Yun stood frozen in place, staring at the spot where Yi Chun had disappeared for a good 4 or 5 seconds, before a surge of indignation welled up within her. Yi Chun. Sui Yun ground her teeth in frustration. How dare you? Coming all this way just to slap my backside. Her chest heaved with agitation, yet she inexplicably flushed. On the rooftop, Yi Chun clapped his hands. Perfect. Let the lottery begin. Ding. The system lottery has commenced, with a total of 50 draws. Ding. Congratulations to the host for acquiring millennia of cultivation. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a special spiritual artifact, the peculiar little figure. Ding. Congratulations to the host for receiving a 1% increase in the celestial star ring. Ding. Congratulations to the host for receiving another 1% increase in the celestial star ring. Ding. Congratulations to the host for acquiring a universal enhancement card. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a special physique, the Void Emperor's Eye. Ding. Congratulations to the host for acquiring a heavenly grade spiritual artifact, the Boundless Cosmos. Chapter 154. Abundance of rewards. Yi Chun remained composed for a considerable time before quietly tallying his rewards. Drawing a prize, it was unremarkable, merely a celestial grade spiritual artifact. A special physique. Yi Chun took out an exceptionally large painting. This painting was enormous, towering over Yi Chun and measuring several meters in width. He estimated it to be nearly 10 meters long. The content of the painting was rather simple. a vast starry sky. However, Yi Chun was astonished to discover that upon gazing at this artwork, his consciousness seemed to be subtly drawn in. In an instant, it felt as though he was immersed in the depths of the starry sky. A celestial-grade first-tier spiritual artifact, an infinite expanse of stars. Yi Chun's lips curled into a smile as he continued to investigate. The infinite starry sky, a celestial-grade first-tier spiritual artifact, could significantly enhance the concentration and quality of spiritual energy within its vicinity, with an effective range of 20 kilometers. It also possessed a unique function of spiritual energy transmission, capable of replenishing the spiritual energy of individuals or objects within its effective range. After a moment of contemplation, Yi Chun silently praised it in his heart. For others, this might simply be a colossal gathering array, a reusable mana potion from the outside world. However, for Yi Chun, this object could connect to the superintelligent warning system, thus broadening its applications considerably. Within the Red Dust Cottage, there were countless extraordinary items. At critical moments, they would yield remarkable effects. Yi Chun quietly communicated with the superintelligent warning system, successfully establishing the connection, and then summoned Meng Lan. Master. Yi Chun instructed her to find a place at home to hang it on the wall. He then disregarded it and continued to peruse the rewards. A special physique, the Void Emperor's Eye, an exclusive ocular technique produced by the system. Its specific effects are left for the host to explore. A friendly reminder, the Void Emperor's Eye, when combined with the principles of space, will yield extraordinary results. Yi Chun was taken aback for a moment, his brow furrowing in deep thought. Soon, the Void Emperor's Eye was successfully equipped. Yi Chun's eyes suddenly became profound, with his pupils transforming into a vast starry sky that appeared to form a world of its own, imbued with infinite, mysterious distortions. Unbeknownst to Yi Chun, behind him in the void, the air twisted violently, and vaguely, it seemed as if a pair of enormous eyes were manifesting. After a brief moment, Yi Chun concluded his endeavors. The system's claims were indeed not unfounded. Yi Chun felt that his grasp of spatial principles had become stronger and more acute. Even when he employed spatial forces to sense his surroundings, the range could now be directly doubled, providing the sensation of witnessing scenes from millions of meters away. However, as the system indicated, the specific effects required personal exploration, and Yi Chun formulated a plan in his mind. The capabilities of the Void Emperor's Eye were undoubtedly more intricate than they appeared. Further exploration was essential. Yi Chun reined in his thoughts and resumed his examination of the other rewards. A special spiritual artifact, a peculiar little figure, a cursed artifact of unknown grade, said to be the manifestation of the vengeful spirit of a mischievous child after death. The little figure's favorite saying was, "Mystery and joy are everywhere." Yi Chun gradually furrowed his brow. The introduction appears rather peculiar, leaving one uncertain about its usage. Ding. The activation of the strange little figure requires spiritual crystals. Yi Chun raised an eyebrow, suddenly recalling the tales of extraordinary individuals. How many spiritual crystals? Ding. The specific quantity depends on the actual circumstances. Yi Chun nodded to himself, deciding to begin with 1,000. The choice of the word play is indeed clever. Ding. Please select the target for implementation. It indeed requires a target. This device serves as a medium, channeling the curse onto the intended subject. Yi Chun comprehended this fully, yet he found himself somewhat perplexed. It seemed impossible to conduct an experiment with this item. He was uncertain about the nature of the curse. Casually selecting someone might not be appropriate. What if it resulted in their immediate demise? Yi Chun reluctantly put away the little figure, pondering when someone might approach him to meet their end, allowing him to witness the true power of this object. Although his cultivation deepened significantly from this lottery, he remained at the initial stage of the spirit sovereign realm, leaving Yi Chun feeling somewhat helpless. As his cultivation progressed, advancement appeared increasingly arduous. The system also produced several suitable spiritual liquids for pet eggs. Yi Chun rose and casually glanced before pouring them onto the pet egg. After all, they were valuable items. So he poured them generously. While pouring, Yi Chun continued to examine his options. A universal enhancement card. This item could enhance any of Yi Chun's existing possessions, though regrettably, it could not elevate his cultivation or profound insights. Yi Chun found himself in a quandary. He possessed an abundance of items, yet the enhancement card was singular. It felt exceedingly precious, and this choice seemed rather challenging. A Among the highest options, he already had 4 heavenly-tier spiritual artifacts. The Imperial Star Palace and the Goddess of Vigilance were both defensive artifacts, while the Boundless Starry Sky served an auxiliary purpose. The ancient Thunder Dragon's soul had yet to make an appearance, but Yi Chun had a notion that it was not purely defensive, embodying both offense and defense. After pouring the spiritual liquid, he gazed down at the pet egg and ultimately made his choice. The rationale for selecting the pet egg was straightforward. Even heavenly-tier spiritual artifacts were inanimate. Moreover, it was merely a single enhancement. How much could it truly improve? Conversely, the pet egg was alive. In the future, this pet would accompany Yi Chun for a long time. Thus, his decision did not linger for too long. The pet egg soon radiated a fluorescent glow, and Yi Chun understood that the enhancement card had taken effect. He chuckled softly. "Little one, I wonder when you shall finally hatch?" In his gentle laughter lay an infinite expectation. Yi Chun's life grew increasingly mundane. He spent his days playing the piano, admiring the black silk of Luo Shui, and teasing his 2 sisters. Alternatively, he would meander through the imperial capital. Yi Chun found nothing wrong with this tranquility, for he knew that such simplicity was merely temporary. Yi Chun was acutely aware that his future could not remain tranquil, even at present. The movements of the Supreme Dao Heavenly Palace were quite significant, making the current tranquility all the more precious. On this particular day, Yi Chun found himself in a tavern, listening to a storyteller. It was still the same gentleman from years past, and Yi Chun recalled how, back then, the 9th princess had been orchestrated by the emperor to approach him, seeking to cultivate a closer relationship. In the blink of an eye, that young lady had vanished from his life for quite some time. Ever since the arrival of Luo Shui, she had not reappeared. It was likely that she had withdrawn into seclusion. The sole reason being that Luo Shui was a courtesan. Yi Chun felt no regret over the outcome. To be fair, the 9th princess possessed both beauty and a commendable figure, yet Yi Chun's standards had long been elevated to an unparalleled height by Su Yun and Luo Shui. Different paths do not converge. They were merely fleeting acquaintances. Suddenly, a fiery woman erupted in a tirade, cursing with abandon, accusing a shameless widow of daring to entice her man, vowing to tear her apart. Yi Chun couldn't help but chuckle. Was her tongue truly so unrestrained? Lowering his gaze to sip his drink, he was suddenly aware of someone drawing near, who then naturally seated themselves across from him. Yi Chun raised an eyebrow and lifted his gaze. Chapter 155. The mysterious elder. Yi Chun pondered whether there was a certain affinity between himself and this tavern. Although his visits here had been infrequent, it seemed that he was destined to share a table with someone once again. Lifting his gaze, he was immediately met with profound disappointment. The individual was rather aged and, to his dismay, male, a senior citizen. Yi Chun's reaction was swift. He concealed any signs of discontent upon his face, with only a ripple of unease stirring within his heart. The elder's hair was streaked with gray, and his visage was lined with wrinkles. While such attributes were not of paramount importance, the elder's eyes, clouded and dim, spoke volumes. Yi Chun could not help but feel a stir of concern. This man was indeed a true oldster, one whose time drew near. In the realm of cultivation, mere appearances do not accurately reflect one's true age. It is not uncommon for a woman who appears youthful to have lived for centuries. Yet, the elder before him possessed eyes that betrayed a clarity long since faded. He was truly nearing the end of his life's journey. With a tone that bore no urgency, the elder spoke. "Young friend, do take a seat, if you don't mind." Yi Chun, maintaining his composure, indeed minded. Just as the elder was about to continue, he suddenly stiffened, a look of surprise crossing his features. Yi Chun smiled, jesting. "I'm quite the unconventional fellow, dear elder. I hope you do not mind." The elder narrowed his eyes slightly, intrigued by the young man's demeanor. Yi Chun chuckled, raising his voice a notch. "And please, bring another set of utensils." "Certainly. It will be ready shortly." The elder responded, his expression returning to neutrality as he casually conversed. "I have been in the imperial capital for a few days now. It is quite an interesting place." Yi Chun instinctively engaged in the conversation. "It seems you are not a native of the imperial capital." The elder nodded, confirming his status as an outsider, and expressed curiosity about the capital. "Oh." Yi Chun's expression shifted to one of surprise, while internally he began to sense the elder's aura. The elder's cultivation was now laid bare before him. Spirit sage. This old man was indeed a figure of the spirit sage realm. Such a level of prowess. It was known that even within the Nine Heavens Alliance, no one had emerged as a spirit sage. And yet here was this elder. Yi Chen's heart raced. Could it be that such an extraordinary being had come to inquire about someone? The elder regarded Yi Chen with a gentle smile. I have heard of a remarkable individual in the imperial capital, a 10-year-old spirit emperor, regarded as the world's greatest genius. Yi Chen's heart leapt once more. It was evident that the elder was indeed seeking him. What else could possibly draw a spirit sage's interest in the imperial capital, if not him? Suppressing the tumult within, Yi Chen's mind raced with speculations about the elder's origins and intentions. Just then, the server arrived with the utensils, and the elder slid a cup towards Yi Chen. Being of my advanced years, I dare to request a cup of wine. Is that too much to ask? Yi Chen nodded earnestly. Of course not. It is only fitting. You are the elder. It is only right. Yi Chen gazed at the bottle of wine on the table, hesitating momentarily. Senior, this is merely fruit wine. You may not find it to your liking. Would you prefer I fetch something else? The elder, however, shook his head. No need. I am merely a guest here, and I shall partake in whatever you choose. Yi Chen narrowed his eyes slightly, finding the notion intriguing. A guest follows the host's lead? He poured a measure of wine for the elder, who instinctively took a sip. Yi Chen remained composed, contemplating the elder's words about the first genius. Surely, he referred to the crown prince of Tianyang. The elder, with a hint of a smile, confirmed, indeed, it is he. It seems he is quite renowned among you. Yi Chen chuckled. You seek him out. It appears there is something of significance at hand? The elder nodded. It could be deemed significant. The youngest spirit emperor in the realm, capable of taking on 9 opponents simultaneously, his true combat prowess must be nearing that of a spirit saint. I am eager to witness his abilities. Yi Chen's heart raced. Witness? How will this be done? Surely, this old fellow does not intend to strike me? He pondered for a moment, feeling that something was amiss. This elder isn't being entirely truthful, is he? Simply seeking to spar? Is he truly that unoccupied? Yi Chen stroked his chin thoughtfully before turning his gaze back to the elder. From where do you hail, senior? The elder chuckled softly. I have heard that many wish to take your life, but rest assured, I bear no ill will towards you and am not associated with those individuals. Instinctively, Yi Chen nodded. He sensed the elder's benign intent, which only deepened his curiosity about the elder's true purpose. Was it merely to engage in combat? That seemed rather peculiar. After a brief contemplation, Yi Chen shook his head, dismissing the troubling thoughts. Since you are inclined to offer guidance, then please, follow me. With that, Yi Chen rose, placing a spirit crystal on the table, and turned to stride outside. The elder's expression subtly shifted, a glimmer of light emerging in his eyes. Upon exiting, Yi Chen showed no hesitation and ascended skyward. The elder, unaware of the full extent of Yi Chen's capabilities, followed closely behind as they soared into the heavens. Outside the imperial city, at an altitude of 10,000 meters, Yi Chen halted, gauging that they were sufficiently far from the city. The elder, realizing Yi Chen's intent, could not help but caution, young one, allow me to reiterate, I harbor no ill intent. A spar is merely a spar. Your youthful fervor should not ignite into something more. Yi Chen chuckled. I am aware. Please, senior, feel free to make your move. The elder, only a few meters away, furrowed his brow at Yi Chen's words. You wish for me to strike first? Yi Chen smiled lightly, understanding that the elder genuinely believed him to still be a spirit emperor. Though formidable, he was still merely a spirit emperor. Yi Chen subtly unveiled a hint of spirit saint aura. The elder's eyes widened in astonishment. You have already. Yi Chen smiled silently. The elder, overwhelmed by the revelation, could only mutter to himself, 11 years old, merely 11. At the tender age of 11, the spirit saint. You have accomplished what I could not achieve in a millennium. When I reached the age of 1,100, I was still far from your level. Yi Chen shook his head with a faint smile. Having talent is indeed a blessing, yet it is not without its pitfalls. The path I must tread is still long. The elder, regaining his composure, gradually displayed a glimmer of admiration in his eyes, noting the boy's humility and composure. What a remarkable child! Such words spoken by an 11-year-old invoke my respect. I can scarcely fathom the expanse of your future. As he spoke, the elder's demeanor took on an odd quality, one that seemed to embody hope. If that is the case, then I shall not hold back any longer. Young one, brace yourself. In an instant, a formidable pressure descended. The air within a radius of 10,000 miles began to warp, and a metallic aura surged forth, inducing a tremor of vast proportions. Amidst the intense pressure, a tempest began to brew, causing the edges of Yi Chen's garments to flutter wildly. A spark of intrigue flickered in Yi Chen's eyes. The Spirit Saint Realm. This was his inaugural encounter with such a level of power. Chapter 156. The Spirit Saint level Wang Shushan amidst the overwhelming aura. A potent force gradually manifested on the elder's visage. Who else but me? With such an energy emanating, Yi Chun instinctively sensed the surge of pressure escalating dramatically. His interest peaked. He had yet to encounter an opponent of the Spirit Saint level, and his combat experience was woefully scant. Thus, he had no intention of interrupting the elder. His true cultivation was that of a spirit venerable, and no matter how formidable the elder might be, surprises were unlikely. Why not relish the opportunity for a spirited duel? A defiant expression graced Yi Chen's face. To be candid, the previous encounter with the 9 spirit emperors had concluded swiftly, with him barely lifting a finger. Today, however, he yearned for an exhilarating battle with the elder. Flames seemed to blaze within the elder's eyes. Well, young one, today, I shall engage you in a delightful contest. Towering as a mountain, the elder's invigorating voice resonated, and suddenly, a blue phantom loomed in the sky, enveloping millions of meters in an instant. It was an immense super mountain. An indescribable sense of oppression descended upon them, causing even Yi Chun to sway momentarily. Caught off guard by the intense pressure. What an overwhelming force. The sensation from beneath the mountain was one of suppression, an unyielding dominance, boundless and tyrannical. Yi Chun paused, his gaze sparkling like stars. Alas, your domain holds no sway over me. In a fleeting thought, the winds and clouds shifted dramatically, and winter abruptly gripped the realm. The temperature plummeting. Snowflakes began to cascade from the heavens, yet Yi Chun's form vanished in an instant. Songlong Palm. Utilizing the essence of spatial principles, he reappeared before the elder, his icy domain manifesting around him. Yet, Yi Chen's strike was merely a simple spiritual technique of the Xian rank. However, the elder's pupils constricted sharply as he raised his hand towards Yi Chun. In that moment, the towering mountain shadow in the elder's grasp rapidly expanded, transforming into a peak that charged forward with ferocity. Boom! The intense collision generated a vast shockwave, echoing throughout the 8 directions. The elder's colossal mountain exerted a tremendous pressure, while Yi Chen's palm imprint resembled surging waves, relentlessly crashing yet making no headway. Gradually, Yi Chen began to comprehend the situation. The elder's level was indeed high, yet in his perception, he did not seem overwhelmingly powerful, merely unremarkable. Yi Chen's gaze flickered, and once again, he vanished. Songlong Palm. Songlong Palm. Songlong Palm. In the blink of an eye, 3 ethereal figures of Yi Chun appeared simultaneously, a manifestation of the utmost speed in spatial principles. He unleashed 3 Songlong Palms. Magnificent palm imprints converging from all directions, swiftly laying down a lethal trap. Had this been a technique of the Earth rank, or even the Heaven rank, how would the elder respond? The elder's expression turned grave in an instant. Yi Chen's methods are indeed extraordinary, exhibiting a level of peculiarity that seems almost otherworldly. The elder bellowed with authority, I am as immovable as a mountain. Instantly, a shadow of a mountain arose, this time emanating from the elder himself, amplifying the oppressive aura to nearly double its previous intensity. An overwhelming weight enveloped the atmosphere as 3 palm prints launched an assault, momentarily halted by the barrier of azure light. Yet, the colossal mountain trembled, as if on the verge of collapse, while the elder's phantom ascended skyward. Boom! As the great mountain shattered completely, the elder soared into the heavens. However, in the next heartbeat, he squinted in horror at the sky above. Yi Chun had unexpectedly materialized overhead. A serene smile adorned Yi Chen's face. He had been waiting for this moment. The pinnacle of agility also signifies a mastery over the situation. Until now, the rhythm had been firmly in Yi Chun's hands. He extended his index finger, precisely aimed at the elder. With a single finger, I can pierce the heavens and penetrate the earth. Wang Su's flash. The resplendent brilliance of the starry sky coalesced into vibrant beams of light, vast enough to envelop the entire firmament. Ultimately, these beams converged at Yi Chen's fingertip, forming a diminutive sphere of stellar radiance. In the next instant, an unimaginable and terrifying force descended. At that moment, the sky seemed to dim, as a beam of starlight pierced through the very fabric of heaven and earth, crashing down from 10,000 meters above to strike the ground below. In this instant, the elder's figure vanished, forcefully driven into the earth by the luminous column. Unstoppable. Such impact, even for one at the mid-stage of the Spirit Saint realm, could not withstand. Yi Chen's might was utterly outrageous. As the pressure dissipated, Yi Chen gazed at the empty space below, momentarily taken aback, before his figure abruptly vanished. Oh no! The old man was driven into the ground. He couldn't have been killed outright, could he? Yi Chen felt a pang of guilt, having encountered a Spirit Saint only to have inadvertently gone too far. After all, he had merely utilized the strength of an early-stage Spirit Saint. This elder was far too fragile. In the blink of an eye, Yi Chen arrived at the surface, discovering a small crater before him. Though it was not large, merely about 100 meters in diameter, the depth was astonishing. Yi Chen's lips twitched as he leaped into the pit. Moments later, he emerged, hoisting the elder as if he were tossing a chick to the ground. The elder was in tatters, bloodied and battered. Fortunately, the elder's aura still lingered, albeit faintly. Yi Chen frowned slightly upon observing the elder. This fellow's lifespan was already dwindling, and now, having sustained such grievous injury, it seemed likely that even if he recovered, his condition would be dire, potentially leading to a decline in his realm. Alas, you old rascal, you are quite the troublemaker. Is this what they call a setup? Having resolved never to engage in combat again, for while he may be able to fight, he certainly cannot afford the consequences. Yi Chen contemplated deeply. Using his cultivation power, he enveloped the old man's body and vanished in an instant. Moments later, he materialized in the courtyard of the Red Dust Cottage. Luo Shui, who was present, stood up abruptly upon witnessing Yi Chen's appearance. Your Highness, what is this? Yi Chen sighed. This old man sought to challenge me, and as a result, I inadvertently dismantled him. Ah! Luo Shui was momentarily at a loss for words. Your Highness, you certainly have a remarkable way of colliding. Yi Chen gently laid the old man down, and a vibrant green radiance emerged in his hand. In an instant, an exceptionally pure aura of life manifested within Yi Chen's grasp. The essence of life. It seems I am not only capable of combat, but can also moonlight as a caretaker. No, rather, as a father figure. Before long, the elder opened his eyes, momentarily taken aback by the emerald glow held by Yi Chen. Then, to Yi Chen's astonishment, the old man excitedly sat upright. Chapter 157. Jiang Taihua. Yi Chen was taken aback, nearly falling to the ground. What are you doing? Scaring a child? The old man, however, seemed to have his eyes turned green, fixated intently on Yi Chen's hand, or more precisely, the green light emanating from it. Young man. Oh no, my dear friend. Is this the power of the path of life? Yi Chen glanced at his hand, nodding in a dazed manner. Yes, isn't it obvious? How are you? Are you feeling better? The elder nodded, wanting to say something but abruptly halted. Observing the old man's hesitation, Yi Chen felt a surge of suspicion and narrowed his eyes slightly. This old fellow seems rather peculiar. Come with me, Yi Chen instructed, retracting the essence of life. In a flash, he appeared on the rooftop, settling into a sofa in the reception area. The elder surveyed his surroundings, a hint of astonishment flickering in his eyes as he quickly followed suit. Luo Shui shook her head at the old man. On the top floor. Upon the elder's arrival, Yi Chen casually set up a barrier. The elder's gaze shifted momentarily before he sat down calmly. Yi Chen produced 2 bottles of orange juice, stating, You know I am Yi Chen, but I still do not know who you are. The elder paused. I am called Jiang Taihua, a loose cultivator, and I am over 1700 years old. Yi Chen's lips twitched. People speak of ancient beings. Yet your age nearly doubles that. Nodding, Yi Chen remarked, They can call you Elder Jiang over there. Ah, Yi Chen. Would like to know why you have specially come to seek me. Jiang Taihua's expression dimmed at the mention, but soon brightened again after a brief moment. I am a spiritual sage of my era, having lived for many ages, yet even a sage has a limited lifespan. With a sigh, the old man continued. I can sense that I still have the potential to break through, but time is not on my side, and it is likely that I will not reach that moment. I will die? Yi Chen's gaze flickered. What does that have to do with me? Of course, it is related. Throughout my life, I have encountered countless adversaries. Yet I have heard that you are a prodigy unparalleled in this world. In my 1700 years, I have never encountered a genius like you. A creature of such caliber is simply unheard of. Thus, I have come to meet you. You are certainly different from ordinary individuals, and I wish to test my luck in discovering a breakthrough opportunity through you." Yi Chen nodded in realization, surprised that a dying man sought his fortune here. "Have you found it now?" "Not yet, but I see new hope." Yi Chen's eyes gleamed momentarily before he broke into a gentle smile. This old fellow is eyeing the essence of life. As expected, the elder quickly continued, "I have encountered those who comprehend the path of life and have seen countless so-called longevity elixirs, yet at my stage, their effects are nearly negligible. However, your life force is different." The old man could sense that it had the power to delay his physical decline, thus granting him an extension of life. Yi Chen, with a half-smile, questioned, "Do you not realize that such power is not easily controlled? Why should I assist you?" Yet the elder, without hesitation, proclaimed, "I am willing to join the mundane abode." Yi Chen could not help but display a look of astonishment. "You, a solitary practitioner, have likely grown accustomed to your freedom after spending most of your life as a recluse. Now you wish to join the mundane abode?" The elder nodded resolutely, declaring, "Because I do not wish to die?" Yi Chen fell into silence, occasionally glancing at the elder, his mind gradually clarifying. The desire to evade death was perhaps merely one of the motivations. Another aspect was undoubtedly tied to Yi Chen himself, his future. This old fellow, having lived for over 1,700 years and possessing mid-stage spiritual sage cultivation, candidly admitted that he could not foresee Yi Chen's future. After all, he, being on the brink of death, had staked his remaining time on Yi Chen, with nothing left to regret. 17 centuries of existence, with Yi Chen as his singular wager. Even a limited time seemed worthwhile. Yi Chen, for a moment, remained speechless, leaning back into the sofa, his gaze profound. The presence of a spiritual sage was indeed beyond what the mundane abode currently possessed. The elders joining would only bode well. More importantly, the future of the mundane abode required such a stalwart figure, for Yi Chen would eventually depart. What then would become of the abode? What of Luo Shui? Following him was unrealistic. The only ones who could accompany him were Su Yun and Ouyang Qi. This was something Yi Chen understood all too well. After pondering for a considerable time, Yi Chen raised his hand and took several hearty gulps of orange juice. "It is settled. I will assist you. But the price is this. From this moment forth, you, Jiang Taihua, shall be a person of the mundane abode in life and a ghost of the abode in death." Jiang Taihua's eyes sparkled with joy as he instantly cupped his fists in salute, exclaiming, "I, Jiang Taihua, have met the young master." Yi Chen responded with a gentle smile, graciously accepting the gesture. Following this exchange, they were now akin to kin. Yi Chen raised his hand. "Elder Jiang, please take a seat. There is no need for such formalities moving forward, as I do not place importance on them." Jiang Taihua chuckled and, with a steady demeanor, remarked, "Young master, just now, when you pointed, although I fortuitously did not perish on the spot, one of my defensive spiritual artifacts was pierced through, an Earth Grade 1. Yi Chen's lips twitched, followed by a soft chuckle. This old man was attempting to extort him right off the bat. However, given his wealth, Yi Chen decided to treat it as a welcoming gift. The elder had not offered a token of allegiance. Instead, he sought to give a gift upon their first meeting. How intriguing. The mundane abode was indeed in need of personnel, and it could hardly be deemed a loss, especially since the elder possessed a plethora of Earth-grade spiritual artifacts. Yi Chen raised his hand. "There is no rush. You may first sit cross-legged." The elder paused, as if recalling something, and nervously settled into a meditative posture. Yi Chen waved his hand, and the essence of life surged forth. At that moment, an exquisite emerald radiance began to illuminate the rooftop. Time swiftly slipped by. The celestial bodies shifted, and the night enveloped the sky. However, within the imperial capital, the green light shone as brilliantly as the sun, a spectacle so extraordinary that countless spectators were captivated by the sight of the dusty cottage. Within the palace, the elderly emperor gazed at the dusty cottage from a distance, a myriad of emotions swirling in his eyes. After a brief pause, a soft sigh escaped his lips. "How fortunate for our royal family to receive assistance from the Yi family. It seems our ancestors' graves are truly exuding smoke." Perhaps even that would be an understatement. It is likely that the graves have ignited, the flames unquenchable. As midnight approached, the radiance dissipated, and Yi Chen appeared somewhat pale, shaking his head as he rose and made his way downstairs. I am utterly exhausted. Should you dare to rebel in the future, I shall personally cleave you into 8 pieces. Several days passed, and on the terrace of the dusty cottage, an overwhelming aura suddenly emerged. Yi Chun, downstairs, felt a change in his expression and raised his hand with a flourish. Chapter 158. The floating orchid pavilion. A formidable force enveloped the entire red dust cottage in an instant, a pressure that appeared and disappeared in the blink of an eye. However, Su Yun and Ouyang Qingfeng were both stirred, their eyes reflecting a hint of astonishment as they gazed at Yi Chun in the courtyard. Yi Chun waved his hand nonchalantly, urging them not to panic, stating he had merely found someone to assist him. Ouyang Qingfeng's beautiful eyes widened in disbelief. What did you say? Just an assistant? That aura was from a spirit saint. Yi Chun smiled faintly, leisurely ascending towards the rooftop. What is the big deal about a spirit saint? Why are you so excited? Ouyang Qingfeng stared blankly at Su Yun, exclaiming, "He is floating. This guy is disregarding even a spirit saint." Su Yun remained composed, replying, "What do you think a spirit saint represents in his eyes?" Ouyang Qingfeng, momentarily taken aback, pointed at herself and then at Su Yun, asking, "Then what do we represent in his eyes?" Su Yun chuckled, somewhat lamenting, "Together, the 2 of us would be worth 8 of him. No, wait, 80. No, actually 800. Meanwhile, on the rooftop, Jiang Taiwa had already risen. As he observed Yi Chun approaching, his gaze trembled, and he immediately bowed deeply. "Old man, I am deeply grateful for your grace of rebirth." Yi Chun smiled gently. "In my life, I have never sensed the depletion of spiritual energy. Not only have I never felt drained, but I have also hardly known weakness. Yet that day, I felt as if I was being completely drained." Jiang Taiwa was shaken to his core. He understood that Yi Chun was not exaggerating, for he had been a beneficiary himself. That day, he had clearly felt the immense vitality emanating from Yi Chun, a life force of astonishing depth. He had even perceived that Yi Chun's true cultivation level was that of a spirit sovereign, an 11-year-old spirit sovereign. Such a notion was nearly inconceivable. Jiang Taiwa bowed deeply once more, but Yi Chun supported him with a gentle force. "Enough with the formalities. I do not care for such mundane rituals. If you truly mean it, then guard the red dust cottage well as the Yi residence across the way." Jiang Taiwa spoke earnestly. "I vow with my cultivation that I shall not fail you in this lifetime." Yi Chun nodded in satisfaction. "That's exactly what I wanted to hear. Follow me." Curiosity piqued, Jiang Taiwa asked no questions and silently followed. Yi Chun soared into the air, arriving at the back courtyard. The rear of the red dust cottage was expansive, adorned with exotic flowers and plants, winding paths, and countless pavilions. Yi Chun selected a secluded spot by a small lake, bordered by a long pavilion and surrounded by a stretch of grass. Yi Chun called upon the system in his mind. "System, please arrange that small house here." Ding. The system has received the host's command. Operations commencing. As these words fell, the open space before him was suddenly enveloped in white light. "What is happening?" Jiang Taiwa gasped, bewildered. "What is this? I can't sense any depth to this white light." After a moment, the system's voice re-emerged. "Please name your creation." Naming. Once again, the task of bestowing a name has come upon him. Yi Chun pondered for a moment, silently reciting in his heart, "Piaolan Xian." Within the confines of Xinjing City, there exists a Xilan Xian, and Yi Chun found this name quite appealing. Thus he crafted a similar one. Ding. Name confirmed. Piaolan Xian. Construction complete. The brilliant light faded away, revealing a newly erected structure upon the vacant land. This edifice possessed an ethereal quality. Upon closer inspection, the architecture distinctly embraced an ancient style, yet it was interwoven with a plethora of modern elements. The structure encompassed 2 levels, its overall expanse modest, reminiscent of an ancient 2-story inn at first glance. The eaves flowed gracefully, exuding an air of grandeur, yet they bore a dreamlike quality akin to crystal. Even the walls and the entrance radiated a translucent brilliance. And under the sunlight, this building appeared almost surreal. Beneath the eaves of the 2nd floor, long tassels cascaded down, and with the gentle breeze, the sound of wind chimes resonated. Surrounding the small building was a ring of blue smoke trees that served as embellishments, their hues reflecting off one another, rendering Piaolan Xian even more resplendent. Yi Chun nodded in satisfaction, while Jiang Taihua's eyes widened in astonishment. "Master," Yi Chun waved his hand, signaling him not to inquire further. Come inside with me. Jiang Taihua cast a glance at the inscription of Piao Lan Xian before silently following suit. Within the realm of spatial perception, the entirety of Piao Lan Xian had already settled within Yi Chen's mind. Piao Lan Xian consisted of 3 levels, 2 above ground and 1 below, each floor modest in size, far inferior to his own villa. However, this was precisely the effect Yi Chen desired. He did not wish for this creation to surpass the opulence of his villa. Ascending to the 2nd floor of Piao Lan Xian, Yi Chen casually entered a room. The chamber was adorned with a series of storage shelves, crafted from deep-hued, glass-like material. With a simple wave of his hand, a multitude of earth-grade spiritual artifacts soared forth, swiftly filling the room. Jiang Taihua stood in stunned silence, exclaiming, So many. All of them are earth-grade spiritual artifacts. Yi Chen nodded, surveying the surroundings. See if there's anything you fancy. If not, we shall proceed to the next room. I must consider, though I am quite generous to my own, I cannot be overly so. Let us start with 5 items for you. This. Jiang Taihua appeared bewildered, hastily rushing over to examine the treasures. Ultimately, Yi Chen traversed through 7 rooms, filling each with earth-grade spiritual artifacts, thereby significantly clearing space within his spatial ring. Among them, Jiang Taihua selected 5, his joy akin to that of a child. Yi Chen then approached another room, where he discovered a row of spatial rings resting upon the storage shelves. Jiang Taihua, unable to contain his curiosity, inquired, Master, what do these spatial rings contain? Without turning back, Yi Chen replied, You shall find out for yourself. The rings are unclaimed. Upon hearing this, Jiang Taihua picked one up and felt its essence. His eyes widening slightly in astonishment. He placed it down only to grasp another. The old man appeared to be skeptical, as he set one down only to pick up another ring. Astonishingly, Yi Chen cast a glance at him and observed the old man's jaw drop in shock. So many. All of them were spirit crystals. Yi Chen remained silent, continuing to arrange the spatial rings. Jiang Taihua, watching Yi Chen, could not help but swallow hard. What could these be this time? Upon inspecting one, Jiang Taihua's expression gradually morphed into one of bewilderment. Gold. Why would the young master amass so much of this? For a cultivator, what use is gold? However, as he examined each ring, Jiang Taihua's demeanor grew increasingly numb. Good heavens, they all bore the same design. Truly befitting of the young master. This entire row of spatial rings was composed entirely of gold. Meanwhile, Yi Chen continued to lay out the spatial rings. Jiang Taihua fell into silence. The Red Dust Cottage was indeed formidable. One could only wonder how this fellow would react upon encountering those several heavenly-grade spirit artifacts in the villa. Chapter 159. She is the Empress. Yi Chen's actions clearly indicate that he perceives the Piaolon Pavilion as a treasure trove. Such an approach may seem of little utility at present. However, when Yi Chen eventually departs, this place will undoubtedly become one of the foundational pillars of the Red Dust Cottage. Yi Chen has already begun to lay the groundwork for the future. After all, Piaolon Pavilion and the person of Jiang Taihua are fundamentally intertwined with this purpose. Yi Chen can envision that in the days to come, both the Red Dust Cottage and the Yi residence will emerge as the epicenter of the imperial capital, perhaps even the heart of the entire realm. He hopes that the Yi residence and the Red Dust Cottage will support one another, ensuring that even in his absence, the Yi residence remains steadfast and the Red Dust Cottage retains its essence. The several celestial-grade spiritual artifacts will not be taken away. They shall forever reside within the Yi residence and the Red Dust Cottage. After a prolonged period of arrangement, the preliminary setup of the Piaolon Pavilion has finally been completed. Standing at the entrance, Yi Chen spoke with an air of profundity. Old Jiang, you must be able to sense that the fortune I have bestowed upon you extends far beyond mere survival. Jiang Lao lowered his head, acknowledging, I understand. The essence of life, as a core principle, has undergone a lengthy baptism with the power of a spiritual sovereign. How could it merely equate to surviving? Yi Chen has granted this old man an additional several hundred years of life, while he originally had less than a decade remaining. Furthermore, the essence of life has significantly enhanced the old man's physique. Such benefits are far too intricate to articulate in mere words. The power of the principle is unfathomably profound. Given Jiang Taihua's physical condition, reaching the mid-stage of the spiritual saint realm was already his utmost limit. He lacked the time to attain the late stage, which would require at least several hundred years. The late stage of the spiritual saint realm would have been his final destination. Yet now, he harbors hope for reaching the spiritual sovereign realm. Jiang Taihua's expression of gratitude for his rebirth is no exaggeration in the slightest. Yi Chun, with a calm demeanor, continued, "You have just witnessed what the Piaolon Pavilion signifies for the Red Dust Cottage. I hope you will become its guardian spirit." Jiang Taihua solemnly clasped his fists, declaring, "I understand. I shall not disappoint your highness's trust. As long as I am here, the Piaolon Pavilion shall endure." Yi Chun nodded. "Come. Let me introduce you to the Red Dust Cottage." He entrusted him to Meng Lan and strolled with Jiang Taihua through the Red Dust Cottage. Meanwhile, Yi Chun took a deep breath, ascended to the rooftop, and poured some peculiar spiritual liquid onto his pet egg before making his way downstairs. "Dog, come on. Let us go out and have some fun." The dog eagerly bounded over, leaping high into the air. Luo Shui, observing Yi Chun, couldn't help but smile knowingly. As time quietly slipped away, that night, Jiang Taihua remained in the lavish surroundings of the Piaolon Pavilion, marveling at the opulent environment that felt utterly dreamlike. Previously, he had never imagined that while Yi Chun and the Red Dust Cottage were renowned, the reality surpassed all rumors in its grandeur. The celestial-grade spiritual artifacts, which he had witnessed during the day under Meng Lan's guidance, were truly astonishing. Originally, the arrangement of the floating orchid pavilion concealed the essence of Yi Chun's profound knowledge. However, reality struck him as absurd. The Red Dust Cottage was brimming with treasures. He never anticipated that a stroke of luck would lead him to such a tremendous opportunity, perhaps surpassing all the fortune he would encounter in his lifetime. This little fellow, indeed, is a remarkable support. A day has passed, and I foresee the path to becoming a spirit venerable. Unbeknownst to Yi Chun, who remained in Ouyang Qingfeng's chamber, Jiang Taihua's emotional turmoil was quite palpable. A piece of medium-rare beef and a piece of medium beef sizzled together in the pan. Why were they not conversing? Ouyang Qingfeng blinked, pondering if the meat could indeed speak. Such a profound concept. Yi Chun shook his head, explaining that they were not acquainted. Suddenly, Ouyang Qingfeng paused, as if she had grasped an elusive thought, yet failed to seize it entirely. "What kind of absurd question is this?" "Come again." Yi Chun smiled, presenting the riddle. "If a shark consumed 50 pounds of mung beans, what would happen?" Ouyang Qingfeng appeared to have gained some cleverness, taking her time before responding. Suddenly, her eyes lit up, and with conviction, she declared, "It would become fat." "Incorrect. It would transform into a mung bean shark." "Ah." Ouyang Qingfeng clenched her small fists tightly, her chest rising and falling dramatically. "I understand now. Just wait. I will definitely answer the next question correctly." Yi Chun, with a hint of amusement, posed another riddle. "If a piranha suddenly craved a vegetarian diet, what should it be fed?" Ouyang Qingfeng immediately began to ponder, her thoughts morphing into a thrilling espionage drama. This young man's answers defied all logic. They were undoubtedly more complex than they appeared. Logically, one would simply feed a vegetarian piranha vegetables. But could a piranha that eats vegetables still be called a piranha? Perhaps it should be termed a vegetable fish. Thus, the truth of the answer must be that it would still consume humans. Even if it desired a vegetarian diet, a piranha could not forsake its nature. It could only feast upon flesh. With unwavering confidence, Ouyang Qingfeng proclaimed, "Feed it a person who has eaten vegetables." "Ah?" Yi Chun's eyes sparkled with intrigue. "A person who has consumed vegetables. Your thought process is impressively swift." Yi Chun clapped his hands in delight. "Very well, I am pleased. Your answer is incorrect." Ouyang Qingfeng, initially filled with excitement, suddenly froze in disbelief. "Incorrect? How is that possible?" Yi Chun grinned mischievously. "The correct answer is a person in a vegetative state." Ouyang Qingfeng's lips twitched, and her expression darkened. She had failed again, losing 3 rounds in a row. And she was an empress. Did an empress not value her dignity? Fuming with indignation, Ouyang Qingfeng declared, "I refuse to believe it. One more time. This time, I will surely triumph over you." Yi Chun chuckled. "My dear sister, we agreed on a best of 3, and the loser must face a penalty. Are you attempting to breach our agreement?" Ouyang Qingfeng ground her silver teeth in frustration. "I am. Your sister. I have no intention of breaking our agreement. I demand another round, and this time I will certainly win." Yi Chun shook his head with a bemused smile, feeling a twinge of affectionate helplessness. All right. Whatever you say. I'm intimidated, after all. Who could resist my beloved elder sister? Humph. Ouyang Qingfeng retorted, pouting with feigned annoyance. Don't try to get chummy with me. No way. Hurry up and give me the next question. This time, I will definitely get it right. I shall win a round against you. Yi Chun chuckled inwardly, yet feigned deep contemplation on the outside. Since you are so eager to triumph over me, I shall raise the difficulty this time. Go ahead. I'm not afraid of you. The mirth in Yi Chen's eyes gradually transformed into a glint of mischief. Listen closely. There is a foreign woman who wishes to purchase chicken breast, but her language skills are utterly inadequate, leaving her unable to communicate with the locals. Consequently, she clutches her chest and mimics a chicken's clucking. Cluck, cluck, cluck. The following day, she desires to buy sausages and calls upon her husband. Can anyone explain why? Chapter 160. Half a spirit crystal. Ouyang Qingfeng's beautiful eyes widened, and in an instant, her demeanor deflated, her face flushed with embarrassment. Yi Chen's expression was rather peculiar, as he struggled to suppress his laughter. Uft. Ouyang Qingfeng suddenly looked up. You still dare to laugh at me? Yi Chun immediately stifled his chuckles, insisting, Sister, you must be mistaken. I am a professional. No matter what occurs, I shall never laugh. Unless I cannot help it. Ha ha. He laughed so hard he pounded the bed. Ouyang Qingfeng pouted, her expression filled with deep resentment. Yi Chun quickly composed himself, clearing his throat and puffing out his chest with utmost seriousness. Ouyang Qingfeng nervously tugged at her clothing. How am I supposed to say this? Do I really have to say it? Feigning ignorance. Yi Chun replied earnestly, Why can't you say it? Just say it as it is. Ouyang Qingfeng, fuming, tossed her clothing aside. Humph. You little rascal. Yi Chun's lips twitched, but he managed to keep his composure. Ouyang Qingfeng's chest heaved with a determined look, for what she needed to buy was sausage, which foreign women lacked. But her husband had. What? What are you saying? Her husband has sausage? Where? Yi Chun seemed to have discovered a new world, leaning in excitedly. Tell me more. What's the story behind her husband's sausage? Get lost. Ouyang Qingfeng slapped Yi Chun's face, pushing him away. Yi Chun retreated with a grin, observing Ouyang Qingfeng shake her head in confusion. Ouyang Qingfeng paused, bewildered. What do you mean? Am I wrong? Yi Chun sighed lightly. The answer is that her husband speaks the local language fluently. He is a local. Ouyang Qingfeng was taken aback and suddenly slammed her palm on the table. You? Surprised? Unexpected? Yi Chun nodded earnestly. We were unaware, but I am quite surprised and taken aback. Turns out you are such a sister. Ouyang Qingfeng's delicate face flushed once more. You little rascal, you are bullying me. Yi Chun chuckled, shaking his head in reflection. Ah, how unpredictable life is, like a casing wrapped around another. Ouyang Qingfeng fell silent. Yi Chun stood up and walked outside, declaring, The punishment is simple. Shout my name 3 times outside, and I shall willingly kneel at your feet. He turned back with a playful smile, casually closing the door behind him. Ouyang Qingfeng was left in a daze. What? What nonsense? I shall kneel at your feet? At your feet? Ouyang Qingfeng was suddenly struck by a thought, her face turning crimson to the roots of her ears. You little rascal. I knew you had ulterior motives. Just wait, you rotten brother. A quarter of an hour passed. Yi Chun stood on the rooftop, delighting in the starry sky, when he suddenly sensed a familiar aura blossoming. It was Ouyang Qingfeng's presence. A barrier swiftly rose, enveloping the entire villa. Subsequently, a delicate cry echoed through the air. Yi Chun, I am willing to prostrate myself before you. The words resounded thrice, each utterance more fervent than the last. A notification chimed, indicating a successful endeavor, granting 3 chances for a reward lottery. Yi Chun's eyes sparkled with delight. Comforted. Meanwhile, within the villa, Su Yun and Luo Shui abruptly opened their eyes, gazing out the window in astonishment. The world as Luo Shui knew it felt as though it had crumbled. The voice was unmistakably that of Ouyang Qingfeng. What could she possibly be doing? Could sibling affection truly run this deep? Was it genuinely so profound? In the embrace of his sister's boundless love, Yi Chun reveled in bliss. As time flowed like clouds drifting across the sky, the days passed swiftly. One day, Yi Chun leisurely returned to the tavern. A full month had elapsed since his encounter with Jiang Taiwa. The previous tale recounted how widow Zhang from the neighboring village had seduced Li Goxing, and the two were caught red-handed in a cornfield, nearly blinding onlookers with Li Goxing's flamboyant floral shorts. Yi Chun ascended the stairs with utmost seriousness, only to burst into laughter momentarily before resuming his solemn demeanor. Floral shorts. Indeed a peculiar taste for gauching. Perhaps I shall also commission a pair of floral shorts. Sihua is a dignified dog and deserves to make a grand appearance. That scene would surely be spectacular. Sihua would undoubtedly adore it. Sihua, I thank you. The tavern attracted a multitude of patrons, most congregating on the ground floor. Yichen understood that the establishment's delectable cuisine was the draw. He wondered what sort of individuals frequented this place to enjoy the performances. Before long, while Yichen amusedly mingled with the crowd, his smile gradually faded. After a moment of silence, he raised his glass and downed its contents in one gulp, tossing a spirit crystal aside as he rose to depart. The grand performance was about to commence. In the blink of an eye, outside the imperial city, Yichen had distanced himself several kilometers from the metropolis. Standing gracefully atop the treetops, his garments fluttered elegantly, akin to an extraordinary gentleman. Soon, a majestic flying vessel approached. Yichen chuckled inwardly. After a month of leisure, had these individuals finally reached their limit? Ever since recalling the celestial blood-kill order, Yichen had remained vigilant regarding this matter. With the Void Emperor's eye at his disposal, his understanding of spatial principles remained on its initial tier, yet his actual capabilities had vastly improved. For instance, his spatial perception had sharpened. Even from a distance, he could detect the foul odor emanating from these individuals. As the flying vessel drew nearer, Yichen sensed a presence and smiled faintly. I come from the heavenly realm, seeking joy and sorrow. His resonant voice echoed through the heavens and the earth. A formidable pressure, akin to that of a spirit emperor, enveloped the surroundings, causing the airborne vessel to halt abruptly. Then, figures began to emerge in succession, 8 in total. What truly narrowed Yichen's eyes was the distinctly different aura of one among them. A spirit saint. Although 100 million spiritual crystals is indeed a fortune, the spiritual sage, Yichen harbored a suspicion in his heart. The figure clad in dark robes, with hair and beard as white as snow, possessed piercing eyes that gleamed with vitality, immediately fixed his gaze upon Yichen below. The spiritual emperor realm. You must be Yichen, am I correct? Yichen laughed heartily, expressing his gratitude for the esteem shown by all, remarking on the lengths they had traveled to deliver his head. The elder in the black robe chuckled in response, confirming that he was indeed as arrogant as the rumors suggested. To be frank, our supreme Dao Heavenly Palace holds you in high regard. If you simply surrender the item and bow down to acknowledge your mistakes to our supreme Dao Heavenly Palace, we would not be averse to accepting you. Yichen shook his head, dismissing the supreme Dao Heavenly Palace. What are they? Trash, no matter how loudly they proclaim themselves. You. The elder's face darkened. How dare you insult our supreme Dao Heavenly Palace? Yichen smirked. Not only do I insult you, but I also insult your mother. By the way, I seem to have forgotten that I owe your mother some money. I left in a hurry last time after pulling up my pants. Shall I just settle it directly with you? It's not much, just half a spiritual crystal. Chapter 161. So inexpensive? The voice echoed through the heavens, drawing the gaze of the group surrounding the elder towards him. A burly man, bare-chested, wore a peculiar expression. Only half a spirit crystal? How absurd. Do you wish for death? The elder turned his gaze upon the man, his eyes resembling a volcano on the brink of eruption. The burly man, realizing the gravity of the situation, forced a reluctant smile and fell silent. After all, the elder was a spirit saint. He was indeed courting peril. The elder then directed his attention to Yichen. You little rascal, do you find delight in your sharp tongue? I shall soon have it severed and feed it to the dogs. Bring it on. I want him alive. Upon hearing this, the surrounding individuals immediately sprang into action, converging upon Yichen. Yet, Yichen appeared utterly innocent, shouting anxiously, It's true. This is not mere banter. I genuinely mean it. It truly costs only half a spirit crystal. My mother even mentioned a discount. 3 tries for 1 spirit crystal. Quickly, kill him. Kill him now. The elder in black lost his composure, shrieking in desperation. Yichen, witnessing this, chuckled to himself. Ah, the fun had just begun. Yichen turned his gaze to the 7 spirit emperors approaching him, speaking earnestly. Esteemed ones, it truly is but half a spirit crystal. Would you not wish to give it a try? Though it may be a bit shady, the price is undeniably enticing. You fools, are you all swine? Quickly slay him. As the elder's furious cries reverberated, the burly man grinned widely. Kid, I have little fondness for the elderly. I hear you have 2 sisters? Yichen's expression turned icy. In an instant, he vanished from sight. Almost simultaneously, a piercing sound resonated through the air as a blade met flesh in a most resonant manner. The burly man's eyes widened in shock, staring blankly at Yi Chun, who was now uncomfortably close. He slowly glanced down at his chest. A long knife had been brutally plunged into his torso. The expression of the burly man morphed from shock to sheer disbelief. Yi Chun's gaze was as sharp as a winter's chill, and his grip on the knife suddenly twisted. Ah! The agonizing scream erupted. The blade churned within his body. This sight rendered the world around them utterly silent. All gazes were fixed upon Yi Chun, their faces etched with incredulity. When did this happen? How had Yi Chun accomplished this? It was nearly instantaneous. Yi Chun swiftly withdrew the long knife, its black blade slicing through the air with fluid grace, descending smoothly from above. With one decisive stroke, blood gushed forth, yet a shimmering shield enveloped Yi Chun, shielding him from the crimson spray. All that remained visible were his piercing eyes and his somber voice. I apologize. I find joy in jesting with others. But should they mock me, they must face death. The onlookers were left in stunned silence, save for the elder in black, whose eyes narrowed with growing apprehension. Yi Chun's aura indeed resonated with that of a spirit emperor, yet his recent display of lethal prowess ignited a profound sense of caution within the elder. He recalled the setbacks the supreme Tao Heavenly Palace had suffered at the hands of this young man in recent days. The Nine Heavens Alliance was unexpectedly subdued by this young man single-handedly. The elder's rage seemed to be doused by a bucket of cold water. In the face of this youth, one could not afford to be careless, even if he were a spirit saint. The elder waved his hand, commanding the others not to act recklessly, urging them to join forces against him. After all, he was but one individual. Let us not forget, the reward for the blood-killing order is 100 million. With these words, those around him quickly regained their composure, their eyes gradually revealing a true murderous intent. This time, it was genuine malice. All were spirit emperors, and none present were mere trifles. Yi Chun's swift kills had made their capabilities all too clear. This young man was a cunning wolf in sheep's clothing, capable of taking lives in the blink of an eye. The group exchanged glances, and an intense pressure began to rise around them. In an instant, a storm of energy was unleashed. Yi Chun's playful demeanor vanished, his piercing gaze locking onto the elder in the sky. You summoned a group of worthless pawns. How amusing. At this level, the existence of cannon fodder holds no significance. Even a spirit emperor is merely a slightly more advanced form of fodder. You, so oblivious to your own limitations. Everyone, attack together. The surrounding individuals erupted in fury and charged forward. Yet, Yi Chun's focus remained solely on the elder, who chuckled lightly. The significance of their struggle was irrelevant to him. Regardless of the outcome, it was their choice, and he had ample time to wait. Wait for what? For them all to perish one by one. Such feeble beings could hardly deplete his strength. Yi Chun felt a twinge of boredom. It seemed they would be disappointed, for they no longer needed to wait. In an instant, an enigmatic sense of pressure surged forth. At that moment, all present widened their eyes in disbelief. They were immobilized. The space. It was the very fabric of space that had solidified. Panic crept into their expressions as they began to struggle and roar. But Yi Chun's spatial confinement was beyond their feeble capabilities to escape. A massive silver-white blade began to coalesce in the sky, not just one, but a multitude of blades. Spatial blades. A multitude of white blades intersected sharply, resembling a grotesque bloom. At the center of this intersection lay their frail bodies. In but a heartbeat, the 7 spirit emperors were all pierced through by the chaotic blades. The elder's gaze momentarily froze. The spectacle was undeniably impactful. Even he, to eliminate so many in an instant, would require careful contemplation, yet it seemed effortless in Yi Chun's hands. A chill coursed through the elder's heart as he sensed the exaggerated power of space, heightening his caution. Intriguing indeed. No wonder he is hailed as the foremost genius. Such spatial power is worthy of admiration, even from me. Yi Chun's expression turned cold. Have you finished your pointless chatter? The elder's eyes widened slightly, a flicker of anger emerging. Yi Chun did not pause for a moment. Having finished his words, he was ready to face death. The elder, in a fit of rage, burst into laughter, unleashing an overwhelming aura. What nonsense! No matter how gifted you are, do you truly believe you can confront a spirit sage today? Yi Chun smirked. And why not? You, The elder, now filled with murderous intent, declared that the youth was utterly oblivious to his own insignificance. Prepare to meet your end. Boom. A ferocious sense of oppression suddenly reached its peak, and in that moment, Yi Chun felt an immense pressure closing in from all directions. It was as if the very heavens and earth were crushing him. The elder shouted fiercely, followed by a palm descending from the sky. Let us see how you turn the tide. Void-defying palm print. A palm print took shape, expanding continuously as it descended. In the blink of an eye, this palm print grew to an astonishing size, crushing down with an unimaginable force. The oppressive sensation surged to an extreme intensity. At this moment, alongside the overwhelming pressure, the sensation of being suppressed by the palm print howled towards him. Yi Chun felt as though he had been completely ensnared, surrounded by an endless sea of pressure. He was utterly cornered. Chapter 162. The collapse of mindset. A heavy and oppressive atmosphere engulfed the surroundings as a colossal palm print descended, resembling an enormous mountain of unimaginable proportions. In such a dire scenario, Yi Chun stood alone, insignificantly small like a mere speck of dust, seemingly on the verge of shattering at any moment. The old man could not suppress a sinister grin, exclaiming, "Little brat, today you shall learn what it means to be a spirit saint. In this land, my supreme Tao heavenly palace is supreme. Since you have two sisters, I shall make full use of you. Rest assured, I shall personally inform them of the tragic manner of your demise." He. As the palm print loomed ever closer, Yi Chun listened to the old man's ramblings, his heart swelling with murderous intent. Yet, he remained motionless, appearing as if he were indeed subdued by the overwhelming pressure. The old man, noticing this, sneered repeatedly, "Die? You should have perished long ago." However, at the very last moment, Yi Chun's gaze suddenly sharpened, his complexion turning pale as he spat out a mouthful of reverse blood. The blood splattered 3 feet. Simultaneously, on the colossal palm print that was mere inches away, an exaggerated force of spatial energy surged forth. In the blink of an eye, that gigantic palm print vanished entirely. What? The old man widened his eyes in shock, his expression one of utter disbelief. As if sensing something, he abruptly looked upwards. There, the air began to distort violently, and an enormous palm print materialized within that space. This is the spirit void great palm print. This is his palm print. How could this be possible? The old man's eyes bulged, his face a mask of horror. Spatial transfer. It's a spatial transfer. His palm print, a spirit saint level attack with such an expansive reach, had been forcibly reversed by Yi Chun in such a short span of time. How terrifying must one's mastery of space be to achieve this? It was simply inconceivable. The situation was overwhelmingly sudden. The palm print was now directly above him, and he had no time left to employ any countermeasures. In a moment of desperation, the old man hastily retrieved an exquisitely crafted small object. This trinket was entirely translucent, exuding a verdant hue, resembling a diminutive turtle. A magnificent green halo expanded furiously, swiftly forming a luminous shield. This was indeed a magnified ethereal image of the Xiangui. In the next instant, a thunderous explosion erupted. Boom! The old man was violently shaken, his complexion paling instantly as the ethereal turtle image was crushed downwards by 3 feet in an instant, before shattering into pieces. Like a kite severed from its string, the old man plummeted towards the ground. In midair, Yi Chun felt the surge of stellar energy within him, the essence of life, combined with the effects of accelerated regeneration, allowed him to swiftly recover from the internal turmoil he had endured. Watching the old man fall, Yi Chun couldn't help but wear a bittersweet smile, still haunted by the close call. Indeed, this maneuver, akin to a bug, presents an insurmountable challenge. In the past, he harbored similar thoughts, yet he sensed the difficulty. This time, however, he could not resist the temptation to attempt it once. Ah, how delightful! But I shan't engage in it again. It may be hard to believe, yet for the first time in many years, Yi Chun found himself injured and spitting blood due to his own reckless actions. With a light chuckle, Yi Chun noticed that his body had fully recovered in such a short span of time. Casting a glance towards the direction where the elder had fallen, he swiftly teleported to that location. In midair, the elder was extracting a pill bottle, hastily stuffing a medicinal pill into his mouth. Upon sensing Yi Chun's sudden appearance, the elder sprang up in alarm. "Yi Chun, how on earth did you accomplish this?" How can your mastery of space be so profound? Yi Chen smirked. Can't you fathom it? There are countless things beyond your comprehension. For instance, your blood will freeze. As those words fell, the elder's pupils constricted violently. A wave of horror washing over him as he summoned his spiritual power. Almost visibly, frost began to manifest on his right leg, with the chill permeating even through his trousers. The elder was gripped by terror, desperately attempting to suppress the frosty force. However, his efforts bore little fruit, leaving him disheartened. But I am a spirit saint. How can this be possible? As he struggled, he lifted his gaze, fear evident on his face. What manner of being is this young man, with such bizarre abilities? How can one even fight against this? Doubt began to creep into the elder's mind. If this continued, his leg would be rendered useless. It was still not too late to retreat, but as time stretched on, the cost of recovery would multiply several times over. Yi Chen chuckled lightly, suddenly struck by an idea. A peculiar glint appeared in his eyes as he remarked, "Old fellow, why not? Send half a spirit crystal to your dear mother?" The elder was taken aback, but the next moment, fury coursed through him. "You insolent wretch! I shall kill you. Just wait. I vow to annihilate your entire family. I shall sell your two sisters to a brothel for all eternity." Suddenly, a sharp sound interrupted him. The elder's voice faltered, and he looked down in shock to find a gaping wound in his chest. His eyes widened in disbelief, a creeping terror settling in. "Not again. Are you human or a ghost?" The elder's composure shattered. Yi Chen turned away, snapping his fingers as he gracefully soared into the distance. A light laughter echoed back, as if addressing the elder's confusion. Space is omnipresent. The chilling aura enveloping the elder began to expand rapidly, soon engulfing his entire being. In midair, a sculpture of ice gradually took shape, the essence of life swiftly dissipating. At a certain moment, the ice sculpture plummeted to the ground, ultimately shattering into countless fragments. In the quaint abode of the mortal realm, Yi Chen returned, finding Luo Shui engaged in playful antics with Si Ha in the courtyard. Upon witnessing Yi Chen's descent, Luo Shui instinctively greeted him, exclaiming, "Your Highness has returned." However, her expression soon transformed into one of shock as she gazed intently at him. "Your Highness, you." Si Ha scampered over, and Yi Chen playfully ruffled its fur, inquiring, "What is it?" As Luo Shui approached with petite steps, she exclaimed, "Your clothing. You are injured." Yi Chen paused, glancing down to discover his attire stained with blood. Surely, this was a remnant of the backlash he had experienced, the result of his earlier misadventure. Shaking his head, he reassured her, "It is nothing of concern. I merely engaged with something intriguing that nearly went awry." Indeed, it had almost spiraled out of control. Had the spatial transfer failed in that moment, not only would Yi Chen have suffered from the backlash, but the formidable imprint of the Void's great hand would have undoubtedly struck him. Though death was not a possibility, his physique was resilient enough to withstand the might of a spirit saint's single strike. He certainly would not emerge unscathed. Yi Chen could not help but sigh, reflecting on the perilous nature of the experience. Truly dangerous, not enjoyable in the least. Luo Shui observed Yi Chen's continued preoccupation with the notion of enjoyment, and a subtle smile graced her lips, her gaze imbued with a hint of affectionate tenderness. Chapter 163. The passage of seasons. If it ceases to be enjoyable, then it is best not to partake any longer, Your Highness. In response to her tone, Yi Chen could not help but glance at her once more. He felt as if he had been relegated to the role of a younger brother once again. This notion was quite perceptive. Yi Chen released Si Ha and made his way towards the villa. Understood. In the study, there exists a humble inscription. Transcribe it 100 times for me. Luo Shui. Yi Chen returned to his room, changed his attire, and stepped out. Upon reaching the terrace, he spotted Jiang Taihua. "Young master, just a moment ago, outside the city." Jiang Taihua, possessing the strength of a spirit sage, was not surprised to sense the commotion outside. Yi Chen casually remarked, "An old wretch has grown weary of life. He believes himself formidable. Yet I pierced a hole in his chest." Jiang Taihua's heart skipped a beat as he instinctively touched his own chest. He felt a sense of indignation, yet lacked any proof. Yi Chen cast a sidelong glance at him. Indeed, Jiang Taihua's aura had stabilized significantly. The baptism of life's profound truths was continually exerting its effects. The benefits, initially superficial, would gradually reveal their significance over time. Make sure to practice diligently. The spiritual energy density in the Red Dust Cottage is quite substantial. It is a rare boon. I am counting on you to handle things independently. With that, Yi Chen leisurely retrieved a can of soda and opened it. You and I are not the same. I merely need to stroll with the dog, take naps, and my cultivation naturally ascends. You must not emulate me. You must strive hard. Jiang Taihua seemed again to feel a sting of insult. Silently, he departed. Why subject oneself to such vexation on the rooftop? It truly defied reason. He must have lost his mind. Even with Yi Chen's prowess as a spirit venerable, what did it matter if a spirit sage battled outside? Regardless of who perished, Yi Chen would remain unharmed. Sigh. The red dust cottage is quite pleasant, yet some individuals cannot refrain from speaking. Yi Chen observed Jiang Taihua's retreating figure, lost in contemplation. I sense a betrayal lurking behind me, yet I possess no evidence. Out of the corner of his eye, he glimpsed the pet egg and approached it, scrutinizing it closely before giving it a gentle kick. Surprisingly, despite its rotund shape, it remained steadfast, swaying yet refusing to topple over. Have you ever seen a roly-poly toy? Yi Chen found it amusing and kicked it once more. The pet egg had been there for quite some time, far exceeding the hatching period of the little fairy demon. Yet to this day, the creature showed no signs of life. Not even a hint from the system indicated how much longer it would take for this entity to emerge. Yi Chen sighed. It seemed that his desire for a pet was proving to be quite challenging. Feeling a wave of melancholy, he lowered his head and made his way to his sister's room. His young heart yearned for the solace that could be found in lottery draws. As time passed slowly, Yi Chen gradually discerned that the so-called Dao Tian blood-killing order appeared to hold little value. Since the day the elder of the spirit sage passed away, a month has elapsed, and no one has dared to approach him since. Then Yi Chen discovered that his value had increased. News from Yi Xingtian revealed that his blood-kill order had escalated, soaring fivefold from 100 million spirit crystals. His worth has multiplied. His head is now exceedingly valuable. The actions of the Supreme Dao Heavenly Palace undoubtedly conveyed a message to the outside world. The previous operation had failed. That endeavor, led by an elder of the spirit sage realm from the Supreme Dao Heavenly Palace, along with a band of desperate individuals, ended in failure despite such formidable forces. This quickly led people to recognize the truth. Yi Chen had become a spirit sage. The year is not yet over, and Yi Chen has already reached the spirit sage realm. An 11-year-old spirit sage. The world's foremost genius. How terrifying. This is truly monstrous beyond belief. As a result, the outcome is that fewer dare to provoke him. Now, even fewer dare to do so. The Dao Tian bloodkill order is merely a lonely pursuit. It's a jest. How many spirit sages are there in the world? The Supreme Dao Heavenly Palace has already lost one. Who would dare step forward to court death? Those in the spirit sage realm are particularly cautious about their lives, preferring to remain in seclusion. Thus, Yi Chen's worth has risen again. 1 billion, 10 billion spirit crystals. Simply for the bounty on Yi Chen's head, it seems the world has gone mad. Yi Chen is overjoyed, exclaiming, my value has risen again. 1 billion. Who can match my worth? Undoubtedly, I am a high-quality human. Before long, the weather began to cool. One day, after returning from the tailor, Yi Chen suddenly sensed a surge of energy within the villa. His heart stirred, and a force of cultivation immediately enveloped the area, forming a protective barrier. Within this boundary, the wind stirred. Yi Chen observed the fragile glass, a hint of joy flickering in his heart. For the past few days, his two sisters had spent most of their time in seclusion, thus diminishing his opportunities to reap benefits. However, fortuitously, a situation he longed to witness had now emerged. Sui Yun had broken through. Late-stage Spirit King. Yi Chen could hardly contain his excitement, as if he could already see the unknown rewards of the ancient secret realm beckoning to him. Enthusiastically, he returned to his room to change his attire. When he emerged, Sui Yun was already in the courtyard. Upon seeing Yi Chen, she appeared somewhat surprised. Dressed in white, with a light gray fox fur draped over her shoulders, he exuded an air of scholarly elegance, albeit the kind associated with affluent young masters, imbued with the scent of vile money. Sui Yun recalled that many years ago, Yi Chen had donned a similar outfit, though back then, he was just a small child. Yi Chen beamed with delight, offering his congratulations. Sui Yun nodded slightly, and then remarked, "Such a show-off." Yi Chen was taken aback. "What is this? She starts by scolding me?" Sui Yun smiled. "Are you still afraid of the cold?" Yi Chen gazed at his freshly crafted attire, extending his arms and waving them with a hint of playful defiance. What? Does it not suit me? He teased. Suiyun, you are utterly frivolous. Unable to contain himself, Yichen smirked. What now? Has the line between us blurred with your newfound prowess? Do you dare to challenge me? Believe it or not, I could hang you from a tree. With a scoff, Suiyun turned away, dismissing him entirely. A sly smile danced upon Yichen's lips as an air of authority enveloped him. With a swift motion, he crouched down and effortlessly hoisted Suiyun onto his shoulder. Come on, fresh pork for sale, just $1,000,000 a pound. You can't lose or be deceived. Suiyun, taken aback, felt her cheeks flush with indignation. Alas, she found herself unable to move. In a flash, Yichen darted towards the grassy expanse. Ascending a nearby blue smoke tree, where he triumphantly deposited Suiyun atop its branches. Beneath the tree, Yichen clapped his hands together, a grin illuminating his face as he admired his own handiwork. What do you think? Have you finally grasped the essence of discernment? With a brother as charming, understanding, and exceptionally handsome as I, a rarity in this world, how could you not treat me like royalty? Still contemplating insults towards me? Truly, such folly is beyond comprehension. With your intellect, since our encounter, even swine no longer dare claim the bottom rung, and dogs shake their heads in disbelief. Where is Siha? Come here. Give her a shake of your head. Chapter 164. The storm approaches. Siha possesses a remarkable awareness of his role as a tool, or rather, as a loyal companion. He eagerly approached, tongue lolling, almost prancing. Even dogs would shake their heads. If I do not shake my head, would I not be betraying my nature as a dog? Siha scrutinized the situation, lifted his gaze to Suiyun, then bowed his head in a resigned shake, as if heaving a sigh, before turning to depart. Suiyun felt an overwhelming sense of absurdity. How had she not noticed this dog's theatrical flair before? Ah, Siha, life as a dog is indeed a performance. As the notifications of lottery entries chimed in, Yichen clapped his hands with a smile, releasing Suiyun from his grasp. So, do you now recognize who holds the greater power? Suiyun, landing gracefully, crinkled her nose and retorted, I am the greatest. Even the king of heaven himself cannot surpass me. Yichen replied, very well, you are indeed the greatest. He observed the rise and fall of Suiyun's chest in silence. A flicker of doubt crossed Suiyun's mind. Why was this fellow not countering her? Catching Yichen's gaze, she paused, lowered her eyes, and her fair complexion flushed crimson. Yichen, with a smirk, hummed a tune and sauntered away. A few days later, Ouyang Qingfeng also achieved a breakthrough. Both sisters, as empresses, appeared to possess equally formidable talents. Yichen felt a surge of happiness, even a hint of anticipation. The Supreme Tao Celestial Palace. If you do not come to seek me, I may just have to pay you a visit myself. Rest assured, I, Yichen, am a friendly individual. When it comes to action, I do not engage in excessive chatter. That winter, the snow fell unusually early. Clad in a fox fur coat, Yichen stood at the doorway, gazing at the swirling snowflakes outside. His eyes were profoundly contemplative. Recently, Yi Xingtian had conveyed news of significant movements occurring beyond their realm. The Supreme Tao Celestial Palace could no longer contain itself. A bounty of 1 billion had failed to attract powerful adversaries. Yichen's reputation had evidently instilled a sense of trepidation in others. Thus, the Supreme Tao Celestial Palace was preparing to take matters into its own hands. Days had passed, and Yichen mused that those individuals should be nearing their destination. In the past, he had harbored some apprehension towards them, yet now he found himself surprisingly unburdened by pressure. Amidst the snowy landscape, the world felt extraordinarily tranquil. In a distant metropolis, beneath the same snowfall, a youthful figure gazed out of a window with keen interest. She appeared to be in her late teens. With rosy lips and white teeth, her cascading hair resembling a waterfall. Despite the frigid air, she was clad only in a sheer, deep blue gown that accentuated her porcelain skin. Were Yichen present, he would undoubtedly be captivated. Was this not the epitome of his preferred fair complexion? With the window slightly ajar, the angle allowed her to glimpse the street below, where a row of striking blue trees stood vibrantly against the falling snow. Miss, do you believe that gentleman truly possesses the extraordinary abilities rumored about him? It is often said that he is the unparalleled genius of the world. But have those who utter such words truly witnessed the world? The young girl gazes at the courtyard and the 3-story pavilion peeking above. her bright peach blossom eyes filled with boundless curiosity. The Supreme Tao Heavenly Palace has sought trouble with him on more than one occasion, yet here they are, at peace. A 10-year-old spirit king and an 11-year-old spirit saint may not be mere fabrications. I have an instinct that this young master might indeed be extraordinary. Let us wait and see. The truth will soon reveal itself. Amidst the swirling snow, her eyes shimmer with brilliance. In the dead of night, Yi Chun was enjoying a deep slumber when he was abruptly jolted awake by an earth-shattering alarm. The alternating red and blue warning lights pierced through the darkness, instilling an unwelcome sense of urgency. Alarm! Alarm! A superclass powerhouse has been detected approaching. Level 1 combat readiness initiated. Alarm! Alarm! A superclass powerhouse has been detected approaching. Level 1 combat readiness initiated. Yi Chun snapped his eyes open, momentarily dazed, and cursed under his breath. Damn it! Why must it be in the dead of night? Is daytime toxic? Grumbling, he stepped out of his room, encountering Su Yun, Ouyang Qing Feng, and Luo Shui, who had also emerged. Luo Shui appeared somewhat anxious, while Ouyang Qing Feng wore an expression of excitement, exclaiming, "Chun'er, it's your time to shine again." Yi Chun shot him a disdainful glance, shaking his head as he descended the stairs. Though the timing was irritating, given the circumstances, it was likely time for a definitive resolution. This time, the visitors must surely be significant figures. Yi has long been awaiting their arrival. Outside, a desolate horn echoed throughout the city, the night seemingly cloaked in an iron-blooded aura. Above the red dust pavilion, the ethereal figure of the Watcher Goddess appeared in midair, a golden protective barrier expanding outward. Alongside it, the Imperial Star Divine Palace and the ancient Thunder Dragon joined in the spectacle. High above the Imperial capital, an enormous super dragon's phantom spiraled through the sky, descending with a purple light barrier. Compared to the Watcher Goddess, the presence of the ancient Thunder Dragon was far more imposing, its size absurdly grand. The pressure had already begun to swell. Within a nearby inn, a woman clad in a deep blue gauze dress quietly settled at the eaves, her beautiful eyes filled with curiosity and astonishment. It is said that both the Red Dust Pavilion and the Yi Manor possess a celestial-level spiritual artifact, but it seems there are far more than just two. The young Master's foundation is unexpectedly formidable. In the courtyard, Yi Chun rose, instructing, "You all stay here and keep an eye on the Red Dust Pavilion and Yi Manor. As for you, Elder Jiang, the home is entrusted to your care." At that moment, Jiang Taihua was utterly bewildered, his attention consumed by the overwhelming atmosphere surrounding them. Although he had long sensed the exceptional nature of the Red Dust Pavilion, the true eruption left him awestruck. With such a foundation, why would you need me to remain? What purpose do I serve? Yi Chun had risen and was soaring directly towards the outskirts of the city. Die, he thought. Tonight, I shall send you all to meet the King of Hell. My world will be tranquil, and not a single one of you shall escape. However, he had barely flown a short distance when an inexplicable sensation compelled him to turn his gaze in a particular direction. Beneath the resplendent sky, a maiden clad in a deep blue gauzy dress stood at the eaves, her attire fluttering gracefully, untouched by the dust of the world. Yi Chun could not help but steal another glance at her, a rare beauty. When had such a girl graced the capital? He hastily averted his gaze. Yet the maiden's interest seemed to intensify as she observed his retreating figure. Soon, Yi Chun gracefully descended upon the city wall, narrowing his eyes at the scene before him. Beyond the fortifications, 3 protective barriers descended in succession, and beyond these barriers, figures loomed in abundance. 3 flying vessels hovered in the distant sky. The army was at the gates. Chapter 165. One must know the aspirations of youth amidst a flurry of snowflakes. The night sky bore an eerie crimson hue, reminiscent of blood's vivid allure. Beneath 3 vessels, solemn figures stood suspended in the void, seemingly cloaking half the heavens. At the pinnacle, 3 silhouettes occupied an open expanse, distinctly separated from the rest. One figure, a woman clad in a flowing gray robe with silver hair, exuded an aura of authority despite her age. In her grasp was a slender staff, emanating an imposing presence. To her side stood an elderly man, bare-chested and muscular, his white hair cropped short. His aura was thick with an air of lethal intent. At the center stood a middle-aged man in a blue robe, appearing significantly younger, wielding a folding fan that lent him an air of flamboyance. Yet, among the trio, his essence was the most profound. Upon noticing a youthful presence atop the city walls, the middle-aged man quickly fixed his gaze on Yi Chun. However, as his eyes fell upon him, a slight frown creased his brow. He could not sense Yi Chun's strength. The middle-aged man spoke, his voice resonating powerfully across the expanse. "You are Yi Chun?" The atmosphere trembled with his words. Yi Chun's figure began to rise into the air, declaring, "What a grand spectacle! The Taishang Dao Heavenly Palace truly holds me in high regard. Have you all come in full force?" Unfazed, the middle-aged man replied, "You overestimate yourself, young one. You know nothing of the Taishang Dao Heavenly Palace. My presence here today is a gesture of goodwill. Before you lie but two paths." Yi Chun raised an eyebrow, intrigued. "I am eager to hear how the Taishang Dao Heavenly Palace arranges matters for others." The middle-aged man extended a finger. "The first path is simple. Surrender the ancient key, and you shall join the Taishang Dao Heavenly Palace." He then extended a second finger. "The second path involves us seizing the ancient key by force, leading to your demise, with your imperial city accompanying you in burial." At this juncture, the middle-aged man bore a sly smile, as if he had already secured his victory over Yi Chun. "In a moment of choice, you may ascend to greatness or plunge into eternal despair. Today, the world is watching. How will you decide?" His voice echoed across countless miles. In that moment, as he had stated, the entire city listened, and all eyes were upon them. The atmosphere was charged with anticipation. Yet, Yi Chun merely chuckled softly. "This year, I turn 11. The middle-aged man paused, perplexed by the implication of his words. Countless gazes across the realm mirrored a sense of skepticism. Yi Chun continued, "There is a saying that fits perfectly in this moment." The middle-aged man scrutinized him, a foreboding sensation creeping into his heart. "What saying?" With a calm smile and eyes like stars, Yi Chun replied, "One must know the aspirations of youth. Once promised, they may become the finest in the world." In an instant, the sanguine haze enveloping Yi Chun's back dissipated, revealing an endless expanse of twinkling stars. This scene sent ripples of astonishment throughout the realm. Within the quaint abode, the three maidens could not help but gaze towards that celestial sea, where the silhouette upon the city wall seemed eternal. For many years to come, that phrase would be indelibly etched into their lives, the long road ahead, and that silhouette would be their guiding light. Equally bright-eyed was the enchanting figure perched upon the eaves, standing gracefully, as if ethereal. The young girl fixed her gaze upon Yi Chun's back, and in that moment, the world appeared to lose its color. The term peerless was aptly embodied here. Such demeanor rendered the journey worthwhile. In the air, Yi Chun's eyes resembled galaxies. Grateful for His Majesty's favor, I, Yi, have been bestowed the title of Guardian General of the nation, the pinnacle war god. Today, as you stand at the gates of the city, it seems you hold this imperial capital in disdain. The middle-aged man's expression darkened. Do you truly believe you are worthy? Or your Qianyuan empire? Apart from you, what remains of your Qianyuan capital? A horde of inept gluttons? You insensible wretches. I, out of consideration for your innate talent, offered you an opportunity, yet you remain obstinately ignorant. Allow me to witness your so-called prowess as the finest of mortals." The middle-aged man's ire escalated, and with a sudden wave of his hand, he commanded, "Seize him." As his words echoed, the heavens stirred, and numerous formidable beings descended, their auras manifesting in waves of oppressive might. At such a display of power, countless individuals in the imperial capital turned pale. Above the skies, nearly 100 figures appeared, none beneath the Spirit King level. Furthermore, among them, at least a dozen possessed the aura of spirit emperors. Such an assembly was insurmountable. Suddenly, the voice of the Qianyuan emperor resonated from the skies. "Chinner, the adversary's might is vast. Do not underestimate them. With 3 protective barriers in place, you need not venture forth to confront them. They may not be able to contend with us." Following the emperor's words, Yi Xingtian could no longer restrain himself, exclaiming, "Your Majesty speaks wisely. Chinner, do not act impulsively. As long as the Green Mountains remain, there is no fear of lack of firewood." Amidst the continuous reminders, many regained their composure, staring up at the sky in bewilderment. In such a formidable situation, only Yi Chun stood ready in the imperial capital. He was merely an 11-year-old child. In a fleeting moment, voices of the populace echoed throughout the capital, urging, "Your Highness, think thrice. Your Highness, do not venture out. Do not fall into their trap. Your Highness, remain calm." Heed the emperor's counsel. Gradually, the clamor within the capital grew louder, hinting at a burgeoning momentum. Such a spectacle caused even the three middle-aged men to exchange glances, their eyes flickering. They could discern that those voicing their concerns were merely ordinary citizens. It was hard to fathom how an 11-year-old prodigy, Yi Chun, could command such esteem among the common folk. Beneath the eaves, a maiden clad in a cerulean gauze dress gazed in astonishment at the splendid scene before her, one she had never encountered. How could the common folk harbor such deep concern for him? The girl could not help but direct her gaze toward Yi Chun's silhouette. The affection bestowed upon him by the populace could only stem from one reason. Yi Chun treated these ordinary people with great kindness. This alone sufficed to indicate that, regardless of circumstances, Yi Chun could not be a malevolent soul. Her beautiful eyes seemed to shine even brighter. Meanwhile, Yi Chun, suspended in midair, could not resist turning back to behold the resplendent city within the luminous barrier. The old emperor's words and his father's counsel elicited little reaction from him. They were cherished figures in his life. Yet, the concern of the common people stirred a complex array of emotions within him. In a moment of realization, amidst the bustling yet nostalgic city, Yi Chun felt an unprecedented sense of belonging. For the first time, he recognized that many of his decisions were not without purpose. A radiant smile graced his lips as he stepped beyond the shimmering veil. Today, he would unveil to the world what it truly meant to reach the pinnacle. Chapter 166. The Rise of War. Beneath the vast sky, numerous figures surged forth, akin to a colossal tide besieging a city with overwhelming momentum. The mere pressure generated by their unity stirred formidable waves. Yet, Yi Chun stood solitary, his expression unperturbed. Witnessing such a scene, countless pairs of eyes across the realm widened in shock, and many lamented with tears streaming down their faces. With a hearty laugh, Yi Chun proclaimed, "With the people of the imperial capital behind me, though I stand alone, I fear not the battle." Opposite him, three figures hovered in the sky, the middle-aged man, the elderly woman, and the bare-chested giant, remaining motionless. The elderly woman spoke softly. "Patriarch, this young man's cultivation is inscrutable, but he likely possesses the strength of a spirit saint. Is it wise to send them down?" The middle-aged man nodded slightly, acknowledging her insight. "You are correct, Elder Shao. I entrust you to go down and stabilize the situation. The Grand Elder and I will be ready to assist you at any moment." The bare-chested giant nodded and swiftly descended. Yi Chun narrowed his eyes at this development. At this juncture, a multitude of spirit kings and spirit emperors had completely encircled him, advancing in unison. The time for action was nigh. With a thought, Yi Chun directed his intent, summoning the essence of ice. He named this technique Heavenly Chill. In an instant, the air resonated with a low hum. Everyone distinctly felt the temperature plummet dramatically. More terrifying still, they sensed the chill emanating from within their very beings. Blood began to congeal. In the blink of an eye, dozens of spirit kings and spirit emperors at the scene found themselves frozen, their bodies stiffening in unison. In a moment of thought, silence enveloped the world. In the stillness, delicate snowflakes began to materialize, cascading gracefully to the ground. Where the snowflakes danced, despair reigned supreme. The newly arrived bare-chested giant felt his gaze narrow in alarm. He was too late. Even he could perceive the pervasive chill, let alone the spirit kings and spirit emperors. Given the intensity of this cold, it was evident that this power was beyond the reach of an ordinary spirit emperor. As expected, in mere moments, a layer of frost began to form on the bodies of those surrounding him, and one by one, figures fell like rain. In that instant, the arena fell into silence. Yi Chun's eyes sparkled like distant galaxies, a defiant smile gracing his lips as he fixed his gaze upon the highest-ranking middle-aged man. "The Grand Celestial Palace is but this." The middle-aged man's face darkened, his expression turning ashen. Who could have anticipated that in the blink of an eye, Yi Chun would eliminate all but three spirit saints? The Grand Celestial Palace would surely be set back centuries by this act. The middle-aged man's aura became increasingly turbulent. Very well. Truly, you are the world's greatest genius, possessing remarkable audacity. Since you have brought matters to this point, there is no need for further words. Today you shall die. Prepare to engage. As the words fell, the old woman suddenly emanated a formidable aura, an overwhelming pressure of spiritual sanctity. The bare-chested giant moved almost in unison, unleashing a similar level of spiritual sanctity. Remarkably, both individuals were at the late stage of spiritual sanctity, undeniably seasoned and powerful. Even more astonishing was the middle-aged man who followed closely behind, radiating an aura that suggested he had attained the pinnacle of spiritual sanctity. The intensity of such a presence was unparalleled, causing the very air to thicken and the surrounding view to appear slightly distorted. What an immense force of pressure this was! The middle-aged man seemed to sense a tremendous confidence swell within him as he sneered. "You little brat, my supreme Tao heavenly palace has never endured such a humiliation. I have already shown you mercy, and yet you still deserve death." The bare-chested giant laughed heartily, eager for battle. "It has been ages since these bones of mine have been put to use. Let us see how much you can endure." Within the imperial city, those who had recently been awed now felt a wave of anxiety wash over them, their hearts pounding with trepidation. At the eaves, a young girl clad in deep blue silk fixated intently on the distant battlefield, her delicate hands unconsciously forming tiny fists. In the red dust cottage, Luo Shui nervously clung to the railing, her small face paling slightly. Only Ouyang Qingfeng maintained a carefree demeanor, pondering whether these three spiritual sanctity warriors would pose any real challenge to him. Just how far had that young man progressed? Jiang Taiwan instinctively opened his mouth, yet at the last moment, he closed it again. As a dignified figure of spiritual sanctity, it was not befitting for him to voice his concerns. After all, it was rather undignified. Amidst the crowd's scrutiny, Yi Chen's gaze was drawn immediately to the bare-chested giant. In that moment, the giant's heart skipped a beat, as if he had been targeted by a terrifying presence. Yet, almost instantly, he chuckled inwardly, dismissing his own alarm. Even if Yi Chun were also a spiritual sanctity warrior, they had three of their own on their side. Danger? What danger could there be? However, in the next instant, the giant's pupils dilated sharply, a chilling sensation washing over him as if a deadly glare had landed upon him, causing a prickling pain throughout his body. What was happening? The middle-aged man, alarmed, instinctively shifted 3 feet to the side. At that very moment, an arm sliced through the residual image, causing the giant's heart to leap in terror as he turned his head. Yi Chun. The giant gazed at the arm, waves of shock crashing within him. When had this happened? Just a hair's breadth away, that arm could have pierced through his body. Being a warrior of spiritual sanctity, he had faced countless battles throughout his life, and within a brief moment, a fierce killing intent ignited in his eyes. What a little rascal! The giant glowed with a sanguine light, stabilizing himself before swiftly turning to unleash a sweeping palm strike. In an instant, an overwhelming pressure surged forth, as a blood-red palm imprint expanded rapidly, ballooning to several dozen meters in size, and bore down upon Yi Chun with unyielding force. A smirk emerged at the corner of Yi Chen's mouth. In the instant the palm imprint descended, his figure abruptly vanished once more. "Be careful!" A thunderous roar echoed. In the sky above, the middle-aged man widened his eyes in disbelief. He was hastening forward, and from a distance, he had distinctly witnessed Yi Chen's figure disappear, clearly perceiving his elusive and ethereal movements. A chill suddenly surged within the burly man, as if every sinew of his being trembled in trepidation. Yet, there was no time to spare. Yi Chen's actions were alarmingly swift. A flash of icy brilliance surged forth, manifesting into an enormous ice blade that shot out. "Halt!" The elderly woman suddenly raised her staff and uttered a soft incantation. In that critical moment, an invisible force emerged, compelling Yi Chen's arm to veer off course. The shot went awry. Chapter 167. A master at ease. With a swift motion, a dazzling flash of superlative blade light erupted, and a chilling scream escaped the middle-aged man's lips as one of his arms was severed cleanly at the root. Yi Chun, however, turned his gaze towards the old woman, his eyes brimming with a perilous intensity. This old wretch, the power she wielded just now was capable of influencing him. Had it not been for her intervention, the man would have lost not merely an arm, but his entire life. The man, howling in agony, was flung backward, while the middle-aged man rushed forward in a frenzy, his eyes filled with murderous intent. "You little brat!" Despite the overwhelming ferocity of his demeanor, a shimmering blue aura began to emanate from him as he charged towards Yi Chun. This aura clearly possessed defensive properties. The middle-aged man was evidently more astute than the brute, recognizing that Yi Chen's movements were so elusive that he required instantaneous protection at all times. Yi Chen squinted at the middle-aged man. You are the master of the supreme Tao Heavenly Palace? The man bellowed, realizing that surrender was not an option. You shall surely perish today, little brat. Supreme tidal waves. Suddenly, relentless surges of waves arose, swiftly enveloping a vast expanse, as if conjuring an entire world. Yi Chen found himself ensnared within this realm, acutely sensing the oppressive force closing in from all directions. Yet, he exhibited no signs of panic. Pondering the identity of this individual before him, could he be the elusive Zhou Changhe, or was there another? The enigmatic power manifested once more, causing Yi Chen's expression to tighten as he felt himself sinking into a quagmire, his movements becoming excruciatingly sluggish. He instinctively glanced far off at the old woman, who wore a cold smile, gazing at him as though he were mere prey on a chopping board. A surge of murderous intent welled up within Yi Chen. This old hag again. He narrowed his eyes, contemplating the insignificance of this domain. What could it possibly do to him? The middle-aged man, enraged to the point of laughter, retorted with words sharp as daggers. The colossal waves surged forth, crashing like a tsunami, yet Yi Chen merely smirked. Is that all you have? Have you not dined today? The middle-aged man's countenance twisted into a grimace, his aura fluctuating violently. Yi Chen chuckled coldly. At last, you have arrived. As the monstrous waves loomed before him, Yi Chen's icy gaze locked onto the middle-aged man. In the blink of an eye, he vanished once again. Not good. The middle-aged man's eyes widened in alarm as he instinctively fortified his defenses. Yet, in an instant, he realized that Yi Chen's presence had vanished entirely from the vicinity. His eyes bulging in disbelief, he abruptly turned to the sky, elder of the supreme Tao. The old woman's pupils contracted violently, and a faint blue glow enveloped her, forming a protective shield around her. But even this would not suffice to withstand Yi Chen's onslaught. He descended gracefully, a chilling voice echoing, "Old wretch, do you believe it wise to remain in the shadows?" With a single palm strike, he unleashed his power. Boom. Although there was not much of a shocking aura, the protective barrier surrounding the old woman suddenly shattered, and with a piercing scream, she plummeted downwards. In an instant, she fell hundreds of meters away, precisely towards the location of Yi Chen. As he raised his gaze to observe the rapidly approaching figure of the old woman, Yi Chen subtly extended his index finger. Perish. Wang Su flash. A brilliant cascade of starlight erupted, a beam of celestial light shooting forth in an instant. Boom. The earth-shattering sound resonated. Everyone could clearly see the sudden emergence of golden light enveloping the old woman, forming the shadow of a colossal bell. However, in the next moment, that very beam of light pierced through it. A wail echoed across the sky. In the distance, the robust man wore a grim expression, remaining still without any unnecessary movement. The middle-aged man gaped in disbelief, feeling as if he were caught in a surreal dream. The golden shadow was a spiritual artifact bestowed by their sect. Yet what had he just witnessed? That object had been penetrated. The middle-aged man felt an overwhelming pressure building within him. Yi Chen's prowess had evidently reached a level capable of breaching a spiritual artifact of the earth rank. Such capability was no less than his own, perhaps even surpassing it slightly. Cursed be it. The middle-aged man could not help but curse inwardly. As the terrifying starlight faded, the old woman had nearly vanished, her body reduced to mere fragments. The scene was horrifying. The old woman was on the verge of fainting, desperately clinging to consciousness to stabilize her body. Her eyes filled with deep resentment. Yi Chen grinned, casting his gaze towards the middle-aged man. Excellent. Now only you remain. The middle-aged man was startled, suddenly realizing that both the old woman and the robust man were gravely injured, leaving only him unscathed. He furrowed his brow deeply. Why had it come to this? They had approached with murderous intent, yet found themselves in such dire straits. How could this be? Yi Chen was but a single individual. The middle-aged man's aura turned perilous. Yi Chen, observing this, wore a smile that was both mocking and enigmatic. What is the matter? Are you beside yourself? Is your Taishang Dao Heavenly Palace not powerful? Is it not capable of dictating the fates of others? Come then, arrange mine. You. The middle-aged man trembled with rage, his heart filled with murderous intent. Yi Chen chuckled lightly. For so long, I have refrained from reckoning with you. Yet you have crossed the line, mistaking kindness for weakness. The middle-aged man's expression twisted into a snarl. Do not get ahead of yourself. Do you think your victory is assured? What a joke. Yi Chen subtly shook his head. The upheaval of this night had, at least until now, completely stabilized the situation. These individuals had never comprehended their own capabilities, yet they still dared to charge recklessly. Their fate was all but sealed. Thus, Yi Chen resolved that today, he would slay the sacred. Boom! An overwhelming pressure surged forth, revealing his cultivation at the spirit sage realm. In the distance, the old woman and the robust man narrowed their eyes. The middle-aged man let out a sinister laugh, instinctively wanting to retort, "You? Slay the sacred?" Yet as the words left his lips, he found himself exclaiming, "What of the spirit sage? Do I fear you?" As the colossal wave surged forth, it bore within it a concealed, titanic hand. With a mere thought, Yi Chen summoned an overwhelmingly potent force of spatial energy. The effect of confinement manifested with great intensity, yet the middle-aged man exhibited a powerful fluctuation of spiritual energy, struggling vigorously within the confines of the spatial realm. Yi Chen could not help but sigh. Indeed, the shackles of spatial power could be broken. In the past, no one had dared to act recklessly before Yi Chen's spatial prowess, for their strengths were vastly disparate. Yet this middle-aged man appeared capable of resisting. This alone was sufficient to indicate his extraordinary nature. However, Yi Chen afforded him no time to react. With a swift motion of his hand, a blue light blade surged forth, momentarily expanding to dominate a significant portion of the sky, hurtling towards the middle-aged man with crushing force. How swift! This immense blade sliced through the air like a ship cleaving the waves, cleaving everything in its path asunder. The middle-aged man's face contorted in horror as he hastily raised his folding fan to shield himself from the descending edge. It was evident that the fan was, in fact, a spiritual artifact. Yet, even so, he was sent flying like a kite severed from its string, vanishing from sight in the blink of an eye. Chapter 168. The Showdown in the Vast Expanse of the World. One could hear a pin drop. The old woman and the burly man stood at a distance, their eyes wide with astonishment as they gazed upon Yi Chen. The sect leader was unexpectedly not a match for him, even in a single exchange. In just one move, the middle-aged man had been sent flying, transformed into a streak of light. How could this youth possess such formidable strength? Yi Chen's gaze was sharp, his spatial awareness extending far and wide. As he surveyed the surroundings, a flicker of surprise crossed his brow. It seemed there were quite a number of individuals hidden in the distance, their obscure auras indicating they were observing the battle. After a brief moment of contemplation, Yi Chen chose to disregard them, vanishing from his original position in a flash. Several thousand meters away, the middle-aged man steadied himself, coughing up blood. His folding fan now riddled with cracks. "Cursed be it," he muttered under his breath, discarding the broken fan and summoning a long sword, his expression betraying no sign of improvement. The power of Yi Chen was simply beyond belief. As a peak spiritual saint, he reasoned that while there might be those stronger than him within the same realm, none should be capable of such overwhelming dominance. Yet, from that brief encounter, he sensed an insurmountable gap between their strengths. What could possibly explain this? Before he could ponder further, a sudden spatial distortion caught his attention. The middle-aged man's eyes narrowed as he struck out with his sword. Clang! The sound of metal clashing resounded as Yi Chen wielded a broad blade, effortlessly parrying the strike. Turning to face the middle-aged man, who wore a look of alarm, Yi Chen couldn't help but chuckle softly. "Feeling the pressure, are we? Did you not consider yourself superior?" Fuming with rage, the middle-aged man thought to himself, "How could this young child possibly comprehend the depth of my Taishang, Dao Heavenly Palace?" Yi Chen, observing his frustration, merely smiled lightly. "Enough pretense. I lay my cards on the table." A glint of focus appeared in the middle-aged man's eyes. Yet Yi Chen offered no further words, elevating his longsword towards his opponent. In the next instant, the depths of his gaze transformed into an endless river of stars. The power of the constellations enveloped him, casting a magnificent glow that seemed to transport the very fabric of reality into an infinite cosmos. Vast amounts of starlight coalesced within the blade, and in the blink of an eye, it radiated brilliance, shooting toward the middle-aged man. This aura the middle-aged man felt a surge of dread well up within him. Without a moment to spare, he swept his hand through the air. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A series of colossal shields materialized, forming a protective barrier before them. These shields piled upon one another, culminating in 8 formidable layers. The next moment, a thunderous explosion erupted. The middle-aged man watched in disbelief as the colossal shields were shattered. the earth-grade longsword slicing through them with relentless force, piercing each barrier effortlessly. With no impediment left, the blade surged forward, closing in on him. Cursed be it. The middle-aged man radiated an intense brilliance as a golden shield of light shimmered into existence, signaling the presence of a spiritual artifact. Yet, in a fleeting moment, this luminous barrier became marred by cracks that swiftly spread across its surface, ultimately culminating in a thunderous explosion. The man's eyes widened in horror as he desperately thrust his hands outward, managing to grasp the blade at the last possible instant. However, the long knife exuded an overwhelming force, causing his hands to tremble uncontrollably. Observing this, Yichen offered a faint smile, with a mere thought. The power of space manifested itself. A sudden crack echoed through the air as the fabric of space ruptured, and two massive silver blades extended ominously downward. A piercing scream erupted as the middle-aged man's arms were severed, leaving the long knife unrestrained to plunge into his chest. In an instant, Yichen appeared before him, seizing the hilt of the blade and channeling an immense surge of stellar energy into it. The man's eyes widened in terror, and blood trickled from the corner of his mouth as his aura deflated like a breached dam. His cultivation was utterly obliterated. Yichen's gaze was icy, filled with cold satisfaction. Very well. Now, it is time for your two subordinates. With that declaration, Yichen disregarded the man further and produced a bundle of ropes to bind him, hoisting him aloft as he soared back outside the city. Suspended in midair, the old crone and the burly man dared not move. The latter had already lost an arm, while the former was in a far more dire state, half of her body having vanished, surviving solely due to her cultivation. Upon Yichen's arrival, both the old crone and the burly man's pupils constricted in alarm at the sight of the ensnared middle-aged man. Yichen cast a glance toward the city interior. "Elder Jiang, please come here." Jiang Taiwa responded promptly, and Yichen handed him the ropes, instructing him to wait. As his words fell, Yichen vanished once more. In the distance, the burly man, still reeling from the events, suddenly sensed Yichen's presence anew. His face contorted in shock as he turned to utter something, only to be met with a resounding palm strike and an overwhelming sense of dread that descended upon him. In a similar manner, both the burly man and the old crone were rendered powerless and bound like dumplings. The air was so still that one could hear a pin drop. Jiang Taiwa, holding the three incapacitated figures, felt as though he were carrying mere sacks of meat, despite the fact that all three were powerful spiritual saints. Yichen cast a glance towards the horizon. "Everyone, the tide has turned, you may return. Of course, those visiting the Imperial City are most welcome." As his words echoed, he willed the super alert system to cease, causing all anomalies within the Imperial City to dissipate. He then turned, taking Jiang Taiwa back to the red dust cottage. However, not long after, Yichen suddenly caught sight of a figure illuminated by the moonlight. Clad in a deep blue gauze dress, it was the young girl. She gazed at him intently, her beautiful eyes shimmering with an unusual light, prompting Yichen to furrow his brow slightly. Something about her gaze felt off. Yet he dismissed the thought, reasoning that it was of no concern to him, as he did not know her. Yichen, accompanied by Jiang Taiwa, soared back to the red dust cottage. The maiden's eyes seemed to sparkle even more until Yichen's silhouette vanished completely. Within the courtyard, several young women were present. Yichen waved his hand dismissively, assuring them that there was no need for concern, as these individuals had been rendered powerless. He then turned his gaze towards Jiang Taiwa, stating that there was a place underground in the floating orchid pavilion to temporarily confine these three, ensuring they did not perish. As his words settled, Yichen stretched languidly, exclaiming that he was utterly exhausted and in need of a refreshing bath. "Menglan, please prepare the water for me." The young women were momentarily taken aback, but only Luo Shui quickly broke into laughter, proclaiming, "Now this truly is His Highness." With a twinkle in her eye, Luo Shui inquired if His Highness fancied a small drink. Yichen's eyes brightened, responding, "Let us head to the living room." Suyun could not help but glance at Ouyang Qingfeng, who happened to meet her gaze in return. Subsequently, the two silently followed suit. Chapter 169. The mysterious figure at this hour. It was still midnight. Following a fierce battle, the tempest outside may still rage. Yet the night sky had transformed from a blood-red hue to a resplendent canopy of twinkling stars. Not far from the floor-to-ceiling window, Yichen nestled on the sofa, reclining with a wine glass in hand, gazing contemplatively at the sky. This was no ordinary glass. It was a fine goblet filled with exquisite red wine. Luo Shui sipped her wine, appearing quite exhilarated. Had the issues of the Taishang Dao Heavenly Palace finally been resolved? Surely, our humble abode would experience no further turmoil. Ouyang Qingfeng scoffed slightly. That lad, Chun'er, was unlikely to remain idle. However, for the moment at least, peace seemed to have returned. Yi Chun turned his head, questioning what she meant by his inability to settle down, as if he relished chaos. Ouyang Qingfeng raised an eyebrow. Was that not the case? Yi Chun, unwilling to concede, countered, was it? Observing the verbal sparring between the two, Su Yun remained silent, a gentle smile gracing her lips, as the atmosphere remained remarkably harmonious. Yi Chun quickly averted his gaze, choosing to ignore the eccentric woman. He seemed somewhat apprehensive. The girl from earlier that evening lingered in his thoughts, a nagging premonition suggesting she would return. Her beauty was strikingly extraordinary. Typically, such stunning women were not of ordinary stock, a notion that Yi Chun had always harbored. Yet, he felt utterly innocent. Had he provoked her? Looking back, was it not he who had taken the initiative? It vexed him greatly. Nevertheless, Yi Chun's current concern lay with the system's task. The mission had not signaled completion. Matters were far from resolved. So who exactly was Zhou Chang'e? That middle-aged man had acknowledged that individual as the sect leader. Yet now, it was evident that Zhou Chang'e was someone else entirely. Yi Chun shook his head, a quiet sigh escaping his lips. The situation appeared deceptively simple. However, it was anything but. The truth often lay hidden beneath the surface. That night, Yi Chun indulged in a soothing hot bath before retreating into a deep slumber. It was not until midday the following day that he awakened naturally. While other matters could be postponed, sleep was non-negotiable. Even amidst a world war outside, Yi Chun would never forsake his rest. After indulging in a late breakfast, he finally recalled the matter of the Pialan Pavilion and made his way there at a leisurely pace. The three individuals were held in separate confinement, and Yi Chun conducted individual interrogations. The results of these inquiries left him somewhat perplexed. His intention in ensuring they were detained separately and interrogated individually was to ascertain the authenticity of their statements. However, it now seemed that while their accounts were indeed credible, the situation had grown even more convoluted. According to their testimonies, Zhou Chang'e's true identity was the previous sect leader of the Taishang Dao Heavenly Palace, and the information regarding the ancient key had also been orchestrated by Zhou Chang'e himself. As for those so-called ancient texts, the secrets they supposedly hold regarding the primordial realms are nothing but nonsense, mere fabrications. The stark truth is that Zhou Chang'e encountered a mysterious figure. However, the three unfortunate souls knew little about this, and even the middle-aged man, the current sect leader, could not extract any substantial information from him. He could only vaguely sense Zhou Chang'e's demeanor, which suggested that the mysterious individual possessed formidable strength and perhaps an enigmatic origin. Yi Chun found himself perplexed. It was merely a secret realm. Why had the situation become increasingly enigmatic? He initially believed there to be treasures within the ancient realm, and that the supreme Taoist Heavenly Palace had learned of this through the ancient texts, thus fixating on him. But now it seemed far from that. In the small courtyard, Yi Chun pondered for quite some time, sitting with a pained expression. It appeared that the so-called mysterious figure was indeed the pivotal character. Yi Chun was filled with curiosity about the true intentions of this individual. Was it to eliminate him, or was it genuinely related to the primordial realm? Siha approached with an eager demeanor, and Yi Chun instinctively patted his head, letting out a sigh after a moment. Alas, will I ever be able to enjoy peaceful days again? Luo Shui approached gracefully, asking if His Highness was troubled. Yi Chun, feeling disheartened, nodded, then shook his head, asserting that life was too short for worry. Go, inform Ming Lan that we're having barbecue tonight. Invite my two sisters and old Jiang as well. Luo Shui's eyes sparkled at this news, and she couldn't help but chuckle. All right, I shall go at once. Yi Chun huffed, propping his leg up and pulling out a bag of spicy strips and a can of cola. After all, he was a practitioner. A practitioner's life should reflect some semblance of their status. What good was it to be perpetually troubled? As Yi Chun relaxed, a sudden knock at the door interrupted him. Glancing around the courtyard, noticing everyone was busy, he rose to open the door. Standing before him was a petite girl dressed simply, appearing to be in her early teens. Yet, Her cultivation was not to be underestimated. She had already reached the spirit radiance realm. However, what truly startled Yi Chun was when the girl suddenly stepped aside. Behind her stood a graceful young lady clad in a blue gauze dress, her skin as smooth as cream, standing tall. Yi Chun raised an eyebrow upon noticing the girl's mischievous smile. "Is this young Master Yi? You seem even more handsome than the rumors suggest." Yi Chun was taken aback by such directness upon their first meeting, though her words were undeniably truthful. The young lady offered a gentle smile. "Young Master Yi, my sudden visit may seem abrupt. I hope you can forgive me." Yi Chun nodded, inquiring if she had come for something specific. The young lady glanced through the opening behind her, asking if it was convenient for her to enter. Yi Chun hesitated for a moment before stepping aside. "Please, come in." The lively girl eagerly grabbed the young lady's hand and darted inside. "Thank you, young Master Yi. You are truly handsome." Yi Chun, upon witnessing the two individuals entering, was momentarily taken aback, lost in silent contemplation. What on earth was transpiring? What performance was this? He closed the door and followed the two young women to the reception area, settling onto the spacious sofa, observing the cerulean smoke trees outside. The young lady speculated that the gentleman must be a person of refined taste, yet was surprised to find that the abode was, in fact, rather unpretentious. Yi Chun produced 2 large bottles of fruit juice along with glasses, pouring for them. He believed that an excess of intricacy often fell into the realm of the mundane, and this simplicity possessed its own charm. The young woman wholeheartedly agreed. While the gentleman spoke with ease, it seemed that the courtyard held its own complexities. The quaint little building was unlike any she had encountered before, and at first glance, it truly captivated her. Yi Chun inwardly mused. What on earth were these two here for? Chapter 170. The pole having poured the water, Yi Chun pushed it toward the two and filled a cup for himself. He then raised his gaze, curious about the purpose of their visit. The girl in blue accepted the juice, introducing herself as Ruo Lanqi, while indicating her companion, Meng Ying, who was both her maid and sisterly confidant. Yi Chun nodded, realizing that the surname Ruo was rather rare. Ruo Lanqi, slightly blushing, mentioned that they had met briefly the previous night, and she believed the young master would remember. Attracted by his youthful brilliance, she expressed her desire to take him as her mentor. Yi Chun was taken aback. "A mentor? Me? But I am merely 11 years old." Ruo Lanqi's face flushed deeply at this point. In the realm of cultivation, one's abilities take precedence over lineage or age. Those who pursue enlightenment need not concern themselves with mundane conventions. Taking a deep breath, Yi Chun stifled his astonishment and found himself gazing at the girl once more. Her perspective was thought-provoking. Coming from the 21st century, Yi Chun held more progressive views than those of this world, and he found a surprising resonance with her sentiments. Yet, he remained bewildered. Was it truly so absurd that at 11 years of age, he might be expected to take on a disciple? After a moment of contemplation, he looked up and said, "To be candid, I am still quite young myself and have never considered taking on disciples, nor do I possess any experience in this regard." However, Ruo Lanqi interjected, "That is of no consequence. Merely being able to accompany you is sufficient, and you need not feel pressure to impart knowledge." Yi Chun raised an eyebrow in suspicion. "Then what exactly will you be learning from me?" Caught off guard, Ruo Lanqi paused before quickly improvising. "The esteemed reputation of the young master as the world's greatest prodigy precedes him. I merely wish to witness how you cultivate in your daily life." Yi Chun chuckled. "Oh, that is quite simple. My cultivation consists mainly of eating, sleeping, and occasionally observing my dog." Feeling a bit embarrassed, he turned to call out, "Siha?" The dog came bounding over eagerly. Ruo Lanqi's eyes sparkled at the sight. What a delightful dog. Though he is a bit large, he is rather adorable. Indeed, Siha was a gray and white creature, a blend of husky and Alaskan Malamute, and while he was somewhat oversized, his charm was undeniable. Yet, as the girl observed, Siha was not black at all. Yi Chun hesitated for a moment. "Well, he can be quite mischievous, often rolling in the mud. Hence I sometimes jokingly refer to him as the big black dog." "Siha, you are the only one black here. Your entire family is black." Ruo Lanqi smiled gently, then redirected the conversation. "You are quite amusing, young master. However, your words about eating, sleeping, and resting, you do have a knack for humor." Yi Chun sighed in exasperation. "I genuinely do just eat, sleep, and rest, but you wouldn't believe me if I told you." Yet Ruo Lanqi, having made up her mind, declared, In that case, let us settle this matter. If the young master does not mind, I shall follow you from now on. Yi Chun, bewildered, could only respond with a silent, "What nonsense is this? Just because I decided, you followed suit." Yi Chun cleared his throat and inquired, "May I ask where the young lady hails from? How many family members do you have?" Lan Shi narrowed her eyes slightly. "My family resides quite far. They are all at home, but if it troubles you, rest assured, I intend to not impose upon you for too long. Of course." Lan Shi continued with a playful glint in her eyes. "However, if you desire for me to remain, with your capabilities, it may not be impossible." Yi Chun pondered over her words, sensing something amiss. What did she mean by "with my strength, it may not be impossible"? Was she implying that even with my prowess, I might struggle to keep her here? Curiously, he asked, "What does your family do? Surely, you are not from some hidden aristocracy?" The thought struck him suddenly. This young lady must have run away, fearing her family would drag her back, hence seeking a protector. Yi Chun felt a twinge of annoyance. "I see you are quite appealing, yet you think me a fool?" After a moment of contemplation, he inquired, "May I know your age and your power level?" Lan Shi pondered briefly. "I am 16 this year. To become your disciple, what level of power would be necessary?" Yi Chun considered her words. She might possess some spiritual artifacts. He could not discern her strength. At the very least, she must be nearing the spirit path. Lan Shi's confidence blossomed. Coincidentally, she had already reached the 5th tribulation of the spirit path. Yi Chun hesitated for a moment. "I may have misspoken. You must be at least at the 6th level. Or perhaps you are suggesting I am unworthy." Lan Shi struggled to maintain her composure, forcing a smile. "Your words are rather breathless." Yi Chun chuckled. "Breathless? I have always spoken this way." "Huh. Are you frightened? If so, then be on your way. I refuse to believe I cannot send you off." Lan Shi, holding back for a while, forced another smile. "You are truly unique. No wonder you are the pride of the day." "I admire you." Yi Chun replied. "You are quite unique as well. I admire you too." He sighed. "Since you have not yet reached the 6th step, it is indeed regrettable. Perhaps you might return another day?" With that, Yi Chun stood up dramatically. "It is but a step away. I feel a deep sense of regret. You may seek another teacher. I am still young and do not wish to mislead anyone." Lan Shi's expression stiffened. Was she being dismissed outright? How could she, a dignified lady, be driven away? She inhaled deeply, unsure whether to laugh or not, and finally managed to force a smile. "In that case, I shall not trouble you further. This regret shall be set aside for another day." Yi Chun hurriedly waved his hand. "No need for regret. No need at all. Where in the world can one not find fragrant grass? The young lady shall certainly find a worthy mentor, lest her extraordinary talents go to waste. Lan Shi, I shall take my leave now." With that, Lan Shi led Meng Ying towards the door, while Yi Chun, with a cheerful smile, bid farewell, "Until we meet again. Do come to visit." Lan Shi glanced back and assured, "Rest assured, my lord, I shall return." Yi Chun mused, "I was merely being polite. Yet you truly do not hold back." As the two young ladies departed, Yi Chun exhaled in relief. At last, they had been successfully sent away. However, would she truly return? Strangely, Yi Chun suddenly recalled a phrase, "I will definitely come back." He sighed in exasperation, wishing that the king of the sheep village were present to chime in with, "You insufferable fool. Your Highness, dinner is nearly ready." Yi Chun glanced at the sky and turned towards the villa. "What nonsense is this? Off we go. Time to eat." Chapter 171. The lottery. The aroma of barbecued meat wafted through the air, undeniably enticing. Of course, the allure of black silk was equally captivating. The saying goes, "Beauty is a feast for the eyes," but alas, Yi Chun had already indulged himself earlier. As the night deepened, Luo Shui returned, her spirit subtly exhilarated. While Yi Chun remained seated on the rooftop, gradually dismissing the delightful images that had just danced in his mind. After a brief moment, Yi Chun slapped his forehead. The system. How many lottery draws have I accumulated? He had nearly forgotten this matter. It had been some time since his last draw. Ding. The system announced that he had accumulated a total of 61 draws. Wow. What am I waiting for? Let us go for it. No, I shall draw 60 times. But for the final draw, I will go solo. They say a single draw can yield miracles, and today, I too shall strive for such a miracle. Ding. The system lottery commenced, comprising a total of 60 draws. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have gained a 1% increase in the celestial star ring. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have acquired a millennium's worth of cultivation. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a French fries meal machine. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have received the heart of the void beast. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the 10,000-year great supplement ginseng king pill. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have. After a brief moment, Yi Chun felt a surge of energy within him. He had reached the mid-stage of the Spirit Master realm. Exhilarating. Yi Chun let out a satisfied burp, a smile gracing his face as he began to tally his rewards. This time, the haul was impressive, aside from his cultivation. The Celestial Star Ring had increased by 4 percentage points, and he had drawn several million spirit crystals. Moreover, he had obtained several Earth-grade spiritual artifacts and 1 Heaven-grade spiritual artifact. The Radiant Holy Judgment Blade, perhaps a sword belonging to some celestial being, contained boundless light energy, with attributes of radiance, burning, and judgment, proving exceptionally effective against malevolent entities. In no time, a blade appeared in Yi Chun's hand. Its width resembled that of a long sword, yet it was slender. Strangely enough, in terms of length, it surpassed a sword by a slight margin, with a gentle curve at the tip that rendered it exquisitely smooth in design. A graceful, yet fierce, appearance reminiscent of a meow knife. Yi Chun swung it a couple of times, and golden light flickered through the air. This blade shone brilliantly. The dazzling golden light was almost blinding. After a moment's contemplation, he secured the scabbard at his waist, inserting the long blade with an air of flamboyance. With this artifact by his side, he felt more like a true cultivator. With the radiant holy judgment in hand, he would henceforth wield the power of light. Aside from the radiant holy judgment, Yi Chun also drew a unique item, a special title, the Mobile Enlightenment Pool. Within a 1,000-meter radius, the host could designate 2 individuals, enhancing their cultivation speed by 50%. Yi Chun marveled at this tailor-made gift from the system, realizing he had become a tool once more. Silently, he equipped the title and quietly chose his 2 sisters. In the room below, Sui Yun and Ouyang Qingfeng were both deep in meditation, but they suddenly opened their eyes. Strangely, I find myself suddenly enlightened, as if my cultivation speed has surged exponentially, as though an unseen force is propelling me forward. With the Spirit Gathering Array, the boundless cosmos as my ally, and the Mobile Enlightenment Pool, even a mere pig could ascend to the heavens. In my hands, 2 elixir vials materialize, the Grand Celestial Rhythm Pill, a heavenly grade medicine. According to the system, this concoction has been enhanced by its power, and when paired with the Spirit Elevation Pill, it yields remarkable effects. I let out a sigh, suddenly feeling as though I am nurturing a child. No, rather a daughter. With all these resources piled upon you, even a pig could transform into an immortal swine. The moment my 2 elder sisters surpass me, I shall find contentment. Others, upon encountering the Empress, begin to experience stomach troubles. I must admit, I envy them. I hastily deliver the pills to them, feeling a surge of impatience. Hurry and break through, or I shall administer a sound spanking. Sui Yun wears a cold expression, as if I owe her a debt. While Ouyang Qingfeng dares to be playful, I immediately strike, only to find her laughing as if she is the one benefiting from the situation. A strange feeling wells up within me, prompting a swift retreat. My sister seems a bit peculiar. What's going on? Upon returning to the rooftop, I produce another elixir vial, the Heart of the Star Source Void Beast. The term heart is merely a name. It represents the primal power of the Star Source Void Beast. I have no idea what this beast is, but it certainly sounds formidable. I proceed to pour its essence onto the pet egg, and soon enough, the large egg trembles slightly. My heart skips a beat. Could it be that I am hallucinating? After all, I am a grand cultivator at the spirit sovereign level. A joke comes to mind. What a laugh it would be for a spirit sovereign to experience illusions. In the next moment, the system announces, ding. Please be advised. The expected hatching time for the pet egg is 3 days. Prepare accordingly. My eyes widen in surprise. By the heavens, it's about to emerge. If it weren't for the palpable life force emanating from the egg, I might have thought it was nothing but a stone. Who knows how long I've waited? After nourishing it with so many resources, this little creature is finally ready to show itself. But what do you mean by prepare? Must I find you a midwife? A moment later, I nestle into the sofa, a paper bag resting before me, alongside a small box of thick red substance, ketchup, paired with fries. An ice-cold cola sits nearby as I savor the ketchup, squinting in delight. If only there were fried chicken, Or at the very least, some skewers, something to satisfy my cravings. System, grant me a single draw. Ding. The system lottery is now open, featuring a miraculous single draw. Ding. Congratulations, the host is exceptionally lucky. Having obtained the fated artifact, the celestial necklace. My eyes gleam with excitement. This name is reminiscent of the celestial star ring. Could it possibly be part of a set? Uncertain whether he could activate additional attributes, such as a 100% critical hit, Yi Chun perused the information. Moments later, a necklace appeared in his hand. To his surprise, it was quite aesthetically pleasing. The necklace was understated, with only the pendant resembling the vastness of the starry sky, much like the celestial star ring, which granted Yi Chun an enhancement in star power. The celestial necklace conferred an additional boost to his attack strength. Star power is the essence, while attack strength is limited solely to offensive capabilities in various forms. The strength value remains expressed as a percentage, with an initial rate of 20%. However, it was somewhat regrettable that no set attributes were manifested. Yi Chun mused that perhaps the quantity was still insufficient, and maybe acquiring another item from the Celestial series would suffice. He felt a surge of anticipation. Of course, he was even more eager for the pet egg. He longed to pry it open and discover what secrets lay within such a sizable egg. Time flowed slowly. Before midnight, a palpable energy surged from downstairs. Su Yiyun and Ouyang Qingfeng had both broken through to the peak of the Spirit King. With this, the Spirit Emperor was now but a step away, and Yi Chun was filled with exhilaration. Chapter 172. Here it comes after much anticipation. The Spirit Emperor was finally within reach. It appeared that the mobility of the Enlightenment Pool was indeed quite formidable. Yi Chun squinted slightly and drifted into slumber once more. Upon awakening, he discovered that the sun was already high in the sky, with noon fast approaching. As Yi Chun descended the stairs, he was greeted by Dream Blue, who approached him with a cheerful demeanor. "Good morning, my lord. 2 young ladies have come to see you, and they've brought someone along. Miss Luo Shui is currently keeping them company. What do you think?" Yi Chun felt a wave of exasperation wash over him. "No way. After just sending them away yesterday, they returned today? Blocking my doorway so early in the morning." He sighed inwardly and stepped outside. In the courtyard, Luo Shui and Ruo Lanqi were indeed engaged in lively conversation. The moment Yi Chun appeared, Ruo Lanqi sensed his presence, and a playful smile danced across her exquisite features. "Luo Shui, your prince has arrived." Luo Shui turned to see Yi Chun approaching leisurely. She quickly rose to her feet. "Your Highness." Yi Chun nodded with a calm demeanor before directing his gaze toward Ruo Lanqi. "I hear you've brought someone along." Ruo Lanqi smiled mischievously. "By chance, I captured an interesting fellow. Since he was coveting your red dust cottage, I thought it best to bring him to you." Luo Shui added, "Your Highness, the individual has already been handed over to Elder Jiang for handling." Yi Chun nodded, intrigued. "What is the situation? Coveting my red dust cottage?" Ruo Lanqi nodded indifferently, as if the matter were trivial. "He likely a spy. I didn't inquire too deeply about his origins, and simply sent him your way. I presume you wouldn't turn down this opportunity, would you?" Yi Chun responded with a hint of irony. "It seems I am being subjected to your playful jests." He chuckled internally. This young lady certainly held a grudge and dared to tease him. After a moment's contemplation, he stood up and declared, "You all continue. I shall investigate the situation." In the living room, Ruo Lanqi could not suppress a smile. "Just you wait. I will surely win you over." Yi Chun made his way to Jiang Taiwa to investigate further. Indeed, the individual was a spy from the Supreme Dao Heavenly Palace, tasked with relaying messages to Zhou Changhe. However, when questioned about Zhou Changhe, the spy proved utterly clueless, leaving Yi Chun disinterested. He exchanged a knowing glance with Jiang Taiwa, who immediately understood. In the backyard of the Pialan Pavilion, there was a landing pad capable of accommodating 3 vessels. Jiang Taiwa seized the spy and boarded a flying shuttle, soaring into the sky towards the outskirts of the city. As Yi Chun strolled back, he observed Jiang Taiwa soaring overhead. "Goodness, this is a desolate wasteland. The old man certainly knows his way around." He reassured himself. "No need for concern. This was not my directive. Surely, I am not the sort to orchestrate such affairs." With an unperturbed demeanor, Yi Chun returned to the front courtyard. "I appreciate your help, Miss Ruo. After all, this is a favor, and I prefer to view it as a gesture of goodwill." With such goodwill established, their relationship would no longer feel so foreign. And Yi Chun addressed her directly, as Miss Ruah. In the future, I shall extend my assistance to you once, of course, only at my discretion. Rolangsi's smile radiated warmth. A promise from a spiritual sage, or perhaps a commitment from the world's most extraordinary anomaly. It felt as though I had stumbled upon an invaluable treasure. Yichin chuckled softly and shook his head. Miss, you exaggerate. In matters of courtesy, one must reciprocate. If you require anything, please do not hesitate to ask. Rolangsi fixed her gaze on Yichin. Do you not know what I desire? Yichin began to feel a twinge of embarrassment. How could this be? Was she truly intent on entering the mundane abode? After a moment's contemplation, he dismissed the notion. This lady had come prepared. With such calculated intent, there was no way he would allow her entry. Most importantly, Yichin harbored a suspicion that she had ulterior motives. His mother had always warned him that women from the outside world could be treacherous, and he feared he might be left with nothing but bitter memories. Deciding to steer the conversation elsewhere, he abruptly changed the subject. What splendid weather we have today. Rolangsi responded. Goodness, your abrupt shift in topic nearly took me by surprise. Yichin shook his head, rising to depart. I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. The mundane abode is quite spacious, with Luo Shui here. You may explore at your leisure. With that, he swiftly excused himself. Though it may have seemed impolite, he thought, I desire not pleasantries, but to avoid bitter regrets. Luo Shui observed Yichin's retreating figure with a hint of confusion. Rolangsi was somewhat dazed. How could he leave so quickly? Luo Shui turned to Rolangsi with an apologetic smile. Perhaps His Highness is feeling unwell today. Rolangsi interjected. Wang Defa, a spiritual sage. Unwell? Do those in the mundane abode speak so bluntly? Why, when I arrive with sincerity, do you treat me as a fool? Accepting the situation silently, Rolangsi eagerly followed Luo Shui to tour the mundane abode. To her surprise, the abode was indeed vast and beautiful. She was particularly astonished to learn of a hidden martial arts arena. It was astonishing how something so seemingly ordinary could harbor such grandeur. What was that painting on the wall? It appeared to be a celestial tear's spirit artifact. And that small sculpture on the tea table, so lifelike, might also be a celestial tear spirit artifact? Rolangsi felt her heart race with excitement. On the rooftop, Yichin gazed longingly at the pet egg. After feeding it the essence of an unknown divine beast, the hatching time had been dramatically reduced. What was once 3 days was now merely a few hours. It was likely that by nightfall, this little creature would emerge. Yichin snorted. Women are the most troublesome. Nothing compares to the allure of my pet. Women only serve to hinder my swiftness in drawing my blade. Well, Luo Shui's black silk does not count. Ultimately, Rolangsi and her companion departed. Without Yichin's invitation, they could not possibly remain overnight. The crux of the matter was that Yichin had not shown himself at all. This marked the second time Rolangsi had been met with a closed door. Dreaming of the unfolding scene, Minjing could no longer contain her agitation, her emotions surging like tumultuous waves, while Ruanxi was even more incensed, silently harboring a fierce determination. However, these matters were of no concern to Yichin. The sky had been enveloped by the night, and Yichin was preoccupied with the impending hatching of his pet egg. With a crisp crack, Yichin sprang to his feet, and the power of the system instantly enveloped the entire red dust cottage. Feeling it was still not discreet enough, he cast an additional layer of barrier. In the next moment, a blinding radiance engulfed the entire barrier, compelling Yichin to shut his eyes. Why was it so dazzling? Could it be that the little creature was bald? The white light flickered for an extended period before finally dimming. Yichin squinted, listening to the continuous sound of cracking. The fissures on the pet egg were relentlessly spreading. After several breaths, the fractures on the pet egg had multiplied, and finally, with a resounding shatter, it completely crumbled. Yichin's heart raced to his throat. Here it comes, here it comes, here it comes. His pet was finally about to emerge. He focused intently, gradually widening his eyes in anticipation. Chapter 173. Little star, without a doubt, it has finally emerged. It truly has come forth. Yichin's heart brimmed with anticipation, his eyes sparkling as if illuminated by laser beams. However, upon catching sight of it for the first time, Yichin was utterly stunned. Is this for real? Yichin blinked in disbelief, unable to resist rubbing his eyes. The egg remained the same, shattered into countless fragments, yet what resided within was pure white and fluffy, no larger than the span of 2 palms. This was undeniably a tiny puppy. But How could such a diminutive creature emerge from such an ancient egg? Goodness, it seemed to have begun its life in luxury right from the egg. The little one had already started munching on the eggshell, and Yi-chun took a deep breath, suppressing the urge to complain as he crouched down. The little creature raised its head to glance at Yi-chun, and to his surprise, it emitted a few high-pitched whines. Ing-ing-ing. Yi-chun found it difficult to articulate the nature of this sound. All he could think was, ing-ing-ing. A chill ran through Yi-chun's heart. After investing so much time and resources whose caliber even he could not ascertain, was this the result? Damn it. After 11 years of traversing realms, it was the first time Yi-chun felt on the verge of tears. Why, oh why? Was his sister's pet a two-headed dragon while he ended up with a mere puppy? Yi-chun remained speechless, watching as the little one finished off the eggshell. He harbored doubts that this tiny creature could possibly have a vast hollow within its body. The remnants of the eggshell piled up could rival several of its own size. And yet it managed to consume it all. Once it had devoured the eggshell, the little one lifted its head to look at Yi-chun again. This time, Yi-chun finally sensed something amiss. The little creature subtly exuded a hint of energy, though still quite unrefined. The underlying essence was unmistakable. Spirit sovereign. Waves of tumultuous emotion surged within Yi-chun. Born as a spirit sovereign, gazing at its tiny form, Yi-chun's expression grew increasingly peculiar. This was surely a monster. The little one's eyes were extraordinarily clear and bright, revealing that its pupils resembled a constellation of stars. Raising its tiny paw, it clung to Yi-chun's pant leg and whimpered. Yi-chun inexplicably felt a strong intuition that this little one was still hungry. The absurdity of his thoughts startled him. However, given his experiences, his instincts were rarely wrong. Yi-chun found himself at a loss for words. Was he somehow destined to become a caretaker? He scooped up the little creature, gently stroking its head, and to his surprise, its fur was remarkably smooth. With a sigh, Yi-chun dispelled the barrier and soared into the sky, cradling the little puppy. In the blink of an eye, several dozen miles away, amidst the mountains, an unknown wild boar was struck dead by a surge of Yi-chun's aura. Yi-chun unsheathed his long sword, skillfully dividing the wild boar, and gestured toward the meat on the ground. The scene was somewhat gruesome, yet Yi-chun's expression remained remarkably benevolent. He gently patted the little puppy's head, asking if it desired a taste. To his surprise, the little puppy let out a soft whimper, struggling to leap down with an ethereal grace, landing lightly on the ground. Then, to Yi-chun's astonishment, the little puppy radiated a shimmering starlight, and in an instant, it began to grow. Within a mere breath, the puppy expanded to several times its original size, towering even over Yi-chun. The once diminutive creature transformed into a magnificent beast, its snowy white fur now suffused with a delicate starlight, as if shrouded in mist, exuding an otherworldly brilliance. Its limbs and body became robust, and a fierce aura manifested upon its face. What was once a simple white dog had morphed into a formidable creature. Though no royal insignia adorned its head, Yi-chun was left wide-eyed and speechless, grappling with disbelief. The large puppy let out a low growl, a sound imbued with an intense ferocity, characteristic of a colossal predator. Accompanying this was a palpable sense of oppressive power. Yi-chun suddenly felt the surrounding forest descend into an eerie silence. He couldn't help but twitch his lips. What on earth had hatched from this? Yet, it appeared rather impressive. Regaining his composure, Yi-chun stroked his chin and inquired, "Do you have a name? What manner of beast are you?" The creature's size and visage resembled that of a giant tiger, yet its pristine white coat bore no blemishes, leaving Yi-chun perplexed regarding its lineage. The large puppy shook its head and turned towards the carcass of the wild boar, opening its mouth wide. A radiant stream of starlight emanated from its maw, visibly shrinking the boar's body as it was swiftly devoured. The puppy even smacked its lips, displaying an insatiable appetite. Yi-chun's eyes widened in astonishment. Goodness, this creature is truly remarkable. He mused to himself. You possess extraordinary talents. Do your parents know of your prowess? Yi-chun began to communicate with the system, asking, what bloodline does this creature possess? What is its name? Ding. Due to the host's prior nourishment of numerous top-tier exotic beast essences, this pet's bloodline has undergone multiple mutations, currently remaining nameless. Multiple mutations. Yi-chun was momentarily lost in thought. It was said that the impoverished relied on mutations. This creature had undergone several. Yi-chun felt that it might be even more exaggerated than he had initially imagined. After consuming the wild boar, the large puppy soon reverted to its original small form. Soaring back up to him, Yi Chun, momentarily taken aback, was filled with astonishment. Wow, you are quite talented. Now I suspect you intentionally shrank to this size just to seek a cuddle. However, the little puppy, now adorably petite, was simply too charming for Yi Chun to cast away. Yi Chun rolled his eyes, chuckled softly, and reached out to turn the little puppy over. Oh, it turned out to be a female. When small, it is a little puppy. When it grows, it transforms into a fierce tigress. Ha! The little puppy suddenly flipped over, baring its teeth playfully at Yi Chun. He found it utterly amusing, thinking, enough of this. In such a guise, you are incapable of being menacing, only adorably charming. By the way, you still lack a name. Let me bestow one upon you. Allow me to ponder. You possess such coolness. Your name must reflect that gravitas. Something like Big Yellow or Dog Shum. Before he could finish his thought, the little puppy energetically began to paw at him. Yi Chun's smile widened, and he found himself increasingly fond of the little creature. Your eyes resemble the stars, and your essence is accompanied by the celestial. Henceforth, I shall call you Little Star. The little puppy ceased its pawing, falling into a serene silence. Yi Chun couldn't help but smile, sensing that the little one had acquiesced. Little Star shall henceforth be his cherished companion. Chapter 174. The 3 visits to the cottage throughout the night. Yi Chun gained a preliminary understanding of the insatiable appetite of the little star. This creature consumed a staggering number of ferocious beasts before finally ceasing its voracious feast. Remarkably, most of these beasts possessed formidable cultivation, with even the weakest wild boar being at the spirit radiance level. Such a colossal demand for energy led Yi Chun to ponder the very composition of this little creature's body. Upon returning to the Red Dust Cottage, it was already the early hours of the morning. Yi Chun ushered the little star into the room, took a quick shower, and then pulled back the covers. The door was left unlatched. Little star, feel free to play, but please do not damage anything. Oh, and there's a dog downstairs. Do not bully him. Just as Yi Chun arranged the pillow behind him and turned around, he was astonished to find the little star had climbed onto the bed. After a moment of surprise, he couldn't help but chuckle and gently cradled its tiny face. Little rascal, what are you up to? Do you wish to sleep with me? You are a female, and I am the male host. This is rather inappropriate. You ought to maintain some decorum. Before he could finish his sentence, the little star pushed his hand away and burrowed into the covers, prompting a smile from Yi Chun. What could he do? The little creature was simply too adorable. His heart felt as though it might melt. With a thought, the room was enveloped in darkness, and the soft glow from the courtyard outside was faintly visible. Turn off the lights. It's time to sleep. The following morning, when Yi Chun awoke, he discovered that the little star was no longer present. The door was ajar, indicating that it had slipped away on its own. Glancing outside, he noted that it was nearly noon. After rising and descending the stairs, he encountered Luo Shui, cradling the little star in her arms, with 2 individuals seated not far from her. Yi Chun's eyes widened slightly. Ruo Langxi and Minjing. Goodness, he thought. How had these 2 returned? They were stickier than adhesive plaster. Upon noticing Yi Chun's arrival, the little star immediately wriggled free from Luo Shui's embrace and flew towards him. Instinctively, he caught it, laughing as he patted its head, much like one would with a dog. Ruo Langxi greeted him. Ah, young Master Yi, good afternoon. Yi Chun glanced at her, offering a curt nod in response. You too. How awkward. He thought to himself, so awkward it's painful. I am doing this deliberately. Was he a straight man? Indeed, he was a quintessentially straight man. Could she tolerate that? If not, she should leave without hesitation. A delay of even a second would only betray her own lack of confidence. Ruo Langxi was momentarily at a loss for words, while Luo Shui appeared quite intrigued. Your Highness, what is that? Thinking of the little star brightened Yi Chun's mood once more. That pet egg on the rooftop, it is hers. I named her Little Star. Little Star? Sounds rather lovely. At least it isn't something absurd, Ruo Langxi remarked. Absurd? Indeed, it was a gift for recharging my phone, Yi Chun chuckled. But that pet egg was so large. Little Star, she laughed. Do not inquire. Simply know that my pet does not adhere to conventional norms. The delicate brows of Luo Shui trembled, and after a moment, she let out a couple of light laughs. Indeed, you speak the truth. Yi Chun took a seat on the sofa and cast a glance at Ruo Langxi. My dear lady, what brings you here today? Upon realizing that it was finally her turn to speak, Ruo Lanqi's beautiful eyes sparkled with a hint of joy. She had come, of course, to seek apprenticeship. The young master had once mentioned the necessity of reaching the sixth tribulation of the spirit path, and coincidentally, she had just achieved that today. Yichen was taken aback. You reached it today? Just yesterday you were still at the fifth tribulation. His expression shifted as he suddenly felt a twinge of discomfort. This was rather hasty. This girl certainly did not follow the conventional path. Was her breakthrough as effortless as a game? Did she think she was Yichen? He grimaced a few times, silently sighing. There were indeed many extraordinary individuals in this world. Why was Ruo Lanqi so fixated on him? With a charming smile, Ruo Lanqi mused, perhaps. It is fate? Yichen, astonished, replied, You still believe in fate? Ruo Lanqi appeared to be quite composed, her newfound prowess lending her an air of confidence as she spoke with a certain grace. I both believe and do not believe. The concept of fate is profound and elusive. I dare not presume to understand its existence or non-existence. I can only say that I am still young and lack comprehension of this term. As she spoke, Ruo Lanqi raised her gaze. What about you, young Master Yi? Do you believe in fate? Yichen, still pondering her earlier response, instinctively replied, It is the same. I both believe and do not believe. Ruo Lanqi's interest was piqued. How so? Yichen regained his focus and, after a moment of contemplation, offered a serene smile. It is quite simple. The past is irreversible, while the future can be altered. That is what I mean by believing or not believing. Ruo Lanqi appeared thoughtful at his words, and Yichen too was deep in thought. This girl had fortuitously met his requirements. Such coincidence could be regarded as happenstance, or perhaps it was indeed destiny. In ancient times, Shinda made 3 visits to the thatched cottage. Now, Ruo Lanqi had come 3 times as well. Yichen sighed, conceding, Very well. I shall indulge her. After all, he had long declared himself to be utterly inept. Should he fail to teach her anything later, he hoped she would not hold it against him. Yichen lifted his gaze. My dear lady, I am but 11 years old this year. Are you truly intent on becoming my disciple? Ruo Lanqi suddenly came to her senses, her beautiful eyes gleaming with hope. Would young master be willing? Yichen felt a stirring within him. Regardless of her intentions, that moment of earnest expectation was genuine. He nodded in response. Ruo Lanqi instantly stood up, her eyes alight with excitement as she bowed deeply. I, Ruo Lanqi, have met my esteemed master. Yichen thought to himself, why does this feel so out of place? He even touched his chin, finding it devoid of a beard. Instinctively, he nodded, then spoke again. In name, I shall be your master. However, you may simply call me by my name later, or perhaps address me as young master or your highness, as others do. Ruo Lanqi eagerly nodded. I have met the young master. Yichen pondered for a moment, feeling a twinge of discomfort again. Apprenticeship. Should I perhaps present some sort of initiation gift? What should one bestow as a gift? He possessed little of value, being rather impoverished. Upon encountering Yichen's silence, Lanqi found herself momentarily uncertain about whether to remain seated. After a prolonged hesitation, Yichen finally produced a scroll. This is for you, a token of my mentorship. I am rather destitute and can only offer you this modest earth-grade item. However, Lanqi was unfazed, effortlessly accepting it and casting a cursory glance. Yet, that fleeting glance captivated her, and in a mere moment, astonishment washed over her. Earth-grade, 9th tier. What a remarkable understatement. This truly was an excessive modesty. The ceiling of the Earth grade, indeed, was a stretch. If Lanqi was this taken aback, Meng Ying was even more astounded. An Earth grade, 9th tier. In an age where heavenly grades were exceedingly rare, an Earth grade of such caliber was akin to a celestial treasure. Lanqi quickly clasped her hands in gratitude, exclaiming, Thank you, young master. I shall not disappoint your expectations. Yichen paused, his expression a mix of bewilderment. What exactly am I anticipating? Chapter 175. The fiery slash. This local 9th tier spirit technique is a form of movement art, somewhat flamboyant in its execution. Until now, Yichen had yet to witness Ruo Lanqi in action, leaving him entirely unaware of her style. One must be cautious when offering such techniques. However, movement arts are different. Regardless of the girl's style, they pose no conflict with the art of movement. Upon reflection, Yichen's choice was indeed well considered and quite suitable for her. Yichen then led them to find individual rooms on the 2nd floor. Meng Ying, the young girl, was fortunate enough to receive treatment akin to her master. filled with uncontainable excitement. Yi Chen chose not to linger with them, instead taking Little Star for a leisurely stroll in the courtyard. The red dust cottage was spacious, and Yi Chen took the opportunity to familiarize her with his home while also introducing himself to Elder Jiang. Life had settled into a calm routine. Yet, after approximately half a month, Yi Chen suddenly felt a stirring within him and turned his gaze toward the distance. Following closely was the alert from the superintelligent warning system. Beep, beep, beep. Danger warning. An exceptionally powerful entity has been detected approaching. Please be cautious. Beep, beep, beep. Danger warning. An exceptionally powerful entity has been detected approaching. Please be cautious. With a mere thought, Yi Chen silenced the warning system and rose from his room. Downstairs, Ruo Lanqi awaited him, her delicate face betraying a hint of panic. Yi Chen furrowed his brow, wondering what had transpired. Ruo Lanqi hesitated, then offered a wry smile. If I am not mistaken, they have come to seek me. Yi Chen's eyes flickered momentarily. Could it be that he had guessed correctly? Ruo Lanqi, with an expression of regret, confessed, My lord, I must admit, I have run away from home. My family is utterly unreasonable, and I have no desire to return. I seek your protection. Yi Chen sighed inwardly, his thoughts shifting as the radiance of the guardian goddess enveloped the city in an instant. Regardless of who approached, before the celestial artifact, they would be compelled to stand in penance. Now, tell me, what is the matter? Yi Chen prompted. In recent days, he had begun to understand Ruo Lanqi's character. This young lady was quite the thinker. To be honest, her disposition did not resemble that of a willful princess. If she had fled home out of sheer temper, Yi Chen would have found it hard to believe, unless he had truly misjudged her. Lanqi fell silent for a moment. I have a younger brother at home, but alas, he is somewhat dim-witted. Consequently, the weight of family responsibilities has fallen upon my shoulders. Yet I have little interest in such matters. That's not all, she continued. They have even found me a suitor, insisting that I marry soon and bear children to inherit the family business. Yi Chen interjected. To rush a marriage is one thing, but to pressure for children before the wedding even takes place is absurd. A flicker of sympathy crossed Yi Chen's gaze. If what you say is true, then as long as you desire it, no one can take you away. Ruo Lanqi instinctively lifted her head, her beautiful eyes sparkling with hope. Yi Chen offered a gentle smile. Outside, voices echoed, demanding to know who governed this city and urging a swift appearance. Our clan's saintess is here. Do you dare to obstruct her? Unfazed, Yi Chen quietly led Ruo Lanqi into the shadows. In an instant, he appeared atop the city walls, where an elderly man stood outside the barrier, possessing a cultivation level of the late spiritual sovereign, clad in simple, yet tidy, garments. The old man's face bore a hint of impatience. Upon spotting Yi Chen, he instinctively scrutinized him, but soon turned his attention to Ruo Lanqi behind him. The old man immediately clasped his fists, exclaiming, Your Highness, the Saintess. At last, I have found you. Please return to the clan with me. Both the clan leader and matriarch miss you dearly. Ruo Lanqi's beautiful face remained cold as she replied, I am well and not in danger. Inform my father and mother not to worry. As for returning, that is out of the question. The elder, seemingly prepared for her response, shook his head. Your Highness, I have come personally to escort you back. You must accompany me. Ruo Lanqi scoffed, glancing at Yi Chen's back. What? Do you intend to resort to force? The old man's expression darkened. If the Saintess remains obstinate, I shall be compelled to resort to less favorable measures. Ruo Lanqi pointed with her chin. This is my master. Yi Chen. The elder paused, disbelief etched on his face as he turned to Yi Chen. You say, he is your master? Ruo Lanqi remained silent, merely smiling faintly. The elder's demeanor soured. Young man, do you comprehend the significance of the Saintess's identity? How can a mere child like you presume to be her mentor? After observing for a moment, Yi Chen felt compelled to speak up. I have heard that Lanqi is being coerced into marriage and even pressured to bear children. The elder froze, fury suddenly igniting in his features. What do you, a mere child, know of my clan's affairs? Such matters are beyond your comprehension. So, Lanqi's words hold truth? Yi Chen's eyes narrowed slightly. The elder's cold smirk returned. And what of it? What can you do? Do you think you can confine the Saintess? Yi Chen sighed inwardly. If it were indeed true, there was no need for further discussion. Having entered the mundane world, he would not remain indifferent. His gaze turned steely. Remember my name, Yi Chen. Lanqi has entered the mundane world, so you need not think of taking her away. Depart from here. The elder found it hard to believe that a mere child could be so audacious and could not help but let out a cold laugh. Is that so? Yi Qin's voice turned sharp. Indeed. You will not take her today? The elder, with no more time for pleasantries, demanded 3 counts. Leave immediately. An exaggerated aura surged from the elder, oppressive as dark clouds looming over a city, the sun obscured. Yi Qin's eyes flashed with a chilling light as his hand instinctively reached for the hilt at his waist. With a swift motion, a sharp blade was drawn. A golden arc of light surged forth, a manifestation of a celestial-level spiritual technique, the furious blade slash. This object, just extracted by Yi Qin from the system, represents his inaugural celestial-level spiritual technique. Whether it truly possesses the capability to sever with a single stroke remains uncertain, yet its ferocity is undeniable. With a mere disagreement, he wields his blade, much like the current incarnation of Yi Qin. In an instant, the entire sky seemed to dim, leaving only a solitary beam of golden light visible. With a thunderous roar, the elder's form vanished without a trace, leaving behind a dazzling arc of light that traversed the boundless void. In that moment, Ruolanshi, standing behind, could not help but gasp in astonishment. What had she just witnessed? Her guardian, a late-stage spiritual sovereign, had been effortlessly cleaved away in the blink of an eye. Even more terrifying was the fleeting aura that had just enveloped Yi Qin. Remarkably, it too belonged to a spiritual sovereign. Chapter 176. Su Yun, the Spirit Emperor. Ruolanshi had never imagined that Yi Qin's cultivation would reach such astonishing heights. Initially, she believed Yi Qin, as a Spirit Emperor, was invincible. Yet the realm of Spirit Sovereign seemed far beyond his grasp. However, the current reality appeared to contradict her assumptions. A single strike spanned 3,000 miles. This blow was nothing short of breathtaking. 3,000 miles away, the elder barely stabilized himself, his countenance marred by sheer astonishment. His garments were utterly tattered, and a fresh wound on his chest oozed blood. Unable to restrain his curiosity, the elder glanced at his wrist, where a faint white mark lingered. But now it was conspicuously empty. His protective spiritual artifact had been shattered in an instant. A surge of dread coursed through the elder's mind. This boy, scarcely over 10 years of age, was even younger than the Holy Maiden, yet his cultivation and swordsmanship were unparalleled. Yi Qin, no wonder the name sounded familiar. Could he be the renowned prodigy of the world? The Red Dust Cottage. Indeed, it must be. The elder's apprehension deepened as he observed the faint golden glow in the distance. After a moment's hesitation, he turned and departed. This matter was of great significance. It was imperative to inform the clan leader. The elder vanished without a trace after being struck down. Yi Qin smirked, casually sheathing his long blade. Apologies. My temper is rather volatile. I tend to resort to violence at the slightest provocation. However, this strike should not have been lethal. Muttering to himself, Yi Qin turned away, his expression unperturbed. Let us go. Ruolanshi, still in a daze, jolted at the sound. Huh? Oh, yes. Let us return. Unfazed, Yi Qin dispelled the protective aura of the guardian goddess and soared toward the Red Dust Cottage. On the way, Ruolanshi hesitated multiple times before finally speaking up. Young master, my intention in seeking apprenticeship is not ulterior. I did not even know my family could locate this place. Yi Qin waved his hand dismissively. From the moment I agreed, your status has been acknowledged. There is no need for further explanation. Ruolanshi paused, feeling as if molten lava coursed through her veins. It was scalding hot. How can you be so powerful and yet so handsome? Upon reaching the Red Dust Cottage, Su Yun and Ouyang Qingfeng awaited their return. Upon seeing Yi Qin and Ruolanshi, Su Yun remained silent, her gaze fixed on Yi Qin. Ouyang Qingfeng, however, wore a playful smile, as if relishing a joke. Oh, my dear brother, when did you learn to wield a blade? Yi Qin cast a nonchalant glance at him. Is there a need for learning? Ouyang Qingfeng stood stunned. One was sarcastic, the other straightforward. Truly, siblings were alike. Yi Qin turned slightly, introducing, these two are my sisters. The triplets, my biological siblings. Ruolanshi, upon realizing this, gracefully bowed. Greetings, esteemed sisters. Yi Qin was taken aback. Sisters? I call you sister. And you call me sister too? Isn't this situation rather peculiar? Women addressing women as sisters seems to carry a certain connotation, does it not? Su Yun nodded faintly. Since Chun'er had already given his consent, then, welcome to the Red Dust Cottage. a place where you shall not regret your arrival. I still have to enter seclusion, so feel free to make yourself at home." With that, Sui Yun turned and departed. Yi Chen felt somewhat puzzled. Did Sui Yun seem a bit displeased? As Yi Chen's first celestial-grade spiritual technique, he was quite satisfied with the aggressive blade slash. Such a straightforward and forceful method suited him perfectly for grand displays. The old man had vanished in an instant from a single strike, which was sufficient to demonstrate the ferocity of Yi Chen's attack. However, Yi Chen's thoughts wandered more towards Wan Cici's family. What kind of business did this girl's family engage in, and what was its scale? Even a mere old servant had reached the realm of spiritual sovereign. Has the competition among household servants grown so intense outside? Yi Chen pondered. Perhaps next time he returned, he would not merely encounter a spiritual sovereign. The pressure was immense. If a being above the spiritual sovereign appeared, Yi Chen might have to unseal the celestial star ring and the celestial necklace. Suddenly, he felt a tinge of anticipation. If he unleashed his full power, what level could he truly reach? In his room, Yi Chen couldn't help but grin as he pulled out a pack of fries and some ketchup, then turned on the audiovisual system for a film. Yi Chen mused that perhaps his attacking style could become even more ferocious. Time passed swiftly. On that day, while Yi Chen was playing with Little Star, he abruptly sensed a tremendous aura. This, Yi Chen's head snapped up. The aura belonged to a spiritual emperor. The source was Sui Yun. Damn! Yi Chen sprang to his feet, astonished. After such a long wait, his sister had finally reached the spiritual emperor realm. By the heavens, ancient secret realm, I shall come for you soon. The aura was entirely contained within the red dust cottage. Before long, while Yi Chen was cradling Little Star in the living room on the first floor, Sui Yun made her entrance. Donned in a simple plain dress that could not conceal her beauty, Yi Chen raised an eyebrow, ready to offer his congratulations. Sui Yun immediately spotted Little Star in Yi Chen's arms, her eyes sparkling with delight. What is this? Yi Chen smiled, recalling that during their last hurried encounter, both sisters had not met Little Star. After explaining, Sui Yun eagerly approached and snatched Little Star away, showering the little one with affection. Yi Chen merely smiled, feeling no sense of awkwardness. Women naturally had a poor resistance to adorable things. Sui Yun was quite fond of Little Star, which brought Yi Chen joy. After a while, Yi Chen's expression turned serious. Sister, now that you have finally reached the spiritual emperor realm, there is a matter we can bring to the forefront. Sui Yun showed no surprise. The ancient secret realm? Yi Chen nodded. Once that little Demoness also breaks through, we shall make a trip to the supreme Dao Heavenly Palace and then unlock the ancient secret realm. Sui Yun pondered for a moment and asked, Cher, why are you so fixated on the ancient secret realm? This matter is fraught with complications, and I sense that this secret realm will not be simple. Yi Chen fell silent for a brief moment. He could hardly express his desire for the unknown rewards of the system. The unknown. At present, only the mutations of the Little Star remain a mystery. Such a level of reward is difficult for Yi Chen to refuse. Of course, there is an underlying reason as well, his curiosity. Now that Yi Chen has attained the status of spirit sovereign, he is eager to uncover the secrets that this world conceals. That evening, the siblings engaged in a lengthy conversation, ultimately leading Sui Yun to wish to take the Little Star with her. Unfortunately, the Little Star resisted vehemently, choosing only to sleep with Yi Chen. Sui Yun was heartbroken and suddenly recalled the little fairy demon. Just look at how affectionate their pet is, always so clingy. Unlike you, who only knows how to run around. A few days later, Yi Xingtian unexpectedly made his presence known. This was a rare occurrence. Ordinarily, he seldom visits the red dust cottage except for a brief stay. Yi Chen hurried to the Yi residence, bringing the Little Star along to introduce her to the family. Xia Xinyu joyfully took the Little Star into her arms and left the room, leaving only the father and son. Yi Xingtian's expression gradually grew serious. Chapter 177. White Silk. Observing the expression on Yi Xingtian's face, Yi Chen sensed that the matter was far from trivial. What could possibly evoke such seriousness from his father? Curiosity swelled within him. What has transpired, father? After a moment of contemplation, Yi Xingtian appeared to be organizing his thoughts. A faction emerging from the Ruoshi family has delivered a challenge to the empire, demanding the immediate surrender of their saintess. Otherwise, they threaten to raise our Qianyuan empire in the near future. Yi Chen narrowed his eyes, a cold smile gradually surfacing. So, when they cannot overpower me, they resort to pressuring the empire? He waved his hand dismissively, declaring that he would wait in the imperial capital, inviting them to come and fight if they dared. Yi Shengtian showed no surprise at this, merely raising his eyebrows in skepticism. Who do you think you are? Yi Chen's expression stiffened, currently brimming with excitement. Yi Chen was hardly swayed by such trivialities. That afternoon, he set off with Su Yun, eager to take Little Star out for a treat. On their way, while holding Little Star, Su Yun inquired, "Did your father seek you out this morning? What transpired?" With a light chuckle, Yi Chen replied, "Lanqi's family grew restless after being turned away by me and went to pressure the empire." Su Yun nodded slightly, realizing that Lanqi's family possessed some influence. However, if they are so powerful, why does Lanqi refuse to return? Yi Chen puffed out his chest, exclaiming, "Need you even ask? It's undoubtedly my charisma." Su Yun rolled her eyes. Yet, she did not contradict him. Indeed, Yi Chen had a certain appeal to young ladies, especially considering his tender age. Reflecting on the future, Su Yun couldn't help but feel exasperated. Youthful, wealthy, powerful, and strikingly handsome, it was no wonder that those girls were so eager to pursue him. After a moment, Su Yun turned to him. "Have you ever contemplated what lies ahead?" Yi Chen paused, then smiled casually. "Of course, I have thought about it. In the future, the three of us will certainly depart from the mortal realm." Su Yun chuckled lightly. "Are you willing to part ways?" At her words, Yi Chen sighed softly, though his hesitation was fleeting. "Wherever you and the second sister go, I shall follow. As for home, this mortal realm cannot upheave, and there is no need for concern." Su Yun sighed gently. "Yet this departure may span many years, and you may not even know if you can return. As for me and my sister, even as empresses, we have still arrived in this life." Yi Chen felt little sorrow in response. Such is the life of a cultivator. The path ahead is long and deep as the sea. I consider myself fortunate, for I have both of you by my side. And what of Luo Shui? Luo Shui? Yi Chen paused for a moment, then shook his head with a smile. As for her future, she may well become the sovereign of this mortal realm. It would not be amiss for her to become an empress as well. Nevertheless, seeing Yi Chen come to a halt, Su Yun smoothly interjected, "Regardless, she cannot keep pace with you and has no means to ascend alongside you." Yi Chen remained silent. With a light chuckle, Su Yun remarked, "All right, let's not dwell on that. I heard something amusing. You sent a peculiar outfit to Luo Shui?" Yi Chen's expression stiffened. What? Su Yun paid no heed to his bewilderment and continued to giggle. "I took a look at that strange thing. It was somewhat intriguing, though I wasn't fond of the black. Do you have it in white?" "Yes," Yi Chen instinctively replied, suddenly realizing something felt amiss. "And no." Su Yun burst into laughter. "Come on. Why pretend with me? Are you feeling bashful?" "And not at all." Yi Chen felt exceedingly awkward. Su Yun seemed quite unbothered. "When you have the chance, send me a white set, all right?" Yi Chen was a bit flustered, sensing something was off about her demeanor. In the past, Su Yun had never been so open. She was 100 times shyer than him. Had she transformed into someone else today? Yet, speaking of white silk, Yi Chen's gaze lingered on Su Yun's long legs, and his mind momentarily faltered. The white silk had indeed been sent out, but regrettably, Su Yun had not donned it immediately, leaving Yi Chen with a tinge of disappointment. In the evening, after dinner, Yi Chen was on the rooftop enjoying tea when Ruolinshi arrived, adorned in her deep blue gauze dress, seemingly enamored with the color as she gracefully took a seat across from him. Yi Chen looked up. "Is there something you need?" Ruolinshi studied Yi Chen for several seconds. "I don't think I've ever seen you practice." Yi Chen was taken aback, then chuckled. "Did I not mention? I generally just eat and sleep. My cultivation improves on its own, and I can't even stop it if I wanted to. Therefore, Ruolinshi, I can't really teach you anything about cultivation. After all, every person is unique, and you can't replicate my circumstances." Ruolinshi thought to herself, "He is so shameless." What to do? Although she had long suspected he was a bit odd, she hadn't anticipated he would be this shameless. Seeing her expression, Yi Chen chuckled softly and decided not to tease her further. He produced a bottle of ice-cold cola. "This is delicious. You should enjoy it." Ruolinshi huffed. "You think a single bottle of water will suffice to placate me?" Suddenly, a little starling extended its paw and tugged at Yi Chen. He was momentarily taken aback. "You want to drink this? Are you sure you want this?" To his surprise, the little starling nodded. Its adorably silly demeanor was utterly delightful. Yi Chen chuckled, placing the little starling on the table. He then stood up and instantly transported himself to the kitchen on the first floor, returning with a large bowl. As he poured the cola, bubbles fizzed up enticingly, and the little starling began to lick with its tongue. Ruel and she, witnessing this, felt her heart flutter with youthful exuberance. Taking a sip from her own cola, her eyes instantly sparkling. No wonder the little starling couldn't resist. I can't resist it either. That night, Ruel and she arrived at Meng Ying's room with 2 bottles of cola. Come quick, see what I brought you. Meng Ying peered at the cola, puzzled. Miss, what is this? Ruel and she replied mysteriously, just try it. Meng Ying could not help but feel a surge of curiosity as she lifted the lid and took a small sip. Oh, this sensation. It is somewhat spicy, yet oddly addictive. It is utterly delightful. Ruel Langxi smiled with great satisfaction, saying, how about that? Impressive, isn't it? This was given to me by the young master. Meng Ying's heart swelled with astonishment, so it was from the Red Dust Cottage, which rendered it less surprising. After a while, by the bedside, Meng Ying hesitated for a moment and pondered, what do you think of young Master Yi? Are you truly considering staying at the Red Dust Cottage? Ruel Langxi paused, reflecting for a moment, before responding with a gentle smile, why not? The young master is an intriguing person, and he treats us with great familiarity. I find him quite admirable. Moreover, Meng Ying, the profound essence of this Red Dust Cottage surely surpasses anything we have encountered. It is akin to how genuine treasures are rarely displayed in shop windows. Chapter 178. The King of Ruckus Ruo Lanshi and Meng Ying gradually acclimated to the Red Dust Cottage. Of course, the manner of their integration is still subject to scrutiny. It bears no resemblance to the role of a disciple. As someone once remarked, Ruo Lanshi did not come to seek a mentor, but rather to engage in revelry. Yichen found himself at a loss for words. Is it truly my fault? Do you genuinely wish for me to assume the role of a nagging mentor? Yichen chuckled. Impossible. Absolutely out of the question. The primary tenet of the Red Dust Cottage is to indulge in all forms of enjoyment. During the second snowfall, Yichen gazed at the swirling snowflakes, lost in thought at the entrance. He recalled the first snowfall of the year, when he had been in a similar state of contemplation. That occasion had drawn many visitors to the imperial city. Today, the scene might very well mirror that experience. The voice of the system echoed in his mind. Ding. System task initiated. Withstand the impending onslaught. Upon completion of the task, a reward of 10 lottery draws awaits. A tenfold draw is indeed enticing. As Yichen observed the flurrying snow, a resolution began to form within him. Just then, the alarm of the Red Dust Cottage blared, and the radiance of the guardian goddess illuminated the surroundings. Outside, a thunderous roar resonated. Yichen, come out and face your demise. The booming voice reverberated throughout the city. Yichen squinted slightly. Ah, what a grand display. How full of bravado. With such a shout, Yichen sensed that he was indeed encountering the fabled king of Ruckus. Su Yun, who had not been in seclusion that day, was lounging on the sofa enjoying French fries when she heard the voice, her expression immediately turning frosty. Chunno? Yichen waved his hand dismissively, unperturbed. Su Yun refrained from further comments, yet the chill on her face remained palpable. Soon, Ouyang Qingfeng, Ruo Lanshi, and even Luo Shui made their way down. Upon seeing Yichen, Ouyang Qingfeng raised a hand. Brother, someone dares to look down on you. What do you propose? What do I propose? Yichen grinned. Let us deal with him. Ruo Lanshi appeared anxious. Young master, Yichen turned to her. They are here for you. You must show yourself and accompany me. Ruo Lanshi nodded, and Yichen said no more, soaring into the sky with her. Outside the city, a group of 7 or 8 individuals hovered in a line before the city gates. It seemed they were indeed the rumored celestial artifacts of the Red Dust Cottage. Indeed, the aura of a celestial artifact was palpable, and it appeared to be of considerable rank. A mere speck of a small nation possesses such depth. What shall we do now? If that fellow hides away, it won't be easy for us to enter. Do not fret. He is the most extraordinary prodigy in the realm. He will surely emerge. Before long, Yichen's silhouette appeared, accompanied by Ruo Lanshi. Upon seeing Ruo Lanshi, the crowd erupted in excitement. Your Highness, the Saintess. Yichen halted midair. Aren't you going to introduce yourselves? Ruo Lanshi's gaze held a hint of coldness. They were merely servants, after all. Only the white-haired man in the center was my cousin, Ruo Shan. Yichen nodded, indicating that aside from that individual, the remaining 6 were indeed outsiders. I understood correctly, did I not? It seemed Ruo Lanshi anticipated something, yet she offered no opposition. She was well aware that one must first wield strength before reason can be articulated. Yi Chen smirked, as someone had just demanded he step forward. Who could it be? It is I. Without hesitation, a middle-aged man beside Ruoshan admitted. A cold smile etched upon his face. It was I who summoned you forth. What will you do about it? Clang. A fierce clash of blades erupted. In an instant, Yi Chen's figure vanished, appearing before the middle-aged man in the blink of an eye. A spatial shift. In that fleeting moment, the middle-aged man's pupils constricted in terror. How could this be happening so quickly? His mind grasped the unfolding events, yet his body was too slow to react. Swish. Faster than Yi Chen was the blade of judgment. The golden tip of the sword gleamed ominously before the middle-aged man's eyes. As the long blade shimmered, the energy of the sword surged forth. At that critical moment, Ruoshan let out a cold snort from a distance, and an overwhelming pressure descended upon them. Clearly, Ruoshan's reaction was far swifter than that of a mere servant, yet no matter how rapid, it could not match Yi Chen's lethal intent. An oppressive aura enveloped him, and Yi Chen distinctly felt his movements sluggish under the weight of this pressure, a manifestation of the peak of the spirit's sovereign realm. Nevertheless, the golden blade remained unperturbed, erupting with blinding radiance. In a furious strike, at such a close distance, Ruoshan watched in disbelief as the golden light ignited, and in the blink of an eye, the middle-aged man was completely engulfed. Ruoshan's eyes widened in shock, a surge of fury rising within him. Gone. In but a moment, he had vanished. The golden light extinguished, and the middle-aged man fell, his body severed in two. Yi Chen slowly turned his head, locking eyes with Ruoshan, a chilling smile gracing his lips. While my impression of your Ruo family is not particularly favorable, I must admit I did not anticipate such individuals among you. Consider this a cleansing of your ranks. Lanqi mentioned you are Ruoshan. I trust you have no objections? Yi Chen's smile broadened, transforming into an audacious grin. In the next heartbeat, he vanished once more, returning to his previous position, offering no time for Ruoshan to respond. As Yi Chen reappeared beside her, Lanqi found her mind blank. In just a fleeting moment, a life was extinguished, a single glance, and it was over in an instant. Lanqi vividly recalled that strike, the very one that had repelled the family's servant 1,000 miles away. Today, however, this blow seemed even more ferocious. No, the term ferocious does not quite capture its essence. This strike exuded an overwhelming dominance. A sudden realization dawned upon Lanqi during their previous encounter. Yi Chen had likely held back. Otherwise, that servant would not have had the opportunity to escape. Was it for my sake? A myriad of complex emotions stirred within her. Across from her, the others displayed varying degrees of anger. Some wore expressions of grave concern. Yet, only Ruoshan narrowed his eyes, fixated intently on Yi Chen. Yi Chen cast a glance at Lanqi. Was he not going to say anything? Abruptly, Lanqi regained her focus, comprehending Yi Chen's intent, and stepped forward. Cousin, I am perfectly fine here. There is no need for the family to worry excessively. Instead of fretting over me, it would be better to direct your attention towards my younger brother. Chapter 179. Burdened by selfishness, Yi Chen wore a smile that was not quite a smile. Did you hear that? Ruoshan's anger flared up. Brother? What a joke. Your brother is nothing but a waste. Relying on him will only lead to ruin. Ruolengsi took a deep breath. I do not wish to repeat the conventional wisdom, but I shall say it once more. I am perfectly content here and will not return with you. Yi Chen cast a glance at Ruolengsi. Conventional wisdom. This phrase ignited a multitude of speculations within him. This girl must have endured considerable grievances at home. Perhaps grievances was not quite the right term, but it was certain that she was not happy in her family. She had her aspirations, and the Ruoshi family was not suited for her. Ruoshan chose to disregard Ruolengsi entirely and turned his attention back to Yi Chen. Kid, I recognize your exceptional talent. To be frank, your cultivation astonishes me. However, this time, I stand here representing the Ruoshi family, and I hope you will make a wise choice. Yi Chen slowly shook his head. One may resemble a person, yet lack intelligence. What did you say? Ruoshan's gaze sharpened. Yi Chen chuckled. I said you are a fool. My stance has long been made clear. I will reiterate. Ruolengsi resides in the Red Dust Cottage, and as long as I, Yi Chen, am here, you cannot take her away. I stand by those words. Ruoshan inhaled deeply, his eyes gleaming with danger. Damn it, how arrogant. In such a tense atmosphere, The servants surrounding Ruoshang began to show signs of impatience. Yi Chun's words were extraordinarily brazen. Surprisingly, Ruoshang's tone gradually became calm. I am curious. What gives you such confidence? Yi Chun narrowed his eyes. Would you care to test it? Ruoshang's heart raced. Intent to kill. For the first time, he perceived a murderous intent in Yi Chen's gaze. What could be the source of Yi Chen's confidence? No matter how one looked at it, Yi Chen merely possessed mid-stage Ling Zun cultivation. What audacity did he have to direct murderous intent toward a fully realized Ling Zun? Recalling the circumstances of his family, Ruoshang's expression darkened completely. Break the formation. Yi Chen will handle it. As his voice fell, the other 5 formidable figures simultaneously emanated a pressure of formidable might. There were indeed 5 Ling Zun. Although they were all at the initial stage of Ling Zun, there was no doubt that they were genuine Ling Zun. A great wave surged within Yi Chen's heart. The Ruoshi family was truly formidable. For the first time, he felt an immense pressure. In such a scenario, one thing had nearly become a certainty. There must be a presence above Ling Zun within the Ruoshi family. The overwhelming pressure began to take effect as the 5 initial stage Ling Zun prepared for action, causing Yi Chen's gaze to turn icy. Enough. Ruoshang, you are Lan Shi's cousin. Do not compel me to kill you. Ruoshang's heart skipped a beat. For reasons unknown, he genuinely felt that Yi Chen's words were not mere bluster. Yi Chen seemingly possesses the capability to vanquish him. Yet, Ruoshang clenched his teeth resolutely. The sharp-tongued youngster, within the realm of the spirit sovereign, I stand invincible. How could you possibly defeat me? Engage and break the array. Damn it. A fierce determination surged within Yi Chen. In but a fleeting moment, snowflakes danced through the heavens. With a single thought, the very fabric of reality shifted. Crack, crack. The excruciating sound of shattering resonated through the void. As all present witnessed the space fracturing on a grand scale, collapsing. Jagged fissures in the space rapidly extended forth, and even more astonishingly, an unparalleled force sealed off this realm. In the blink of an eye, some were caught in the wake of the spatial rifts. An arm brutally torn asunder, one half trapped on one side, the other left behind. Such a scene was utterly horrifying. Ruoshang felt a surge of terror, retreating in near panic. The power of space. It is indeed the power of space. How could it reach such terrifying heights? Ruoshang's eyes widened in sheer fright. As though he had encountered a specter, he was well aware of the power of space, yet he could not fathom it could manifest in such an exaggerated manner. In the blink of an eye, of the remaining 5, 3 were horrifically dismembered on the spot. No matter how they struggled, they could not escape the encroaching rifts. Helplessly observing as they were torn into pieces, the other 2 suffered grievous injuries, one losing a thigh, the other an arm. But before they could find solace, an overwhelming fear gripped them as they realized their bodies were swiftly becoming rigid. In mere moments, a layer of frost enveloped them. Frozen, the remaining 2, now rendered disabled, were grotesquely transformed into ice sculptures. This was true freezing. Even their blood solidified into ice. Ruoshang was utterly paralyzed by the spectacle, his mind a blank slate. As the space gradually began to restore, at that moment, Yi Chen's figure suddenly vanished, reappearing before Ruoshang in the blink of an eye. You! Ruoshang gasped in horror, retreating hastily. Yi Chen, observing this, smirked disdainfully. I had warned you, yet it seems you took it lightly? The spirit sovereign level. This must be quite a loss for your clan, the Ruo family, wouldn't you agree? Ruoshang, somewhat regaining his composure, could not help but darken at the words. Yi Chen, unfazed, continued in a calm tone. You are Lan Shi's uncle, Ruoshang, and I truly wish to avoid conflict with you. I hope you do not compel me to take action, nor put Lan Shi in a difficult position. Heed my words, return from whence you came. As her uncle, you ought to realize one crucial truth. You are human, and Lan Shi is human too. Thus, I leave you with this thought. Act wisely. With those words, Yi Chen vanished. Rejoining Lan Shi's side. Let us depart. Lan Shi, initially stunned, gradually regained her composure, her expression a tangle of emotions as she followed Yi Chen back. Outside the city, Ruoshang stood, gazing blankly at Yi Chen's retreating figure, a lingering dread within him, yet seemingly deep in contemplation. Within the cozy abode of the mortal realm, the turbulence soon subsided. Ouyang Qingfeng returned to her secluded meditation, while Luo Shui busied herself with her cultivation. Only Sui Yun appeared considerably more at ease. With the Spirit Emperor's barrier now breached, Su Yun could afford herself a period of respite. In the sitting room, Yi Chun cradled the little star in his arms, unable to resist the urge to gently caress her cherubic face. After a considerable time, Ruo Lanqi could no longer contain herself and spoke. "Thank you, young master, for your assistance today." Yi Chun, without lifting his gaze, replied nonchalantly, "It was nothing. The cozy abode of the mortal realm never neglects its own." Ruo Lanqi's emotions became entangled, a hint of melancholy surfacing. "Do you believe my choice was right?" Yi Chun paused, lifting his eyes with a gentle smile. "Does it truly matter whether it is right or wrong?" Ruo Lanqi was taken aback. Yi Chun, stroking the little star's head, continued, "Those who choose freedom must bear the weight of selfish reproach. You are not at fault, nor is your family. Each holds their own stance." With that said, Yi Chun beamed brightly. The cozy abode of the mortal realm does not concern itself with right or wrong. You need only make your choice. Chapter 180 Departure. Ruo Lanqi fell into silence. Those who choose selfishness must bear the stigma of selfishness. This phrase echoed repeatedly in her mind, accompanied by a bittersweet smile that was difficult to articulate. A simple statement, yet it seemed to illuminate everything. After a moment of contemplation, Ruo Lanqi suddenly lifted her gaze and smiled lightly. The young master once claimed he could not teach her anything, yet he seemed to forget that these words were, in fact, a form of instruction. Yi Chun raised an eyebrow, remaining silent, tacitly acknowledging her thoughts. Su Yun, beside them, wore a radiant smile, clearly surprised that this young rascal could articulate such piercing insights. "I noticed it long ago. You seem to possess considerable understanding." Yi Chun looked up, his face a mask of astonishment. "Do not say such things. Your brother is quite ignorant. I only know how to eat and sleep, and beyond that, I am utterly clueless." Ruo Lanqi smiled gently, but Su Yun suddenly disregarded Yi Chun's jest and gazed at him with eyes as bright as morning stars. "I once toiled for years over a single question. Do you think that was worthwhile? To the world, this would be deemed as stubbornness." Yi Chun raised his eyes, pondering for a moment. "Whether it is worthwhile, do not ask others, but inquire within yourself." Su Yun's expression sharpened, as if she had caught a glimpse of Yi Chun's meaning. "Remarkable. I hadn't realized that Yi Chun's thoughts could be so intriguing. It's no wonder he managed to bewilder Jiang Tian so thoroughly. It seems that in the future, I could engage in some conversations with this young lad during my leisure time." Before long, Yi Chun suddenly looked up. "So, have you found the answer to that question?" Su Yun nodded, then shook her head. "It seems I have found it, yet perhaps I have not." Yi Chun, intrigued, prodded further. "Why not share? What was the question?" Su Yun nodded earnestly. "Love." Love." Yi Chun blurted out. "Am I to say I love you?" Su Yun, confused, thought to herself, "Did I just get scolded?" Yi Chun chuckled awkwardly, offering no further explanation as he stood and made his way upstairs. After pouring himself a cup, he dashed off, feeling exhilarated by the thrill of it all. Yi Chun found this reward somewhat effortless. However, amidst his relief, he couldn't shake a sense of concern. Would the Ruo family rise again? The sudden emergence of so many spirit lords as their subordinates suggested that the Ruo family's influence was rather exaggerated. In the face of uncertainty, Yi Chun felt a twinge of apprehension. He couldn't approach Ruo Lanqi for answers. Doing so would only reveal his fears, and he could not allow that to happen. Damn it. Yi Chun resolved to grow closer to Su Yun instead. "Am I afraid of you?" What a joke. Time flowed slowly. After about half a month, a startling aura once again filled the air. Yi Chun leapt high, springing from his bed. "It is Ouyang Qingfeng. The Spirit Emperor realm has finally arrived as promised." Unable to contain his laughter, Yi Chun tidied his clothing for a moment before stepping out of his room. "Before long, I encountered the long-missed Ouyang Qingfeng. Oh, what a delightful reunion. You seem to be thriving. The seat of power at my humble abode surely deserves your presence." Ouyang Qingfeng curled her lips, remarking, the seat of power. Pray tell, how many have attained such a distinguished position?" Yi Chun, with utmost seriousness, counted. Dream Blue and Wushuang cannot be included. "So that leaves us with 7. Ouyang Qingfeng shook her head. "There are only 7 in total. Can just anyone claim a spot? Truly, you are remarkable." Yi Chun opened his mouth, sensing a hint of insult. "What am I feeling? Where lies the issue?" In the living room, Yi Chun was brimming with enthusiasm. "Everyone, I have an important announcement. My 2 sisters and I are embarking on a journey. Sui Yun had long been prepared for this news, and surprisingly, even Ouyang Qingfeng showed no astonishment, despite the lack of prior discussion. Yi Chun exhibited his characteristic decisiveness. As soon as the announcement was made, he promptly dashed off to the Yi residence. Thus, before noon, a flying boat had already soared into the sky, its massive tail flame radiating waves of energy. Boom. Amidst the commotion, faint melodies could still be heard. Perhaps you should just delete me. The destination of this voyage was the Taishang Dao Heavenly Palace. This matter had occupied Yi Chen's thoughts for quite some time. On the flying boat, he appeared immensely excited, preparing a feast of chicken legs, fries, and cola to celebrate. Beside the large table, a smaller one held Little Star, who was diligently munching on a chicken leg. Indeed, this chicken was far tastier than the flesh of fierce beasts, which was always raw and devoid of flavor, causing this beast to swallow it whole each time. Ouyang Qingfeng gazed at Little Star with astonishment. Yet the harmony at the dining table was too delightful to disrupt. Thus, she curiously slurped on ketchup, her eyes fixed on Little Star. Yi Chun, while equally thrilled, remained contemplative. His mind was preoccupied with numerous thoughts. Presently, only Zhou Changhe remained in the Taishang Dao Heavenly Palace, holding some value for Yi Chun. One aspect of this value was undoubtedly related to the system's tasks, while the other pertained to the mysterious figure. This individual had instigated Zhou Changhe to betray him, leaving Yi Chun puzzled about the reason for their obsession with the ancient secret realm. Within that realm, did opportunities or dangers await? This matter remained shrouded in uncertainty, causing Yi Chun to feel unsteady. Noticing Yi Chun's demeanor, Sui Yun sensed something was amiss. "Chinner, what occupies your thoughts?" Yi Chun returned to reality, pondering for a moment. "To you, does everything in this mortal realm seem rather simple?" This prompted Ouyang Qingfeng to turn her head in curiosity. "What are you saying? Is something amiss?" Yi Chun shook his head with a smile. "It's nothing, just a casual inquiry." Ouyang Qingfeng furrowed her brow, glancing at Sui Yun. "Are you concerned about the ancient secret realm? I can assure you that as long as this is the secret realm of the mortal world, it cannot possibly defy the heavens. But what of that mysterious figure? How should I know?" Ouyang Qingfeng rolled her eyes. Yi Chun, for reasons unknown, found himself somewhat perturbed. In the blink of an eye, several days had passed. On this day, amidst the mountains, the speed of the flying vessel gradually diminished. Yi Chun had already investigated the location of the supreme Dao Heavenly Palace, and beneath him lay the earthly tier of the palace, the Dao Tian mountain range. It is said that over half of this mountainous expanse is privately owned by the supreme Dao Heavenly Palace, which can only be attributed to wealth. Within the mountains, numerous ethereal palaces are faintly visible, hidden from sight. Yi Chun showed no hesitation, allowing his perception to extend outward. Before long, he sensed a profound aura. A smile curved upon his lips. "Where is the illustrious Chao Changhe? I am Yi Chun. Come forth and let us meet." Chapter 181. The great competition. Under Yi Chun's perception, Zhou Changhe remained motionless within the mountains. However, a formidable shield soon illuminated the surrounding peaks. "Oh, the sect's grand formation has been activated. Is he afraid I might annihilate the sect?" Ouyang Qingfeng smiled charmingly, proclaiming, "Our Chun'er is a good person. How could he commit such a nefarious act?" Yi Chun cast her an exasperated glance before raising his voice once more. "Zhou Changhe, I shall say it once more. Come out and meet me." Voices soon echoed from below. "You little rascal, who gave you the audacity to wreak havoc at the residence of the supreme Dao Heavenly Palace? You must be unaware of our sect's profound heritage." Yi Chun couldn't help but chuckle at this. "Your heritage? I must admit, I am quite oblivious to it. But fear not, I shall soon discover it." Yi Chun extended his hand over the railing, pointing towards the mountains below. In no time, astonishing ripples began to rise. Wang Su flash. Moments later, the fluctuations of Wang Su flash became increasingly exaggerated. At a certain point, a colossal beam of light descended with a thunderous crash. Boom. Following the exaggerated sound was an even more tremendous explosion. The protective formation of the sect was utterly shattered. Below, countless disciples and elders spewed blood, nearly fainting on the spot. "It's broken. It's truly broken. This is the protective formation of the sect. How could it vanish in an instant? What on earth is happening?" With the sect leader leading the elders towards their doom, and an unparalleled prodigy seeking vengeance, Zhou Changhe thought to himself, "Heavens! The Supreme Dao Heavenly Palace can no longer endure this. Someone. I demand a change of sect. Deep within the back mountains, Zhou Changha sat in his residence. His expression dark as he observed the scene outside. He had assumed that if he refrained from troubling Yi Chun, the latter would be grateful. Yet now, Yi Chun had come knocking at his door. Moreover, if he was not mistaken, Yi Chun's cultivation had already reached the level of spiritual sovereign. This was utterly absurd. In the sky, Yi Chun's voice resonated once more. Zhou Changha, this is your final opportunity. Come out immediately. You insolent wretch. Zhou Changha's expression twisted with rage. His face a mask of murderous intent. Yet, remembering Yi Chun's formidable strength, he felt utterly helpless, the frustration within him beyond words. Damn it. Zhou Changha, resigned, knew he had no choice but to step out. As the former sect leader of the Supreme Tao Heavenly Palace, he could not stand idly by while his disciples were slaughtered. Gazing at the old man clad in coarse robes, Yi Chun would never have believed, had he not been prepared, that this individual was a sect leader. Zhou Changha's countenance was shrouded in gloom, his face lined with deep wrinkles, and his eyes appeared dim and lifeless. His visage seemed as if he had 1 foot already in the grave. Yi Chun, noticing the old man's surprised expression, inquired, Are you Zhou Changha? The old man snorted coldly, So you are Yi Chun. Indeed, just as the rumors say, you are young and domineering. Domineering? Yi Chun was taken aback and chuckled. It seemed no one had ever described him in such a manner before. He turned to look at Su Yiyun and Ouyang Qingfeng. Am I really domineering? Get lost, Su Yiyun. Yi Chun had no choice but to turn his attention back to the old man. Are you bold enough to take a seat? Why wouldn't I be? The old man showed no hesitation at all. Yi Chun couldn't help but feel a bit astonished. Such audacity? The old man swiftly boarded the flying vessel. Upon seeing Su Yiyun and Ouyang Qingfeng, he exhibited no sign of surprise. Rather, it was the little star that intrigued him greatly. Yi Chun gestured casually. Mr. Zhou, please take a seat. Zhou Changha regarded him with suspicion. What is your attitude? What are you up to? Noticing the old man's hesitation, Yi Chun smiled and reassured him. Just sit down. When it comes time for action, I will certainly give you a heads up. Zhou Changha fell silent, then took a seat across from Yi Chun. Clearly, he had begun to guess Yi Chun's intentions. Yi Chun raised his gaze. Mr. Zhou, you know why I am here, don't you? Zhou Changha curled his lips. What? Do you intend to slaughter the sect? Yi Chun sneered. Keep pretending. Just keep it up. Zhou Changha finally furrowed his brow. Could it be regarding that mysterious figure? But how could Yi Chun possibly know? Had the sect leaders confessed? Zhou Changha took a deep breath and decided to speak plainly. Let's not beat around the bush. Just tell me who tasked you with stopping me. Zhou Changha narrowed his eyes. Yi Chun chuckled lightly. Right? Let's not waste time dancing around the subject. Someone has already provided the necessary information. Zhou Changha stared deeply at Yi Chun, and after several seconds, he burst into laughter. Kid, do you have any idea who you are speaking to? I am the former sect leader. You think you can intimidate me with mere words? I stand by this. Even if no one has tasked me, I would never disclose anything to you. Yi Chun fell silent for a moment, shaking his head in disappointment. It seems communication has failed. You may leave now. Zhou Changha let out a cold snort and turned to exit. However, after just a few steps, he halted and glanced back at Yi Chun. Why are you following me? Yi Chun replied nonchalantly, to go out and fight. Zhou Changha was taken aback. You want me to go out just to fight you? Yi Chun paused. What did you expect? Not only do I intend to fight you, but I also plan to incapacitate you and bury you in a pit. Zhou Changha, such words should be spoken in private. Why would you say them to my face? Do I lack dignity? Before Zhou Changha could regain his composure, Yi Chun suddenly furrowed his brow and kicked forward. What are you dawdling for? Hurry up and head down. I am in a rush to catch a flight. Zhou Changha, bewildered, was unceremoniously kicked away, his mind swirling with questions. Yi Chun observed that Zhou Changha had been distanced sufficiently and nodded discreetly before vanishing from sight. A few hundred meters away, just as Zhou Changha came to a halt, Yi Chun suddenly materialized before him. The aura emanating from Yi Chun was unmistakably that of a mid-level spirit sovereign, exuding an imposing presence that undoubtedly left many within the sect in awe, or perhaps, more aptly, in fear. Zhou Changha's heart raced as he noted Yi Chun's sudden appearance, and instinctively, he raised his hand to strike. Yi Chun, however, was displeased. How dare you attempt to slap me when I have come to enlighten you? With a mere thought, an overwhelming force of spatial energy enveloped the old man, rendering him immobile. Yi Chun effortlessly sidestepped Zhou Changha's hand and retaliated with a swift slap to his face. The sound echoed, and Yichen couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. Is this what they call the grand competition? Chapter 182. The exaggerated characteristics of spirit artifacts. Zhou Changhe was momentarily stunned, instinctively opening his mouth to curse. Little brat. Oh, slap. Zhou Changhe. Yichen grinned, and with a resounding slap, Zhou Changhe erupted in fury. You insolent wretch. You have gone too far. Slap. Zhou Changhe. Yichen nodded in satisfaction. If only you had been this obedient from the start. Most of the time, Yichen's spatial confinement proved to be invincible. Although Zhou Changhe struggled violently, it was evident that his efforts were futile. Yichen showed no mercy, delivering a powerful strike to his chest. The overwhelming force of his star power shattering Zhou Changhe's dantian. His cultivation rendered useless. Zhou Changhe spat out blood, his face pale, filled with malice. Yichen could not help but frown. You seem quite inept at being a person. Slap. A resounding slap sent him spinning several times. Zhou Changhe was utterly defeated. My life is over. Below, the Taishang Daotian Palace was already terrified. The current sect leader had met his demise, and the former leader was being thoroughly humiliated at the doorstep. This sect was doomed. Yichen casually produced a rope and bound Zhou Changhe, dragging him back onto the boat. Beside the coffee table, the two sisters stared at Zhou Changhe incessantly, while he felt as if his heart had turned to ashes. Yichen took out a can of cola and sat down, exclaiming, Phew, I'm exhausted. Let me rest for a moment. Zhou Changhe. Before him, Yichen took out some spicy strips, eagerly munching away. The pungent aroma wafted over to Zhou Changhe, who stared blankly at Yichen and the spicy strips. Come on, be a decent person. After a moment, Yichen, satisfied, set down the cola and asked, Now, tell me, who is manipulating you? What secrets does the ancient secret realm conceal? Zhou Changhe's expression was sorrowful, as he seemed to have completely resigned himself. With his cultivation destroyed, he had lost all leverage. Reluctantly, Zhou Changhe confessed. According to him, the identity of that person was unknown even to him. However, he sensed that this individual possessed formidable cultivation, surpassing even Yichen's. Yichen was baffled. What difference does it make whether you say this or not? Nonetheless, Zhou Changhe offered some of his conjectures. It appeared that this mysterious figure was keen on obtaining the ancient key. Yichen could hardly contain his frustration and nearly slapped him again. Is that even something you need to say? Unable to endure any longer, Yichen kicked him out. In midair, thunder erupted, heralding the collapse of the heavens and earth. Zhou Changhe met a most absurd end, struck down by lightning. Below, the people of Taishang Daotian Palace wore expressions of despair, while Yichen relished the moment. The system rewards were in. A full 30 lottery draws. This was exhilarating. With the system task completed, Yichen no longer lingered in the Taishang Daotian Palace. Thus, the connection with the Taishang Daotian Palace was thoroughly severed. High above the sky, a vessel floats gracefully amidst the serene landscape. Two elder sisters indulge in a hot pot meal at the restaurant, while Yichen remains on the deck. System. How many lottery draws have accumulated? Ding. The total number of lottery draws accumulated is 49. Not too shabby, let's proceed. As he prepared, Yichen did not expect to draw anything extraordinary. However, a draw is preferable to none. What if there is something remarkable? Ding. The lottery is now open. The total number of lottery draws accumulated is 49. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a millennium of cultivation. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have gained a 1% increase in the heavenly star ring. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have acquired another millennium of cultivation. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have gained a 1% increase in the heavenly necklace. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the celestial spirit artifact, Star God Shield. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have received a special title, Moving Spring. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the Star God Shield's special trait, Regeneration. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the special trait of the Blade of Holy Judgment, Refraction. Yichen bowed his head, his mind sorting through the treasures just acquired. The foremost realization was that he had achieved another breakthrough, now at the late stage of Divine Sovereign. After 5 successive millennia of cultivation, Yichen finally succeeded in his advancement. A cause for celebration indeed. Yet, Yichen remained indifferent. Mere cultivation was of little consequence. His focus shifted to the other items. The special title, Moving Spring. Within a certain range, the host may designate 5 individuals to enjoy the special effects he bestows, manifested as a doubling of all healing speeds for their injuries. Yichin pondered, well, it seems I have become a caretaker, the exclusive caretaker for my 2 sisters. Wait, that is not quite right. I'm more like a caretaker brother. It appears I have pioneered a new vocation. Additionally, there is the Star God Shield. This time, he had drawn some special traits for the spirit artifacts, such as the Star God Shield and the Blade of Holy Judgment. Currently, the Star God Shield, beyond being a celestial spirit artifact, harmonizes with Yichin's stellar power and boasts several special effects. Regeneration, Rebound, Damage Reduction. Regeneration. When the Star God Shield is attacked, a portion of the damage will convert into stellar power to replenish the host. Rebound. When the Star God Shield is struck, a portion of the attacking force will be reflected back upon the assailant. Damage Reduction. All attacks received by the Star God Shield will be mitigated by 30%. Yichin was somewhat astonished. Were these effects not a bit outrageous? Can this truly be called a celestial spirit artifact? It has evidently surpassed the tier of celestial spirit artifacts. Additionally, the special traits of the Blade of Holy Judgment include Refraction, Frost, and Explosion. Refraction. When the Blade of Holy Judgment emits a blade light and strikes an enemy, it will refract and continue to strike the next foe. Frost. When the Blade of Holy Judgment hits an enemy, it will impose a comprehensive speed reduction upon them. Explosion. When the Blade of Holy Judgment strikes an enemy, it will trigger an explosion, inflicting equivalent damage once more. Yichin was left in a state of disbelief. Come forth, I shall unleash a massacre. This can no longer be termed a spiritual weapon. It is undoubtedly a divine artifact. Moreover, in the future, there will be new lotteries. I wonder if I shall be fortunate enough to draw other attributes? Yichin couldn't help but break into a crooked smile. He discovered that this lottery system occasionally presented rare surprises. For instance, not long ago, it primarily focused on the little stars. Yet this time, it is centered on weapons. Perhaps it senses that he is about to embark on a perilous journey? This notion is not without merit. Yichin harbored a strong premonition that the experience within the ancient secret realm would not unfold smoothly. In fact, significant obstacles were likely to arise, which is precisely why he had waited until both of his elder sisters attained the Spirit Emperor realm. Had it not been for his concerns, Yichin would have already led them into battle. After a sumptuous feast, suspended high above the earth, the starry river lay in tranquil solitude. This was the bliss enjoyed by the trio of siblings. On the deck, observing his 2 sisters languishing together, Yichin couldn't help but chuckle, followed by a soft sigh. Time is drawing near.